The school beauty, Lu Ruyan, has contracted the spirit beast, the Dark Phoenix. My arch-nemesis has contracted the spirit beast, the Azure North Snow Wolf. But I contracted an ant that could be crushed with a single step. My classmates mock me, saying I'm foolish and should drop out to practice singing, dancing, rap, and basketball at home. Because each person can only contract one spirit beast in their lifetime, and the quality of that beast determines their future achievements. But I chose an ant with no potential whatsoever. Just when everyone thought I would be a useless person for life, I unexpectedly unleashed a demonic law on the ant, allowing it to evolve infinitely from this moment on. It turns out I awakened the demonic law system, which allows any spirit beast, regardless of its quality, to evolve by consuming flesh and blood. Moreover, the higher the level of the flesh consumed, the stronger the evolution. Even this incredibly weak ant can transform into an empress commanding an army of insects, capable of effortlessly killing a six-winged archangel. But at this moment, looking at the ant's data panel, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. The lowest level for a magical beast is level 1, but my pet is at 0 rank. I might be the only one in the world with this. To help the ant evolve, I reluctantly took out a steak that had been in the fridge for 2.5 months, which I hadn't been able to eat. After eating the steak, the ant, which was originally the size of a mung bean, grew to the size of a peanut, and its quality changed from a low-level creature to an ordinary creature. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. But soon my smile faded, as there were only 7 days left until the simulation test, and if it only ate ordinary beef and lamb, the evolution speed would clearly be insufficient. So, to allow the ant to evolve quickly, I spent a fortune online to buy a low-level magical beast. After consuming an entire frost rabbit, the ant's size had already reached that of a fist, but soon the frost rabbit meat was no longer sufficient. So I opened an app to buy 2 pounds of magical beast meat when suddenly a cockroach crawled in front of me. Just as I was about to pull out my size 48 shoe to squash it, the fist-sized ant suddenly pounced on it and crushed it in just a few bites. Seeing this scene, my lips twitched. You won't eat the frost rabbit meat that costs thousands per pound, but you happily munch on a cockroach that's everywhere. Well, that's fine, it saves me from having to buy cockroach spray. I then placed it into a glass box filled with sand. However, when I woke up the next day to check, I found that the situation was not as simple as I thought. The glass box was filled with winding tunnels, and in the deepest part, there were piles of white ant eggs. And the ant, which was originally the size of a fist, now surprisingly had grown a pair of wings. It lay lazily on the surface of the sand, basking in the sun. Looking at the latest panel, I was stunned. The little creature in front of me seemed to combine all the advantages of both ants and cockroaches, and at this moment, my attention was completely captivated by this newly acquired talent. It attracted me with its super fertility. The breeding cycle is shortened by 10 times, the number of offspring increases tenfold, and the offspring can fully inherit the mother's attributes. After reading the introduction, I gasped. This meant that once this batch of ant eggs hatched, I would have more than just one beast insect. In due time, I could even have an entire army of ants, and they would be nearly indestructible like cockroaches. So this isn't just a spirit beast, it's clearly cheating. 7 days later, I arrived at school. Around me were pointing fingers and laughter. After all, the fact that I contracted an ant had long become a well-known joke at school. But I didn't care at all because soon, I would use my strength to slap them in the face. As soon as I entered the classroom, my homeroom teacher, Lu Jun, called me to his office with a stern face and tossed a withdrawal application at me to sign. Seeing this, I frowned and asked, Uncle Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Jun snapped in anger. Do you not know what you've done? Your parents entrusted you to me before they passed away, and this is how you repay me? I shrugged nonchalantly. So what if I contracted an ant? Is it worth getting so worked up over? But I also knew Lu Jun was doing it for my own good. Lu Jun's lips twitched in frustration, doubting that I still hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp. At this point, there's only one way left, summon your ant. I was taken aback for a moment, but instantly understood what Lu Jun wanted. Each beast master can only contract one pet in their lifetime. However, there is one exception. If a pet dies in battle, it greatly damages the beast master. Unless one is truly out of options, no one would resort to this method to change their pet. I pondered for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Lu, but I can't let you kill it. Lu Jun's face became extremely awkward at this point, and he suppressed his bubbling anger, saying, if you can't bear to do it, I'll help you. I'll find you a better magical beast later. But upon hearing this, I smiled slightly and said, Uncle Lu, do you really think I can't pass the test? How about we make a bet? This time, not only will I pass the test, but I'll also get first place. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun was completely stunned. In his memory, I had never acted so recklessly. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, what do you want to bet? I gazed intently at Lu Jun, saying, "If I succeed, you have to promise to help me join the 11th Bureau." Lu Jun was taken aback for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Alright, I don't believe you can really pass the test and get first place." Before long, thousands of students from East City gathered in the square for the test, which consisted of 3 steps: the mental strength test, the PET simulation test, and finally, the comprehensive battle simulation. Mental strength is the most direct data for a beast master. 300 points is the basic threshold. Before long, many people came down from the test stone, some elated and others dejected. Suddenly, a shout of mental strength 416 rang out nearby. I saw Zhao Shichen swagger down, wearing a smug expression as he said to me, "Shinshen, do you see this? This is the gap between us, and it's a talent you'll never be able to reach in your lifetime." At these words, there was an immediate wave of envy around, and the looks directed at me turned somewhat mocking. I scoffed and replied, "It's just over 400 points, what are you so happy about?" At my words, the crowd was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Is this guy really that arrogant? Just over 400 points, and he says it's nothing? This idiot must have no understanding of mental strength at all. Just then, my name echoed over the loudspeaker, and the crowd's gaze turned increasingly mocking. I simply chuckled and placed my hand on the testing cup. In the next second, the numbers on the LCD screen began to fluctuate, showing 302. I never expected that this useless one could actually pass. Wow, 437. Why is this guy's mental strength so high? And it's still rising, 541. Isn't this guy supposed to have an ant as his contracted creature? How could his mental strength possibly exceed 500? The mental strength of a beast master is not only related to their own power but also significantly influenced by their contracted creature. If relying solely on the beast master themselves, breaking through 400 mental strength is incredibly difficult, yet now, my mental strength has actually exceeded 500. What's more important is that the value on the screen is still skyrocketing. It has already soared to 654. In the next moment, everyone in the viewing area stood up, their eyes glued to the display, where the number had rapidly climbed to 788. The principal was dumbfounded. Could it be that our East City is about to produce a once-in-a-lifetime genius? It should be noted that it has been 10 years since such high mental strength appeared in the 7 schools of East City. Even the previous highest score of 729 was considered an insurmountable limit. Yet now, this limit has been surpassed by an ordinary student from East City 7. At this moment, all the observers, aside from their shock, also felt a hint of anticipation. It seems a prodigy is about to emerge. Ultimately, the displayed number froze at 796. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Without a doubt, this was the highest score in East City history, just 10 points shy of the national genius, Leng Xian. The principal of 7 immediately approached me and said, "Shinshen, 7 is proud of you." I maintained a calm expression, having anticipated this moment. Just then, an inappropriate voice interrupted. "Principal, as far as I know, Shinshen's contracted creature is an ant. No matter how high his mental strength is, it probably won't be of much use," Zhao Shiqing said with a sinister smile as he approached. "If the outside world knew that our top genius student at East City 7 contracted an ant, what would they think of us?" Upon hearing this, the principal's expression darkened. A beast master's power relies not only on mental strength but also on having a strong creature to be truly formidable. However, my ant can't even be considered a magical beast, it's the kind that could be squashed by a single foot. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards me changed, filled with pity and sympathy. Who would have thought that East City finally produced a genius who contracted a creature? And it turned out to be an ant. What a waste of such high mental strength. I was left speechless by this, but my ant really isn't weak. The principal's face grew increasingly grim. Didn't your mentor tell you that a contracted creature must at least be a magical beast? Ordinary creatures cannot evolve at all. I felt a bit wronged. The principal dismissed my claim without even considering it. "Principal, my ant really isn't weak." "Then let me see how your ant is not weak," the principal said, somewhat angered, looking like he was disappointed in me. "The next segment is the contracted creature simulation test, and you'll go first." Under the gaze of the crowd, I summoned my contracted creature, a walnut-sized ant, which appeared at my feet. Then another ant appeared, followed by a third and a fourth. When the fourth ant appeared, the entire venue fell silent. The principal and the observers all wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? A beast master can only contract one creature for life, that's an unchangeable rule. Yet how do we explain this scene before us? These 4 walnut-sized ants were the result of the super breeding of the flying sickle ant queen. Within the contracted creature space, there were still 16 such ants. I was also shocked to discover this. The power of this superbreeding is incredible. As time goes on, the production rate of the flying sickle ant queen will increase exponentially. In other words, before long, I will have an army of ants, and all of this stems from the talent of the demon law. Unlike the shocked students participating in the test, the principal and the observers all displayed grave expressions. The standard for a contracted creature is not only quality but also quantity. Even the tree-shaking ants could crush an elephant. One observer seemed to have thought of something and immediately took out a creature testing device, scanning the 4 walnut-sized ants. A look of incredulity flashed in his eyes. How could this be possible? The observer's exclamation caught the attention of the principal of 7 and the other observers. When they saw the data on the creature testing device, their eyes widened in disbelief. The data displayed that the ant's quality was that of a low-level magical beast. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless. This situation had completely overturned their understanding. How could such a common ant possibly be a magical beast? The difference between magical beasts and ordinary creatures lies in their bloodline, which determines the quality of the magical beast. Ordinary creatures cannot undergo bloodline changes. This is a difference from the origin of species. Yet at this moment, the ant before me had transformed from an ordinary creature into a magical beast, meaning it now possessed its own bloodline and the potential to evolve. But what exactly gave the ant its bloodline? The principal of 7 and the observers all turned to me in unison, hoping to find an answer from me. If ordinary creatures can become magical beasts with bloodlines, it would be a groundbreaking discovery, and the Beastmaster Association would definitely reward it. The principal of 7 excitedly asked me, "What are the conditions for your creature's evolution?" Upon hearing the principal's question, I slightly furrowed my brows. Information about Beastmasters is not disclosed to outsiders, especially regarding creature evolution, as it relates to the safety of the Beastmasters themselves. The observer seemed to sense my concerns and smiled. "Are you worried about information leaking?" "There's really no need, as each person's creature evolution path is different, even for the same species. If you truly have information that allows ordinary creatures to evolve into magical beasts, the rewards will definitely not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. With my current strength, I couldn't support subsequent evolution, but the Beastmaster Association might be the financial backer I need at the moment. Thus, I decided to pursue this opportunity. After the test, I could share the details of the ant's evolution, but I can't guarantee that I'll have the information you need. However, this is a matter of my privacy, and regardless of the outcome, I hope the school can provide me with some compensation. The principal readily agreed, saying that if there were indeed results, I would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. I was then taken to a specialized testing area, but to my surprise, Zhao Shiqing also entered under the principal's guidance. He had a gloomy expression, clearly displeased, because just moments ago, the principal had allowed his creature, the Tsongbei Snow Wolf, to be used as a target. He is one of the top 3 in the 7th rank and was the undisputed number 1 before the other 2 returned to school, yet now he has fallen to the level of being a target for an ant. The more Zhao Shiqing thought about it, the more frustrated he became, deciding to give me a harsh lesson by crushing my annoying ant in front of the principal and the observers. He then summoned the Tsongbei Snow Wolf, a massive creature over 2.5 meters tall. An overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air instantly. In comparison, my 4 soldier ants felt completely insignificant. However, under my control, they raised their antennae, ready to launch. In the next instant, the 4 soldier ants shot out like a barrage of cannon fire. They collided directly with the Tsongbei Snow Wolf. To my surprise, the Tsongbei Snow Wolf didn't budge at all. The 4 soldier ants were instantly bounced back. Zhao Shiqing's eyes were filled with disdain. An ant is still just an ant. Even if it became a magical beast, it's still garbage. If it weren't for the test, he believed that if the Tsongbei Snow Wolf merely swatted me, these ants would instantly turn into meat paste. However, I smiled slightly. The attack from the 4 soldier ants had given me some feedback. The second-tier Tsongbei Snow Wolf was not unshakable. I then controlled the ice wings to charge again, and a layer of black light swirled around the ice wings, creating a thunderous sound as it cut through the air. However, Zhao Shiqing, who possessed a high-level magical beast, was not a fool. A hint of confusion crossed his eyes. He commanded the Tsongbei Snow Wolf to enter a defensive stance. With a humming sound, a layer of golden light rippled out, and the Tsongbei Snow Wolf instantly entered defensive mode. In an instant, a cannon-like sound erupted, and this attack from the ice wings was completely different from the previous one. As the counterattack occurred, the sounds of explosions continued to ring out endlessly. This was a precise high-frequency attack, 6 times in 3 seconds. Suddenly, the painful howl of the Tsongbei Snow Wolf echoed in the arena, and a bright red mark appeared on its chest. The second-tier high-level Tsongbei Snow Wolf had actually been breached. Zhao Shiqing looked at the Songbei Snow Wolf, and the blood-red mark on its chest instantly filled up. This damned poor loser. He had actually harmed his own creature. His eyes were filled with hatred, bordering on madness. Songbei Snow Wolf, kill him. Obeying the command, the Songbei Snow Wolf swiftly lunged at me. Seeing this made me a bit nervous, but when I noticed Zhao Shiqing closer to me, a ruthless glint appeared in my eyes. What's wrong with ants? Even ants can take your life. I then raised my hand and sent 4 rays of black light shooting straight at Zhao Shiqing. In an instant, a series of anguished screams erupted, and Zhao Shiqing took off from the ground, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Stop! The principal, still in shock, finally reacted and hurried to intercept the Songbei Snow Wolf. After witnessing the power of my 4 soldier ants, they realized I could truly be valued and even bring great fortune to East City, so I absolutely cannot die. The principal's elite creature, the Thunder Demon Ape, suddenly appeared and swatted the Songbei Snow Wolf away. Meanwhile, the other observers, after checking Zhao Shiqing's injuries, displayed looks of shock on their faces. The body of a Beastmaster is not that fragile, even though Zhao Shiqing was unprepared. However, this was enough to prove that my soldier ants could threaten the life of a Beastmaster. Moreover, based on previous test performances, the observers knew I still had strength left. Shin Chen, you wait. Zhao Shiqing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his fractured ribs. He left the testing area in a disheveled state. To my surprise, the principal did not blame me. Instead, he praised my performance. In his view, a Beastmaster's true strength does not come solely from their creature. I had seized the opportunity to severely injure the Beastmaster before they could summon their creature, which was definitely commendable. The principal said with a smile, from today onwards, the school will list you as a key training target. As long as you perform well enough, resources will not be a problem. Hearing this, my eyes lit up, and when I left the principal's office, I was smiling so much that my eyes narrowed into slits. After I shared the detailed information on the purification of the flesh, the principal gave me 5 high-quality magical beast meats from the Bright Flame Wolf. However, due to the nature of the demon law, I didn't think they could derive anything from that information. After returning home, I immediately released the Flying Sickle Ant Queen and the 20 soldier ants. Centered around the Flying Sickle Ant Queen, the 20 soldier ants surrounded the Bright Flame Wolf's meat and began to devour it ravenously. However, within a few breaths, the Flying Sickle Ant Queen burrowed into the magical beast's meat. She vanished without a trace. 2.5 hours later, the 20 soldier ants finally showed some changes. Their originally slender black and red color had transformed into an eerie fiery red. Faint circular patterns could still be seen. At this moment, the originally square piece of Bright Flame Wolf meat suddenly began to tremble and soon transformed into a meatball. Meanwhile, the system's notification sound also rang out. Under the influence of the demon law, the Flying Sickle Ant was eager to break through its limits and entered the phase of metamorphosis. After hearing the system notification, I was momentarily stunned. I quickly stored it in the contracted creature space. I didn't want any accidents to occur during the evolution of the Flying Sickle Ant. The next morning, I received a notification to attend the selection for the 7 schools team. In the principal's office, there were a total of 6 people, including my homeroom teacher, Lu Jun. Zhao Shiqing, one of the top 3 in the 7th rank, cast a resentful glance at me. The other 2 were also known to be the strongest Beastmasters at 7. Lu Ruyan from Class 1 of the senior year and Qin Feng from Class 4 of the senior year. Both were transfer students, and I heard the principal spent a great deal of resources to recruit them. As for the last girl, I recognized her, or rather, everyone in East City knew her. She is Chu Wanqing's only daughter, the richest man in East City, and a freshman in Class 3 of the first year, Chu Wanwan. The principal glanced around and said, since everyone is here, let's discuss the team. This time, I will stake the honor of 7 and will do my best to meet your requests. I had only one condition. This year, the 7 schools of East City must lead the way and participate in the National Middle School League without finishing at the bottom. I looked at the few people before me, my mouth twitching slightly. These people clearly didn't seem like good team players. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke up. I have only one condition. The captain must be me. Lu Ruyan's cold gaze swept over the others, her aura fluctuating as if ready to strike at anyone who disagreed. Qin Feng shrugged, indicating he didn't mind. Zhao Shiqing lowered his head and remained silent, not daring to speak. Only Chu Wanwan, her eyes flashing with a hint of mischief, said, I support Sister Ruyan, and I also support Brother Shin Chen. As soon as she said this, I immediately felt Lu Ruyan's murderous cold glare. I quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I'm just here to observe. I don't want to stick my neck out right now. It's better to develop quietly first. On the contrary, Chu Wanwan seemed to be deliberately provoking me. I didn't think I had offended her. Chu Wanwan blinked and pointed at Zhao Shiqing while looking at me seriously, saying, "That's right, Sister Ruyan, this guy was beaten up by Brother Shinchen." Lu Ruyan glanced at Zhao Shiqing and said, "I never expected you to be this weak." Then she turned to me, her gaze revealing curiosity. It was evident she had learned something from the principal. Zhao Shiqing, caught in the crossfire, was left speechless. Sister Ruyan, Brother Shinchen, and yet here I am, the one without a name. Yet he didn't dare to retort, as aside from Chu Wanwan's identity, Lu Ruyan's relationship with her was clearly not ordinary. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. At this moment, our homeroom teacher, Lu Jun, suddenly spoke up, "That's enough for today. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the school's battle room." After leaving school, I returned home, still very focused on the team selection, as it related to the distribution of school resources, a golden opportunity for me. However, none of the 5 seemed like easy allies, especially Chu Wanwan. Rumor has it that on her 16th birthday, her father, Chu Wanchang, spent a fortune to buy a lord-level magical beast. Additionally, he hired a king-level beastmaster from the East City division of the Beastmaster Association for guidance. Moreover, Chu Wanchang is also the largest shareholder of East City 7, which explains why Chu Wanwan is one of the reasons a freshman could join the school team. After returning to my room, I immediately released the flying sickle ant, which was in the process of evolving. At this moment, the outer layer of red light was increasingly condensed after a day's time. A humming sound emanated from within the red light membrane. At this moment, the system notification also chimed in, indicating that the flying sickle ant had completed its bloodline evolution, and there were 2 evolution paths to choose from. One was the awakening of the solitary warrior, the Holy Battle Ant Emperor, with 2 powerful talents, fighting alone and covering the earth in red. Against any enemy not exceeding 2 tiers above its own, it could achieve ruthless instant kills, but at the cost of a lifetime of solitude. The second option was the reconstitution of the bloodline, granting the flying sickle ant innate super breeding capabilities. The derived blessing light could maintain a certain population size at all times and, under its glow, the ants would become even stronger. After listening, I blinked. Both options were powerful and hard to choose. The Holy Battle Ant Emperor was undoubtedly invincible at the same tier, but its only drawback was its numbers. If I chose that evolution path, I might not be able to support the subsequent resource consumption with my current situation. The flying sickle ant was different. After the bloodline was reconstituted, it retained the super breeding ability and developed a kind of powerful support aura. Even with a lack of positions, it could still excel in skill quantity. It could also rely on its numbers to overwhelm everything. With the same resources for training a single indomitable Holy Battle Ant Emperor or a group of soldier ants inheriting maternal attributes to dominate everything, I made my choice without hesitation, to evolve and reconstitute the bloodline of the flying sickle ant. In an instant, the ant queen emitted a dazzling red light that began to spread at a visible speed, then crazily condensed towards my direction. With a thunderous boom, the red light column condensed around me shot up into the sky. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the 11th Bureau, an official organization under the Jade Demon Alliance established specifically for those magical beasts that never sink or fade. Yi Qing quietly observed the direction of the rising bloodlight. A serious expression flickered in his eyes. Who could cause such a commotion? Such a rich evolutionary light indicated that it was at least a lord-level creature or possibly a hidden rare grade. If possible, they should recruit it into the 11th Bureau. As the words fell, 2 figures swiftly flew out from the rooftop, revealing themselves as lord-level magical beasts, the lightning flying eagles. At that moment, I had no idea that I had attracted the attention of the 11th Bureau. Earlier, I had even made a bet with my homeroom teacher Lu Jun that if I passed the test, he would recommend me for membership. After the bloodlight from the 11th Bureau flashed and vanished, it returned to me, significantly enhancing my Beastmaster attributes. When I saw the changes in my attributes, a smile I could hardly suppress flickered in my eyes. I must say, the gains from this attribute boost far outweighed those from the reconstitution of the bloodline of the flying sickle ant. My mental attribute broke through 30, my physical attribute surpassed 20, and I possessed a top-quality magical beast, marking me as a qualified ultimate beastmaster. However, compared to my own improvement, I was also very concerned about the evolutionary attributes of the flying sickle ant. As I raised my hand, a beam of light flashed, and a powerful aura instantly filled the entire room. The flying sickle ant slowly revealed its form, standing nearly 30 centimeters tall. Its body was enveloped in a crimson glow, exuding a strong bloodline pressure. A layer of translucent black membrane appeared on its body, faintly revealing long legs that glimmered with dark light. It was ready to take flight at any moment, capable of crushing any enemy that dared to approach it. Then, 20 dark red giant ants slowly emerged, each the size of a fist, instilling fear in those who beheld them. with flickering flame-like flowers hidden in their compound eyes. After the purification of the maternal bloodline, these soldier ants were given a new name, flying sickle soldier ants, symbolizing the continuation of the bloodline. Furthermore, I discovered that the 20 flying sickle soldier ants moved with nearly identical speed and rhythm. There was also a vague yet inexplicable aura surrounding them. Thinking of this, I opened the creature panel, which displayed, name, Flying Sickle Ant Queen, level, first tier, quality, ultimate rare, talent, super reputation blessing light, loyalty, 100%. Characteristics, stamina can reach 100 times that of the same size, strength can reach 1000 times, body damage above 50% triggers self-healing mode, super breeding reduces breeding cycle by 10 times and increases breeding quantity by 10 times. The offspring can fully inherit the maternal attributes and maintain them under any circumstances. The 20 flying sickle soldier ants protect the colony, and under the blessing light, the attributes of the soldier ants led by the flying sickle ant queen are doubled. After reading this, I was utterly stunned. The flying sickle ant had transformed into an ultimate rare quality with its bloodline. This was purely a hidden attribute. No wonder those beastmasters were so concerned about the bloodline of their creatures when making selections. Just from this single bloodline endowment, the flying sickle ant developed a second talent. Most importantly, the advanced reputation talent was also enhanced. Even when facing unbeatable creatures, it wouldn't be said to lack fighting strength. Instead, I could utilize these 20 flying sickle soldier ants for unlimited counterattacks. If I were to face Zhao Shiqing now, even if he gave it his all, I wouldn't be without the strength to fight back. The ultimate rare quality is no joke. With this in mind, I turned to look at the 20 flying sickle soldier ants. Name, Flying Sickle Soldier Ant, level, first tier, quality, ultimate rare, traits, rapid march, compound eye attack. This compound eye attack should be a type of ranged attack, while rapid march is undoubtedly related to speed. The next morning, after washing up, I headed straight to school. Today was the day for the internal battle of the team, and whether I could secure better resources depended on this performance. When I arrived at school, the other 4 were already waiting for me in the battle room. My homeroom teacher, Lu Jun, glanced at me and said, "Since everyone is here, I'll start explaining. This year, the 7 schools of East City will jointly form 2 complete teams for the competition. In other words, out of nearly 10,000 students from the 7 schools, only 20 will represent East City in next year's league. You all have a year to prepare. The league consists of team battles, individual battles, and the strongest seed competition." After explaining, Lu Jun asked everyone to introduce themselves. The already appointed captain, Lu Ruyan, was the first to present herself. "I am recognized as a high-level beastmaster by the association, and my contracted creature is the Lord-level ghostly Black Phoenix." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan became the center of attention. There were only about 10 high-level beastmasters with a Lord-level creature in all past national middle school leagues. How could someone with such a prestigious identity come to this, the worst school in the country? With Lu Ruyan leading, the others also revealed their information. Qin Feng introduced himself. "I am recognized as a high-level beastmaster by the association, and my creature is the elite-level blue-eyed bear." Chu Wanwan announced, "I am recognized as an ultimate beastmaster by the association, and my creature is the Lord-level Holy Star White Fox." After speaking, she winked and added, "My little bai is still in the juvenile stage, so it can't fight yet." Chu Wanwan's gaze made my eyes twitch. I didn't understand why this little witch kept staring at me. Speaking of which, among the 5 in the team, 2 had Lord-level creatures, and both were recognized as high-level beastmasters by the association. In comparison, was my ant too weak? Zhao Shiqing introduced himself. "I am recognized as an ultimate beastmaster by the association, and my creature is the high-level magical beast, Sangbei Snow Wolf." After speaking, he shot me a smug glance. "Shinshen, my creature is the ultimate magical beast, the Flying Sickle Ant." As for my own rating, I haven't yet been assessed by the Beastmaster Association, even though my strength has reached the level of an ultimate Beastmaster, so I can't be considered a legitimate Beastmaster yet. As soon as I said this, Lu Ruyan's gaze turned to me. "I've seen your records. If your creature is indeed as you say, then you won't even have the chance to enter the East City 7 selection." Her voice was exceptionally cold, clearly not expecting my creature to be so weak, lacking even a proper rating. Seeing this, Zhao Shiqing immediately added fuel to the fire. "That's right, your common creature has no business being here. You should have some self-awareness and withdraw now." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan reprimanded him. "Shut up. Don't think I don't know. You, a beastmaster with a high-level magical beast, were defeated by an ant. What face do you have to be proud here?" Zhao Shiqing was left speechless by Lu Ruyan's retort. He wanted to refute but didn't dare to. Facing a high-level beastmaster of lord rank, if he dared to say another word, he would be utterly humiliated. Lu Ruyan raised her hand, a fiery aura radiating from her, clearly intending to summon her creature, the ghostly Black Phoenix. I won't say I'm not giving you a chance. Whoever wins against me can be the captain. However, Qin Feng stepped in first and said, let me handle it, after all, it's just a few kittens. A hint of a wry smile appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He had seen the power of the ghostly Black Phoenix. If it were summoned here, it would likely turn the place to ashes. In the next second, the elite-level blue-eyed bear was summoned, and Qin Feng shouted loudly, whoever comes first. A dazzling light radiated from him. Facing Qin Feng's challenge, Chu Wanwan next to him showed a hint of fear, but as a white light rushed past with a sound of wind, a moment of stupor flickered in the bloodthirsty eyes of the blue-eyed bear. But within a few seconds, it returned to normal. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiqing swayed slightly, as if hit by some force, remaining dazed longer than the blue-eyed bear. A hint of disdain flashed in Qin Feng's gaze as he looked at Zhao Shiqing. However, when he turned to Chu Wanwan, there was a bit of wariness. Could this be the mental allure of the Lord-level Holy Star White Fox? But I was not affected at all. Go ahead, the current strength of the three of you is beyond my reach. Why not let me and Zhao compete? I hope the three of you can provide guidance. Given my current strength, it's unwise to confront these three directly. After all, it's best to pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Qin Feng nodded and turned to Zhao Shiqing, giving him a slap to wake him up. Zhao Shiqing's gaze was somewhat scattered. He clearly hadn't heard what was just said, affected by the mental allure of the Lord-level Holy Star White Fox. This made him quite uncomfortable. Qin Feng was speechless, thinking about what kind of garbage this was. I said, you two should fight. Upon hearing that, Zhao Shiqing immediately reacted, you little mental garbage, come here. Today, I'll let you see what a true Beastmaster looks like. As soon as Zhao Shiqing's voice fell, the massive Sangbei Snow Wolf suddenly appeared and charged towards me, the one who had previously breached its defenses. In response, I showed no signs of panic and raised my hand, sending out 4 soldier ants in a flash. The Sangbei Snow Wolf's golden light shimmered as it fully activated its defense, directly stopping the 4 soldier ants. However, although it didn't break its defense like last time, the Sangbei Snow Wolf still retreated over a meter. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan and the others were all shocked. Such powerful strength, such large ants. The frightening part was that there were still 4 more like them. Although they had all seen my test data, witnessing it firsthand was a different matter. I smiled slightly and launched another attack with the evolved flying sickle soldier ants. They perfectly demonstrated the terrifying strength of 1,000 times that of their size. However, the Sangbei Snow Wolf was still able to cope with the attack of the 4 soldier ants. Without breaking its defense, the flying sickle soldier ants couldn't inflict effective damage. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. If it was just like this, she would have to consider changing teammates. Zhao Shiqing was also somewhat shocked, but his eyes still brimmed with mockery. Garbage is still garbage, an ant is still just an ant. Right now, you can't even break my defense. What do you have to fight against me? Zhao Shiqing became more and more agitated. A little ant thinks it can turn the tide, how naive. You are nothing but a piece of trash who doesn't even have parents. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people outside looked at Zhao Shiqing with disdain. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, a strong killing intent surged. Insulting someone's parents could lead to serious consequences. Zhao Shiqing, as you wish, a cold voice came from my direction. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees as an unperceivable wave rippled through the arena. Both Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan had a hint of gold in their eyes. As high-level beast masters, they knew clearly that only when the spiritual pre-value reached above 30 and in a full burst situation would it affect the environment. This guy just didn't tell the truth earlier. I waved my hand, and the Y attacked again, but this time it was 6 limbs instead of 4. Under the continuous and rapid collisions, the flying sickle Y knocked the Sangbei Snow Wolf back repeatedly, but still couldn't break its defense. Looking at the still arrogant Zhao Shiqing, the light in my eyes grew increasingly cold, like my parents. Damn it, although I can't kill people, isn't killing animals not a crime? A strong killing intent rippled out. Another black light shot out from my hand. Like smoke and thunder, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes again. Just how many ants does this guy have? Zhao Shiqing finally noticed the situation in the arena. A hint of panic appeared on his face. He suppressed his anger and controlled the Sangbei Snow Wolf to begin counterattacking. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Through constant probing before, I have already learned the defensive limit of the Sangbei Snow Wolf. Looking at the layer of golden light that was about to collapse, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in my eyes. As I raised my hand, 8 ant soldiers instantly flew back. In just an instant, 10 beams of black light shot out again. The target was the head of the Sangbei Snow Wolf. Shen Chen, stop! At that moment, Lu Jun, who had been watching from the side, suddenly exclaimed. However, bang bang bang, poof, crack. After a series of explosive sounds, 10 beams of black light directly shattered that Songbei Snow Wolf's head, its brain splattering everywhere, a clean headshot. At the same time, Zhao Shichen, pale and on the verge of collapse, heard Shin Chen's emotionless voice. Zhao Shichen, perfect to the end, I send you to the afterlife. The head of that Songbei Snow Wolf was reduced to mush by 10 soldier ants. Shin Chen did not hide the killing intent in his eyes, and the soldier ants, still stained with bits of flesh, lined up in front of him, ready to launch another attack at any moment. Ah! After a moment of silence, Zhao Shichen suddenly let out a long, strange howl, crouching on the ground, clutching his head in pain, his body beginning to convulse violently, emitting faint beast-like cries. In just a few breaths, he fainted. The delayed backlash. Beast tamers and their beast companions are one entity. Once a beast companion dies, it inevitably brings severe backlash to the beast tamer, and the higher the level of the beast companion, the greater the backlash. This is also why Lu Jun initially wanted to directly kill Shin Chen's contract ant. Something big is going to happen. Xin Feng looked incredulous. He had never thought that Shin Chen would directly kill the opponent's beast companion, let alone that the final killing blow would involve 10 ants. Su Qianxue felt the same, but a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. Kid, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Looking at Shin Chen, who had no expression, Xin Feng was somewhat speechless. Maliciously killing the opponent's beast companion is a serious offense. If you have family, I suggest you start looking for connections now. Otherwise, you might die. The Beast Tamer Association has clear regulations against maliciously killing the opponent's beast companions, and this restriction is even more severe for students. Moreover, judging by Zhao Shichen's current state, the backlash he suffered was likely terrifying, perhaps even leaving him with no hope of contracting another beast companion in this lifetime. In this era where beast tamers reign supreme, it was tantamount to cutting off his path in life. Those who insult my parents deserve to die. Shin Chen's expression was emotionless. He naturally knew what consequences this would bring, but everyone has a bottom line in their hearts. For him, his parents, who died at the hands of monsters, could not be insulted. Shin Chen, go back and wait for news, said Lu Jun, the homeroom teacher, after calling the school medical staff to take Zhao Shichen away. He approached Shin Chen, his eyes filled with disappointment. Impulsive? The previous Shin Chen was not like this. It was Zhao Shichen's words that touched the reverse scale of this poor orphan. Even so, he had not expected Shin Chen's ants to be so powerful. Moreover, their numbers were beyond imagination. Oh, so now, have I passed the school team test? Shin Chen smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned about what he had just done. You really have a big heart. It's no longer a question of whether you can join the school team, but whether you can even protect yourself. Lu Jun found it somewhat amusing, as if he wanted to see something in Shin Chen's eyes. Unfortunately, the boy's eyes were like a deep pool. No matter who it is, those who insult my parents shall die. After saying this, Shin Chen turned and left the battle room. The first reorganization of the school team had resulted in such a major incident. As the person in charge of the school team, Lu Jun could not escape responsibility. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by Su Qianxue. A Zhao Shichen, who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, isn't worth a genius accompanying him to the grave. I hope the school can make the right choice. Lu Jun was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Qianxue, from a prominent family in the capital, to speak up for Shin Chen. Could this orphan of a close friend also catch the eye of a prominent family in the capital? That's right, brother Shin Chen is very kind. It's that guy who's too wicked. Chu Wanwan also walked over, her expression serious as she spoke. Don't worry, there will be a fair judgment on right and wrong. Upon hearing Chu Wanwan's words, Lu Jun's heart stirred. This new student was the only daughter of the largest shareholder of the 7th high school. If they could get her help, perhaps there was indeed room for easing the situation regarding Shin Chen. Shin Chen was unaware of what had happened in the battle room. He had not expected to receive help from anyone. Everything had to rely on himself. This realization had come to him after he learned of his parents' death. After leaving school, he did not go home directly but instead headed to the largest pet store in the East City, which had all the resources needed for beast pets. Of course, the prices were steep. 2 black bear hearts, 2 snow leopard gallbladders, 1 piece of Tsong wolf chest meat. Beast pet evolution pill? Shin Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to find a beast pet evolution pill here. This was a valuable item. 1 beast pet evolution pill could allow a beast pet below the lord level to evolve without any loss. The so-called without loss meant that the beast pet would have a 100% chance of evolving while completely retaining its previous characteristics, and its attributes would be at least 20% better than a normal evolution, with a shorter time and a very powerful effect. Such pills were almost impossible to find on the market. Nationwide, there was only one force capable of producing beast pet evolution pills, and once this item appeared, it was immediately divided among several major forces, making it impossible for it to circulate outside. Boss, how much is this? Shin Shen's heart raced. If he could get this beast pet evolution pill, he could save it for when he advanced to the Lord level. This isn't for sale. The pet store owner, a middle-aged man named Yi Hong, was said to be backed by a prominent family in the capital. Yi Hong was also somewhat puzzled by the beast evolution pill. The guest who had left it here said that he could obtain it by completing a simple commission. The commission was straightforward: assist him in mining a piece of ore. Initially, Yi Hong didn't pay much attention, adhering to the principle of not letting the good fortune flow to outsiders, and accepted the commission right away, but unfortunately, it failed. In recent days, many beast tamers had taken on this commission after seeing the beast pet evolution pill, and without exception, they all failed. So you mean, as long as I help you mine a piece of ore, I can get this beast pet evolution pill? Shin Shen was also curious. What kind of ore could be worth a beast pet evolution pill? Just then, a dirty young man walked in and went straight to Yi Hong. Uncle Yi, can't you find anyone to mine in the entire East City? I've wasted 10 days here. The young man began to complain as soon as he entered. I don't have much time left. I have to leave here for the capital by tomorrow at the latest. Think of a way for me, Uncle Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong showed a bitter smile. Wudong, I really have no way. The only one who can help you now is that person. Stop. Wudong interrupted Yi Hong directly, putting on a look of deep grievance. That guy from the 11th Bureau is too greedy. He wants 10 pills right off the bat. Even if I were to squander money, I wouldn't give up 10 beast pet evolution pills for a piece of ore. My dad would kill me. Sigh, forget it. I'll think of another way. Wudong looked up and saw Shin Shen nearby, his eyes lighting up. Brother, do you want to give it a try? An invaluable beast pet evolution pill. As long as you help me get that piece of ore, I can add another million. One beast pet evolution pill plus an extra million. Shin Shen's mouth twitched slightly. Damn rich people. To be honest, Shin Shen was really tempted. Besides the rare beast pet evolution pill, if successful, there was also an extra million income, which would be enough to support him in evolving the queen ant to a higher level. However, no matter how you look at this guy in front of me, he seems unreliable. His surname is Wu, and he's from the capital. Could he be from that Wu clan? Are you really going to give it to me? Shin Shen still held a skeptical attitude towards Wudong. Anyone who could treat a beast pet evolution pill as a commission reward was either incredibly wealthy or just plain foolish. Bro, you can doubt anyone, but you can't doubt my character. Upon hearing this, Wudong immediately jumped up. How dare anyone question his character in this godforsaken place? Heh, we don't know each other, so why shouldn't I doubt you? Shin Shen smiled slightly. The more Wudong acted this way, the more he felt something was off. You're right, but maybe no one knows my name here. But in the capital, you can doubt anything about me, just not my character. In the capital, my name is my character. As Wudong spoke, he became increasingly agitated, even pulling Shin Shen's hand and leaving the beast pet shop, leaving Yi Hong behind to smile wryly. Unicorn Pegasus, come out. With a light shout from Wudong, a horse with a white body, black tail, and a golden horn slowly appeared before the two. Wudong flipped onto the unicorn Pegasus and directly pulled Shin Shen up with him, leaving Shin Shen no chance to resist. Hey, where are you taking me? Shin Shen panicked. From the beast pet shop until now, after being grabbed by Wudong, he had no ability to resist. It must be said that beast tamers were indeed a bit weak without the assistance of their beast pets. Of course, we're going to mine. Do you think I have other intentions? Wudong scoffed, and the unicorn Pegasus galloped down the long street, attracting a flurry of angry shouts. On the horse's back, Shin Shen tried several times to summon the queen ant, but after sensing that Wudong didn't seem to have any malicious intent, he let it be. He never imagined that one day he would be forcibly pulled by a man to ride together. The unicorn Pegasus was fast, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. The stone quarry in the west of the city. Shin Shen was very familiar with this place. Before he had a contracted beast pet, he often came here to work, but later it was abandoned for some unknown reason. You're not saying that the ore is here, are you? Shin Shen was a bit speechless as Wudong brought him to a huge piece of bluestone. That's right here, about 50 meters deep, the ore is there. As long as you can get it out for me, a beast pet evolution pill plus 1 million is yours. Wudong pointed to a basketball-sized pit under the bluestone. Not only that, but Wudong also took out a professional exploration device, which clearly marked the location of the ore and the depth of the pit. The current depth of the pit was only about 30 meters, and this huge bluestone was connected to the mountain. It was impossible to move it. Moreover, within a 10-mile radius, the ground and underground were all stone. No wonder many people accepted the commission but couldn't complete it. Bombing? Impossible, that would turn the ore into dust. Bro, this ore is very important to me. I solemnly tell you as the young master of the Beast Tamer Alliance, as long as you get the ore, the reward will be paid, and I owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Shinshen was taken aback. He didn't expect the seemingly unreliable guy to be the young master of the Beast Tamer Alliance. It's worth noting that the 11th Bureau he wanted to join was just the eastern branch of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Was he about to latch onto a big shot? Alright, I'll give it a try. For the resources needed for the evolution of the Queen Ant and the crisis brought by killing that Songbei Snow Wolf, Shinshen had to think of every possible way to improve himself, and this commission was the best opportunity. Mining? There was nothing more suitable than the evolved ant soldiers. Whoosh! Wudong only felt a flash of black light in front of him, and in an instant, he was plunged into the pit, followed by a series of cracking sounds. What the hell? When Wudong saw the black light rapidly gnawing at the giant rock at the bottom of the pit through the exploration equipment, he couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, Wudong's gaze towards Shinshen changed. Brother, you can't be the Shinshen who recently made a contract with just an ant, right? What's wrong with that? Shinshen replied with a non-committal smile. I, Wudong, don't owe anyone a favor. This 100,000 is just a fee for you running errands, brother. Wudong smiled as he took out 100,000, not knowing why he had cash on him. What, you don't want the ore anymore? Shinshen was slightly taken aback. This guy wanted to back out. Brother, one should have self-awareness, an ant can't possibly. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from the exploration equipment, and a red dot appeared on the marked location. Damn! Wudong's eyes widened as he looked at the ore that was already partially exposed, momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with shock. In just a few minutes, an ant had actually dug over 10 meters in a pit full of stones. Who would believe that? Brother. Do you want to continue? Shinshen was speechless and did not order the ant soldiers to retreat but instead looked at Wudong with a scrutinizing expression. Slap. Continue. Wudong slapped himself hard, a hint of a flattering smile appearing on his face, but the next moment, it was replaced by disbelief. So many ants. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. A total of 16 soldier ants appeared on the exploration equipment, quickly digging towards the ore in the center from various directions. 10 minutes later, 16 leafcutter soldier ants carefully lifted a piece of ore shimmering with a blue-gold hue and slowly walked out. Squeak! It seemed to be showing off as the soldier ants stopped in front of Shinshen. Wow, haha, my blue-gold ore. Wudong immediately threw down the exploration equipment and lunged forward crazily, wanting to grab the so-called blue-gold ore. Bang! Unexpectedly, the soldier ants suddenly launched an attack, directly knocking him away, and the dark red compound eyes became even more intense with a fiery glow. No way you can snatch food from the ants. Are you okay? Shinshen was also a bit startled, but when he saw Wudong running back with a pained expression, he finally relaxed. Saying this, he recalled the soldier ants and placed the blue gold ore in Wudong's hands. Good brother, I, Wudong, recognize you as my brother. Wudong smiled as he accepted the blue gold ore, but when he looked at the 16 soldier ants, a serious expression appeared in his eyes. With his status as the young master of the Demon Control Alliance, he could naturally tell that these soldier ants were not simple. He hadn't even seen the attack of that soldier ant with his strength. Terrifying. This guy is not simple. Thinking of this, Wudong said seriously, brother, how about joining the Demon Control Alliance? The Demon Control Alliance. Shinshen was somewhat tempted. After all, the 11 bureau he wanted to join was affiliated with the Demon Control Alliance. However, he also knew that even if the other party was the young master of the Wu family in the capital, the actual controller of the Demon Control Alliance, it would still be quite difficult to join solely based on that identity. With his current strength, even if he joined, he wouldn't be valued and would waste a favor. Moreover, there were still troubles at hand. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. I will definitely join the Demon Control Alliance, but not now. Shinshen declined Wudong's goodwill, which instead made the other party look at him with new eyes, knowing that the favor of the young master of the Wu family in the capital was quite significant. During the subsequent small talk, Wudong became increasingly curious about the number of soldier ants under Shinshen's command, but this question was quickly overshadowed when he learned that Su Qianxue was actually from the Su family in the capital. After that, Wudong hurriedly left. I never expected that Captain Su Qianxue is actually from the Su family in the capital. The school team is truly filled with hidden talents. Shinshen sighed, then also left the stone factory. As soon as he entered the East City area, Shinshen felt as if he was being watched. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but after wandering through several streets, he confirmed that the two people following him were definitely after him. Seeking revenge? Thinking back to what had happened before, Shin Chen began to devise a plan in his mind. East City Beast Tamer Association Branch. I need a Beast Evolution Room. Every branch of the Beast Tamer Association has an evolution room for beasts, and almost all recognized beast tamers choose this place for their pet's evolution. 10,000 for beginner, 20,000 for intermediate, 50,000 for advanced. Which level do you want, little brother? The old man in charge of registration glanced at Shin Chen, his face breaking into a professional smile, though the wrinkles made his smile seem somewhat eerie. Intermediate, 10 hours. Shin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, it was too expensive. Reluctantly transferring 200,000, along with the 30,000 spent on beast blood and flesh earlier, the 150,000 he received from Zhao Shichen had instantly halved. Fortunately, Wu Dong had given him $1 million before. It could still last for a while. Little treasure, one male guest in room 16, let's check in. With the old man's shout, a young man immediately came over and led Shin Chen to the evolution room number 16. Hearing this, Shin Chen's face darkened as he casually glanced at the entrance before hurriedly stepping inside. Inside the beast evolution room, Shin Chen summoned the queen of the flying blade ants and 20 soldier ants, immediately taking out a piece of black bear heart and a piece of gray wolf chest meat, placing them on the evolution platform in the center. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The queen of the flying blade ants focused on the black bear heart, while the soldier ants surrounded the gray wolf chest meat. The two chunks of bloody beast meat began to visibly diminish in size. Buzz! A faint light shield slowly illuminated around the evolution platform, not only protecting the evolution from interference but also allowing the beasts to absorb the energy from the blood and flesh to the maximum extent. This is why most beast tamers choose this place. Huh, what's going on? Shin Chen noticed that while the soldier ants were consuming the gray wolf chest meat, the two antennae on their heads were rhythmically vibrating, with a faint bloodline connecting towards the queen of the flying blade ants. Then, the queen of the flying blade ants slightly shifted her body, and these bloodlines instantly became transparent, appearing every minute thereafter. Is the offspring transmitting energy to the mother? Seeing this, Shin Chen understood that the soldier ants were conveying energy to the queen of the flying blade ants. After the mother evolved, these soldier ants would inherit her attributes. In fact, it was possible to not let the soldier ants consume anything right now. However, the benefit of this was that the queen of the flying blade ants' evolution speed was invisibly accelerated. This should be due to the queen of the flying blade ants' bloodline being reforged, as the previous evolution did not occur this way, they were each independent. 1 hour later, the black bear heart was halved, and only 1/3 of the gray wolf chest meat remained. The queen of the flying blade ants has absorbed a massive amount of energy, reaching the evolution standard. The queen of the flying blade ants has successfully evolved, attributes enhanced. With the system prompt sounding, the queen of the flying blade ants trembled slightly, and after a flash of bloodlight around her body, she successfully evolved. Name, Cockroach Queen, Level, Tier 2, Quality, Intermediate Rare, Talent, Super Fertility, Light of Favor, Loyalty, 100%. At the same time, the changes in the cockroach soldier were similar to those of the queen, but the movements were much quieter. The following time was a long wait. Perhaps it was because the last meal of Hellfire wolf meat had brought the cockroach queen to the limit of her advancement. It was only 3 hours after the first advancement that the second one arrived. During this period, Shin Chen also. Now, the cockroach queen had already reached Tier 3. I hope to advance another tier, that way, I would have a better chance of passing the intermediate beast master assessment. Shin Chen nervously stared at the cockroach queen. At this moment, all the energy in the evolution platform surged towards her, forming a thin blood-red light membrane around her. Seeing that the cockroach queen was unable to advance, Shin Chen threw in 2 snow leopard gallbladders at once. Boom! The blood light soared into the sky. After receiving the energy supplement, the cockroach queen advanced once again as expected. Ha! Shin Chen let out a long breath. This advancement had exhausted all resources, except for that beast pet evolution pill. The cockroach queen had advanced 3 tiers in a row. The cockroach soldiers also inherited all the attributes of their queen. Name, Cockroach Soldier, Level, Tier 4, Quality, Intermediate Rare, Traits, Rapid March, Compound Eye Attack. Through this advancement, Shin Chen discovered that the resources required for the cockroach queen's advancement had nearly doubled. After a rough calculation, he realized that all the resources combined were still insufficient to meet the requirements for advancing to Tier 5. It was so damn expensive. After leaving the evolution room, Shin Chen immediately applied for the Beast Master level assessment. The assessment for Beast Masters is divided into 3 stages: Mental Threshold Test, Physiological Threshold Test, and Comprehensive Ability Test for Beast Pets. As long as these 3 tests meet the standards, one can obtain the corresponding level of Beast Master rating. After the Cockroach Queen advanced to Tier 4, Xin Shen's Beast Master attributes also saw a slight increase, with both mental and physiological thresholds making small breakthroughs. Host, Xin Shen, Beast Pet, Cockroach Queen, Mental Threshold, 41, Physiological Threshold, 28, Talent 1, Demon Rule, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Demon Rule, Blessed by the Demon God. After obtaining any quality Beast Pet, you can evolve by consuming blood and flesh. The higher the level of the blood and flesh consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. The second talent, Otherworldly Lord, has yet to be activated. Xin Shen speculated that aside from his own attributes not meeting the standards, it was very likely that, as the name suggests, the Beast Pet must at least reach the Lord level to activate it. Finally got the Intermediate Beast Master badge. Half an hour later, Xin Shen walked out of the Beast Master Association with a joyful expression, holding a bronze badge, which was the symbol of an Intermediate Beast Master. The sky darkened. After wandering around, Xin Shen did not go home directly. The guy who had been following him appeared again. To be precise, since entering the Beast Master Association, that guy had never left. This information cost him 10,000 coins from an old man. The East City is vast, with many narrow alleys, where unfamiliar corpses are often discovered. Clearly, East City is not as safe as the officials claim. At least for Xin Shen now, he sensed a hint of danger. Step, step, step. The footsteps behind him were very regular, maintaining a certain distance. The mysterious figure, shrouded in a black cloak, revealed a sinister smile in their eyes after confirming Xin Shen's direction. Damn it, this guy is really coming for me. Xin Shen's speed gradually increased, but he couldn't shake off the mysterious person's pursuit, and his expression darkened. Zhao Shichen. It must be because of Zhao Shichen. He knew very well that he had hardly offended anyone, except for Zhao Shichen, but he didn't expect the other party's revenge to come so quickly. Having money makes one willful, and it's quite troublesome. Xin Shen forced a bitter smile and turned into a narrow alley nearby, which was his intended destination. At the end of the alley, Xin Shen suddenly stopped and turned to look back in the direction he had come from. What's wrong? Not running anymore? The mysterious figure in black looked at the suddenly halted prey, his voice slightly hoarse, and a playful smile flickered in his constantly flashing eyes. How much did they pay you? I'll give you double. This was the first time Xin Shen had been chased, and his voice was slightly tense. Ha, young man, do you think someone like me cares about those external things? The mysterious man shook his head, willing to let this soon-to-be extinguished life say a few more words. Whether it was a last word or a hobby of appreciating fear, this killer known as Night Owl did not know that the seemingly terrified boy before him had already prepared a deadly trap for him. Then, how about this? Xin Shen took out a Beast Pet Evolution Pill, his eyes filled with the desire to survive. Upon seeing the Beast Pet Evolution Pill, a look of shock appeared in Night Owl's eyes. He didn't expect this boy to have such a rare item in his hands. Did he not know the principle of not revealing wealth? However, Night Owl was unaware that at the moment he was stunned, several protrusions the size of soccer balls had appeared on the walls of the alley, quietly hidden in the shadows of the night. Naive boy! Night Owl scoffed, raising his hand as a faint light flickered, and a blood-red bat with large wings and eyes like copper bells appeared above his head. Advanced Magical Beast, Bloodthirsty Bat. Its eyes were like copper bells, and its wings bore bloodlines like tendons, a sign of about to advance to an elite magical beast. Moreover, flying magical beasts were more troublesome than other magical beasts of the same rank. One last question, who exactly are you, so I can die knowing? A serious expression appeared on Xin Shen's face. The other party was likely an intermediate beast master about to advance to a higher level. Someone capable of such actions would definitely be much stronger than the flaunting rich second-generation Zhao Shichen. My name is Night Owl, young man, it's time to hit the road. As Night Owl's voice fell, the bloodthirsty bat flapped its wings and lunged at Xin Shen like lightning. Kill! With no choice, Xin Shen directly threw out the flying ant soldier, crashing it into the oncoming bloodthirsty bat. Bang! The powerful force of the flying ant soldier collided with the bloodthirsty bat's wings. Although it didn't cause any damage, it did stop the bat's fierce charge. Interesting! Night Owl murmured upon seeing this, and the bloodthirsty bat flapped its wings again, its feathers like blades, shooting towards Xin Shen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xin Shen hurriedly dodged, not expecting the bloodthirsty bat's feathers could be used as weapons. He glanced at the cut on his left shoulder, his expression growing more serious. At that moment, Night Owl suddenly twisted and lunged forward, wanting to strike simultaneously and quickly kill Xin Shen. Bang! Bang! Two beams of black light reappeared as Night Owl swatted the flying ant soldier away, revealing a ferocious face in the night, and his fist slammed hard into Xin Shen's chest. Bang! Xin Shen was sent flying, crashing into the corner of the alley, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. The attack from the beast pet was a ruse. Night Owl truly wanted to end Shin Chen's life with his own hands. You didn't die. Night Owl was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting Shin Chen to have such strong physique. Kill! At that moment, Shin Chen shouted sharply, and the Night Owl instinctively wanted to defend itself, but unexpectedly, a piercing scream echoed from the sky. Caw! Blood rained down from the air, feathers swirling everywhere. The corpse of a blood bat fell from the sky, its already small head smashed into a pulp, completely unrecognizable. Crack! 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 Amid the continuous sounds of landing, 20 Scythe Ant soldiers descended from the sky, surrounding the Night Owl, their compound eyes gradually blooming with flames. At the same time, Shin Chen, who had been knocked against the wall, slowly stood up, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, which only made his smile more sinister. Long before entering this dead-end alley, Shin Chen had already set up a killing trap. 10 Scythe Ant soldiers had been lying in wait on the wall before the Night Owl appeared, all for this lethal strike. Originally, these were prepared for the Night Owl, but unexpectedly, the opponent's beast pet turned out to be a flying blood bat, forcing him to take the Night Owl's strike to seize the opportunity to decapitate the blood bat in one blow. Night Owl, ranked 136 on the Demon Beast Alliance's wanted list, with a bounty of 800,000. The bounty is nice, but what I can't understand is, with a small character like you, who gave you the courage to come kill me alone? Even if I'm not that great, I'm still a mid-level beast master. Do you really look down on me that much? And why the hell are you talking so much? When the Night Owl announced its name, Shin Chen already knew that the opponent was on the Demon Beast Alliance's wanted list, but he didn't expect this guy to be so talkative, giving him more preparation time, and finally delivering a fatal blow to the blood bat. Looking at the blood bat on the ground with its head smashed to bits, Shin Chen felt inexplicably excited. I have to say, the feeling of a headshot is really satisfying. At this moment, the Night Owl, however, wore a face of disbelief, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Mid-level beast master. 20 giant ants. Not 10 ants, but a beast master with a rating? Wasn't it said that the Tsun-Bei Snow Wolf was decapitated because of a sneak attack? No, the blood bat also died from a sneak attack. The Night Owl finally realized that not only had it underestimated this seemingly harmless boy, but even the person who had informed it probably didn't know that this guy actually had 20 giant ants capable of headshots. Boom! 20 fiery rays shot out, and the Night Owl refused to die. Cause of death: too much talking. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Rubbing his somewhat sore chest, Shin Chen commanded the Scythe Ant soldiers to begin devouring the blood bat, strands of blood quickly disappearing into the beast space. Crack! 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 Just as Shin Chen was about to leave, a crisp applause suddenly rang out, sounding exceptionally harsh in the quiet alley. The moment the applause began, Shin Chen's expression instantly turned tense. If another beast master of similar strength to the Night Owl showed up now, he really might not be able to handle it. Bold and meticulous, decisive and ruthless. As the voice sounded, two figures appeared at the alley's entrance, an old man and a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and an appreciative expression. Shin Chen recognized the old man as the principal of Dongcheng No. 1 High School. As for the middle-aged man, Shin Chen had never seen him before, but he sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 20 Scythe Ant soldiers quietly appeared, surrounding Shin Chen, and in the compound eyes that had previously fired fiery rays, flames began to slowly gather. Hee, don't be so nervous. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, several figures appeared again on the walls on both sides of the alley. Principal of No. 7 High School, Su Qianxue, Lu Jun, and Wu Dong, who had just parted ways not long ago. Seeing these people suddenly appear, Shin Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. What the hell? Brother, didn't expect to see you again so soon, right? Wu Dong is quite the sociable one, jumping down from the wall with a smile to greet Shin Chen, though he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. 20 giant ants. This guy actually held back on the incident at the stone factory in the west of the city. Meanwhile, Su Qianxue's eyes were filled with disbelief. They had just witnessed Shin Chen kill the Night Owl, and that made her even more astonished. Even she, a high-level beast master with the Lord-level underworld Black Phoenix, could not casually kill someone on the Demon Alliance's wanted list, even if Night Owl's rank was low. Yet, this guy she looked down upon actually did it. Bold, meticulous, planning ahead, using the small to defeat the large, and striking with certainty, it's undeniable, we underestimated you. You've truly surprised us. The middle-aged man did not hide his admiration, turning to the principal of No. 7 High School, Old Wang, your No. 7 is really going to turn things around this time. Principal Wang of No. 7 High School wore a joyful expression, not expecting Shin Chen to give him such a big surprise, attracting this person's attention. Student Shinshen, if you are willing, I can immediately arrange for your transfer. You can set the conditions, how about it? The principal of East City No. 1 High School, the old man, was even more direct, wanting to take Shinshen away right away. Shinshen was speechless, but his previously tense mood began to relax. Old Xia, that's not fair. This test was led by our 11th Bureau, and we discovered this student's talent, so what you're doing isn't quite right, is it? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. What, Yi Qing, do you want to compete with me? Old Xie glared, and Yi Qing, the middle-aged man, smiled without speaking. In the ensuing conversation, Shinshen finally understood that this was a coincidental layout targeting him. Ever since that night of blood-red phenomena, the 11th Bureau quickly investigated Shinshen, though they hadn't directly found him. However, after the incident with Zhao Shichen, they had to intervene. Especially since, based on the evolution information of the beasts provided by Shinshen, the Beast Master Association had already made some research progress. As a result, Shinshen was bound to attract attention from above. Coincidentally, the wanted criminal Night Owl took on a task from a mysterious person and entered East City, which led to this test under the clever arrangement of the 11th Bureau. However, no one expected that Shinshen would give them such a big surprise. Not only did he effortlessly kill Night Owl, but he also showcased the power of 20 soldier ants. So, among the two who were following me, one is from the 11th Bureau? Shinshen seemed to recall something and looked up at Yi Qing. That's right. For a rising star like you, protective measures are necessary. As the head of the 11th Bureau, Yi Qing was surprised that Shinshen had noticed another person's tracking. Stop rambling, student Shinshen. I'll ask you one thing, do you want to transfer to No. 1 High School? I can guarantee you the best resources. Seeing the two still wanting to talk, old Xia directly interrupted. I represent the Demon Alliance's 11th Bureau, inviting student Shinshen to join. No need for another test, you can directly become a green-robed demon hunter. Aside from mandatory demon hunting missions, it won't affect your studies, Yi Qing said, turning to Principal Wang of No. 7 High School. Of course, it won't affect his ability to bring honor to No. 7 in the national competition. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue was once again stunned. The Demon Alliance has 4 ranks of demon hunters, gold, purple, green, and black, and the difficulty of joining is extremely high. It can be said that those who can join the Demon Alliance as Beast Masters are more than 90% capable of being invincible at the same level, and even fighting beyond their rank is not out of the question. The remaining 10% can only be joined by Beast Masters with special abilities. As for Su Qianxue, she also went through no less than 10 assessments before successfully joining the Demon Beast Alliance, but she is merely a black-robed demon hunter. However, with Shinshen's current strength, it seems he does not qualify to become a green-robed demon hunter, right? I will not leave Qizhong. As soon as these words were spoken, both the principal of Qizhong and Lu Jun revealed a hint of a smile. This child, so righteous. Humph. The principal of Yizhong, Xia Lao, snorted coldly and left in a huff. Shinshen was speechless. This old man had quite the temper. Shinshen, a student from Class 1, Grade 2 of Dongqing Qizhong, assessed as a mid-level beast master, with the beast pet Feilian Ant Queen, of mid-level rare quality. I am willing to join the 11th Bureau of the Demon Beast Alliance, to eradicate evil and protect the lights of thousands of homes. Shinshen generously stated his information, not worried at all about anyone eavesdropping. If there were still people daring to eavesdrop with Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau present, then he might as well give up his position as the leader. Good. What a statement to eradicate evil and protect the lights of thousands of homes. Yi Qing's eyes revealed an unmistakable smile, not just because of Shinshen's information, but also due to his phrase to protect the lights of thousands of homes, which is the very duty of the Demon Beast Alliance. A mid-level rare quality beast pet is quite rare even in the Beast Master Association. Su Qianxue and the others could hardly conceal their shock. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? Then, can I see your true strength now? Yi Qing asked with a smile, shocking everyone. Could this guy still be holding back? Shinshen blinked, seemingly contemplating something. In an instant, he raised his hand. Several streams of black light shot out, and after the Feilian Ant Queen reached the 4th tier, a total of 40 Feilian Ant soldiers spread out majestically in front of her. The dense chirping sounds and the flames almost spewing from their compound eyes instantly made everyone's scalp tingle. Hiss! A series of rapid inhalations echoed in the quiet alley. After the incident in the alley, Shinshen finally gained the recognition of Su Qianxue and the others. At the same time, this harvest was significant. First, the Feilian Ant Queen upgraded to level 4, enhancing both the overall attributes of the beast pet and Shinshen's own attributes as a beast master. After being assessed as a mid-level beast master, with Yi Qing's help, Shin Chen received a monthly subsidy of 200,000, which was already the limit for his level. Secondly, there were rewards from the 11th Bureau, which were even more generous than the subsidies from the Beast Master Association. In addition to the fixed 500,000 for green-robed demon hunters each month, Yi Qing also applied for 2 pieces of high-grade beast meat based on Shin Chen's needs, a benefit that others did not have. Of course, all of this was based on Shin Chen's strength far exceeding that of his peers. My utilization of the ant soldiers is still somewhat superficial. In the beast pet training ground of the Dongqing 11th Bureau, after a life-and-death battle, Shin Chen realized his problem. He was too superficial in his use of the Feilian ant soldiers. Especially after listening to Yi Qing's personal explanations and analyses, particularly those combat experiences derived from actual battles, Shin Chen felt somewhat ashamed. According to Yi Qing, with his current strength, he could completely achieve a no-damage instant kill against a night owl. Apart from individual strength, your advantage lies in numbers. How to utilize these depends on you. You must never hold back against enemies, nor think of trading injuries for injuries or lives for lives. Just like how you stubbornly withstood the night owl before, that was simply foolish. If the night owl had a lethal strike and did not underestimate you, the scene would probably be different now. Since it is confirmed that they are enemies, why show off unnecessary moves? Every strike must be a killing blow, you must never harbor any luck. Yi Qing watched as Shin Chen, deep in thought, turned to leave. He was quite satisfied with this guy whom he had personally recruited into the 11th Bureau. Groundless pride and inexplicable confidence led to carelessness. When did he start feeling these emotions? Without the demon law system, without this sudden talent from the heavens, without the numerical advantage, what would happen if he faced a killer like Night Owl? The outcome was clear, he would definitely die. Even against Zhao Shichen under such conditions, he couldn't guarantee victory. After pondering for a long time, Shin Chen summoned the Feilian ant soldiers and began to think about how to effectively utilize his powerful advantages. The Feilian ant soldiers perfectly inherited the attributes of their mother body, and after another upgrade, their strength had become terrifying. For a high-level magical beast like the Cangbai Snow Wolf, just one ant soldier could break through its defenses. However, Shin Chen had not yet maximized this power. For a period of time afterward, Shin Chen focused on how to fully exploit the characteristics of the ant soldiers and effectively utilize their numbers. Thus, in the training ground of the 11th Bureau, Shin Chen began various tests, completely safe and without worry of being disturbed. Bang bang bang. Squeak squeak squeak. Shin Chen controlled the Feilian ant soldiers to adopt various postures. No, various attack methods. Straight line attacks, group combos, flanking maneuvers, throwing attacks, fire ray crossfire. He tried every conceivable attack method, and his control and utilization of the Feilian ant soldiers quickly put him into a state of oblivion. Not bad, knowing shame and then courage, this kid is quite good. Shin Chen was unaware that on the top floor of the 11th Bureau's building, 2 figures were watching him in the training ground, occasionally commenting. Until now, he had truly entered the sight of the higher-ups. In this state of oblivion, Shin Chen's thoughts became increasingly active. Ant swarm tactics. Before long, Shin Chen determined his direction from the myriad of ideas. How can I fully unleash the power of the ant soldiers with the diversity and flexibility of ant swarm tactics? Shin Chen furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, relying solely on a single attack method will definitely be difficult to cope with complex and changing battle scenarios. I need to think about how to make the ant soldiers cooperate with each other to form more efficient combat combinations. Reconnaissance, vanguard, squad-style assaults, encirclement, charge, dispersed strikes. As his thoughts became clearer, Shin Chen began to control these 40 ant soldiers as if they were an army. On the training ground, the ant soldiers began to practice according to Shin Chen's methods. If part of the ant soldiers acts as the vanguard to attract the enemy's attention, then the other ant soldiers can launch surprise attacks from the sides or the rear. Shin Chen stroked his chin and continued to talk to himself. I also need to think about how to use environmental factors to enhance the combat power of the ant swarm, for example, in complex terrain areas, allowing the ant soldiers to use the terrain advantage for concealment and attacks. With this thought, the ant soldiers on the field quickly changed, treating an open space as a target. 3 ant soldiers charged forward, while 4 squads spread out to the flanks, finally converging in the middle of the open space. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the center of the open space under the attack of the ant soldiers. 3 hours later, Shin Chen had made some progress in the application of ant swarm tactics. Encirclement, surprise attacks, infiltration, individual assaults, and so on. Although there were still many shortcomings, a prototype had already taken shape. Then, based on the ant swarm tactics, Shin Chen added the characteristic of forced march, which brought about earth-shattering changes in both offense and retreat. For example, in the case of a normal speed attack, if the characteristic of rapid marching is suddenly activated, it will definitely catch the opponent off guard, leading to confusion caused by misjudgment, making the attacks of the ant soldiers even more sudden. The leaf-cutting ant soldiers can engage head-on or act as ambush assassins, and the combined lethality of both is terrifying. At this moment, Shin Shen urgently needed some opponents to validate his assumptions. Everything must be tested in real combat. It seems that I will be busy for a while. As Shin Shen thought, in the following days, apart from occasionally going home, he spent most of his time running back and forth between the school and the 11th Bureau. The school team had added a new teammate, and aside from regular training, Shin Shen spent most of his time researching ant swarm tactics in the 11th Bureau, while Qin Feng, upon learning about Shin Shen's situation, looked at him with envy. The demon hunter in the green robe was even more prestigious than his identity as a high-level beast master. Moreover, joining the Beast Master Alliance meant having more privileges than ordinary Beast Masters, and these privileges could not even be interfered with by the Beast Master Association, which might have to make concessions at critical moments. Just as Shin Shen was becoming increasingly proficient in the application of ant swarm tactics, Qin Feng specifically came to inform him about the upcoming match between the 7th and 1st high schools. A match? After receiving this news, the image of Principal Xie from the 1st high school floated into Shin Shen's mind. This old man, could he be holding a grudge? Shin Shen was very willing to participate in the match against the 1st high school. After all, his current research and application of the leaf-cutting ant soldiers were still just theoretical ideas, and this match provided him with a perfect opportunity for practical testing. But his intuition told him that this sudden match might not be so simple. As for why, Shin Shen couldn't quite say. The key was that it was too sudden, not giving either side enough preparation time, almost like a spur-of-the-moment decision. His intuition told Shin Shen that this match was likely aimed at him. The East City Arena was the venue for this match. Instead of choosing the normal school exchange mode, they opted for a more public place like the arena, which was somewhat intriguing. The arena, capable of accommodating 10,000 people, was already nearly filled, with a cacophony of voices and noise. Look, the stunning duo from the 1st high school. And Xing and Zhang, absolutely the pinnacle among the 7 schools in East City. I can't believe we can see them in person today. At the entrance on the south side of the arena, the 5-member team from the 1st high school slowly walked in. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man had a resolute face, and the woman was beautiful and fresh, making people unable to help but glance at them a few more times. They were indeed the stunning duo from the 1st high school, the Yin siblings. Among the 5, one person was completely shrouded in a black robe, reminiscent of the previous Night Owl's attire, very mysterious. I really didn't expect the 1st high school to challenge the 7th high school. It has been a long time since such a public event was held. I'm quite looking forward to it. Exactly, in my opinion, there's no need at all. With the Yin siblings around, the 7th high school has no chance. We still haven't seen any students from the 7th high school. Could it be that they're too scared? Amid the discussions of the onlookers, the 5-member team from the 1st high school, led by the Yin siblings, entered the resting area. What is the principal thinking? Why would he suddenly hold this match and even specially invite an outsider? Does he think we can't compete with the 7th high school? The younger sister, and Qing, murmured softly in the resting area, her eyes sparkling as she occasionally glanced at the black-robed figure beside her. So far, apart from the principal of the 1st high school, no one knew this person's identity. Don't worry about that, we just need to focus on ourselves. And Zhang Wei squinted his eyes slightly. Although no. One high school was the initiator of this sudden confrontation match, they themselves did not know the exact reason behind it. Here they come, no. 7 high school is entering. At that moment, the crowd surged again. At the northern entrance, the No. 7 school team, led by Su Qianxue, filed in one after another. Shin Shen sat in the resting area, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. When he spotted the figure in a black robe in No. 1's resting area, he was momentarily taken aback. This guy's attire was too similar to that of a night owl. The figure in the black robe seemed to sense Shin Shen's gaze as well, casually glancing over before lowering his head again. What's going on? Haven't the principals arrived yet? Shin Shen turned to Su Qianxue. Although he was the last to learn about this confrontation match, it seemed that others were also unaware of the reason. Especially now, with neither principal from the 2 schools having shown up, and even the respective team leaders still absent, it was truly strange. I don't know. Since last night, I haven't seen the principal today, Su Qianxue replied, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity as she looked at Shin Shen, who had automatically taken the last seat. Shin Shen was speechless, this feeling was too bizarre. Finally, 10 minutes later, a stone platform several meters in diameter rose in the center of the arena, followed by a shadow descending from the sky, landing steadily on the stone platform. The shadow wore a long black robe, but unlike the others, it bore a golden crown emblem on its chest. An emperor-level beast master. As the shadow descended from the sky, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Worldwide, beast master ranks are divided into 7 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, king, emperor, legendary, and mythical, with corresponding badge colors of black iron, bronze, platinum, dark gold, and crown, while the legendary beast master badge takes the form of their beast companion. As for the mythical beast master badge, it has yet to appear. Seeing this, Shin-chan furrowed his brow slightly. The worst school in East City, no. 7 high school, even in a confrontation match against the strongest, no. 1 high school wouldn't warrant the presence of an emperor-level beast master to preside over it, right? Moreover, an emperor-level beast master is a guardian of a region. How could they be so free as to host a match for the worst school? Shin-chan was not the only one with such thoughts. Others also noticed that, up to this point, the leaders of both schools had not arrived, which was rather unusual. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy, completely losing the previous lively scene. The confrontation match between East City No. 1 High School and East City No. 7 High School officially begins. This confrontation match is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is an individual competition, and the second round is a team competition. The winner will receive a high-level beast crystal and the right to allocate league spots. Hearing the words of the emperor-level beast master, the students from other schools watching the match turned solemn. The right to allocate league spots, was it really that trivial? However, even with their dissatisfaction, they did not dare to express it. If this emperor-level beast master got angry, it would be beyond their capacity to handle. Moreover, No. 1 High School's strength in the East City 7 schools was well-deserved. Instinctively, everyone felt that this somewhat strange and hurried confrontation match would surely be won by East City No. 1 High School. As for No. 7 High School, they had not had much presence over the years. Something's not right, Shin-chan murmured unconsciously. He noticed that while speaking, the emperor-level beast master's gaze was completely directed away from anyone present, looking instead towards the direction outside the city. Don't worry about it, our task is to perform well in the match. The right to allocate league spots is quite appealing. Shin Feng, who was beside him, seemed to have heard Shin-chen's words and laughed. Shin-chen turned his head. He could clearly see a glimmer of excitement in Shin Feng's eyes. Now, according to the seating arrangement in the rest area, the first round of the individual competition begins. Watching the Imperial Beast Master who had already left, the members of both school teams exchanged glances, feeling that this was too childish. Whether it was the seating arrangement or the absence of school leaders until now, the sudden confrontation was filled with strangeness and mystery. The only host had also left at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. Ahem. Everyone from No. 1 High School, how about we each go back to our own places? At this moment, Shin-chan stepped forward. This match was no longer just a simple competition, and continuing would serve no purpose. What a joke! When did East City No. 7 dare to speak up? Just a nearly eliminated garbage school, truly unaware of their own insignificance. A curly-haired boy from No. 1 High School showed a look of disdain and mocked. Bang! A flash of black light, and the curly-haired boy was instantly sent flying as Shin-chan stepped forward. Speak carelessly again, and believe it or not, I will kill you. Ha ha! What a grand display of power. As the words fell, 2 young figures, a boy and a girl, stepped out from No. 1 High School, their gazes toward Shin-chan filled with provocation. And Zhang and Xing, the unparalleled duo of No. 1 High School. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. And Cheng proudly lifted her head, her gaze towards Shin-chan and the others filled with contempt. All along, the siblings had been the top existence among the 7 schools in East City, their goal always the National High School League, not to engage in meaningless confrontations with a school like No. 7 that existed like cannon fodder. Of course, this was also related to the history between the 2 schools. Originally, East City No. 7 was the top school, but later due to certain events, No. 1 High School not only consistently suppressed No. 7 but also received strong support from above, far surpassing No. 7 in terms of resources and more. Unconsciously, the students of No. 1 High School carried a sense of pride. Little girl, you should speak more politely, or you might hurt your tongue in the wind. Shin Feng frowned and stepped forward, his tall and strong figure giving an invisible sense of pressure. Stop with the nonsense, brother, beat him. And Xing waved her small hand, her eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Behind her, and Zhang spoke little, the type who was tough and not talkative in No. 1 High School, directly stepping forward, his eyes like knives fixed on Shin Feng. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, both summoned their respective beast pets. The Earth Demon Bear, shrouded in black light. The bloodthirsty blue-eyed violent bear. The first match of the individual competition unexpectedly turned into a duel of bears. Blue-eyed violent bear, attack. Earth Demon Bear, attack. With a roar from Qin Feng and the others, the two bear-type beast pets moved almost at the same time. In an instant, the two massive beasts met on the battlefield, resembling two moving mountains, their momentum overwhelming. The Earth Demon Bear was surrounded by swirling black light, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if showcasing its unparalleled strength to the opponent. Its massive paws were powerful, each swing creating gusts of wind that howled towards the blue-eyed violent bear. Each step made the ground tremble slightly, as if it could not bear its weight. In contrast, the blue-eyed violent bear exuded a bloodthirsty aura, its eyes glowing with a chilling blue light, revealing endless wildness and ferocity. Unlike the Earth Demon Bear, the blue-eyed violent bear appeared more agile and nimble, its sharp claws slicing through the air, glinting with a cold light. Bang! 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 The two bears collided, shaking the earth and mountains. Roar! 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 The sounds of furious roars echoed endlessly, each strike landing with force. The two beast masters had almost the same thought, wanting to use their beast pet's power to take down the opponent. However, unfortunately, the strength of the Earth Demon Bear and the blue-eyed violent bear was nearly equal, causing no substantial damage to each other. And Zhang saw the situation and frowned slightly. It was clear that he hadn't expected the strength of the opponent's beast pet to be so formidable. Although it seemed like a stalemate, he sensed a hint of danger from Qin Feng's calm expression. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Black flame. Within Zhang's furious shout, layers of black flames suddenly ignited on the Earth Demon Bear, causing the temperature in the air to rise sharply. As the black flames emerged, the Earth Demon Bear instantly turned the tide, roaring fiercely as it sent the azurite violent bear flying. Interesting, no wonder they are the unrivaled talents of the First Academy. However, if it's just like this, it's not enough. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as the azurite violent bear roared and launched another attack, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light, almost tearing apart the black flames enveloping the Earth Demon Bear. Oomph, self-righteous. I want to see how you can break through the Demon Bear's black flames. A hint of seriousness flashed in Zhang's eyes. The black flames of the Demon Bear hadn't caused any substantial damage to the opponent, which indicated that the quality of the opponent's beast pet was still above his own. In reality, although both beast pets were of the same kind, their origins were vastly different. The greatest strength of the Earth Demon Bear was the layer of black flames on its surface. Once those flames were exhausted, it would fall into a brief period of weakness, while the azurite violent bear had shown no signs of weakness so far, indicating it could withstand the attacks of the Demon Bear's black flames. No! The azurite violent bear was destroying the black flames. Each swipe of its claws could tear apart the black flames on the Demon Bear's surface, causing the flames to diminish. At this moment, the Earth Demon Bear's attacking power was still present, but its intensity had significantly decreased. The Earth Demon Bear can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Su Qianxue suddenly spoke up. Before her voice fell, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Boom! The azurite violent bear let out a furious roar, and a fierce wind began to gather around its massive body. In the blink of an eye, it swiped the Earth Demon Bear away. A chilling line of blood was raised in the air. The outcome was decided. And Zhang's face turned pale in an instant. He had actually lost. Xin Shen, who was watching, was confused. How did the Earth Demon Bear lose? It's the beast pet's skills and the attribute suppression. Su Qianxue seemed to see the confusion in Xin Shen's eyes and explained. Qin Feng's azurite violent bear is of the wind attribute, while the Earth Demon Bear is of the fire attribute. The clash of wind and fire is hard to determine, but with the addition of beast pet skills, the situation can change in an instant. Qin Feng's beast pet skill is Stormfist, and he has perfected the beast control technique, allowing him to control the azurite violent bear's actions at will. Compared to his opponent, who only knows how to attack using the beast pet's inherent characteristics, he is far superior. Beast pet skills, beast control technique? After hearing Su Qianxue's words, Xin Shen felt a bit overwhelmed. He knew about beast pet skills, but what was the beast control technique? You don't know about these? Su Qianxue was somewhat speechless upon noticing Xin Shen's expression. I really haven't learned the beast control technique. In fact, because Xin Shen had previously been unable to contract a beast pet, he hadn't paid attention to anything related to beast tamers. Even the mention of beast pet skills was something he had only heard casually from Yi Qing during the 11th round. As for the relationship between beast pet characteristics and beast pet skills, he truly had no idea. The cold and aloof Su Qianxue explaining these things to him, was this a gesture of goodwill? Beside them, Su Qianxue gently tapped her forehead. How could someone who could instantly kill a killer like Night Owl not have learned the beast control technique? If he hadn't learned the beast control technique, how could he control 40 Scythe Ant soldiers with such ease? This guy was hiding deep. In the arena, the cold-faced Qing approached her brother, her gaze towards Qin Feng filled with hatred. You actually dared to hurt my brother. Qing had never thought that her brother would be defeated, let alone by an opponent from the East City No. 7 middle school, whom they had always looked down upon. Hey, little sister, can't you take a loss? Qin Feng scoffed, clearly disdainful of Qing's reaction. Shinshin felt the same. If this weren't a competition, based on the earlier performance, Qin Feng definitely had the ability to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. At best, the Yin family siblings were just considered decent in this small place called East City. You're dead. Suddenly, Qing's eyes turned blood red. At the same time, a massive figure slowly poked its head out behind her. Just when everyone thought Qing was about to explode, the somewhat ethereal head behind her suddenly vanished quickly. Crack! Immediately after, a loud noise echoed through the clear sky, and the heavens darkened in an instant. Countless black clouds rapidly gathered and formed, spreading a pitch-black net over East City. Boom! Another loud sound shook the earth. The black net descended with lightning speed, targeting the crowd gathered at the East City arena. You vile creature, how dare you! A thunderous roar rang out, the voice belonging to the previously mentioned Emperor-level Beast Master, followed by a massive fiery red shadow rising from somewhere in East City. Boom boom boom! Ka! The legendary beast pet, the flame blue bird. Countless fiery rays instantly struck the black net, continuously devouring the energy within it. You all disperse quickly! The Emperor-level Beast Master's voice rang out again, clearly directed at the people below in the square. However, at this moment, the black net in the sky had already shattered under the bombardment of the fiery rays, yet the fragments still contained immense energy, as if controlled by someone, rapidly descending towards the crowd in the square. Run! As the Emperor-level Beast Master's voice echoed, Shinshin shouted loudly and quickly ran towards the south gate. Ah! Help! I don't want to die! The crowd scattered in panic. Cries of despair rose and fell. The sounds of explosions from the falling black net were incessant, accompanied by the stench of burning flesh wafting through the air. Among the nearly 10,000 people in the arena, nearly 1,000 had already lost their lives in the explosion of the black net fragments. Perhaps they had never imagined that they would lose their lives just by watching a match. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed in the sky, and a dark red claw shadow once again smashed down towards the square. Flame hammer! A hammer came crashing down. The fiery giant hammer transformed from the flame blue bird directly struck the dark red claw shadow. Boom! The impact from the flame blue bird caused the dark red claw shadow to veer off its original path, but its descent did not stop, still reaching for the south gate of the square. Damn it! Seeing the claw shadow crashing down from above, Shinshin could only curse, his body taking off towards the outside of the city. Meanwhile, claw shadows of various sizes fell one after another, but they were shattered by a sudden appearance of a group of black-robed figures. The Demon Control Alliance's 11th Bureau, the black-robed demon hunters. The arena had turned into a wasteland, filled with the sounds of wailing. This is truly damned. The Emperor-level Beast Master looked at the scene in the ruins, his face extremely grim. He looked up. A dozen figures were rushing towards him from a distance. How could it come out? When these figures stopped, the Emperor-level Beast Master hurriedly questioned. These figures were the demon hunters led by Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau, along with the higher-ups from East City's 7 schools, including the principals of No. 7 Middle School and No. 1 Middle School, Lu Jun among them. The group was covered in blood, as if they had just experienced a bloody battle. The seal has loosened, and the Dark Lord's final desperate strike has released that blood serpent. Yi Qing's face was grim. He had thought that this time the ambush on the Dark Lord would go smoothly. Although they succeeded, they had unleashed an even more terrifying creature. What are the casualties? What about the hidden beast slaves? Upon hearing this, the Beast Master of the Emperor paused momentarily. Beast slaves are humans controlled by those so-called never-to-submit magical beasts. They use some method to appear normal, only revealing their true nature when their lives are threatened, and the magical beasts that can control humans are at least of Lord level. The Dark Lord they had designed to encircle this time was a demonized giant lion, at peak Lord level. This impromptu competition was meant to root out the beast slaves hidden in East City, allowing for a more secure response to potential beast tides in the future. However, unexpectedly, they had not only failed to capture the beast slaves but had also lost some people to the blood serpent. This was a definite slap in the face. Director Yi, the casualties aren't too severe, but some students have been taken and Jia siblings from No. 1 High School, Shinshen from No. 7, and He Xiaoying from No. 4. These were all students we needed to pay close attention to. At that moment, a black-robed demon hunter came to report. What? You said Shinshen was taken. Damn it, why him of all people? Upon hearing this, the principal of No. 7, Lu Jun, and Yi Qing's expressions immediately darkened. Why him? The siblings have been confirmed as beast slaves, and they are of a very high level. As for Shinshen, do you care about him? The emperor-level beast master frowned slightly and said, Sigh. Principal Xie of No. 1 High School's face instantly paled upon hearing this. Clearly, he also had doubts about the siblings, but it was hard to accept once it was confirmed. Who would have thought that the unparalleled talents of East City No. 1 High School would turn out to be disgraceful beast slaves? Old Gu, you may not know, but the recent research by the association was inspired by this student named Shinshen, and he himself is a rare genius, contracting ordinary creatures as his beast pets, which evolved into rare quality after that. The higher-ups are paying close attention. Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have personally recruited him into the 11th Bureau, even using my privileges to promote him to a blue-robed demon hunter. Upon hearing this, Old Gu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Rare quality beast pets are not common, especially those that evolved from ordinary creatures. Currently, there are none like it. His beast pet evolves by consuming flesh and blood? Suddenly, Old Gu seemed to remember something and asked. Yes, could it be? Yi Qing's brows furrowed as if he had thought of something. Director Yi, we must find Shinshen. Principal Wang of No. 7 said with a bitter face. It was not easy to find a good seedling, and he had spent a great deal to bring in 2 external aides from the capital, plus that little witch from the Chu family. Next year's national competition would definitely see No. 7 ranked. But now, Shinshen had been mistakenly abducted to that terrifying place, Lake Heart Island. Just thinking about Lake Heart Island made Wang Yi involuntarily shrink his neck. Don't worry, that blood serpent was heavily injured by me just now, and with nearly 100 years of sealing, it's fortunate if a legendary magical beast retains half its strength. Old Gu smiled slightly and continued, as long as that kid isn't unfortunate enough to be dragged directly into the blood serpent's lair, perhaps there might still be some gains. Hearing Old Gu's explanation, Wang Yi and the tense Lu Jun felt somewhat relieved, but their anxiety quickly returned. After all, legends are still legends, no matter how weak, they are not something a mid-level beast master like Shinshen can compare to. Enough, this time it's my fault for not guarding my home well. Let's go to the island in the lake and take a look at that blood dragon to see just how much strength it has left. Old Gu shook his head and turned to leave. Then thank you, Old Gu. Shinshen had not expected that the competition he was somewhat looking forward to was actually a trap. Even knowing this now was of no use. After the dark red claw shadow took Shinshen away, it suddenly dissipated in the air above a lake island nearly 100 miles from East City, causing Shinshen to plummet from several dozen meters high. At the same time, a weak roar echoed from deep within the island, gradually fading away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind howled, and the speed of descent was terrifying. Shinshen fell uncontrollably towards a patch of blood-red ground below like a cannonball. Could it be that I'm going to die like this? In an instant, Shinshen recalled many things. I haven't even married yet. A desperate roar echoed from the sky. I can't just die like this. In an instant, the desire to survive awakened Shinshen, and his gaze locked onto a giant rock protruding from the blood-red ground below. Fleeting Scythe-Ant soldiers. Compound Eye attack. As 40 fleeting Scythe-Ant soldiers were summoned by Shinshen, countless fiery rays shot madly towards the giant rock. Boom! The giant rock exploded with a loud bang. The shockwave from the explosion sent Shinshen flying at an angle. March! The debris-laden shockwave did not harm the ant soldiers. A faint black light suddenly rose beneath Shinshen, and he was thrown into a nearby pool of blood. Bang! The stench of blood splattered, and most of the falling debris was blocked by the fleeting Scythe-Ant soldiers. That hurts like hell. Shinshen struggled to stand up, feeling as if his body was falling apart, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. His eyes were met with a sea of blood. A continuously rolling blood-red pit gurgled, occasionally surfacing the bones of unknown magical beasts. In the distance, tall iron-blue trees were shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist, looking quite eerie. Blood Marsh, the unique iron-blue trees. Forbidden area of East City, Lake Island. In an instant, Shinshen thought of this name, and his face turned pale. Although he hadn't paid much attention to some information before having a contracted beast, the most mentioned place by various instructors and class head Lu Jun was Lake Island. Lake Island was not natural but man-made. 50 years ago, a massive beast tide nearly destroyed all the cities near East City, and the appearance of 6 legendary magical beasts caused the population in this area to plummet by 2/3. This was the largest disaster since the global beast calamity. The Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Hunter Alliance urgently dispatched nearly 100 king-level beast tamers and 4-colored demon hunters, even sending a legendary beast tamer. In that battle, less than one-third of the surviving beast tamers made it out alive, and that legendary beast tamer was severely injured. Ultimately, 5 of the 6 legendary magical beasts fell, and 1 was heavily wounded and sealed deep within Lake Island. Afterwards, the Beast Tamer Association sent a large number of personnel to rebuild East City and forcibly created a lake island in what was originally land, densely packed with mechanisms and assisted by formations, all to seal and exhaust this legendary magical beast. Shin Shen speculated that the master of the dark red claw shadow that had captured him was likely the last legendary magical beast, the Blood Dragon. As for why the Blood Dragon had not been completely exterminated, Shin Shen did not know. What he did know was that he was now very likely to face this terrifying legendary magical beast, and even if it was sealed, it was not something a mid-level beast tamer like him could withstand. What terrible luck! Why does it have to be me? Shin Shen couldn't help but complain, instinctively wanting to recall the fleeting Scythe Ant soldiers. Ding! The Razor Ants are absorbing energy from the blood essence, please confirm whether to recall. The system's prompt made Shin Shen pause for a moment, and when he turned to look at the ant soldiers, he was instantly stunned. 40 Razor Ant soldiers formed a circle, their target being the swampy pit that occasionally surged with the bones of magical beasts. Threads of blood-colored energy continuously gathered from the pit, and within just a few minutes, they wove into a blood net in the air. Squeak! As if sensing Shin Shen's gaze, the ant soldiers emitted a series of urgent squeaks. Strangely, Shin Shen seemed to understand them. Razor Ant Queen, come forth! With a wave of his hand, Shin Shen summoned the Razor Ant Queen. As soon as she appeared, she leaped into the blood net above the swamp pit. Buzz! With a long, resonant hum, the blood net controlled by the 40 ant soldiers seemed to come alive, gradually solidifying into a blood-red shield that enveloped the pit. Squeak! After another round of urgent buzzing, the ant soldiers began to accelerate their absorption of the energy from the pit. Seeing this scene, Shin Shen suddenly realized. This was the site of the fiercest battles in the past. Besides the never-surrender magical beasts, many king-level beast tamers' pets were also forever buried here. The pets of king-level beast tamers were at least of elite quality, and although a long time had passed, due to the sealing of Lake Heart Island, the blood essence from the decaying magical beast corpses had not dissipated but was absorbed by the earth. The change in the iron-blue trees indicated that only extremely rich blood essence could alter the soil, resulting in the strange sight of half blood-red and half iron-blue trees. The Razor Ant soldiers have absorbed enough blood essence energy, their characteristics are undergoing changes. The Razor Ant Queen has sensed purer blood essence and has decided to personally guide the ant soldiers for more effective absorption of blood essence energy. The Razor Ant Queen has activated the Light of Favor, doubling the attributes of the ant soldiers connected to her bloodline. If the speed of the Razor Ant soldiers before was like sipping milk tea through a straw, now, with the enhancement of the Light of Favor, it was as if they were a pump, with blood essence gushing up from the ground forming patches of blood mist. Not only that, but ripples also appeared in the blood pools surrounding them, with strands of blood essence rapidly converging towards the pit. Instinctively, Shin Shen glanced at the attributes of the Razor Ant soldiers. Name, Razor Ant Soldier, Level, Tier 5, Quality, Intermediate Rare, Characteristics, Marching, Transforming, Compound Eye Attack, Transforming. After absorbing some blood essence energy, in just one short hour, the ant soldiers had actually leveled up, which puzzled Shin Shen as the Razor Ant Queen's level had not changed. However, the characteristics of the Razor Ant soldiers were marked as transforming. Watching the ant soldiers work hard to absorb, a bitter smile appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. This is nerve-wracking. This is the territory of the legendary magical beast Blood Flood Dragon. Won't the one underground have any objections to this? Shin Shen cautiously observed the surroundings. Apart from the squeaks of the ant soldiers, the entire blood-colored swamp was eerily quiet. Razor Ant soldiers leveling up, characteristics transforming. Razor Ant soldiers leveling up, characteristics transforming. The system's prompt echoed continuously in Shin Shen's mind, and his solitary figure seemed incredibly small in this swamp. Unbeknownst to him, deep within Lake Heart Island, a bloodthirsty gaze was fixated on him. After nearly 5 hours, the Razor Ant soldiers had consumed a massive amount of blood essence energy, skyrocketing their level to Tier 7. Yet, the Razor Ant Queen still had not advanced, her aura only growing denser. Shin Shen's heartbeat quickened, and he remained vigilant, paying attention to any movement around him. As the ant soldiers continuously absorbed the blood-colored energy, their bodies began to flicker with a faint glow. The shells of the advancing ant soldiers shimmered with a mysterious light, and their sharp legs exuded a chilling aura, capable of raising a wave of bloodlight with a gentle swing. The blood energy kept flowing into the queen of the leafcutter ants, and a thick blood cocoon had formed on her surface. Is it finally coming to an end? Within 100 meters, the bloody scent grew fainter, and the leafcutter ant soldiers finally ceased their feeding. Buzz! Surrounded by the blood cocoon, the queen of the leafcutter ants automatically returned to the beast pet space, presumably to absorb the energy transformed from the blood cocoon to complete her advancement. Name: Leafcutter Ant Soldier. Level: 7th tier. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Traits: Rapid March, Transforming, Compound Eye Attack, Transforming. Aside from advancing to the 7th tier, the ant soldier's attributes still retained the transforming label for both traits, and there were no substantial changes otherwise. This is really troublesome. Shinshen shook his head helplessly. Such deep pits were not common in the swamp, but they were still dangerous. I can only take it one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Shinshen decided to explore this mysterious blood-colored swamp, as it was his only way out at the moment. Carefully stepping forward, the soil beneath his feet was soft and moist, and with each step, he felt an eerie sensation as if he were being swallowed. The thick bloody scent still lingered around him, and even after staying for so long, it still made him feel nauseous. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the atmosphere of the swamp became, and the evil aura grew denser. Occasionally, he passed by ancient iron-green trees, seemingly twisted by some inexplicable force, as if recounting past horrors. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, carrying a strong smell of blood. Hiss! A huge blood-colored toad suddenly appeared, blocking Shinshen's path. There are still living creatures? Upon seeing the blood-colored toad, Shinshen inexplicably felt relieved. Since arriving in this blood-colored swamp, he hadn't seen a single living thing apart from the ant soldiers, and he felt a strange joy in his heart. Put! Before he could fully digest his joy, the blood-colored toad opened its large mouth, spewing forth a mass of foul-smelling venom. Kill! Shinshen raised his hand, and 2 beams of black light shot out, blocking the venom while knocking the blood-colored toad away. Huh? It didn't explode its head? Another 4 beams of black light were unleashed. Bang! The brain matter splattered, and before the blood-colored toad could rise, it was already decapitated by the ant soldiers, its entire body shattered into pieces. So satisfying. Strangely, Shinshen found himself enjoying this feeling, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes from time to time. Even he didn't realize that after spending so long in the blood-colored swamp, he had unknowingly been eroded by the thick blood energy, putting him in great danger. Continuing forward. Blood lizards, blood demon rabbits, one-eyed spiders, swamp crocodiles, black bears missing half their heads. Without exception, all were killed in a single blow by the mentally unclear Shinshen. Utilizing the leafcutter ant soldiers to continuously decapitate, Shinshen carved a straight line through the swamp, showing no signs of deviation, as if he were advancing toward a specific direction. 2 hours later, the direction Shinshen was heading finally revealed a patch of slightly drier land. Just as he was about to step onto this land, as if hearing something, his body inexplicably turned a corner and continued along the edge of the blood-colored swamp. The Blood Saint, buried deep underground, yearns for the endless light of the sky. The beings that accidentally intrude upon this place will follow in the footsteps of the saint, stepping onto the peak time and again. The never-surrendering Beast King commands millions of elites, launching an attack towards the bountiful land. The Blood Saint needs your blood, the Beast King craves your soul. By offering your useless self to the great king of all races, you will become an everlasting monument. Come, my child. An inexplicable voice echoed continuously in Shinshen's mind, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant, his eyes devoid of spirit, his entire being shrouded in a faint blood-colored glow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The surrounding scythe ant soldiers seemed to sense Shinshen's abnormality, emitting urgent squeaks and even blocking his path, only to be ruthlessly kicked aside. Just as Shinshen was about to step out of the land's boundaries, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! The loyal scythe ant queen has successfully evolved. Upon sensing the master's danger, the light of favor begins to shine. This sound was like a bell tolling at dusk and dawn. Shinshen instantly froze in place, his dazed skin gradually regaining its original color. The layer of blood-colored light on his body was being devoured by the faint golden light of favor from the scythe ant queen, slowly fading away. Damn it! How could this happen? The moment he regained consciousness, Shinshen jumped onto the dry land as if he had been pinched by the tail. Bang, bang, bang. His heart raced suddenly, blood vessels swelling, as if they might burst at any moment. Get the hell away from me! Shinshen roared, and as the light of favor completely consumed the blood-colored layer on his body, the transformation ceased. You refuse to offer your loyalty to the Blood Saint and the Beast King, and you will soon face eternal punishment. A voice like thunder exploded in Shinshen's mind. Ah! Shinshen let out a miserable scream, his face turning pale, helplessly lying on the ground, gasping for breath as if his heart might stop at any moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scythe ant soldiers circled around Shin-Chen anxiously, their bodies enveloped in the faint golden light of favor, forming rings of light around him. Ding! The beast companion protects its master. The light of favor from the scythe ant queen shines brilliantly, and the absolute loyalty of the subjects has awakened the brilliance of the bloodline, creating a halo that can shield against all evil auras. As the system prompt sounded, Shin-Chen stopped screaming. It felt as if a stream of clarity flowed into his mind, and the pain vanished without a trace. Even the brutal aura formed from the previous slaughter faded away. Shin-Chen sat up straight. Looking at the halos on the 40 scythe ant soldiers, a deep shock appeared in his eyes. The Beast Companion Halo is a type of Beast Companion skill. Among all skills, Halo skills can only be evolved by the Beast Companion itself, unlike other skills that can be learned through purchase from the Beast Tamer Association. Shin-Chen's face showed wild joy. He never expected that by chance, he would allow the scythe ant soldiers to develop a Halo skill. The emergence of the Halo skill filled Shin-Chen with immense delight. He remembered how Qin Feng's blue-eyed violent bear skill easily crushed in Zhang's earth demon bear in the competition, highlighting the importance of Beast Companion skills. Although this Halo skill seemed auxiliary, it was still better than having none. Extremely rare Halo skills, even if auxiliary, wouldn't be too shabby. With this in mind, Shin-Chen eagerly looked at the scythe ant soldiers. Name, Scythe Ant Soldier, Level, Tier 8, Quality, Intermediate Rare, Traits, Marching Orders, Enhanced, Compound Eye Attack, Enhanced, Skill, Blessing Aura, derived from the light of blessing. It inherently possesses the ability to be immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, and provides a significant mental boost to beast tamers. It is an active skill, and each time it is used, the current beast pet is reduced by 1 tier. Upon seeing the introduction of this aura skill, Shin-Chen instantly understood its power. Immunity to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces was enough to keep Shin-Chen invincible when facing certain special beast pets, like Chu Wanwan's Sacred Heart White Fox, which likely had a mesmerizing effect. No wonder, as soon as this aura skill was unleashed, he immediately broke free from the control of that mysterious voice. Thinking back, it was somewhat terrifying. If the blessing aura hadn't appeared in time, he might have already become a beast slave to that legendary magical beast. As for the penalty of reducing the tier of his beast pet due to this skill, it was negligible for Shin-Chen's army of ants. Besides this, the 2 traits of the scythe ant soldier had also been transformed into enhanced versions. This greatly strengthened his swarm tactics and the effectiveness of his combo headshots. Providing a significant mental boost to beast tamers should be related to the mental threshold, right? Host, Shin-Chen, Beast Pet, Scythe Ant Queen, Mental Threshold, 68, Physiological Threshold, 30, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord. When Shin-Chen saw the attributes of the Beast Tamer panel, he noticed that the mental threshold had directly increased by over 20 points, already more than double the physiological threshold. This situation made Shin-Chen frown. The basic attributes of a Beast Tamer complement each other. The best ratio is for the mental threshold and physiological threshold to develop steadily. It's not too problematic if the physiological threshold is a bit higher, as it supports the Beast Tamer's control. The current issue is that the mental threshold is too high. For someone like Shin-Chen, who commands a large army of ants, during high-intensity control, if the mental power is sufficient, the body is bound to experience difficulties in support, which is very dangerous. It seems I need to focus on improving the physiological threshold in the future. Everything has 2 sides, but overall, it's still good. After all, the Scythe Ant Queen is only of intermediate quality, and at least until it reaches elite quality, there shouldn't be any issues with excessive control. Sigh. Shin-Chen sat on the ground and let out a long sigh. The main problem now is how to leave this cursed place. Looking at the boundless blood-red swamp, Shin-Chen abandoned the idea of continuing forward. Although he now had the blessing aura to immunize against all negative states, he was still facing the legendary magical beast, Blood Flood Dragon. Who knows what other unknown abilities this Blood Flood Dragon possesses? By the way, the homeroom teacher once mentioned that there is an underground maze on Heart Lake Island, which is the only way out of the island. This underground maze was left by that legendary beast tamer, partly to trap the Blood Flood Dragon, and partly to provide a glimmer of hope in case someone entered here. Thinking of this, Shin-Chen's eyes lit up. According to records, the entrance to that underground maze is on a piece of land, but the chances of encountering the Blood Flood Dragon in the underground maze are much higher than outside. Because for the Blood Flood Dragon to completely escape, it must destroy the underground maze. This should be the only piece of land on Heart Lake Island that hasn't been polluted by blood energy, right? Shin-Chen murmured to himself as he turned and walked deeper into this land. In his memories, this piece of land was not large, even less than 1/10 of the island in the lake, covered entirely with the originally existing iron blue trees. The entrance to the underground maze was right beneath the largest iron blue tree. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, Shinshan sent an ant soldier soaring into the air. Although the vision of the ants, now transformed into magical beasts, was still limited, it had improved significantly compared to before. After countless trials of advancement, he finally determined the direction. How rough! So big, so strong. When Shinshan arrived beneath this ancient giant iron blue tree, his face immediately displayed a look of awe. The entrance was within a tree hole woven with branches and vines. Unlike the decayed and bloody atmosphere outside, the inside of the tree hole was cool, clearing Shinshan's mind. The true iron blue tree had the effect of calming the spirit. During the time before the global beast disaster, owning a house built with iron blue trees was undoubtedly a symbol of wealth. The treehouse wound downward, with no hidden mechanisms or guardian magical beasts, and Shinshan smoothly arrived at a maze exuding an ancient aura. When a person dies, birds fly to the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. There was only one true entrance, and without a second thought, Shinshan dove right in. This was his only path to survival. However, he first sent an ant soldier inside, only to be met with a series of excited buzzing sounds. When Shinshan truly stepped into the maze, he was instantly stunned by the sight before him. The long corridor was covered with fine ice crystals, with room entrances on either side. The temperature here dropped sharply, and what excited the ant soldiers were the things inside those rooms. Magical beasts, all magical beasts. Complete magical beasts frozen in ice. This was undoubtedly the masterpiece of that legendary beast master. Each magical beast had a fist-sized blood hole in its head, filled with fine ice crystals, reminiscent of Shinshan's own headshot skills. For Shinshan, the most important thing was that these magical beasts were intact, which meant there would definitely be beast crystals present. I've struck it rich. This place was entirely a natural high-grade beast meat storage. Looking at the vividly preserved magical beasts and ice crystals, for Shinshan, who possessed the talent of demonic law, this was simply a treasure trove. When Shinshan controlled the flying sickle ant soldiers to shatter the ice crystals and extracted a beast crystal from one of the avian magical beasts without any danger occurring, his smile grew even more pronounced. As for how to take these magical beasts away, Shinshan had no worries at all. The young master of the Beast Master Alliance, Wu Dong, had given him a beast skin storage bag when he left East City, and the space inside was more than sufficient. Crack, crack, crack. The ice-breaking operation began. Shinshan embarked on a frenzied scavenging journey. The underground maze of the island and the lake was built against the mountain, winding downward. The ice crystal room where Shinshan was located was merely the entrance to the maze. As for why so many magical beasts were frozen here, it was beyond evaluation. Shinshan was too lazy to think about it. He was currently enjoying the joy of harvest. Flame Lion Demon, high-grade magical beast, there really is a beast crystal. I didn't expect to find a magical beast like the Hellhound here. Isn't this a legendary hell creature? Elite level Gale Wolf, elite level Blood Fiend, elite level Goo Eagle. Ah, I've struck it rich. While constantly murmuring to himself, Shinshan collected various magical beasts into his storage bag after breaking the ice, and he and his 40 flying sickle ant soldiers were busy and delighted. Perhaps due to the passage of time, at least 2/3 of the magical beasts shattered into a pile of ice crystals during the ice breaking, which was a bit regrettable, but he still managed to collect several beast crystals. I should be content, these magical beasts combined are worth millions. When the last beast's corpse was stored in the bag, Shinshan roughly calculated his gains this time. Based on the current market price, it exceeded 10 million, not counting the 12 beast crystals. After handling everything, Shinshan turned his gaze toward the end of the passage. There lay a frozen box, measuring only 30 centimeters in length and width, yet exuding an extreme cold that completely froze the only downward passage. Little treasures, smash it. Shinshan pointed at the icebox, and dozens of soldier ants immediately charged forward, the sound of crunching and gnawing filling the air as ice shards flew, gradually revealing the original form of the box. The icebox was a deep azure color, with twisted branches entwined all over its surface, interlacing and converging at the center of the top, where a dim stone bead was embedded. Crack, crack, crack. No matter how the soldier ants attacked, they could not damage the azure box. Shinshan frowned slightly and reached out to touch the stone bead on top. Buzz! A faint humming sound arose, and tiny branches suddenly appeared around the stone bead, tightly wrapping around Shinshan's palm. Damn it! Shinshan cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him as his mental energy surged forth like a tide. The stone bead flickered with a faint light, slowly becoming more substantial. In less than a minute, as Shinshan collapsed to the ground, the stone bead burst forth with brilliance, illuminating the entire icy passage in exquisite detail. Click! As the ice and snow melted, a soft sound followed, and the azure wooden box slowly opened. Ding. Obtained the Beast Master's record. Ding. Obtained the legendary Extreme Cold Shin Turtle Beast Crystal. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shin Chen was instantly stunned, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. Beast Master's record, a beast mastery technique passed down since ancient times. It can better handle the relationship between humans and beasts, and is the foundation for achieving myth. Beast Crystal, a legendary Extreme Cold Shin Turtle Beast Crystal, containing immense energy, universal. Looking at the descriptions of these two items, Shin Chen was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that since the global beast disaster, the most widely circulated technique is the Beast Master's technique published by the Beast Master Association. This is the only method to enhance the attributes of Beast Masters themselves, and it also records how to cultivate, train, and control beast pets. Currently, all Beast Masters are practicing the Beast Master's technique. To date, no country in the world has produced a myth-level Beast Master, a being rumored to fully utilize the power of beasts to change the world. However, to become a myth-level Beast Master, one must find a book called the Beast Master's Record, which the Beast Master Association has tried every means to locate, yet it unexpectedly appeared here. Why didn't that legendary Beast Master take this box away? Did they not discover it? Shin Chen was puzzled. A legendary beast crystal. Unable to think further, Shin Chen focused on the legendary Extreme Cold Shin Turtle Beast Crystal, which was even rarer than a beast pet evolution pill. Especially with the universal characteristic, it meant that the Beast Master could also use it. Although the Extreme Cold Shin Turtle was not one of the 4 Great Source Sacred Beasts, it was a branch of the sacred beast Xuanwu, possessing incredibly formidable defensive power, rivaled only by the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 Great Source Sacred Beasts. If I consume this beast crystal, will I gain defensive power comparable to the sacred beast Xuanwu? With this thought, Shin Chen's eyes sparkled, wishing he could swallow the legendary beast crystal right away. However, he suppressed the rising desire within him. Not to mention whether consuming this beast crystal would grant him defensive power comparable to a sacred beast, the immense energy contained within this legendary beast crystal was enough to cause him to explode 100 times over. Life is precious, it's better to be cautious. After putting the 2 items back into the azure wooden box and tossing it into the storage bag, Shin Chen began to survey the scene before him. After unsealing the azure wooden box, everything here returned to its original state, revealing a full 10 unknown passages. This was how a maze should look. Maze Trial? Among the 10 passages, the one in the center was engraved with the 4 characters Maze Trial and appeared to be the quietest of them all, while the others faintly echoed with the roars of beasts, wild and bloodthirsty. Perhaps this underground maze has always existed, rather than being left behind by that legendary Beast Master, otherwise, it wouldn't have allowed me to take advantage of it. Shin Chen frowned slightly. According to the records, that legendary Beast Master sealed the Blood Flood Dragon here after slaying several magical beasts and set up the underground maze, leaving a glimmer of hope for future generations. However, his current experiences suggested that the legendary Beast Master likely only knew of the existence of this underground maze but had never entered it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind that azure wooden box, nor would he have left such a tremendous opportunity to become a mythical Beast Master. Even the Blood Flood Dragon was forced to enter here to escape, trapped by the underground maze, but certainly not because of that legendary Beast Master. The reason this story circulated was that the Beast Master Association only wanted the public to know this. So, could the master of this underground maze be even more powerful than that legendary Beast Master? A mythical Beast Master? That shouldn't be the case, right? Shin Chen was startled by his own speculation, but his heart quickly ignited with excitement. If it really was a mythical Beast Master, then the wealth left behind would be unimaginable. Whether it was the inheritance of wealth or experience, it made Shin Chen envious, but the pressing issue was escaping this dangerous place, Lake Heart Island. What if he couldn't pass the trial? Would he die? That was a big question. After a brief moment of silence, Shin Chen strode into the maze trial passage. Fortune favors the bold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment Shin Chen stepped into the trial passage, a dense, piercing squeaking sound shook his eardrums, inexplicably rising a wave of irritation within him. Damn! Looking around, a sea of rats surged toward him like a gray tidal wave. Ding! The host accepts the inheritance trial of a mythical Beast Master. First stage, low-level creature trial begins. Ding! Trial conditions to be explored independently. Upon completion, the host's basic attributes will increase by 5. Indeed, the master of this underground maze was truly a mythical Beast Master. Shin Chen blinked. Lying down was clearly not an option, and he could only fight his way out of this sea of rats. Flicker Ant Soldiers, attack! Without a moment's hesitation, 40 Flicker Ant soldiers swarmed out before the sea of rats could reach him. Fortunately, the passage wasn't too wide, and the ant soldiers could hold their ground. It's better to be cautious. To be safe, Shinshin kept 2 flicker ant soldiers by his side to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. The first stage trial of a mythical beast master involved rats, and his beast companion was an ant. Did that mean he also had the potential to become a mythical beast master? After all, they were both low-level creatures, and Shinshin subconsciously began to align himself with the heights of a mythical level. He. Shinshin inexplicably started to chuckle. His control over the flicker ant soldiers was becoming increasingly adept, but for these rats, which could only be considered low-level creatures, control was entirely unnecessary. With the fierce impact of the enhanced rapid march and the fire ray attacks from their compound eyes, under his simple command, they launched a tiered assault, and large numbers of rats perished beneath the 2 major characteristics of the flicker ant soldiers. Although there were many rats, they couldn't match the mid-level rare quality of the ant soldiers. Gradually, the sea of rats began to shrink. However, the prompt for passing the trial was still delayed. Shinshin discovered that every time he killed the last mouse, a new group of mice would appear out of nowhere, maintaining a constant number without increasing or decreasing. It was just like the introduction in the super fertility of the leaf-cutting ant queen, where there would always be 20 soldier ants guarding the colony. Could it be that the first level is not just about simple killing? Thinking of this, Shinshin frowned, realizing that this trial might not be as simple as he imagined. Low-level creatures. After pondering for a long time, Shinshin's eyes lit up. The problem lay in the 4 words low-level creatures. The minimum standard for a beastmaster is to contract a magical beast, and low-level creatures such as ants, mice, chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs are clearly not included. But why would the first level of the trial for a myth-level beastmaster involve low-level creatures? Recalling his own experience, Shinshin suddenly understood the key. Bloodline evolution. Perhaps the key to passing was to evolve these mice into magical beasts. Come back. With this thought, Shinshin immediately summoned the leaf-cutting soldier ants and threw a piece of beast meat towards the last group of mice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As expected, the group of mice did not continue to chase but instead pounced on the piece of beast meat, gnawing at it frantically. Squeak! A quarter of an hour later, the first mouse completed its evolution, its gray-brown fur instantly turning blood red. Name, Blood Demon Mouse level, first stage quality, low-level magical beast. After all the evolutions were completed, the information about the Blood Demon mice appeared in Shinshin's mind. He had succeeded. However, what surprised Shinshin was that these evolved Blood Demon mice, under the watchful eyes of the leaf-cutting soldier ants, not only did not launch an attack but instead bowed gently in his direction with their forelimbs touching the ground. Then, the group of Blood Demon mice vanished into thin air. Ding! Cleared the trial of low-level creatures. Reward, basic attributes +5. After hearing the system's prompt, Shinshin felt an inexplicable energy surge into his body and instinctively opened the Beastmaster attribute panel. Host, Shinshin Beast Pet, Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen Mental Threshold, 73 Physiological Threshold, 35 Talent 1, Demon Law Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord. Sure enough, the system was the most reliable. As the group of blood demon mice disappeared, a winding staircase appeared slowly, leading downwards. Shinshin did not hesitate. This could be a point of no return, but it might also be the starting point for reaching the peak. Just as Shinshin stepped into the second level, a huge fire-red beast shadow suddenly appeared above the island in the lake, and a figure could be faintly seen standing on the beast shadow. It was that Imperial-level Beastmaster, Old Goo. Strange, why is there not a single person? Old Goo's face was somewhat gloomy. He had arrived at the island long before Shinshin was tempted by the Blood Flood Dragon, but at that time, Shinshin, who was in the blood-colored swamp, seemed to be shielded by some force, causing this Imperial-level Beastmaster to not detect his whereabouts. 38 people have been captured. It seems they have become that one's blood food. Although Old Goo knew that there was a glimmer of hope left on the island, whether those few high-level Beastmasters could find that glimmer of hope was uncertain, and the hidden beast slaves were already deadly enough. As for Shinshin, who had even caught Yi Qing's attention, he could only wish him good luck. Roar! Caw! A beast roar echoed from deep within the island, and the flame blue bird let out a long cry of provocation. Damn it! Old Goo took a deep look at the location from which the beast roar came, his expression unwilling as he turned to leave. The legendary Blood Flood Dragon he had left behind was about to break free. Even if it hadn't fully regained its strength, it was not something he, as an Imperial-level Beastmaster, could contend with. Meanwhile, Shinshin had already begun the trial of the second level. Ding! Myth-level Beastmaster Trial, second level, the path of magical beast evolution, begins. As the voice fell, the scene changed. 6 statues appeared before Shinshin. Upon closer inspection, the statues varied in size from small to large, each with a distinct shape, and the last one bore no resemblance to the first, yet, they all represented the same entity. The pangolin, another low-level creature. Despite being a first-level protected species before the global beast disaster, it could not escape the fact that its roots were too shallow. The 6 different forms of the statue represented various stages of the pangolin's evolution. This was the evolutionary path of a low-level creature. The 6 forms were the ordinary pangolin, the burrowing beast, the mountain-crushing pangolin knight, the earth-devouring demon soldier, the sky-swallowing giant, and the golden-armored divine general. By the last form, aside from the beastly traces on its head, the overall appearance revealed that this ordinary pangolin had evolved into a humanoid form. The pangolin has become a spirit. Shinshin blinked, pacing back and forth in front of the 6 statues, occasionally stopping to observe, furrowing his brow in deep confusion. What was the purpose of this second trial on the evolutionary path of magical beasts? When Shinshin squatted down again to observe, he discovered that there were lines of small characters on the stone platform of the statues. Upon careful examination, he realized they described the advancement methods for each stage of the pangolin. Each stage's advancement method mentioned the ancient book he had obtained at the entrance, the Beastmaster Chronicles. The Beastmaster Chronicles was clearly the key to advancing to the mythical Beastmaster. The reason it had not circulated in the outside world after his previous experiences led Shinshin to conclude that this must have been intentionally concealed by the higher-ups of the Beastmaster Association, possibly with the involvement of the equally powerful Demon Alliance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Beastmasters of the same level competed, with the Demon Hunters always seeming to have the upper hand. The implication was that the Demon Alliance might have revealed some genuine secrets, which allowed the Demon Hunters below to become incredibly powerful, as they were the ones facing the most danger. Shinshin stood up, surveying the trial space. Surrounding him were fences that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. The area was spacious and quiet, somewhat resembling a pet training ground, but it was clear that this was not a place for combat. Was it for learning? Unable to resist, Shinshin raised his hand and gently tapped on the hard shell of the nearby flying ant soldier, causing the ant soldier's antennae to quiver and emit a series of pleasant hums. Can this really make someone a mythical level beast master? Taking out the Beastmaster Chronicles from his storage bag, a thoughtful expression appeared in Shinshin's eyes. However, mere theoretical study would only increase knowledge. Without practical application, the effect seemed unlikely to be very good. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Beastmaster Chronicles suddenly trembled slightly. A faint glow emanated from the statue of the ordinary pangolin, directly merging into the Beastmaster Chronicles. With a rustle, the Beastmaster Chronicles in Shinshin's hand flipped open, and his gaze gradually became fixed. In the next moment, Shinshin's figure vanished. The statue of the ordinary pangolin was instantly enveloped by an intense white light. In the illusionary space, Shinshin looked bewildered. Before him was an ordinary pangolin that kept rubbing against him, grunting like a pig, seemingly trying to express something. Shinshin, who had intended to touch the pangolin, suddenly halted his hand. This creature seemed harmless, yet it had once been a formidable virus carrier, so caution was warranted. Just as he was feeling perplexed, the system's prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Host detected entering illusionary space, analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Current space belongs to the Pet Evolution illusionary space, the mythical advancement path, starting with familiarizing oneself with body structure. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Shinshin immediately understood. Since it is an illusionary space, everything is unreal, and there is no need to worry about the pangolin bringing any deadly viruses. Curiosity arose again, and Shinshin reached out to touch it. Buzz! A flash of light passed by, and as Shinshin made contact with the pangolin's body, it trembled slightly, becoming transparent at a visible speed, revealing its clear bodily structure before his eyes. Colorful lines intertwined inside and outside the pangolin's body. Shinshin frowned slightly, unable to understand. Then, as if recalling something, he flipped his hand and took out the Beastmaster's record. Before long, his mind was drawn in, occasionally showing a hint of joy, and at times frowning slightly, as if he had encountered some difficulty. So that's how it is. After an unknown amount of time, Shinshin's eyes brightened, as if he had figured something out. The evolution methods recorded in the Beastmaster's record were similar to those circulating in the outside world, but the most fundamental aspect was understanding the bodily structure of the beast pets to set targeted training methods. There are various ways for beast pets to evolve. Flesh evolution is just a small category among them. By combining different attributes of flesh and training the beast pets at different evolutionary stages, the results can vary greatly. Understanding the bodily structure of beast pets allows for better evolution. Any part of their body can become the sharpest weapon, and through the correct training methods, they can reach their peak. Shinshin shook his head helplessly. Previously, he had only focused on the quality of the flesh, but after reading the contents of the Beastmaster's record, he felt that his crude feeding method could hardly be considered training. At best, it could only be called free range. The most important thing in the evolution of beast pets is that the direction must be correct. Buzz! Shinshan raised his hand, and light burst forth. The colorful lines on the pangolin's body continuously reorganized under his control, with various forms of pangolins appearing and disappearing until they returned to the original appearance he had seen. This was the perfect bodily structure. It was also the foundation for transforming into a magical beast. Shinshan originally thought that his ants could evolve into magical beasts simply because he fed them high-grade beast meat, but in reality, it was precisely because this high-grade beast meat brought the ants' bodily structure closer to perfection, making them no longer definable as low-level creatures, that the advancement occurred. As time passed, Shinshan's understanding of the Beastmaster's record deepened, and he had completely grasped the secrets of the bodily structure of beast pets, leading to some changes in his understanding of Beastmasters. Buzz! Shinshan was forcibly pulled out of the illusionary space and reappeared in the trial space, where the statue of the ordinary pangolin had already disappeared. Immediately afterward, the statue of the drilling beast lit up. Crumbling pangolin soldier illusion. Earth-eating demon soldier illusion. Sky-swallowing giant demon illusion. These 4 stages took Shinshan a full 7 days, but after completing the learning in each stage, his mental strength improved, and his physiological threshold also increased significantly. When Shinshan emerged from the last golden-armored divine general illusion, an incredible expression appeared in his eyes, lingering for a long time. How much have these high-level beings hidden? Shinshan smiled wryly and shook his head. He originally thought that only the Beastmaster's technique was different, but this experience made him realize that what those high-level beings allowed people to see was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ding! Trial cleared, gain talent simulation evolution. Host, Shinshan, Beast Pet, Scythe Queen, Mental Threshold, 102, Physiological Threshold, 64, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulation Evolution, can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Looking at his attribute panel, Shinshan showed a look of surprise. The mental threshold had broken 100, which meant that as long as he met the other conditions, he could advance to a high-level beast master. Although the increase in his physiological threshold was small, it had also reached the threshold for advancement. Most importantly, he had unexpectedly gained a talent for simulated evolution through this trial. A money-making machine. Besides beast masters, there was another rare profession in the world, beast pet evolutionist. This profession held a status comparable to that of an alchemist in certain fantasy novels. For a beast pet evolutionist, wealth, fame, and status were within easy reach. A hint of madness appeared in Shinshan's eyes as he envisioned accumulating wealth through the means of a beast pet evolutionist, embarking on the path to pursue the pinnacle of myth. The next 5 trial levels were all related to battling beast pets, which allowed Shinshan to compensate for the regret of the interrupted competition, making him more adept at using the Hylian ant soldiers, greatly improving his control and combat experience. Boom! When the last giant hammer beast was smashed by the Hylian ant soldiers, a small room resembling a temple slowly rose from the ground. The temple, about the size of a small shrine used for sacrifices, housed a statue. When Shinshan saw the statue, he was momentarily taken aback. It was actually him. After the global beast disaster, the first myth-level beast master in the world, Emperor Qianqiu. For all beast masters, the appearance and disappearance of Emperor Qianqiu was like a mystery. He was already a myth-level beast master upon his emergence, not only helping humanity fend off the beast disaster but also establishing the beast master system, making him arguably the greatest benefactor of the human world. But why would a person with such astonishing achievements have his statue appear in a place like the depths of Lake Heart Island? Just like his appearance, the life and death of Emperor Qianqiu was also a mystery. I am Shinshan, a junior who has unintentionally wandered here. If I could receive the legacy of the senior, I will surely promote the true path of beast masters, allowing humanity to no longer suffer from the calamity of beast disasters. Shinshan paused, murmuring, in fact, I hope even more that humans and magical beasts can coexist peacefully, rather than controlling each other, becoming beast pets or beast slaves. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, the statue suddenly cracked open, and a storage ring rolled out from inside. Inside the cracked statue, there was also a page of yellowed beast skin. The storage ring should be the wealth left behind by Emperor Qianqiu, and on the beast skin were written 2 lines of large characters, beautifully inscribed, while the reverse side of the beast skin was a map of the underground maze, including the route to leave Lake Heart Island. Regarding Qianqiu's merits and faults, life and death are all determined by living beings themselves. master of the secret methods of the ages, mythic legends are but mere ants in the mortal realm. Mythic legends are but mere ants in the mortal realm. What an arrogant tone. Shinshin blinked. Could it be that myth was not the limit for beast masters, and Emperor Qianqiu was actually still alive, merely pursuing a higher peak? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. He was just a mid-level beast master. It was better to worry about his own survival. Thank you for the gift, senior. Shinshin slightly bowed and picked up the ring, and with a loud rumble, the temple sank back into the ground. He did not attempt to open the storage ring right now. After all, it was the item of a myth-level beast master, and opening it would surely require immense mental power. Shinshin did not want to encounter any accidents during the process of opening the storage ring. Well, if there were no accidents, then an accident was bound to happen. Shortly after Shinshin walked out of the trial passage and reappeared in the underground maze, he encountered two familiar figures head-on. The unparalleled talents from Class 1, and Zhang and Encheng. Hi, how are you? Shinshin waved happily upon seeing the two, completely unaware of the flicker of red light that flashed in the eyes of the siblings. How did you end up here? Encheng's face was tense, her eyes still filled with disdain. Don't say that. We're all lost souls in this world. The more people, the more strength. You don't know how terrifying it is here. I almost couldn't get out of that swamp. If it weren't for my excellent swimming skills, I might never have seen you two again. Woo woo woo, I finally found my comrades. Looking at Shinshin, who was on the verge of tears, and Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. This guy really knows how to spin a tale. Falling into a swamp has nothing to do with swimming skills. Even if you were the world surfing champion, once you fall into a swamp, you're definitely doomed, let alone in a place like Lake Heart Island. Besides, we came specifically to find you. Hee, brother Shin, it's already lucky to be alive. More people means more strength, there must be a way out, right? Even so, and Zhang still comforted him seriously, pushing Shinshin, who was constantly wiping his tears with his sleeve, away, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Get lost. Seeing Shinshin, with tear-filled eyes, staring at his clothes, Encheng shot him a cold glare. Hee, sorry, I finally saw a living person, and I'm just too excited. Shinshin kept sniffing, wearing a fawning smile, as if he regarded the siblings as saviors, but inside, he had a different perspective. It's confirmed. The aura on Zhang is exactly the same as the one that had tempted him in the blood-red swamp, though it's much weaker now. After his close examination, Shinshin was even more certain. Moreover, the behavior of these two siblings was abnormal, such as how they found this underground maze. There was only one entrance here, and their direction was exactly opposite to his, proving that the siblings did not enter the maze through that ancient tree. That leaves only one possibility: they were brought in by someone. To be precise, they were sent in by that blood serpent who called himself the Blood Saint. Beast slaves. The siblings are beast slaves. Shinshin was shocked. If this speculation is true, combined with this hastily arranged competition, he was quite sure this was yet another trap set by some higher-ups. The purpose is unknown, but it certainly isn't anything good. What are you thinking about? A hint of brutal red flashed in Encheng's eyes, interrupting Shinshin's thoughts. I was thinking about how the others are doing. If we could find more classmates, our chances of getting out should be greater, right? Shinshin revealed a trace of sorrow in his eyes. No need to think about it. The 27 people who were captured have all died, they've long become blood. Cough, Shinger, don't scare Brother Shin. Even though there are only 3 of us left, there is still a chance to get out. And Zhang suddenly coughed, interrupting his sister's words. And Encheng seemed to realize something, glaring fiercely at Shinshin before falling silent. Captured? 27 people? You seem to know quite a bit. Shinshin found it somewhat amusing, growing increasingly certain that these two were undoubtedly beast slaves. Really? Brotherin, is there really a chance to get out? I don't want to stay here, it's too terrifying. However, Shinshin still cooperated with Zhang, once again putting on a crying act. Keep acting, you two siblings. Anyway, I already know the way out. Of course. As long as we find the treasure left by Emperor Qianqiu, we can definitely get out. And Zhang nodded, his gaze towards Shinshin carrying a hint of scrutiny. Emperor Qianqiu, where is he? Brotherin, let's go find him. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Shinshin immediately put on an impatient expression, grabbing his sleeve. Cough, Brother Shin, you really don't know who Emperor Qianqiu is? He is the world's first mythical beast master, and some ancient texts in the school have records of him. You wouldn't be hiding something from us, would you? And Zhang stared intently into Shinshin's eyes, as if he would strike him dead the moment he failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Meanwhile, Encheng, hidden behind him, slowly clenched her hands, her long fingers faintly covered in a layer of sinister blood red. At that moment, Shinshin also sensed a hint of danger. From Enchang. This little vixen really wants to kill someone. Brotherin, I truly don't know. You should know that I just contracted a beast pet a few days ago, and it's— Shinshen put on a look of embarrassment. It's an ant. The school has already given up on me. Aside from being able to stay at school, all my resources have been stripped away. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement suddenly appeared in Shinshen's gaze as he looked at Enchang. Brotherin, why don't you take me in? I can be your little brother. I can do anything. Shinshen stepped forward and hugged Enchang, his nose running, rubbing against him incessantly. Brother Shen, please have some self-respect. Looking at his now filthy clothes, a flash of murderous intent crossed Enchang's eyes as he pushed Shinshen away. At the same time, a hint of doubt rose in his heart. It couldn't be. The Holy One clearly said there was only one person here, who likely had already obtained the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu, and that the two siblings must find and kill him to advance further and continue hiding his students. But after seeing Shinshen's performance, the siblings were somewhat indecisive. A guy who could only contract an ant, even if he found the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu, wouldn't have the ability to obtain it. I'm sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession and momentarily forgot Brother Shen's situation. My apologies. And Zhang did not hide the disdain in his eyes. Since he was useless, then he should be killed. The siblings exchanged glances, and the murderous intent surged. Look, there's a plane. Just as the two were about to strike, Shinshen suddenly pointed behind them, his eyes revealing a hint of terror. Damn it! The siblings instinctively turned their heads, only to realize they had been tricked. When they turned back, they found Shinshen's figure had already dashed into a nearby passage. Once Shinshen entered the passage, it was like a fish entering the sea. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain from the beast skin, he nimbly weaved through the narrow passage. Aside from the trial passage, other passages were filled with traps, and once triggered, they would face the attack of powerful magical beasts. Roar! Although the siblings had the blood flood serpent to assist them, in their haste, they triggered a trap first, and a tree demon shot up into the sky, blocking their path. Damn it! And Xing's blood-red claws suddenly slashed out, directly cutting the tree demon before them into several pieces. The poor elite-level tree demon barely lasted a breath before being sent to hell. Watching the agile figure leaping ahead, and Zhang's face turned ashen. At this moment, he realized that Shinshen had likely obtained the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how a newcomer to this place could be so familiar with it. Damn it! And Zhang roared and chased after Shinshen. Boom! The earth demon bear appeared, surrounded by thick black flames, charging forward, smashing through countless traps, as numerous powerful magical beasts roared out, surrounding Zhang. Come on, catch me! Shinshen suddenly stopped ahead, now not far from the exit marked on the map, looking mockingly at the siblings trapped in the siege of magical beasts. Fools! Whoosh! The wind howled as Enching caught up, glaring fiercely at Zhang, completely unlike a sister towards her brother. Behind her, a massive tree shadow was slowly taking shape. Abyss blood tree, kill him! Enching angrily pointed at the gloating Shinshen, and the massive abyssal blood tree trembled slightly. Countless blood-soaked branches rapidly spread out, shredding the magical beasts around Zhang into a pile of minced meat before shooting towards Shinshen's direction. It's actually a plant-type beast pet. Looking at the blood-red branches flying towards him, Shinshen showed no signs of panic. Instead, Encheng's abyssal blood tree piqued his curiosity. Under the global beast disaster, aside from the powerful magical beasts rampaging everywhere, the greatest destruction to this land came from these ancient tree species. They could grow endlessly, continuously cracking the earth and triggering natural disasters. Their inability to be completely eradicated made them even more terrifying than magical beasts. To this day, countless massive tree tombs remain around the world, regularly inspected by demon hunters for signs of revival. This little girl is quite impressive. Shinshen's gaze flickered. He hadn't expected Enching to contract at least an elite-level abyssal blood tree. This was troublesome. Faced with countless blood-red branches, Shinshen felt the first stirrings of retreat. There were too many. Even if he fully summoned the Scythe Ant soldiers, he couldn't match the sheer number of these blood-red branches. Escape! Shinshen knew that behind these two siblings stood a legendary blood flood dragon. If he got entangled, there was no telling what lethal moves they might have. A direct confrontation was impossible, he could only rely on wits. Shinshen fled wildly, racing through the chaotic maze of passages, triggering hidden traps one after another. Roar! 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 The furious roars echoed endlessly, and the awakened magical beasts jumped out of the traps. Before they could launch an attack, they were pierced through their bodies by the blood-red branches that surged in like a tide, turning them into a pool of blood and flesh. Fortunately, these magical beasts successfully slowed the pursuit of the abyssal blood tree. Shinshen, if I catch you, I will definitely tear you to pieces and turn you into a human puppet. Hearing the voice, Shin Chen looked back and made a face in Enqing's direction before continuing to run. Ah! Standing atop the abyssal blood tree, Enqing was drenched in blood red, her hair flying wildly behind her. Her fingers extended like 10 blood-red daggers flashing with an evil light, and her fitted dress showcased her figure perfectly, with her ample chest almost bursting forth, exuding a unique charm. If it weren't for her twisted, angry face ruining the overall image, Enqing would undoubtedly be a blood-red enchantress capable of bringing disaster to the nation. After winding through countless passages, Enqing, who had been relentlessly pursuing, suddenly lost her target. Boom! The blood-red branches lashed out frantically but still couldn't force Shin Chen out. Not good. Enqing's expression changed suddenly as if she remembered something, and she hurriedly controlled the abyssal blood tree to rush back the way she came. Just as Enqing thought, Shin Chen had quietly returned, using his familiarity with the terrain. His target was Zhang, who was lagging behind. Having been chased for so long, wasn't it time to counterattack? Utilizing the rapid march characteristic of the Scythe soldiers, Shin Chen silently appeared in front of Zhang. You! Zhang was momentarily stunned and about to speak when two beams of black light shot towards him. Instinctively, he placed the Earth Demon Bear in front of him. Unfortunately, Shin Chen's lips curled slightly as he turned and ran. Put! Behind Zhang, a series of black light shot forth, directly exploding his head, brain matter instantly splattering. Brother! This scene happened to fall into Enqing's eyes as she hurried back. Shin Chen, you are dead! A piercing wail echoed throughout the underground maze. Zhang was dead. Truly dead beyond recognition. With disbelief in her eyes, Enqing felt blood seeping from her gaze. Ah! 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 3 consecutive, heart-wrenching cries rang out, each stronger than the last. The entire maze began to tremble, a vast sea of blood energy spreading throughout the underground labyrinth. Enqing's long hair behind her head grew wildly at a visible speed, endless and boundless. Her originally charming face was instantly covered with menacing bloodlines, and the dense blood energy coalesced into a massive phantom of a blood serpent, its sinister blood-red eyes fixed on the direction where Shin Chen was fleeing, suddenly letting out a cold snort. Oomph! With that sound, the space shook, and the underground maze crumbled inch by inch. Poof! As Shin Chen was sprinting towards the exit, he was inexplicably struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his speed suddenly dropping. The blood energy in the air gathered into thick blood-red ropes, rapidly wrapping around Shin Chen. In just a few breaths, he was rendered unable to move. Ah! Shin Chen roared in anger, the blood-red ropes tightening around him, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, veins bulging. Human ants, bear the wrath of the blood saint. A cold voice echoed, and Shin Chen's body began to explode with sound, as if he would shatter into pieces and be buried in this sea of blood at any moment. At this moment, he was merely 1 meter away from the exit of the underground maze. 1 meter felt like an insurmountable chasm. My life. By me. Not by heaven. The queen of the Scythe ants appeared. The Scythe ant soldiers emerged. Bloodlines resonated, the sound shaking the heavens. Under the blessing of the halo of favor, the Scythe ant soldiers doubled their attributes, frantically devouring the blood energy that had transformed into ropes. Unfortunately, this move was like an ant shaking a tree, and they were instantly met with the bloodline suppression from a legendary beast. Ah! Shin Chen's eyes bled tears, and not far behind him, Enqing, with her blood-red long hair dancing and exuding a chilling aura, was slowly approaching him, her blood-red eyes revealing endless killing intent. Thump! 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 His heart raced, blood vessels bulging, and Shin Chen's entire body was covered in bizarre bloodstains due to the pressure. Favor Halo! At the critical moment, Shin Chen roared, and faint golden halos suddenly appeared. Favor Halo, derived from the light of favor, it inherently possesses the ability to immunize against all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, providing a significant mental boost to beast masters. Active skill, each use causes the current beast pet to drop 1 tier. As the halo appeared, the blood-red ropes around Shin Chen instantly shattered, and the immense inertia propelled him forward 2 steps. However, poof! The Scythe ant soldier that had dropped a tier exploded. In the next moment, the halo vanished, and the blood-red ropes reappeared. Ah! A sharp pain pierced Shin Chen's mind, his face turning pale instantly, cold sweat pouring down. The destruction of one Scythe ant soldier had only moved him less than 1/10 of the distance. Behind him, Enqing's mutated blood claws slowly lifted, the blood energy around her solidifying into substance. Damn it! Favor Halo! Poof! The ant soldier exploded, pushing Shin Chen forward a step. Poof! 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 With Shin Chen's heart-wrenching roar, one Scythe ant soldier after another exploded, the powerful bloodline suppression from the legendary beast causing the punishment of the Favor Halo to rise infinitely. Want to kill me? Dream on! Looking at the exit so close, Shinshen had no more reservations. With a thought, a beast crystal glowing with a cyan light floated out from his storage bag, and he swallowed it without hesitation. Beast crystal, a beast crystal from the legendary extreme cold mysterious turtle, containing immense energy, universal. The precious beast crystal from the extreme cold mysterious turtle contained vast energy, and at this moment, Shinshen used it to exchange for a glimmer of hope. As the beast crystal entered his mouth, the immense energy erupted instantly, forming a layer of cyan ice crystals around Shinshen at a visible speed, even wrapping the blood-red ropes within. Favor Halo. Die! Shinshen's roar and Enching's cold voice filled with killing intent rang out simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Two soldier ants exploded simultaneously, and the fleeting halo of favor finally pushed Shinshen into the exit. Behind him, the solidified blood claws slammed down, but unfortunately, it was a lonely strike. Waste! Behind Enching, the phantom of the blood dragon let out a heavy snort, and Enching instantly felt as if struck hard, a trickle of fresh blood slowly flowing from her crimson lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood dragon's phantom suddenly became ethereal, two clusters of blood light shooting out, one flying towards the direction Shinshen had disappeared, the other merging into Enching's body. Curse of blood, eternally hunted, never dying, never resting. As the voice fell, the blood dragon's phantom slowly vanished, leaving Enching, who had returned to her original form, kneeling on the ground with a dazed expression. The blood dragon, who called itself the Saint of Blood, had a curse formed from its essence that was difficult to eliminate, and now it had bound two unrelated people together with this curse, never dying, never resting. Enching did not expect that a moment of impulse would lead to her and her brother becoming beast slaves, and now her brother had died at Shinshen's hands, while her fate was tied to his, with no room for reversal. Was that unrealistic mythical opportunity worth it? Did Shinshen really obtain the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu? Enching felt somewhat lost. Hee, Shinshen, you damned ant. After glancing thoughtfully at the exit of the maze, Enching turned and walked in the opposite direction. Plop! Outside the exit was a rushing artificial river, and after being pushed out by the two soldier ants, Shinshen was immediately swept away by the turbulent water. Having consumed that legendary beast crystal, a layer of extremely cold blue ice crystals continued to form around Shinshen's body, and the sudden impact of falling into the water, along with the rapidly dropping body temperature, caused him to faint. Before losing consciousness, Shinshen recalled a method recorded in the Beast Master Chronicles that could enhance the attributes of a Beast Master, and he subconsciously activated it. At that moment, a thin layer of ice shield had already formed around Shinshen, thickening at a visible speed. As time passed, Shinshen, who was drifting along the river, had formed a blue ice coffin several meters long and wide around him. The artificial river outside the island was the last barrier to prevent the blood dragon from emerging, filled with countless traps and mechanisms. One must say, Shinshen was truly fortunate. Although he triggered many traps, whether from beast attacks or mechanisms, they were all blocked by the outer layer of the blue ice coffin, thus avoiding a tragic fate. After countless turbulent currents, the blue ice coffin came to a stop in a water-filled cave on the outskirts of the island's river. Shinshen's breathing remained steady, and strands of blue energy continuously flowed into his body, causing the blue ice coffin to shrink as the energy dissipated. Crack! 3 days later, the ice coffin appeared with countless cracks, and Shinshen slowly opened his eyes. East City. 14 days had passed since the last inter-school competition. That day, almost everyone witnessed the blood-red giant claws that blotted out the sky, and the cold, brutal aura lingered for a long time, planting shadows of fear in people's hearts. Besides fear, there was also confusion. Since the re-establishment of the world order after the global beast disaster, it seemed that many voices of doubt erupted at that moment. Major media outlets, broadcasting platforms, video platforms, and social networks all took action. Why did such a terrifying thing appear in the East City area? Since the reconstruction of East City, has a huge hidden danger been left behind? Why did the Beast Master Association and the Demon Alliance, the two major power institutions, allow the terror to leave? What happened to those abducted students now? Are there similar hidden dangers in other districts besides East City? The public needs the right to know, as well as a reasonable explanation and follow-up solutions. Is the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Alliance hiding something from the public? Various voices surged like a tidal wave, and the two powerful institutions clearly could not suppress these voices. Once action was taken, it would inevitably provoke a frenzied backlash from the lower classes, and the order painstakingly established after the global beast disaster would be utterly destroyed. The best strategy was undoubtedly to shift the focus away from the storm center of East City, diverting public attention from the terrifying events, allowing time to naturally dissipate everything. Enching, one of the twin beauties of No. One High School has finally escaped from Heart Lake Island after enduring 14 days of suffering, returning with the painful news of the death of a kidnapped student. This is the first student to survive since the forbidden area of Heart Lake Island was established. Subsequently, the two major institutions jointly released a message that successfully redirected the public and some media's attention. The N siblings are beast slaves? No, that was just a misunderstanding. Now, the nearly dead Ching is a hero of No. One High School. The Emperor-level beast tamer, Old Gu, was urgently recalled by the Beast Tamer Association due to his mistake, tacitly accepting the higher-ups' narrative. Faced with this situation, the principal of No. One High School, Old Xia, could only silently swallow this bitter pill. The decisions of the higher-ups were beyond the intervention of a single principal, and when the sky falls, there are naturally tall people to hold it up. Strike while the iron is hot. The higher-ups of the two institutions were even more adept at this. The magical beasts suppressed in the forbidden area of Heart Lake Island are about to break free. The Beast Tamer Association, in conjunction with the Demon Alliance, is dispatching a legendary beast tamer and 4 golden robe demon hunters to Heart Lake Island to resuppress the magical beasts that are about to escape, ensuring the safety of the East City area. Upon the release of this news, the public was in an uproar. A legendary beast tamer and 4 golden robe demon hunters, this lineup was more than enough to easily suppress a large-scale beast tide. Thus, the public's fear gradually dissipated, and some unscrupulous media attempting to ride the wave of attention, under hints from relevant parties and immense pressure, also gradually lowered their flags and ceased their activities. To quell the negative impact of this incident, the official actions did not stop there. The flames of war are reignited, and youth is not wasted. The National Middle School League preliminaries have begun. Any school that qualifies for the league will receive a mysterious reward. After this wave of operations, the public completely shifted their focus, as it concerned the future of their children, and everyone turned their attention to the regional school team preliminaries. The two major power institutions also approached No. One High School and No. 7 High School, offering additional compensation and ensuring that each school would have at least 2 students qualify for the league. Under pressure and temptation, both schools had no choice but to compromise. For No. 7 High School, it could even be said that they struck gold. At least Principal Wang no longer had to worry about his career. As for Xinshan, he was just an orphan. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who had always supported Xinshan and even personally intervened to recruit him into the 11th Bureau, left in a huff after a meeting, without cancelling Xinshan's position as a golden robe demon hunter as per regulations. No. 7 High School, in the training room. The preliminaries have begun. Although we already have 2 spots, you should not become complacent. Strive to secure more spots, or else. Lu Jun, with a gloomy expression, looked at the reselected team members, his voice abruptly stopping. If anyone was most worried about Xinshan, it was undoubtedly Lu Jun. Teacher, we understand your feelings, but Xinshan has already perished. Now we are the main force of the school team. You should be responsible to us and to the honor of the school. A newly selected team member voiced a challenge, as Lu Jun, the team leader, had been completely out of sorts during the training these past few days. What do you want to say? Su Qianxue looked up at this senior student, who was similar to Zhao Shichen, her eyes filled with disdain. Captain Su, what I want to say is that Xinshan is just a mid-level beast master, and his beast pet is nothing but a worthless ant. What contribution can such a waste make to the school? Do you really think that even if he were alive, he could lead the 7th middle school into the National League? Just a waste. It's not that serious. The new team members were getting increasingly agitated, and their words began to carry a hint of questioning tone. Slap. Qin Feng, who was beside Su Qianxue, could no longer hold back and slapped the new member, sending him flying. Waste? If Xinshan is a waste, then you are even worse than a waste. What? Not convinced? Come on, let's duel. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Looking at the indignant new member, Qin Feng curled his finger, not hiding the disdain and provocation in his gaze. What a joke, all day long just talking nonsense. If it weren't for Su Qianxue, Qin Feng would have left the 7th middle school long ago. Su Qianxue had also revealed some of Xinshan's strength to him. Even without the shocking news, just the ability to defeat Zhao Shichen in an instant was enough to surpass this guy by a lot. Yet, some people just lack self-awareness, standing on a moral high ground to suppress their classmates. Does that make him feel good? Creak. At that moment, the training room door was suddenly pushed open, and a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. Brother Qin is right, if I am a waste, then you are even worse than a waste. Come on, if you're not convinced, let's fight. The voice carried extreme fatigue and weariness, and a disheveled figure slowly entered everyone's sight. Shen Chen! Shen Chen! Su Qianxue and the previously silent Xu Wanwan suddenly exclaimed, looking at the figure standing in front of the team member in shock. "Hello everyone, I'm back." Xin Shan looked up and smiled at them. A gust of fragrant wind rushed in, and Xu Wanwan quickly ran to Xin Shan, pinching his cheek hard. "Ouch! That hurts." Xin Shan was speechless. This little demoness had such strength. "You're really alive. I have to go tell my dad." After saying that, Xu Wanwan skipped out of the training room. "What the heck? What does my return have to do with your dad?" Raising his hand, Xin Shan summoned the feral scythe ant soldiers. 10 fierce-looking ant soldiers surrounded the new team member, their trembling antennae emitting a series of chirping sounds, clearly much larger than before. Name: Feral Scythe Ant Soldier, Level 9, Quality: Intermediate Rare, Traits: Marching, Enhanced, Compound Eye Attack, Enhanced, Skill, Halo of Favor, derived from the Light of Favor. It inherently possesses the ability to be immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, and provides a significant mental boost to the Beast Master. Active Skill: Each use reduces the current Beast Pet by 1 level. It is worth mentioning that these feral scythe ant soldiers, after devouring those blood-red ropes, had directly increased by 1 level, and were only one piece of high-level beast meat away from reaching level 10. To break free from the control of the Blood Flood Dragon, Xin Shan had also paid an extremely heavy price. 40 feral scythe ant soldiers were lost due to the excessive punishment of the Halo of Favor, and if it weren't for the protection of the super breeding group, it was very likely that they would have been completely wiped out this time. Even so, only 20 ant soldiers remained, and the feral scythe ant queen had fallen into a deep sleep due to the bloodline suppression of the legendary magical beast. However, Xin Shan's gains from this trip were also immense. Thinking of this, a smile finally appeared in Xin Shan's tired eyes. Surviving a great disaster surely brings future blessings. "Teacher, I'm back." Ignoring the new team member who was already scared silly, Xin Shan walked straight to Lu Jun and slightly bowed. Good. It's great that you're back." Lu Jun approached Xin Shan with an excited expression, patting him heavily on the shoulder twice, his concern evident. For Lu Jun, Xin Shan had always been treated with the respect one would show a father. He was the best person Xin Shan had in this world. No one else came close. Therefore, after returning to Dongchang, Xin Shan's first action was to come to school and find Lu Jun. As for the events that had transpired in Dongcheng during this time, he had already heard about them and formed his own judgments. A hint of fierce determination flickered in his eyes, which glimmered with a faint blue light. "If someone betrays me, I will surely kill. If heaven betrays me, I will break this sky." However, for now, it was best to bide his time. "Don't worry, go home and rest well. Since you're back, everything is uncertain." Lu Jun sensed the change in Xin Shan's emotions and offered some comfort before turning to leave, though a subtle resolve flashed in his deep, water-like eyes. After watching Lu Jun depart, Xin Shan looked up at Su Qianxue and the others. "Captain, I believe that with the 4 of us, the team from No. 7 Middle School is more than enough. What do you think?" A profound confidence radiated from Xin Shan's gaze, something he had never displayed before. After returning to Dongcheng from Huxin Island, Xin Shan was 2 days later than in Chang. So much had happened during that time, he couldn't control the power struggles at the top, but he absolutely would not allow any accidents regarding his own interests. "Are you sure?" Su Qianxue frowned slightly. Although she didn't understand why Xin Shan had such thoughts, his attitude was completely different from before. "Of course, 4 spots for the preliminary rounds are enough. For the National League, I want to fight for first place." Xin Shan's change was closely related to the news he had heard upon his return. Even in Qing, the beast slave had become a hero at No. 1 Middle School, while he, aside from a few people, was almost completely ignored. Did they really think he was dead? Strength. Everything depended on strength. Without a backing, he would become his own support. "Good, that's a real man." Xin Feng gave a thumbs up, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "TCH, what good is being a man if you're just a broke loser trying to fight for first place?" The new team member, who had been ignored for a long time, finally found an opportunity to speak up. "I'm the principal's nephew. With me here, you can forget about rejoining the team." Bang! Xin Shan raised his hand, and a soldier ant flew directly at him, crashing into the wall and fainting. "See you at the preliminary rounds." With that, Xin Shan turned and left, never looking back at the new team member, having already decided his fate. The principal's nephew, what a joke. After leaving the school, Xin Shan immediately returned home. The large living room felt somewhat desolate after more than 10 days of no one being around, and there was a faint smell of blood lingering in the air. Xin Shan frowned slightly as he looked toward his bedroom. Creak! Pushing the door open, he saw the soft bed covered with a light blue checkered blanket, its curves clearly defined. Humph! Without any hesitation, Xin Shan raised his hand, and 2 black lights shot out. Two soldier ants quickly lifted the blanket, revealing a seductive figure underneath. The figure slowly turned her head, and their eyes met. "It's you!" Seeing Inqing's cold expression on the bed, Shinshen was somewhat surprised that this little vixen would come looking for him. "Shinshen, return my brother's life." Unexpectedly, Inqing leaped off the bed as soon as she saw him, lunging at him like a shrew. Bang! Shinshen raised his foot and kicked her back, then moved forward without hesitation, pressing down on her. The warm body, tinged with a hint of coldness, made Shinshen distinctly feel the slight tremor beneath him, and a wicked smile crept into the corner of his eye. "You're so weak, let me guess. What could be the reason?" He reached out and lifted Inqing's chin, unexpectedly met with no resistance. Instead, the intense hatred and unwillingness in her eyes stirred something within him. "Are you pretending to be weak, or does your master have other plans? Or perhaps those higher-ups made some promises to you to quell the situation, like letting you live?" Shinshen vaguely recalled the scene in the underground maze. When this little girl went mad, even he couldn't handle it back then. But now, she was pitifully weak. Upon hearing Shinshen's words, Inqing's heart trembled. He had guessed everything correctly. Right now, she felt like a puppet on strings, whether it was the blood serpent about to escape from the island or the high-ranking officials of the two major power factions. She was merely a tool to maintain balance. Once that balance disappeared, she feared she would be the first to die. Even so, before dying, she wanted to kill this scheming man in front of her. But now she dared not act, not only because the methods left by the blood serpent were sealed by the higher-ups, but also due to her agreement with them, which prohibited any outrageous actions before the national competition in exchange for her original freedom. She had only one chance for revenge, and that was to kill Shinshen during the match. Otherwise, she would surely die. "What's wrong? Not going to speak?" Seeing Inqing silent, Shinshen grinned wickedly as he controlled two soldier ants to slowly crawl up her proud peaks. "Get these filthy ants off me! If you have the guts, come at me." "Come at you?" This little girl really dared to say that. "I won't." Shinshen blinked, watching the flicker of red light in Inqing's eyes, suppressing the restlessness rising in his heart. If he really did go for it, who knew who would end up on top? Behind this little girl was a legendary magical beast. "Hey, girl, you don't mind a full-body massage, do you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinshen's hands began to quickly roam over Inqing's body. Wherever his hands landed, a soldier ant would attach itself, some fierce mandibles directly clinging to her, and faint traces of red energy could be seen being drawn out from Inqing's body. Of course, to prevent Inqing from suddenly going berserk, Shinshen avoided certain indescribable areas. "Ah!" A flash of shame and anger crossed Inqing's eyes as she looked at the ants covering her body, and a low, strange sound suddenly erupted. Her body twisted incessantly. No matter how she moved, the soldier ants seemed frozen, continuously feeding, their trembling antennae making a constant squeaking sound. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped her lips, and a deep crimson rose rapidly in her eyes. At the same time, the soldier ants clinging to her body began to tremble, the flowing red energy suddenly increasing, accelerating with the rise and fall of Inqing's body. "Ha!" Until Inqing let out a long breath of turbid air, her entire body went limp, and when she looked at Shinshen again, her gaze was filled with resentment. The decrease in red energy inexplicably made her feel much more comfortable. Sure enough, a glint flashed in Shinshen's eyes. The blood-red energy those soldier ants had drawn from Inqing must have come from that legendary magical beast, the blood serpent. It not only made these ants much stronger but also gradually dissipated the bloody stench in the room. Beast slaves? How exactly do magical beasts control humans? Let's be straightforward, if you siblings want to kill me, you should be prepared to be counter-killed. Of course, as beast slaves, even if I kill you now, it would be for the good of humanity. Shinshen looked at Inqing, his gaze deep. "Since you're still alive, you should cherish it. Presumably, you must have made some agreements with the higher-ups, merely using each other. However, don't even think about touching my cake, or else." A glint of ferocity flashed in Shinshen's eyes as he made a throat-slitting gesture towards Inqing. "Life and interests, this is the bottom line." Inqing fell silent. Upon hearing the news of Shinshen's return, she rushed here, wanting to kill him at all costs, regardless of the consequences. But those higher-ups had placed some kind of control over her, rendering her utterly powerless in the face of Shinshen. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was like a weak woman, unless she resorted to using her beast companion. But she dared not try. Inqing did not know if those hypocritical higher-ups had tampered with her beast companion. After all, there was a time when she had been forcibly put into a coma. "I will definitely kill you." After Shinshen put away the flying ant soldiers, Inqing stood up, her weak appearance evoking pity. "You're welcome to come again. Exercising is good for your health." Watching Inqing leave, Shinshen's expression darkened instantly. How did Inqing find out where he lived? Even a legendary beast couldn't possibly know. After all, the blood flood was still trapped on the island in the lake. Shin Shen furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that flash of blood light? Unable to make sense of it, Shin Shen stopped thinking about it. His already exhausted body, having endured immense pressure that left him unable to move, could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. The next morning, Shin Shen woke from his slumber and immediately tossed a beast corpse into the beast companion space. The Ant Queen was still asleep. Shin Shen guessed she was on the verge of leveling up. After some thought, he tossed in a beast crystal and then began to wash up. Afterward, Shin Shen opened his attribute panel. Host, Shin Shen, Beast Companion, Flying Ant Queen, Mental Threshold, 156, Physical Threshold, 134, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulated Evolution, can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into an ultimate rare creature. Demon Law, blessed by the Demon God, after obtaining any quality of Beast Companion, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. Seeing his attributes rise again, a trace of ecstasy appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. Danger and opportunity coexist, this saying is always true. Whether it was the pure energy from the blood flood or the enhancement brought by the legendary beast crystal, it was beyond his imagination at this stage. If converted into wealth, it couldn't be quantified. The things Shin Shen obtained from this trip to the island were hard to buy even with money. Whether it was the beast manual that could provide beast tamers with a chance for legendary advancement, the legendary beast crystal, or the complete beast corpses at least of elite level, they were all things that could be encountered but not sought. Shin Shen believed that as long as he was given time, his strength would exhibit a geometric explosion. It's time to make an appearance. We can't let our great hero in Cheng monopolize the favor. After leaving home, Shin Shen headed straight for the 11th Bureau. Inside the 11th Bureau, it was bustling, with many unfamiliar faces compared to usual. Shin Shen glanced at them and ignored them, heading directly upstairs. You, stop. But it seemed someone was unwilling to let him go. A slightly provocative voice came from behind. What's the matter? Shin Shen turned around, looking at the buzzcut guy whose eyes were filled with disdain, revealing a hint of confusion. You are Shin Shen, the one who contracted the ants, right? The buzzcut guy spoke rudely, pointing at Shin Shen's nose, and people around began to gather to watch the commotion. Crack! Ah! A scream pierced the air as the buzzcut man's finger was brutally snapped by Shin Shen. The crowd exchanged glances, shocked by such brutality. Did your family not teach you to be polite? You're just a mere black-robed demon hunter, and you dare to insult your superior without even knowing how to greet them? Do you really not know how to write the word death? A cold glint appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. It was clear this group was deliberately waiting for him, undoubtedly under someone's orders. Zhao Shichen, the principal's nephew, and An Qing. Shin Shen immediately thought of these three individuals. Slap! Slap! Before the buzzcut man could react, Shin Shen stepped forward and delivered two resounding slaps, causing the man to see stars but not daring to retaliate. The crowd was stunned. Only now did they remember that this person before them was a green-robed demon hunter. The four-colored demon hunters of the Demon Alliance represented a strict hierarchy based on strength. Subordinates were just that, and even if Shin Shen killed him now, no one would dare to say a word. That shouldn't be the case, right? The next moment, put! A flash of black light, and a large hole exploded in the buzzcut man's head, leaving no time for even a final glance. If you're not convinced, then fight. Don't act proud in front of me. To defy authority is punishable by death. Shin Shen's icy voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, a chill rising in their hearts. Yet, there were still those unafraid of death. Shin Shen, even if he defied authority, why must you go to such extremes? Bang! A flash of black light sent the speaker flying. You have guts. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from above, and three demon hunters in blue and purple descended the stairs. In the 11th Bureau, internal fighting is prohibited, and harming fellow hunters is forbidden. If there are objections, you may take it to the life and death platform. If everyone killed as casually as you, these people wouldn't die at the hands of magical beasts but rather at the hands of an arrogant brat. What would you have the other hunters think? What would those brave warriors, who risked their lives to protect countless homes, think? I don't care who you are, since you've crossed paths with me, you will pay the price. Shin Shen's gaze was icy, arms crossed, staring unflinchingly at the purple-robed demon hunter, responding proudly, he defied authority. I was merely enforcing the rules. If there are no consequences, how can I establish authority? If rules become mere talk, how can they restrain others? As he spoke, his chin lifted slightly, revealing a sense of determination and confidence. The purple-robed demon hunter's eyes widened in anger, his right index finger pointing at Shin Chen, voice sharp, "Rules are not an excuse for you to kill at will. Your actions are a blatant trampling of the rules." The voice was deafening, drawing the attention of those around, with beastly shadows stirring behind him, as if ready to summon a beast to strike down Shin Chen at any moment. "I did not kill at will, I was upholding the dignity of the rules. He made a mistake and deserved punishment." Shin Chen sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve, as if to convey that his decision was indisputable. "Good. Very good." A newcomer to the 11th Bureau, not only rising to the rank of green-robed but also daring to kill, truly impressive. The purple-robed demon hunter trembled with rage, his left hand clenched into a fist, right hand waving in the air. "You are twisting the argument. A killer must pay with their life, it's only right." Shin Chen stood his ground, not retreating an inch, straightening his posture as he said, "If such behavior is allowed to run rampant, wouldn't the 11th Bureau become a scattered mess? I am thinking of the greater good. When they defied authority, where were you? Why are you now putting pressure on me? What is the reasoning behind this?" The onlookers were stunned. These three were sent by the headquarters of the Demon Alliance specifically to handle the East City incident, and they never expected Shin Chen to be so bold, directly confronting them. "Defying authority? Are you not defying authority right now?" The purple-robed demon hunter was furious. Even the head of the 11th Bureau, Yi Qing, had to show him respect in his presence. How dare this young brat speak to him like that? It was truly outrageous. Boom! A massive beast shadow suddenly appeared before everyone. An elite-level magical beast, the Frost Hunter. "Those who defy authority deserve to die." The purple-robed demon hunter repeated Shin Chen's earlier words, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Ha, can't argue so you want to fight, ha. Without asking for the truth, you bully the weak. Who do you think you are?" Just as Shin Chen was about to summon the Scythe Ant soldiers, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! The Scythe Ant Queen has advanced, bloodline evolved, and the number of the colony has increased. Shin Chen instinctively glanced at the beast pet space, where 60 Scythe Ant soldiers were neatly lined up, like a battalion of elite soldiers, their momentum completely different from before, ready to be summoned at any moment. Name, Scythe Ant Queen, level, Tier 5, quality, intermediate rare, talent, super fertility, blessing of light, loyalty, 100%, characteristics, strong endurance, great strength, powerful self-healing ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same size, strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same size. When body damage exceeds 50%, self-healing mode activates. Super fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can always maintain 20 Scythe Ant soldiers to protect the colony under any circumstances. Blessing of light, all attributes of the ant soldiers led by the Scythe Ant Queen are doubled. Seeing this, Shin Chen immediately felt more confident. So what if it was an elite-level Frost Hunter? He had plenty of ants. Boom! 40 advanced Scythe Ant soldiers were instantly summoned. Abusing power, bullying the weak, I won't take this from you. Shin Chen had already seen through them. These people were deliberately looking for trouble. No matter if they were being instigated or not, he didn't want to endure this anymore. Power, or strength, he needed something to secure his place in this world. Bastard! The purple-robed demon hunter roared, the Frost Hunter under his control emanating a chilling aura, its massive body resembling an insurmountable iceberg, its cold gaze fixed on the Scythe Ant soldiers before it. Hiss! The onlookers immediately retreated in fear. The situation was spiraling out of control. Among the crowd, a demon hunter's gaze turned to Shin Chen, revealing a hint of disbelief. At this moment, the Scythe Ant soldiers were closely arranged, their antennae swaying as if conveying some kind of message. The sharp sights glimmered with a cold light, exuding an air of authority. Stop! Do you have any respect for me at all? Just as Shin Chen was about to take action, Yi Qing finally appeared, his gaze toward Shin Chen filled with complexity. This kid actually didn't die. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, Shin Chen's previously tense expression suddenly relaxed, his eyes blinking as his expression changed in an instant, comparable to a master of face-changing. Boss Yi, you finally made it. I had no choice. This purple-robed demon hunter is unreasonable. Clearly, that guy is defying authority, and I was just following the rules, yet he was aggressive. Shin Chen quickly walked towards Yi Qing, tears welling in his eyes, his voice slightly choked as he complained. Yi Qing's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This kid could act better than him. Li Qi, is what he said true? Helpless, Yi Qing turned to the purple-robed demon hunter Li Qi, feeling quite displeased. Just because they were sent from headquarters, did that make them noble? How dare they touch the genius personally recruited by the bureau chief? It was utterly disrespectful. I am just a small demon hunter, how could I dare to confront them? If you don't come soon, I really don't know what to do. Shinshen continued to cry out, and the Feilian soldiers in the scene instantly vanished. The Frost Hunter was stunned. The onlookers were stunned. Even the three high-ranking demon hunters were taken aback by Shinshen's sudden change. How could a person be so shameless? Were everyone's eyes blind? In the face of Shinshen's performance, even the three demon hunters from the old city could only stare in disbelief. They couldn't possibly kill the shameless kid after Yi Qing appeared, could they? If that were the case, the crime of rebellion would truly fall upon them. However, they really couldn't swallow this anger. Director Yi, as a demon hunter, what punishment should one face for rebelling against superiors and slaughtering comrades? The purple-robed demon hunter Li Qi did not respond to Yi Qing's question but instead asked back. Yi Qing frowned, not expecting Li Qi to cling to this matter. Although he was the head of the bureau, the other party was sent from headquarters and held the authority. Rebelling against superiors should naturally be punished. But we must clarify the situation. This kid has been insulting me since I arrived, and with such a lack of decorum, he certainly deserves to be punished. Shinshen also noticed Yi Qing's predicament and looked up at Li Qi. Your Excellency, you want to kill me without distinguishing right from wrong. Are you trying to hide something? Or is this person's behavior directed by you? Do you have some unspeakable secret between you? Or do you high-ranking officials think my 11th Bureau is easy to bully? Shinshen's words made Li Qi's face turn pale with anger. With Yi Qing present, there was no way to punish this arrogant kid. He quickly thought of another plan. Director Yi, Shinshen has just returned from Lake Heart Island. It is still uncertain whether he has been selected as a beast slave. He must be taken back to headquarters for trial. This is the rule. Li Qi knew that this was the 11th Bureau, and he had no advantage here. There's no need for that, an investigation here is just as good. Yi Qing decisively refused. At least for now, he had not sensed any unique aura of a beast slave from Shinshen. He turned to the onlooking demon hunters. Everyone disperse. What happened today must be thoroughly investigated. If I find anyone colluding with the enemy, they will be severely punished. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression changed slightly, which happened to fall into Shinshen's eyes. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yi Qing and the 5 others. Old man, you really are shameless. You treat Sheng, a clear beast slave, as a hero, and now you want to trouble me. Do you have no shame left? Shinshen's expression turned cold, and he was certain that this old man was definitely involved in today's events. How dare you? Do you really think I won't kill you? Li Qi waved his hand, and the Frost Hunter stepped forward, an extremely cold aura instantly rippling out. I was truly blind. Not only did I not receive a reward for submitting the method of bloodline evolution, but I also risked my life to bring back the beast slave in Zhang only to face trial. If the headquarters of the Demon Alliance is filled with people like you, it is truly a disgrace. Facing Li Qi's pressure, Shinshen's expression grew increasingly cold as he raised his hand to take out something. A piece of beast skin with a faint golden hue. This was an item from the myth-level beast master Di Qianqiu's storage ring. Shinshen didn't understand it, so he simply took it out. I originally came to hand this over to Director Yi, but it seems there is no need now. I might as well destroy it. After saying this, Shinshen was about to destroy the beast skin, and at that moment, Li Qi's attack also came down. Get lost. Just then, Yi Qing suddenly made a move, waving his hand to send Li Qi and the others flying, his eyes fixed on the beast skin in Shinshen's hand, revealing a look of shock. It was clear that Yi Qing recognized this item. Divine beast skin, where did this come from? Yi Qing's voice trembled slightly, and the 3 who had gotten up froze in place upon hearing the words divine beast skin. Each piece of divine beast skin recorded the opportunity to step into the realm of myth. The underground labyrinth of Lake Heart Island, the trial passage of Emperor Qianqiu. After surviving a life and death challenge, I obtained the inheritance of an evolution master, received a legendary beast crystal, and this piece of beast skin. Shinshen said, but deep down, he felt a bit anxious, not expecting Yi Qing to value this beast skin so highly. Emperor Qianqiu. No beast master would be unaware of the significance of these 3 words. Anything belonging to Emperor Qianqiu held immense research value, especially the divine beast skin. And this guy in front of him actually had one, and intended to offer it to the 11th Bureau, causing Li Qi's expression to darken immediately. Are you saying that you came here to give me this beast skin? Yi Qing was somewhat bewildered. After all, this was divine beast skin. Of course, Director Yi has shown me kindness, and after I was captured on Lake Heart Island, you went to great lengths for me. I, Shinshen, am not an ungrateful person. I am well aware of Emperor Qianqiu's reputation and the value of this beast skin. Shinshen paused and continued, to be honest, The decision to bring out this beast skin was due to two reasons. One is because of Director Yi, and the other is that I don't understand it. However, if I bring it out, Director Yi will certainly not treat me unfairly, but right now, I feel a bit disheartened. As he spoke, Shin Chen turned to look at Li Qi and the others, a hint of coldness in his eyes. You just said you obtained the inheritance of the Evolution Master from Emperor Qianqiu? Upon hearing Shin Chen's words, Yi Qing's eyes showed a hint of relief. This kid is capable. That's right, I am now an Evolution Master of Beast Pets. A look of pride appeared in Shin Chen's eyes, while Li Qi's expression grew increasingly grim. Good. Very good. Yi Qing suddenly burst into loud laughter, not taking the beast skin that Shin Chen offered, but instead raised his hand to release a messenger bird. A messenger bird. It was clear that Yi Qing was sending a message to headquarters. He dared not keep the value of a divine beast skin crafted by Emperor Qianqiu to himself. Upon seeing Yi Qing release the messenger bird, Li Qi's face turned ashen. He knew he was finished. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have waded into these murky waters. Director Yi, I wonder if the Halo skill of beast pets is useful. This time, while passing through the trial inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu, I fortuitously awakened a Halo skill. Shin Chen smiled, pushing Li Qi deeper into the abyss. Rare Halo skills were definitely sought after by major powers. Even if this Halo wasn't very good, it would still make one a guest of honor among the major factions. Oh, your beast pet actually evolved a Halo skill. Tell me about it. Yi Qing's eyes showed surprise again. After all, there was only one demon hunter with a Halo skill in the 11th Bureau, and that was a treasure-like existence. Blessing Halo, immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, an active skill, can be single target or group. After checking his attributes, Shin Chen fully understood this Blessing Halo skill, which was why he brought it up at this moment. It seemed the effect should be quite good. Come here. With Yi Qing's loud shout, two purple-robed demon hunters rushed down from upstairs. Li Qi and the others intend to harm the genius of the 11th Bureau, bullying those above and offending those below. Arrest them for trial. Yi Qing's gaze towards Shin Chen changed instantly. A rare Halo skill, and a super rare skill that was immune to all negative states and evil forces. At least to his current knowledge, there were no more than 10 rare Halo skills in the world. Perhaps Shin Chen himself was unaware that with just this Halo skill, he could ascend immediately. Send the order. Shin Chen is promoted to the leader of the blue-robed demon hunters, enjoying special resource allocation. Yi Qing could hardly conceal the ecstasy in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she felt it wasn't enough and raised her hand to release another messenger bird. From now on, you will stay here. I will definitely fight for your maximum benefit. If those old geezers don't bleed a little this time, they can forget about borrowing people from my 11th Bureau in the future. Shin Chen blinked, realizing that he had underestimated this Halo skill. Although there was a messenger bird to notify, it would still take time for someone from headquarters to arrive. After monopolizing a training room in the 11th Bureau, Shin Chen began to study the talent of simulated evolution. Simulated evolution can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into an ultimate rare creature. Simulating all living beings was not limited to animal-type magical beasts but also included some plant-type magical beasts and special species, such as spirits and elemental beings. Naturally, the simulation target was chosen to be the queen of the leafcutter ants. Starting the first simulated evolution. A green halo enveloped Shin Chen, and if there were any advanced beast evolutionists present, they would surely gasp in surprise, as only high-level beast evolutionists would emit a green halo during simulation. The halo gradually expanded until it completely enveloped the queen leafcutter ant, and two golden red lines symbolizing the evolution routes appeared before Shin Chen's eyes. The red line represented ordinary evolution, which Shin Chen directly skipped, focusing instead on the increasingly thick golden line. Starting the sacred rare evolution simulation. Retain current talent characteristics. Shadows of bizarre forms appeared before Shin Chen, solidifying at an extremely slow pace, as if allowing the queen leafcutter ant to regrow, each step taken with utmost solidity. An hour later, the first evolution simulation of the queen leafcutter ant succeeded. Looking at the result of this simulation, Shin Chen shook his head. It was not what he wanted, and he decisively abandoned it. Starting the second evolution simulation. Third. Fourth. By the time he reached the 9th attempt, Shin Chen's spirit was beginning to wane, and a deep fatigue appeared in his eyes. Sacred Rare Evolution Simulation succeeded. The prompt tone was completely different from before, instantly invigorating Shin Chen, who fixed his gaze on that golden evolution route. Queen Leafcutter Ant, 7-Star Ant, Flame Ant Emperor, Crimson Armored Dark Steed, Insect Empress. Each evolution stage was marked with the required materials, including magical beast flesh and beast crystals, densely packed and overwhelming, making Shin Chen feel a bit dizzy. When he saw the materials needed for the Queen Leafcutter ant to advance to the 7-star ant, a look of despair appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. 10 elite-level magical beast flesh, 10 elite-level beast crystals, 1 legendary beast crystal. There were many more specified magical beast flesh requirements, and Shin Chen had lost the will to continue reading. He had originally thought that this perilous trip to the island would make him rich overnight, enough to support the evolution of his magical beasts. But now, looking at it, he realized he was just a nouveau riche. Forget it, there will be bread, and there will be milk. Shin Chen could only comfort himself like this. However, when he saw the battle power chart of the evolved magical beasts and the minimum population requirements, his mindset instantly balanced. 7-star ant, 107-star battle ants. Flame ant emperor, 1,000 ant emperor guards. Crimson armored dark steed, 10,000 dark steed flying generals. Insect empress, wherever my thoughts reach, all are my subjects. Shocked. Shin Chen was shocked, especially when he saw the description of the insect empress. He instantly realized that if he evolved his magical beasts to this stage, he would undoubtedly be a myth-level beast master. Myth level. Shin Chen gasped, not daring to even think about it. He. The sound of silly laughter echoed, and in an instant, a series of dull snoring began to rise in the training room. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Chen was startled awake by a commotion. Shin Chen, get out here! Shin Chen, get out here! Downstairs at the 11th bureau, dozens of people had gathered, with the leader leaning on a stick adorned with red patterns, his complexion showing a sickly shade of crimson. Zhao Shichen. Shin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the row of black-robed demon hunters guarding the door. This situation seemed off. Zhao Shichen shouldn't have the guts to besiege the 11th bureau, right? Could it be that he had been driven to madness? Zhao Shichen, you're not dead yet. Commander Shin. Seeing Shin Chen's calm demeanor, the black-robed demon hunters all bowed, their eyes filled with a sense of awe. To dare confront the purple-robed headquarters, and with Director Yi even willing to intervene for him, such a person must be treated with respect. Humph, relying on the tiger's might. The sickly Zhao Shichen was also a bit dazed by the scene. He had just taken a nap, and this guy had become the commander of the 11th bureau. Wasn't that absurd? Instinctively, Zhao Shichen thought Shin Chen was just putting on a show. Everyone, Zhao, have come this time only for that dog Shin Chen. I hope you all will give me some face. With a wave of his hand, a shadow of the stick flashed in the air, and the people behind him stepped forward, their eyes showing a hint of madness. Red flower stick. Invincible. Red flower stick. Invincible. With Zhao Shichen's shouts, the madness in the eyes of the crowd intensified, and they had even lost their rationality. Shin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, and the black-robed hunters also noticed the abnormality among the crowd, their faces showing signs of vigilance. Could it be that stick? Suddenly, Shin Chen recalled an elite-level magical beast, a rare creature from the southern forest of East City, known for its seduction and reliance on a single stick to fight. It only beat but never killed. If you couldn't win, you begged for mercy. An elite-level beast, the red flower. Commander Shin, could it be that someone really contracted that kind of beast? That would be worse than having an ant. One of the black-robed demon hunters instinctively glanced at Shin Chen, hurriedly swallowing back the words he had yet to say. Contracting a red flower beast would indeed be worse than contracting an ant. That thing would make beast tamers unable to resist, especially men. I really didn't expect you to contract a red flower beast and seduce so many men. You really have it tough. Seeing Zhao Shichen's sickly crimson face and the identical expressions of the people behind him, Shin Chen confirmed that this guy had indeed contracted a red flower beast. How disgusting. Get them out of here. To dare besiege the 11th bureau, they must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. After saying that, Shin Chen turned and left. Under Shin Chen's orders, the black-robed hunters summoned their beasts and charged forward. The shadow of the red flower stick above Zhao Shichen flickered and vanished, and soon after, cries for mercy filled the air. As Shin Chen went upstairs, he saw Yi Qing waiting for him with a smile. Doesn't it seem like his beast is quite funny? Yi Qing looked at Shin Chen with a grin, always ready to offer a few pointers to someone he had personally brought in whenever he had the time. Isn't it disgusting? Shin Chen didn't understand why the other party said that. He just had a gut feeling that Zhao Shichen was desperately seeking a replacement after being backfired by his beast. Not at all. You saw the situation just now. What if those who were seduced were higher-level beast tamers? Could these black-robed ones hold them back? Yi Qing pointed at the frenzied crowd below that had been knocked down by the black-robed hunters. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen's heart stirred, as if he had thought of something. In fact, the red flower beast is not without its advantages. Just like you think it's seductive, in reality, it's just one of the characteristics of its skill excitement. If this characteristic is bestowed upon you, even if your beast pet is just an individual, fighting above your level wouldn't be a difficult task. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Shin Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. You are already a beast pet evolution master, have you not considered the evolution direction of beast pets? It's not just about the same kind. Boom! Shin Chen's mind shook violently, as if something had been unlocked, and a powerful mental force rippled out. When the mountains and rivers seem to offer no way, a glimmer of hope appears. When he was simulating evolution earlier, he always felt something was missing. Now he realized it was because his evolution direction was too singular, focusing only on the development of one species while neglecting the communication between different species. That's right, communication. In an instant, Shin Chen felt a flood of ideas rushing through his mind, eager for him to explore. Alright, the path of beast taming is ever-changing, there's no need to rush. Suddenly, Yi Qing looked up at the sky, they are coming. On the 11th floor of the platform, the wind and clouds surged. A shadow of a beast that blocked out the sun descended with a roar, the legendary magical beast, the purple lightning blue sparrow, folding its wings and stirring up a storm of dust. 4 figures descended in succession, 2 old and 2 young. The leader of the Demon Alliance, Wu Jing, and the young master, Wu Dong. The president of the Beast Tamer Association, Qin Wuliang, and the genius beast tamer, Su Nanzhao. Leader Wu, President Qin, please. Yi Qing gave a slight bow to the two and stepped aside to clear the way. Behind Wu Jing, Wu Dong, who had met Shin Chen once, smiled slightly and waved his hand. You are the one who contracted the ants, the one from that trash school, Shin Chen? The other genius beast tamer, Su Nanzhao, however, stopped beside Shin Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. Shin Chen was speechless, it seemed they had just met, so why did he feel an inexplicable hostility? However, Shin Chen didn't care, there were plenty of arrogant geniuses in this world. Should he look up to each one of them? Who the hell do you think you are? Ha ha, brother Wu, we meet again. Ignoring Su Nanzhao, Shin Chen and Wu Dong embraced each other warmly, completely disregarding Su Nanzhao. Just an ant, soon you'll know what a true genius is, not some trash who relies on flattery to gain favor. Watching as only he remained on the platform, Su Nanzhao's expression turned exceptionally ugly. Over the years, no one had dared to ignore him like this. Wu Dong was one thing, he was the young master of the Demon Alliance, but Shin Chen. A hint of killing intent flickered in Su Nanzhao's eyes. Inside the top-level hall, the 6 of them took their seats in succession. I presume this is classmate Shin Chen? Wu Dong has mentioned you often since he returned. His successful advancement this time is largely thanks to your help, and I thank you for that. Wu Jing, the leader of the Demon Alliance, said with a smile, expressing goodwill towards Shin Chen after a brief silence. You flatter me, leader. Brother Wu and I share a good rapport, and as members of the Demon Alliance, we should help each other, Shin Chen replied with a slight bow, showing no signs of being intimidated by the presence of a big shot. Wu Jing smiled slightly and continued, I heard from Yi Qing that you have become a beast pet evolution master. That is truly commendable. I didn't prepare anything special for this visit, here's a legendary beast crystal, consider it a congratulatory gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Chen felt a flash of light before him, and a beast crystal radiating a misty glow landed in his hand. Wow! Shin Chen was stunned, what was going on? The big shot was indeed a big shot, giving away a legendary beast crystal as a gift with such elegance. Just a moment ago, he was worried about evolution resources, and now he had a legendary beast crystal in his hands. Ha ha ha, Alliance leader, I'm so happy. I won't say much else, from now on, wherever you need me, I won't hesitate to face any danger. Ah, wait, that's not right. I am already a member of the Demon Beast Alliance, it's only right to follow the Alliance leader's orders. Thank you, Alliance leader. Shin Chen hurriedly flattered, unable to resist glancing at the president of the Beast Master Association. Why hasn't this person said anything yet? The mythical beast skin is still in my hands. Ha ha ha, what an interesting little guy. Yi Qing, you've recruited an extraordinary talent. Shin Chen's seemingly comical behavior made the Alliance leader overjoyed, and Yi Qing felt a sense of pride, admiration in his eyes growing stronger. Humph, just a clown who hasn't seen the world. Staying in a trashy place for too long, he really doesn't know his own worth. Ridiculous. Suddenly, Su Nanzhao sneered, but when he glanced at the legendary beast crystal in Shin Chen's hand, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Trash, who are you talking about? Trash, I'm talking about you. Shin Chen suddenly spoke up, and Su Nanzhao instinctively reacted, only to realize he had been set up. Waste, you're asking for death. Waste, you're asking for death. Shin Chen stepped forward, locking eyes with Su Nanzhao, refusing to back down. Are you sick? Can you not mimic my speech? Su Nanzhao was furious. If it weren't for the two big shots present, he might have already made a move. But Xinshen just blinked, not continuing the banter. The key was that this president was incredibly patient. Wasn't he here for the mythical beast skin? Let this clueless guy ramble on? Not in a hurry, huh? Then let's take our time. Kid, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Whoever loses gets lost. Xinshen's eyes darted, glancing at the expressionless Qin Wuliang. Damn, this old guy really knows how to keep his cool. Just you? A mid-level beast master from a trashy school? You don't even have the qualifications to make me move. For some reason, Su Nanzhao's emotions suddenly calmed down. Pa, if you're afraid, just say you're afraid. And to make it sound so grandiose, it's truly impressive. Xinshen spat, pulling out the legendary beast crystal he had just obtained. Do you want it? Then put one out too, let's gamble. As you wish. Seeing the legendary beast crystal, Su Nanzhao's eyes lit up, turning to Qin Wuliang. President. Keep it brief. Qin Wuliang's somewhat hoarse voice rang out as he glanced at Su Nanzhao, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. At that moment, Wu Dong's voice suddenly sounded. Brother Xin, you can't. He's a king-level beast master. King-level beast master. Upon hearing Wu Dong's words, Xinshen was also taken aback. Is there no justice in this world? He's about the same age as me and has already become a king-level beast master. Seeing Qin Wuliang still expressionless, Xinshen's face hardened. This young master is going to fight a king. What? Are you scared? A hint of mockery flashed in Su Nanzhao's eyes. He didn't care about Wu Dong's warning. He just wanted to show this country bumpkin what a true elite looks like, and just how trashy the elite beast masters of East City really are. Is being a king that impressive? The conditions have changed. You're 2 levels higher than me, so asking you for 2 legendary beast crystals isn't too much, right? Xinshen blinked and continued, of course, you can choose to refuse, but that wouldn't sound good if it got out. A dignified king-level beast master, yet you don't even have a few beast crystals? That would embarrass President Qin. Qin Wuliang glanced at Xinshen but said nothing. As you wish, I won't make you add more stakes. If you lose, you just have to admit you're trash. A trace of disdain flashed in Su Nanzhao's eyes. Could he lose? Obviously, it was impossible. How could a king-level genius beast master from the prestigious Beast Master Association lose to a country bumpkin? Not only did Su Nanzhao feel confident of victory, but even Wu Jing and the others thought that no matter how monstrous a mid-level beast master was, it was impossible to defeat a king-level beast master by 2 levels. Only Yi Qin showed a hint of contemplation in his eyes. If that's the case, then that's best. Don't cry if you lose. Although the top hall was not a dedicated battle room, as long as it wasn't under attack from a legendary beast, it was still fine. After all, this was the territory of the 11 Bureau. Naga Queen, appear. Seeing Xinshen's face full of provocation, Su Nanzhao summoned his beast pet without a second thought. An elite-level, 4-armed Naga. With a human head and a serpent body, its 4 arms waved incessantly, and as soon as it appeared, a chilling aura rippled through the hall, especially the light green gem embedded in its forehead, which glowed with a cold light as if it had a third eye. Attack! Su Nanzhao gave Xinshen no chance to react and immediately commanded the Naga Queen to attack. The 4 arms swung like whips, striking towards Xinshen, with a faint fishy smell lingering in the air. Facing the attack of the 4-armed Naga, Xinshen remained unperturbed, sidestepping the blows. However, once the 4-armed Naga's attack commenced, it was like a windmill, as if it were a perpetual motion machine, forcing Xinshen to continuously dodge. Even so, Xinshen did not summon the flying sickle ant soldiers. What is this kid doing? The onlookers showed expressions of confusion. Facing a king-level beast master 2 levels above him, he still hadn't summoned his beast pet. Was it arrogance or confidence? Damn, this 4-armed Naga's attacks are really fast. If my basic attributes weren't over 100, I probably wouldn't last long. Xinshen thought to himself while dodging the 4-armed Naga's attacks. The Beastmaster Chronicles recorded that when facing a Beastmaster of a higher level, if one could not ensure a one-hit kill, the first thing to do was to observe the opponent's beast pet's attack habits and skill characteristics. The premise was that one had to be confident in avoiding the opponent's skill characteristics when attacked. What Xinshen was doing now was observing. On one hand, his combat experience from the 6 armored pangolin statues allowed him to handle the situation easily even without summoning a beast pet. On the other hand, it was also due to considerations as a beast pet evolutionist. Most people only knew that beast pet evolutionists helped others plan the direction of their beast pet's evolution, but they overlooked that the reason one could become a beast pet evolutionist was that they could discover the strengths and weaknesses of magical beasts, thus planning the direction. With his simulated evolution talent, Xinshen was naturally not comparable to those ordinary beast pet evolutionists. In just a few minutes, Shin Chen had already familiarized himself with the attack characteristics of the four-armed Naga. The speed combined with the advantage of multiple arms, along with skills whose effects were still unknown. Humph, so arrogant. Su Nanzhao watched as the opponent showed no reaction to the four-armed Naga's attacks, moving as if strolling leisurely, completely disregarding him. Mud Bind. Finally, Su Nanzhao couldn't help but use the four-armed Naga's skill, Mud Bind. In an instant, Shin Chen felt as if his speed was inexplicably restricted, making it very difficult to break through this invisible barrier. Let's see how you run now. With a wave of Su Nanzhao's hand, the four-armed Naga's attacks suddenly accelerated. Come out! Shin Chen shouted lightly, and a black light suddenly surged towards the four-armed Naga, targeting the gem on its forehead. The four-armed Naga swung its arms to block, but was sent reeling by the powerful impact. Ha! Su Nanzhao was slightly taken aback. He had long known that Shin Chen's beast pet was an ant, and there were quite a few of them, but he didn't expect their strength to be so formidable, able to withstand the Naga Queen's assault. Strong strike! A faint glow suddenly enveloped the four-armed Naga, and its entire body began to stir restlessly. So that's how it is. After seeing the four-armed Naga's state, a glimmer of realization flashed in Shin Chen's eyes. Attacking was not its strong suit, but rather restricting was. Since that's the case, it would be easy to handle. A Beastmaster is nothing special. With that thought, Shin Chen smiled slightly, and the counterattack officially began. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, 4 beams of black light shot out rapidly, as 4 Scythe soldiers charged towards the Naga Queen with overwhelming force. Target, her arms. Using her own beasts against her. Restrict the Naga Queen's offensive and mobility, then wait for the opportunity to counterattack, either take a head or take a beast's head. That was Shin Chen's plan. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating itself. Su Nanzhao snorted coldly, clearly seeing through Shin Chen's intentions. Is that so? Shin Chen blinked, watching as the Naga Queen easily blocked the Scythe ant soldier's assault, and he didn't mind. So what if she had more arms? I have more ants. Again, 4 beams of black light shot out, and the Naga Queen's 4 arms were suddenly overwhelmed, having to occasionally fend off the ants attacking her forehead. Rapid march. Compound eye attack. Just when Su Nanzhao thought Shin Chen had exhausted all his means and was about to unleash a big move, Shin Chen suddenly shouted in anger. Again, 4 beams of black light shot out. But this time, the target was not the Naga Queen, but him. Damn it! Su Nanzhao didn't expect the opponent to actually want to attack his main body. He raised his hand, and the Naga Queen was summoned back to block Shin Chen's sneak attack. Despicable. However, it was precisely because of Su Nanzhao's retreat that he completely fell into Shin Chen's trap. Shin Chen smiled slightly and summoned 4 Scythe ant soldiers again. 16 Scythe ant soldiers directly suppressed the Naga Queen, and no matter how Su Nanzhao manipulated her, he couldn't shake off the ant soldiers' assault. Queen's Curse. A beam of black light shot out from the gem on the Naga Queen's forehead in response to Su Nanzhao's furious roar, accurately landing on Shin Chen. Shin Chen froze for an instant, and the Scythe ant soldiers halted their assault. Humph, trash is just trash. Before Su Nanzhao's words could finish, a faint golden light suddenly illuminated Shin Chen, transforming into a halo that floated above his head, smiling slightly at Su Nanzhao. Halo skill. Everyone was astonished. First, he observed and found a gap, then he built momentum and counterattacked. This was simply a textbook example of the weak overcoming the strong. Wu Jing's eyes lit up with an unusual gleam. Leader, this is the halo skill of favor, which can immunize against all negative states and the erosion of evil forces. With such a halo skill, at least against elite-level magical beasts in a non-violent state, he is already in an invincible position, unless this kid. Hearing Yi Qing's explanation, Qin Wuliang's ears twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, the surprise in his eyes flashing away. However, they all misjudged Shin Chen's current character. Or rather, the change in Shin Chen's mindset after coming out of Lake Heart Island due to what he had seen and heard. A Beastmaster is nothing special. The Naga Queen is just a pile of trash. Suddenly, Shin Chen's roar echoed in the arena, and dazzling black light fell like meteors, crashing madly towards the Naga Queen. Name, Scythe ant soldier, level, 5th tier 3rd rank, quality, intermediate rare, traits, march, enhanced, compound eye attack, enhanced. After the Scythe ant queen advanced to the 5th tier, the overall attributes of the ant soldiers were significantly enhanced, and upon awakening from their slumber, their numbers also changed. A full 65th tier 3rd rank Scythe ant soldiers surrounded the Naga Queen and Su Nanzhao, leaving no escape. Their continuous jumping attacks seemed chaotic, yet they were perfectly coordinated, with no gaps in their assault, far stronger than the previous onslaught of the Naga Queen. Trash, you're seeking death. Su Nanzhao roared in anger, but a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He had never imagined things would escalate to this point. A dignified king-level beast master was actually being cornered by a country bumpkin. Ah! Howl! The wails of the Naga Queen and the furious roar of Sunanzhao echoed simultaneously. Mud Bind. Strong Strike. Queen's Curse. The three major skills were unleashed at once, and a layer of ghastly green light rippled around the Naga Queen, instantly sending the Scythe Ant soldiers flying. A moment of silence. Blessing Aura. The 60 Scythe Ant soldiers launched another attack, directly overwhelming the still unleashed Naga Queen. Put. Put. Blood splattered, the slightly fishy liquid raining down, 3 of her 4 arms severed. The Naga Queen's momentum plummeted like a roller coaster, and Sunanzhao's face turned pale. He. Xin Shen sneered, following the ant swarm tactic with a headshot combo. Watching Qin Wuliang remain unfazed, Xin Shen's expression hardened, and he raised his hand as black light gathered into a line. Let me see what other trump cards you have, you country bumpkin. Kill. The intent to kill surged, and under Xin Shen's control, the Scythe Ant soldiers split into 2 lines, one team targeting the gem on the Naga Queen's forehead, while the other shot towards Sunanzhao. Enough! A deep, hoarse voice rang out, and a fierce wind swept through the arena as the legendary magical beast, the purple lightning blue sparrow, appeared. Boom! 60 Scythe Ant soldiers were directly blasted away, 5 of them exploding on the spot, with more than half of the soldiers nearly shattered. Buzzing. A series of buzzing sounds followed, as those nearly broken ant soldiers began to visibly recover. Name, Cockroach Ant Queen, level, 5th tier, quality, intermediate rare, talent, super fertility, blessing light, loyalty, 100%, characteristics, strong endurance, great strength, strong self-healing ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same size, strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same size. When body damage exceeds 50%, self-healing mode activates. It was evident that this inherited the self-healing traits of the Scythe Ant Queen, yet Xin Shen remained expressionless. As long as the Ant Queen was unharmed, the minor injuries to the ant soldiers had no impact on him. In contrast, Sunanzhao's face was ashen. The Naga Queen was directly sent back to the beast space, and even if she could recover, it would take a long time. At such a young age, your methods are a bit ruthless. Qin Wuliang looked up at Xin Shen, his murky eyes filled with shock. 60 Scythe Ant soldiers. An immunity to all negative states with the blessing aura. An intermediate beast master recognized by the association, defeating a stronger opponent, completely overwhelming at king level. And he was also a beast evolutionist. Truly a freak. The youth is strong. Qin Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim, and as he looked at Sunanzhao, disappointment grew in his eyes. Ha, not bad, old Qin. It seems we have another genius in our alliance. At this moment, excitement sparkled in Wu Jing's eyes. Xin Shen's performance exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought it would be good if Xin Shen could at least tie with Sunanzhao, but who would have thought that if Qin Wuliang hadn't intervened, Sunanzhao might have been in mortal danger. Qin Wuliang was speechless, knowing that in this competition, the Demon Alliance had the upper hand. Yi Qing, what position is Xin Shen in now in the 11th Bureau? Wu Jing glanced at Yi Qing and asked. Since the outcome had already been determined, the next matter was about the mythical beast skin. However, looking at this kid's expression, it seemed difficult to obtain anything good without offering something substantial. The blue-robed demon hunting commander, with a special resource tilt. Yi Qing said seriously, this was already the limit for the 11th Bureau. Promote to blue-robed commander, headquarters level 1 authority. Wu Jing pondered for a moment and continued, after clarifying the matter with Li Qi, impose a heavy penalty, and also give him a piece of locking god jade. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuliang, Wu Jing, and Yi Qing all widened their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Xin Shen was confused. It didn't sound that impressive, did it? 10 Lord-level beast crystals, 3 legendary beast crystals, association level 1 privileges. Xin Shen was stunned. Listening to the rewards Qin Wuliang had offered, Xin Shen instinctively clenched his fists. This old man was too generous. Adding the 2 pieces he had previously bet on, he already had 5 legendary beast crystals in hand. With 10 Lord-level beast crystals, he could consider the evolution direction of ultra-rare cross-species beast pets. Watching the 2 old men leave with excited expressions, holding the mythical beast skin, Xin Shen felt a bit dazed. Especially Wu Jing's reward left him somewhat puzzled. Blue-robed commander? Locking god jade? Do you think the alliance leader's rewards are not as substantial as President Qin's? After the 2 big shots left, Yi Qing approached Xin Shen with a smile. The benefits of discovering a genius for him as the director were obvious. Not only would he receive support from headquarters resources, but the status of the 11th Bureau would also see a significant boost. especially with a super genius like Shin Chen, who had directly taken down the king-level genius of the Beast Master Association, and right in front of the two big shots, Wu Jing had left with a grin that couldn't be contained. I really didn't understand, Shin Chen blinked and said somewhat embarrassedly. The Demon Alliance has 4 great commanders, overseeing all demon hunters in gold, purple, blue, and black. The blue-robed commander, also known as the blue-robed Grand Commander, can command all blue-robed members of the Alliance for your use, provided you don't do anything immoral. If you gain anything, you must submit 10% to headquarters. As for the headquarters level 1 authority, its usefulness is much greater. With this authority, you can mobilize all resources, including those of the 11th Bureau. Some rare resources do have restrictions, but for you right now, this is far more useful than just being given some resources. As for the Locking God Jade, I can only tell you that the Demon Alliance has only 4 pieces of this. If I guess correctly, this should be the last one. The owners of the other 3 are at least Imperial-level Beast Masters now. As for its function, you'll have to explore that yourself. When it came to the Locking God Jade, a look of envy appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. This was something he didn't even possess. After hearing Yi Qing's explanation, a warm feeling rose in Shin Chen's heart. The rewards given by the Alliance would definitely surpass those of Qin Wuliang. Resources would run out, but these powers would be the foundation for his rapid development in the future. You don't need to worry about school matters during this time, just show up for the competitions. Right now, you need to focus on training and strive to advance your beast pet further. If I guess correctly, President Qin is likely impressed by your Halo skill, and it won't be long before there are moves made. After detailing everything, Yi Qing turned and left. Not long after, Yi Qing sent someone with a box, which contained the Locking God Jade. Shin Chen opened the box with a hint of curiosity, revealing a golden circular jade pendant adorned with cloud patterns. It felt cool to the touch, instantly refreshing him and sweeping away the fatigue he had accumulated from controlling the flying sickle ant soldiers. Locking God Jade, a mysterious jade stone from ancient times, long-term work can slowly enhance mental strength, providing a powerful sense of mental satisfaction, and contains immense energy that can be instantly replenished when in a state of mental exhaustion. Mental strength corresponds to the mental threshold, which is one of the 2 fundamental attributes of a beast master, directly related to the control over their beast companions and the diversification of combat methods. It can be said that with the Locking God Jade, Shin Chen no longer needed to worry about his mental threshold dropping to a low point in the future. It is worth mentioning that during this time, Shin Chen returned to Qizhong once, where Principal Wang greeted him with a fawning smile that made him somewhat uncomfortable. He even called his nephew over to reprimand him, stating that he would fully support Shin Chen. Shin Chen smiled and did not pursue the matter further. Back at the 11th Bureau, Shin Chen immediately began researching the evolution of ultra-rare cross-species beast companions. The essence of beast evolution is bloodline. As for reproduction, it seems unsuitable for the current situation. Looking at the flying sickle ant soldiers before him, Shin Chen furrowed his brows into a frown. Yi Qing's previous words had given him a significant hint. Beast evolution does not necessarily have to follow the same species direction. It can also absorb the strengths of other magical beasts and fuse them together. However, 2 problems arose. Should he extract the bloodlines of other magical beasts to promote evolution and mutation, or should he directly use the method of reproduction? The flying sickle ant soldiers had 3 advantages: strength, endurance, and quantity. However, they lagged significantly in terms of vision and speed. Shin Chen chose to prioritize enhancing speed. An increase in speed would not only boost the marching characteristic but also make attacks faster, which was most suitable for him, as he was accustomed to using the flying sickle ant soldiers as hidden weapons. In his initial research, Shin Chen did not act on the mother body of the flying sickle ant but instead used the remaining 55 flying sickle ant soldiers as his experimental subjects. For the choice of speed-type magical beasts, Shin Chen first selected the ferret and the golden-backed mysterious bee, as their sizes were not much different from the current ant soldiers. In case the evolution process required intricate movements, it should not pose too much of a problem. Fortunately, I became an evolutionist, otherwise, cross-species issues would be quite difficult to resolve. Cross-species evolved beast companions must undergo the process within the evolution halo, which is one of the abilities of a beast evolutionist. Due to the system, Shin Chen's simulated evolution talent had directly pushed him to the level of a high-level beast evolutionist. Simulated evolution talent, activate. A green halo first enveloped one flying sickle ant soldier and the ferret, and the ant soldier immediately lunged at the ferret. Shin Chen noticed that this halo seemed to put the ant soldier into a state of excitement. Squeak! 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 The ferret, however, seemed unaffected, continuously fleeing from the pursuing ant soldier, intermittently emitting high-pitched squeaks. Boom! Finally, the flying sickle ant soldier seized the opportunity and tore the ferret into pieces, devouring it clean in an instant. Shin Chen was left dumbfounded. I sent you to do something, not to eat it. This method was unworkable, partly due to insufficient control. The green halo reduced Shin Chen's control over the ant soldiers, but there was also the issue of his lack of understanding of the ferret's body structure. What if he used the bloodline evolution method? Continue. Shin Chen turned his gaze to the golden-backed mysterious bee, and the green halo lit up again. Damn! To Shin Chen's surprise, the moment the flying sickle ant soldier and the golden-backed mysterious bee met in the light, the ant soldier's 6 legs ensnared the bee while the bee's stinger instantly pierced the ant soldier's abdomen. Buzz! The emerald glow suddenly contracted, wrapping the 2 different races of magical beasts within it, gradually merging into a luminous sphere interwoven with green and golden red. As time passed, when Shin Chen looked at the light sphere again, an evolutionary line had appeared, slowly extending forward. Phew, it seems it should succeed. After all, this was the birth of a new species, and it took longer than the previous simulation with the scythe ant queen. Moreover, it was Shin Chen's first attempt at such a thing, and he had no idea what kind of monster would emerge from the fusion of the ant soldiers and the golden-backed mysterious bee. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sphere of light began to roll, and an excited screech echoed out. At that moment, the evolutionary line in Shin Chen's eyes reached its end, and in the instant it lit up, his first attempt finally bore fruit. What kind of monster would be born from the combination of the scythe ant soldiers and the golden-backed mysterious bee? Shin Chen, feeling a bit anxious, finally witnessed it. Boom! With a muffled sound, as the sphere containing the 2 magical beasts exploded, a novel species slowly emerged. Its slender abdomen shimmered with a faint golden hue, its back adorned with 2 pairs of nearly transparent wings, and its small claws were sharp as hooks. On its dragon-like head, a pair of blood-red eyes exuded an indescribable depth, its entire body measuring only about 30 centimeters, resembling a dragonfly at first glance. What the hell is this? When Shin Chen gently touched the body of this newborn creature, it immediately stiffened straight, like a steel needle, and a faint metallic sound emerged from the gentle tapping. Ding! New species Shadow Dragon evolution successful. Shadow Sovereign, Dragon type, the result of the passionate union of scythe ant soldiers and golden-backed mysterious bees. 2 unrelated creatures, under the blessing of miraculous evolutionary light, actually gave birth to a dragon-type creature. Truly a great creation. Name, Shadow Sovereign level, 5th tier 3rd grade quality, intermediate rare traits, ignores defense, ignores mental impact skills, shadowless, assassinate. When Shin Chen saw the introduction of the Shadow Sovereign, he was instantly stunned. It was simply a natural killer. Especially upon seeing the descriptions of those 2 skills, Shin Chen could hardly wait to evolve a killer legion. Shadowless, ignores environmental effects, directly enters a shadowless state during attacks, unaffected by any form of attack. Assassinate, at the start of the attack, transforms the body into a sovereign needle, with corrosive and poison effects. Ha ha ha. Shin Chen's triumphant laughter echoed in the evolution chamber. With the Shadow Sovereign in this new species, it was only natural to test its power to familiarize himself with the abilities of this new beast companion. Thus, the unlucky demon hunters of the 11th Bureau found themselves in trouble. What the hell? Who poked me? What's going on? My infinite beast armor has a big hole in it. Who did this? Not good. The training room's door has several big holes. It can't be repaired. As Shin Chen continued his experiments, not only did the demon hunters of the 11th Bureau suffer, but some basic facilities also sustained varying degrees of damage, and without exception, the damaged areas were spreading at an extremely slow rate. Meanwhile, the director, Yi Cheng, was also alerted. However, after using his abilities to investigate, he found nothing unusual, initially thinking that the 11th Bureau had been invaded by some powerful magical beast, even sounding the invasion alarm. I never expected the Shadow Sovereign could actually corrode materials. Even with the director's abilities, he couldn't detect it. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Shin Chen's eyes as he stood at the front of the crowd. He had originally thought this new beast companion could only pose a threat to life, but unexpectedly discovered during a random test that its corrosion and toxins also had remarkable effects on materials. This kid. The sharp-eyed Yi Cheng immediately noticed Shin Chen's unusual behavior and quickly realized that it was all the doing of this green-robed commander. What's up? Any new discoveries? After retreating everyone, Yi Cheng smiled at Shin Chen. When Shin Chen demonstrated the effects of the Shadow Sovereign, even someone as strong as Yi Cheng was shocked. What the hell was this freak? A perfectly good beast pet had somehow been turned into a hybrid. Even more infuriating was that it had produced a monster that could be called the King of Assassinations. But the terrifying part was yet to come. After Shin Chen activated the Shadow Sovereign's skill in front of him, even he couldn't detect any abnormalities, but as long as he entered within a 1-meter range, he would sense it. A 1-meter distance was enough for this type of beast pet to do a lot, especially since Yi Qing was just one step away from advancing to a legendary beast master. Who knows, he might really be killed by this kid before he reached that level. What? You actually want to form an assassin legion? You really are a genius. Although Yi Qing was somewhat speechless about Shin Chen's request, he still gave strong support. He also wanted to see if a certain number of Shadow Sovereigns could pose a threat to him. Unfortunately, in the end, even with the power of the 11th Bureau, they only found 11 golden-backed mysterious bees. 2 days later, after consuming an entire elite-level magical beast's flesh, the 11 Shadow Sovereigns stood neatly in front of Shin Chen. These 11 Shadow Sovereigns, which provided the magical beast's flesh, were clearly much stronger than the previous one, which was also the result of Shin Chen's sudden idea for an experiment. Just as Shin Chen was preparing to continue his cross-species beast pet evolution project, the 11th Bureau suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. A real alarm. The Night Demon, ranked 49th on the wanted list, has appeared in East City. 10 beast masters have mysteriously died, 2 of whom were black-robed demon hunters from the 11th Bureau. According to the information, the Night Demon has likely come to East City for revenge. Yi Qing said with a serious expression, instinctively glancing at Shin Chen. He still remembered the scene in that alley. Shin Chen immediately understood Yi Qing's thoughts. This Night Demon was likely coming for him, but he had been staying in the 11th Bureau during this time, which was why it hadn't targeted him. Night Demon, Night Crow, brothers? The Night Demon, a high-level beast master, has a beast pet that is a shape-shifting thousand-faced demon bat, which can transform into human form. The last appearance was at an underground casino in the center of East City. This hunting mission will be led by Shin Chen. Resolve this guy as soon as possible. After saying that, Yi Qing turned and left. A high-level beast master specializing in assassination was not enough to warrant the bureau chief's intervention. Without saying a word, Shin Chen casually called 3 people and left the 11th Bureau, heading straight for the underground casino in East City. What a hell of a place to choose! When Shin Chen arrived at the underground casino, the noisy crowd immediately left him dumbfounded. Such a chaotic scene was definitely the best choice for assassination or escape, especially since the Night Demon had a thousand-faced demon bat that could transform into human form. This is a bit tricky. A bitter smile appeared on Shin Chen's face. After instructing the 3 black-robed members to guard several exits of the underground casino, he entered alone. As he stepped into the underground casino, various noisy sounds immediately filled his ears. The shouts and calls of gamblers rose and fell, mixed with the crisp sounds of chips clashing. Dice spun wildly in the shaker, producing a clear clattering sound, while the people at the gambling table looked tense, their eyes fixed on the table. The smoke filled the air, making the entire environment appear more hazy and chaotic, with bursts of excited cheers occasionally heard, though complaints were more common. Shin Chen cautiously weaved through the crowd, vigilantly observing his surroundings. In such an environment, any slight negligence could lead to mission failure. At that moment, Shin Chen noticed a group of gamblers in the corner. In the corner, a crowd surrounded a gambling table, loudly discussing the trends of the game. On the other side, several gamblers were excitedly arguing with the dealer, creating a very chaotic scene. Amidst such chaos, there was one person who seemed detached, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. He was a small old man with a sharp face, piercing eyes, a thin frame, and a slight hunch. When his gaze swept over Shin Chen, a flicker of shadowy light flashed in his eyes. Come, let's play a hand. Shin Chen raised an eyebrow and squeezed his way in. The people around were about to shout a few words, but when they saw the unique blue robe of the Demon Control Alliance on him, they immediately fell silent. In the East City, the Demon Control Alliance was responsible for maintaining order, and the fact that this underground casino could operate until now was due to the tacit approval of 2 major powers, making it the best place for gathering intelligence. Bet big. This table was simply betting on big or small. Although the number of people gathered was not large, it was the liveliest table in the entire casino. Shin Chen sat down at the gambling table, seemingly casually participating in the game, but in reality, he was secretly observing the small old man's every move. He noticed that the old man's fingers occasionally trembled slightly, as if he were secretly manipulating something. The old man's aura was very peculiar, although he appeared no different from ordinary people. Shin Chen, with his rich experience, sensed a faint mental fluctuation emanating from him, along with a subtle aura unique to magical beasts. Old man Fu, you've been at this table for 3 days, your luck should be running out today. A bearded man gathered the chips on the table into his arms and laughed triumphantly. How's that, brother? Was this old guy's luck good before? Shin Chen's heart stirred as he looked at the man. Good. It was more than good. He won a lot in the previous days, but today is his first loss. Too bad he's a mute. The man glanced at Shinshen, muttering, I really don't know how a mute can have such good luck, but it should be over today. Mute? Shinshen understood, even if a magical beast could transform into human form, if it didn't reach the level of a blood dragon, it wouldn't be able to speak human language. In the subsequent rounds of gambling, Shinshen paid even more attention to the old man's actions. The old man seemed to be deliberately losing, exciting the other gamblers. Unfortunately, Shinshen didn't have that much time to waste here. Even if he hadn't fully confirmed it, as long as there was suspicion, he could take action. 11 rounds were just that strict. Old Man Fu! A furious shout rang out, and as Shinshen raised his hand, a black light flashed, shooting directly at Old Man Fu's face. Old Man Fu dodged but was hit by another black light, freezing him in place. Kid, what are you doing? The crowd gasped in shock, thinking Shinshen was trying to cause trouble, and some casino guards had already surrounded them. 11 rounds to clear the scene. In an instant, those who had been hiding in the casino, the demon hunters, revealed themselves, and the entire underground casino was thrown into chaos, but soon everyone was identified and released. This was unavoidable. The majority in the underground casino were ordinary people, and once a fight broke out, casualties were inevitable. Ga. At that moment, a chilling and terrifying sound came from Old Man Fu's mouth. His body, facing away from Shinshen, trembled slightly, and his head turned around to give Shinshen a sinister smile. Boom! Old Man Fu's body exploded, and shadows of bats screamed as they gathered in groups, quickly forming a huge, menacing bat silhouette. Thousand-faced demon bat. Identified. Shinshen's lips curled slightly, and with a thought, the Shadow Master, which had long been set up around the casino, immediately entered a shadowless state, quietly infiltrating the casino. Squeak! With a piercing scream, the thousand-faced demon bat launched the first attack, dozens of shadows pouncing towards Shinshen, a strong, fishy odor hitting him like a wave. Bang! 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 Black light shot forth, and before the shadows could get close, they were obliterated by the suddenly appearing ant soldiers. The immense power and enhanced attributes after their evolution made the scythe ant soldiers a cannon against these bat shadows. Boom! As the bat shadows vanished, a figure slowly emerged behind the massive thousand-faced demon bat. You are Shinshen? The figure turned around slowly, revealing a clean-shaven scholar-like appearance. The Night Demon? You are the Night Demon? What is your relationship with the Night Crow? Shinshen retorted with a question of his own, but unexpectedly, the clean-shaven scholar lunged at him, moving with a speed that rivaled the thousand-faced demon bat. Bang! The wind from the punch arrived as Shinshen threw a fist, but his fist was wrapped around a massive ant. This was a discovery Shinshen made while researching the evolution of cross-species beast pets, allowing the scythe ant soldiers to attach to any part of his body, providing excellent effects for both attack and defense. You're cheating! As expected, the power of 1,000 times his own size was something the Night Demon could not withstand, and his body was sent flying like a floating weed. You're just a joke. Before the words fell, Shinshen soared into the air, the fierce wind from his punch forcing the Night Demon to retreat repeatedly, his furious roars echoing throughout the underground casino. At that moment, the thousand-faced demon bat was entangled by several scythe ant soldiers, leaving one man and one beast unable to attend to each other. Night Demon, daring to enter East City and slaughter the innocent, today is your day of death. Possess! Boom! In an instant, Shinshen's entire body turned pitch black, with 20 scythe ant soldiers clinging to him, the sudden surge of power propelling Shinshen like a cannonball towards the Night Demon. Bang! 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 Put! Faced with such overwhelming power, the Night Demon had no means to resist, blood gushing forth as his complexion turned pale. Gather! With a roar from the Night Demon, the thousand-faced demon bat desperately broke free from the ant soldier's restraint, grabbing the Night Demon's body in a flash, attempting to escape into the air. Trying to run? How ridiculous! Just as the man and beast floated in midair, a needle about 30 centimeters long appeared before the Night Demon. Before he could finish his sentence, the needle trembled slightly and instantly pierced through the Night Demon's forehead. Shadow Ruler, Divine Needle Headshot. Boom! Bang! With a loud explosion, the bodies of the thousand-faced demon bat and the Night Demon burst apart simultaneously, a rain of blood mist and flesh scattering everywhere, leaving not even a complete bone behind. Hiss! The gazes of all the demon hunters turned towards Shinshen, their expressions changed instantly. He had seen through the thousand-faced demon bat, forced the Night Demon to reveal himself, and the miraculous ant possession, not to mention the strange and transparent needle that had directly blown the Night Demon's head off, leaving no trace. Truly worthy of drawing two major figures to this place, the Green Robe Commander, ranked 49th, and yet this is all there is. A smug smile appeared on Shin Chen's face as he turned to leave the underground casino with a group of demon hunters. Among the crowd following behind, one of the demon hunters flashed a hint of blood in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. After leaving the underground casino, Shin Chen arrived at the pet supply store where he had previously encountered Wu Dong. "Commander Shin, your esteemed presence is a great honor." As soon as he entered the store, Yi Hong greeted him with a broad smile. As the owner of the largest pet store in East City, Yi Hong was naturally well informed, especially since two high-ranking officials from the capital had come just for this young man. The Green Robe Commander, Yi Hong understood the importance of this position even more than Shin Chen did. "Ah, Boss Yi, you seem to have gained some weight." Shin Chen laughed heartily, giving Yi Hong a big hug amidst his astonished gaze, and took the opportunity to whisper a few words in his ear. "Boss Yi, give me 10 pieces of elite-level beast meat and 10 bottles of elite-level beast blood." After a familiar exchange, Shin Chen left the pet supply store with a large bag of items. He then took a group of people to browse a few more pet shops, purchasing many strange and unusual items under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Beast stimulants, beast restraining whips, powerful electric clamps, an 8-piece beast training set, and so on. The list was endless. When the demon hunters saw what Shin Chen had bought, they couldn't help but conjure up some unrealistic images in their minds, and an indescribable expression appeared on their faces. "Everyone, that so-called night demon is completely useless. Since we have so many people out here, why not pull off a big score?" Shin Chen turned to the group of demon hunters with unusual expressions. "What does the leader mean?" asked a young hunter in a blue robe, one of the leaders of this mission. "Within the East City area, clear out all known beast slaves." Shin Chen waved his hand and took out a list. Before coming out, he had asked Yi Qing for a list of beast slaves and received permission from him. As long as a few key informants were left, the rest could be counted as Shin Chen's achievements, provided he could eliminate them. "Leader, with just us, it might be difficult to clear them all out. What if word gets out?" The blue-robed hunter frowned. Ever since the competition incident, the 11th Bureau had thoroughly grasped the details of all hidden beast slaves in East City, but there had been no orders to eliminate them immediately. They could only monitor them constantly. The consequence of this was that it constrained a large number of demon hunters, and the 11th Bureau's strength was now somewhat stretched. "Don't worry, as long as we act quickly, these beast slaves won't escape." Shin Chen then assigned tasks. The group of 17 was divided into 5 teams, and Shin Chen only took 2 people with him, including the black-robed hunter. Could it be that this kid has discovered something? The black-robed hunter following Shin Chen revealed a hint of confusion in his eyes. The action to clear the slaves was not a sudden idea of Shin Chen. The 11th Bureau had long had such plans. After the incident on Lake Heart Island, the Blood Flood Dragon had awakened and was continuously breaking seals. Within at most 2 years, East City would definitely experience another beast tide. If there were still a large number of hidden beast slaves at that time, the power and destructiveness of the beast tide would increase geometrically. Especially now, during the preliminary stage of the National Middle School League, all major forces were somewhat apprehensive. Therefore, the action to clear the beast slaves was already on the verge of being launched. Centered around East City, 6 teams, including Shin Chen, were like blooming flowers, gradually clearing out the unsuspecting beast slaves. Boom! In a blacksmith shop, a muscular man showed a look of despair in his eyes. He never expected that this suddenly appearing youth wouldn't even give him a chance to speak and would directly send him to meet the King of Hell. "Li Tietue, remember to be a person in your next life." A cold glint flashed in Shin Chen's eyes. In this seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop, there were nearly 10 corpses of ordinary people drained of blood hidden away. Beast slaves, they deserved to die. He did not notice that before the man died, he looked at the black-robed hunter with a strong sense of confusion and inquiry in his eyes. Next location, West City Tavern. "Oh, old classmate, I didn't expect to see you here. You've become even more beautiful." Shin Chen was somewhat surprised. The stunning beauty before him, comparable to Su Qianxue, was Lu Ying, the class flower who had dropped out of school 6 months ago. "Shen Chen? Why are you here? How could you come to a place like this? I thought you were dead." Lu Ying was also slightly taken aback upon seeing Shin Chen, then quickly greeted him warmly. "Why can't I come? This is a paradise for men." The tavern after the beast disaster was no longer pure, it was mixed with some unknown services. Just by looking at Lu Ying, one could tell she had probably engaged in quite a bit of exercise. "Hee, you finally got it." The voice abruptly stopped, and Lu Ying looked at Shin Chen with a puzzled expression, a blood hole appearing in her brow, her vitality slowly fading. "Beast slaves cannot experience the true joy of being human. What a pity for such a body." Shin Chen shook his head, holding Lu Ying's still warm body, and left the tavern directly. Outside, the staff from the 11th Bureau responsible for handling the aftermath were already waiting. Tell me, why would these people willingly become beast slaves? After half a day of slaughter, Shinshen had taken the lives of more than a dozen people. Although these individuals had already become beast slaves, they were still fundamentally human. There were even cases where entire families had become beast slaves, which weighed heavily on his heart. Perhaps it's freedom, perhaps it's desire. Behind him, the black-robed demon hunter revealed a hint of unease. Shinshen's assassination methods were too terrifying, especially that ruler's needle that could appear at any moment. Freedom? Desire? How ridiculous. If one gives up the chance to be human for freedom and desire, then they will lose everything. Shinshen suddenly turned around, a strange blue light flashing in his eyes. I have given him many opportunities, but unfortunately, he did not cherish them. The black-robed demon hunter instinctively took 2 steps back, a look of vigilance in his eyes. I am a student, also an orphan, without a backing, and one could even say I have no money, but someone gave me a chance to soar high. Shinshen seemed to be reminiscing, continuing, these opportunities were also earned by my own efforts. They can be fought for, snatched, or deceived, but one must never stop seeing oneself as a person. The black-robed demon hunter retreated again, and although the one beside him was still confused, he could see something from his colleague's reaction, and his expression also became wary. Once you stop seeing yourself as a person, then there will be no opportunities left. Shinshen smiled faintly, watching the black robe now several meters away, still with no intention of making a move. Just then, several teams of demon hunters suddenly returned, blocking the black robe's escape route with puzzled expressions. Night Demon, do you think you can escape from my hands? Night Demon. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wasn't the Night Demon already dead in the casino? Captain Yi, he is Li Tong. One of the demon hunters couldn't help but remind them, this person had been his partner for many years. How could he possibly be the Night Demon on the wanted list? Li Tong? He, the true form of this face is already dead. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Shinshen continued to explain. Old Man Fu and the casino or the scholar, they are merely your beast pet avatars. Originally, you wanted to use the opportunity of saving an avatar to deceive me, but my final strike made you, as a killer, hesitant. You decided to endure before confirming my methods, am I right? At this moment, the black-robed demon hunter, the true Night Demon, showed a serious expression. However, during this time of restraint, he had already seen through Shinshen's scheme. Unfortunately, for that almost non-existent opportunity, he still chose to stay and complete the task. But now, if you quietly retreat and no longer do evil, perhaps I might let you go this once, Shinshen said softly, looking at the puzzled Night Demon, but unfortunately, you have been following me, wanting to see my abilities clearly, and then take the chance to kill me, right? Exactly. At this moment, the Night Demon no longer had the need for disguise. Not only had Shinshen seen through his plans long ago, but he had also yet to find a way to break the Master God Needle. Even the demon hunters behind him would tear him to shreds. If a killer's methods and whereabouts were known, it could basically be declared that they were finished. Creak! The Night Demon gently shook his head, and with a series of faint cracking sounds from his bones, the once familiar face became strange, transforming into another person in just a few breaths. He lowered his brows and appeared submissive, his complexion somewhat pale, sporting a small mustache, with a gray mole on his brow and a hint of intense malice in his narrow, elongated eyes. Then, he clenched his fists tightly. A massive thousand-faced demon bat slowly appeared behind him, glaring fiercely at Shinshen. What's wrong? Still want to make a move? You really don't know your own weight. Shinshen suddenly felt a bit irritated. I originally thought you beast slaves were just being controlled, but it turns out you willingly chose to fall. Since that's the case, there's no need for your existence. Boom! Countless Scythe-Ant soldiers suddenly appeared around the Night Demon, and in midair, 12 shadows flickered, ready to turn the massive thousand-faced demon bat into a sieve. How is this possible? This can't be. The Night Demon was momentarily stunned upon seeing these Scythe-Ant soldiers. It was one thing to have ants the size of a ball, but why were there so many? Wasn't a beast tamer only able to contract one beast? Why did this kid have a whole group? This is not scientific. Not only did the Night Demon think this way, but even the demon hunters looked incredulous, their eyes revealing a hint of pity as they glanced at the Night Demon. You want to play one-on-one, but the other side is naturally a group fighter. It's over. Boom! 43 Scythe-Ant soldiers launched a full-scale attack, directly hammering the Night Demon into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not a single scrap behind. Now he was truly gone to the afterlife. Squeak! At the same time, 12 shadow rulers pierced the wings of the thousand-faced demon bat, causing it to fall from the sky with a sharp, piercing scream. Whoosh! Shinshen raised his hand and shot out an item, directly wrapping it around the neck of the thousand-faced demon bat. which rapidly shrank to the size of an owl before his eyes. Beast Lock Ring can imprison beasts below the Lord level, with the duration determined by the user's mental strength, unbreakable. This Beast Lock Ring was something Shin Chen had secretly prepared with Yi Hong at the pet supply store, and not killing this thousand-faced demon bat was naturally to prepare for his cross-species evolution endeavor. Done, time to wrap up. Since a beast not contracted by oneself could not be placed in the beast space, Shin Chen simply grabbed the shrunken thousand-faced demon bat and returned to the 11th Bureau, immediately locking himself in a specialized beast evolution room. Beast stimulant, beast binding whip, strong electric clamp, 8-piece beast training set, and other assorted items were quickly taken out, including some small tubes of unknown purpose. He. Shin Chen looked at the thousand-faced demon bat with a lewd smile. Draw blood, refine, inject, whip, bind, electrocute. Accompanied by the strange sounds of the thousand-faced demon bat, Shin Chen began his dual-line evolution of bloodline and physical enhancement once again. While Shin Chen was busy, the 7 schools of East City welcomed a group of unexpected guests. Old Xia, I am Wei Yuanying from the 3rd High School of the capital. I brought my junior classmates here to have a friendly match with the students of the 7 schools of East City. I hope Old Xia can agree. In the principal's office of East City No. 1 High School, a tall and handsome man looked at Old Xia, his eyes filled with a rebellious spirit. The pride on the faces of the other students from the 3rd High School of the capital was even more evident. Oh, so it's the 3rd High School of the capital, right? Since it's a friendly match, of course, we can arrange it. Tomorrow morning will be fine. Old Xia maintained a blank expression, but inside he was utterly annoyed with these guys. The 3rd High School of the capital ranks 3rd among all schools in the city, and judging by the strength of these 5 students, they had all reached the level of advanced beast tamers, which means their beast companions were at least elite level to start with. Moreover, students who could enter the top 3 schools in the capital were either rich or noble. Just like Xu Wancheng, the richest man in the East City, who could easily buy a lord-level beast companion for his daughter. The schools in the capital hadn't had any contact with the East City for decades, and this time they were definitely here to assert their dominance. Furthermore, this Wei Yuanying was not simple. He came from the Wei family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. Coupled with Su Qianxue from the 7th High School and the genius beast tamer Su Nanzhao, who had suffered a great loss in the 11th Bureau recently, the purpose of the 3rd High School's visit was evident. Are you looking to reclaim your honor? Old Xia squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He still remembered the moment he was banished from the capital, when the other party had promised that the East City would never produce a genius, and that the students of the East City would never see greatness in their lifetime. In fact, they had succeeded. For nearly 50 years, the 7 schools of the East City had never achieved a ranking in the National League, including the 1st High School. Old Xia, we don't have that much time. Our schedule before the league is already full. We can only stay here for a maximum of 3 days. Can we start this afternoon? A hint of disdain flickered in Wei Yuanying's eyes. Just as Old Xia had thought, they were here to reclaim their honor, and it was inevitable that Su Nanzhao would add fuel to the fire. After all, they all belong to the 3rd High School of the capital. I said tomorrow. Can't you understand? Upon hearing this, Old Xia's expression immediately turned cold. When he thought of a certain brat, a strange light appeared in his eyes. If you don't have time, then go back and study properly. What kind of trash are you being taught? Don't you know how to respect your teachers? Wei Yuanying was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Old Xia's reaction to be so intense. Considering that you are still young, I should remind you not to come crying to me after you get beaten. Unfortunately, just as Old Xia wanted to continue, he was interrupted by Wei Yuanying. Thank you for your kind reminder, but in my eyes, the 7th High School of the East City is just a process we have to go through. Tomorrow morning, at the East City Arena, Wei Yuanying awaits the students of the East City. Let's settle this quickly. Contempt, blatant contempt. 3rd in the capital, their intentions are not good. The Wei family of the capital, young Master Wei Yuanying arrives in the East City to provide guidance. A profound analysis of the Wei families, this visit to the East City is merely a formality. The next day, the headlines of major media platforms in the East City were ablaze, and discussions erupted everywhere. Wherever there were people, they were talking about the purpose of the 3rd High School of the capital's visit. Some good-natured individuals pointed out that the so-called formality of the 3rd High School was a great insult to the 7th High School of the East City. If the 7 schools of the East City truly were as they claimed, they would never see the light of day. Trivial skills. When Wei Yuanying saw these media comments, a look of disdain and mockery appeared on his face. Just a bunch of trash. Since that's the case, we won't hold back. Let's go all out and aim to cripple the 7 schools of the East City within 2 days. Wei Yuanying was arrogant, directly splitting the 5 of them up to face the 5 schools of the East City on the first day. At the same time, major media platforms set up cameras and began live broadcasting the 5 prodigies from the capital. First battle of the 3rd high school of the capital. Captain Wei Yuanying challenges the 1st high school of the East City. Except for Enqing, the team members are completely defeated. First battle of the 3rd high school of the capital. Team member Tai Ching challenges the 3rd high school of the East City. 5 battles, 5 victories, only sustaining minor injuries. First battle of the 3rd high school of the capital. Team member Hua Yueya challenges the 5th high school of the East City. 5 battles, 4 victories, no injuries. Just as the 7th middle school in the East City faced the frenzied challenge from the 3rd middle school in the capital, Shinshen's experiment was also in full swing. During this time, the principal of the 7th middle school and Elder Xia visited multiple times. Even Yi Qing was stirred, but the door to the evolution room remained tightly shut, with various sounds occasionally emanating from within, leaving the few of them puzzled. Inside the evolution room, Shinshen's face showed deep fatigue, yet his eyes were fixed on the red orb of light before him, which exuded a dangerous aura. After countless blood extractions and the complete sealing off of the path for bloodline fusion evolution, the 1,000-faced demon bat was now filled with resentment, its momentum rapidly declining. Retaining 20 soldier ants, Shinshen threw the remaining nearly 30 soldier ants into the evolution light circle. From that moment on, for a full 2 days, the commotion inside had not ceased. Danger! Extreme danger! Just a moment ago, the sounds inside suddenly stopped, but it made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. It must succeed, otherwise, all this investment will be in vain. Shinshen murmured to himself as he looked at the now quiet red orb. For this fusion, he had invested a lot of elite-level beast meat, and even a legendary beast crystal. If it failed, it would be a huge loss. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a violent heartbeat echoed from within the red orb. The next moment, the red orb exploded, and the second new creature of cross-species beast evolution finally appeared before Shinshen. Ding! New species bat-winged flying insect evolution successful. Bat-winged flying insect, flying type, a combination of the 1,000-faced demon bat and the soldier ant, mutated during the bloodline evolution process, turning the demon bat's pent-up resentment into the most powerful weapon, vowing to obliterate all enemies. Name, bat-winged flying insect, level, 5th tier, 3rd grade, quality, intermediate rare, traits, super defense, super stamina, skill, bombardment, bombardment. The resentment of the 1,000-faced demon bat, combined with the soldier ants, is launched at the target area for indiscriminate bombing, with a chance to cause dizziness and hallucinations. Looking at the introduction of the bat-winged flying insect, a look of ecstatic joy appeared in Shinshen's eyes, and he instinctively activated the skill bombardment. Buzz! The 4 wings of the bat-winged flying insect suddenly spread open, and with its bomb-shaped massive abdomen, it slowly ascended. Upon reaching the top of the evolution room, the front of the massive abdomen suddenly opened a mouth. The next moment, countless black and red orbs shot out. Boom! 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 The orbs hit the ground, and explosions rang out one after another, the powerful shockwave pushing Shinshen back several meters. The specially treated floor of the evolution room instantly became pockmarked, and within the bombing range, dust and debris filled the air, a thick gray mist gradually spreading. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of urgent coughs, the door to the evolution room, which had been closed for 3 days, finally opened slowly, revealing Shinshen, covered in dust, before everyone. Even so, it was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. A biological version of a bomber, indeed. Although it required sufficient beast crystal support, the effect was absolutely remarkable. According to his estimates, an elite-level beast crystal was enough to support the bat-winged flying insect for 10 bombings. A strategic weapon. Shinshen instantly positioned the bat-winged flying insect. If paired with the Shadow Dominator, it would definitely be an existence that could obliterate everything. Why are you all here? Finally, Shinshen noticed the 3 people staring at him with strange expressions. What have you created this time? If I hadn't come, would you have blown up the 11th Bureau? Yi Qing said irritably, glancing at the mess in the evolution room, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. This kid really knows how to stir things up. It looks like he has evolved some remarkable beast pet again. Evolutionists and beast tamers, when combined, can indeed be a bit terrifying. Hee, unexpected, unexpected. Shinshen scratched his head awkwardly. This time, he had indeed gained a lot. I was still thinking about merging with the Shadow Ruler. The 3rd high school of the capital is challenging the 7 schools of East City. The entire East City is about to lose face, and here we are guarding you. Now it's already the final battle. Old Xia said with a dark expression, his voice heavy. The 3rd high school of the capital, losing face? What the hell? Finally, under the explanation of Principal Wang Yi from the 7th high school, Shin Chen understood what had happened in the past few days, but he quickly furrowed his brows. It was understandable for other schools to lose, but Xing from the first high school shouldn't have, especially since that little girl was quite fierce on Lake Heart Island. She must have retained her strength. As for the 7th high school, Su Qianxue and Chu Wanwan both had Lord-level beast pets. Even Qin Feng's elite-level blue-eyed violent bear was no pushover, so how could they possibly lose? The 3rd high school of the capital has a king-level beast tamer, 3 Lord-level beast pets, and an elite-level support beast pet. In one-on-one combat, there's no problem, but in team battles, they have almost no advantage. Seeing Shin Chen's puzzled expression, Wang Yi explained, "What about Chu Wanwan's Sacred Heart White Fox?" Shin Chen blinked. He knew how terrifying the Sacred Heart White Fox was. If it grew up, it would definitely be a presence that could kill without a trace. Alas, the Sacred Heart White Fox is currently in the process of evolution and can't be of any use. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen instantly understood that aside from the general level disadvantage, the 7 schools of East City also lacked powerful support beast pets. After understanding the situation, Shin Chen hurried back to the 7th high school. "Sai, those guys are too bullying. They say coming here is purely a waste of time," and they directly changed the venue to the competition square, planning to return to the capital after finishing the fight. The words of the gatekeeper brought a hint of coldness to Shin Chen's face. A bunch of annoying fools. At this moment, the East City competition square was already packed with people. Not only was it filled inside, but even the large screen outside had lit up, showing how much the people of East City valued this final battle. East City could lose, but it absolutely could not be insulted like this. Excuse me. Shin Chen finally squeezed through the crowd and directly arrived at the resting area of the 7 schools of East City. What the hell is going on? When he saw that all 7 members of the East City 7 schools team were present in the resting area, a look of surprise appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. This was truly unprecedented unity. The key was that, except for a few individuals, almost everyone was injured. "We've been waiting for you." Su Qianxue looked up, her gaze towards Shin Chen filled with a hint of expectation. At such a young age, he had become the Grand Commander of the Beast Alliance. This guy must be hiding quite a bit of strength. "Hey, aren't you the unparalleled twin stars of the first high school? How come you can't handle this?" Shin Chen nodded slightly at Su Qianxue, then turned to Xing, his words laced with a hint of mockery. I'm afraid I'll kill them." Xing frowned tightly, a barely noticeable glint of blood flashing in her eyes. He. At that moment, a burly man approached from the opposite side. Just by looking at his appearance, he definitely didn't seem like a student. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's get ready to start. The air in East City is really terrible," the big man said, glancing at Shin Chen's face with disdain before turning to leave. "What the hell, does it have to be this arrogant?" Shin Chen was speechless. Everyone was just students. Did it have to be so social, so proud? "I even defeated a king level 1, am I being arrogant? Brother Shin Chen, little Bai is still evolving, otherwise, I would definitely kill them. You must avenge me." Chu Wanwan suddenly spoke up, putting on a pitiful expression. "Come on, you haven't even made a move, do you need me to vent for you?" Now, every time Shin Chen saw Chu Wanwan, he felt a headache coming on. His intuition told him that this little witch was definitely up to some mischief again. They have a black fox, and they even said that no fox can compare to it. They made me so angry. Shin Chen was speechless and turned to Su Qianxue. "I haven't seen that black fox, it seems like it has only made a move once." Su Qianxue shook her head helplessly. "Let me explain, that black fox is only elite level, but it can inflict many negative statuses, and these statuses last a long time. It seems to have mental attack capabilities, similar to seduction." The speaker was the captain of the school team from Dongqing No. 2 Middle School, before the Anjia siblings from No. 1 Middle School appeared. He could be considered the strongest beast master among the 7 schools in Dongcheng. Senior beast master Yu Shaoshang, with a lord-level 7 patterned beetle as his beast companion. If this beast companion were to cover 9 patterns, it would advance to legendary level, and the defense of a 9 patterned beetle could almost match that of the side branches of the 4 great source sacred beasts. So, as long as it's not a team battle, you still have a chance against the others? Shin Chen blinked and asked a rather annoying question. Chu Wanwan chuckled, while Xing directly turned her head to look elsewhere. "As long as Wei Yuanying doesn't team up with the owner of that black fox, I can give his king-level standard a try." Su Qianxue lightly touched her forehead. She wasn't confident about facing Wei Yuanying alone either. "Besides Wei Yuanying and that black fox, do you have a guaranteed way to win against the others?" After a moment of silence, Shin Chen raised his head seriously and asked, "What do you mean? Do you want to?" Su Qianxue frowned slightly, seemingly guessing Shin Chen's thoughts. As long as you can guarantee a win against those three, leave Wei Yuanying and that black fox to me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sensed a strong confidence radiating from Shen Chen. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Shen Chen with suspicion, especially Yu Xiaoshang, the captain of No. 2 Middle School. Let's issue a challenge. After saying that, Shen Chen stopped speaking and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing Shen Chen so determined, everyone fell silent and directly sent someone to issue the challenge. Soon, they learned the result. The other side gladly agreed and even boasted that they could pick anyone from the 7 schools in Dongcheng. Let's crush them. Don't hold back. In the final battle, I want to blow Wei Yuanying's head off. Shen Chen opened his eyes, a strong killing intent radiating from him. This was too much of a bullying situation, since they wanted to play, let's play big. The 7 schools of Dongcheng faced off against Jingcheng No. 3 Middle School, the first battle. Senior Beast Master Qin Feng vs. Senior Beast Master Tai Ching. Elite level Blue-Eyed Violent Bear vs. Elite level Rampaging Giant Lizard. The two beasts appeared simultaneously on the large screen inside and outside the arena, stirring up the crowd. Boom! The two made their moves almost simultaneously. Facing the violent strikes of the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear, the Rampaging Giant Lizard opened its mouth and sprayed out a ball of dark green venom. Clown, you only deserve to stay in a place like this. A trace of disdain flashed in Tai Ching's eyes. Even if all the people from the 7 schools in Dongcheng united, in the eyes of these Jingcheng students, they were just a bunch of trash. Stop talking so much. When I was in Jingcheng, you didn't even know where to hide. Qin Feng immediately retorted. Roar! He activated the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear's skill Storm Fist. After the venom was blown away by the strong wind, Qin Feng charged out instantly. Man against man, beast against beast. Qin Feng knew that his Blue-Eyed Violent Bear was about the same as the Rampaging Giant Lizard, but ultimately, it was still the Beast Master who decided the outcome, so he decided to take the initiative. Humph! Tai Ching snorted coldly, looking at the charging Qin Feng with a frown, clearly not expecting the opponent to use such a tactic. He raised his hand and called back the Rampaging Giant Lizard. Bang! Qin Feng's attack was blocked, and a fierce look immediately appeared in his eyes. A ripple of mental energy surged as he issued a command of death struggle to the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear. Boom! The Blue-Eyed Violent Bear instantly became frenzied, its massive body accelerating suddenly, directly smashing the Rampaging Giant Lizard away, while it itself was swept by the lizard's tail, blood splattering from its waist. Bang bang bang! Swish swish swish! The bear's paw met the lizard's tail, and both beasts were instantly covered in wounds, their roars echoing through the sky. Are you crazy? If your beast is heavily injured, it will be demoted. Ha ha ha, so what if it gets demoted? I'm a beast master, not a beast slave, coward. Looking at Qin Feng charging at him again, Tai Ching's eyes flashed with fear. After blocking the attack with his fists, he was knocked back by the opponent's frenzied power. Damn it! Instinctively, Tai Ching wanted to recall the Rampaging Giant Lizard, but to his surprise, there was no response. Turning around, he was instantly furious. In just a moment of distraction, the Rampaging Giant Lizard had already been caught by the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear by its tail, and with a series of violent slams, the lizard's spine visibly protruded. Slap! You fool, daring to lose focus under my attack. How did your teacher teach you? Qin Feng quickly closed in, sending the dazed Tai Ching flying. Ah! As Tai Ching got up, his mouth was full of blood. After a furious roar, the Rampaging Giant Lizard, about to be smashed, suddenly underwent a transformation. Whirlwind Poison Dragon Drill. Qin Feng's brutality finally forced out Tai Ching's beast skill. The giant lizard, being violently slammed by the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear, suddenly straightened its body, and with a surge of power, it broke free from the bear's grasp, a layer of light green radiance rippling around it. Humph, these trash think they can use a mutually destructive strategy. Even if we win, we will lose face. Wei Yuanying had been closely watching the situation on the field, but her eyes still held a strong disdain. Even at the same level, students from the declining East City did not deserve to compete with the proud students from the capital. The reason for choosing the final battle at the competition square was that Wei Yuanying wanted to slap the East City 7 schools in front of everyone, ensuring that East City would never hold its head high again. Roar! At the same time as a thunderous roar erupted, the Rampaging Giant Lizard had completed its buildup. Its taut body began to spin rapidly, shooting towards the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear like lightning. Flying Bear Bows, Slash and Decisive. Simultaneously, with blood-red eyes, Qin Feng shouted violently, his frenzied mental energy rippling out, his hair standing on end, looking like a madman. The Blue-Eyed Violent Bear seemed to sense its master's emotions. After a furious slap, its massive body bent at an extremely strange angle, its paws suddenly clapping together. Boom! Howl! The two frenzied beasts collided violently. The blue-eyed violent bear was knocked back while its right side was pierced, revealing bloody intestines rolling on the ground. Crack! Bang! The violent bear's paws quickly clapped and twisted, and after a mournful howl, the giant lizard was thrown aside, its rear half near the tail brutally twisted off, blood splattering everywhere as it rolled. The blue-eyed violent bear had a large hole in its waist, its eyes wide with rage, half sitting on the ground. The upper body of the rampaging giant lizard was frantically slamming against the ground, blood flowing like a river, and soon it fell silent. Kill! If the beast is like this, what is there to fear for humans? Qin Feng and Tai Ching instantly lunged at each other, the latter flying back with a single touch, falling far away, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to stand again. Put! Ah, Qin Feng from East City No. 7, living up to his training, takes the first victory. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, whose mouth was full of blood yet still holding strong, and after a moment of silence, applause erupted like thunder, cheers soaring into the sky. The third high school of the capital, due to arrogance, had no teachers leading them. The 7 schools of East City value reciprocity, and the teachers did not intervene. Everything relied on the students from both sides. Victory and defeat, life and death, were all uncertain. This battle ended with the iron blue of the third high school in the capital, a result no one had anticipated. Well done! Amid the cheers, Shinshen walked over with a heavy expression and gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Beside him, Wei Yuanying also approached the iron blue figure, looking at the teammate who had barely any breath left. Her eyes showed no ripple of emotion as she waved for him to be carried away. The rampaging giant lizard had completely stopped its thrashing, following its master's lead, but ended up with no one to collect its body. No! Shen Chen went. With a wave of his hand, he stored the already severed rampaging giant lizard into his storage bag. Shen Chen did not want to reveal the inheritance of the Emperor Qianqiu just yet. What are you trying to do? Wei Yuanying frowned slightly but did not stop Shen Chen's actions. Without a beast companion, the title of beast tamer is meaningless. The relationship between a beast tamer and their beast is both master and servant, as well as partners. Shen Chen looked up at Wei Yuanying, his expression calm. Whether they die in battle or of old age, it is all the same. No abandonment, no giving up. To live and die together with beast companions is the belief that a beast tamer should have, not abandonment. Unfortunately, all I see in your eyes is exploitation. You won't even collect its body. As soon as the words fell, the entire place fell silent. Confusion, contemplation, shock. Shen Shen's words plunged everyone present into deep thought. No one had considered this question before. When did beast tamers appear? Why did beast tamers become the mainstream in the world? As Shen Shen said, is there still a need for a beast tamer without a beast companion? Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the nearly lifeless blue-eyed violent bear let out a faint roar, as if it understood Shen Shen's words, a hint of softness appearing in its bloodthirsty eyes. Big bear! Qin Feng stumbled over to the blue-eyed violent bear, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Buzzing! At the same time, almost all the beast companions in the space of the onlookers emitted a series of low growls, sounding like comfort, like gratitude. Woo woo! Finally, someone understands the beasts. Su Qianxue, Chuan Wan, and Yu Shaoshang all showed a strange expression on their faces. Are you serious? Humph. Wei Yuanying snorted coldly upon seeing this and turned to leave. No explanation was needed, every subsequent match would be a life and death battle. Did he really think he couldn't see it? This kid showed a hint of excitement in his eyes when he stored the rampaging giant lizard. It was just a desire for the elite-level beast crystal. As the beast roars faded, the system's prompt sounded at that moment. Ding! Great benevolence, resonance with heaven and earth, host's mental strength increased. Shinshin blinked, surprised that there was such a benefit, and subconsciously opened the system panel. Host, Shinshen, Beast Companion, Flying Scythe and Queen, Mental Threshold, 186, Physiological Threshold, 134, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulated Evolution. The increase in mental strength directly manifested as a mental threshold, surging by 30 points. The two basic attributes, which were already very close, were now pulled apart again. Good news! He. Shinshin blinked and smiled as he approached Qin Feng. Put it away, Big Bear will evolve. Let me tell you a secret, I am a high-level beast evolutionist. As long as Big Bear doesn't die, it will definitely become stronger in the future. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but after seeing Shinshen's determined gaze, he decisively stored the blue-eyed violent bear. At that moment, he chose to believe. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. East City is mighty. Let's take them down. Amidst the passionate cheers of the crowd, the second battle between the 7 schools of East City and the third school of the capital began. A fight to the death, no retreat, no surrender. Wei Yuanying said darkly, looking at the team member Chen Gong, who had a scar at the corner of his eye and was about to take the stage. Don't worry, Captain, I'll make them understand what true cruelty is. Chen Gong nodded heavily, a hint of a sinister expression on his face as he provocatively glared at the opponents across from him. In the resting area, the 4 confirmed fighters seemed to have learned something from Qin Feng, their gazes all fixed on Xin Shen, who was leisurely walking back. Why are you looking at me? Who's going up for the second match? Xin Shen said, speechless, knowing from their expressions that Qin Feng had spilled the beans. Are you really a high-level beast tamer? Su Qianxue, who was preparing to take the stage, stopped and revealed a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Of course, no exaggeration. Xin Shen flicked his hair back, a sly look in his eyes. As long as you win this match, I won't charge you. Tell me, how do you want me to fight? Oh, Xin Shen blinked. This woman had a big chest and a big temper. If these people die here, will there be any trouble? Xin Shen pondered for a moment before asking. As soon as he spoke, the others' gazes turned sharply towards him. This guy is a bit ruthless. If you really are a high-level beast tamer, then it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Qianxue frowned slightly, as if calculating something in her mind. In that case, let's take them down. Xin Shen raised his head, his tone slightly pausing. If there really is trouble, we can just let the 11th Bureau handle it. My title as the Grand Commander in the green robe should still hold some weight. Xin Shen didn't want to say anything righteous. The third school of the capital had clearly come to crush them. If he went along with their wishes, it would be tantamount to cutting off his own path, which was unacceptable. Now, he could only maximize his value and strive for development time. Alright. Su Qianxue turned and stepped onto the stage. The second battle between the 7 schools of East City and the third school of the capital. High-level beast tamer Su Qianxue versus high-level beast tamer Chen Gong. Lord-level Nether Phoenix versus Lord-level Batian Hound. As the information about both sides appeared on the screens around the competition square, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected that within the long-bottomed East City 7 school, there was actually a Lord-level beast, and an extremely rare Phoenix bloodline at that. East City 7 school had hidden its strength well. Little lady, why not follow me, Chen Gong? I can guarantee you a life of glory. Upon seeing Su Qianxue take the stage, Chen Gong's eyes widened, revealing a strong glint of wickedness. Humph. Without saying a word, Su Qianxue directly summoned the Nether Phoenix. With a long cry, the temperature in the arena suddenly rose, and the air seemed to explode, crackling with sound. Come out, my dear. Chen Gong looked at the Nether Phoenix, which nearly covered half the arena, and the rapidly rising temperature, his eyes flashing with seriousness as he summoned the Batian Hound. Roar! The towering Batian Hound let out a furious roar, tilting its head back to challenge the heavens. One breath. Su Qianxue's icy voice echoed above the arena. Before the crowd could comprehend its meaning, the Nether Phoenix opened its beak wide, and a terrifying black flame erupted, instantly engulfing Chen Gong and the Batian Hound. Ah! A sharp and brief scream abruptly ceased, and the arena was suddenly filled with 2 piles of black ash, one large and one small. Is it over? Hiss! Wei Yuanying was the first to react, standing up abruptly, his sinister gaze fixed on the departing Su Qianxue. Even among Lord level, there are distinctions. It was actually her. The eldest granddaughter of the Su family from the 4 clans of the capital, Su Qianxue, the once exiled Su Dedemonis, who had single-handedly killed 4 talented members of her clan, killed an elder from her family on her way out of the capital and severely injured a king-level beast master sent by the Beast Master Association before she finally left for distant lands. How is this possible? How could she be here? A deep sense of dread flickered in Wei Yuanying's eyes. He couldn't afford to provoke the Su family, and he certainly couldn't provoke Su Qianxue. In that moment, Wei Yuanying even entertained the thought of retreating. Meanwhile, Su Qianxue had already returned to the resting area, sitting down with an expression of calm indifference. Goddess! Phoenix Goddess! The delayed cheers erupted at this moment. The crowd was ecstatic. Instant kill. High-level beast master, Lord-level beast companion, same level, instant kill. The Phoenix Goddess truly lived up to her name. In an instant, the gaze of Yu Shaoshang and others towards Su Qianxue was tinged with a hint of fear, while only Qin Feng remained unfazed, for he was the one who understood Su Qianxue the best. Old Qin, has the captain always been this fast? No, I mean, has she always been this fierce? Xin Shen, still in a daze, snapped back to reality. Who wouldn't be stunned by an instant kill of a Lord-level beast companion? Heh, this is child's play, the reputation of the Su Dedemonis in the capital. Qin Feng, sprawled across a row of chairs, spoke without restraint until he suddenly felt a deathly glare from beside him, causing his words to choke back. Su Dedemonis. Xin Chen murmured as he looked at Su Qianxue, realizing that the captain was indeed a deep well. At this moment, Wei Yuanying still couldn't understand why there were so many prodigies in the East City. It was one thing for people like Qin Feng, but how could the formidable Su family's demoness stoop to attend the worst school? And the previously seemingly weak Yu Zishan also appeared to be a formidable opponent. Wei Yuanying now regretted why he had chosen to challenge them separately. If they had teamed up, they could have at least gauged the depth of the East City's 7 schools, rather than only now realizing how deeply these guys were hiding their strengths. Since their battles were arranged this way, would the future matches be the same, and was it possible that his opponent could end up killing him? Impossible. Wei Yuanying instinctively spoke out. He was a king-level beast master, and his beast companion was also lord-level, far stronger than Su Nanzhao. Just as Su Qianxue had said, even at the same level, there were differences in strength. Was his opponent that Chu Wanwan? Instinctively, Wei Yuanying overlooked Xin Chen, a loser who had contracted an ant. No matter how extraordinary, what could he do? Captain, what should we do now? A girl behind Wei Yuanying, dressed in a vest and leather skirt with small braids, asked. Continue fighting. When you go on stage, don't waste words, give him no chance to fight back, Wei Yuanying said fiercely. The next match should be Yu Shaoshang from East City No. 2. His beast companion is not good at attacking. As long as you can suppress him, you will be in an invincible position. The girl in the leather skirt, named Hua Yueya, nodded in response. The previous 2 battles had already instilled fear in her. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point before coming here. The situation between the 7 schools of East City and the 3 schools of the capital had become a life and death struggle. To this day, neither side had any teachers stepping in. All that existed were the real-time broadcasts from various media in East City. Even if they won the next 3 matches, the face of the 3 schools in the capital would still be thoroughly lost. Go to battle! With Wei Yuanying's light command, the girl in the leather skirt, Hua Yueya, shook her head and walked into the arena. Old Yu, this match is up to you. I thought about it, and let's give them some face. Besides, this girl is quite pretty, no need to fight to the death, Xin Chen said, looking at Yu Shaoshang, his mind wandering in unknown thoughts. Student Xin, you think too highly of me. My beast pet isn't good at attacking, but its defense is quite decent. In East City, basically no one can break through the defense of the 7 absolute heavenly bull. Suddenly, Yu Shaoshang seemed to remember something, turning to glance at Su Qianxue before silently facing off against Hua Yueya. 2 battles, 2 defeats, 2 deaths. For the Jingqing 3rd Middle School, which aimed to crush the 7 schools of East City, this was an unbearable burden. Wei Yuanying no longer hoped for Hua Yueya to achieve victory. Even a draw would help salvage some face. As long as this can end in a draw, they will have no chance. A fierce glint appeared in Wei Yuanying's eyes as he turned to look at the quiet girl sitting in the rest area. His trump card for coming to East City, the advanced beast master, Xu Chang. Just as Wei Yuanying pondered how to get the other party to agree to a final duel, the 3rd battle began. Advanced Beast Master Yu Shaoshang vs Advanced Beast Master Hua Yueya. Lord Level 7 Pattern Heavenly Bull vs Lord Level Phantom Wolf. As the battle information was displayed on the big screen, the girl in the leather skirt, Hua Yueya, summoned the Phantom Wolf. Awah! The massive, crystal-like body howled to the sky, shimmering with colorful light under the sun. With a wave of her small hand, Hua Yueya faithfully executed Wei Yuanying's strategy, decisively commanding the Phantom Wolf to attack. Moo! Yu Shaoshang remained expressionless, summoning the 7-pattern Heavenly Bull with a wave of his hand. The strange patterns almost covered the entire body of the bull. Perhaps it was true, as rumored, that when the 9 patterns enveloped it, it would be the day of its legendary advancement. Phantom Arrow. The Phantom Wolf's skill surged forth like a tide at the moment of charge. Yu Shaoshang could barely see Hua Yueya's figure across from him, his expression tightening. 7-color light shield. A dazzling array of colorful light instantly coalesced into a thick, solid shield in front of him, blocking all the crystal-like arrows. Whoosh! Bang! The razor-sharp arrows collided with the solid light shield, creating a cacophony of sounds that echoed above the arena. The confrontation between Lord-level beast pets was terrifying. It was rare to see a situation like Su Qianxue's instant kill upon entering. The duel between the 7-pattern Heavenly Bull and the Phantom Wolf was the real highlight. What thick skin! Watching as the beast pet's attack caused no damage at all, Hua Yueya flicked her small braids, mumbling incessantly. Just one test was enough to know that if the Phantom Wolf couldn't break through the 7-pattern Heavenly Bull's defense, victory was hopeless. Sigh. Over here, Yu Shaoshang also sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. Although the 7-pattern Heavenly Bull was Lord level, its attack power was even inferior to that of the Phantom Wolf. Upon seeing that the opponent's beast pet was several levels higher than the Tsang Beishue Wolf, he had already given up on the idea of attacking. Not seeking merit, but avoiding fault, as long as they could maintain a draw, it would be a victory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of attacks from the Phantom Wolf began, countless crystal arrows raining down, with a few giant arrows as thick as small trees appearing among them. Bang! Bang! The giant arrows struck the light shield, and the 7-pattern heavenly bull merely exhaled lightly, causing the crystal giant arrows to vanish without a trace. Half an hour later, the spectators had gone from initial excitement to boredom. The 7-pattern heavenly bull's invincible defense and lack of offensive advantage meant that even the 2 attacks launched were forced to turn to defense due to the Phantom Wolf's speed. The prolonged standoff had made the audience weary. How could this happen? This is a Lord-level beast pet. Captain Yu, attack. Is it just defense? Attack, take it down. Hey, watch your words. After all, she's still a little girl. So what? Who doesn't know that they from Jingqing 3rd Middle School came to East City with bad intentions? If it weren't for a few capable ones among the 7 schools of East City, could we still be sitting here? Listening to the noisy crowd around, Wei Yui revealed a bitter smile. Looking up, Yu Xiaoshan was the same. How about we call it a draw? How about we call it a draw? The two spoke almost simultaneously, then exchanged a glance before retracting their beast companions and turning to leave. Sorry, I did my best, but the 7-patterned beetle really isn't good at attacking. Back in the resting area, Yu Xiaoshan shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It's fine, a draw is still a victory. It lets those guys know that East City isn't a place for them to flaunt their power. Xin Shen had already seen through the outcome and said with a smile. The group fell silent, for what lay ahead was a king-level beast master, a lord-level beast companion, and even an insurmountable support beast companion. The key was that their side only had Chu Wanwan and Xin Shen left, one beast companion unable to fight, and the other still a mid-level beast master. Aside from Su Qianxue and a few others, no one knew what level Xin Shen's strength truly was. However, in terms of levels, facing a king with a mid-level was bound to end in defeat. Don't worry, I can't guarantee I'll kill him, but even a king level can't kill me, so this final battle will at least end in a draw. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Xin Shen blinked nonchalantly. Don't be careless, king level is a watershed for beast masters, and their strength sees a significant increase. Moreover, one shouldn't underestimate the physical qualities of a king-level beast master. They can truly crush all lower-level beast masters. Xin Feng reminded. Xin Shen nodded but remained non-committal in his heart. Previously, to escape on Lake Heart Island, he had consumed the beast crystal of the legendary extreme cold mysterious turtle. Although it had yet to be verified, he felt that his physical qualities were already not much inferior to a king level, and he should be able to hold his own. The physiological threshold encompasses the defense, endurance, and pressure resistance of a beast master. If calculated by values, Xin Shen had long surpassed the standards of a high-level beast master. It was just that due to the level of his beast companions, he had not advanced for a long time. The key now is, do you have any information on that Black Fox beast master? Please share it for reference. Xin Shen looked at everyone helplessly. He still didn't know anything about his opponent. You don't even know? On what basis do you think you can deal with them? Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue shot a fierce glare at Xin Shen. How could this guy not know anything about his opponent? She really wondered what he had been doing before coming here. The Black Fox Beast Master's name is Shu Chang, a high-level beast master. Aside from having powerful restriction skills, I know nothing else, but the most crucial point is that she is the granddaughter of Shu Tianai. When mentioning Shu Tianai, a serious expression appeared on Su Qianxue's face. Shu Tianai? Never heard of him. Is he very famous? Xin Shen was slightly taken aback. Could he be a legendary beast master? The group collectively face-bombed. There were still people who didn't know who Shu Tianai was. Either they were isolated from the world or just ignorant fools. Even ordinary people knew of Shu Tianai's great name. Shu Tianai, one of the top 10 legendary beast masters in the world, and also a mid-level beast companion evolutionist. Whether in strength or connections, he is the most untouchable existence in this world. Wow! Is he that influential? Upon hearing this, Xin Shen was somewhat shocked. It would be difficult to take action against them now. After all, their backing was a legendary beast master and a mid-level beast companion evolutionist, whose connections, strength, and wealth were beyond his comparison. If he were to injure Shu Chang, he could become a public enemy of the world. Even the Beast Demon Alliance might not be able to protect him. Now you know how formidable it is, right? Not only that, do you think having a grandpa who is an evolutionist means Shu Chang's beast pet is just an ordinary magical beast? That black fox is actually a new species that has undergone evolution. Su Qianxue scolded him without holding back. and even the usually silent Xu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh, which made Shin Chen very embarrassed. What's so great about a new species? If we're talking about evolutionists, Xu Tianai would have to call me senior. Shin Chen wasn't bragging. After receiving the inheritance from Emperor Qianqiu, all he needed was time to absorb that knowledge, and becoming a creation-level evolutionist wasn't impossible. Evolutionists are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the rumored creation level, which can create things out of thin air, comparable to mythical beast masters. So far, there are only 6 advanced beast pet evolutionists in the world. Even the president of the Beast Master Association, Qin Wuliang, the leader of the Demon Alliance, Wu Jing, and Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau, didn't ask further when they heard Shin Chen had inherited the title of evolutionist. They subconsciously thought he was just a beginner. And for them, a beginner evolutionist really wouldn't be of much use, and because the mythical beast skin was of great importance, they overlooked Shin Chen's true level as an evolutionist. Su Qianxue was momentarily stunned, forgetting that this guy was also a beast pet evolutionist, but in an instant, her eyes widened. Could it really be advanced? Was he not lying before? In that moment, Su Qianxue's breathing became a bit rapid, her chest rising and falling, looking quite beautiful. Just as she was about to ask further, Wei Yuanying suddenly walked over. To save time, how about we have a direct 2-on-2 battle in the next round? Wei Yuanying looked at Shin Chen with a gloomy expression. There were only 3 people left from East City who hadn't fought yet. Aside from that somewhat eerie girl with blood-red eyes, and Qing, the others were not to be feared. Oh, a 2-on-2 battle, why? Shin Chen blinked, just unsure of how to start, and this guy came to him instead. Why? I don't want to wait, I want to kill you all right now to vent my anger, but I can't say that directly. Wei Yuanying felt quite powerless at the moment, desperately needing a fight to vent his emotions, otherwise, he suspected he might suffocate from frustration. There's no particular reason, I just don't want to waste time here, Wei Yuanying said darkly, looking at Shin Chen. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen pretended to be in a difficult position, remaining silent for a long time. 10 minutes later, just as Wei Yuanying was about to leave in a huff, Shin Chen finally raised his head. I can agree to you, but I want to add some stakes. After all, you have the advantage in a team battle. Shin Chen smiled slightly and continued, a legendary beast crystal. If you don't have one, you can use 10 elite beast crystals instead. Whoever wins takes it. How about that? Heh, you really dare to speak up. Do you think you'll win? Wei Yuanying was somewhat suspicious of Shin Chen's sudden wager. Could this guy have some hidden tricks? An ant playing tricks still couldn't escape the fate of a low-level creature. You don't need to worry about that. Are we betting or not? Shin Chen said without further ado, staring directly at Wei Yuanying. Let's bet. A legendary beast crystal, let me warm up first. After saying that, a beam of light flew over, and a legendary blue beast crystal appeared in Shin Chen's hand, while Wei Yuanying turned and left. What a damn rich guy. A legendary beast crystal just like that, just like Su Nanzhao. The outcome will definitely be the same. Alright, Wan, junior sister, follow me into battle. With the beast crystal in hand, Shin Chen no longer hesitated and turned to walk into the arena. Stop. Do you look down on me, or do you want to harm her? A voice suddenly rang out, and Cheng stood up from her seat, her eyes fixed on Shin Chen. She naturally knew Shin Chen's thoughts. Shin Chen had always been on guard against her, and wasn't she also constantly wanting to bring Shin Chen to her demise? What's wrong? Do you have an opinion? Shin Chen was speechless. This little vixen had finally jumped out. It wasn't that she didn't want to choose her, but she was truly afraid of being stabbed in the back by Yin Cheng. The grudge of killing a brother was not something that could be easily resolved. Her beast pet can't participate in the battle. Do you want to go 1 against 2 and send yourself to death? And Cheng questioned. Heh, you don't need to worry about that. I never thought about going 1 against 2. A glimmer of confidence appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. I want 1 against 2, to beat them down. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Was this guy crazy? Facing a king-level beast master and a super support, he actually dared to claim 1 against 2. Even Su Qianxue, who knew him somewhat, couldn't help but shake her head, impulsive. Alright, I'll go, but I must say in advance, if I can't win, I'll run. Xu Wanwan spoke up at that moment, coming to Shin Chen's aid. Since both of them had no objections, the others couldn't say much more, and Cheng angrily sat back down. Damn it, I will definitely find a way to kill you. The East City 7 schools faced off against the 3rd high school of the capital, and the 4th battle began. The 2 formed a team. East City, Senior Beast Master Chu Wanwan, Intermediate Beast Master Shin Chen. 3rd high school of the capital, King-level Beast Master Wei Yuanying, Senior Beast Master Xu Chang. As the battle information was displayed on the arena's big screen, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. A stadium that could hold tens of thousands of people was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. It surpassed the previous instant kill of Su Qinshui. Moreover, there was a note at the end of the information stating that Chu Wanwan's beast pet was in an evolution state and could not participate in the battle, which meant that this intermediate beast master Shen Chen would likely fight alone. What the hell, is there no one else from East City? Hurry up and replace that trash. What a joke, who is this Shen Chen? Just an intermediate beast master, who gave him the courage. After today, East City's face will be lost to the whole world, damn it. Is there no teacher to step in? Whose clown is this? Hurry up and take him away. After a brief silence, the audience's anger erupted. The previous cheers and joy turned into curses directed at Shen Chen, and some even started throwing trash into the arena. Get out of here, don't embarrass yourself. Even Wei Yuanying was a bit confused. He had thought that the one to appear this time should be that blood-eyed girl in Qing, and he wouldn't mind if Su Qinshui came out again. But he didn't expect it to be Shen Chen, and he was just an intermediate beast master. Was this preparing to give him a benefit? Don't be careless, this person is a bit strange. At that moment, Xu Chang, who was beside Wei Yuanying, suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Wei Yuanying was slightly taken aback. This granddaughter of the legendary beast master rarely spoke to others, even in school, yet now she was reminding him. Did she see something? He has a familiar aura about him, even stronger than my grandfather's. As she said this, a hint of confusion appeared in Xu Chang's eyes. For a moment, she couldn't figure out where the sense of familiarity came from. Aura? Wei Yuanying couldn't understand. How could a country bumpkin have the same aura as a legendary beast master? Just then, Shen Chen suddenly raised his hand, calmly surveying the entire arena. I, Shen Chen from East City 7, am waiting for your apology. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience's anger was reignited. A clown actually wanted them to apologize. Ah, this is just too funny. How did East City 7 produce such a fool? I don't believe it. Does he really think an intermediate beast master can challenge a king level 1? Fool, if he can win, no, if he can last for 10 minutes, I'll dance a striptease here for a month. Get lost, who cares to see a hairy brute like you dance? The audience's emotions had gradually gone off track. On the stage, Xu Wanwan glanced at Shen Chen, instinctively moving a bit further away, her eyes revealing a look that almost told Shen Chen he was hopeless. Get ready to start. Make sure to protect yourself. Shen Chen smiled slightly, not needing to pay any attention to these people's words. The facts would slap them in the face. However, he didn't expect that Xu Wanwan would quietly hide so far away. This little witch was quite clever. You do your thing, I'm really good at running. Xu Wanwan patted her chest and made a face at Shen Chen. Boom! At that moment, Wei Yuanying, eager to vent, summoned his beast pet without a second thought. A lord-level Hell Thunder Lion. Surrounded by electric light, dark mist rising, with eyes flickering with black flames, it was not a creature to be trifled with at first glance. Well, there aren't many lord-level magical beasts that are easy to deal with. Especially the Hell Thunder Lion from the Abyss Forest, possessing dark, thunder, and fire attributes, which was also the confidence of Wei Yuanying, a king-level beast master. This is a bit tricky. A serious look flashed in Shen Chen's eyes. Although he had experience fighting against king-level beast masters, that time against Su Nanjiao was somewhat of a fluke. But now his beast pet had also significantly improved, so he still had confidence. Moreover, there was a new species, the bat-winged flying insect. Awu. The next moment, Shen Chen saw the black fox that everyone was wary of, about a meter tall, closely sticking to Xu Chang's side, its small black eyes fixed on Xu Wanwan, its nose twitching as if sniffing something. A lord-level crimson soul black fox. Especially those small eyes, exuding a strange, chilling light. In contrast, the Fei Lian ant soldier that Shen Chang Luo summoned silently went almost unnoticed. Shu, how can we fight with two lord-level magical beasts? Wait, this kid's beast pet is actually an ant? Finally, someone noticed Shen Chen's Fei Lian ant soldier, which was about the size of a ball, quietly lying to the side, its antennae slightly trembling, as if sensing the pressure from the two magical beasts opposite. What a joke! How can someone contract an ant? But this ant is really big. The noise rose again, and some people began to leave. This was purely a joke. How could an ant fight against such a big lion, especially with two lord-level beasts on the other side? Attack! To everyone's surprise, Shen Chen actually took the initiative to attack. The Fei Lian ant soldier immediately shot out, turning into a black light and charging towards the nearest Hell Thunder Lion. An ant shaking a tree. This was the common thought of everyone. Kill! The Hell Thunder Lion finally moved under Wei Yuanying's control, its sharp claws raised high, slamming down towards the Fei Lian ant soldier. Bang! As expected, the Fei Lian ant soldier was instantly knocked away. TCH. A hush fell, the outcome was already determined, and the crowd, which had been somewhat hesitant, began to plan their exit. If it's just like this, then let's end it. Wei Yuanying glanced at Shin Chen, a strong killing intent surging in his eyes. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Kill! Shin Chen looked at the Fei Lian ant soldier, which was unharmed, raised his hand, and a large mass of black light shot out, blocking the charging Hell Thunder Lion. Bang bang bang! This is impossible! The dense sound of collisions pulled back the departing crowd, and following the gaze of the startled Wei Yuanying, everyone gasped in shock. Damn, so many ants! What the hell? How can there be so many? A full 40 soldier weaver ants lay in a fan shape on the ground, completely blocking the path of the Hell Thunder Lion's attack. What shocked Wei Yuanying even more was that these ants had actually pushed the Hell Thunder Lion back. Continue. Having learned the Beast Master Manual, Shin Chen had reached a new height in controlling beast pets. As long as he set the tactics, these soldier ants would execute them without fail. His tactic was to restrain and block the Hell Thunder Lion. How could he have so many ants? Due to concerns in the unknown, Wei Yuanying did not use his beast pet skills. Under the frenzied assault of the soldier weaver ants, the Hell Thunder Lion roared repeatedly, unable to escape the encirclement for a moment. Buzz! At that moment, Shu Chang behind him moved, and a gray light floated above the head of the Crimson Soul Black Fox, flying straight towards Chu Wanwan. Humph! Just as Chu Wanwan was adjusting her position, she suddenly let out a muffled grunt, her quick steps abruptly stopping, a faint grayish hue appearing on her face, her gaze drifting. Seeing this, Wei Yuanying no longer felt anxious. On the viewing platform, Su Qianchuet and others showed a serious expression, their eyes fixed on Shin Chen, wanting to see how he would break the restriction skill of the Crimson Soul Black Fox. What does it feel like? How long can you hold on? Unexpectedly, Shin Chen did not act immediately. Instead, he asked, I can't move, I'm very tired, very annoyed, probably at most 3 minutes. After hearing Shin Chen's voice, Chu Wanwan hesitated before answering, her voice somewhat drifting, her body already beginning to sway as if she might fall at any moment. Restrained movement? Bewitchment? Shin Chen quickly made a rough judgment. With a thought, a soldier weaver ant suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Buzz! A faint golden halo appeared around Chu Wanwan, lifting the restriction. Halo of Favor, derived from the light of favor, it inherently possesses the ability to immunize against all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, and provides a significant mental boost to the Beast Master. Active skill, each time it is used, the current beast pet drops 1 tier. Seeing the state of the Crimson Soul Black Fox lifted, everyone showed a look of shock. Halo skill. Looking at the faintly golden halo, Wei Yuanying exclaimed in disbelief. Many people present had never seen a halo skill, but as beast masters, they had heard of it. What? It's actually a halo skill. How is that possible? How could a piece of trash have such a rare halo skill? The entire venue was in shock. What kind of halo skill could lift the negative state of the Crimson Soul Black Fox? The appearance of the halo skill immediately quieted the murmurs in the crowd. There are many rare things in this world, but for beast masters, only 3 are rare and precious. Halo skills, powerful monster bloodlines, powerful beast pet evolutionists. The latter 2 can be seen as one. With a powerful monster bloodline, one must also have a powerful beast pet evolutionist to make use of it, while halo skills are purely based on luck. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are the most precious. A halo skill, huh? However, Shu Chang, the seemingly quiet girl, seemed unwilling to give up. After a soft call, the Crimson Soul Black Fox beside her began to spin in place. The little fox's head started to exhibit strange phenomena. Red smoke, gray mist, golden little stars, black skulls. Various bizarre lights appeared one after another. Go! With a light shot from Shu Chang, after the Crimson Soul Black Fox gently bumped upward like Super Mario, various colors of light shot out, each heading towards Shin Chen and the others, as well as the soldier weaver ants locked in a standoff with the Hell Thunder Lion. Group control! Shin Chen's lips twitched slightly. With so many halos descending, it was likely that a fiery ant soldier would be sent back to its original form. Unfortunately, this kind of skill was impossible to stop. Oomph! Let's see how you deal with this. A smug smile appeared on Shu Chang's somewhat pale face. Forcing the Crimson Soul Black Fox to unleash so many states at once was also a tremendous burden on her mental strength. Buzzing. The black skull suddenly fell into the midst of the fiery ant soldier swarm, and the chaotic buzzing filled the air as the ant soldiers began to scurry around like headless flies. Roar! A flash of light appeared in Wei Yuanying's eyes, and the Hell Thunder Lion suddenly began to counterattack, its body crackling with electricity and black mist quickly merging into small blue-black orbs that shot out in an instant. Boom boom boom! The sound of explosions was incessant, as 40 fiery ant soldiers were sent flying, their ball-sized bodies crackling with electricity. At this moment, Shinshan and the others were also afflicted with negative states, especially Shinshan, who suddenly felt as if he had entered a golden ocean, surrounded by countless little stars, unable to see anything else. Halo of favor. Without hesitation, Shinshan's powerful mental strength surged forth, and several pale golden halos flew out under its guidance. Damn, a group halo skill. The spectators outside were completely dumbfounded, watching Shinshan, who had already regained his state and was calmly commanding the ant soldiers, their eyes filled with deep shock that lingered for a long time. Kill! Glancing at the shattered fiery ant soldier beneath him, a roar erupted from Shinshan's mouth. A cold killing intent quickly spread, and the 40 fiery ant soldiers that had activated their self-healing mode regrouped, the dense rustling sound making one's scalp tingle. March! Flame Ray! The two major traits were unleashed, and the ant swarm tactic reappeared, crazily and recklessly charging towards the Hell Thunder Lion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Swish swish swish! The rapidly flying flame rays collided with the blue-black orbs, producing earth-shattering explosions. However, the fiery ant soldiers had the advantage in numbers, and a small portion of the flame rays still struck the Hell Thunder Lion. Many ants can kill an elephant. The Hell Thunder Lion was once again besieged, and it was under the full firepower of the 5th-tier fiery ant soldiers. Attack! Wei Yuanying called out lightly, his figure darting towards Shinshan, aiming to capture the leader first. Unfortunately, Shinshan was already prepared. Shadow Dominator. With a wave of his hand, 12 transparent flying needles suddenly appeared, splitting in two and shooting out. Bang bang bang! Wei Yuanying's powerful physique directly knocked the flying needles created by the Shadow Dominator away, but fortunately, they did not clash head-on. Even so, several deep blood marks appeared on his arms. Ah! A cry of despair came from behind. However, the high-level beast Master Shu Chang was not so lucky, as her right arm was pierced by the Shadow Dominator, and the Crimson Soul Black Fox was sent back to the beast space by 3 flying needles. For these auxiliary high-level beast masters, the Shadow Dominator was undoubtedly a deathly presence. This was still under the condition that Shinshan had deliberately held back. He did not want to be chased by a legendary beast master later. You better not make another move, or next time I can't guarantee I won't blow your head off. Shinshan's gaze was fixed on Shu Chang. Although she no longer posed a threat to him, if she continued to act, it would still cause some trouble, especially since he was about to face the wrath of the king-level beast master Wei Yuanying. You! Woo woo! Having been spoiled by her grandfather at home, pampered by her teachers at school, and adored by countless seniors, Shu Chang, who had never suffered any grievances since childhood, couldn't help but cry when she saw Shinshan's somewhat fierce gaze. Shinshan was speechless. How did Shu Tianai dare to let her out with such a mindset? Ah, ants, you shall die. After seeing Shu Chang's miserable state, Wei Yuanying suddenly erupted in anger. Dodging the Shadow Master that flew back at him, his speed surged dramatically as he charged forward with fists imbued with the force of wind and thunder. Boom! Shinshan could no longer evade. He quickly crossed his fists in front of his chest to take the hit. However, he misjudged the physique of a king-level beast master, and an explosive force sent him flying, spraying a mist of blood in midair as his body crashed several meters away. Cough, cough. This is really thrilling. A strange smile crept onto Shinshan's bloodied lips as he shakily stood up, his eyes fixed on Wei Yuanying, who was launching another attack. Kill! As the figure approached, Shinshan looked up, and several beams of light descended from the sky. Damn it! Sensing the danger above, Wei Yuanying decisively halted his pursuit of Shinshan and kicked out just as the light was about to land. Kill! Shinshan seized the opportunity to strike back, his fists whirling towards Wei Yuanying like windmills. It must be said that Wei Yuanying had found a way to deal with the Shadow Master. Bang! Bang! 12 Shadow Masters were instantly sent flying, while Shinshan was kicked away once more. However, Wei Yuanying's leg also throbbed with pain, and he looked in surprise at the Shadow Master that had appeared not far away. Mutated creature? Wei Yuanying felt a bit numb. He had never encountered such a troublesome beast master. Not only had he contracted ants, but now there were also over a dozen dragonfly-like monsters appearing. How many beast pets did this guy have? A mere intermediate beast master's physique could actually withstand 2 of his strikes without serious injury. It seemed that Su Nanzhou's words were not exaggerated. A king level, nothing more. It seems that to win against you, I have to take it a bit more seriously. Shinshan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was a bit salty and a bit exciting, and his gaze towards Wei Yuanying was filled with a bloodthirsty madness. As soon as he said this, the audience was stunned. How could an intermediate beast master withstand a king level and still claim not to be serious? Is there any justice in this? Very well, I will kill you. Ha ha, the king of strong words. Shinshan laughed wildly, lightly beckoning towards the flying ant soldiers. Come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying ant soldiers quickly disengaged from battle and swiftly returned to surround Shin Chen in a circle. Possess! Sha sha! Buzz! 40 flying ant soldiers rapidly climbed onto Shin Chen's body, densely packed, with each soldier connected by 2 antennae and 6 sturdy legs, forming chains of black and red. With a long buzzing sound, the chains glowed faintly red, spreading from Shin Chen's chest to all parts of his body. In just a few breaths, it permeated his entire body, as if he had donned a suit of armor. Holy crap, Ant-Man! An excited shout erupted from the audience. Beast pets could actually be used like this. Awesome, is this still an intermediate beast master? This is pure king-level presence. Truly brings glory to East City, an intermediate standing up to a king. Even if he loses, it's not shameful. Shin Chen from East City. No. 7. I was blind, I apologize. I'm sorry. In an instant, the crowd was stirred up, and those who had previously insulted and mocked Shin Chen shouted I'm sorry loudly. At this moment, East City. No. 7 rose because of Shin Chen. Ha ha ha. East City. No. 7, Class 1, Shin Chen. Seek death. As Shin Chen's long laugh resonated, a layer of red light enveloped him, and the wind howled, as if a war god had descended. Boom! At the same time, Merge. Wei Yuanying also joined forces with the Hell Thunder Lion, leaping onto the lion's back with a loud roar. Boom! Black smoke turned into flames, swirling around his body, while beneath him, the Thunder Lion transformed into a brilliant azure color at a visible speed. In an instant, both man and beast were enveloped by a layer of thick black flames, merging into one. Buzz! Wei Yuanying extended his arm forward, and a black spear about 3 meters long extended from his arm, the sharp tip exuding an extreme chill, flashing with electric light, ready to unleash a power that could devour everything. Class 2, Senior Year 3, Beijing City. No. 3 High School, Hell Knight Wei Yuanying. Seek death. Watching the imminent battle in the arena, Chu Wanwan and Xu Cheng slowly retreated. The air inside and outside the arena suddenly became tense. A moment of silence. Kill! Kill! 2 shouts erupted simultaneously, and Shin Chen charged forward like a red cannonball, the hard bluestone slabs beneath him exploding into a stone dragon. The flickering spear pierced through the void, appearing before Shin Chen in the blink of an eye. Boom! The collision of his fists against the spear unleashed a violent force, creating an invisible shockwave that spread outwards, causing the ground to crack open. The power of a single strike was terrifying. Open! The power of the spear ignited Shin Chen's blood, and with 100-fold endurance and 1,000-fold strength, his right fist quickly smashed against the side of the spear tip, his body spinning rapidly, instantly arriving behind Wei Yuanying. Die! Wei Yuanying shouted angrily, and without turning back, the spear stabbed backward like a maggot attached to bone, a counterattack. Sensing the impending danger, Shin Chen, still in midair, swept his left hand upward from below, using the recoil to charge forward. Beautiful, what a counterattack! Cheers erupted from the audience. The combat experience of the two was not that of students. They were like seasoned veterans of 100 battles, able to respond appropriately in any situation, countering while neutralizing danger. Whether it was a counterattack or a sweep, it was skillful. Awesome! The moment Shin Chen landed, he let out a strange howl and punched out at the spear that was flying toward him. Boom! The spear was deflected by the immense force, and just as Wei Yuanying was about to pursue, a flash of light suddenly appeared before him, and the spear instinctively swept out. Bang bang bang! Several beams of light were knocked away, revealing their forms not far away. More of these monsters. These beams of light were the new species that Shin Chen had summoned, the Shadow Ruler. Perhaps Shin Chen didn't expect that these newly evolved species would become the main force restraining Wei Yuanying, giving him a moment to breathe. Su Nanzhao is just a stupid king. Shin Chen cursed inwardly and charged forward again. He dared not be careless against Wei Yuanying, who was also a king-level fighter, especially after transforming into a Hell Knight. His strength was worlds apart from Su Nanzhao's. Bang bang bang! The frenzied exchange of blows began. Both were on high alert. Even a single mistake could lead to eternal regret. Even though Shin Chen had the attributes of a beast companion, he still struggled against the penetrating spear, narrowly avoiding fatal strikes several times, only to be knocked away. Damn it, I don't believe you can't be killed. Relying on his rich combat experience, Wei Yuanying repeatedly forced Shin Chen into desperate situations, but this guy was like an indestructible cockroach, seemingly losing momentum yet repeatedly blocking his lethal strikes. Damn, isn't this guy tired? At this moment, Shin Chen felt helpless. Although he had the combat experience from the trial illusion, it was still inferior to Wei Yuanying's methodical approach. If it weren't for the attributes granted by the Ant Soldier and the ever-active self-healing mode, he would have died countless times by now. Coupled with the omnipresent restraint of the Shadow Ruler, he was able to fight Wei Yuanying to this extent. The king level, not to be underestimated. Kill. Finally, during a counterattack, Shen Shen seized an opportunity to retaliate, landing a punch on the neck of the Thunder Lion, the violent force knocking it to the ground. Seeking death. Enraged, Wei Yuanying thrust his spear forward just before hitting the ground, piercing Shen Shen's chest. Bang! Boom! Wei Yuanying fell, and Shen Shen was also sent flying by the sudden thrust, tracing a tragic line of blood in the air as he fell to the distance. Thud! Shen Shen landed on the ground, rolling several meters forward under the violent force contained in the spear before finally coming to a stop. Put! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the ground red. Shen Shen noticed that the ant soldier on his chest had turned into a charred mass, faint flickers of electric black flames still shimmering. The ant soldier's armor was on the verge of collapse. Cough cough. On the other side, Wei Yuanying's injuries were not as severe as Shen Shen's, but the Hell Thunder Lion beneath him had absorbed the full force of Shen Shen's punch, the massive imprint deeply indented in its neck rendering him, a Hell Knight, more of a name than a reality. Get up! Wei Yuanying shouted angrily, forcing the Hell Thunder Lion to rise, the black flames covering its body beginning to show signs of fragmentation. Ha! Spit! Shen Shen struggled to stand, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, then decisively released the ant soldier's armor. Behind him, in Wei Yuanying's blind spot, a plump insect slowly crawled forward, ascending into the air unnoticed. What Wei Yuanying did not know was that a more frenzied strike awaited him. Huff! Huff! The arena fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the two could be heard from time to time. No one dared to make a sound at this moment, knowing that the decisive battle was about to arrive. Wei Yuanying was struggling to control the Hell Thunder Lion, his calm face showing no joy or sorrow, his aura slowly recovering as he prepared for the final attack. Meanwhile, Shen Shen wore a faint smile, as if the situation before him was already within his expectations, secretly controlling the speed of the bat-winged insects with his mental power. His gaze swept across the ground in front of him, where 12 shadow dominators had fully manifested, quietly lying on the ground, their two pairs of transparent wings slightly trembling, ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, in the large monitoring room at the top of the arena, several figures sat facing each other. They could clearly see the scene in the arena, including Shen Shen's secret preparations with the bat-winged insects. The principals of the 7 schools of East City, Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, and Lu Meng, the director of Jingcheng No. 3 middle school who had arrived not long ago, were all fixated on the holographic projection device before them. East City has truly produced an extraordinary talent. Although Lu Meng's face was dark, he had to admit that based on Shen Shen's current performance, he was among the best in the schools of Jingcheng. If it weren't for old Xie's message, he wouldn't have believed that an exchange between students could be so brutal, with Jingcheng No. 3 losing 2 excellent students. So far, he had seen no hope of victory. What kind of freak is this? Old Wang, it seems that this time in the league, East City No. 7 is going to make a name for itself. The principals of the 7 schools of East City looked at Wang Yi with an unmistakable envy in their eyes. Hee, luck, just luck. At this moment, Wang Yi's face was beaming with joy. Shen Shen had surprised him once again, and he was also grateful that he hadn't fallen out with Shen Shen over his nephew's matter. Otherwise, other schools would have snatched Shen Shen away in no time. If I guess correctly, this Shen Shen should still be an evolutionist. Lu Meng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he turned to Yi Qing. The 11th Bureau has really struck gold this time. At such a young age, 2 new species appearing at once is at least the level of a mid-level evolutionist. Seeing Lu Meng's questioning gaze, Yi Qing was also slightly taken aback. They hadn't even noticed Shen Shen's evolutionist level. It should be, but I'm really not sure. Yi Qing was at a loss for words and decided that he must ask clearly after the match. If Shen Shen was indeed a mid-level evolutionist, then their previous assessment of him was somewhat low. Silence. Whether it was the principals or Lu Meng, they all thought Yi Qing was deliberately hiding something. The influence of a mid-level evolutionist was no less than that of a legendary beast master. In the arena, Wei Yuanying and Shen Shen were completely unaware that their every move was already under the scrutiny of the top brass. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from Wei Yuanying, as both man and beast were once again enveloped in black flames. Compared to before, their momentum not only did not diminish but increased, the black spear pointing diagonally as they charged forward. The final strike. Hell Demon Spear. With Wei Yuanying's furious shout, man and beast completely fused, transforming into a long spear engulfed in raging black flames, flying towards Shen Shen. The extremely high temperature caused the ground to crack and explode, instantly turning into a cloud of dust, a rich and acrid smell quickly spreading through the air. He. Watching the spear fly towards him, Shen Shen laughed as if he were stunned. Then, he turned and ran. The power of this spear had surpassed all previous attacks, and even the ant soldier armor could not withstand it. Damn, a true man can bend and stretch. Bro, we just started to admire you, and now you're running? In the audience, after seeing Shen Shen's actions, discussions began again. No one had guessed that Shen Shen would run. Only Su Qianxue, upon seeing Shen Shen running in circles, instinctively looked up. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. In the center of Shen Shen's frantic running, right above Wei Yuanying, a giant-bellied flying insect had appeared out of nowhere. Danger! The moment Su Qianxue saw the bat-winged flying insect, a sense of danger instantly rose in her heart. Wei Yuanying, decisive battle. Suddenly, the frantic Shen Shen stopped, and 12 shadow rulers flew out, transforming into a massive ruler needle that charged towards Wei Yuanying. Bang! The powerful force caused Wei Yuanying's charge to momentarily pause. Let's die together. At that moment, a dense emerald light spread from Shen Shen, quickly enveloping Wei Yuanying. Evolutionary light. Although the evolutionary light of beast evolutionists did not possess strong offensive power, once inside the light circle, the attributes of the magical beasts would be suppressed, including speed. However, due to the nature of the evolutionary light, no living being could fight within it. Mental control was possible, but unfortunately, with Shen Shen's current strength, he clearly could not control the man-beast fusion of Wei Yuanying. Damn it! After rushing into the emerald light circle, Wei Yuanying's speed rapidly decreased, and just as he stepped into the light circle, he stopped. Look, there's a plane! This was the moment Shen Shen had been waiting for. He pointed his hand skyward. Wei Yuanying looked up, and in an instant, his soul nearly left his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless small black dots fell from the sky, instantly engulfing Wei Yuanying. Perhaps inheriting the characteristics of the golden-backed mysterious bee, the bat-winged flying insect danced joyfully in the air, continuously spitting out black spheres wrapped in ant soldier phantoms from its massive mouth. Name * bat-winged insect level * 5th rank. 3rd stage quality * intermediate rare traits * super defense, super stamina skill * bombardment the resentment of the thousand-faced demon bat envelopes the flying sickle ant soldiers and launches them, indiscriminately bombarding the target area, with a chance of causing dizziness and hallucinations. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed endlessly, smoke billowing up, and the light of evolution turned into a void amidst the chaotic bombardment. At this moment, Wei Yuanying felt as if he was losing his mind. That damned little black ball even had a dizzying effect. The danger he could have dodged was suddenly immobilized by the dizziness, and the violent shockwave sent him flying. No, it's poisonous. Wei Yuanying's face instantly turned ashen, alternating between black and red, as his powerful physique was continuously ravaged by the pervasive toxins. If this continued, he would die. Ah! A flicker of fear surged in Wei Yuanying's heart. The Hell Demon Spear swung wildly, but it only brought about more intense explosions. The Hell Thunder Lion roared and began to flee frantically with its master. Unfortunately, the bombardment of the bat-winged insect had a tracking effect. No matter where the man and beast fled, they would be accurately blown away. Poof! Finally, Wei Yuanying spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. The stunning performance of the bat-winged insect reignited the enthusiasm of the audience. What kind of monster is this? It's terrifying. The World Monster Encyclopedia seems to have no record of such a creature. Could it be a newly discovered species? Wow, this is basically a biological bomber, so powerful. Look, Wei Yuanying is running for his life, and Shen Shen is actually sleeping. This is just too insulting. Ignoring the crowd's discussions, Shen Shen had already run to a safe corner to watch the show. He had experienced the power of the bat-winged insect. Being too close could easily lead to accidental injury. Moreover, he had stuffed 10 elite beast crystals into the bat-winged insect's pouch. 10. Enough to bombard Wei Yuanying 100 times without interruption. 100 times, by then Wei Yuanying would probably be dead beyond recovery. He. A wicked smile appeared on Shen Shen's face. He wondered how many rounds this king-level Wei Yuanying could withstand. But it still has a fatal weakness. Although the bat-winged insect was terrifying, its main strength lay in the continuous bombardment and automatic tracking, combined with the smoke generated by the explosions that obscured the opponent's vision, preventing Wei Yuanying from locking onto this threat. But what if the opponent's beast was a flying type? Shen Shen couldn't help but fall into thought. Would the shadow ruler he had set up around the bat-winged insect be able to provide protection? At the top of the arena, in the monitoring room. Enough, that's enough. Lu Meng suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on Wei Yuanying, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from the relentless bombardment, and turned to leave. What are you doing? Yi Qing was startled and immediately got up to block him. He is from the Wei family. You wouldn't want this little guy to be hunted down by the great families of the capital before he even grows up, would you? Lu Meng turned back, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The likes of Taiching Chenggong could die, but Wei Yuanying was not only the captain of the school team but also the third young master of the Wei family, one of the four great families in the capital. If he died here, the Wei family would definitely not let it go, and even he would be implicated. Moreover, Lu Meng suddenly recalled Shen Chen's identity, the Grand Commander of the Demon Control Alliance. One of the four commanders, a status that was indeed concerning. He couldn't understand how a mere intermediate beast master could become the high-ranking and powerful Green Robe commander. If Wei Yuanying really died here, would the Beast Alliance really protect Shen Chen to the end? Would the Wei family truly stand firm? Lu Meng dared not think further. All he could do was prevent such a thing from happening. Let's go down too. Yi Qing did not stop him again. He had realized the consequences of Wei Yuanying's death. The 20th time. The 21st time. Tisk TSK, really resilient, still not dead after all this. Hiding in a corner, Shen Chen was carefully counting the number of bombings. Wei Yuanying had surprisingly survived 20 bombings. But then again, it made sense. The opponent was a genuine king-level beast master, and he certainly had means to protect his life. However, what he didn't know was that Wei Yuanying, at the center of the storm, was already close to death. After the 19th bombing, his combined state had been forcibly, and the Hell Thunder Lion was severely injured, having been forcibly sent back to the beast space. It was only due to his strong physique and rich combat experience that Wei Yuanying had survived the 20th bombing. Am I going to die? At this moment, his body was on the verge of collapse, tattered all over, eyes lifeless, watching the 21st wave of black and red bombs descending from the sky. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes. Stop! He's about to die. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Chen. It was Lu Meng, who had come from the monitoring room. Who are you? Shen Chen slowly stood up, looking at Lu Meng with a wary expression, a large number of Scythe-hand soldiers reappearing to guard in front of him. Director of the third high school in the capital, Emperor-level Beast Master Lu Meng. I ask you, Student Shen, to show mercy. Looking at the large number of Scythe-hand soldiers, a complex expression flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. The reason he didn't act directly was not only because of Shen Chen's identity as the Green Robe commander but also because of this terrifying group of beasts. One could imagine that if Shen Chen had not died prematurely, he would surely become a legend in the future. Lu Meng's attitude left Shen Chen momentarily stunned. When had an Emperor-level beast master been so polite? The old Gubak then wouldn't even bother to say a word. Shen Chen, stop. The four families of the capital have deep foundations. It's not wise for you to make too many enemies for now. Just then, Yi Qing walked over with the principals of the 7 schools, and the gazes of everyone present were filled with admiration for Shen Chen. Oddball, genius, freak, all the adjectives one could think of were applied to Shen Chen. All right. Seeing Yi Qing appear, Shen Chen also realized the seriousness of the situation. Wei Yuanying was actually from the Wei family, one of the 4 families in the capital. Su Qianxue hadn't mentioned it to him. She even said it wouldn't be a big deal even if they killed them all. After Shen Chen retracted the batwing insect, Wei Yuanying was immediately exposed to everyone's sight, and at first glance, he had completely lost his human form. Teacher! Wei Yuanying managed to utter 2 words upon seeing Lu Meng, his eyes revealing a look of relief before he collapsed to the ground. Everyone, I will take him for treatment. Lu Meng quickly stepped forward to pick up Wei Yuanying, apologized, and hurriedly left. Boom! The arena erupted into a frenzy, with many people tearing off their clothes and waving them wildly, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. They were too excited. Many teachers from various schools in the audience also joined in the celebration. For many years, East City had been marginalized, primarily because the 7 schools of East City had almost no students who could stand on the stage. Whether in terms of resources or qualifications to participate in various activities, they had been intentionally or unintentionally excluded. Even many who left East City faced varying degrees of discrimination outside, simply because East City was nameless. But now, they had it. The 7 schools of East City, rise. 7 schools of East City, rise. East City no. 7, East City no. 7. The excitement in the arena quickly spread through various media platforms, and many ordinary people in East City learned of the result. Cheers echoed through the streets and alleys, and the entire East City instantly transformed into a sea of joy. The whole city was in an uproar. Star of East City, Shen Chen. Goddess of Phoenix, Su Qianxue, the 2 main forces of No. 7 instantly topped the trending list. Shen Chen, who became famous in one battle, was crowned with the title of Star of East City, and almost all the headlines featured his battle footage, with an endless stream of articles praising him. pushing him to the forefront of public attention. After the competition ended, before Shin Shen could return to school to bask in the admiration of his seniors and juniors, he was brought back to the 11th Bureau by Yi Qing, who had a strange expression on his face. "Are those two new beast pets of yours evolved from ants?" In the top-level hall, Yi Qing asked with a serious expression. "To be precise, it should be fusion. Is there a problem?" Shin Shen was somewhat speechless. Yi Qing hurriedly called him back just for this question. "Ha! What level is your evolution master?" Yi Qing let out a long breath, and his gaze toward Shin Shen suddenly became fervent. "High level? What's wrong?" "Ha ha ha, indeed high level." "Ah, high level?" Upon hearing Shin Shen's answer, Yi Qing instinctively laughed out loud, but suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression turned incredulous as he looked at Shin Shen. "High level? Yeah, it's high level." As he spoke, Shin Shen unleashed the light of evolution, and a rich emerald glow instantly blossomed, filling the entire room with vibrant life. "You are actually a high-level beast pet evolution master," Yi Qing exclaimed, looking at the intense emerald light in the room, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. "High-level beast pet evolution master. How could you possibly be a high-level beast pet evolution master? You really are a high-level beast pet evolution master." Watching Yi Qing alternate between skepticism and wild laughter, Shin Shen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Could this director have gone mad? Director Yi, could you please stop moving around? It's making me dizzy." After a while, Shin Shen couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously reminded him. "Ha ha ha, how embarrassing, how embarrassing." Only then did Yi Qing come to his senses, looking at Shin Shen with overwhelming joy, even more so than when he learned about the divine beast skin. "Do you know what it means to be a high-level beast pet evolution master?" Yi Qing then sat back down in his chair, looking at Shin Shen with a serious expression. Shin Shen shook his head. He really didn't know. A high-level beast pet evolution master is like a national treasure. There are only 6 known high-level evolution masters in the world, and only one in the Great Xia region. Because of this, we have a say in the distribution of some magical beast resources. After the global beast disaster, countries around the world formed alliances, and the originally large nations became large regions. The 6 major regions control the World Alliance and determine the distribution of magical beast resources. But Shin Shen didn't expect that this power of distribution was based on the existence of high-level beast pet evolution masters. Is a high-level beast pet evolution master really that useful? A hint of doubt appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. It was just fusion evolution, after all, and it didn't seem that significant. Unconsciously, Shin Shen overlooked the power of the Shadow Ruler and the Batwing insect. Perhaps because his own level was somewhat low, he never considered what kind of power these 2 new species would unleash in the hands of a more advanced beast master. Useful, and very useful. Every beast pet evolution master is a strategic talent. Yi Qing shot a glance at Shin Shen, thinking what a kid who is in a treasure mountain yet remains unaware. "You know about the special military corps in the Daxia district, right? All their beast pets come from that high-level evolutionist's hands. Although they are called a corps, there are only 30 people, and the reason is that the success rate of evolutionists is too low." Yi Qing paused and suddenly asked, "What's your success rate for evolution?" "Success rate? From the experimental results of bloodline evolution and physical evolution, it seems that my success rate is 100%. However, seeing Yi Qing's excited gaze, Shin Shen hesitated about whether he should say it out loud. Could it be very low? Seemingly sensing Shin Shen's hesitation, Yi Qing instinctively thought the success rate was low, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded away. "Don't worry, even if it's very low, I will do my best to fight for better resources for you, allowing you to advance to high level, or even to king level, in the shortest time possible. Not only that, I will." Although Yi Qing concealed his disappointment well, Shin Shen still caught it. Listening to the other's rambling words, all of which were planning for his future, a warm feeling inexplicably rose in Shin Shen's heart. Thinking back to how he had personally brought him into the 11th Bureau, how he had rushed to help him during the Lake Heart Island incident, and how he had fought for benefits for him regarding the mythical beast skin, this person in front of him had never thought of using him. "This is a very pure person, someone who treats me very well. Since my parents left, the best person to me has been my homeroom teacher, Lu Jun. Even when I didn't have the ability to contract a beast pet, he never gave up on me, so I have always regarded him as my closest person." Shin Shen spoke softly, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. Yi Qing was somewhat surprised, not knowing why Shin Shen was telling him this. "After entering the 11th Bureau, you helped me a lot, Director. I can see that you have some selfish motives in it, but that's human nature. I'm not blind, I know who truly treats me well. So, you want to recognize me as your godfather?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing thought he understood. This guy, who had lacked affection since childhood, probably wanted to recognize him as his godfather, and the thought that came to his mind slipped out unconsciously. What? Shin-chan was instantly confused. What kind of logic is that? What I meant to say is, I can determine the evolution route of the beast pets in advance, and my success rate for evolution is 100%. After a moment of silence, with excitement in his heart, Yi Qing extended his trembling hand. Hey, what are you doing? Shin-chan looked at Yi Qing with a face full of disdain. Why are you touching me? 100%? After receiving Shin-chan's confirmation, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled, and he directly grabbed Shin-chan and ran out like the wind. 10 minutes later, Shin-chan was brought to another place. This is the safest place in East City, the underground command center of the 11th Bureau. From now on, you will stay here. Everything you need will be delivered to you. You absolutely cannot go out until I return, Yi Qing said with a serious expression. What the hell are you doing? Shin-chan's expression turned cold, thinking Yi Qing wanted to confine him. Don't think too much. You probably haven't realized how important the identity of a high-level beast pet evolutionist is. I'm protecting you. If you really want to go out, take them with you. Yi Qing waved his hand, and two middle-aged men walked over. Golden-robed demon hunters. Shin-chan was slightly stunned. At least they were golden-robed demon hunters at the king level, acting as bodyguards for him? Don't worry, I won't harm you. Now I really want to be your godfather, ha. With that, Yi Qing hurriedly turned and left. Looking at the two golden-robed men with strange expressions, Shin-chan suddenly felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. I also want to be your godfather. After leaving the underground command center, Yi Qing did not make a big fuss. Instead, he quietly strengthened the defenses around him. A messenger bird flew out from the 11th Bureau again and quickly disappeared into the sky. After the global beast disaster, there were many ways to communicate in the world, even more advanced than before, but the messenger bird developed by the Beast Tamer Association was the safest means of communication. Generally, messenger birds would not be used lightly unless there was a significant matter. This kid has already made the 11th Bureau use the messenger bird twice. I wonder how the leader will react after seeing the news? Yi Qing was looking forward to the reactions of Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang. Especially this time, Shin-chan had won against Wei Yuanying single-handedly, which would surely stir up a huge wave among the schools in the capital, and he might face even greater challenges in the future. After arranging everything, Yi Qing, who originally had some other matters to attend to, decided to personally oversee the 11th Bureau. At this moment, nothing was more important than protecting Shin-chan, the high-level beast pet evolutionist. Inside the underground command center, Shin-chan learned from chatting with two golden-robed demon hunters that this place had been built over 100 years ago, and there were no less than 100 such tightly defended locations in the Great Xia region. The most important point was that if the East City encountered an unstoppable beast tide, this place would be detonated to prevent the beast tide from spreading further. After that, Shin-chan chose a room and began to study the beast taming records. The content of the beast taming records was quite extensive, including analyses of the physical structure of magical beasts, activation of beast pet characteristics, beast pet skills, evolution methods, control methods for beast tamers, and how to enhance the attributes of beast tamers themselves, among other things. I still need to learn. After a long time, Shin-chan closed the beast taming records. The knowledge recorded within had given him great inspiration, especially regarding beast pet evolution, which left him with a sense of enlightenment after reading. I was too crude in my use of the light of evolution before. Since the contract with the Ant Queen, Shin-chan had not truly settled down to study, whether it was what he learned in school or the gains from this period, he had not researched them in detail. Although his strength seemed comparable to that of a king-level beast tamer, in reality, it was somewhat hollow. In the battle against Wei Yuanying, aside from his physical fitness, it was mainly because others were unfamiliar with the new species he had evolved, and there had been no previous methods to deal with such beast pets. Analysis of the Flying Stream Beast Pet Combat Method. After the battle video was released, some people had already begun researching the new species, and some even had a deeper understanding of the batwing insect and shadow sovereign than he, the owner, did. Learning, constantly learning. Besides the beast taming records, there was also the knowledge he had learned in school. In just 3 days, Shin-chan conducted a major review and gained a lot. Whether it was his understanding of beast tamers or evolutionists, there had been a tremendous change in Shin-chan's mind. While ensuring that the main evolution of the Ant Queen remains unchanged, I can carry out cross-species fusion evolution for the subordinate groups. This way, I can also ensure that these new species inherit the attributes of the mother body. Shin-chan's brows slightly relaxed. Originally, he wanted to directly evolve the Ant Queen into a new species, but he was worried that the talent of super fertility would disappear, so he had to take this approach. After all, the fundamental reason he could withstand king-level threats was not that he had become an evolutionist, but rather because of the talent of super fertility. If the numerical threat were gone, his strength would be greatly diminished. First, I will level up the Ant Queen to the maximum tier, then proceed with the rare evolution. At that time, I will be able to see the evolution route. This is the foolproof method. Once Shinshen made up his mind, he began to frantically feed the Ant Queen. Elite-level beast meat, elite-level beast crystals, all resources useful for evolution are being consumed at a frantic pace. If it weren't for the fact that Shinshen had accumulated some savings beforehand, he would have been completely drained by now. Even so, the money earned from previous bets had all been exchanged for various elite-level beast meats. 3 days later, Shinshen looked excitedly at the final evolution result. Name, Cockroach Queen, level, tier 10, quality, intermediate rare, talent, super fertility, blessing of light, loyalty, 100%, characteristics, strong endurance, great strength, powerful self-healing ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same size, strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same size. When body damage exceeds 50%, self-healing mode activates. Super fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can always maintain 50 cockroach soldier ants to protect the colony under any circumstances. Blessing of light, ant soldiers led by the Cockroach Queen have all attributes doubled. Almost all of Shinshen's stored resources were consumed to elevate the Cockroach Queen to tier 10. As long as the subsequent resources are sufficient, it can evolve to a higher level at any time, and a new beast pet form will definitely appear. Besides this, the minimum number in super fertility has also become 50, and through this period of recovery and reproduction, Shinshen's beast pets have already reached a terrifying number of 100. This does not include the bat-winged flying insects and the 12 shadow sovereigns. Just as Shinshen was about to check the evolution path of the Cockroach Queen, the door to the underground command center opened. A group of 6 entered in single file. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, followed by Wu Jing, the president of the Magic Alliance whom Shinshen had met before, Qin Wuliang, the president of the Beast Master Association, and finally Yi Qing. As for the other 2 in the middle, they had a rising golden star embroidered on their chests and wore expressionless faces. Legend! Upon seeing the golden crown badge on the elderly man's chest, Shinshen instinctively stood up, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes as he slightly bowed to the old man. This was a legendary-level beast master. Good kid, you really gave us a big surprise. Wu Jing's eyes showed a strong joy as he heavily patted Shinshen's shoulder twice. Shinshen grinned. This old man had a strong grip. You are the Shinshen who injured my granddaughter, the advanced beast pet evolutionist? The elderly man's eyes flashed with a glimmer, looking at Shinshen with a scrutinizing gaze and a barely perceptible arrogance. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 2 strangers with the golden star embroidered on their chests also showed a curious expression. In the life and death battle, I have already tried my best to hold back. Shinshen raised his head, a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Was this old man looking for trouble? However, at this moment, he also understood the identity of the elderly man before him, a mid-level beast pet evolutionist ranked among the top 10 legends, Shu Chang's grandfather, Shu Tianai. Shu Tianai nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging Shinshen's words, and turned to sit down beside him. Let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Qixing Alliance Academy in the Daxia district, Chen Yuejin. A middle-aged man with a golden star embroidered on his chest smiled slightly. My old friend Lu Jun said that a remarkable genius has emerged from Dongcheng 7 Middle School, enough to be admitted to the Qixing Academy, so I came to take a look. Qixing Academy? Director? Lu Jun recommended him? Good day, Director Chen. I am Shinshen, a student from Class 1, Grade 2 of Dongcheng 7 Middle School. Lu Jun is my homeroom teacher and also my relative. Upon hearing Chen Yuejin's self-introduction, Shinshen was momentarily stunned and quickly bowed in respect. The Star Alliance Academy was established in the 10th year after the global beast disaster, seeking and absorbing various types of geniuses from around the world. In that place, true strength is paramount. As long as you are strong enough, you can obtain everything you desire, be it resources or anything else. Moreover, the top 3 of each national league automatically enter the preliminary list of the Star Alliance Academy. In the Daxia District's Star Academy, the most influential person is not the dean, but the man before us, Chen Yuejin. Even the high-ranking officials from other districts must respectfully address him as Lord Chen upon meeting him. This is also why Shinshen did not refer to him as Director Chen. Oh, it seems that classmate Shinshen has heard of me? Chen Yuejin was pleased with Shinshen's address and inquired with a smile. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, truth only within the range of cannons, strength is always the foundation of justice. I would rather bear a lifetime of infamy than let my descendants live in hardship. My father once said, the sayings of Lord Chen are the family teachings of the Shen family. At this point, Shen Shen's eyes inexplicably reddened, and he couldn't help but think of his deceased father. Chen Yuejin was slightly moved and turned his gaze towards Qin Wuliang and the others, as if inquiring. Lord Chen, Shen Shen's father is Shen Xingfeng, who sacrificed himself during the 428 Beast Tide. He also entered the preliminary list of the Star Alliance. Wu Jing explained softly. In fact, when Yi Qing recruited Shen Chen into the 11th Bureau, he had already investigated his family background, but he did not expect that Shen Xingfeng was one of the 7 warriors of the 428 Beast Tide. The 428 Beast Tide, the 7 warriors of East City, what a grand tale! Upon hearing this, Chen Yuejin was filled with emotion. That Beast Tide occurred shortly after the reconstruction of East City, claiming nearly 10,000 lives. If it weren't for the appearance of the 7 warriors, even more people might have perished. Thinking of this, Chen Yuejin's gaze towards Shen Chen softened considerably. Everyone, let us not forget the purpose of our visit. Just then, Shu Tianai suddenly spoke up. Although his tone lacked a hint of arrogance, it still felt somewhat cold. Indeed, this time we are here to witness the new advanced beast pet evolutionist. In this regard, old Shu should have the most say. Seeing Shu Tianai's displeasure, Chen Yuejin could only laugh it off, as the other party was not only an intermediate beast pet evolutionist but also a legendary beast master. That's right, classmate Shen's evolutionist qualifications still need to be verified by old Shu. Qin Wuliang chimed in. Yi Qing frowned slightly at this situation. He could sense Shu Tianai's hostility towards Shen Chen. Meanwhile, Shen Chen had quieted down, looking at Shu Tianai with a hint of confusion. Was this old man really that vengeful? You all are speaking too soon. Whether he is an evolutionist is still uncertain, Shu Tianai said, a hint of intrigue in his eyes as he turned to Shen Chen. I heard that you became an evolutionist after receiving the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu. I wonder if this inheritance is only for evolutionists or if it has other implications. At this remark, several people frowned slightly. This was Shen Chen's secret, and asking about it was quite rude. Everyone expected Shen Chen to refuse to answer, but to their surprise, he smiled slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue in his eyes. On Lake Heart Island, I faced life and death and gained a lot, various flesh, beast crystals, and mythical beast skins. I even obtained the inheritance of the senior emperor. Although that esteemed beast master came and went, nearly leaving me to die there, all these things should belong to me. Does Senior Shu wish to take them? Shen Shen's calm voice brightened the eyes of several people. This kid was not easy to deal with. Qin Wuliang frowned and shook his head slightly. The Imperial Beast Master, Old Gu, sent by him, seemed to be just going through the motions in Shen Shen's eyes, without any real intention of rescuing the students who had been abducted. What a miscalculation. Wu Jing wore a smile on his face, but secretly gave Shen Chen a thumbs up for his words. Just a legend, and he wants to snatch food from the hands of the Demon Alliance. What a big face. Sharp-tongued kid, since that's the case, let me see if you really are an evolutionist. Shu Tianai frowned, realizing that his previous attitude had led Shen Chen to misunderstand, but he didn't explain. Why would a legendary beast master need to explain himself to a young brat? Yes, Commander Shen, let old Shu assess whether our Demon Alliance has produced a high-level beast pet evolutionist. Wu Jing immediately stepped in to smooth things over, feeling excited inside. Forget it, I'm afraid old Shu doesn't have that capability. Unexpectedly, Shen Chen raised an eyebrow and rejected the request, thinking that the old man couldn't distinguish between intermediate and advanced. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. This was a bit too arrogant. However, Shen Chen's next words awakened everyone. Actually, regardless of whether an intermediate evolutionist has the ability to assess a high-level evolutionist, or the purpose of your visit, we need a fact to verify. Shen Chen ignored Shu Tianai's anger, his expression unchanged. The 7th Middle School's team member, Qin Feng, suffered serious injuries in the last competition. How about I evolve his beast pet? After hearing Shen Chen's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Only Shu Tianai looked unwilling, but he had no choice regarding Shen Chen. If it weren't for that high-level evolutionist being unable to extricate himself, it probably wouldn't have come to this. In that case, I'll go fetch that classmate Qin Feng, so you seniors won't have to run back and forth. Yi Qing finally found an opportunity to speak and directly sent someone to the 7th Middle School to bring Qin Feng over. What's going on? When Qin Feng was brought over in a daze, he was immediately forced to summon his severely injured blue-eyed violent bear. Everyone's gaze turned to Shen Chen. It was time for this young man to perform. Old Qin, do you have any thoughts? Shen Chen smiled at Qin Feng, who had originally wanted to do this after the competition ended, but unfortunately, he was brought here by Yi Qing. No thoughts, just do what you want, as long as it's a bear. Xin Feng understood that Shen Shen was about to open the evolution path for his blue-eyed violent bear. As long as it's a bear? Including Shen Shen, everyone was somewhat speechless at Qin Feng's request. If it were that simple, it would be too easy. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Shen Shen slowly approached the blue-eyed violent bear. Roar! The blue-eyed violent bear looked at the approaching Shen Shen and let out a low growl, gently rubbing against him. Shu Tianai frowned slightly. The beast's closeness to this kid was a bit excessive. Prepare some bear meat, beast crystals. Gently stroking the bear king's head, Shen Shen casually listed a bunch of materials. Crash! Qin Feng, who had been standing by, immediately dumped everything from his storage bag, a large pile of various materials making Shen Shen's eyes twitch. There were actually 2 beast pet evolution pills, 1 legendary beast crystal, and most absurdly, a pile of bear paws and bones, along with a doll the same size as the blue-eyed violent bear. Did this guy have a bear fetish? Hee. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Not enough. Shen Shen turned to Yi Qin, who immediately supplemented the missing materials, and the evolution of the blue-eyed violent bear officially began. To allow the blue-eyed violent bear to evolve smoothly, the first step must be to heal its injuries. When a rich emerald light began to rise, Shu Tianai immediately widened his eyes, a glimmer of disbelief appearing in his gaze. Emerald light. Shu Chang had mentioned it to him before, but he had subconsciously thought it was just a skill of a beast pet. However, it seemed he was completely wrong, absurdly so. How is this possible? Shu Tianai murmured to himself. The emerald light of evolution was a sign of a high-level beast pet evolutionist, but this was just too intense. The moment the light appeared, everyone felt a strong vitality ripple through the room. Roar! 10 minutes later, the blue-eyed violent bear let out a thunderous roar, its bear eyes once again filled with ferocity. The blue-eyed violent bear had returned to its former self. Be good! With a light reprimand from Shen Shen, the blue-eyed violent bear immediately crouched down and lay on the ground, spinning around like a pug and licking its tongue, looking quite obsequious. Qin Feng covered his face. You're a bear. Simulated evolution, activate. 2 evolution routes quickly appeared in Shen Shen's eyes, one of which he directly ignored because Qin Feng only wanted a bear. Evolution Route 1, after being severely injured, the blue-eyed violent bear yearns for greater power, hoping to become the king of its kind. In the hands of a noble evolutionist, this desire will ultimately be fulfilled. As this route solidified, a massive and majestic image of a bear king appeared before Shen Shen. Choose evolution. Evolution light, activate. Buzz. With a low shout from Shen Shen, the emerald light of evolution instantly enveloped the blue-eyed violent bear. Roar! Bathed in the light of evolution, the blue-eyed violent bear let out a series of painful roars until the rich emerald light completely submerged it, blocking everyone's view. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to see. Shu Tianai furrowed his brows again. He had never heard of such a situation. How could an evolutionist control the evolution of a beast pet if they couldn't see what was happening inside? The methods of a high-level evolutionist are different. Seemingly sensing Shu Tiany's confusion, Shen Shen smiled slightly and began to feed into the light of evolution. The materials he had prepared earlier were tossed in one by one, and his casual demeanor left Shu Tianai somewhat disoriented. Shu Tianai couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone evolve a beast pet like this. During the evolution process, evolutionists would usually be very cautious in controlling every step to ensure the smooth evolution of the beast pet. But Shen Shen's approach opened his eyes. He seemed completely unconcerned about any potential issues. As the materials continued to be added, the roars within the light of evolution gradually became deeper, replaced by a sound like distant thunder, and the emerald light began to flicker, as if it might disappear at any moment. Shen Shen's expression remained calm. Everything happening inside was vividly appearing before his eyes. With the system in place, mistakes were simply impossible, which was why he dared to showcase it in front of everyone. With a gentle wave of his hands, mysterious runes appeared in the air and then merged into the light of evolution. Under Shen Shen's control, the light of evolution gradually stabilized, becoming even more intense. Everyone could only see a massive green light mass, from which the roars of the blue-eyed violent bear and deep rumbling sounds occasionally emerged. Sigh, this is so boring. It's a pity I can't watch the Beast Master Chronicles here. Shen Shen glanced at the crowd, who were staring intently, inwardly grumbling about how they were pretending to be engrossed when they couldn't see anything. The evolution process lasted a full 5 hours, and even Shen Shen felt a bit bored when a loud bang suddenly erupted from the light mass. Boom! Immediately, the light of evolution burst forth, and a giant beast gradually appeared before everyone. Ding! The blue-eyed bear king has successfully evolved. As the system notification sounded, the evolved blue-eyed violent bear revealed its true form to the crowd. Its size had increased significantly, and its enormous blue eyes glinted with ferocity. A distinct tuft of blue fur had appeared on its forehead, and its bare paws looked much sharper than before. Most importantly, Shin Chen saw the attributes of the evolved blue-eyed bear king. "Old Qin, you really hit the jackpot this time." Saying this, Shin Chen waved his hand, and a hint of reluctance appeared in the blue-eyed bear king's giant eyes as it slowly returned to Qin Feng's side. Whoosh! The crowd instantly surrounded them, their eyes filled with anticipation, fixated on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit dazed, but after sensing it, a look of ecstasy instantly appeared in his eyes, and he instinctively reported the attributes of the evolved blue-eyed bear king. Name: Blue-eyed bear king level, Tier 1 quality, Lord level traits, Giant strength boost, King's defense skills, Storm fist, Bear King mountain splitter. Upon hearing the attributes of the bear king reported by Qin Feng, everyone was dumbfounded. They had originally thought it would just be a simple enhancement of the original pet's attributes like other evolutionists, but the blue-eyed bear king not only advanced to Lord level but also activated 2 complementary traits. Even more terrifying was that, according to Qin Feng's description, it had even gained an additional skill: Bear King Mountain Splitter. This was unbelievable. Was this the ability of a high-level beast evolutionist? Shu Tianye's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? It directly advanced to Lord level, and it gained 2 traits and a skill." Qin Feng even gave Shin Chen a bear hug, nearly taking his breath away. "Thank you." Looking at Qin Feng's excited expression and the shocked faces of the crowd, Shin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "This is what excites you. If you knew that cross-species evolution could be even stronger, you would go crazy." With a silly grin, Qin Feng walked away. Perhaps he himself didn't expect that Shin Chen could make his blue-eyed violent bear directly advance to Lord level. As a result, among the 4 members of the East City No. 7 high school team, 3 now had Lord level beast pets. Aside from the difference in beast master levels, the gap between East City No. 7 high school and the schools in the capital was narrowing. Breathtaking. Incredible. A prodigy. Unreserved words of praise flowed from several mouths, making Shin Chen feel a bit lightheaded. Of course, he was still self-aware, his beast master level was still too low. If news of a high-level evolutionist spread, it would be hard to ensure that it wouldn't attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, significantly increasing the danger level. "What is your success rate for evolution?" At that moment, Shu Tianyi, also an evolutionist, asked a question that everyone was concerned about. "Success rate? My evolution never fails. Moreover, if it weren't for Qin Feng's request just now, I would have attempted cross-species evolution on his pet, just like this." Saying this, Shin Chen summoned a bat-winged insect and 12 shadow dominators. "Based on the ant soldiers, I attempted cross-species evolution with several other magical beasts, and none failed, greatly enhancing the combat power of the pets." Shin Chen glanced at Shu Tianyi, confidence evident in his eyes. When fusing and evolving with the same magical beast, once the evolution route is determined, the chances of failure are almost non-existent. It's just the final difference in traits. As for the time required for evolution, as you all just saw, it may be slightly extended due to differences in rank. However, under the current circumstances, with sufficient resources, it would take no more than 6 hours for an elite-level magical beast to advance to Lord level. With the supplement of the Locking God Jade, I can even increase the intensity of the evolution light to shorten the evolution time. Hiss. After hearing Shin Chen's words, everyone collectively gasped, their faces showing shock. This is impossible. No matter what level of evolutionist, there is always a chance of failure, unless they are at the creation level. Shu Tianyi widened his eyes in doubt. Based on his understanding of evolutionists, there was no such thing as a 100% success rate. Unfortunately, he did not know that Shin Chen's evolutionist ability came from the system's simulated evolution talent. As long as the system attributes were granted, failure was absolutely impossible. In front of everyone, Shin Chen demonstrated the cross-species fusion evolution of dozens of magical beasts, all of which succeeded without exception. Monster! At this moment, Shu Tianyi had to admit that this guy, who was still just a student, truly had a 100% success rate in evolution, and in some aspects, he was even much better than that one. Is the inheritance of Emperor Qianqiu really that strong? Shu Tianyi's exclamation caught the attention of Qin Wuliang and Wu Jing, their eyes lighting up. If the evolutionist talent from the inheritance was this strong, then was the mythical beast skin left by Emperor Qianqiu really capable of allowing them to advance to the mythical level? After exchanging glances, their hearts instantly became fervent, wishing they could return immediately to continue studying the mythical beast skin and advance to the mythical level beast master as soon as possible. Classmate Shin Chen, I, as the Director of Education at the Morningstar Alliance Academy, invite you to join the Morningstar Academy. This is a special invitation card from the Academy. Holding this card allows you to enroll without examination, and from the moment you enroll, you will immediately enjoy the Academy's first-level subsidy. Just as everyone was still marveling at Shinchan's evolutionist talent, Xinyue Jin directly extended the invitation. Moreover, if you agree, I will immediately dispatch a Star Guardian to ensure your safety until you enter the Morning Star Academy. Looking at the smiling Xinyue Jin, Shinchan was somewhat bewildered. A special invitation card for enrollment without examination. First-level subsidy from the Morning Star Alliance Academy. After the shock, Shinchan turned to Wu Jing. Don't worry, becoming a student of the Morning Star does not conflict with your identity as the Grand Commander of the Green Robe. I was once a student at the Morning Star Academy, and there you will receive better training. Seemingly aware of Shinchan's thoughts, Wu Jing explained with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I choose to join. Upon hearing this, Shinchan let out a long breath. As long as there was no conflict, it was fine. After all, the treatment he received from the Beast Master Alliance was quite good, and he certainly hoped for even better. Very well, I look forward to the day you enroll. Additionally, I remind everyone that it is best not to disclose his identity as a high-level evolutionist. The appearance of a high-level evolutionist holds significant meaning for the Daxia region, and I need not explain further. A serious expression appeared on Xinyue Jin's face, and everyone nodded in agreement. Even Shu Tianai did not dare to show any contempt towards him at this moment. Sai, you really surprise me. After Xinyue Jin left, Qin Wuliang felt somewhat uncomfortable. Shinchan had too many halos around him, one of the 4 leaders of the Beast Master Alliance, a specially invited student of the Morning Star Academy, a high-level evolutionist, and his seemingly low yet comparable strength to a king-level Beast Master, even slightly superior, made him feel extremely uneasy. Aside from some items exchanged for the mythical beast skin, the Beast Master Association had given him no benefits at all. Would this kid target him if he grew stronger? After all, he felt a bit petty himself. Humph. When Qin Wuliang noticed Shinchan's occasional glances towards him, he became increasingly certain that this little rascal would indeed do it. After thinking for a long time, Qin Wuliang realized he had nothing to offer him. With Shinchan's current status, he was almost lacking in resources, which was a bit awkward. Classmate Shinchan, I may not have much, but I do have money, 10 million, plus 10 Lord-level beast crystals and 3 legendary beast crystals. Consider it a gift from me. After witnessing Shinchan's prowess as a high-level evolutionist, this legendary beast master immediately changed his expression and tossed a storage bag over. Thank you, Elder Shu. In the future, if you need anything, I will never refuse. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianai revealed a smug smile. He had been waiting for this very sentence. Qin Wuliang cast a resentful glance at Shu Tianai, thinking that this old fellow was doing it on purpose. Old Qin, if it really comes to it, just give him that thing. At this point, only he can make use of it. Besides, this kid holds grudges. Wu Jing had long seen through Qin Wuliang's thoughts. This guy was really too muddled at critical moments, not muddled, but too stingy. You mean? Qin Wuliang frowned, that thing is. I've already given him the Locking God Jade. Besides, do you think his number of beast pets will always stay this way? Do you know why I gave him the position of the Green Robe Commander? Wu Jing asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Qin Wuliang silent. Meanwhile, Shinchan's mind was racing. There's something good. Perhaps Wu Jing's words prompted Qin Wuliang to make a decision, as he flipped his hand and a certain item appeared in his palm. I hope you won't do anything to harm the Great Xia region in the future. Otherwise, I will spare no effort to retrieve this beast talisman and ensure you have no place to bury your body. Qin Wuliang handed the item to Shinchan, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Ding! Obtained Beast Talisman. Beast Talisman, within the range of the host's mental strength, it can control all magical beasts and beast pets of beast masters, allowing for more precise troop deployment and maximizing the combat power of magical beasts. The stronger the mental strength, the more can be controlled. Shinchan was astonished. This was truly a good fit for him. Most importantly, with this beast talisman, he could control others' beast pets, even magical beasts that had not been contracted. Theoretically, he could control as many as there were, truly achieving the ability to command as if they were his own limbs. The beast talisman and the Locking God Jade are a set. You might as well give it a try. Seeing Shinchan's shocked expression, Wu Jing reminded him. The beast talisman was made of an unknown metal, round on the outside and square on the inside, with a small circle fitting perfectly in the square, matching the size of the Locking God Jade. Click! With a gentle snap, the Locking God Jade fused seamlessly with the Beast Talisman. Ding! Obtained Dragon God Beast Talisman. Once combined, it cannot be disassembled. Do you confirm the combination? The system then issued a prompt. Confirm. Buzz. With a slight humming sound, the Locking God Jade completely merged with the Metal Beast Talisman, transforming into a round jade with a golden exterior and blue interior. Ding! Beast Master God Talisman combination successful. Beast Master God Talisman. The holder of this talisman has inexhaustible mental strength and can command thousands of magical beasts to form battle formations. It can forcibly open the Beast Master's pet space and control their pets, with the number of controls being a multiple of the Beast Master's current mental threshold, beginner *2, intermediate *5, advanced *10, and so on, doubling each time. Mythical level Beast Masters can achieve unlimited control. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Shen's eyes. Now, even if Qin Wuliang wanted it back, it would be impossible. However, he was even more astonished by the attributes of the fused Beast Master God Talisman. Endless mental strength combined with an infinitely increasing number of controls was simply tailor-made for him. Even more terrifying was the ability to forcibly open the pet space. That attribute was a bit outrageous. The Beast Master's physique is a weak point. Compared to the attributes of the Beast Master's divine talisman, Qin Shen immediately recognized the flaw of a relatively weak physique. This so-called weakness is relative to mental strength, as the mental growth of a Beast Master will always surpass their physical capabilities. Indeed, even with powerful mental strength, without a matching physique, it is like water without a source. Such great power could vanish at any moment, or even backfire. Qin Wuliang nodded, his gaze towards Qin Shen carrying a hint of approval. Thank you, President Qin. In the future, if there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Qin Wuliang laughed, Shu Tianai laughed, and Wu Jing laughed as well. The same words were repeated several times, but the gains were substantial, a bit slick, but overall not bad, at least not the kind of villainous scoundrel. The people present were all extraordinary individuals. If Qin Shen's character and family background were lacking, he wouldn't have reached this point at all. Alright, what I'm curious about now is, how many beast companions do you actually have? To be precise, with the Beast Talisman, how many can you control? Wu Jing then asked the question that piqued everyone's curiosity. No matter how strong an evolutionist is, they are still a minority. However, a Beast Master who can control a large number of magical beasts would definitely be a terrifying existence. I don't know, Qin Shen said naturally, and upon seeing the dissatisfaction in their eyes, he quickly explained, the number of my beast companions increases with my level, but as for how many I can increase to at the next level, I truly don't know. The others nodded slightly, acknowledging this explanation. Currently, the number of my beast companions is 50, which is the minimum I can maintain under any circumstances. Upon hearing Qin Shen's statement, confusion and shock appeared in everyone's eyes, especially Shu Tianai. Why? Shu Tianai asked. Inheriting the racial guardian rules from the mother body, my ant soldiers increase with each breeding cycle, but regardless of the situation, I can guarantee a minimum of 50. Even if the opponent can achieve instant kills, I can still summon 50 flying blade ant soldiers in the next moment. Absurd! Absolutely absurd! Isn't this just infinite resurrection, and all at once for 50? Ha! Wu Jing and the others were already numb. Qin Shen had shocked them too many times. Damn it, I've wasted so many years, this is infuriating, I'm leaving. Shu Tianai glared at Qin Shen and stormed off. Kid, if you encounter my granddaughter again, her safety is your responsibility. With that, he vanished. Qin Shen instantly turned into a bitter melon face, praying that he wouldn't encounter the third high school of the capital again during the league. Don't worry, anything involving high-level evolutionists, we will handle it. Unless absolutely necessary, before you reach the supreme level, don't reveal this identity. Wu Jing stood up, his face serious as he admonished. In fact, he wanted to say legendary, but with Qin Shen's freakish strength, reaching the emperor level would be enough for self-protection. Wait! Seeing the two about to leave, Qin Shen glanced at Yi Qing beside him, his gaze hesitating for a moment before quickly disappearing, as if he had made a decision. What is it? Is there something else you need? Your authority is already quite large. Pushing too hard is not advisable. Wu Jing's expression darkened, thinking Qin Shen wanted to make some excessive request again. However, Director Yi treats me very well. I consider him family, so a family's teacher should be trustworthy. Qin Shen had already learned from the two golden-robed men that Wu Jing was actually Yi Qing's teacher, much like his relationship with Lu Jun, akin to father and son. So, Qin Wuliang looked at Qin Shen with a strange expression, feeling that this guy was about to drop a big bombshell. A glimmer of relief flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He must become a godfather. The next moment. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you play us? I told you, how could the things left by Emperor Qianqiu be nonsense? You really are someone who won't act until you see the rabbit. Looking at the somewhat gray beast skin that appeared in Qin Shen's hand, Wu Jing and the others instantly became furious. No wonder the previous mythical beast skin couldn't be deciphered. The most crucial piece was still in Qin Shen's hands. Hey, don't make a move. I just want to leave a way out. Damn it, I said don't make a move. It hurts. Finally, the beast skin fell into Wu Jing's hands, and Shin Chen seized the opportunity to escape from their clutches, leaving the 11th Bureau like the wind, heading to Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. Next was the preparation for the city-level confrontation competition, allowing Dongqing No. 7 to officially take off. After returning to Dongqing No. 7, Shin Chen found that the campus was almost covered with giant posters. The instant kill of Su Qianshua's Dark Phoenix, the tragic sight of Qin Feng's Blue-Eyed Bear, the cunning Chu Wanwan, and the scene of Shin Chen using bat-winged insects to bombard Wei Yuanying in the final battle filled every corner of the campus. In the school broadcasting room, the outdoor big screen continuously played the battle videos against Jingqing No. 3. Clearly, No. 7 had begun promoting the upcoming city-level confrontation competition. In the principal's office, Shin Chen met Lu Jun and Wang Yi. "Thank you, teachers, thank you, principal." Shin Chen slightly bowed in front of them. He knew that Chen Yuejin from Qixing Academy could come to Dongqing largely because of the silent efforts of his homeroom teacher Lu Jun, but he didn't expect Lu Jun, who usually kept a low profile, to have such great influence. "Ha ha ha, Shin Chen, you are now the hope of our No. 7. The city-level confrontation competition is about to start, and I hope you can achieve good results and make it to the National League." Principal Wang Yi couldn't stop smiling after seeing Shin Chen. Recently, the entire internet was filled with news about the 7 schools in Dongqing, and as a result, Dongqing No. 7's popularity had greatly increased, preventing it from fading into obscurity. "I will do my best." Shin Chen smiled slightly and turned to leave, with Lu Jun following him out. "During the competition, you must give it your all, not just for No. 7, but for yourself. Although you now have a special invitation card from Qixing, if you don't achieve good results, it won't look good." Lu Jun smiled at Shin Chen. He had only informed his old friend, but he didn't expect the other party to directly give Shin Chen a special invitation card. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. His influence wasn't that great. Regardless, Shin Chen's current state made him very pleased. "Teacher, please rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. My goal is to be first in the league." In the training room of No. 7. During this time, the members of the school team had been inside, conducting comprehensive training with their beast pets, including cooperation among team members and various ability combinations. As Shin Chen pushed open the door to the training room, the scene in front of him suddenly flickered. A stunningly beautiful girl was walking towards him, her watery eyes revealing a strong allure, her enchanting figure exuding infinite charm as she moved slowly. "Chu Wanwan? No!" Shin Chen suddenly sensed an unusual aura, and a chill rose in his eyes. "Get lost." A cold killing intent rippled out, and the scene before him instantly vanished. "Ah, I told you, this little fox can't confuse him. You didn't believe me." Qin Feng's triumphant voice echoed in the training room. Hey, Big Bear, have you forgotten your previous embarrassment? Ignorance is fearless." The familiar voices of the two girls rang out simultaneously, and a familiar scene appeared in Shin Chen's eyes again. "What's going on? This little fox has grown up?" When Shin Chen saw the much larger white fox beside Chu Wanwan, he knew that she was behind what had just happened. "Of course, Little Bai is amazing now, even that big bear can't beat it." A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Wanwan's eyes, as she had failed to prank Shin Chen. "What big bear? That's the Bear King, the Bear King." Qin Feng was also speechless. The moment the Holy Heart White Fox completed its evolution, it went straight for his Azurite Bear King, and the main Battle Bear King was immediately enchanted, leading to it chasing him around. If it weren't for Su Qianxue stepping in, Qin Feng might have been beaten to death by his own beast pet. This confrontation competition is actually a preliminary round. I've heard there are already predetermined spots. Aren't you all worried at all, or do you think your strength is enough to sweep everything away? Su Qianxue's cold and serious voice interrupted their playful banter. In this world, besides strength, there is also all-powerful authority. You either have unmatched strength or obtain supreme power. The capital city is not like here. If we want to fight our way to the finals, there are many things we must consider. Su Qianxue's words plunged the group into silence, especially Shin Chen. Although he didn't completely agree, it was still a fact. At its core, it was a matter of strength. "Captain, do you have any good suggestions?" Shin Chen looked at Su Qianxue with anticipation. She was known as the Great Witch among the 4 clans of the capital, and she surely had some ideas. "Suggestions? My suggestion is to fight our way through. If they don't submit, kill them. If they still don't submit, wipe them out." Hiss. The group gasped in shock, and Shin Chen was instantly speechless, having just thought she had some brains. However, now they could only focus on improving their strength as much as possible. Only then could they secure a fair chance for themselves. In that case, let's fight our way through. Whoever doesn't submit, kill them. I am a high-level evolutionist and can help you evolve your beast pets or enhance them, but you'll have to provide the resources. Shin Shin paused and looked at Qin Feng. Well, Qin doesn't need to worry. The Azurite Bear King at the Lord level is already sufficient for a short time. Upon hearing this, the two girls' eyes lit up. They had been waiting for Shin Shen to say this. The reason the Holy Heart White Fox sought out Qin Feng after completing its evolution was that his beast pet had become too arrogant after advancing to Lord level, which would surely annoy these two little witches. Don't worry, we won't leak anything. We've already signed a confidentiality agreement, and it's quite binding, Su Qianxue said lightly. Simulation evolution, activate. Shin Shen examined the two girls' beast pets and found that the Holy Heart White Fox's advancement potential was much higher than that of the Nether Phoenix, and its evolution path had lengthened by nearly a third. This is troublesome. When Shin Shen revealed the evolution directions and required resources for the two beast pets, he thought that even using the authority of the commander, he might not be able to gather all the materials. TCH, it's just resources. Xu Wanwan rolled her eyes at Shin Shen. After all, she was the only daughter of the richest man in East City, and with just one more step, she would be a king, never lacking in resources. There's no time, but you must advance to king level before the league. You don't need to worry about resources. Su Qianxue felt the same, as she came from a prominent family in the capital and had some foundation. Although they couldn't evolve, Shin Shen still used the light of evolution to enhance the two girls' beast pets. To his surprise, both pets activated a new trait, which delighted the two girls and made them even more eager for the upcoming advancements. In the last few days, the four of them familiarized themselves with their respective beast pets and formulated several backup team battle plans before preparing to head to the city. 3 days later, the head teacher Lu Jun led the team to set off. The National Middle School Student League, the city-level preliminary competition, officially began. Qingyuan City. After the global beast disaster, only 12 large urban areas remained in the Daxia district, with 6 major cities undergoing post-disaster reconstruction, and East City was one of them. A total of 40 teams were arranged for the city-level preliminary competition, all located in the central area at Dafeng Building. The East City No. 7 middle school team, led by Lu Jun, was the last to arrive. Dafeng Building covered a vast area, with 28 floors. Each floor required matching identification to enter, and only hunters were allowed above the 20th floor, as Dafeng Building, which was spread across the globe, was originally a property of the Demon Suppression Alliance. Hey, isn't that the bunch of useless people from East City? How dare they come to compete? Aren't they afraid they won't even be able to enter the venue? Just as Lu Jun and his group were about to get their rune cards, they were suddenly blocked by a group of young people in competition uniforms, who seemed to be locals from Qingyuan City. Please hurry up, we're a bit tired. Lu Jun frowned slightly, ignoring the provocation and urging them. Damn it, I'm talking to you, can't you understand? One of the young men felt belittled and stepped forward, saying, Xiaohe, if you dare to give the rune card to this bunch of country bumpkins today, I swear I'll make it impossible for you to stay in Qingyuan City. Shin Shen, standing behind Lu Jun, frowned and was about to step forward when he was stopped. Lu Jun shook his head slightly, signaling him not to cause trouble. Young Master Wu, this is Dafeng Building, not a place where you can act recklessly. Qingyuan City is not under your Wu family's control, you better think carefully before you speak. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe, who was distributing the rune cards to various teams, showed no respect to young Master Wu. Just a waiter, and you dare to talk to me like that? Do you think Dafeng Building would risk offending my Wu family for you? Young Master Wu's eyes revealed a hint of malice, and those behind him began to jeer. Xiaohe's face instantly turned ugly. If they really did that, he would have no way out. As the noise grew louder, more and more people gathered around, directly surrounding the reception area of Dafeng Building, and Xiaohe's expression became increasingly grim. Bro, if you're right, you have nothing to fear. Everyone's eyes are sharp, such clowns only make people sick. Shin Shen couldn't help but speak up. Once upon a time, he had also faced discrimination to stay in school. Without strength, courage was merely a fuse for self-destruction. Wow, quite the bravado. You're about to be homeless and still thinking of helping others. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, never seen the big world. Taking advantage of Xiaohe's moment of distraction, young Master Wu suddenly snatched the rune card belonging to East City No. 7 Middle School, flaunting it proudly. Shin Shen's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd behind young Master Wu, and a familiar figure caught his eye. Zhao Shichen. What is he doing here? Before Shin Shen could figure it out, Zhao Shichen's figure disappeared into the crowd, and a restless emotion began to spread among the people. The characteristic of the red flower beast, a mental seduction leading to inexplicable excitement. Excuse me, could you please return the rune card to us? Thank you. Xin Shen didn't want a repeat of what happened at the entrance of the 11 Bureau. After all, this was Qingyuan City, and East City No. 7 Middle School was already looked down upon. If something happened at this moment, they could even be disqualified. Pa! You country bumpkin, how dare you call me classmate? Who gave you the right? Unexpectedly, young Master Wu directly threw the room card on the ground and spat accurately on it. Come on, pick it up. I'll give you a room. Boom! Xin Feng exploded in rage, and the blue-eyed bear king was summoned instantly, its lord-level aura suppressing the entire scene. Yo, there's actually a lord-level beast pet here, but is your big bear brain just muscle? Do you even know where this place is? A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Dashao's eyes, then quickly disappeared. This is the territory of the Great Wind Tower. Anyone who dares to make a move here will be turned to dust in an instant. Little he beside him secretly cursed, damn it, now he remembers this is the territory of the Great Wind Tower. Xin Feng, who was about to take action, froze. He really couldn't afford to provoke the Great Wind Tower. However, Xin Feng glanced at the calm-faced Chen Chen, who seemed unaware that the Great Wind Tower was part of the Demon Alliance's domain. This was going to be interesting. Pick it up, wipe it clean with your mouth, and apologize to my teacher, and you may avoid death. Xin Chen's expression darkened, his voice laced with endless coldness. Ah, this is just too funny. This country bumpkin thinks Qingyuan City is their little mountain ditch. If he dares to make a move here, his head will roll. The dignity of the Great Wind Tower cannot be desecrated. Bang! Before the words fell, a black light suddenly shot out, sending Wu Dashao flying, crashing down the steps of the Great Wind Tower. Wow! He actually dared to make a move. Little he blinked, the situation was getting worse. What great courage, daring to cause trouble in my Great Wind Tower. As luck would have it, the manager of the Great Wind Tower, Zhang Ying, suddenly appeared, a sly glint in his eyes as he looked at Lu Jun. Manager Zhang, someone is causing trouble in the Great Wind Tower and even injured me. There must be an explanation. Unexpectedly, the beaten Wu Dashao did not turn on Xin Chen but instead looked at the timely appearing manager Zhang Ying, a conspiratorial smile in his eyes. Rest assured, Wu Xiao, no one has ever dared to break the rules of the Great Wind Tower, except for the dead. Zhang Ying finished with a smile, then turned to Lu Jun, kneel and apologize, give up your qualification for the competition, and let your student sever an arm, this matter can be settled. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's face immediately darkened. At this moment, he understood that this was a trap aimed at Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. Teacher, let me handle this. Just as Lu Jun was about to speak, Xin Shen stepped forward to stop him. Be careful. Seemingly recalling something, Lu Jun nodded slightly and retreated, his expression wary as he looked around. Manager Zhang, is it really okay to handle it this way without distinguishing right from wrong? Xin Shen looked at Zhang Ying expressionlessly, since it was destined not to end well, it might as well be made bigger. Ha ha, where did this wild kid come from? You think you can shout in front of me? If you know what's good for you, sever an arm, apologize to Wu Xiao, and you might keep a worthless life. Bang! Ah! Before Zhang Ying could finish, Wu Dashao suddenly let out a scream, his arm severed at the shoulder by an unknown force, blood gushing out. Hiss! The crowd was horrified. You dare! Zhang Ying roared in anger, not expecting Xin Chen to dare to strike again right under his nose. I dare! What can you do about it? Xin Chen exchanged cold glances, killing intent gradually spreading. Good, good, good. Country bumpkin, if you have the guts, kill me. Zhang Ying's furious voice and Wu Dashao's shrill howls rang out simultaneously. As you wish. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, icy and piercing, light flashing. Pft, pft, pft. Sharp blades pierced through Wu Dashao repeatedly. Poor pawn that he was, he didn't even have time to summon his beast pet before being turned into a sieve by 12 shadow rulers, collapsing into a pool of blood with a hint of despair and unwillingness. The entire venue fell silent. He killed him. He really killed him. This country bumpkin from Dongqing actually killed the infamous Wu Dashao of Qingyuan City right in front of the Great Wind Tower's manager. How dare he? How dare you? A sinister look appeared on Zhang Ying's face as he looked at Wu Dashao lying in a pool of blood, his heart racing. Come here. Take down this arrogant fool, tear him to pieces, to uphold the might of the Great Wind Tower. With Zhang Ying's furious roar, several figures burst out from within the Great Wind Tower, each dressed in black robes with a black demon emblem embroidered on their chests, immediately surrounding Xin Chen and his group. Kill him! Kill him! The appearance of the black-robed demon hunters incited the crowd to shout. Truly unaware of the heavens and the earth, let's see how you die now. Zhang Ying's gaze towards Xin Chen was filled with murderous intent. He had not anticipated things would develop to this point, this damned country bumpkin. As he looked at the demon hunters surrounding them, Xin Chen's heart sank to the bottom. The Great Wind Tower actually had so many black-robed demon hunters. What, do the members of the Demon Control Alliance also want to wade through this murky water? The coldness in Shin Shen's eyes intensified as he coldly regarded the black-robed demon hunters. The demon hunters, who were supposed to protect peace, had actually become the lackeys of the Great Wind Tower, causing his goodwill towards the Demon Control Alliance to plummet to freezing point. Ah, too ridiculous. This country bumpkin can't possibly not know whose property the Great Wind Tower is. A frog at the bottom of a well. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Shin Shen was even more confused. What was going on? That. Behind him, Xin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, "Brother Shin, you can't really not know that the Great Wind Tower is actually the property of the Demon Control Alliance, right?" Upon hearing this, Shin Shen turned around, looking at Qin Feng and the others in shock. Including Lu Jun, everyone nodded in unison, leaving Shin Shen momentarily speechless. Old Qin, you're not being kind. So it turned out he didn't know that the Great Wind Tower was actually the property of the Demon Control Alliance, and here he was, one of the four great leaders, the Green Robe leader, about to be killed by his own people on his own turf. How ridiculous! Take him down! Zhang Ying roared, and dozens of black-robed demon hunters instantly summoned their beast companions, their eyes filled with intense killing intent, ready to surround and kill Shin Shen. Presumptuous! From above the Great Wind Tower, a figure descended from the sky, its roar shaking the heavens. Boom! At the same time, Shin Shen summoned his flying scythe ant soldiers. 40 flying scythe ant soldiers lined up densely in front, like a battle formation, enveloped in a red and black glow, ready to launch a deadly strike at any moment. This was the effect of the beast-controlled divine talisman. Ha! It's actually the black-robed leader Zhao Wuji stationed in Qingyuan City. This country bumpkin is really finished now. Someone in the crowd whispered, and the restless emotions quietly dissipated. Leader Zhao, this person is disregarding. Upon seeing this figure, Zhang Ying's face showed a hint of joy, and he hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Slap! I was only gone for a little while, and you caused such a big mess, useless. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ying was directly slapped away by Zhao Wuji, blood covering his face as a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Leader Zhao, did you hit the wrong person? The troublemaker is this country bumpkin. Bang! You are the country bumpkin, your whole family is a bunch of country bumpkins. Zhang Ying was kicked away by Zhao Wuji again, directly losing consciousness. A bunch of scoundrels, get back, do you want to die? Zhao Wuji roared. The crowd was stunned. The demon hunters trembled, quickly retracting their beast companions and retreating to the front of the Great Wind Tower. This leader was notoriously irritable. Just then, Zhao Wuji suddenly turned around, his eyes fixed on the flying scythe ant soldiers, then turned to Shin Shen. It's over. This country bumpkin is doomed. Hada, Leader Shin, these guys are blind, unable to recognize the true face of Mount Lu. Zhao Wuji is here to apologize to you. Just when everyone thought Zhao Wuji would strike down Shin Shen, they were surprised to see him don a nearly fawning smile, cautiously approaching the country bumpkin. Leader Shen? What the hell, isn't this country bumpkin a student? Zhao Commander, right? Do you know me? Shin Shen looked at Zhao Wuji with a puzzled expression. It seemed to be the first time he had met this person. Of course, from the moment you became the Grand Commander, the Alliance leader has already entered your information into the headquarters files. However, since it has been such a short time and no Commander's Council has been convened, many people are still unaware. Although Zhao Wuji was unclear about Shin Shen's strength, as the Grand Commander in the black robe, he could see at a glance the power of those flying blade ant soldiers. Individually, they might not seem like much, but there were a full 40 of them here. Even he wouldn't dare to say he could definitely deal with these terrifying ants. Moreover, someone who could make the Beast Tamer Association President Qin Wuliang and their own alliance leader personally promote him to one of the 4 Grand Commanders couldn't possibly be an easy target. With this thought, a hint of killing intent appeared in Zhao Wuji's eyes as he looked at Zhang Ying. Are you in charge here? Shin Shen asked, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. Of course, the alliance leader specifically instructed that if Commander Shin comes here, he must be received with the highest standards. At this point, Zhao Wuji suddenly found himself at a loss for words. His subordinates had just been about to kill this newly appointed Grand Commander. Damn Zhang Ying. Heh, the standards are indeed very high. Shin Shen sneered. Before Zhao Wuji could respond, Shin Shen suddenly made a move, and several beams of black light shot into the crowd. A few figures who couldn't escape were immediately suppressed by the powerful force of the flying blade ant soldiers and dragged in front of the 2 men. Commander Shen. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. He had already lowered his stance enough, but this person seemed not to give him any face. Brother Zhao, we are both commanders, so there's no need to be so polite. Shin Shen's expression softened as he continued. However, I still suggest you investigate these few people thoroughly. The truth will reveal itself, and I, Shin Shen, am not one to make a fuss. Additionally, Zhang Ying must die. The Demon Beast Alliance does not need someone like him. At this moment, Zhang Ying, who had just regained consciousness, looked over in confusion. He still didn't understand why Zhao Wuji had come out and beaten him up, but the next moment, boom! Zhao Wuji instantly appeared in front of Zhang Ying, delivering a punch that exploded his head, brain matter splattering everywhere. Hiss! Seeing Zhao Wuji covered in filth, the crowd retreated in fear. It was terrifying. Brother Shen, are you satisfied? At this moment, Zhao Wuji looked at Shen Chen with eyes that no longer held the previous humility, resembling a god of death. Refreshing! This matter is settled. Although Shen Chen was shocked by Zhao Wuji's ability to crush Zhang Ying with his bare hands, it also relieved the pent-up frustration in his chest. Come here. Open the 25th floor. Welcome Grand Commander Shen Chen to the Great Wind Tower. With Zhao Wuji's command, the 25th floor of the Great Wind Tower was instantly lit up. Come here. Take them down and investigate thoroughly. If there is any resistance, kill. Immediately, several people dragged out by the flying blade ant soldiers were taken over by the demon hunters. Seeing this, the onlookers revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. After the global beast disaster, the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Beast Alliance function like two major administrative bodies. The former was responsible for overall strategic regulation, while the latter implemented specific tactics, both serving the highest power core of the Great Xia region. To be precise, the role of the Demon Beast Alliance in each city was to deter and maintain stability, wielding significant power. What are you looking at? Everyone disperse. All those present here today will be registered. If anything is discovered, you better pray for your own good. Under Zhao Wuji's murderous gaze, the onlookers scattered in a panic. From now on, you are in charge of the Great Wind Tower. Following this, Zhao Wuji directly promoted Xiao He to be in charge of the Great Wind Tower. The actions of these people present were the only way for him to regain some face. Xiao He was a bit stunned, not expecting to become the manager of the Great Wind Tower. A hint of joy instantly appeared in his eyes as he turned to look at Shen Chen. He knew very well that his promotion to the manager position was all thanks to the young commander in front of him. Brother, congratulations. Shen Chen smiled slightly. I dare not. Thank you, Commander Shen. Inside the Great Wind Tower, on the 25th floor. This was the exclusive domain of the blue-robed commander of the Demon Alliance, and all Great Wind Towers around the world were equipped like this. Shen Chen and his group walked in under the envious gazes of the crowd, instantly awed by the luxurious decor inside. What greeted their eyes was a scene of golden splendor, with the floor covered in magnificent carpets, walls embedded with precious gems and artworks, and gorgeous chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The spacious living room was furnished with high-end furniture, soft sofas, and exquisite coffee tables, creating an unparalleled sense of comfort. The walls were adorned with paintings of demon hunters in battle, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity. There was a separate dining room, a luxurious and cozy bedroom, and just a glance was enough to relax one's body and mind. Additionally, the 25th floor featured entertainment facilities such as a private cinema, gym, and swimming pool, allowing one to fully enjoy the pleasures of life. Brother Zhao, shall we chat? Su Qianxue and the others each chose a room to rest, and Shen Chen stopped Zhao Wujie, who was about to leave, inviting him with a smile. What does Brother Shen want to know? Although Zhao Wujie was somewhat reluctant, he couldn't refuse the request of the newly appointed commander who was a rank above him. Does Brother Zhao think that today's incident was a bit of an overreaction? Shen Chen sat down on the sofa, sinking into its softness, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie remained silent, quietly watching Shen Chen, seemingly wanting an explanation. Anyone who personally killed their subordinate would always have some reservations, regardless of whether the other party had done something wrong. Today's incident was not a coincidence. At first glance, it seemed directed at me, but didn't Brother Zhao notice the abnormalities of those people? Shen Chen explained. Abnormalities? Zhao Wujie's brows furrowed slightly. He really hadn't noticed. Their emotions were too agitated. Someone was manipulating them from behind. Shen Chen then revealed his discovery of Zhao Shichen and the grievances between them, emphasizing Zhao Shichen's beast pet, the red flower beast. He even shared other findings he had noticed among the crowd with Zhao Wujie. Red flower beast? Humans have the aura of magical beasts? After hearing Shen Chen's words, a serious expression appeared on Zhao Wujie's face. It was normal for humans to have the aura of magical beasts. After all, this was an era of beast tamers, but being pointed out by Shen Chen made it somewhat unusual. Beast slaves. Brother Shen means that among those people, there are beast slaves, and they want to stir up trouble during this preliminary competition. Zhao Wujie immediately thought of beast slaves and concluded that their goal was this city-level preliminary competition. These beast slaves have never been quiet. It has always been the case. Moreover, Brother Zhao should have heard about the incident on the Central Lake Island in East City. That legendary blood flood dragon is about to emerge, and causing some trouble at this time to divert attention is not impossible. I suggest you investigate Zhao Shichen thoroughly. It wasn't that Shen Chen wanted to settle personal scores, but when he discovered Zhao Shichen, he distinctly felt an aura that was completely different from before, very similar to the aura that In Qing had unleashed in the underground maze. It was even more pure. Alright, I will investigate this matter as soon as possible. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Shen. Zhao Wujie's expression softened slightly. After all, this was his responsibility, and if something went wrong, he would be held accountable. At the same time, Zhao Wujie also understood that Shen Chen was giving him face, otherwise, with the other party's status, he could easily take over or report it, which would put Zhao in a passive position. As their conversation deepened, the two gradually became familiar with each other, and laughter occasionally floated through the living room. By the way, Brother Zhao, are there any noteworthy students in Qingyuan City? As the saying goes, shallow exchanges lead to deep conversations. Once they became more acquainted, Shen Chen brought the topic back to the upcoming preliminary competition. After all, Zhao Wujie was the one most familiar with the area. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie was slightly taken aback, realizing that Shen Chen was just a student. It was truly infuriating. His own student days had been spent just getting by. There are only 4 schools in Qingyuan City, and the teaching staff is the strongest. Among the 6 cities under its jurisdiction, East City has the most schools. In past competitions, it was just a day trip. Hearing this, Shen Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. No matter how many schools there were, they couldn't compare to others, but this time might be different. What is your current strength, Brother Shen? At this point, Zhao Wujie paused slightly. He still didn't know Shen Chen's true capabilities. If I unleash my full power, I should have no problem among the kings, Shen Chen replied with a slight smile. A few days ago, through Lu Jun's analysis of the king level, he realized that if he could fully exert his strength, he should have no rivals at that level. Although his rank was only intermediate beast master, both his true strength and panel data had long reached a level above advanced. It was just that his queen ant had not yet advanced, which did not meet the promotion requirements for beast masters. If that's the case, then the only one who might pose a threat to you in Qingyuan City is one person. Zhao Wujie had naturally seen Shen Chen's profile, including his battle videos with Wei Yuanying and Su Nanzhao, but hearing Shen Chen admitted in person was still somewhat shocking. Oh, who is it? Shen Chen asked curiously. Sun Bo from Class 1, Senior 3 at Qingyuan No. 1 High School, a king-level beast master, with a lord-level beast pet, the Void Spirit Demon. I don't know the specific attributes, but I only know that this beast comes from the beast battlefield in the Great Xiao region. Beast battlefield? Void Spirit Demon? A trace of seriousness instantly appeared in Shen Chen's eyes. Every major region in the world has at least one beast battlefield, where beasts have a natural advantage in both quantity and quality, much like the difference between a Tibetan Mastiff and a local dog. Being able to contract a beast pet in the beast battlefield is a testament to one's strength. As far as I know, the Global Post-Disaster Covenant prohibits students who haven't graduated from going to the beast battlefield. This Sun Bo. Shen Chen straightened his body, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Wujie. Students naturally can't go, but he has connections. With privileges in play, as long as he doesn't make any major mistakes, it's generally not a problem. The regulations in the covenant are only for the safety of the students, Zhao Wujie said, glancing at Shen Chen instinctively. If you weren't the Grand Commander in the green robe, how could you enjoy the exclusive treatment of the special floor in the Wind Pavilion? That's the benefit of privilege. I see. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Shen Chen's eyes. There will always be a privileged class in any era, as long as you have the strength. What of the beast battlefield? What of the Void Spirit Demon? If a person isn't capable, everything is in vain. Also, this Sun Bo was once a green-robed demon hunter, but after failing to apply for the position of Grand Commander, he withdrew from the Beast Alliance. In a sense, you are enemies. Zhao Wujie seemed to recall something, a strange smile appearing in his eyes. Oh, why? The Supreme Leader of the Beast Alliance has only 4 positions, symbolizing power and status, and there are many competitors for these roles. As far as I know, after Sun Bo, there are 3 people who want this position, one of whom is the Emperor. They are quite dissatisfied, but they have not challenged you out of fear of the Alliance leader's authority. Listening to Zhao Wujie's explanation, Shen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The pressure was immense. As for the Emperor-level Beast Master, if the Queen Ant were to advance to a higher level, it might be worth a try. With this thought, a sharp aura rose within Shen Chen. Hiss! Zhao Wujie looked surprised. Could this person still have a trump card? By the way, you should meet Sun Bo soon. Every time the major school teams arrive for the preliminary rounds, Qingyuan City, as the host, holds an elite banquet. You will probably receive an invitation soon. After saying this, Zhao Wuji turned and left the room to investigate the matter of the hidden beast slaves. An elite banquet? A cold glint flashed in Xinshen's eyes. If someone was indeed scheming behind the scenes this time, he would not let this opportunity slip by. After resting for a while, Xinshen went to find Lu Jun, only to discover that he had already left the Great Wind Tower, and Su Qianxue and the others were also not in the room. According to the now-in-charge Xiaohe, the four had gone out together without leaving any message. Xinshen didn't find this unusual. After all, his teammates had deep backgrounds, and it wasn't impossible for them to have some connections in Qingyuan City. As for Lu Jun, could someone with a friend like Chen Yuejin be a simple person? Bored, Xinshen activated his simulation evolution talent. In the recent simulations, he had not found a satisfactory evolution route. Upon learning that many were eyeing his position as the grand leader in the green robe, Xinshen was eager to enhance his strength. Right now, the Queen Ant's weakness is speed. The Shadow Ruler has decent speed, but after all, it doesn't come from the Queen Ant's direct bloodline. Considering the increasing numbers later on, I should choose to evolve in the direction of speed. Xinshen murmured, and the emerald green light of evolution enveloped the Queen Ant, with evolution routes slowly unfolding. After a long time, night fell. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xinshen's eyes as a golden evolution route appeared before him. Crimson armored Xian horse, balancing endurance, speed, strength, and decent defensive attributes, it is considered one of the best among high-level magical beasts. Upon seeing the final panel of the crimson armored Xian horse, Xinshen immediately decided on the next stage of evolution for the Queen Ant. The fusion of the Crimson Blood Pegasus and the Queen Ant would retain the Queen Ant's talents while enhancing its weak point of speed, and in the form of the Crimson Armored Xian Horse, it would be more suitable for controlling the Beast God Talisman. Just right, while they are all away, I can advance the Queen Ant to a higher level. This is the territory of the Beast Alliance, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. After a moment's thought, Xinshen decided to proceed with the Queen Ant's advancement now. He had originally planned to wait until after the preliminary rounds, but Zhao Wuji's words and the events in front of the Great Wind Tower made him sense a hint of crisis. The Void Spirit Demon Sun Boar, and that unknown conspiracy, forced him to choose to advance the evolution ahead of time. The blood of the high-level magical beast, the Crimson Blood Pegasus, 10 elite-level beast crystals, 3 legendary-level beast crystals, and a large amount of magical beast flesh and other necessary materials, the resources required for this advancement directly halved Xinshen's reserves. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Simulation evolution talent, activate. Immediately, the Queen Ant appeared in the hall. The evolution light, activate. Buzz. With a wave of Xinshen's hand, a swirl of emerald green evolution light slowly emerged, directly pouring the blood of the Crimson Blood Pegasus into the Ant Queen. The size difference between the two was too great, so Xinshen chose bloodline evolution directly. This is also the result after countless simulations. Boom! The moment the blood was infused, an extremely violent aura erupted from the body of the Queen Ant, which was about 30 centimeters long, twisting incessantly as the suppressed initial evolutionary bloodline began to merge with the new blood. Xinshen stared intently at the changes in the Queen Ant, as piles of flesh and blood were consumed at an astonishing speed. Even the beast crystals exploded one by one, transforming into pure energy that, with the aid of the light of evolution, flowed into the Queen Ant's body. Time flew by, resources were continuously consumed. Buzz! A rich bloodlight erupted within the Queen Ant, the bloodline fusion was successful. Squeak! With a series of piercing screams, the physical changes caused by the bloodline advancement began. The first change was in size, with the Queen Ant's height increasing directly by 20 centimeters, reaching about 50 centimeters, and her entire form gradually transforming towards that of a celestial horse. Following that, the Queen's massive abdomen elongated, and then her 6 legs became sturdier, with a slight change in height. The Queen Ant raised her head high, her previously less prominent neck elongated, and her 2 antennae became sharper and lighter, tilting back like 2 feathers. The most notable change was in her compound eyes, the color of the flame flower becoming more vibrant and solid. It's almost complete. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xinshen's eyes, the light of evolution continuously strengthening, his mental energy monitoring the Queen Ant's changes from all angles. Boom! When the last piece of beast meat was devoured and the final legendary beast crystal transformed into rich energy that flowed into the Queen Ant's body, the light of evolution gradually faded until it disappeared. A new species appeared before Xinshen. Evolution successful. Ding! The Queen Ant has successfully advanced to a higher form. Huff! Looking at the evolved form, dark red as if clad in armor, Xinshen let out a long breath, then eagerly opened the beast pet panel. Name, Crimson Armored Celestial Horse, Level, Tier 1, Quality, Advanced Rare, Talent, Super Fertility, Light of Favor, Crimson Flame Miles, Loyalty, 100%, Characteristics, Strong Endurance, Great Strength, Strong Self-Healing Ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same size, Strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same size. When body damage exceeds 50%, Self-Healing Mode activates. Super Fertility, Breeding Cycle shortened by 10 times, breeding quantity increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can maintain a minimum population of 100 at all times regardless of circumstances. Crimson Flame Miles, inherits the characteristics of the Crimson Blood Celestial Horse, producing a whirlwind of flames at its feet while running. The more beast pets deployed in battle, the greater the speed increase. Light of Favor, Leader's Majesty, all attributes doubled. Looking at the attributes on the beast pet panel, Shinshin couldn't help but smile widely. He had finally advanced to a higher level. In ancient literature, ants are also known as Kung Fu and Celestial Horses, making the evolved Crimson Armored Celestial Horse truly deserving of its name, not having shed its origin. He was just one step away from being assessed to become a high-level Beast Master. The enhancement of the Beast Pet would surely boost the attributes of the Beast Master himself. Although the increase from intermediate to advanced was not significant, it still raised Shinshen's strength considerably. Host, Shinshen, Beast Pet, Crimson Armored Celestial Horse, Mental Threshold, 202, Physiological Threshold, 188, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulation Evolution, can conduct evolutionary simulations on all living beings and provide the best advancement plans, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Demon Law, blessed by the Demon God, after obtaining any quality beast pet, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. Wow, the physiological threshold has actually increased this much. When Shinshan saw the data showing that the physiological threshold and the mental threshold were nearly the same, he couldn't help but curse. He had originally worried that the gap between the two attributes would widen again after the increase, but he didn't expect the relatively low physiological threshold to catch up, which genuinely surprised him. It should be due to the inherent attributes of the Crimson Blood Pegasus. Shinshin quickly understood that the high-level magical beast, the Crimson Blood Pegasus, was known for its endurance and speed, and the bloodline fusion had just compensated for his shortcomings. At that moment, a ray of sunlight suddenly streamed through the large glass window and fell on Shinshan, warming him pleasantly and making him stretch lazily. Why haven't they returned yet? It was then that Shinshen realized that his evolution process had lasted an entire night, and Lu Jun and the others had not come back either. Ding ding. Just then, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, Shinshen saw Xiaohe's respectful and smiling face. Commander Shen, Mr. Lu and the others have gone to Tianai Manor for the banquet. Here is the invitation. Xiaohe smiled, slightly bowed, and handed over a golden invitation. Qingyuan City is hosting a welcome banquet for the elites of each city, and we look forward to your presence. It was an ordinary invitation, even somewhat rough, but the three large characters at the bottom added a touch of color to it. Sun Bo, the undisputed #1 powerhouse of the four schools of Qingyuan, a king-level beast master, the void spirit demon Sun Bo. Did the teacher leave any message? Shinshen casually put away the invitation and asked. Mr. Lu didn't say anything, just instructed me to personally deliver the invitation to you, Xiaohe replied respectfully. Alright, thank you. After declining Xiaohe's kind offer to have someone escort him, Shinshen tidied up and left the Doffing building. As the central city among the 6 cities and one of the 12 cities of the Great Xia, Qingyuan City was naturally far more prosperous than East City. With still some time before the banquet, Shinshen decided to first verify his Beast Master level. No way! When Shinshen arrived in front of the Qingyuan City Beast Master Association branch building, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. The area in front of the building was as noisy as a market, with every Beast Master queuing for certification, a stark contrast to the few cats in East City. As expected of a city-level Beast Master branch, both in terms of personnel and other aspects, it far surpasses East City. Shinshen couldn't help but sigh. 4 hours later, it was nearing noon. Shinshen, who was so bored he was almost falling asleep, finally perked up as it was finally his turn. Hello, I would like to certify as a high level. Just as Shinshen was about to hand over the prepared documents, he was suddenly yanked hard from behind. Get lost, what's a country bumpkin doing here making a fuss? A few attendants surrounded a boy about 15 or 16 years old, shouting, Stupid country bumpkin, wasting young Master Li's time, I'll break your legs. With that, they kicked towards Shinshen. Bang! Xin Shen's eyes turned cold, his body slightly shifted, easily dodging the kick. Standing firm, he looked at the arrogant boy in front of him and coldly said, "Such a lack of upbringing, acting recklessly in broad daylight, I'd like to see how you plan to break my legs." At that moment, Xin Shen just wanted to quickly complete the certification and then attend the banquet, but these people clearly did not intend to let him go, and among the onlookers, there was a hint of fear in their gazes towards the boy. As expected, the boy was enraged by Xin Shen's words and shouted angrily, "You dare say I have no upbringing? I see you're tired of living. Get him, teach him a good lesson. In this Qingyuan city, no one dares to touch me." Li Zitsong. With a command from Li Zitsong, his followers rushed forward, unaware that they had just collided with an iron wall. A few of them could barely hold on for a minute under Xin Shen's hands, and that was with him holding back. Refreshing! Xin Shen realized that this time, the enhancement of his basic attributes had led to significant changes in his body. His reaction speed, strength control, and other aspects had all seen a stage-level improvement. He estimated that, purely in terms of physical quality, he was not much worse than the previous Wei Yuanying. You dare to fight back." Li Zitsong's face turned extremely ugly, not expecting a country bumpkin to actually dare to lay hands on him. Xin Shen's gaze turned cold, his icy eyes fixed on Li Zitsong. "If you dare to say another word, I will make sure you can never speak again in your life. You, just wait for me, I won't let you off." A hint of fear flashed in Li Zitsong's eyes as he spat out a harsh word and turned to run. Waste! Xin Shen completely disregarded them and headed straight for Tianai Manor after completing the certification of a high-level beast master. Tianai Manor is located in the northern suburbs of Qingyuan City. It is the residence of the imperial-level beast master Lu Fei, who is also the master of Sunboar, the richest person in Qingyuan City, far surpassing the wealth of Dongqing's Chu Wancheng. Most importantly, Lu Fei is one of the first batch of imperial-level beast masters after the global beast disaster. Due to the relationship with beast pets, people's lifespans have increased to varying degrees upon becoming beast masters, and living to over 100 years old has become quite common. Even more so, some have specifically contracted magical beasts that can enhance life attributes to extend their lifespans. Lu Fei, who is already 108 years old, is one such example. "Hello, please show your invitation." At the entrance of the manor, after Xin Shen presented his invitation, a servant came to lead him inside. Following the servant into the manor, Xin Shen felt various gazes around him, some curious, some disdainful, and some hostile. The interior of the manor was vast, with lush green lawns, varying sizes of artificial hills, bamboo groves, and ancient-style villas built against the mountains, giving it a sense of a paradise. Especially with the rich vitality permeating the place, Xin Shen was greatly astonished. Elites from various schools gathered in groups, engaging in animated discussions. Among them, a young man with a scholarly appearance and gold-rimmed glasses noticed Xin Shen joining Lu Jun and the others, a glint flashing in his eyes. Certified as a high-level? Lu Jun looked at the late-arriving Xin Shen, a smile appearing in his eyes, and the others felt the same. Yesterday, Lu Jun had brought Su Qianxue and the others to communicate with people from the other 7 schools in Dongcheng. On their way back, they found Xin Shen was in the process of evolving his beast pet, so they had Xiaohe arrange another room for him. What are the other schools thinking? After his conversation with Zhao Woji yesterday, Xin Shen knew that the other schools in Dongcheng had little hope unless they united. If the likes of Yu Shaoxiangan and Xingzhong could form a battle team, there might still be hope. The first and second high schools have thoughts of uniting, but the other schools still want to try on their own. They probably know that even if they unite, they can't escape the fate of being eliminated in the first round, Lu Jun said with some regret. Dongcheng had been weak for a long time, lagging in many aspects, and this gap was not something that time could bridge. Hello everyone, welcome to Tianai Manor. At that moment, the young man with gold-rimmed glasses approached them with a smile, followed by elites from various schools attending the meeting. Who are you? Xin Shen turned around and, seeing the spirited young man before him, had already guessed his identity. TCH, you don't even recognize the first son brother of Qingyuan, what a country bumpkin. Before anyone else could speak, a big bald man behind Sun Boer let out a sneer, his eyes revealing a strong sense of mockery. Sun Boer still wore a smile but did not speak to stop him. Seeing this, the elites from other schools cast disdainful glances at Xin Shen. One of them sarcastically said, "Is this the person from East City? I wonder what skills he has to attend this gathering." Others chimed in, ridiculing East City to the fullest. The place is nice, but some people have foul mouths, really spoiling the scenery, Xin Shen said expressionlessly, extending his right hand towards Sun Boer. "Thank you, brother Sun, for your warm invitation." Xin Shen from East City. No. 7 has come to disturb you. Sun Boer seemed lost in thought, as if he didn't see Shinshan's outstretched hand, his gaze revealing a condescending scrutiny. Ha ha, you really crack me up. A warm invitation? You bunch of country bumpkins from the outskirts, do you even deserve it? The big bald man spoke again, spitting towards the crowd without any restraint. Su Qianxue and the others immediately surrounded them, while not far away, Yu Xiaoshan from No. Tu and In Qing from No. One also looked over, frowning as they quickly approached. Brother Sun, are you really not going to say anything? As the host, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Despite the bald man's provocation, Shinshan remained unmoved, instead turning to Sun Bo, his words and actions giving this host enough face. To become the first in Qingyuan, Sun Bo's perspective shouldn't be so narrow, right? Unfortunately, Shinshan overestimated him. Sun Bo merely nodded slightly. Actually, I'm quite curious about what skills you have that would allow the alliance leader to make an exception and grant you the position of the Grand Commander in the green robe. Sure enough, Sun Bo still clung to the position of the Grand Commander in the Magic Alliance. Brother Sun, this seems unrelated to today's banquet, doesn't it? Shinshan frowned, clearly not expecting Sun Bo to directly lay bare the interests between the two. I say, country bumpkin, you really don't know what's good for you. The only reason you're here is that young Master Sun is in a good mood, taking care of you trash from East City, and you really think you're someone important. And what's this nonsense about the Grand Commander in the green robe? Even someone as talented as young Master Sun can refuse it. It must be just a hollow title. Qingyuan is young Master Sun's territory. Don't take yourself too seriously. The big bald man didn't notice that Shinshan's eyes had turned cold, still shouting recklessly. Even Sun Bo frowned slightly upon hearing these words. Rivalry among peers is one thing, but when it involves the magic alliance that protects countless homes, that's a bit too much. It seems Brother Sun is hard to get a word out of. Looking at the still silent Sun Bo, Shinshan felt anger rising. I, Shinshan, come from East City, and perhaps in the eyes of you elites, I'm just a country bumpkin, but I have never been disrespectful to anyone. Since the establishment of the Magic Alliance, countless demon hunters have died on the battlefield against magical beasts every year, yet there has never been a complaint. As the Grand Commander in the green robe, Shinshan will naturally not allow the comrades who risk their lives to protect countless homes to be unjustly criticized. Ah, you really crack me up. Since you admit to being a country bumpkin, don't come here and make a fuss. Shinshan's words not only failed to draw attention but instead provoked even more brazen ridicule. So, what, do you want to clear their names or something? Suddenly, a flash of light passed, and the voice abruptly stopped. The big bald man fell back in disbelief, a blood hole the size of a baby's fist appearing in the center of his forehead. Dead? Everyone exchanged glances, and under the watchful eyes of all, Shinshan actually took action and killed the bald man. The terrifying part was that no one saw how he did it. How dare you? The person who questioned him fell backward, blood oozing from the hole in his forehead. Shinshan's cold gaze slowly swept across the faces of the elites, making everyone shiver. A demon hunter cannot be insulted. Here today, if I kill one, I will kill one. If there is a group, I will kill them all. Is there anyone else? The venue fell into complete silence. With a single disagreement leading to violence, Shinshan's brutality in the bloodless Tianai manner, where killing was forbidden, stunned everyone. Su Qianxue and the others felt a sense of relief. They had heard too many taunts from these high and mighty elites along the way. If it weren't for their reservations, they would have acted long ago. However, these guys had finally encountered someone who had no reservations and was not afraid of death. Sigh. Lu Jun said nothing, quietly watching from behind, letting out a silent sigh. Brother Sun. Someone trembled as they looked at Sun Bo, and instantly, everyone's gaze focused on the master. They deserved to die. Sun Bo's expression was cold as he swept over the bald man and his companion, then turned his gaze to Shinshan. Seeing Sun Bo's reaction, a serious expression appeared on Su Qianxue and the others' faces. Sun Bo's strength was not enough to instill fear in them, but the person behind Sun Bo held a very high status. Even Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang had to treat him with respect. Although Shinshan held the title of Grand Commander in the green robe, if that person were to pursue the matter, it would be difficult to handle. Ah, Brother Sun is righteous. Such sharp-tongued, despicable scoundrels deserve to be exterminated. The silence was broken by Shinshan's laughter. Although he had predicted this outcome, he did not regret killing the two. Upon hearing this, a strange expression appeared on the faces of Su Qianxue and the others. Even In Qing, who had always viewed Shinshan as a mortal enemy, showed a hint of a wicked smile in her eyes. Righteousness? You speak of righteousness, yet someone is preparing to hold you accountable. Didn't you see Sun Bo's murderous gaze? Brother Shin must be mistaken. Although these two indeed deserve to die, they shouldn't die here. I think you're in big trouble. Sun Bo's eyes were icy. If it weren't for his own reservations, he would have acted against Shinshan long ago. Oh, does Brother Sun want to take action against me? Shin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't want to make a big scene in this situation, but some people were just asking for it. Just then, a series of urgent chirps suddenly came from deep within the manor, and Sun Bo's expression changed drastically. Brother Shin, your trouble is coming. Before he finished speaking, a shadow rushed toward the crowd like lightning, followed by two figures that were also hurrying over. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The shadow stopped in front of everyone. It was a beast resembling a fox, but with two horns on its back, and a middle-aged man with flowing long hair sat atop it, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The Chang Huang. Shin Chen blinked. Having read the Shanhai Jing, he immediately recognized the fox-like beast before him, which was almost identical to the legendary Chang Huang recorded in the text. Cheng Huang, also known as Fei Huang, was a mythical steed from ancient legends. According to the Shanhai Jing, Western regions, it is said, in the land of the white people, there is the Cheng Huang, resembling a fox, with horns on its back, and its fur is yellow. Those who ride it can extend their lifespan by 2,000 years. Who acted? The man was Lu Fei, the master of the manor and an imperial-level beast master. After calming the enraged Cheng Huang, he looked at everyone with a face full of anger. Master. Seeing Lu Fei appear, Sun Bo hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Shin Chen, their eyes revealing a hint of mockery. This kid is finished. It's you. Lu Fei looked up, his gaze passing over Shin Chen to the people behind him from the East City, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Old Lu, long time no see. Lu Jun stepped forward, a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he looked at Lu Fei. You still haven't given up, huh? After all these years, since the East City was rebuilt, none of the previous principals have nurtured any talent. Is it worth holding on to a promise so tightly? Lu Fei sighed, recalling that the previous few competitions had been avoided to spare this old friend's embarrassment. People always need some hopes. Fortunately, this time there is a glimmer of hope. Lu Jun smiled as he looked at Shin Chen. Just him? Lu Fei frowned slightly. Even if he is your student, that doesn't give you the right to act recklessly here. You should know my rules. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun let out a bitter laugh and recounted the events. Afterward, Lu Fei's expression softened slightly, and he shot a fierce glare at Sun Bo. Sun Bo lowered his head, not daring to speak. The group of elites was also somewhat bewildered, not expecting this country bumpkin's teacher to be so familiar with the master. Those who wanted to see a joke gradually had their expressions darken. But rules are rules, especially here. However, Lu Fei seemed unwilling to let it go, his gaze towards Shin Chen carrying an imposing presence. Teacher, let me handle this. Shin Chen stepped forward, not wanting to put Lu Jun in a difficult position, ready to reason with this beast master of the emperor. Just then, the Chang Huang beside Lu Fei suddenly lunged at Shin Chen, its speed so fast that even its master didn't react in time. Be careful, Lu Fei hurriedly warned. At such a close distance, combined with Cheng Huang's legendary level, how could a mere high-level beast master withstand it? The faces of the elites were already adorned with broad smiles, preparing to see Shin Chen's embarrassing state after being knocked away by Chang Huang. Ideally, it would be best if he got knocked out. What's going on? How is this possible? In the next moment, everyone, including Lu Fei and Sun Bo, was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. No way. As Cheng Huang lunged at him, Shin Chen instinctively pointed a finger, a flash of emerald light flickering, and his finger landed directly on Cheng Huang's forehead. To his surprise, the creature actually stopped. Moreover, a look of enjoyment appeared in its sparkling eyes. What the hell? This was at least a lord-level Cheng Huang. Could it really enjoy being poked? Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Cheng Huang suddenly rubbed against Shin Chen's finger, its soft tongue extending to lick it, its eyes once again showing a flattering expression. A wisp of emerald light spilled from his fingertip, flashing away. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Cheng Huang's calls became more urgent, and it began to circle around Shin Chen, continuously rubbing its head against him, eventually even lying down, as if wanting him to ride it. So that's it. Shin Chen instantly understood. Cheng Huang was being so affectionate because of the evolution light. The evolution light contained rich vitality, which was key to the evolution of magical beasts. Because the pet's advancement took too long last night, the aura of the evolution light had not completely dissipated, which was why Cheng Huang sensed it, leading to such a dramatic scene. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. He had caught the fleeting emerald light from Shin Chen's fingertip. With his status, he naturally knew what that light represented, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Beside him, Sun Bo was also feeling quite frustrated. He was naturally familiar with Cheng Huang, although not the aggressive type. He had never seen it be so close to a stranger, not even to its own master, who it usually regarded with disdain. However, thinking about his previous attitude towards it and his master's current expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean this place up. Lu Fei shot a glare at Sun Bu. He already knew what had happened. If it weren't for his disciples' unwillingness to accept the situation, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Sun Bu, publicly reprimanded by his master, dared not show any dissatisfaction on his face. With the help of several elites, he quickly carried away the two corpses and cleaned the blood-stained grass. Cheng Huang, come here. Lu Fei called out, puzzled, but to his surprise, Cheng Huang, who was having a great time playing with Xin Shen, completely ignored his master. Come, turn around again. That's right, lift your head, scratch a bit. Good boy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Watching the flashes of green from Xin Shen's fingertips and Cheng Huang, who was chirping excitedly, Lu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. A beast pet that no longer recognized its master, who would believe that? Old Lu, you really taught a good student. He is. Lu Fei tentatively asked, wanting to confirm his suspicions. Qin Wuliang and Wu Jing said, keep it a secret. Looking at Lu Jun's smiling face, Lu Fei instantly understood, his gaze towards Xin Shen filled with fervor. Cheng Huang had already reached the peak of the Lord level, one more step would be legendary. For him, that meant greater vitality, unparalleled speed, and defense, though the former was the most important. However, to help Cheng Huang advance to legendary status, the assistance of a high-level evolutionist was necessary. There was only one high-level evolutionist in the Daxia district, and with his qualifications and status, it would be difficult to invite him, especially since that person had recently been elusive, almost refusing all high-level invitations. But Xin Shen's appearance gave Lu Fei hope, and he had long forgotten about the killing incident. He wasn't foolish enough to punish a high-level beast pet evolutionist for the sake of rules. Alright, no more playing, it's boring. With only a few people left around, and Su Qianshui and others having gone to the banquet, Xin Shen felt bored and stopped teasing Cheng Huang. Oh, it's you. At that moment, Xin Shen suddenly noticed two people behind Lu Fei, one of whom was the young scoundrel he had encountered at the Beast Tamer Association, Li Xiaozong. Li Xiaozong's expression was somewhat gloomy. He had recognized Xin Shen as soon as he approached. Before he could act out, such a bizarre scene unfolded. Although he was a bit arrogant, he wasn't so foolish as to not recognize the situation. Xiaozong, do you know each other? The middle-aged man beside him glanced at his son and immediately saw the panic in Li Xiaozong's eyes, realizing that his son had a grudge against the young man before him. Xin Shen, this is Mayor Li Jin of Qingyuan City, who has put in a lot of effort for the stability of Qingyuan City, Lu Jun reminded him. So it's Mayor Li. My eyes are dull, I apologize to you here. Xin Shen immediately understood, his face filled with respect. This man was the most powerful figure in Qingyuan City. If he wanted to make things difficult for him, it would be all too easy. You're too polite, young brother. With courtesy and evidence, decisive in action, you will surely become a hero in the future. Seeing Xin Shen so perceptive, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. I dare not, Mayor Li. Today, Li Xiao helped me a lot at the Beast Tamer Association, and now meeting Mayor Li again is truly fate. After learning about Li Jin's identity, Xin Shen calmly brushed over today's events. It would be best if the other party could let it go, but if not, he was not afraid. Ha ha, little brother, you are truly straightforward. If you encounter any problems in Qingyuan City in the future, just come find me. Mr. Lu, you have distinguished guests today, so I won't disturb you. Farewell. Li Jin certainly knew what kind of person his son was. Although he was usually arrogant and overbearing, he hadn't done anything truly heinous. Xin Shen's behavior impressed him, and after some polite exchanges, the father and son left Tianai Manor. Although a bit slick, he's quite good. Unlike you, who won't turn back until you hit a wall. Lu Fei had been observing Xin Shen, and with his experience, he could tell that this son of the mayor had definitely offended this kid, but the earlier conversation had changed his impression of Xin Shen somewhat. A decisive character who understood the situation and knew how to adapt was certainly not someone short-lived. Lu Jun shook his head with a wry smile and did not respond. Little brother, could you help this old man with a favor? Seeing Lu Jun's lack of response, Lu Fei turned to Xin Shen with a hint of expectation in his eyes. No. Unexpectedly, Xin Shen decisively refused. He naturally knew what Lu Fei wanted to say. During the earlier interaction with the Qingtian, he had already discovered that this Qingtian's bloodline was not pure, or rather, it would only show a hint of its original bloodline after reaching a certain level. Through the light of evolution, Xin Shen could see that the Qingtian had reached the peak of the Lord level, just one step away from advancing to legend. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that it had developed a fondness for him, even a dependency. Wanting a rare Lord-level Cheng Tian to advance to Legend was quite a challenge, although for him, who had a system, this difficulty did not exist. While the city-level preliminaries posed no significant problem for the 7th high school, Shen Shen did not want to be distracted by it. Most importantly, he could not stand Sun Bo. Lu Fei was a bit stunned. He hadn't even said anything yet, and this kid had already rejected him? Cheng Tian, come back. Watching Shen Shen turn to leave and the Cheng Tian about to follow, Lu Fei's expression darkened as he shouted angrily. Chirp! The Cheng Tian's urgent chirp was filled with grievance, its sparkling eyes fixed on the direction Shen Shen had disappeared, clearly reluctant to part. Old Lu, this kid Shen Shen is inherently kind-hearted and distinguishes between gratitude and resentment very clearly. Your disciple's actions today were a bit excessive. As the host, to behave like this shows a narrow mindset. Lu Jun glanced at Lu Fei and said nothing more before turning to leave. Sun Bo, get over here. Lu Fei's furious roar echoed through Tianai Manor, followed by a scream. The next morning, the first round of elimination matches for the Qingyuan City preliminaries began. The competition took place in a mountain in the eastern part of Qingyuan City, and the rules were simple. The first 32 teams to reach the summit would successfully advance, while the rest would be eliminated. It seemed that only 8 teams would be eliminated, but they were not necessarily the weakest 8, as there was still room for maneuvering. In past competitions, there had been instances of local teams ambushing teams from other major cities. The teams from the 7 schools in the East City had not entered the National League in nearly 20 years, usually getting eliminated in the first round of preliminaries. It's finally starting. I'm really curious to see which unlucky ones will be eliminated in this prelim. The eastern mountains of Qingyuan City were once an abandoned battlefield for magical beasts. Initially, to completely prevent Qingyuan City from being attacked by beast tides, Mayor Li Jin had united the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Alliance, deploying 2 legends, 10 emperors, and nearly 100 king-level beast tamers to clear the eastern mountains. As a large number of threatening magical beasts were slain and some hidden underground nests were uncovered, the terrifying incidents of magical beasts devouring people in Qingyuan City finally ceased. This place was also designated as the venue for the first round of elimination in the previous selection competitions. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, 40 teams from various schools gathered here, with the 4-member team led by Su Qianshui and Shen Shen positioned at the edge, making them the team with the fewest members among all schools. In contrast, the team from Qingyuan No. 1 High School, led by Sun Bo, was assigned to the central position, which piqued Shen Shen's curiosity as he noticed a bruise on this guy's face, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Humph! Seemingly sensing Shen Shen's gaze, Sun Bo snorted coldly and turned his head away, secretly vowing to regain his honor in the competition. Hey! Not far away, and Qing smiled and waved at Shen Shen, making a gesture across her neck, her eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed through the air. The first round of elimination in the Qingyuan City selection competition is about to begin. There are no rules, no restrictions. The first team to reach the top of the mountain will secure a spot in the next round. Friendly reminder, there are still a certain number of magical beasts in the mountains. If you encounter danger, you can fire a distress signal, but doing so will also lead to elimination. Now, the competition begins. As the voice fell, the 40 teams shot out like arrows, instantly disappearing into the mountains. Shen Shen and the others did not rush too far ahead, maintaining a steady pace. The terrain in the mountains was very complex. Besides the magical beasts that might appear suddenly, there were also seemingly harmless plants that could deliver a fatal blow silently. After the initial sprint, all teams slowed down, beginning a cautious exploration. Shen, why not charge up in one go? Su Qianxue from Dongcheng No. 7 arranged for Qin Feng's Blue-Eyed Bear King to lead the way while also accepting Shen Shen's suggestion to observe for a while. Although this is just the first round of elimination, this place was once a battlefield for magical beasts. Some magical beasts may not pose a threat to beast masters above the emperor level, but among all the schools in Qingyuan City, there are not many at the king level. If something unexpected happens, it could mean death or elimination. Shen Shen smiled slightly. Lu Jun had already briefed him on the situation here before the match, and he believed this round would not merely be a contest of speed. The hidden magical beasts and the constraints between the major school teams were all crises. That's right, never underestimate the magical beasts here, they are much stronger than those raised outside. Moreover, do you think the higher-ups won't arrange some obstacles? Su Qianxue cautiously scanned the surroundings and added, "Oh." Xin Fo mumbled, and suddenly, the Blue-Eyed Bear King in front of him lunged toward a patch of grass half the height of a person, instantly tearing a spotted Snake King in two, blood spraying everywhere, releasing a faint stench. Be careful, the smell of blood will attract more magical beasts. Shin Chen frowned slightly. Roar! Before his words fell, a violent beast roar erupted. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the ground shook, and earth-shattering roars echoed, as a large number of magical beasts suddenly appeared, pouncing on the members of the various school teams who were rushing toward the mountain top. Ah! The first scream rang out, clearly indicating that someone had encountered a magical beast attack. As the beast roars sounded, almost all teams faced varying degrees of magical beast ambushes. Sun Boar's team was attacked by an Iron Ape King, which ranked among the top 10 of the remaining magical beasts in Qingyuan Mountain. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Sun Boar directly summoned a demonic magical beast, though this beast appeared somewhat illusory, with only its blood-red eyes being distinctly visible. Lord-level Void Spirit Demon. Among demon-type beasts, it is considered a high-ranking existence. Kill! With Sun Boar's roar, the 5 members of Qingyuan No. 1 instantly engaged in battle with the Iron Ape King. Compared to Sun Boar, the beasts encountered by Shin Chen and the others were much weaker, merely a gray, unremarkable earth muncher. Squeak! Squeak! Just as Shin Chen and the others were feeling relieved, the seemingly inconspicuous earth muncher blinked its small eyes and suddenly began to call out urgently. Not good, this is the Mouse King. Shin Chen's expression darkened. The most terrifying aspect of the earth muncher was its endless numbers, especially in an environment like the mountains, where a massive horde of earth munchers was something no beast wanted to encounter. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dense rustling sound suddenly erupted, and the faces of the 4 showed a hint of vigilance. Soon, a vast gray wave rolled into view, an innumerable army of earth munchers charging wildly towards the 4. Quick battle, quick resolution. Looking at Su Qianxue, who had already summoned the Nether Black Phoenix, Shin Chen shouted loudly. At that moment, a white light shot out rapidly behind Shin Chen, Shu Wanwan's sacred heart white fox. Buzz! As the white light passed, a dreamy mist rose, slightly slowing the speed of the frantically charging earth munchers. Phoenix Flame! Su Qianshua's cold voice rang out, and the Nether Black Phoenix opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of scorching flames, turning the earth munchers into piles of ash. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The cries of the earth munchers were filled with intense fear. Flames were their natural enemy. Despite this, Su Qianxue still instinctively controlled the range of the Phoenix Flame. If she unleashed full power, it would not be an elimination match but a forest fire rescue competition. Crimson Armored Dark Steed, attack! With a wave of his hand, a full 100 dark red crimson armored dark steeds appeared out of thin air. Name, Crimson Armored Dark Steed, level, first rank first level, quality, high rare, traits, rapid march, enhanced, compound eye attack, enhanced, skills, blessing aura, Crimson Flame 1000 miles, blessing aura, derived from the light of blessing. It inherently possesses the ability to be immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, providing a significant mental boost to beast tamers, active skill, and each use reduces the current pet's rank by 1. Crimson Flame 1000 miles, inherits the traits of the Crimson Blood Pegasus, generating a whirlwind of flames at its feet while running. The more pets participating in battle, the greater the speed increase. Buzz! Under the effect of the Beast Tamer Divine Symbol, the 100 Crimson Armored Dark Steeds charged like a well-trained army, the whirlwinds of flames at their feet instantly merging into a sea of fire, rushing towards the horde of earth munchers. Rustle, rustle, hiss, hiss. The sea of fire collided with the massive wave, and the earth munchers instantly fell in droves. Unlike Su Qianshua's Phoenix Flame that annihilated them in an instant, the 100 Crimson Armored Dark Steeds devoured the bodies of the earth munchers directly, their speed so fast that even Shin Chen was taken aback. It was truly like locusts passing through, leaving no trace behind. Above the Qingyuan Mountains, a gigantic flame blue bird hovered in mid-air, a characteristic of the few flying beasts that could achieve hovering. On the bird's back, 4 figures scanned the mountains below. City Head Li Jin, the black-robed Grand Commander Zhao Wujie, the owner of Tianai Manor and Emperor-level Beast Tamer Lu Fei, and the owner of the Flame Blue Bird, the Elder Gu, who had appeared once in East City as another Emperor-level Beast Tamer. Elder Lu, you really are getting younger. What made you decide to come out this time? Although both were Emperor level, Elder Gu showed exceptional respect in front of Lu Fei, as few could match his seniority in the Daxia region. What can I do if I don't come out? Holding it in won't help me improve. Lu Fei's face darkened as he recalled the scene from yesterday when Shin Chen had rejected him, his anger boiling over. That damn kid actually dared to refuse me. No one in the entire Great Xia region has ever had the audacity to treat me this way. He. The few elders of Gu exchanged glances and smiled. This person before them valued health and longevity above all else. Who could make him so angry? A hint of curiosity arose in the hearts of the 3. Li Jin frowned slightly, instinctively looking down. It couldn't be that kid, could it? In the mountains, Shin Chen and his three companions looked at the endless swarm of earth-eating mice before them, their faces filled with a serious expression. We can't drag this out any longer. Faced with the seemingly endless horde of earth-eating mice, even if the four of them were to exhaust themselves, it would be impossible to eliminate them all. Shin Chen suspected they had likely disturbed a mouse nest. Follow my orders, prepare to retreat, and take a detour to the back mountain. The three nodded, readying their final strike and preparing to retreat at any moment. At this moment, Shin Chen summoned the bat-winged flying insect, controlling it to fly into the air without hesitation. Name: Bat-winged flying insect, level, 5th tier, 3rd grade, quality, intermediate rare, traits, super defense, super endurance, skill, bombardment. The resentment of the thousand-faced demon bat envelopes the flying sickle ant soldiers, launching indiscriminate bombardment on the target area, with a chance of causing dizziness and hallucinations. Prepare to retreat. With Shin Chen's soft command, the three beast companions unleashed their final strike simultaneously. Holy Fox Illusion. Bear King Mountain Splitter. Phoenix Flame. Boom, boom, boom. The combined attack of the three beast companions instantly blew the earth-eating mice into a bloody mess, creating chaos. Retreat immediately, don't worry about me, bypass the back mountain and charge straight to the peak, prioritize securing your spots. With Shin Chen's furious roar, Su Qianxue and the others quickly circled towards the back mountain, disappearing in an instant. Humph! Bombardment! The rain of black and red bombs howled down towards the ground, the sounds of wailing echoing through the forest. Crimson flame for 1,000 miles. Without any hesitation, 100 red-armored dark steeds lifted Shin Chen up, fleeing like the wind into the depths of the forest. Shin Chen did not choose the same direction as Su Qianxue and the others. If he couldn't shake off these earth-eating mice, everything they had done would be in vain, and they would be entangled again. The mountain wind howled. With the characteristics of rapid marching, combined with the speed of the 100 red-armored dark steeds, Shin Chen felt as if he were flying, though the mountain wind stung his face painfully. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Behind him, the swarm of earth-eating mice had already escaped the bombardment range of the bat-winged flying insect and was chasing after Shin Chen. Damn it, I still can't shake them off. Shin Chen's expression darkened. The earth-eating mice in the mountains had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. The sea of fire surged forward rapidly, while the grey wave of earth-eating mice relentlessly pursued. Many hidden magical beasts were crushed before they could even show their heads. This won't do. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries came from not far away, and Shin Chen's eyes lit up, diverting the disaster. As long as he could give the earth-eating mice a target, he could easily escape using the speed of the red-armored dark steeds. With this thought, Shin Chen directed the red-armored dark steeds towards the source of the sound. Ha! It's true that enemies gather together. Upon seeing the team engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of grey wolves, a smile involuntarily appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. The key was that behind this team, the person dancing an indescribable dance, swaying left and right, was Zhao Shichen, the one he had severely injured in East City. And that evil red-flowered beast, Shen Chen. The team fighting the grey wolves also noticed Shin Chen, and Zhao Shichen instantly recognized the enemy who had injured him. Hi, how are you all doing? Shin Chen suddenly recalled the red-armored black steed and swiftly leaped past several people. You! Zhao Shichen thought Shin Chen was trying to take the opportunity to attack him, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Goodbye, wish you luck. Unexpectedly, Shin Chen simply ran away, not even giving him a chance to speak, and in just a few breaths, he vanished without a trace. The next moment, rustle, rustle, rustle. Countless burrowing mice surged forward, charging at Zhao Shichen and his group since they had lost sight of Shin Chen. Shin Chen, may you die a terrible death. Zhao Shichen instantly realized he had been tricked by Shin Chen, his furious roar echoing through the mountains and forests, lingering for a long time. Ha! Finally free from the burrowing mice, Shin Chen let out a long breath, confirmed his direction, and began to run toward the mountain peak. The mountain looked small, but the straight-line distance from the foot to the top was still 100 miles. Up to now, Shin Chen had only covered a third of it. If he was struggling, the other teams were even worse off. Along the way, he had discovered several student corpses, seemingly unable to send out a distress signal in time, or perhaps they had been too confident in their abilities and had fallen prey to the beasts. The bodies were not overly damaged, just a blood hole in the heart, clearly indicating these people had encountered a beast that delighted in eating human hearts. Something's off. As Shin Chen moved quietly, he finally noticed something unusual. After entering this area, he hadn't seen any signs of beasts for a long time, indicating that there was a beast here with a strong territorial awareness and power. Shadow Demon Ferret. A name flashed in Shin Chen's mind. It was a lord-level beast that delighted in eating human hearts and was also one of the reasons why powerful individuals from Qingyuan City had previously surrounded this beast battlefield. Thinking of this, Shin Shen became even more cautious, fearing that he might make too much noise and alert this terrifying shadow demon ferret. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, a beast the size of a dirt dog had already set its sights on him, its cunning eyes revealing a hint of human-like malice. Shadow Ruler. Shin Shen did not summon the red-armored black steed but instead called forth the Shadow Ruler to surround himself. At this moment, the Shadow Ruler's role was clearly more significant than that of the red-armored black steed. After carefully advancing a distance, he finally spotted the figure of a beast running not far ahead, and he let out a long sigh of relief. As long as I get out of here, I should be safe, right? Shin Shen thought to himself. However, just as Shin Shen relaxed, a shadow suddenly shot out from the side. Bang! As he was about to leave this area, Shin Shen was struck by a tremendous force, sending him crashing back to where he had originally paused. Damn it! Watching the fleeting shadow before him, Shin Shen couldn't help but curse under his breath. If it weren't for his beast companion's upgraded physique, that blow would have cost him at least half his life. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. This troublesome beast had finally made its move, and the key was that he hadn't even seen the speed of its attack, nor had the Shadow Ruler surrounding him been effective. Speed. There was only one possibility: the Shadow Demon Ferret's speed was far superior to that of the Shadow Ruler. Not only that, after striking, the Shadow Demon Ferret vanished again, and even Shin Shen couldn't detect where it was hiding. Bang! 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 Shin Shen was knocked back repeatedly but could never lock onto the shadow of the Shadow Demon Ferret, which made him quite angry. Come out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is it to sneak attack? He knew that Lord-level magical beasts already possessed a certain level of intelligence, and if they reached the legendary level with some luck, they could speak human language like the blood dragon on the island in East City Lake, or even transform into human form. Squeak! Perhaps having understood Shin Shen's words, the Shadow Magic Ferret's figure slowly emerged not far away. Not good. Shin Shen instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, but was still knocked away by the Shadow Magic Ferret once again. Squeak! The Shadow Magic Ferret's voice sounded almost mocking, as if saying, "So what if I come out?" Its small eyes blinking incessantly, bouncing around Shin Shen. Insult! He was actually insulted by a silly ferret. Come out! Shin Shen roared, summoning 100 crimson-armored steeds that quickly clung to him, forming a complete dark red battle armor at a visible speed. Boom! A powerful force surged forth instantly, a brutal aura akin to that of a magical beast radiating from Shin Shen, and he also felt that the enhancement after his advancement was much stronger than before. The Shadow Magic Ferret, seeing Shin Shen's transformation, instinctively retreated a short distance, its small eyes flashing with curiosity. Silly ferret, come on! Shin Shen roared angrily and charged directly at the Shadow Magic Ferret. The Shadow Magic Ferret seemed to sense its authority being challenged and met Shin Shen's fist with lightning speed. Bang! Shin Shen's fist collided violently with the Shadow Magic Ferret, producing a dull sound. The Shadow Magic Ferret was knocked back a few steps, its small eyes flickering with a hint of unwillingness, and it lunged at Shin Shen again. Bang! With the enhancement of the beast pet armor, Shin Shen's strength was clearly greater than that of the Shadow Magic Ferret, sending it flying once more. At that moment, man and beast were evenly matched. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Unfortunately, the next moment Shin Shen was dumbfounded. The Shadow Magic Ferret actually played the disappearing act again, and Shin Shen suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too damn cunning. Silly ferret, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. Shin Shen, feeling unwilling, knew that if he didn't completely deal with the Shadow Magic Ferret, it would be hard for him to leave this area, so he taunted it aloud. No response. Shin Shen tentatively took a step forward, but the Shadow Magic Ferret remained silent, and his advancing body suddenly accelerated. Bang! The charge came to a halt, and the Shadow Magic Ferret knocked him back again. You silly ferret! Shin Shen cursed angrily, but unexpectedly, the creature vanished again. Just then, two figures suddenly rushed in from the front, and he could vaguely hear angry shouts. Crazy, it's a competition, why are you staring at me? Shin Shen was slightly taken aback. It was Sun Boar's voice. Braindead, if I don't chop you up today, I won't be called in Chang. What the hell? Looking at the demonic figure beside Sun Boar and the blood-red giant tree moving wildly behind them, Shin Shen was somewhat dumbfounded. Abyss Blood Tree. How did that crazy woman in Qing get into a conflict with Sun Boar? While he pondered, Sun Boar had already rushed into the area, and upon seeing Shin Shen in dark red battle armor, he was also momentarily stunned. You! As soon as Sun Boar spoke, his body was sent flying. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Heavenly Demon was guarding in front of him, allowing him to escape the fate of having his heart ripped out. Shen Chen! Clearly, Sun Boar thought Shin Shen had attacked, shouting furiously. Braindead, come and take your life. Just then, Anqing also rushed into the area, raising her hand to unleash a beam of blood light towards Sun Bo. Crazy! Bang! Just as Anqing landed, she was also knocked away by a tremendous force, rolling aside. Now it was Sun Bo's turn to be dumbfounded. Was Xinchen crazy? How could he be fighting with someone who had come out of the city together? Xinchen, you want to die? As Anqing stood up, her eyes instantly turned blood red, and the abyss blood tree trembled violently, preparing to attack Xinchen. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the three of them were almost simultaneously knocked away by a tremendous force, falling in a straight line. Chitter chitter chitter. The shadow ferret finally revealed its form, its gaze towards the three filled with mockery. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Anqing and the others also realized that it was not Xinchen who had attacked them, but this seemingly harmless little creature before them. Looking at the revealed shadow ferret, Sun Bo's face showed a hint of seriousness. The shadow ferret, the most terrifying beast in the Qingyuan mountains, without exception. Then, Sun Bo turned to Xinchen. What did you do to provoke it? Xinchen smiled helplessly. He didn't want to provoke it, but this silly ferret seemed unwilling to let him go. Now, there were two more to worry about. The territorial awareness of the shadow ferret is the strongest. As long as someone or other beasts enter its territory, very few can survive to leave. Seeing that Xinchen remained silent, Sun Bo also realized that the other party had entered unintentionally. Several people have already died at the hands of this silly ferret. If I could have left, I would have done so long ago. Why would I still be here now? Xinchen was also a bit frustrated. Did this silly ferret want to play enough before striking? I don't believe in evil, a mere shadow ferret can't possibly stop me. And Xing's eyes flashed with bloodlight as she leaped forward, charging back the way she came. Bang! Unfortunately, before her words could finish, Xing's figure was once again knocked back to her original spot. No need to try anymore, I've been trapped here for several hours. If we don't find a way to deal with this guy, we really won't be able to get out. Xinchen had already anticipated this outcome. He just didn't expect that the shadow ferret's speed had increased significantly compared to before. Had it been toying with him all along? This was too absurd. Chitter chitter chitter. The shadow ferret let out a demonstrative cry in front of the three, its cunning little eyes occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. You too, why not try again? Xinchen smiled slightly. Although he was armored and not afraid of the ferret's sneak attacks, the speed it had just displayed made him quite wary. Try? How do we try? Sun Bo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The shadow ferret is the most powerful beast in this mountain. Besides its speed, the most terrifying thing is that it has developed intelligence. Schemes and traps are nothing but jokes in its eyes. So you mean, either we kill it, or we get trapped here? Anqing frowned, her long hair flowing behind her, looking quite eerie against the backdrop of the abyssal blood tree. Shit! The shadow ferret let out a light cry, seemingly agreeing with the two, and even flipped onto its snowy white belly, appearing to lounge lazily, its little eyes constantly darting over the three. Hey, how about a deal? I've been playing with you for so long, let me leave first, and these two can stay and play with you, how about that? Xinchen suddenly spoke, his gaze towards the shadow ferret filled with sincerity. Chitter chitter. No way. The shadow ferret shook its little head vigorously, its tiny paws scratching at its body, making an incomprehensible gesture. What does that mean? A bitter smile appeared in Xinchen's eyes. There was no beast language section in the Beast Master's manual. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame himself. Silly ferret, I'll give you one last chance, either let us go, or I'll find you more toys to play with. Xinchen shot a cold glance at the shadow ferret and walked straight ahead. Sun Bo and Anqing remained in place. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but the ferret's speed was too fast. Unless they could teleport, there might still be a chance to leave. Now it depended on whether Xinchen had any tricks up his sleeve. Bang! Sure enough, the shadow ferret did not let Xinchen go. You silly ferret, you're asking for trouble. Xinchen shouted in anger, raising his hand as 12 shadow sovereigns were released, 12 beams of light shooting out like arrows. Bang bang bang. In a series of collisions, the shadow magic ferret actually knocked the 12 shadow sovereigns away, followed by a dazzling display of flight, and a sudden wave of intense pain surged through Xinchen's mind. Creak! Creak! Damn it! Xinchen's face turned ashen. This foolish ferret had actually swallowed the 12 shadow sovereigns. And Xing's expression suddenly became serious. She had witnessed the power of the shadow sovereigns, but even so, they had become food for the shadow magic ferret, which was terrifying. Ah! As the shadow sovereigns were devoured, Xinchen's spirit was wounded, and the intense pain and anger twisted his face into a grimace. Let's all play together. Boom! A black light was hurled into the sky by the furious Xinchen, and the bat-winged insects spread their 4 wings, flying out of the shadow magic ferret's territory. The shadow magic ferret looked up at the sky, its small eyes blinking, seemingly lost in thought. Boom boom boom. Under Shin Chen's control, the bat-winged insects, filled with elite beast crystals, trembled, their massive mouths slightly opening, and a rain of black and red bombs fell from the sky, beginning an endless bombardment of the surrounding mountains and forests. Roar roar roar. Ah ah ah. The roars of beasts rose and fell, interspersed with countless human shouts, all driven towards the shadow magic ferret's territory by the rain of bombs. The ground shook, and dust flew. In the blink of an eye, countless magical beasts had gathered around the shadow magic ferret's territory. Chitter chitter chitter. A hint of confusion flashed in the shadow magic ferret's eyes, and it let out a series of urgent calls, causing the magical beasts to stop immediately, but the members of various school battle teams, swept along by the tide, rushed in. What's going on? When they saw Shin Chen and the others, their eyes filled with wariness. What the hell, you silly ferret? Seeing the shocked expressions on the two and the foolish ferret, Shin Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. In the next moment, a powerful mental force erupted instantly, and the hesitant magical beast suddenly quieted down, directly bypassing Shin Chen and charging towards the shadow magic ferret, their bloodthirsty and frenzied eyes gleaming. Beastmaster Divine Talisman. The bearer of this talisman has inexhaustible mental power and can command thousands of magical beasts to form battle formations. It can forcibly open the Beastmaster's pet space and control its pets, with the number of controlled beasts being a multiple of the Beastmaster's current mental threshold. Beginner *2, Intermediate *5, Advanced *10, doubling each time, and Mythic level Beastmasters can achieve unlimited control. Shin Chen decisively activated the Beastmaster Divine Talisman, using the powerful control to directly command these magical beasts, but he did not target the Beastmasters present. The moment the Beastmaster Divine Talisman was activated, his mental power reached a very mysterious state, allowing him to clearly capture the shadow magic ferret's movements. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent collisions, countless magical beasts, under Shin Chen's control, accurately pinpointed the location of the shadow magic ferret. Even if this foolish ferret was difficult to deal with, it could not withstand such a multitude of magical beasts for long. As one beast after another was pierced through the heart, the stench of blood grew stronger, while the onlookers were already dumbfounded by the bizarre scene before them. Beast infighting? The later arrivals looked utterly bewildered, having never seen such a strange sight. It was him! And Sheng was certain that these magical beasts had definitely been controlled by this damned guy using some method. Sun Bo, watching Shin Chen quietly moving towards the edge, also wore a serious expression. This guy was not simple. But then he thought, someone who could be personally promoted by Wu Jing to the position of Green Robe Commander could not be an ordinary person. He had underestimated this guy before. Roar roar roar. Chitter chitter chitter. At this moment, the shadow magic ferret had entered a state of rage, its entire body turning a strange blood red, constantly darting back and forth among the magical beasts, with each pass resulting in the fall of a beast. Silly ferret! At this point, Shin Chen had already left the territory of the shadow magic ferret and let out a long breath. Crimson Flame 1,000 miles. Summoning the Crimson Armored Shen Horse, he activated Crimson Flame 1,000 miles, standing atop the Sea of Fire, and took the opportunity to dash towards the mountain peak. Following closely, and Cheng and Sun Bo also quickly escaped. Chirp! Not long after, an angry and piercing scream echoed through the mountains, followed by a wave of curses and roars. After all, someone had to take the brunt of the disaster. This kid is really clever. On the blazing bluebird, city head Li Jin smiled slightly. The commotion earlier had already been captured by the four of them, and they saw through Shin Chen's clever little tricks of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Humph! Clearly could have faced it head-on, yet chooses to play these little tricks. After spotting Shin Chen's figure, Lu Fei's expression darkened further. At the mountain peak, Shin Chen successfully reunited with Su Qianshui and the others, and soon, teams arrived one after another, announcing the end of the elimination round. Among the 40 participating teams from various schools, none had sent out a distress signal. However, only 32 teams successfully advanced, while the remaining 8 teams had a total number of no more than 20. It was evident that the others had perished at the hands of the magical beasts. This is really too cruel. Looking at the eliminated teams, a hint of regret appeared on Shin Chen's face. Pa! Hearing this, and Xing couldn't help but spit, turning her head and heading down the mountain without looking back. This guy is too disgusting. Most of the students who didn't survive had a direct or indirect relationship with Shin Chen. How could such a person still have the face to act like a saint here? Unable to bear it, and Sheng left directly, while Sun Bo cast a deep glance at Shin Chen before silently departing. The elimination round is over. Everyone returned to Qingyuan. The first round of duels will begin tomorrow. From above in the sky, the voice of Old Gu came from the enormous blazing blue bird. The way down the mountain was a different path, completely free from the threat of magical beast attacks. However, during the ongoing conversations among these teams, many people cast worried glances at Shin Chen and the others, revealing a strong sense of caution, mixed with a hint of hatred. Shin Chen certainly noticed this but didn't mind. Strength was paramount. After returning to the Great Wind Tower to report his safety to Lu Jun, Shin Chen directly sought out Zhao Wuji. What you mean is, it needs to be fast, strong in attack, and preferably have stealth capabilities. Such magical beasts are hard to find, Zhao Wuji said, looking troubled. If it were in the capital, such magical beasts, while rare, wouldn't be too hard to find, but Qingyuan doesn't have any that meet your requirements. Zhao Wuji naturally knew what Shin Chen wanted these magical beasts for. Even seeing the title of high-level beast pet evolutionist in the subsequent recorded information left him in a daze for a long time. The 4 leaders of the Beast Control Alliance held significant power, and those who could reach such positions were naturally trustworthy. Because of this, Zhao Wuji had not tried to pressure Shin Chen when they first met. Instead, he was cautious, fearing to offend him. All of this was due to the other party's identity as a high-level beast pet evolutionist. There's none in Qingyuan City? Magical beast essence blood would work too? A hint of disappointment appeared in Shin Chen's eyes as he looked at Zhao Wuji again. What you mean is, besides that, essence blood is also acceptable for beast pet evolution? A glimmer of light flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He knew of a place that should have the magical beast essence blood Shin Chen needed. That what? What is that? Of course, if Commander Zhao needs it in the future, just find the corresponding magical beast essence blood. Shin Chen smiled slightly, realizing from Zhao Wuji's gaze that this guy must know where to find it. Then thank you, Commander Shin. Unfortunately, there are no magical beast blood samples in Qingyuan City, but I do know where to find similar magical beast essence, though it depends on whether you can obtain it, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Oh, please inform me, Brother Zhao. The city head, Li Jin, is the only one in Qingyuan City who enjoys collecting magical beast blood. Even some of the prominent families in the capital may not have as rich a stock as he does, Zhao Wuji explained softly. Li Jin, huh? I have met him once, but I don't know if he will give me face. After pondering for a long time, Shin Chen decided to give it a try. He had grown accustomed to using his beast pets in conjunction with assassination techniques, and after the 12 Shadow Lords were devoured by that foolish ferret, he felt a sense of emptiness inside. Most importantly, without similar beast pets for protection, the bombing tactics of the bat-winged flying insects would be somewhat restrained. In front of the city government building, accompanied by Zhao Wuji, Shin Chen finally met city head Li Jin. Sorry, there have been too many matters these past few days, making you both wait, Li Jin said, showing a hint of surprise upon seeing the two, but quickly returning to his usual demeanor. It is I who have come to seek your assistance, and I apologize for disturbing you, city head, Shin Chen said, slightly bowing, as one should when asking for help. Oh, I am just a scholar. What can I do to assist you both? Please, speak freely, Li Jin replied straightforwardly, without any bureaucratic pretense. Commander Shin needs some magical beast blood, and in Qingyuan City, only you, city head Li, can help him, Zhao Wuji explained from the side. Commander Shin? A hint of confusion flashed in Li Jin's eyes, not understanding why Zhao Wuji, the esteemed black-robed commander of the Beast Control Alliance, would refer to a student as commander. Well, it's like this. After Zhao Wuji explained further, a look of intense shock suddenly appeared on Li Jin's face. The young man before him, still a student, was actually a higher-ranking green-robed commander than Zhao Wuji. This news was explosive. He had heard rumors from the Wind Pavilion, but never expected that the mysterious green-robed commander was actually Shin Chen. I was blind. Commander Shin is truly talented and accomplished. I am humbled. Shin Chen could tell that this time, Li Jin was sincere. Since Commander Shin needs it, I might as well forge a good relationship. Please follow me, Li Jin said, leading the two into an underground warehouse of the city government building. An hour later, Shin Chen left the city government building with a beaming smile. Commander Zhao, we have worked together for many years, and this young man. Li Jin looked at Zhao Wuji with a puzzled expression as he watched Shin Chen's departing figure. City head Li, don't be fooled by his youth. He has garnered the attention of many, including President Qin, Alliance leader Wu, Shu Tianai, and even Chen Gong from the Morning Star Academy, who personally sent him a special invitation to join the academy. Li Jin's mouth gradually fell open. Each of these individuals was a significant figure in the Great Xia district. As for why he has gained their attention, I cannot elaborate due to confidentiality, but in terms of personal strength, Commander Shin is already invincible among kings, and as for the emperor level, he could probably hold his own. Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment before continuing. Just yesterday, I heard he even rejected Mr. Lu's request because his disciple, Sun Bo, offended him. Refusing Mr. Lu's request? Li Jin was somewhat bewildered. Lu Fei was one of the oldest members in the Daxia district, yet he was actually rejected by a young man. If this got out, many people would surely find it hard to believe. For Lu Fei to ask for help was an enormous favor, many would seek it but never obtain it. But what could possibly make Lu Fei speak up? Could it be that he is? As the head of Qingyuan City, all information regarding the 6 subordinate cities was under his control, including the matters concerning the 2 big shots, Qin Wuliang and Wu Jing, in East City. Combining this with Lu Fei asking a young man for help, Li Jin quickly identified the key point. Only an evolutionist capable of helping beast pets evolve could possibly make Lu Fei open his mouth, and they had to be of a high level. After Xin Chen returned to the Dafa building, he immediately locked himself in his room. He took out a small golden vial from his storage bag and carefully placed it on the table, his face filled with excitement. Demon blood. Li Jin actually had demon blood in his collection. Among all the magical beasts that appeared globally, the flying magical beasts with super strong attack and invisibility attributes definitely ranked among the top 3 in the Demon Clan. In the more than 100 years since the beast disaster, the occurrences of the Demon Clan had been very limited, making demon blood even more precious. Demon blood, a demon hunter rejected by the Night Elf clan accidentally opened a void barrier and came to this world. With super strong stealth and flying abilities, they are rarely captured by humans, let alone have their blood obtained. Looking at the introduction of the demon blood, Xin Chen was overjoyed. It was actually the blood of a demon hunter. This small vial seemed insignificant, but based on the previous evolution experience with the Shadow Sovereign, this blood was enough to support 20 evolutions. Of course, if it were really divided into 20 portions, the attributes of the new species would inevitably be reduced. From previous evolution experiments, the concentration and quantity of blood directly determined the strength of the new species. 2. To ensure that the strength of the new species after evolution is sufficiently powerful, this blood cannot be overly dispersed. With this thought, Xin Chen decided to split the vial of demon blood into 2. The quantity of the ever-increasing red-armored Shin horse could be compensated, but high-quality magical beast blood like demon blood was rare and hard to come by. Li Jin would probably feel the pinch for a long time after giving it to him. It absolutely could not be wasted. Ha! After letting out a long breath to stabilize his emotions, Xin Chen began preparing the materials related to evolution. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare, it was just the 3 essential items for beast pet evolution: high-quality magical beast flesh, high-level beast crystals, and high-quality magical beast blood. I hope this vial of demon blood won't let me down. 10 legendary level beast crystals, obtained from the only 2 complete legendary magical beast corpses in the underground maze of Lake Heart Island. Combined with this precious vial of demon blood, Xin Chen had truly invested heavily in this cross-species ultra-rare evolution. After splitting these materials in half, all the preparations before evolution were complete. Beast Control Divine Talisman, activate. Unlike the last evolution, this time Xin Chen first activated the Beast Control Divine Talisman, solely for the 2 characteristics of never-exhausting spirit and super-strong control over magical beasts. Simulated evolution, start. With a light shout from Xin Chen, a rich emerald green light rippled from his fingertips, enveloping the 2 red-armored Shin horses that had been prepared in advance. There was no route simulation, simulated evolution was a fixed talent of the system, and as long as the materials were sufficient, there was no possibility of failure. This was also the confidence that had made him arrogant in front of Shu Tianai. Buzz! The split demon blood fell into the 2 emerald green misty clouds. Immediately afterward, the legendary level beast crystals and the complete lord level magical beast corpses were also placed in one after another. Everything was done, just waiting for the flowers to bloom. In the emerald evolution mist, there was no sound, but through his powerful mental strength, Xin Chen could clearly sense that the energy inside was being continuously devoured. This time, both beast pets were evolving simultaneously, and Xin Chen did not feel the urgency of mental power. Instead, he felt much more comfortable than last time. The Beast Master Divine Talisman does not deceive me. Xin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Such a divine object as the Beast Master Divine Talisman was entirely prepared for him. No wonder Qin Wuliang had been so conflicted when he gave him the Beast Talisman back then. Time passed second by second, and the Emerald Evolution Mist still showed no significant changes, but the energy fluctuations within it grew increasingly intense. Xin Chen focused intently on sensing the subtle changes within, not wanting to miss any signs of movement. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from the evolution mist, as if some powerful force was awakening. The emerald mist began to roll violently, and mysterious runes flickered erratically on its surface. As the energy continued to gather, the mist gradually shrank, becoming more condensed. Two illusory figures appeared faintly within the mist, their sizes seemingly growing larger, and their auras becoming increasingly powerful. Bang! A series of muffled sounds erupted as legendary beast crystals and the corpses of Lord-level magical beasts melted within the mist, pouring their final energy into the two figures. The mist became smaller and gradually turned transparent. Shinshen watched everything nervously, filled with anticipation. He knew this was the critical moment for the beast pets to complete their evolution. Success or failure hinged on this one moment. Buzz! As the mist completely vanished, the two figures slowly appeared before Shinshen. The evolution was complete, and the system's prompt sounded as expected. Beep! Cross-species ultra-rare evolution completed. Beep! Successfully evolved new species, Void Hunter. Void Hunter. Upon hearing this name, Shinshen's lips curled into a slight smile, his hands clenched into excited fists, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. Not just any magical beast, but a Void Hunter. A humanoid. Whether it was the beast pets of beast masters or those magical beasts that claimed they would never submit, evolving into a humanoid form was undoubtedly very difficult. Moreover, after evolving into a humanoid, although limited by their size, their strength would significantly increase, and they would exhibit some incredible traits. Shinshen excitedly observed the two Void Hunters before him. They were tall and athletic, with deep, obsidian-like eyes that sparkled with mysterious light. Their skin exhibited a silvery gray hue, as if condensed from the essence of the void, exuding a cold and sinister aura. Exceptionally smooth dark gray hair floated gently behind their heads, their faces handsome and resolute, clad in tight battle armor engraved with mysterious runes and patterns. A long knife emitting a dim glow swayed gently, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Name, Void Hunter, Level, First Tier, Level 1, Quality, High Rare, Traits, Dark Damage, Chaotic Movement, Skills, Damage Transfer, Void Assassination, Remarks, inherits all traits of the Beast Master's Beast Pet Mother Body. Upon seeing these attributes, Shinshen was instantly stunned. Simple, direct, and domineering. According to the records of the Demon Beast Alliance, dark damage is a type of persistent damage, and high-level demon-type magical beasts can even influence mental strength through this damage, while chaotic movement utilizes rapid speed to create effects similar to teleportation, making it difficult for enemies to defend against attacks. Beyond these two traits, what Shinshen valued even more were the latter two skills. Both damage transfer and void assassination were exponentially stronger than the previous Shadow Dominator. Especially when he saw the descriptions of these two major skills, Shinshen was overwhelmed with joy. The fusion of the scarlet armored Xian horse and demon blood could evolve into a humanoid beast pet like the Void Hunter, which Shinshen had not anticipated. In the records of the Beastmaster Association, the first condition for a beast pet to evolve into a human form is that the beast pet must reach the legendary level. However, the crimson armored Xian horse is only at the advanced level. Although it is of rare quality, this is not enough to support its transformation into human form. Ultimately, Shinshen attributed the reason to the blood of demons. This vial, sourced from a demon hunter's blood, certainly belongs to someone of significant identity, but it is now impossible to verify. What Shinshen is concerned about now are the two major skills of the Void Hunter. Damage transfer transfers 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and causes the Void Hunter's next attack to increase the transferred damage by 10 times. If the target of the next attack is the host's damage inflictor, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Void assassination, the hunter hides within the void to perform silent assassinations, appearing and disappearing without a trace, striking from a distance of 1,000 miles. These two skills are absolutely godly for Shinshen at this moment, especially since the Void Hunter has inherited all the attributes of the crimson armored Xian horse's original body. With a 100-fold endurance and a 1,000-fold strength boost, combined with the original body's self-healing characteristics, the sustainability of this humanoid beast pet has greatly increased. Moreover, evolving into a humanoid beast pet has also increased Shinshen's basic attributes somewhat, with his physiological threshold nearing the 200 mark. Host, Shinshen Beast Pet, Crimson Armored Xian Horse Mental Threshold, 218 Physiological Threshold, 196 Talent 1, Demon Law Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord Talent 3, Simulation Evolution. Can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into an ultimate rare creature. Demon Law, blessed by the Demon God, after obtaining any quality beast pet, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. The only thing that made Shinshen a bit frustrated was that the second talent, Otherworldly Lord, still showed no changes. He didn't know what conditions were needed to activate it, but his intuition told him that once this talent was activated, his strength would surely see a qualitative improvement. Next, Shinshen used some beast crystals and flying-type beast blood to enhance the batwing flying insect, increasing its explosive power while also significantly boosting its speed. With the batwing flying insect and the Void Hunter as two major weapons, along with over 100 crimson armored Shin horses, Shinshen felt that he had no opponents in this city-level preliminary competition. Then, he discussed the team battle arrangements for the next day with the other three. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. The four of them surprisingly shared the same thought: to achieve instant kills as much as possible. Lu Jun remained silent beside them. This sounded a bit arrogant, but given the strength of the three people in front of him, if they didn't encounter a king-level opponent like Sun Boar, achieving instant kills shouldn't be a problem. The East City had been silent for too long, and East City No. 7 even more so. This year's team was the most promising one. If they couldn't produce results worthy of the stage, the result of East City No. 7 being swallowed up was inevitable. Since you all have such confidence, then give it your all. Lu Jun stood up and made the final summary of the discussion, and the few of them returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Shinshen and his group, led by Lu Jun, left the Great Wind Tower and headed straight for the Qingyuan Arena, where both the team battles and individual battles of this preliminary competition would be held. The Qingyuan Arena, capable of accommodating over 100,000 people, was already packed with a sea of people. The four grandstands from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were filled with spectators, while the innermost circle was the resting area for the 32 strong team members. By the time Shinshen and the others arrived, it was already overcrowded. If it weren't for the arrangements made by each school for service personnel, they might not even find their own seats. Qingyuan No. 1, Invincible Kings. West City No. 1 battle to become a god. At South City No. 3, we are unbeatable in Qingyuan. Various banners fluttered in the stands, and many cheered for their favored teams, excitement palpable in the air, while the East City rest area remained utterly calm. Are you confident? Shinshen turned to Yu Shaoshang and Enqing beside him. After the elimination rounds, the two schools had decisively chosen to ally, preparing to go all in. Humph, you should worry about yourself. It's best if you don't run into me during the match. Enqing snorted coldly, a flash of bloodlust in her eyes, clearly recalling the scene where Shinshen had dragged her down in Qingyuan Mountain. Just do your best, East City has been weak for too long. It's unlikely we'll make a stunning comeback. Yu Shaoshang seemed to think of something, hesitating to speak. No worries, since we're here, let those who look down on us see what we're capable of. It's not that East City has no one, it's that they're blind. Shinshen smiled slightly, his words brimming with confidence. Just then, a team passed by. Oh, what a big mouth. When did the perennial bottom-dweller East City get so arrogant? Don't you look at your own worth? Members of Qingyuan No. 2 mocked openly, their disdain evident. I advise you to go back where you came from. Qingyuan is not a place for you country bumpkins. After saying that, the entire team from Qingyuan No. 2 raised their middle fingers and turned to leave. Damn it, how dare they? Xin Feng was furious, rolling up his sleeves to chase after them for a confrontation, but was stopped by Shinshen. Just a mad dog, the more arrogant they are, the quicker they'll die. A hint of ruthlessness surfaced in Shinshen's eyes. One must be fierce to stand firm, the first battle must establish their momentum. A quick kill, it must be a quick kill. Brother Shin, be careful, Qingyuan No. 2's strength is second only to Qingyuan No. 1, especially their captain Wu Meng, who is said to be on par with Sun Boar, Yu Shaoshang reminded. Shinshen shook his head, remaining silent. Ding ding ding. The large screen above the arena began to randomly draw lots. 32 teams, 16 matches, and in an instant, the results were in. Qingyuan No. 1 versus South City No. 2. West City No. 1 versus East City No. 7. Sun Boar led his team onto the field, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the direction of East City schools, his expression stern. Qingyuan No. 1, victory. A minute later, the stands erupted in thunderous cheers as South City No. 2 had no chance to fight back against Sun Boar's team, being swept away in a single wave. 1-1, control the field, strike with all your might, just leave them alive. Meanwhile, Shinshen and his 3 companions also stepped onto the field, facing West City No. 1 from a distance. You guys, attack! The White Fox appeared, amidst a colorful haze, accompanied by the Qingyan Bear King's earth-shattering strike. The shadow of the Dark Phoenix flashed behind Su Qianxue, and in an instant, the 5 members of West City No. 1 were engulfed in a sea of flames from the red-armored Shin horse. Bang bang bang! East City No. 7, victory! Sun Boar suddenly turned around, meeting Shinshen's meaningful gaze. They hadn't even returned to their seats yet. Finished? The cheers from the stands abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to the four figures moving independently, their faces displaying incredulity. Was that just now East City No. 7, the last place team in the Daxia district? It seems so. I heard they are about to be forcibly merged. In the stands, two spectators stared at each other, disbelief written all over their faces. When did East City have such strong students? And what was that sea of flames just now? I didn't even see a shadow of a beast. I heard that East City No. 7 has a person who contracted an ant. Could that sea of flames be? Nonsense, that sea of flames clearly shows the power of at least an elite-level beast. Can your ant breathe fire and create such a large area? With the discussions of the two onlookers, the stands began to buzz with chatter. It was only to blame for the speed at which Shin Chen and his three companions acted. Aside from Qin Feng's blue-eyed bear king revealing itself, the other three's beast companions hardly made an appearance. Especially the Sacred Heart White Fox cradled in Chu Wanwan's arms. No one would believe that such a little creature could dominate the entire scene. He. Shin Chen returned to the resting area with a smile on his face. He hadn't expected that after the bloodline enhancement, the Sacred Heart White Fox, aside from its smaller size, seemed to have significantly improved its ability to charm and control the battlefield. South City No. 1 High School versus North City No. 3 High School, begin. With a crisp electronic prompt, the third team battle officially started, temporarily shifting everyone's attention. In the highest stands of the arena, the leaders of the top 32 teams sat in order. In the four central positions were Mayor Li Jin, Lu Fei from Tianai Manor, the Black Robe Commander Zhao Wujie, and the Emperor-level Gu Lao from the Beast Tamer Association. Sun Bo truly lives up to being Lu Lao's disciple. His attacks are clean and decisive, without any hesitation. The tactics are appropriate, fully utilizing each team member's strength. Not bad, Gu Lao said with a smile. Humph. This guy loves to keep things under wraps. He will eventually fall due to his arrogance. Lu Fei snorted coldly. Although he was quite satisfied with his disciple, he still felt a lingering frustration when he thought of that kid who had rejected him. That Shin Chen isn't bad either. He's swift and ruthless, a tough character. Mayor Li Jin suddenly spoke up. Ever since Shin Chen took that bottle of demon blood from him and figured out his identity, he had developed an inexplicable expectation for Shin Chen. Oh, does Mayor Li have high hopes for this kid? How about we make a bet? Lu Fei frowned, seemingly displeased with Li Jin's words. What, does Lu Lao also want to place a bet? Li Jin's eyes lit up. Someone of Lu Fei's seniority must have a collection of treasures. Just a bit of fun, merely to pass the time. Would you all like to join in? Lu Fei turned to Zhao Wujie and Gu Lao, as well as Lu Jun, who was sitting a bit farther away, ignoring the other team leaders. Old Lu, that guy is your student. Aren't you going to show some interest? Lu Jun smiled slightly, knowing that this guy was still angry. Sure, but I wonder if your stakes are enough. 4 portions of Chenghuang blood, 3 enrollment spots for the Morning Star Alliance Academy. Is that enough? Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, revealing a shocking wager. Gu Lao's eyes brightened at the mention. Chenghuang blood was something highly sought after. Qin Wuliang had personally come to obtain it but failed, yet now it was being used as a bet. Moreover, there were only 10 enrollment spots for the Morning Star in Qingyuan City, and this man was offering 3 at once, showing that seniority still held great value. How do we bet? Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Just bet on the outcome between those two kids. You can divide the 3 spots among yourselves, provided you can win the bet. Lu Fei pondered for a moment and continued. As for the Chenghuang blood, as long as one of you can persuade that kid Shin Chen to help me with a small favor, I'll give him the Chenghuang blood. Old Lu cannot participate in the bet for the Chenghuang blood. Lu Jun smiled slightly, about to say something but was interrupted by Lu Fei, revealing a bitter smile. Thus, a grand gamble targeting Sun Bo and Shin Chen began. To Lu Fei's surprise, aside from Gu Lao, everyone else placed their bets on Shin Chen. Was this kid really that extraordinary? At this moment, Shin Chen was still unaware that he had already become a key figure in the high-stakes gamble before even entering the fray. He was intently watching the match in the arena. Boom! The Alliance of East City No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, with Yu Shaoshang and Encheng defending and attacking, easily defeated the North City No. 3 team, advancing to the top 16. However, what surprised Shin Chen was that Zhao Shichen had actually become the captain of Beicheng No. 1 high school, and he had also defeated his opponent, Dongqing No. 4 high school, with overwhelming force, successfully advancing to the next round. It seems that no one should be underestimated. What Director Yi said before makes sense. Every type of magical beast has its advantages, even though that red flower beast looks a bit disgusting, Shin Chen murmured to himself. Beicheng No. 1 high school, victory. With Zhao Shichen triumphantly stepping off the stage and raising his stick towards Dongcheng, the final 16 spots were confirmed. After a break, the round of 16 to 8 began. Qingyuan City Preliminaries, round of 16 to 8, the first match, Qingyuan No. 2 High School vs Dongcheng No. 5 High School. As the announcement echoed from the big screen, both teams began to enter the arena. Trash is still trash, a whole bunch of it. On the field, the captain of Qingyuan No. 2 High School, Wu Meng, openly mocked, looking at the somewhat timid Dongcheng No. 5 High School with evident disdain in his eyes. Captain Sun Zhang of Dongcheng No. 5 High School frowned as he observed the opposing formation. They were all elite beast tamers, while his side only had 2, falling short in both level and other aspects. This also highlighted the gap between Qingyuan City and Dongcheng. The disparity in teaching resources was too great. I'll give you one last chance, kneel down and admit defeat, and I'll spare your lives. Wu Meng's arrogant tone instantly excited the audience. They could already smell blood. Hearing this, Sun Zhang's expression darkened. He had considered conceding, but the other side's blatant disregard ignited his fury. He would rather die than submit. Stop talking nonsense, come and fight. Very well, I'll make you wish you were dead. Wu Meng's gaze was as dark as water. With a wave of his hand, 5 elite beasts charged forward. Prepare for battle. The beasts from both sides immediately clashed, and Sun Zhang felt the terrifying pressure from the opponent, while fear was evident on the faces of his teammates. Buzz! A cloud of sickly green mist exploded above Sun Zhang and the others, causing them to feel dizzy. It's poisonous! Sun Zhang's face changed drastically, and his teammates swayed unsteadily. Bang! Die! Wu Meng suddenly shouted, and 4 differently shaped beasts sent the members of Dongcheng No. 5 High School flying, with one even having their body explode. Ah! Sun Zhang let out a miserable scream as one of his arms was torn off by Wu Meng's copper-skinned giant crocodile, blood splattering everywhere. The audience gasped. This was the first casualty since the preliminaries began. Dongcheng No. 5 High School, 1 dead, 4 injured. This is your fate. Trash shouldn't be here. Everyone thought the matter would end there, as Dongcheng had already suffered 1 death and 4 injuries, and the other 3 who had been knocked out were unconscious. However, Wu Meng unexpectedly began to taunt the schools of Dongcheng directly. Not only that. Bang! Sun Zhang, with an arm severed, was once again sent flying by the copper-skinned giant crocodile. At the same time, the elite beast, the Tsangbei Snow Wolf, which had tried to protect its master, was torn to shreds by the beasts of the other 4 members of Qingyuan No. 2 High School under Wu Meng's signal. Ah! Put! A series of tragic howls came from Sun Zhang's mouth, his voice gradually becoming hoarse and desolate, as a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs was spewed out. Ah! Dongcheng is full of cowards. The contempt on Wu Meng's face was unmistakable as his gaze swept over the people from Dongcheng, bloody and cruel. In the resting area, Shinchen's expression was as dark as water. Su Qianxue gritted her silver teeth, and the others showed intense anger in their eyes. The brutal actions of the opponent had successfully ignited their fury. Damn it, I'll tear him apart. Qin Feng jumped out, ready to charge onto the competition stage. If you want Dongcheng to lose its qualification for the competition from now on, then go ahead. A calm and unusual voice made Qin Feng pause. When he turned around and saw Shinchen's expression was completely unperturbed, he reluctantly sat back down. Shinchen looked up, his cold eyes directed at the highest viewing platform. Is such behavior allowed by the rules? The calm voice seemed to question, more like seeking fairness. He can choose to admit defeat, only then can I take action. Otherwise, it would break the rules. On the viewing platform, Elder Gu appeared, his calm face showing no signs of emotion. Ah! Trash! In the arena, another scream escaped from Sun Zhang, his body once again flung in front of Wu Meng by the copper-skinned giant crocodile, the members of the second team displaying an extremely arrogant smile. This is outrageous, he has already lost the ability to fight. Wu Meng is truly ruthless, even now, he won't let up. What a joke! Stop pretending to be saints. The arena is like a battlefield. If you can't handle this, how will you face the more brutal people in the beast battlefields in the future? Wu Meng's actions were immediately condemned by everyone, but there were also some who supported him, even if it seemed cruel. Ha, you bunch of trash, have you ever killed anyone? Have you been to the beast battlefield? If you have no ability, stop talking nonsense here. If you want to live, get lost. Hearing Wu Meng's voice and the faint killing intent rising from him, Shinchen's expression changed. Sun Zhang, admit defeat. Before the words fell, Sun Zhang struggled to stand up, his body a bloody mess, his facial features completely distorted. He turned his head with great difficulty towards Shinchen's direction. Shinchen, the East City is weak, but the people of East City are not. As long as the heart of East City does not die, there will surely be a day of rising, no longer subjected to the humiliation of others. When the day comes for East City to soar, I hope you will raise a glass to honor the old friends." As the words fell, Sun Zhang suddenly turned around, his fists wildly striking out, directly hitting Wu Meng's face. Sun Zhang from East City No. 5, Seeking Death. Sun Zhang from East City No. 5, Seeking Death. Watching the nearly frenzied Sun Zhang, Wu Meng's expression changed as he narrowly avoided a punch. In anger, he waved his hand, and the copper-skinned giant crocodile lunged forward. Ugh! Crack! Sun Zhang's head was directly bitten off by the copper-skinned giant crocodile, his body falling straight down, blood instantly spreading across the ground. Trash! The entire arena fell silent, the timid trembling in fear. Ha! Looking at Sun Zhang's tragic state, Shinshin suppressed the anger in his heart, exhaling a breath of foul air before looking up at Elder Gu. "I hope you will always abide by the rules." His voice was as cold as hell, and then Shinshin turned to leave. The people from East City all glanced at Elder Gu before quickly following Shinshin out of the arena. When the day comes for East City to soar, I hope you will raise a glass to honor the old friends. It will surely happen. Continue. As Shinshin and his group left, Elder Gu spoke coldly, and the competition continued. With Wu Meng as a cautionary tale, Elder Gu seemed unwilling to allow any more bloody incidents to occur, specifically sending in 2 king-level beast tamers into the arena, but it was to no avail. Due to the rules, as long as the participants did not admit defeat, non-participants were not allowed to intervene. The remaining 2 teams from East City, aside from Yu Shaoshang and Enqing from the School Alliance, suffered another heavy blow. Fortunately, no further bloodshed occurred. As night fell, the competition finally ended, and the top 8 were decided. Qingyuan City and East City each secured 2 spots, consisting of Qingyuan No. 1, No. 2, East City No. 7, and the Alliance of East City No. 1 and No. 2. Following them were North City No. 1, South City No. 1, West City No. 1, and the unexpectedly strong Big Wind City United High School. Until after the match ended, everyone realized that the East City, which had almost been forgotten, actually had 2 teams making it to the top 8, becoming equals with Qingyuan City. The first match of East City No. 7 Middle School was a complete annihilation of their opponent. That's right, it seems even faster than Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, and that in Cheng and Yu Shaoshang from East City No. 1 Middle School. Just picking one of them is like having the strength of a team captain. When did East City produce so many strong players? Immediately, the performances of various schools in East City were scrutinized, and with the analysis of some keen observers, it was pointed out that if Wu Meng had encountered either of these 2 teams, even if he could win, it wouldn't have been so easy. Subconsciously, everyone believed that even though Shinshin and his team had performed impressively before, there was still a significant gap compared to these 2 teams from Qingyuan City. In the highest viewing stand, the leaders of other schools had already left, leaving only 4 big shots, Lu Jun and Sun Fei, the leader of East City No. 5 Middle School. How could this happen? Why didn't you stop it? At this moment, Sun Fei was already losing control of his emotions. The fallen Sun Zhan was actually his nephew. He had originally thought it would just be a day trip, but he never expected that this time it would cost him his life. Sun Fei wanted to go down and stop it, but was blocked by Old Gu. Humph, rules are rules, no one can break them. Old Gu was also feeling quite frustrated. The last time they went to East City, there was the incident at Lake Heart Island, and now this pre-selection match had caused another uproar. Every time it was related to East City, which made him feel a growing estrangement towards it. The others also shook their heads slightly. The rules were in the hands of the strong, and whether to break them or not was also up to them. Old Sun, take care, Sun Zhang won't die in vain. Trust me, that Wu Meng acts this way, there will definitely be retribution. Lu Jun stepped forward to comfort him, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness and concern. He knew Shinshin's character all too well. Lu Jun, I advise you not to interfere, you are a teacher. Old Gu frowned, thinking Lu Jun was going to take action against Wu Meng and the others. Ha, Old Gu, you underestimate me too much. Lu Jun laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with a hint of sadness. Actually, Old Gu should have stopped this, but now that things have developed to this point, Wu Meng's actions are clearly against the rules. Unfortunately, you didn't take action, so in the upcoming matches, you might not even have the chance to intervene. Are you threatening me? Old Gu was furious. A team leader dared to threaten him. Boom! So what if I am? Lu Jun spoke proudly, and behind him, a legendary giant rock appeared. Legendary Beast Tamer. Lu Jun was furious, and the entire venue fell silent. No one expected that a team leader from a remote, low-tier school was actually a legendary beast tamer. The pressure from the legendary giant rock silenced those who wanted to step forward and persuade him. This person clearly looked like an old-school legend. Even if Old Gu was also a legend, he would probably stumble. Moreover, he was just an emperor-level figure. What do you want? Old Gu's eyes showed fear. This damned legend. He is my student. If there is a next time, I will kill you. With that, Lu Jun waved his sleeve and left, leaving behind a scene of chaos stirred up by the giant rock's wings. By the great Qing Lake, after leaving the arena, Shen Shen came here. The night reflected on the lake's surface, appearing deep and tranquil. The human heart is hard to fathom. Strength is king. Sun Zhang's death deeply affected him. Is the new order after the global beast disaster truly unshakable? In fact, he could have intervened at that moment and could have saved Sun Zhang and the other team members, but he did not do so, as he was very much looking forward to the so-called fairness, hoping that those big shots up in the clouds could intervene. But later, Gu Lao's attitude left him feeling disheartened. After all, it was just a municipal preliminary competition. Even if Li Jin from Qingyuan City felt helpless, what about Lu Fei? With his current status as the Grand Commander in the green robe, even if he took action, Gu Lao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The four leaders of the Demon Alliance were not to be trifled with. If Gu Lao truly dared to act against him, the first to cause trouble would be Wu Jing. Even Qin Wuliang might intervene. However, if that happened, the rules would be broken because of him. Shen Shen had hoped for the rules and those who controlled them, but the reality was not as he imagined. As Sun Zhang said, Dongcheng was weak, but the people of Dongcheng were not. How many people have been crushed by a single word of power? What if the rules were in his hands? With that thought, Shen Shen's eyes lit up. Simply put, it still came down to strength. He must possess overwhelming power. With strength, even unreasonable demands could be met with resistance. Brother Sun, from now on, Dongcheng will no longer be weak because of power. Your name will surely be remembered by future generations, at least you still have me. Shen Shen stretched his arms and let out a long breath, the guilt that had been buried deep in his heart dissipating. On the 25th floor of the Big Wind building, when Shen Shen pushed the door open, he found everyone waiting for him. What's going on? Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Shen Shen's heart. Lu Jun was silent. Su Qianxue was silent. Xu Wanwan buried her head deep in her knees, softly sobbing. Even the usually irritable Qin Feng had a hint of numbness and even despair in his eyes. What on earth happened? Qin Feng, you tell me. Just now, Wu Meng from No. 2 Middle School confronted the other 3 members of No. 5 Middle School in Dongcheng, insulting them to the utmost. When those 3 retaliated, they were killed in return. The team leader of No. 5, Sun Fei, who is also Sun Zhang's uncle, went directly to Qingyuan No. 2 Middle School, but unexpectedly, that emperor-level beast master happened to be there. Qin Feng's tone paused slightly, his face pale. It is said that Sun Fei, in his grief over his nephew's death, and with the entire team from No. 5 wiped out, went insane. When he attacked Wu Meng and the others, he was killed by that emperor-level beast master. As he finished speaking, a look of deep sorrow appeared on everyone's faces, and Shen Shen was momentarily stunned. No. 5 Middle School in Dongcheng was completely wiped out. Team leader Sun Fei went insane and was killed by the emperor. It was utterly ridiculous and tragic. As far as Shen Shen knew, Sun Fei, the team leader of No. 5 Middle School, was merely a king-level beast master. Even if he went insane, he would have no power to fight back against an emperor-level beast master. After all, the difference between a king and an emperor was not just a matter of rank. This had the scent of a conspiracy. Very good, very good. Shen Shen suddenly laughed, but he could not hide the cold killing intent in his eyes. Everyone, take a rest. Gather your strength for tomorrow's quarterfinals. This time, we will gently pull the strings, even a funeral must consider the timing. The rules for the quarterfinals of the Qingyuan City preliminary competition were based on points ranking. In simple terms, each team would face the other 7 teams of varying strengths, and there would be no breaks in between until the 4 teams with the highest points were selected. The scoring rules were also straightforward: 1 win earned 1 point, 2 wins earned 2 points, 3 wins earned 3 points, and so on, with a total of 28 points for 7 wins. If a winning streak was interrupted, the scoring would reset according to the rules. In addition, each of the 4 judges had 2 points in hand, totaling 36 points. Due to the round-robin format, a high wall rose in the middle of the arena, with the 8 teams occupying 2 sides, and no one knew who their opponent would be when the wall came down. Draw lots for positioning. With the crisp and clear announcement echoing, the arrangement numbers of the quarter-final teams appeared in mid-air. Dongcheng No. 7, left side position 3. Nancheng No. 1, right side position 6. Qingyuan No. 1. Left side position 1. Boom! The high wall slowly descended, and Dongcheng No. 7 finally saw their first opponent, Shiqing No. 1. Damn it! How could it be them? The captain of Shiqing No. 1 stared fiercely at the calm faces of Shin and the others, his expression quite grim. He knew they were bound to lose this match, but they still had to fight. Losing wouldn't count against them, but admitting defeat would immediately result in negative points, meaning they would need 2 victories to get back to the starting line. Boom! 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 Without a word, the 2 teams directly engaged in battle, and the 5 beast pets of Shiqing No. 1 were instantly summoned. In terms of numbers, they still had a certain advantage. After all, Dongcheng No. 7 only had 4 members. Kill! Qin Feng's blue-eyed bear king charged out first, recklessly rushing into the encirclement of the opponent's beast pets. Surround! Take 1 down first. The captain of Shiqing No. 1 was overjoyed. As long as they could defeat Qin Feng first, their numerical advantage would be magnified infinitely. However, in the ensuing battle, he noticed that Dongcheng No. 7 seemed completely out of sorts. Chu Wanwan's Holy Heart White Fox had several control attempts easily dodged, and even Shin, whom he was worried about, was attacking without any strategy. Moreover, this captain of Shiqing No. 1 noticed the flickers of fear occasionally showing in Shin eyes. Afraid? The captain of Shiqing No. 1 was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that yesterday's events had affected them too much? As time passed, this captain became more convinced of his thoughts. Dongcheng No. 7 was afraid of dying. Ah, they really are country bumpkins. Looking up at Su Qianxue, who had become the firefighting captain, the captain of Shiqing No. 1 revealed a strong disdain in his eyes, and his offensive grew even fiercer. Sigh. At this moment, Su Qianxue felt quite helpless. If it weren't for Shin wanting to play the fool and complete his funeral plan, she alone could have wiped out the opponent. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Fall back. Even so, Su Qianxue still wore a face of helpless anger. Chu Wanwan, what are you doing? Why are you running so far forward in the control position? Come back. Sister Su is so fierce. On the highest tier of the stands, the 4 judges also noticed this scene. LV Fei and Old Gu frowned slightly, their faces showing confusion as they instinctively glanced at the leader of Dongcheng No. 7, Lu Jun, who appeared calm, his eyes slightly squinted as if he were about to fall asleep. Sigh, something's going to happen. The black-robed commander Zhao Wujie muttered quietly, as if he had guessed something. In fact, when he learned about Sun Fei and the other 3, his first reaction was to wonder why Shin hadn't come to him. As the green-robed commander, he had the privilege to protect a region. But Shin hadn't done that, and now his performance in the arena was so strange, facing the weakest team among the top 8, Shiqing No. 1, yet struggling so hard, he must be holding back a big move. Just as Zhao Wujie thought, Shin was doing this to exploit the loopholes in the rules, while also boosting the confidence of certain individuals and confusing others. Qingyuan No. 2 wins, gaining 1 point. At that moment, Wu Meng from Qingyuan No. 2 had already finished the first match, with their opponent, Nancheng No. 1, only lasting about 3 minutes before suffering heavy injuries across the board. Ah, country bumpkins are just country bumpkins, they can even be scared to tears. Little sister, do you want to come to my side? I'm very strong. Wu Meng and the others also noticed the battlefield of Dongcheng No. 7. When he saw that Chu Wanwan was actually scared to tears, and the situation on the field, the last bit of worry in his heart completely dissipated, and he threw aside the advice he had received from some people yesterday. Dongcheng No. 7 was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and their mentality was even worse. Wu Meng instantly made a comment about Shin and the others. Damn it, how could this happen? As the captain of the West City first team, he did not share the same thoughts. It seemed that Shin and the others, who appeared to have numerous flaws, managed to evade the fatal blow each time under Su Qianxue's reminders. No matter how he organized his attacks, he could not completely defeat the opponent. It's about time. After countless instances of feigned weakness, Shin and the others could now discern the attack patterns of the West City first team even with their eyes closed, while other teams had already finished their first matches. When Sun Boer saw Shin and the others struggling to overcome the West City first team, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. What is this guy up to? Sun Boer was puzzled, but he didn't care much. As long as they maintained their winning momentum in the upcoming matches, that was all that mattered. Was it really necessary to keep up the act at this point? Many shared Sun Boer's thoughts, but most believed this should represent the true strength of East City. After all, in the entire Qingyuan city, East City was the weakest in every aspect among the 6 cities. Without resources, dreaming of cultivating strong individuals was futile. East City's 7th high wins, earning 1 point. Upon hearing this announcement, the captain of the West City first team was filled with confusion. Just moments ago, they had pushed Shin Chen and his three companions to the edge of the arena, yet in the blink of an eye, it was they who were forced to retreat. Fortunately, no one was injured, which was the only consolation for the captain of the West City first team. However, not everyone was oblivious. Like Shin Chen's next opponent, the Great Wind City, their captain directly approached Su Qianxue. Although I don't know what your intentions are, we just want a fair fight. We are all students and need good results. If you treat us like you did West City, you will definitely regret it. The captain of Great Wind City, Wang Wu, looked at Su Qianxue and the others with a serious expression, his words brimming with confidence. We will do our best. Su Qianxue nodded slightly, knowing that the other side had certainly noticed something, even if it wasn't explicitly stated. Great Wind City was one of the 6 cities in Qingyuan, with only one joint high school, and it was the wealthiest city in Qingyuan, on par with another city, Feiyun City. However, this time, Feiyun City did not have a team in the top 8, as their strengths did not lie in combat. Feiyun City was known for producing various flying magical beasts, and the messenger birds of the Daxia district originated from here. Great Wind City, on the other hand, was characterized by constant strong winds, yet it was exceptionally rich in resources. Additionally, they had a unique flying magical beast cultivated by Great Wind City, the white-browed golden eagle. The only advanced beast pet evolutionist in the Daxia district also hailed from Great Wind City. The competition continued. Great Wind City Joint High School versus East City 7th High. The 5 members of Great Wind City Joint High School were all spirited and confident, walking with firm and powerful strides, exuding an air of confidence and grandeur, as if carrying the might of Great Wind City, giving an impression of being unstoppable. To Shin Chen's surprise, Wang Wu and the others had a uniform lineup of elite white-browed golden eagles. Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter, these white-browed golden eagles are formidable. Qin Feng, who was usually carefree, reminded them. Fast and strong in attack, that was the greatest characteristic of the white-browed golden eagle. Shin Chen and the others nodded slightly. From the spirit of the team members, they were not going to be easy to deal with. Bear King, open the mountain. Qin Feng was still the first to act, and under his control, the blue-eyed Bear King leaped up and directly used its skill. Caw! With a long cry from the white-browed golden eagle, a golden blade of light several meters long suddenly gathered in midair, fiercely slashing towards the blue-eyed Bear King. Boom! The blue-eyed Bear King quickly retreated, and the golden blade of light flashed by. Seeing this situation, a serious expression immediately appeared on Shin Chen's face. He knew the power of the Bear King's opening move, but to have a tie with the not-so-strong white-browed golden eagle was enough to indicate the extraordinary nature of the opponent's magical beast. I told you, if you continue to underestimate us, you will definitely regret it. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Wu's eyes. The feeling he got from Dongcheng No. 7 was very dangerous, even more so than Sun Boer's team, especially the captain Su Qianxue and Shin Chen. These two were inscrutable to him. Bring it on! Although Dongcheng is weak, we have never feared anyone. Shin Chen smiled calmly as 4 red-armored steeds were summoned, causing the space behind him to ripple slightly, while 2 void hunters quietly concealed themselves. Both offense and defense were prepared, just in case. Arrogant! A flash of light appeared in Wang Wu's eyes as the white-browed golden eagle swooped down like a raging wind, followed closely by the other team members. Like arrows piercing the air, they reached Shin Chen and the others in the blink of an eye. A golden blade of light suddenly appeared. Bang 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 bang! The power of the red-armored steeds erupted, directly blocking the descending blade of light, while another was turned to nothingness by Su Qianxue's phoenix flame. In the next moment, the Great Wind City immediately changed tactics. The long-bodied white-browed golden eagle began to soar through the sky, occasionally unleashing golden blades of light that left Shin Chen and the others struggling to respond. With such extreme speed, even the hunters hidden in the void were itching to move. What incredible speed! Shin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The speed of the white-browed golden eagle had reached its peak. He could only see several streaks of golden light flashing in the air, completely unable to discern the eagle's original form. At this speed, it was not much different from the shadow magic marten in the mountains. If this continued, he feared he would be played to death. With this thought, Shin Chen's expression changed. Qingyuan No. 2 wins, total score 3 points. Qingyuan No. 1 wins, total score 3 points. Beicheng No. 1 wins, total score 2 points. Meanwhile, the 2 middle schools in Qingyuan City had completed consecutive victories, their momentum unmatched, and Qingyuan No. 2 was about to face Xiqing No. 1, with a 3-game winning streak already in the bag. Trash! At this moment, Wu Meng was in high spirits. After just a glance at Shin Chen and the others, who were being suppressed by Great Wind City, he lost interest. Only Sun Bu, after observing for a few minutes, quietly turned to leave. Hey, can you fight properly? After a while, Wang Wu was somewhat speechless, and the other team members felt the same. The speed and attack of the white-browed Golden Eagle had reached their limits. Wang Wu believed that even facing Sun Bu, the opponent wouldn't be so relaxed. Yet it was precisely this Dongcheng No. 7, which kept pulling and tugging, that made him feel at a loss. Every attack was blocked by those strange ants, or obliterated by Su Qianshue's occasional strikes. When did ants become so powerful? It should be noted that the white-browed Golden Eagle was carefully cultivated by a high-level beast pet evolutionist, capable of breaking through the defenses of monsters of the same level with a casual strike. But that ant, well, it did break through the defense, and one was even on the verge of shattering. But damn it, it recovered in no time. What the hell was that? Xin Shen smiled silently. He hadn't expected that the upgraded red-armored steeds would have such enhanced self-healing properties. The more severely their bodies were damaged, the faster they repaired themselves, like little cockroaches that just wouldn't die. Unless struck fatally and crushed, they would have countless chances to come back. As you wish. Looking at the helpless Wang Wu, a glint of light flashed in Xin Shen's eyes. Before he finished speaking, Wang Wu suddenly felt a chill flash before his eyes. Looking down, he saw a long, thin scratch on his neck piercing the skin, as if cut by fine grass, oozing a fine bead of blood. Hiss! Wang Wu's face was filled with horror, and the other team members stood frozen in place, equally stunned. Thank you. With a face full of despair, Wang Wu knew that Xin Shen had shown mercy. If the other party had exerted even a little more force, they would have already become a pile of corpses. What shocked him even more was that he hadn't even seen who had made the move. You're welcome. Xin Shen smiled slightly, raising his hand as a phantom shadow slowly disappeared beside Wang Wu. Beast pet? Coming back to his senses, Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, his gaze toward Xin Shen filled with questions. Exactly. A rare beast pet after evolution, possessing abilities of concealment and assassination. It should also be extremely fast. But I'm curious, how did you evolve an ant into a humanoid? Wang Wu looked up, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Actually, it's nothing much. Although Wang Wu hadn't seen the true form of the Void Hunter, he had deduced its general attributes just from speculation, which surprised Xin Shen, who realized he had spoken too soon. Damn! This guy is actually trying to set me up. Looking at Wang Wu, whose physique was even more robust than Qin Feng's, Xin Shen found it hard to believe that such a rugged-looking guy could have such delicate thoughts. You really are an evolutionist. A hint of surprise appeared in Wang Wu's eyes, and he continued, there's the old residence of Elder Qin in Dafu City. If you have time, you might want to check it out, there might be something there to help you. Xin Shen was momentarily taken aback. Elder Qin is the only high-level beast pet evolutionist in the Daxia district. Seeing Xin Shen's bewildered expression, Wang Wu found it somewhat amusing, guessing that the other party was just a novice evolutionist, but at such a young age, it was still quite impressive. After all, evolutionists were the rarest profession. East City No. 7 wins, total score 3 points. In the subsequent matches, only 3 teams maintained their winning streak, Qingyuan No. 1, Qingyuan No. 2, and East City No. 7, while the alliance of Anshang and Yushashang encountered Sun Bu early, breaking their winning streak. You really are lucky. In the 5th match, Xin Shen faced Beicheng No. 1 led by Zhao Shichen. It must be said that with the support of the Red Flower Beast, Beicheng No. 1 still posed some trouble for them, of course, under the deliberate concealment and pulling of East City No. 7. Xin Shen's original target was Zhao Shichen, but due to the incident with No. 5, he had to suppress the thought of killing Zhao Shichen. Just this much. Next time, I'll definitely crush you. Looking at Zhao Shichen, who despite his defeat wore a smug expression, Xin Shen found it somewhat amusing. In an instant, Xin Shen's gaze gradually turned cold. The last 2 opponents left were Sun Bu and Wu Meng. In comparison, he hoped to encounter Qingqing No. 2, all his previous restraint was prepared for these inhumane guys. I hope you won't intervene, otherwise. Xin Shen looked up, locking eyes with one of the 4 judges, unafraid. Just then, the next round of draw results appeared on the big screen. Qingyuan No. 2 versus East City No. 7. As soon as the result was announced, the entire venue fell silent. The tragedy of East City No. 5 was still fresh in everyone's minds. Now it was East City No. 7's turn. Would it be a repeat of the tragedy or a comeback against the odds? Everyone waited with bated breath. Trash from East City, come up and die. Qingyuan No. 2 couldn't wait to step onto the competition stage, with Wu Meng shouting arrogantly, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Please have them come up. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. As Shin Chen's calm voice rang out, the eliminated players from other East City schools stood up one by one, forming a long line behind the 4 from No. 7. 34 players from the 7 schools of East City. Not a single one absent. The black and white portraits of Sun Jiang and his team were quietly placed at the front, adding a touch of desolation to the arena. What is he trying to do? Does he want to take revenge on them? How ridiculous. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, Xingyuan No. 2 has already demonstrated formidable strength. The people of Dongqing should be keeping a low profile now. Just courting death. The actions of Shin Chen and his group sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators in the stands, who felt that the people from Dongqing were somewhat overestimating themselves. Their approach had already encroached upon the authority of the judges. Humph. As expected, Old Gu in the highest stand let out a cold snort, his expression instantly darkening. In the next moment, Shin Chen displayed Sun Fei's black and white portrait, this time clearly questioning Old Gu. Impudent! Old Gu slammed the table, his face icy cold. It's just a matter of friendship among classmates. Is it necessary to be so agitated? Lu Jun smiled slightly at Old Gu, not expecting Shin Chen to pull such a stunt. Below the stage, Shin Chen turned to face the people from Dongqing and the 3 from Su Qianxue, slightly bowing. Brothers and sisters, let me take this battle. Upon hearing Shin Chen's words, Su Qianxue furrowed her brows. What was this guy up to again? Old Shin, you can't do this. I've been holding back for so long, if I don't move around a bit, I'm going to burst. Xin Feng said with a face full of grievance. That's right, Brother Shin, when those people were hitting me before, I listened to you and didn't fight back. Chu Wanwan put on a look of grievance, as Shin Chen's plan had nearly halved their strength, and they had also endured a lot of ridicule. Don't worry, when I need you to make a move, you won't even have the option to refuse. After saying that, Shin Chen turned around, facing Xingyuan No. 2 directly. Watching Shin Chen's back, Su Qianxue's expression suddenly changed, as if she had guessed something, and she abruptly looked up at the sky. Xingyuan will win! Xingyuan will win! At this moment, the spectators in the stands were completely captivated by the match between Dongqing No. 7 and Xingyuan No. 2, even the other teams that were competing stopped, collectively turning their attention here. That country bumpkin from Dongqing actually wanted to take on Xingyuan No. 2 by himself. What a delusion! Everyone had already seen the strength of Xingyuan No. 2, while Dongqing No. 7, despite being in the top 3 of the leaderboard, had a victory process that was quite questionable. In terms of time and other aspects, they were far weaker than Xingyuan No. 2. Have you finally managed to fiddle with those broken things? Do you need me to send you a few more coffins? Wu Meng looked at Shin Chen, who was slowly walking over, his eyes filled with mockery. Coffins? You should keep them for yourself. Remember to prepare a few more. I'm afraid there won't be enough to hold you. Shin Chen smiled slightly, standing firm in the arena, his calm face showing no signs of fluctuation. You filthy country bumpkin, you will pay for your arrogance. Wu Meng's face turned fierce, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted, Everyone, go and kill him. Boom, boom, boom. The furious roars of the beast pets erupted instantly. 5 uniquely shaped beast pets appeared before Shin Chen, revealing their fearsome jaws and sharp claws. Copper-skinned giant crocodile, golden flower king snake, ghost butterfly, demonized black tiger, iron-skinned monkey. All elite-level magical beasts. All elite-level beast tamers. Coupled with the momentum of Xingyuan No. 2's consecutive victories, could Shin Chen withstand such a scene? In the face of this scenario, most people believed Shin Chen was courting his own demise. Even Su Qianxue and the others were somewhat worried. After all, they had never seen Shin Chen unleash his full power. Truly a convergence of land, sea, and air. Are you ready? The killing intent in Shin Chen's eyes gradually solidified, a chilling aura slowly spreading. Ready to make you die. With Wu Meng's furious shout, the 5 elite-level magical beasts charged out swiftly, pouncing fiercely towards Shin Chen. Crimson Flame Battle Armor. Just as the words were spoken, with a furious roar from Shin Chen, countless crimson-armored steeds surged from beneath his feet, quickly enveloping him and forming a suit of battle armor wreathed in red flames. Boom! Kill! Shin Chen shouted, and the stone slab beneath him shattered with a thunderous crack, launching him forward like a cannonball. Roar! Skirting around the roaring copper-skinned giant crocodile, Shin Chen set his sights on the ghost butterfly. Although he feared no negative status effects, the constant harassment was a nuisance, so he made the ghost butterfly his primary target. Ridiculous! The beast master of the ghost butterfly seemed to sense Shin Chen's intent, and with a mocking shout, the ghost butterfly suddenly soared into the air, scattering shimmering silver powder downwards. Trivial tricks! Shin Chen swung his fists rapidly, dispersing the powder with a fierce gust of wind before it could settle. The silver powder was likely meant to reduce mental perception, but as Shin Chen charged out, he had already empowered himself with a halo of favor, rendering it ineffective even if it landed on him. Kill! As the ghost butterfly ascended, Shin Chen's body suddenly retreated sharply, countering with a punch that directly struck the iron-skinned monkey, which was preparing to ambush him from behind. Squeak! The iron-skinned monkey let out a cry of pain as Shin Chen's immense strength sent it flying. The other four beasts, seeing this, quickly pounced, but Shin Chen seemed intent on not letting the iron-skinned monkey escape, his form accelerating suddenly. Squeak! Another urgent screech echoed as Shin Chen grabbed the iron-skinned monkey's claw. Bang! 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 Before the iron-skinned monkey could resist, Shin Chen used it as a weapon, blocking the attacks from the three beasts behind him, then swung it upward, causing the descending ghost butterfly to let out a shriek. Bang! 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 Following that, Shin Chen unleashed a flurry of explosive punches aimed at the iron-skinned monkey's head. With the enhancement of the crimson battle armor, even the Qingyan Bear King, known for its strength, would struggle to withstand a few blows, let alone the elite-level iron-skinned monkey. Put! In just a few breaths, the iron-skinned monkey was reduced to a pile of flesh, gradually losing its breath after a series of convulsions. Put! With the iron-skinned monkey dead, its beast master suffered a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as a ghost. The first one. Shin Chen's voice rang out lightly as he darted forward like lightning. Bastard, how dare you! Wu Meng's eyes widened in fury, clearly realizing Shin Chen's intent, but it was too late. Taking advantage of your illness to take your life. In front of everyone, the beast master of the iron-skinned monkey was struck in the head by a sudden punch. Bang! Shin Chen was also knocked away by the charging copper-skinned giant crocodile, but thanks to the protection of the crimson battle armor, he suffered no harm. Shin Chen, you actually dare to kill! Wu Meng's eyes glinted with malice. He never expected that within just a few minutes of the match, one of his team members had already fallen to Shin Chen's hands. Careless! The 7th Middle School of East City was putting on a show. As the captain of the 2nd Middle School of Qingyuan, Wu Meng was arrogant and brutal, but certainly not foolish. Given Shin Chen's displayed strength, it was impossible for him to be in the same state as before. He was deceiving himself. Heh, what is there to fear? The judges are watching, and I haven't broken any rules. Moreover, can you trash even be considered human? What you've done deserves 1,000 cuts. Shin Chen didn't want to waste words and charged again towards the ghost butterfly. Again the ghost butterfly. Wu Meng's eyelids twitched. His instincts told him that Shin Chen's true target was not the ghost butterfly, but rather a feint. How infuriating. However, just as Wu Meng was momentarily stunned, Shin Chen suddenly charged directly towards the ghost butterfly's beast master, moving so fast that even the airborne golden flower king snake fell short. The ghost butterfly's beast master had no time to dodge, and with a fierce expression, he directly clashed fists with Shin Chen. But how could the body of an elite beast master withstand the 1,000-fold power boost of the crimson-armored Xian horse? Crack! A scream accompanied by a sound like exploding beans rang out, and the right arm of the ghost butterfly beast master was instantly shattered, causing him to faint from the pain. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes since the battle began between Shin Chen and Qingyuan No. 2, one was dead and one was injured. Even Wu Meng, the captain, couldn't get close to him, showing none of the capabilities expected of a leader. Hiss! Watching the ghost butterfly beast master convulsing on the ground, the audience in the stands collectively gasped. So brutal. So terrifying. Xingqiang No. 7 is not weak at all. Observing the expressions of the audience, Wang Wu nearby instinctively grinned. Fortunately, the other side was just acting, and fortunately, that mysterious humanoid beast pet hadn't killed them. Shin Chen, I want you dead. Witnessing 2 of his team members injured and 1 dead, Wu Meng was consumed by rage and charged madly towards Shin Chen. Unfortunately, Shin Chen seemed uninterested in confronting Wu Meng at that moment and quickly set his sights on the owner of the Golden Flower King snake. The Golden Flower King snake beast master felt a chill in his heart as he saw Shin Chen rushing towards him and instinctively turned to run. Hiss! The master fled, but the Golden Flower King snake was thrown forward, its long forked tongue flicking in and out, revealing a venomous glint in its small eyes. Die! Seeing the copper-skinned giant crocodile and the demonized giant tiger chasing behind him, a ruthless glint appeared in Shin Chen's eyes as he fearlessly lunged at the Golden Flower King snake. Hiss hiss hiss! The Golden Flower King snake writhed in pain, its tongue flicking wildly, but it still couldn't escape Shin Chen's grasp. One hand clutched its 7-inch mark, while the other wrapped around its tail, and with a sudden pull of his arms. Rip! Bang! The Golden Flower King snake was torn in half, its cold blood splattering across Shin Chen's face, making his expression even more sinister and terrifying. The Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master, who was running ahead, suddenly stumbled and fell forward. At the same time, the copper-skinned giant crocodile and the demonized black tiger caught up, their sharp claws slamming into Shin Chen. Bang! Even with the crimson battle armor protecting him, Shin Chen felt his insides churning, as if he might vomit at any moment, and his entire body was propelled forward by the impact. Coincidentally, Shin Chen crashed into the Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master, their faces smeared with snake blood, and his terrifying eyes turned to the other, revealing a chilling smile. Ah! The Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master screamed in fright at the descending Shin Chen, struggling to get up. Since we've met, why not stay? With a relaxed grip, Shin Chen pulled the other into his embrace and stood up, looking at Wu Meng and his companion who had caught up, a smile that sent shivers down the spine appearing in his eyes. Captain. Save me. The Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master, whose neck was caught, could no longer speak. Looking into Wu Meng's eyes, he showed a hint of pleading, but his face, gradually turning a shade of blue-purple, revealed no fear. Only his bloodshot eyes, nearly popping out of their sockets, gradually displayed despair. Bastard, let him go. Wu Meng roared in fury but did not act immediately. As the captain of Qingyuan no matter how brutal he appeared, he could not abandon the life of his team member in front of so many people. Let him go? Wu Meng, are you an idiot? Shin Chen's bloodied eyes suddenly widened, glaring fiercely. Do you remember Sun Jian? Do you remember Dongchang No? 5? Do you remember teacher Sun Fei? They all died because of you, and now you want me to let him go. Creak creak. Under Wu Meng's furious gaze, Shin Chen's arms tightened even more. The eyes of the Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master were already bloodshot, resembling two bulging deadfish eyes, and his legs began to twitch uncontrollably. This is the taste of blood, this is the taste of controlling others' lives. How wonderful it is. At this moment, Shin Chen appeared mad, a wicked expression of extreme evil showing on his blood-stained face, startling Wu Meng and the others. Ha ha ha. Before Wu Meng could speak again, Shin Chen suddenly laughed wildly, tears mixed with blood rolling down his face. He had thought that the knot in his heart from not striking back then had been released, but now, even after killing the two of them, he realized that some knots could never be untied. Even if all these people before him were dead, the knot would still remain. Remember Dongchang, remember Sun Jiang, remember Sun Fei, you all go down to accompany him. Shin Chen murmured to himself. Creak! With a crisp sound, the Golden Flower King Snake Beast Master's body went limp and was then thrown aside by Shin Chen. Die for me! Wu Meng roared in fury, and the two men and their beasts pounced forward in an instant. Bang! Bang! Unexpectedly, this time Shin Chen had no intention of dodging. He suddenly struck out with his fists, directly sending the copper-skinned giant crocodile and the demonized black tiger flying, but he himself was hit by Wu Meng and the other. Puff! Finally unable to hold back, Shin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying slightly, and his right hand shot out like lightning towards the demonized black tiger beast master on his right. Bang bang bang! The demonized black tiger beast master pounded fiercely at Shin Chen's chest, but could not break free from the grip on his left arm. Die for me! Wu Meng's gaze sharpened, and he kicked out. A scream rang out, and blood rained down in the arena. The arm that had been torn off was in Shin Chen's hand as he was kicked away. It hurts so much. The demonized black tiger beast master, seeing Shin Chen disregard his own injuries and charge again, cursed the madman and turned to flee. He was truly terrified. This guy is a madman, no, a demon. How is it, fun? Shin Chen did not continue the chase. Looking at Wu Meng who had blocked him, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fun you. Bang! Before Wu Meng could finish his sentence, a tremendous force struck, and Shin Chen lunged forward, directly knocking him to the ground with the enhancement of his crimson battle armor. The audience was stunned. Su Qianxue and the others were also stunned. Not only that, but the 4 judges in the highest viewing stand were also stunned. Even the copper-skinned giant crocodile that had pounced was bewildered, watching the two rolling on the ground, its fierce gaze flashing with confusion, clearly unable to distinguish who its master was. Bang! After a while, the two finally separated, disheveled and bloodied, glaring at each other. Now, please watch a magic show. Suddenly, Shin Chen smiled, and under Wu Meng's fearful and hesitant gaze, he gently waved at the not far away demonized black tiger beast master. What the hell? The demonized black tiger beast master was somewhat dazed, and the next moment, puff! A head flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere, and the entire arena fell silent. What's going on? A wave of the hand, and the opponent's head is gone. Everyone looked at the blood-soaked Shin Chen with a hint of fear in their eyes. Staggering! Wu Meng's expression changed, instinctively retreating. He was scared. Shut up! At that moment, Shinshen suddenly shouted lightly, and a barely noticeable white light flashed behind him. Wu Meng, in terror, realized that he had just wanted to concede but could no longer speak. Enough! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Old Gu could no longer sit still. Not enough! Looking at the suddenly appearing Old Gu, Shinshen was not surprised at all, lightly waving his hand towards Wu Meng. East City Shinshen wants to see the majesty of the emperor. The audience in the hall was momentarily stunned. What a bold declaration! This was a challenge to the emperor. Even the emperor-level beast master, Old Gu, was taken aback, not expecting Shinshen to dare speak such words in front of him. Ah! In that instant when Old Gu was lost in thought, everyone once again witnessed Shinshen's terror. Wu Meng, who had just relaxed, now had his bloodied head rolling at Old Gu's feet. With a wave of his hand, I watch you leave. Brother son, safe travels. Everyone, safe travels. Amidst the piercing shouts, tears streamed down Shinshen's face. Behind him, Su Qianxue, Zhu Wanwan, Xin Feng, and over 30 students from East City had their eyes redden, some even quietly sobbing. Unanimously, all gazes turned to the somewhat lonely Shinshen in the arena. In the stands, all the spectators' eyes shifted to the people from East City, filled with complexity, surprise, and shock. It was this person, at this location, at this time, that made East City the focus of everyone's attention. East City is weak, but the people of East City are not weak. Among the crowd, someone recalled what Sun Zhang from East City No. 5 had said to Shinshen before his death. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Weakness may be temporary, but weakness of the people lasts a lifetime. East City has risen. But how would this young man face the impending wrath after daring to kill in front of the emperor? Thinking of this, Su Qianxue and the others tightened their expressions. Shinshen must have anticipated that the emperor might take action, which is why he chose to fight alone, not wanting the people of East City to wade through this murky water. You really have some guts. Old Gu looked at the lifeless Wu Meng, a shadow flickering in his eyes, and an inexplicable aura suddenly surged from him. The aura of the emperor. Oh, Old Gu, did this kid make a mistake? Shinshen blinked, the blood he had yet to wipe away making his actions appear quite strange. Make a mistake? Killing in front of me is more than just a mistake. At that moment, Old Gu wished he could immediately kill Shinshen, but with so many eyes watching, he had to maintain his dignity. I did not break any rules, I did not use any banned drugs or equipment, and my opponent did not concede. I killed them. What is wrong with that? Shinshen raised his head, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Isn't it a mistake for Old Gu to intervene in the competition without following the rules? Oh, it's not a mistake, it's a violation, breaking the rules set by you big shots. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. This boy was truly brave. What a sharp-tongued kid. Such cruel methods, if this continues, he will surely become a disaster in the future. Does he really think I dare not kill him? Old Gu's expression grew darker. What? You can't argue logically, so you want to resort to violence? You can try, see what consequences await you if you touch me. Shinshen retorted without holding back. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the arena froze. Too arrogant. This was truly a death wish. Just a mere high-level beast master, who gave him the courage to provoke an emperor-level figure like this. What on earth is old Shen doing? Xin Feng muttered softly, while Su Qianxue frowned slightly, feeling that Shinshen was intentionally provoking them. Ah, as you wish. Old Gu was successfully enraged to laughter, and after throwing a punch, Shinshen was immediately sent flying. Poof! You actually made a move. In the moment Shinshen hit the ground, he shed his battle armor, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as he looked at Old Gu in astonishment. The entire arena fell silent, a surge of the urge to curse rising in everyone's hearts. You're provoking him like this, and if you don't act, where will the emperor level's dignity go? Gu Tian, such guts! At that moment, several figures slowly approached, namely Zhao Wuji, Lu Jun, and the city chief Li Jin. Old Gu's expression turned cold, especially when he saw Lu Jun, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. An emperor-level judge, what great power you have! Lu Jun sneered, coming to Shinshen's side to help him up. Today, I want to see how you, an emperor level, plan to teach my student a lesson. Wow! What's wrong with the people of East City? First the student, then the teacher, do they all think they are legends? Old Gu, you shouldn't have made a move. Zhao Wuji beside him also had a cold expression, a trace of worry in his eyes. Gu Tian's face changed drastically upon hearing this, as if he remembered something, and turned to look at Shinshen. Teacher, let me handle this. Shinshen smiled slightly, looking up at Gu Tian. Ignoring the competition rules, forcibly intervening in the match, reversing right and wrong, bullying the weak with the strong. Most importantly, you actually dared to strike me. Do you really think you are a legend? Watching Shinshen pile up accusations with great skill, Lu Jun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He knew this student was about to cause trouble again. You. Faced with Shinshen's accusations, old Gu was momentarily speechless. In that case, don't blame me for using numbers to overpower you. Saying this, Shinshen suddenly raised his hand. A dazzling blue light exploded in the sky, forming an incredibly beautiful arrow-shaped flame. Sigh. Zhao Wuji glanced at Shinshen, a complex expression in his eyes. Commander of the Blue Flame. You are actually the Grand Commander in Blue. How is this possible? Looking at the blue flames blooming in the sky, old Gu momentarily lost his composure, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Damn, this guy is really impressive. If he can't win, he calls for help. Are you an idiot? That's an Emperor level, a high-level beast master calling for help. Isn't that embarrassing? The crowd murmured, but few knew what the blue flame represented, and even fewer understood the true strength of the East City youth they had always looked down upon. Before long, figures shot in from outside the arena. Beast Master Alliance Blue Robe Demon Hunter, Feng Tianyue, here to seek the flame. Beast Master Alliance Blue Robe Demon Hunter, Zhao Jinchong, here to seek the flame. Beast Master Alliance Blue Robe Demon Hunter, Du Hui, here to seek the flame. Beast Master Alliance Blue Robe Demon Hunter, Lu Feng, here to seek the flame. With each thunderous shout, blue figures flew into the arena. Soon, a total of 12 blue robes, with a murderous look, gathered here, led by a middle-aged man with a square face, his tiger-like eyes finally locking on Shinshen. At this moment, a blue beast head badge had somehow appeared on Shinshen's chest, and he looked at them with a calm expression. Subordinate Lu Feng pays respects to the Grand Commander. Although Lu Feng was surprised by Shinshen's age, he still respectfully approached Shinshen and bowed. Subordinate Feng Tianyue pays respects to the Grand Commander. The other blue robes, seeing this, quickly came to Shinshen and bowed one by one. Thank you for your hard work. Shinshen nodded slightly, but a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The 12 blue robes that came seeking the flame were all at least king-level beast masters, and Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue had a blue crown badge prominently displayed on their chests. 2 emperor-level demon hunters. All 12 blue robes had come because of Shinshen, and the entire arena was in shock. Hiss. Everyone looked horrified. What exactly was Shinshen's identity, and why could he summon so many blue-robed demon hunters? A dignified emperor-level powerhouse actually bowed before him? Wasn't he just a country bumpkin from East City? Could he be the illegitimate son of some big shot? The crowd began to speculate about Shinshen's identity, but even if they had ideas, they didn't dare to voice them. Those 12 blue robes were not to be trifled with. I really didn't expect that he could actually mobilize Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue. Could it be that his position as commander was predetermined long ago? Sun Bo's face showed a deep shock. He had applied for the position of commander several times, but to no avail, yet this guy in front of him had inexplicably risen to power, leaving him utterly perplexed. Gu de Kaipin, don't you have anything to say? Shinshen looked at Gu Tian with a teasing expression. Humph, it's just a competition. You actually abused your power to mobilize the 12 green robes. Isn't that using public office for private gain? Gu Tian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Shinshen to really be able to mobilize the 12 green robes, and so quickly at that. It was obvious that this had been prepared in advance. Could it be? Gu Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he instinctively glanced at Wu Meng's corpse, his expression slightly changing. Using public office for private gain? It seems you really don't want to say anything. In that case, Shinshen turned to the stunned Wang Wu beside him. Brother Wang Wu from Dafan City, I would like to ask for your help. Wang Wu, still in a daze, was suddenly called by Shinshen and froze for a moment. Big brother, please don't drag me into this. With Wang Wu's keen insight, he could tell that there was definitely something going on with this Gu Emperor, and he didn't want to wade into these murky waters. If you can help me with this, I can allow your white-browed golden eagle to advance once more. Wang Wu, who had originally wanted to refuse, was stunned again upon hearing this. His white-browed golden eagle was already elite level, and advancing further would mean reaching lord level, a leap that could only be achieved by a mid-level beast pet evolutionist. Could it be? The other party is a mid-level beast pet evolutionist? Brother Shin, please tell me what you want me to do. Wang Wu was startled by his own guess, but he still chose to trust Shinshen and take a gamble for his future. I heard that Dafan City has a method to distinguish hidden beast slaves. Is that true? Shinshen smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lu Jun and Li Jin, was stunned. It was just a competition. How did it involve beast slaves? Brother Shin wants to test blood. Dafan City does have such a method. It can determine from a person's blood whether they are controlled by a magical beast. Could there really be a beast slave hidden here? Wang Wu's face took on a serious expression. Beast slaves, the enemies of humanity. They are also a shame to humanity. That's right. Since there is such a method, I will trouble Brother Wang. Shinshen turned and pointed. Don't let a single one of the team members from Qingyuan know to escape. Okay, I'll prepare. After saying that, Wang Wu went down to prepare, starting to test the blood of the 5 corpses from Qingyuan No. 2. Nonsense. At this moment, Gu Tian could no longer hold back, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly spoke to stop it. Seeing Gu Tian's reaction, Li Jin and the others looked on with confusion. Could it be that this emperor was actually related to beast slaves? Everyone, don't misunderstand. All those present are elites from various schools. How could there be beast slaves? I think Shinshen is just making a fuss. Gu Tian instinctively explained. Gu Lao, this is where you are wrong. The matter of beast slaves is of great importance, even the slightest clue cannot be overlooked. I support Shinshen. Li Jin's expression hardened as he turned to the outside of the arena and shouted loudly, City government team, clear the area. With Li Jin's command, the city government team that had been stationed outside rushed in, and hundreds of high-level beast tamers began to clear the area under the captain's command. Before long, over 100,000 people in the arena were completely cleared out. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, Zhao Wuj, and others quietly changed positions, intentionally or unintentionally surrounding Gu Tian. Damn it! Gu Tian cursed inwardly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze as he looked at Shinshen. What, do you want to kill me? Sensing Gu Tian's murderous intent, Shinshen slowly raised his head. Actually, I've always had a question. What exactly made you take action to kill a mere king-level Sun Fei? With your emperor-level means, a mere king-level could easily be subdued. Why did you have to kill him? Gu Tian remained silent. The expressions of the others grew increasingly serious. Since the global beast disaster, there had been no incidents related to emperor-level beings and beast slaves in the Great Xiao region. Brother Shen, the preparations are complete. Can we begin? At that moment, Wang Wu's voice drew everyone's attention. The 5 corpses from Qingyuan No. 2 high school were lined up, each one connected to numerous tubes that extended from their heads, limbs, hearts, and abdomens, ultimately converging into a small black cauldron above the bodies. Then let's get started. Shinshen ignored Gu Tian and directly approached Wang Wu, preparing to test the blood. Boom! Wang Wu's white-browed golden eagle was summoned, and a faint golden light pressed down towards the 5 corpses. Bang! Bang! After a moment of silence, the golden light entered their bodies, and the 5 who had already died suddenly began to thump with heartbeats, their corpses trembling as if being crushed by immense force, with streams of fresh blood slowly oozing out, flowing towards the black cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! As the blood entered the cauldron, it instantly began to boil. Above the 5 black cauldrons, faint golden halos slowly formed, quickly gathering the spilled blood energy. It's actually a halo skill. Shinshen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Wang Wu's white-browed golden eagle to awaken a halo skill, which genuinely surprised him. This is a detection halo, a solidified halo skill developed by Old Qin. The beast pet's advancement won't cause it to disappear, but its power can't be enhanced. The current success rate isn't very high, and it has only succeeded on the white-browed golden eagle. A proud expression appeared on Wang Wu's face. This was a halo skill, and even if it wasn't a combat type, it was enough for him to hold his head high. Finally, he had something to suppress this prodigy. Oh, can halo skills be researched artificially? However, Shinshen's reaction left him somewhat disappointed. The other party didn't seem very surprised by the halo skill. Could it be this guy also had a halo skill? Of course, but the success rate isn't high. It requires beast pets to mate to possibly appear. Wang Wu's pride quietly faded as he tentatively asked, Brother Shen, are you at the beginner or intermediate level? Wang Wu had already guessed from Shinshen's expression that this guy must also have a halo skill, making him even more curious about Shinshen's evolutionist level. My level is the same as Old Qin's, but is this solidified halo really only possible through beast pet mating? Hasn't anyone tried other methods, like bloodline evolution, or internal pregnancy, or the same as Old Qin? Wang Wu was instantly stunned. Impossible. What do you mean the same as Old Qin? Old Qin is the only advanced beast pet evolutionist in the Great Xiao region. How could you possibly be the same as Old Qin? Wang Wu stared blankly at Shinshen, feeling as if he had been trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. What do you mean impossible? Has Old Qin tried these methods? Completely unaware of Wang Wu's abnormal reaction, Shinshen frowned, appearing deep in thought. If mating is possible, then internal pregnancy for beast pets should also be feasible. If there's also blood essence to provide energy, the success rate should be higher than simple mating, right? Looking at Shinshen's serious demeanor, Wang Wu was instantly speechless. Internal pregnancy? What the hell? I'm talking about evolutionist levels, and you're talking about internal pregnancy. This is completely off topic. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Wang Wu seemed to remember something, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Shen Shen. Some time ago, old Qin returned to Dafeng City. It seemed he had heard the term internal pregnancy from the other party's mouth. Could it be that this guy is really a high-level beast pet evolutionist like old Qin? Buzz. Crack. At that moment, one of the 5 corpses being tested finally showed a change. Above this corpse, in the small black cauldron, the boiling blood energy condensed into an incredibly bright blood sphere, which then exploded with a loud bang, and afterward, the halo disappeared, leaving the corpse silent once more. What does this mean? Shen Shen raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang Wu. The blood sphere is bright, and after the explosion, there was no unusual sound. The golden eagle didn't give a warning, proving that this is just an ordinary person, Wang Wu explained. Coming back to his senses, his gaze towards Shen Shen filled with a strange expression. Buzz. Crack. Buzz. Crack. Soon after, 2 more corpses exhibited the same situation. According to Wang Wu, these were all perfectly normal people. Seeing this, Shen Shen slowly furrowed his brows. Humph. I said long ago that these are all students. Where would there be any beast slaves? How dare you suspect me of colluding with beast slaves to desecrate the dead? This is a great disrespect. Gu Tian snorted coldly from the side, a strong disdain flashing in his eyes. Testing blood to determine beast slaves is utter nonsense. However, the next moment, caw! The white-browed golden eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry. Above the corpse of the demonized black tiger's owner, the black cauldron began to emit waves of black smoke from the condensed blood sphere, quickly transforming into a shadow of a black tiger, attempting to escape. Capture! With Wang Wu's soft command, the faint golden halo suddenly tightened, trapping the black tiger shadow firmly within. Roar! Bang! After a piercing tiger roar, the corpse on the ground exploded, scattering chunks of flesh everywhere, releasing a strong stench of decay. It really is a beast slave. The usually quiet Lu Fei suddenly spoke, his gaze towards Gu Tian now tinged with a hint of vigilance, fearing that Gu Tian might go on a killing spree. Immediately after, the same situation occurred with Wu Meng's corpse, but it was even more intense than that of the demonized black tiger's owner. The shadow of a giant crocodile, nearly solidifying, had already broken free from the detection halo's constraints and was rapidly fleeing into the distance. At the same time, die. Gu Tian's expression changed drastically as he looked at the fleeing giant crocodile shadow, instantly summoning the blazing blue bird, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Shen Shen. You dare! The 12 blue-robed guards who had been standing beside Shen Shen shouted in unison, and black chains flew out quickly, directly entangling the blazing blue bird. At the same time, Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue rushed out swiftly, targeting Gu Tian. Bang! 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 As the blazing blue bird was trapped by the black chains, the Imperial-level beast master Gu Tian was also targeted by Lu Feng and the others, quickly being suppressed within just a few breaths. Bang! Crack! After Gu Tian took a punch from Lu Feng, Feng Tianyue seized the opportunity to slap him twice, and then continued to slap Gu Tian without giving him a chance to fight back. She really is a violent woman. Shen Shen watched the scene with his heart racing, but he also felt a sense of relief. Shen Shen had his reasons for asking Wang Wu to test the blood. Long before Wu Meng and the others tortured Sun Jiang, he had sensed a familiar aura from these people, identical to that of the blood flood dragon on Dongqing's central island. He had only felt this aura from Anqing, which made him suspicious and prompted him to test. Unexpectedly, this led to Gu Tian revealing his true colors. It was true that he sought revenge for Sun Jiang and the others, but it was also true that he had caught a big fish in Gu Tian, which left Shen Shen somewhat confused. Was Gu Tian really a beast slave? Ah! At this moment, Gu Tian had been beaten into a pig's head by Lu Feng and the others. As an imperial level, Gu Tian's combat power was clearly inferior to Lu Feng's, especially with Feng Tianyue taking the opportunity to slap him. Finally, the blazing blue bird was tied up like a rice dumpling, and Gu Tian was also brought down and pushed in front of Shen Shen. Gu de Kai Pin, how about it? Come and compete with me for more people. Shen Shen walked up to Gu Tian, raised his hand, and lifted the other's chin. You old thing, weren't you just quite arrogant? Bullying the weak with your strength, how does that feel? Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps landed, and Gu Tian's eyes filled with stars, blood welling in his eyes as he looked ready to devour someone. He's not a beast slave. At that moment, Wang Wu, who had just returned after chasing the giant crocodile's shadow, interrupted, causing Shen Shen's raised hand to freeze in midair. Brother, you should have said that earlier. I've already started fighting, and now you tell me Gu Tian isn't a beast slave? Do you even know that insulting and slandering an emperor is a grave sin? Brother, why didn't you say it sooner? Shin Chen was speechless, looking up at Wang Wu with a resentful gaze. But I found a trace of his aura in this beast's soul shadow. Although he's not one for now, he must be related to the beast slaves. Slap! Wang Wu's words eased Shin Chen's anxious heart, and his raised right hand also fell. Brother, in the future, just say everything at once, my arm is getting sore. Shin Chen forced a bitter smile. This guy really talks like he's gasping for air, almost scaring him out of his wits. He. Wang Wu chuckled awkwardly, raising his hand to pass the beast soul shadow to Shin Chen. With this, we can find the masters of these two beast slaves. They won't wake up for a day. Shin Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this trick, but he didn't know how to use it. Captain, leave it to us. Fortunately, Lu Feng stepped in to defuse the situation just in time. I want to see which blind fool dares to cause trouble in Xingyuan. In that case, I'll trouble you all. Shin Chen handed the beast soul shadow to Lu Feng, who then directly took 12 blue-robed individuals out of the arena. Gu Tian is my responsibility. I will give those above an explanation. This matter ends here. Just then, Lu Fei, regardless of whether Shin Chen agreed or not, came up and took Gu Tian away. Zhao Wuji followed closely. This was his territory, and he hadn't yet settled the investigation into Zhao Shichen. Now, he had unexpectedly caught Wu Meng and Gu Tian. He was genuinely feeling a bit scared. Sigh, a fallen emperor is worse than a dog. Watching Gu Tian being grabbed away like a chick by Lu Fei, Shin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Strength is king. The beast slave incident did not continue to spread, as it involved an emperor-level beast master. If the public found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 12 blue-robed individuals went to investigate the hidden puppet master behind the scenes, a matter Shin Chen couldn't involve himself in, as he had only recently joined the Beast Master Alliance and had only completed one mission to kill the Night Crow. He was unfamiliar with many operational processes and would only cause trouble if he went. The competition was forced to be postponed. Thank you. When Shin Chen walked out of the arena, all the students from the East City looked at him with gratitude, collectively expressing those two words filled with sincerity and excitement. Well, except for that little vixen and Cheng. The way others looked at the East City crowd had also changed. It was no longer the previous high and mighty attitude. Although they didn't face the fervor and respect of people like Sun Bo, the disdain and mockery in their eyes quietly faded away. Equality. All of this was Shin Chen's achievement. He had shown the schools of East City the hope of rising. In the end, it's still a lack of strength. Shin Chen sighed, feeling completely out of his depth and investigating Gu Tian. His intuition told him there was a big fish behind this. After returning to the Dafa building, he couldn't stand Wang Wu's curious demeanor any longer, so he summoned a swarm of ants to scare him off. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Ha! Ha! Following that, Shin Chen buried himself in bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the arena was once again packed to the brim. Because Qingyuan No. 2 High School was completely wiped out by Shin Chen, and Qingyue and Xiaoshang burst forth with all their strength and surprisingly made it into the top 4. I really didn't expect that the usually low-profile East City would have 2 teams in the top 4 this time. East City is about to rise. I'm just curious, what exactly happened yesterday that could clear the city's top officials? East City has a Shin Chen, and Xingyuan has a Sun Bo. I really want to know who among these two is stronger. Before the match even began, people started discussing, their conversations filled with admiration for the schools from East City. No one had anticipated such an event in this preliminary round, where 2 battle teams were completely eliminated. This was unprecedented in the Dasha district. In the resting area, everyone from East City wore smiles, their gazes filled with respect as they looked at Shin Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Old Shin, stop pretending. I know you're feeling pretty proud right now. How are we going to play today? Xin Feng, who had been sulking beside Shin Chen, finally couldn't hold back. Yesterday's spotlight had all been on Shin Chen. Old Xin, are you a bit confused about priorities? This matter should be discussed with our Captain Su. Shin Chen opened his eyes, looking lazy. The emergence of the top 4 in the preliminary round surprised him. Qingyuan No. 1, East City No. 7, East City No. 1, and the Dafa City United Academy. What shocked him the most was that Wang Wu's Dafa City United Academy was even stronger than East City No. 1. After watching Wang Wu's previous battle videos, Shin Chen was even more certain that if the opponent went all out, the outcome would be hard to predict. The extreme speed of the white-browed Golden Eagle and its seemingly inexhaustible golden knife attacks were simply unbeatable. However, when facing the absolute defense of Yu Shaoshang's 7 Absolute Heavenly Bull, the two were evenly matched. In terms of beast pets, Shin Chen realized that aside from having a few more, he didn't seem to have any significant advantage, provided that his Void Hunter didn't take action and didn't target the beast masters themselves. Go all out and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. It's just a preliminary round, our focus should be on the National League, not wasting time here. Su Qianxue said calmly. So domineering. Awesome. Sister Su was so brave. As soon as Captain Su spoke, the three had no objections. It was time for everyone to know the strength of East City No. 7. Qingyuan City Preliminary Round Top 4 Battle now begins. First match, East City No. 1 vs Dafa City United Academy. In the duel between East City No. 1 and Dafa City, the most eye-catching was definitely in Qing's Abyss Blood Tree. Under the absolute defense of the 7 Absolute Heavenly Bull, the white-browed Golden Eagle from Dafa City couldn't inflict effective damage on Enqing. The rich blood energy completely shrouded the entire arena, with countless blood-red branches spreading wildly, frantically whipping the white-browed Golden Eagle. This scene made Shinshen involuntarily think of a certain grandmother. Coupled with the support of the other 3 team members, East City No. 1 displayed an overwhelming advantage. Finally, after a stalemate of half an hour, East City No. 1 wins, total score 12 points. East City No. 1 ranked third with 12 points, while Dafa City, lacking a 3-game winning streak, ultimately settled for fourth with 9 points. Next was the highly anticipated main event. Qingyuan City Preliminary Round Top 4 Battle, second match. Qingyuan No. 1 vs East City No. 7. Boom! With the crisp announcement echoing, the crowd's emotions were completely ignited. The strength of Qingyuan No. 1 was evident. They had yet to suffer a defeat and entered the top 4 with a winning streak, and no team had been able to force Sun Bo to show his full strength. And the mysterious East City No. 7. Yes, it was indeed mysterious. The current audience has draped a layer of mystery over Dongcheng No. 7 Middle School. From Shinshen's performance behind the scenes, it seems that the previous tug-of-war battles were merely child's play, as if someone had not yet fully woken up, leaving the audience utterly confused. However, Shinshen suddenly erupted, single-handedly annihilating Qingyuan No. 2 Middle School, forcing everyone to take this team, which had almost been marginalized, seriously. If Shinshen had hidden his strength, what about the captain Su Qianxue? And Qin Feng's Qingyan Bear King, a lord-level beast, surely could not be as weak as it appeared. Then there was that little girl who had been scared to tears. She now seemed far from easy to provoke. This was a match worth looking forward to. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As both teams took the stage, Sun Bo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was eager to see just how strong this opponent, who could become the Grand Commander in the green robe, truly was. Is that so? It will be quick. Shinshen flashed a wicked smile and turned to look at Su Qianxue. Sun Bo was momentarily taken aback. Quick. The tens of thousands of spectators were also stunned. Quick. They were baffled. But soon, they understood. With all my strength, one strike. Ka! The dark phoenix of the underworld soared into the sky, its fiery intensity causing the air to crackle, and the entire arena ignited in flames, apocalyptic black fire. Roar! The Qingyan Bear King let out a furious roar, raising its paw high, condensing a long axe of swirling blue wind. Bear King, cleaving the mountain. Buzz! Show yourself, little darling! Following that, Chuanwan let out a light laugh, and the Sacred Heart White Fox in her arms gracefully leaped into the air. Amidst the buzzing sounds, a radiant glow rapidly spread, its size increasing swiftly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fox as pure white as the dark phoenix itself. The Sacred Heart White Fox in its mature stage, 9 tails. As for Shinshen, he gently waved his hand, and 100 crimson-armored Shen horses appeared out of thin air before Sun Bo and the others, lined up neatly like an army, their feet igniting into a sea of flames, resembling fiery phantoms emerging from hell. The important thing was, 100 of them. A full 100. The entire audience fell silent in an instant. Shock. The audience's eyes widened, fearing they had misseen, their faces displaying profound astonishment. 3 lord-level beast companions. And that group of densely packed monsters, clearly evolved and mutated high-level magical beasts, ants? When did ants become so powerful? Aren't ants ordinary creatures? Moreover, why did this person, who had single-handedly brought down the Qingyuan No. 2 Middle School team, have such a vast number of beast companions? Beast tamers could only contract 1 beast companion, perhaps 2 at most, but here he was with a whole group, and so powerful. Everyone felt their worldview collapse in an instant, even doubting whether what they saw was an illusion. It was too incredible. They're just high level. Someone whispered, and the crowd suddenly realized, their gazes shifting to the platinum badges on the chests of Shinshen and his 3 companions, the mark of high-level beast tamers. 4 high-level beast tamers. 3 lord-level beast companions. A swarm of high-level mutated ants. Sun Bo instantly felt his insignificance. As a king-level beast tamer, his beast companions barely reached lord level, and he certainly did not believe that Shin Chen, this prodigy, would expose all his trump cards before everyone. Yes, he had to admit Shin Chen was a prodigy. Whether it was his identity as the Grand Commander in the green robe, his strength in annihilating Qing Yuan No. 2 middle school, or his courage to confront the emperor for revenge on behalf of Dongcheng No. 5 middle school, or his confident exposure of Wu Meng's beast slave, he could not do any of it. Kill! The massive figure of the Void Spirit Demon launched an attack, and the other 4 team members snapped back to reality, summoning their elite-level beast companions and charging towards Shin Chen and the others. Humans and beasts charged together, shocking the heavens and the earth. Sun Boer had no choice but to act this way. He feared that if he continued to watch, he would lose the courage to fight, even though there was not a glimmer of hope for victory. However, how could he retreat without a fight and still be worthy of the title of King of Qing Yuan? The Ethereal Spirit Demon was a rare spirit-type beast from the Beast War battlefield, and the Qingyan Bear King could not inflict any effective damage on it, which gave Sun Boer a flicker of hope for victory. Ridiculous! With Su Qianshua's cold laughter ringing out, the world-destroying black flames of the netherworld Black Phoenix erupted, causing the Ethereal Spirit Demon to instantly retreat. The world-destroying black flames were the nemesis of all spirit-type beasts. 9 Tails, Chaos. Following that, the slightly immature voice of Chu Wanwan sounded, and the Holy Heart White Fox's 9 tails waved gently, causing colorful mists to appear above the heads of Sun Boer and the others. It was extraordinarily magnificent, and chaos was unleashed. Except for Sun Boer, the other 4 members of Qing Yuan No. 1 suddenly felt a jolt of energy, their gazes turning to their captain, ready to attack. Red armor, charge! However, Shin Chen did not want to give them a chance to show off. The Red Armor Xian Horse suddenly charged forward, and the already immensely powerful Red Armor Xian Horse, under the enhancement of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, moved as one. A tremendous force erupted from the sea of flames in an instant. Bang! 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 The moment Sun Boer and the others made contact, they were thrown away by an unstoppable force. The 4 from East City, with just 1 charge, were defeated in a single blow. A great victory! The audience was dumbfounded. The 7 schools of East City, including various people who had come to hear the news, were also left in shock. What was happening? Where was the anticipated brutal battle? Even without the tragedy of Qingqing No. 2, and even without the boring tug-of-war tactics of No. 7, there should at least be an exciting process, right? What was this? The long-awaited battle vanished in an instant. Sun Boer and the others, who were thrown away, were filled with disbelief. Were they really this strong? Come again! Sun Boer roared in anger, and the Ethereal Spirit Demon suddenly charged out, only to come to an abrupt halt. Its already illusory body was cleaved in 2 and then slowly disappeared. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Sun Boer was overwhelmed with anger and, combined with the backlash from the severely injured Ethereal Spirit Demon, fainted directly. Fortunately, the Ethereal Spirit Demon was a spirit-type beast. Unless it encountered a beast master with special means, it was generally difficult to be completely eliminated, even by the Void Hunter. I actually lost. The 4 members of Qing Yuan No. 1 wore blank expressions. This was an outcome they had never anticipated. East City No. 7, victory. In this preliminary round, only East City No. 7 achieved 7 consecutive victories, with a total score of 28. The 4 judges automatically added points, bringing the final total score to 36. First place in this preliminary round, East City No. 7. Second place, Qing Yuan No. 1. Third place, East City No. 1. Fourth place, the United Academy of Dafeng City. Additionally, the school of the first place team in this preliminary round will receive 3 admission qualifications to the Morningstar Alliance Academy. The preliminary round of the National Middle School League in Qing Yuan City this year has concluded. As the announcements blared from the big screen, the audience erupted in excitement, filled with cheers. Soon after, major media platforms in Qing Yuan City began to spring into action, especially since East City No. 7 had emerged as a dark horse in this preliminary round, making it the top choice for traffic and attention. East City triumphs, 2 teams enter the top 4. East City rises, starting from the reckless sacrifice of a small figure. The rising star of East City, Shin Chen's tragic past. All promotions regarding East City spread rapidly through the internet from the moment the competition ended. East City, this wave of blood profit. And upon hearing the news, the principal of East City No. 7, Wang Yi, was grinning from ear to ear, running around to share the news. Just with those 3 admission spots to the Morningstar Alliance Academy, there was enough room for maneuvering. The rise of East City is unstoppable. After the match, Xin Shan and the others left the arena. Although they were somewhat surprised by the 3 spots from the Morningstar Academy, it was ultimately beneficial for the school, so the trip was not in vain. Cheng Huang blood? When Lu Jun mentioned that these referees actually bet on him, Xin Shan was taken aback. That's right, the effect of Cheng Huang blood is tremendous. Even Mayor Li Jin has visited several times, but Lu Fei hasn't budged. Lu Jun looked at Xin Shan with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction and excitement. Upon hearing this, Xin Shan understood that those 3 spots were Lu Fei deliberately doing a favor for East City, or more precisely, doing him, Xin Shan, a favor. After all, back at Tianai Manor, he had unhesitatingly rejected Lu Fei's request. This old guy was using a favor to blackmail him. However, since it was beneficial, Xin Shan was happy to help. Well, within his capabilities, it could be negotiated. What about Gu Tian's situation? Xin Shan asked, looking up. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks sounded, and a figure in a blue robe rushed in. Commander, bad news. The blood-soaked blue-robed demon hunter before him was one of the 12 blue robes from yesterday. How could things have escalated so quickly in just one day? Xin Shan's expression darkened. Something had happened. Tell me, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to be searching for that hidden beast? Xin Shan spoke calmly. Well, we used that beast's soul shadow to find a location and successfully trapped the beast hiding behind it. But just as we were about to act, a group of experts from the outer district appeared. As the blue robe explained, both Xin Shan and Lu Jun's faces instantly showed shock. Experts from the outer district. After the global beast disaster, the world was divided into 6 major districts: the Great Xia District, the Royal District, the American Federation, PROS, the Northern Sand Alliance, and Borishong. The alliance treaty among the 6 major districts stipulates that no one is allowed to enter another district's territory without permission from the major district, yet now experts from the outer district had entered the Great Xia District and trapped the 12 blue robes. The 12 blue robes were tracking the truth behind the beast slaves, but these outer district experts had captured them, which was quite strange. Teacher, what do you think? Xin Shan was puzzled, as he had not encountered anything like this before. There are only 2 possibilities: either there is something they need there, or it is related to the beast slave matter. Lu Jun pondered for a moment and continued, regardless of which possibility it is, their entry into the Great Xia this time is likely unauthorized. You can ask Alliance leader Wu Jing. Xin Shan immediately contacted Wu Jing but could not get through. He tried to reach Qin Wuliang, but still could not connect. How about this, contact Zhao Wuji. You all go take a look. I can't get involved in this matter, I'll take the others back to East City first. If anything happens, go find Lu Fei, he will definitely help. Clearly, Lu Jun also recognized the importance of the situation, but as a legend, he couldn't act recklessly, or it would lead to greater disputes. Okay. Watching Lu Jun turn to leave, Xin Shan contacted Zhao Wuji while following the blue-robed demon hunter out of the Great Wind Tower. Commander Xin. Outside the Great Wind Tower, Zhao Wuji had already gathered 30 black robes waiting for him. After everyone assembled, they headed straight to the incident location. The incident site was in a rocky valley near Qingyuan City, close to Great Wind City. Commander Xin, it's over there. When Xin Shan and the others arrived, under the blue-robed demon hunter's guidance, they found a chaotic stone pit in the valley surrounded by a large number of outer district personnel, who were occasionally speaking to each other. With golden hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion, they exuded a natural noble aura. These are actually people from the Royal District. Although Xin Shan had never experienced anything like this before, he had some understanding of the characteristics of the people from the 6 major districts. The guys in front of him were clearly beast tamers from the Royal District, numbering over 100. However, the Royal District was not very close to the Great Xia District. Xin Shan had originally thought it would be the troublemaking folks from the American Federation, but it turned out to be these inherently humorous guys. Then they definitely shouldn't be causing trouble on the territory of the Great Xia. Xin Shan's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Who goes there? Stop. A fluent command in Great Xia language came through, laced with a rebellious tone. I am Zhao Wuji, the Black Robe Commander of the Beast Alliance of the Great Xia District. This is the territory of the Great Xia, so I ask you to leave immediately. Before Xin Shan could respond, Zhao Wuji shouted loudly. At the same time, a group of people cautiously approached. To dare to openly trap 12 blue-robed individuals here, they must have some skills. Oh, so you are friends from the Great Xia District. It seems we can have a good chat, sit down for a cup of coffee, how about that? A tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty stepped out from the Royal District's team, smiling and waving at Xin Shan and the others. Xin Shan turned back and glanced at the blue-robed individual, only to find a look of confusion on their face. Not an insider. Ha ha ha, with friends coming from afar, do you want to get beaten? Just as Zhao Wuji was about to step forward, Xin Shen suddenly blocked him and quickly retreated. At the same time, two shadows flashed in the void, targeting the blonde beauty who had just spoken. Boom! The rubble around everyone suddenly exploded, and monstrous figures resembling stones slowly emerged, with a few even beginning to float into the air. Stone golems. The Great Xia district had a book documenting all types of magical beasts that appeared after the beast calamity, which included descriptions of these stone golems. Stone golems were usually made of stone and minerals, large in size, with a robust physique, gray or dark skin as hard as rock, and possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities. Their appearance was humanoid, but their limbs were thick, and their bodies were covered in rough stone skin, which could be used as weapons, and they could spit out rubble to attack. The terrifying faces and powerful destructive capabilities allowed stone golems to hold a place in the Western world, especially those with wings, which also had strong devouring abilities. All black robes, form up. The moment the stone golems appeared, Zhao Wuji shouted angrily, and 30 black robes quickly moved, forming a circular defensive formation in the blink of an eye. Wow, quite efficient, but it's too late. With the blonde beauty's flippant laughter, the stone golems suddenly launched their attack, and in an instant, rubble rained down like a storm, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, crashing towards Xin Shen and the others. Defend! Zhao Wuji was horrified, and amidst his deafening roar, a massive figure descended from the sky. Furious Golden King Kong, Buddha's light descends. The giant body, resembling a small mountain, had clusters of golden fur on its chest forming a huge character for fury, with a pair of golden eyes flashing with infinite majesty. Roar! With a furious roar, a vast golden light spread across the sky, and a faint golden shield instantly protected everyone within. After a moment of silence, boom! The golden shield exploded, and the rubble instantly turned to dust, scattering with the wind. What the hell? Old Zhao, your beast pet is really impressive. It's actually a King Kong Buddha ape, and it's a lord level. You've been hiding it well. When Xin Shen saw Zhao Wuji's beast pet, his eyes revealed deep surprise and envy. A lord-level King Kong Buddha ape, among all the beast pets Xin Shen had seen, could only be compared to Yushashang's 7 Absolute Heavenly Bowl after it evolved to 9 Absolutes. Commander Shen, things might not be that simple. The other party should be well prepared, and we still don't know what happened to old Lu and the others. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with seriousness as he looked at the gargoyles closing in again. Don't worry, just call someone over to ask. Xin Shen waved his hand dismissively at the blonde beauty. You, come over and talk. Zhao Wuji was stunned. The demon hunters around him were all in shock. Is this really the Grand Commander in the green robe? Does he really think the other party will listen to him? Ha ha ha, what a humorous Eastern person, this joke. The blonde beauty's mocking laughter rang out, but it abruptly stopped. Everyone looked in surprise at the beauty leader of the Imperial District. Behind her, an indistinct shadow had appeared without anyone noticing. Behind the blonde beauty of the Imperial District, the eerie shadow flickered in and out like a ghost, slowly emanating a sinister aura. A sharp long knife was pressed against her fair neck. With a gentle push forward, her beautiful head would quietly fall to the ground. You! The blonde beauty looked at Xin Shen in terror, completely unaware of how this shadow had crept up beside her. Around the team, several people with the same faces from the Imperial District quickly appeared. These were the ones who had controlled the gargoyles before, and now they finally dared to show themselves. Old Zhao, I just contacted the Alliance leader and President Qin. Why haven't I heard anything? Xin Shen whispered, now hesitant to make any sudden moves. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear the consequences. I'll try to contact them again. A minute later, Zhao Wuji still couldn't reach Wu Jing and the others. Either these high-ranking officials are in talks, or they are using methods to block communications. A bitter smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. He had encountered this situation before, but during the negotiations with the upper echelons, both sides had been deadlocked for 10 days, even losing a demon hunter. After the global beast disaster, the Daxia district didn't want to easily provoke disputes with other major districts, as that would give those never submitting beasts an opportunity, and the other party was precisely seizing this point to create trouble. This was not the first time outsiders had infiltrated Daxia. It was best if they went unnoticed, but once discovered, they would immediately notify the upper echelons for negotiations, which was their usual tactic. So, these people definitely came uninvited and have other motives, possibly even harming our Daxia's interests? Xin Shen blinked, lost in thought. Definitely, what do you want? Zhao Wuji suddenly felt a bit flustered. The person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Xin Shen smiled slightly, stepping forward to look at the blonde beauty. He didn't want to waste time, as it would be troublesome if these guys had a backup plan. After exchanging a few words with the one in the green robe, the other party immediately understood and quietly released a video capture device. "Now, come over immediately, or I will kill you." Shin Shen turned his head, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. A moment of silence ensued. "Ha ha ha, what is this yellow-skinned monkey saying? I'm dying of laughter. He says he dares to kill. What a big mouth. We are the envoys of the Imperial District. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act." After hearing Shin Shen's words, these blonde-haired, blue-eyed men suddenly burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery, even making extremely inappropriate gestures towards everyone, pushing provocation to the extreme. And when the blonde beauty heard that Shin Shen wanted to kill her, her previously flustered expression instantly vanished, and she even defiantly thrust her neck forward, and upon noticing the knife slightly retreating, her smile grew even more pronounced. "Hee hee, the Alliance Covenant states that entering another region without permission can result in being killed by the other party. Ha ha ha, what does the Alliance Covenant matter? It's a constraint for the weak, a privilege for the strong. You yellow-skinned monkeys are just a bunch of sick men, unworthy of enjoying the Alliance Covenant." Before Shin Shen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a burly man from the other side, who spoke with utmost disdain. "I look down on you. If you have the ability, try to make a move. I am Shin Shen, the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Alliance in the Great Xia region. You have seriously affected and endangered our secret operations of demon hunters. I now demand that you immediately withdraw from this place and leave the Great Xia region, and apologize to our demon hunters. And, for all consequences caused by your interference, you must bear the corresponding responsibility. Otherwise, I will kill you all here to uphold the Alliance Covenant and the dignity of the Great Xia." Ignoring the provocation from the other side, Shin Shen smiled slightly and continued speaking, completely unconcerned whether they could understand him. "Dogs hit Alliance Covenant, dogs hit Great Xia dignity. This gentleman is a member of the royal family from the Imperial District, Lord Count Kaxia. You yellow-skinned monkeys better get lost." Hearing Shin Shen's almost official words, the white-skinned men became even more arrogant, but the blonde beauty, identified as a royal family member, slightly changed her expression, seemingly realizing the implications of Shin Shen repeatedly mentioning the Alliance Covenant. Members of the Imperial District royal family invading the Great Xia without permission, disregarding the Alliance Covenant, surrounding our demon hunters and causing the operation to fail, resulting in heavy casualties. "Commander Zhao Wujie, according to the regulations of the Alliance Covenant, what should we do?" A glint of cunning flashed in Shin Shen's eyes as he turned to Zhao Wujie. "Kill the invading enemies, uphold the Alliance Covenant, and maintain the dignity of the Great Xia." Zhao Wujie finally realized that this guy had been setting a trap for the other side all along. No wonder he even sent out the video collection device. Bang! A blue flame shot from Shin Shen's hand into the air, exploding into a massive arrow shape. "Commander of the Blue Flame, kill!" Shin Shen's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he unhesitatingly issued the order for annihilation. "Kill!" 30 black-robed figures charged out simultaneously, their beastly roars leaving the people from the Imperial District dumbfounded. These guys really dared to make a move. Beep beep beep. A harsh buzzing sound rang out, and the experts from the Imperial District also sent out warning signals, with a large number of personnel rushing out from the rubble pit. "Annihilate!" Shin Shen's gaze flickered, and with a thought, another Void Hunter was summoned, bat-like insects slowly rising into the air behind him. Crimson Armored Xian Horses. 100 Crimson Armored Xian Horses suddenly joined the battlefield, causing the Imperial District to collapse instantly, with countless casualties in the face of the powerful charge of the Crimson Armored Xian Horses. Whoosh! Crack! The stone gargoyles hovering around were taken down one by the Void Hunters, turning into piles of rubble. "No! This is impossible!" A hint of terror appeared on Kesha's face, and his gaze toward Shin Shen changed instantly. "This is a demon!" Watching the people from the Imperial District continuously fall, Kesha's face gradually turned pale. No one expected that these people from the Great Xia region would actually dare to make a move, and the other party was a powerful Grand Commander in a blue robe. As the Count of the Imperial District, Kesha knew the powers of the 4 Grand Commanders of the Demon Suppression Alliance and understood that their intrusion into the Great Xia region violated the Covenant. But hadn't such matters always been resolved through negotiation and wrangling in the past? Ah, help! The people from the Imperial District were still falling one after another, and more people were rushing out from the rubble pit. Roars and screams merged into one. "Stop! Duke Ima is negotiating with your higher-ups. I command you, stop immediately." Kesha knew that this couldn't go on any longer. The general in the blue robe would really kill them all. "Shut up! Ah!" Shin Shen's expression turned cold, and a flash of light from a blade behind Kesha sent an arm flying in an instant. Protect the Count! Kesha's scream drew the attention of everyone in the Imperial District, who began to converge towards her. A large number of gargoyles surged out from the rubble pit, densely surrounding Kesha in the center. Damn it! Shinshen's face darkened. He hadn't expected there to be so many people in the rubble pit. The situation for Lu Feng and the others was worrying. Thinking of this, Shinshen adjusted the position of the bat-winged insects in the air and ordered another Void Hunter to ascend in guard. Everyone, fall back! Seeing so many people from the Imperial District, Shinshen's expression became very grim, and Zhao Wuji's contact with the higher-ups still hadn't gone through, making him feel that things were becoming increasingly unusual. Could it be that the higher-ups were also held back for some reason? Shinshen didn't intend to remain in a stalemate any longer. Since they had already made a move, they would annihilate. Zhao Wuji, prepare for defense. With a command, Zhao Wuji's Diamond Buddha ape immediately deployed a defense, and everyone was instantly enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. Ha! The yellow-skinned monkeys are scared. Just a bluff, tear them apart. Just when the people from the Imperial District thought Shinshen and the others were about to retreat, a series of howling sounds suddenly came from the sky, and a dense rain of red spheres began to fall wildly. Boom! 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 The red spheres exploded upon hitting the ground, splattering large flames, and after the fierce wind blew through, it instantly merged into a sea of fire. Ah! Help! Damn yellow-skinned monkeys! The sounds of explosions and screams rose and fell, filling the air, creating an incredibly bloody scene. The 30 black-robed figures stared in shock, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Shinshen. It seems to be stronger than what was in the data. Zhao Wuji looked up at the rain of bombs falling from the sky, feeling quite emotional. Meanwhile, Shinshen had restored a smile, completely ignoring the curses and cries for help coming from the sea of fire, very satisfied with the performance of the upgraded bat-winged insects. Name, bat-winged insect, level, 6th tier, 3rd grade, quality, high rare, traits, super defense, super stamina, skill, bombardment, inherits the traits of the mother body, the resentment of the thousand-faced demon bat envelopes the red-armored dark horse as it descends from the sky, indiscriminately bombarding the target area and generating a sea of crimson flames, with a chance of stunning and inducing hallucinations within the range. After the Fei Lian ant advanced to the red-armored dark horse, its quality changed from intermediate to high, and as a new species through fusion evolution, the bat-winged insect not only inherited the mother body's attributes but also had some changes in its original skills, making its power even more formidable. Shinshen speculated that if these new species reached the 10th tier, they should be able to evolve again, but whether they could surpass the quality and level of the mother body remained unknown. This sea of fire is really exhilarating. The power of this sea of fire was already comparable to elite-level magical beasts of the same attribute. Without certain anti-air capabilities, the bat-winged insects could completely handle the battle alone. Because this time, Shinshen had placed 2 legendary beast crystals in its backpack. Thus, Shinshen confirmed that the power of the bat-winged insect's rain of bombs was closely related to the pet's level and the quality of the beast crystals. Kill them all, leave not a single survivor. Hearing the screams within the sea of fire gradually diminish, a cold glint flashed in Shinshen's eyes as he recalled the bat-winged insect and summoned the red-armored dark horse again to begin clearing the battlefield. With Shinshen leading, Zhao Wuji and the 30 black-robed figures began to crazily finish off the remaining enemies, and the sounds of screams rose once more. After a long time, all around the rocky pit were the charred bodies of the Imperial District, burned to the likeness of coal, a heavy stench of charred flesh wafting through the air, making everyone feel slightly uncomfortable, yet they endured as they cleared the battlefield, lest someone feign death and escape. In the center of the sea of flames, a large number of gargoyles piled up into a small mountain, faint whimpers emanating from within. Boom! The Diamond Buddha ape gently waved its hand, and the gargoyle mountain instantly turned to ash, revealing a figure inside who was sobbing. The Count of the Imperial District, Kaxia. Whoa, don't kill me, don't kill me. Feeling the movement beside her, Kaxia slowly raised her head, only to meet Shinshen's cold gaze, causing her to shrink back in fright like a startled rabbit. Disregarding the alliance treaty, entering the Great Xia district without permission, disrupting the beast slave source tracking by the Demon Alliance, resulting in heavy casualties on our side. I am Shinshen, the Grand Commander of the Demon Alliance in the blue robe. According to the law, I will execute Count Kaxia of the Imperial District. The voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the abyss, and Kaxia trembled, never imagining that this seemingly young Great Xia person would actually kill her. You will have trouble. Seeing the fleeting figure of the Void Hunter beside Kaxia, Zhao Wuji's expression tightened. Shinshen's actions naturally shocked them greatly, and they were quite willing to do so. However, the blue-robed figure behind them, under Shinshen's instruction, did not retract the collection device, and Shinshen himself kept emphasizing his identity, wanting to take all the responsibility upon himself. "Don't worry, if they really deal with me over this matter, I'll just quit." Shin Shen waved his hand nonchalantly. If he were to be dealt with because of this, leaving early wouldn't be a bad thing. "Send someone down to take a look. Be careful." After clearing the area around the rocky pit, a deep, bottomless pit was revealed in the center. The vertical height does not exceed 20 meters. Previously, the two emperors, Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue, jumped directly down. "Below is a huge underground plaza, somewhat like an altar," explained the blue-robed messenger. "If there's no danger, send a message with the black flame." After Zhao Wuji gave his instructions, two black-robed figures began to carefully descend. During this time, Shin Shen directly burned the bodies that had not yet been incinerated again. Even the underground rubble exploded from the heat, and the surrounding temperature rose several degrees. Something must have happened. A trace of worry appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. The Blue Flame Commander had been out for so long, and not a single blue-robed demon hunter had been seen, not even the black-robed ones. Bang! At that moment, a black flame rose from the bottom of the pit, and then the two black-robed figures quickly ascended. "Two commanders, there is indeed a beast soul altar underground." The two emperors, Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue, are unharmed, but all the other colleagues are trapped by the beast soul shadows. "There are many beast soul shadows down there, and one of them is..." one of the black-robed figures reported, hesitating. Upon hearing this, Shin Shen immediately felt relieved. As long as those 12 blue-robed figures were not in danger, that was good enough. Otherwise, he would definitely feel guilty. After all, they had come here because of him. "What is it?" Speaking in riddles, Zhao Wuji's face darkened as he reprimanded. "One of them is Commander Shin's classmate, the one you previously asked us to investigate, Zhao Shichen." He also said. He said he has been waiting for Commander Shin. Zhao Shichen? As soon as the black-robed demon hunter spoke, Shin Shen's brow furrowed slightly, clearly sensing the hostility from the other party. Impudence! Zhao Wuji naturally noticed the doubt in the heart of the black-robed figure and immediately gave a low reprimand. "No matter, but Zhao Shichen actually appearing here is truly unexpected." Shin Shen smiled faintly, suddenly realizing that it seemed like he had missed something. "Did the investigation into Zhao Shichen that I asked Captain Zhao about yield no results? Who helped him re-establish the contract with his red flower beast? Is the mastermind behind the events at the Gale Tower really him?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression changed. Although Shin Shen appeared unchanged on the surface, his intuition told him that the other party must be angry. He shot a fierce glare at the figure in the black robe and explained, "There have been no results from the investigation so far. Even his family seems to have vanished into thin air. I even used some special methods within the alliance, but still found nothing. Forget it, let's go down and take a look. I'm really curious about how my old classmate seems to be everywhere." Shin Shen's expression remained unchanged as several red-armored steeds appeared beneath his feet. The brief levitation effect brought on by the combination of the rapid march and the red flame 1,000 miles allowed him to drop directly into the pit. "A bunch of idiots, guard properly." Zhao Wuji scolded fiercely before jumping into the deep pit, leaving the group in black robes exchanging glances. At the bottom of the rocky pit, surrounded by sheer cliffs with obvious signs of artificial excavation, skulls were embedded in the stone walls, their inner ghostly flames flickering unpredictably, giving off a cold and eerie feeling. The space at the bottom of the pit was not large, but the human bones scattered everywhere made Shin Shen's heart sink instantly. There were no passages, and in the center, a massive stone platform made of rubble occupied 2/3 of the entire space. Shadows drifted above it, and faint, piercing shrieks could be heard. Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue stood below the stone platform, watching warily as 9 green-robed demon hunters were trapped by the shadows, surrounded by dozens of corpses of invaders from the royal district. "Captain Shen!" Upon seeing Shin Shen, Lu Feng and Feng Tianyue hurried forward, their eyes showing a hint of joy. The green-robed emperor had the authority to access some confidential information within the Beast Control Alliance, which is why they knew that Shin Shen's beast had a halo skill that could immunize against all negative states, prompting them to risk their lives to seek help from this newly appointed commander. "How are they? Are they all okay?" Shin Shen nodded slightly and turned to look at the green-robed demon hunters trapped by the shadows. In the center of the stone stood Zhao Shichen. "They've been trapped for too long and are not in good condition. If this continues, they might face mental exhaustion, but they won't lose their lives." Although Lu Feng appeared calm, he was anxious inside. These people were his brothers for a long time, and he didn't want anything to happen to any of them. "No problem, let me try." Shin Shen stepped forward, raising his hand as 9 faint golden halos flew out from the red-armored steeds, landing precisely on the 9 trapped green-robed demon hunters. Buzz! Buzz! A series of buzzing sounds rang out as the shadows on the trapped green-robed demon hunters dissipated at a visible speed, and their eyes gradually regained clarity. "Thank you, Captain Shin. Thank you, Captain Shin. The group of green-robed hunters bowed in unison, their eyes showing gratitude, though they could not hide their exhaustion. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, the light from the 9 red-armored steeds dimmed, facing a downgrade penalty. Name: Red Armored Steed. Level: First Stage, Level 1. Quality: High Rare. Traits: Rapid March, Enhanced, Compound Eye Attack, Enhanced. Skills: Halo of Favor, Red Flame 1000 Miles, Halo of Favor. Derived from the Light of Favor, it inherently possesses the ability to immunize against all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, providing a significant mental boost to Beast Masters. It is an active skill, and each time it is used, the current beast is downgraded by 1 stage. Red Flame 1000 Miles inherits the traits of the Red Blood Pegasus, generating a whirlwind of flames beneath its feet while running. The more beasts deployed in battle, the greater the speed increase. The originally promoted second-tier Red Armored Dark Horse, after slaying a large number of gargoyles, had dropped back to the first tier. Captain Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and the man in the blue robe also approached, and the expressions of Lu Feng and the others were no longer as respectful as they had been towards Shin Chen. Captain Shin, this matter must be dealt with quickly. I just received news that His Royal Highness, Duke Emma, has learned of Kesha's death and is rushing here regardless of everything. Zhao Wuji looked at Shin Chen with a serious expression. What? Captain Shin killed Kesha? Lu Feng's eyes flickered. He clearly understood Kesha's importance but did not expect this commander to be so decisive. Within the Great Xia, all invading enemies shall be slain. With that, Shin Chen turned and walked towards the stone platform above. Captain Shin, you mustn't. Feng Tianyue hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. They had witnessed the terror of these beast soul shadows. If it weren't for the two of them having advanced to the Emperor level early on, they would likely be in the same predicament as others. Don't worry, this blood sovereign poses no threat to me. Shin Chen smiled slightly. Since he entered this place, he had sensed a familiar aura, but the aura on Zhao Shichen had become even more intense than before, mixed with a hint of death energy. It was evident that Zhao Shichen had quietly slipped away during the competition, certainly due to the Blood Sovereign's influence, and the fact that even Zhao Wuji could find no information after recontracting the Red Flower Beast must be the work of that Blood Flood Dragon. What puzzled Shin Chen was how the Blood Flood Dragon, far away on the East City Lake Heart Island, could control Zhao Shichen from such a distance. Bang! Just as Shin Chen stepped onto the stone platform, a burst of blood light exploded around him, and blood mist quickly enveloped him tightly. At the same time, far away in East City, Enxing's eyes suddenly burst forth with a rich bloodlight, staring intently in the direction of Lake Heart Island, her hair flowing like blood, eerily strange. On Lake Heart Island, a beam of bloodlight shot into the sky, and the surrounding lake water instantly churned, followed by towering waves crashing towards the island. Roar! A familiar roar echoed from deep underground, instantly spreading throughout East City. Wretched spawn, be audacious. All demon hunters of the 11th Bureau, all registered beast masters in East City, regardless of rank or power, immediately proceed to Lake Heart Island. Those who disobey will be executed. Following that, Yi Qing's voice from the 11th Bureau rang out simultaneously, and figures soared into the air throughout East City, with land and sky instantly occupied by various magical beasts, rushing swiftly towards Lake Heart Island. The entire city was mobilized. In the rocky pit, Shin Chen was enveloped by the suddenly erupting blood mist, and in an instant, all the beast's soul shadows seemed to be summoned, diving into the blood mist. A blood curse, so that's it. A hint of mockery flickered in Shin Chen's eyes. If the Blood Flood Dragon's true body were here, he would have turned and run without hesitation, but now it was merely a shadow attached to Zhao Shichen. What was there to fear? At the same time, Zhao Shichen slowly opened his eyes. Ants, we meet again. Bang! As the familiar voice sounded, Zhao Shichen's body exploded, and his shattered internal organs and flesh bizarrely floated in mid-air, connected by an illusory bloodline, outlining the silhouette of a blood flood dragon. Boom! The blood shadow took shape, and the faces of the demon hunters, including Zhao Wuji, darkened as a powerful pressure bore down on them. Heh, pretending to be a ghost, if you have the ability, come out and kill me. In contrast, Shin Chen, who was in the midst of it all, appeared unfazed, as a faint golden halo of favor descended, causing the blood mist around him to dissipate. At the same time, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed throughout the underground pit, only to abruptly cease. Ha! Everyone exhaled a long breath, feeling the air had become much fresher. Audacious, this master. The voice of the blood flood dragon once again emanated from the shattered body, but the next moment it abruptly stopped. Countless ants quickly climbed along the illusory bloodline, incessantly feasting on the shattered flesh and blood, the nauseating sounds causing discomfort among the crowd. Damn it! What do you want to do? The bloodline trembled violently, trying to shake off the crimson-armored steeds, but unexpectedly, they clung on tighter, gnawing more frantically. Ha ha ha, meat tainted with legendary blood energy is naturally the favorite of my little treasures. Shinshen looked at the blood shadow with pride, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Bold! You dare let these filthy creatures devour my blood energy. I will tear you to pieces. Damn it! A deep and frenzied beast roar echoed, faintly mixed with a trace of pain. Hey, stop shouting and talk about something serious. Did you bring those guys outside? Shinshen ignored the blood serpent's roar and asked leisurely. Joke! A mere ant dares to question me. The blood serpent's voice grew weaker. Buzz! Before the blood serpent finished speaking, the halo of favor reappeared, directly enveloping the blood shadow. Roar! A piercing wail echoed again, the blood shadow becoming increasingly illusory, and the flesh and blood visibly decayed, soon emitting a strong stench that quickly spread throughout the underground space. Ignorant creature, those who know the times are wise. A dignified legendary manifested beast, do you really have no self-awareness? Shinshen looked at the increasingly illusory blood shadow, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Don't think I don't know that the owner of this body has long been controlled by you, it's just that your level is a bit high, and you haven't been exposed. If I guess correctly, the commotion you caused is to attract everyone's attention here. This blood shadow should be the goal of those white-skinned monkeys, and this information was spread by you through that fool Zhao Shichen, aiming to incite conflict between the two districts. Once the conflict arises, the higher-ups will be too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else, and you can take the opportunity to kill me, completely drawing everyone's focus here. As Shinshen unraveled the situation step by step, the blood serpent fell silent, further confirming his suspicions. Although I don't know what methods you used to allow so many people from the Emperor District to enter the Great Xia, unfortunately, you miscalculated one step, and that is me. Shinshen's lips curled into a smile. Those white-skinned monkeys are too weak, unable to restrain the higher-ups of the Great Xia, and I've wiped out all here. And your ultimate goal is still on the heart island of East City. Your true body wants to take the opportunity to escape. I can only say you are delusional. Now, as long as I break this blood shadow, your strength will inevitably decline again. You may still escape in the future, but this time, dream on. As the words fell, halos of favor quickly enveloped the blood shadow. Buzzing. Bang bang. The blood shadow rapidly shrank, and one by one, the crimson-armored steeds could not withstand the frequent degradation punishment, exploding in succession. Damn it, the day I escape, I will kill you. The blood serpent's voice grew weaker, dissipating into nothingness in just a few breaths. At the same time, a flash of bloodlight flickered across Shinshen, but the system prompt did not sound, causing his expression to darken immediately. Damn it, this blood curse has actually strengthened. Shinshen forced a bitter smile. He had long suspected that this curse was related to Enqing. If he did not kill Enqing, this curse could not be completely eliminated. Unless, he killed the blood serpent. But that method was simply impossible, otherwise, the blood serpent would not have been trapped on Heart Island for so many years. As for Enqing, Shinshen could kill her at any time, but he still could not figure out the thoughts of those above, and for the moment, he did not dare to truly kill Enqing. It's really troublesome. This time, with the likes of Gu Tian and Wu Meng appearing in the competition, Shinshen simply decided not to get involved. He speculated that the matter concerning Gu Tian was even less important than that of Enqing. Both had the same purpose. That was to completely eliminate the Blood Flood Dragon. This was also where Shinshen felt puzzled. Was a legendary beast really that strong? It seemed that the Dashia region had quite a few legends. Sigh. Shinshen sighed helplessly, turning his head to find a group of young men in blue robes looking at him with reverence, and his eyes immediately brightened. Old Lu, I heard that the four great leaders each have their own directly subordinate demon hunting teams. Is that true? Shinshen blinked and put on a humble demeanor, seeking guidance. Strength is paramount. Considering his own safety and future influence in the Demon Alliance and even the entire Dashia, Shinshen had to plan for his future, which led to the idea of forming a directly subordinate demon hunting team that only the four great leaders could establish. That's right, each of the four leaders of the Demon Alliance has their own directly subordinate demon hunting team, with a maximum of 30 members. As soon as Shinshen spoke, Lu Feng and the others understood his intention. He was trying to recruit them. 30 members, ha! Shinshen turned to Zhao Wuji. The 30 black-robed individuals he brought this time were his directly subordinate demon hunting team, which is why they could gather so quickly upon receiving the notice. With Commander Shen's strength, he definitely qualifies to form a direct team. Zhao Wuji replied affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and the others showed a hint of surprise. They hadn't expected Zhao Wuji, the black-robed leader, to hold Shinshen in such high regard. It should be noted that while the four great leaders had the privilege to form directly subordinate demon hunting teams, they had to possess the strength to contend with an emperor or be at the emperor level themselves. As far as they knew, Shin Chen was only at a high level. Old Lu, following Commander Shen won't lead you to loss. It's even more promising than following that golden-robed one. Seeing that Lu Feng and the others were still hesitating, Zhao Wuji began to hint wildly. Not to mention Shin Chen's backing, just his identity as a high-level evolutionist would attract many eager to join even if he formed a team of all emperors. More importantly, Shin Chen had already received a special invitation card from the Morningstar Academy. As long as he graduated smoothly, with his strength and qualifications, it was possible for him to become a commander on the beast battlefield. That would be a lucrative position. After Lu Feng and the others politely declined Shin Chen's offer, Zhao Wuji felt quite regretful, bluntly stating that they might have missed a good master. He sighed heavily, his eyes revealing a hint of regret and helplessness. You all really missed a great opportunity, Zhao Wuji murmured. Commander Shen's strength and background are beyond your imagination, his future is limitless. Following him, you will have more opportunities and room for development. Lu Feng and the others exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Zhao Wuji's high praise. You missed the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Old Qin or even surpass him. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and the others were shocked. Old Qin was the only high-level beast pet evolutionist in Daxia, could it be? But now it was impossible to turn back and beg to join, that would be too demeaning. Zhao Wuji looked at them and shook his head helplessly. He knew that Lu Feng and the others might never understand what they had lost. Meanwhile, Shin Chen silently observed everything. He was neither angry nor disappointed by Lu Feng and the others' rejection. Some things couldn't be forced, and everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps they would change in the future. It seems there's nothing particularly special here, it's just a pity for that puppet, Zhao Shichen, who died without leaving a complete corpse. Shin Chen shook his head helplessly, a hint of pity in his eyes. Everything was caused by the blood shadow of the blood dragon possessing them, and Zhao Shichen had actually died when he recontracted the red flower beast. This is also why Shin Chen was able to sense the trace of death energy back then. However, Shin Chen still did not understand the true purpose of the Imperial District coming here. This is what you people did? Back on the ground, Lu Feng and the others looked at the charred remains scattered everywhere, their eyes filled with shock. The Imperial District had nearly 200 people infiltrating this time. Although their strength was not particularly high, the Demon Alliance only had 30 black-robed members aside from the two leaders. Looking at the explosion marks on the rubble, Lu Feng frowned slightly. Did they use hot weapons? Most of it is thanks to Commander Shen. My direct team only participated a little and helped clean up the battlefield. Zhao Wujia shook his head with a bitter smile. Aside from the numerous ant beasts, the other creatures Shin Chen had were all incredibly strange. Zhao Wujia even believed that without the assistance of these 30 black-robed members, Shin Chen might have found it even easier. This guy's trump cards were always inscrutable. How is this possible? Lu Feng and the others were all visibly shocked, and combined with what Zhao Wujia had said earlier, a sense of regret inexplicably arose in their hearts. Alright, let's clean up and return to Qingyuan. We should leave before anything changes. Shin Chen smiled lightly, but felt a bit regretful inside. Under the bombardment of the bat-winged insects, not a single complete gargoyle was left behind, otherwise, it would have provided another sample for evolution experiments. Boom! Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a series of furious shrieks suddenly echoed from the sky, followed by a beam of blood light descending from above, crashing to the ground before them. A man with exceptionally pale skin and lips tinged with a strange blood red slowly appeared. Beside him was a terrifying monster with a green face and sharp fangs wrapped in a grayish-white shroud, and a long black robe billowed behind him, rustling without wind. Hiss! A vampire! The demon hunters all showed expressions of horror. This terrifying monster before them was actually a vampire from the Imperial District. No, it's the Vampire King. Zhao Wujia frowned slightly, looking at the gem glowing with a sickly green light on the vampire's forehead, his expression instantly darkened. The Duke Emma of the Imperial District, a Lord-level Vampire King. Damn it! You actually killed Kexia, that was my most precious pet. At this moment, Duke Emma's face was somewhat twisted, and his eerie eyes occasionally flashed with bloodlight, clearly on the verge of exploding. Boom! The Vampire King beside Duke Emma trembled violently, a shockwave rolling out and directly sending the demon hunters flying. Puff! The weaker black-robed demon hunters spat out blood, their faces turning pale instantly. Impudent! Roar! Zhao Wujia let out an angry roar, and the Lord-level Diamond Buddha ape suddenly appeared before everyone, enveloped in an intense golden light as it hurled its massive fist directly at the Vampire King. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the Vampire King remained motionless, but the grayish-white shroud on his body burst apart inch by inch, while the Diamond Buddha ape staggered back 2 steps, the golden anger character on its chest flickering and vanishing. Very good, very good. Duke Emma's eyes fixed on the Diamond Buddha ape, revealing an unabashed greed. What a nice toy. Audacious. Trespassing into the Great Xia, disregarding the Alliance's covenant, injuring my comrades, they should be punished. Glancing at the unperturbed Shinchen, Zhao Wujie helplessly began to speak formally, hoping that those above would arrive quickly. Ah, just a mere Great Xia. Are there places in this world that we nobles cannot go? The Alliance covenant is the privilege of the strong. Do you really think these things can restrain me? Duke Emma laughed out loud. These rigid people from the Great Xia are still as naive as ever. The Alliance covenant was established by the world's strongest, so it should naturally serve the strong, especially those nobles like them, who exude unparalleled nobility from their very bones. How can these ants compare to him? Ridiculous. It seems. Old Zhao, you talk too much. Since this brat won't listen, then just beat him until he does. Zhao Wujie, who wanted to say something more, was suddenly interrupted by Shinchen. The Imperial District is the most stubborn group among all the remaining forces in the world, as obstinate as madmen, especially those who think too highly of themselves. Zhao Wujie sighed bitterly and fell silent. Hey, you unhuman, ghostly thing, Kexiao was killed by me, now it's your turn. As soon as the words fell, a large number of red-armored dark steeds appeared as if out of thin air, directly erecting a red barrier in front of Duke Emma, followed closely by two shadows shooting swiftly towards Duke Emma. Battle! Marching orders, activate! Crimson flames across 1,000 miles, activate! The surging red-armored dark steeds immediately surrounded the Vampire King. The harsh rustling sound accompanied by the intense heat of the flames made the Vampire King inside appear even more eerie. Ah! A sudden scream rang out. Duke Emma, caught off guard, had a long gash cut across his face by a void hunter. You lowly ants, all of you should die. Duke Emma was furious. A dignified beastmaster of the Imperial District, actually ambushed by a mere high-level beastmaster. This instantly made him feel that his noble authority was provoked, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful aura surged out, directly sweeping away the nearby void hunter. Ants, prepare to bear my wrath. With Duke Emma's furious shout, the Vampire King, still surrounded by the red-armored dark steeds, was suddenly enveloped in a blood-red glow, and a pair of dark red, eerie flesh wings sprouted from his back. Flap, flap. The Vampire King soared into the sky, his size visibly swelling against the wind, while the few bits of flesh on his body rapidly contracted, all energy adhering to his bones, resembling a gigantic flying skeleton. Ants, today you will see what kind of strong person deserves the privileges brought by the Alliance Covenant. Duke Emma's gaze was cold, his hands rapidly forming seals, and mysterious runes flew from his hands like a gale, merging into the void. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and countless violent energies quickly entered the Vampire King's body, as a pair of enormous flesh wings suddenly unfurled, two massive beams as thick as barrels, carrying a world-destroying force, thundered towards Shinchen. Retreat! Shinchen's face changed drastically, and with a thought, he instantly recalled the red-armored dark steeds. Attach! Immediately, one by one, the red-armored dark steeds swiftly attached themselves, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a faintly glowing red flame battle armor. Bang! However, the Vampire King's attack was too fierce. Shinchen only had time to cross his arms in front of his chest before feeling a tremendous force surge in, instantly sending him flying. Commander Shin! Zhao Wujie was shocked. The massive form of the Diamond Buddha ape directly blocked the Vampire King. The 12 in blue robes looked at the flying Shinchen, their eyes revealing deep shock. This Duke Emma was at the Emperor level, how could Shinchen still seem unscathed? A bit interesting, old man, have you not eaten? Seeing Shinchen walking back nonchalantly, Duke Emma was slightly taken aback, surprisingly unharmed. It seems I underestimated you, the Grand Commander in blue robes truly lives up to his name. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. Duke Emma looked at the calm Shinchen, his heart churning like a storm. At such a young age, possessing such immense power, he stood firm against the transformed Vampire King's strike without faltering. If he were to grow and enter the Beast War battlefield, he would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to the younger generation of the Imperial District. This kid must die. Boom! An even more overwhelming aura surged from Duke Emma, and the rich blood energy quickly flowed into the Vampire King's body, causing the already Lord-level monster's momentum to rise once again. Kill! Shinchen decisively launched his attack, shooting out like a cannonball, while the Void Hunter also began its frenzied assassination. However, under the dense blood energy of Duke Emma, they were unable to inflict any effective damage. Vajra, Buddha's Fury. At this moment, Zhao Wujie also launched his attack. The massive Vajra Buddha ape suddenly leaped up, its giant fists wrapped in golden light descending from the sky. Boom! Boom! Amidst the violent sounds of impact, both Shinchen and Zhao Wujie were once again sent flying. The Vajrabuddha ape smashed a large pit into the ground, and as debris flew, the group of black-robed figures hurriedly defended themselves, while Lu Feng and the others also retreated, their faces filled with horror. Peak Emperor? Duke Emma was actually a peak Emperor-level beast master, and the Vampire King was just one step away from advancing to legend. Damn it! Xin Shen, who was once again knocked away, darkened his expression. He finally realized the gap between himself and the Emperor-level beast masters could not be compensated for by the number of beast pets. His level was now his shortcoming. Especially when he saw the figure of the Void Hunter slowly materializing beside him, a look of worry appeared on his face. Taking 2 full-force strikes from an Emperor-level opponent was not a pleasant experience for Xin Shen. If it weren't for the damage transfer ability of the Void Hunter, he would have been finished long ago. Damage transfer transfers 100% of the damage the host receives to the Void Hunter, and causes the Void Hunter's next strike to increase the transferred damage by 10 times. If the target of the next strike is the damage inflictor to the host, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Yet even so, after triggering the 100-fold damage effect, the Void Hunter still failed to inflict effective damage on the Vampire King or Duke Emma. This was the terror of the Emperor level. I can't win. A hint of helplessness appeared in Xin Shen's eyes. Even with Zhao Wujie's Vajrabuddha ape, it would be a miracle to achieve a draw, while Lu Feng and Feng Tianhua seemed to have received some information and did not join their attack, which made Xin Shen somewhat angry. You two, are you just going to watch the show, or do you think I, the Green Robe Commander, am fake? A hint of anger surfaced on Xin Shen's face. So what if they were Emperor level? Could they not be under the control of this Green Robe Commander? Commander Xin, from now on, you are no longer the Green Robe Commander. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far away, 4 figures were rushing over, the leader's chest emblazoned with a symbol. Ha ha, what a coincidence. Seeing this, Duke Emma also abandoned the attack, a teasing smile appearing on her fair face. Elder. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Wujie, Lu Feng, and the other demon hunters all bowed respectfully. The leader, with a pale face and no beard, had eyes as sharp as an eagle, and prominently displayed on his chest was a beast symbol that Xin Shen had never seen before, while the other 3 all bore identical golden crowns on their chests. Legendary Beast Master, Grand Elder of the Beast Alliance, Wei Changfeng, and 3 Emperor-level Beast Masters. Xin Shen felt a bit dazed. Why did they arrive at this moment, neither too early nor too late? What? You don't bow when you see this elder? Looking at Xin Shen, who was the only one not moving, Wei Changfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Green Robe Commander Xin Shen pays respects to the Grand Elder. Xin Shen lowered his head and slightly bowed. Humph. Who can tell me what exactly happened here that made Duke Emma so displeased? Without paying any attention to Xin Shen, Wei Changfeng directly looked at Zhao Wujie, as well as Lu Feng and Feng Tianhua behind him. Elder, this is the Battlefield Information Collection Device. Xin Shen looked at the man in the green robe with some surprise. He actually handed the collection device to Wei Changfeng instead of to his direct superior, which was rather strange. After a long while, after Wei Changfeng finished reading the contents of the collection device, a hint of surprise flickered in his gaze as he looked at Xin Shen, but it was fleeting. Green Robe Commander Xin Shen has abused his power, unjustly instigated conflict, resulting in heavy losses for the British Emperor District. As an apology, I hereby, in the name of the Elder Council, remove you from the position of Green Robe Commander, revoke your command of the Green Flame, and demote you to Black Robe. Revoking the command of the Green Flame and demoting to Black Robe? This statement shocked everyone. Wei Changfeng was being rather biased. Xin Shen, however, looked calmly at the suddenly appearing elder, waiting for an explanation. After Duke Emma left, the scene fell into a dead silence. Xin Shen remained calm, showing no signs of turmoil, and directly handed over the command of the Green Flame and his badge, removing his green robe and placing it in Wei Changfeng's hands. What, do you not want to say something? Wei Changfeng was somewhat surprised. Anyone who was innocently pulled down from a high position would at least defend themselves, but Xin Shen was completely different from what he imagined. His calmness was somewhat terrifying. There is nothing to say. Xin Shen smiled slightly, turned to glance at the 12 green robes, and Lu Feng and the others instinctively lowered their heads, while the green robe who had gone to the Great Wind Tower for help did not dare to meet Xin Shen's gaze. Elder Wei, I want to know the reason. At that moment, Zhao Wujie suddenly spoke up. The Elder Council's decision made him very uncomfortable. Not to mention Xin Shen's prodigious talent, just this time rescuing the 12 green robes and maintaining the dignity of the Great Xia by annihilating the invading British Emperor District personnel. Although it was somewhat overstepping, it shouldn't warrant such a complete dismissal. Although he did not know what exactly had happened, treating Xin Shen this way was simply unacceptable. You will know in the future. Wei Changfeng's expression was impassive. Although Zhao Wuji was one of the 4 commanders, he did not have that much power in front of the Elder Council. But Xin Shen's contributions to the alliance, and this incident, everyone has witnessed. Is the Elder's handling of this matter too excessive? A hint of anger appeared in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Zhao Wuji, are you questioning this Elder? I dare not. But, Zhao Wuji lowered his head. Although he was the black-robed commander, he really was nothing in front of this Elder. Could it be that something had happened within the alliance? Why had the leader not appeared until now? He was the one who valued Xin Shen the most. Then shut up! Wei Changfeng shouted angrily, a hint of threat flickering in his eyes. Everyone, the mountains are high and the roads are long. We will meet again someday. I will take my leave. At that moment, Xin Shen suddenly spoke, slowly walking in front of Zhao Wuji. Brother Zhao, thank you for your righteous words, but in this world, strength must be respected. I, Xin Shen, am just a student, fortunate to join the 11th Bureau and become the Green Robe Commander thanks to the attention of Director Yi and Alliance Leader Wu. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I am unworthy of my position. The Elder's actions are also for my own good. Moreover, I do not wish to get involved in these matters anymore. As for the identity of the Black Robe Demon Hunter, it is better to set it aside for now. I want to focus on being a good student, completing my studies, and preparing for the college entrance examination. That is what I should be doing now. We will meet again if fate allows. After saying this, Xin Shen ignored the Elder's gaze and directly turned to leave the rocky pit, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. Humph! Watching Xin Shen leave without hesitation, Wei Changfeng let out a cold snort, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. On the way back to Qingyuan, Xin Shen kept asking himself, angry? Unjust? Even if he showed it, would it matter? After surviving the near-death experience on Lake Heart Island, whether joining the 11th Bureau or participating in various competitions, he realized the importance of strength. The so-called fairness agreement was merely a pretext in the eyes of the strong. Indeed, people like Lu Jun, Wu Jing, and Yi Qing treated him well, but others' kindness did not equate to his own strength. If one lacked the strength to bear such benefits, it could easily turn in another direction. Take the position of the Grand Commander in the Green Robe, for instance. Aside from Sun Bo, many others were competing for it. Xin Shen could guess that he had already lost in this round of competition, even without knowing who his opponents were. It was likely that he was simply brushed aside by some people. He speculated that Wu Jing might be tied up with something. Otherwise, how could someone in such a crucial position as the 4 Grand Commanders allow an elder to be demoted so casually? Connecting this to the previous matter with Gu Tian and the attitude of the elder during this external district invasion, Xin Shen increasingly felt that the Yuma alliance was becoming murkier, and perhaps withdrawing sooner rather than later wouldn't be a bad thing. Striving to enhance his strength was the true path. Since he was no longer a member of the Yuma alliance, he naturally couldn't stay in Dafeng Tower either. After packing his things, Xin Shen prepared to return to East City. Xin Shen, the teacher wants to see you. In front of Dafeng Tower, Xin Shen encountered Sun Bo, who had come to find him on Lu Fei's orders. Let's go. Xin Shen smiled lightly. It seemed Lu Fei knew something and had deliberately sent Sun Bo to wait for him. Inside Tianai Manor. Ah whoa. Upon seeing Xin Shen, Cheng Huang quickly ran to his side, rubbing its head against him and letting out cheerful cries. Senior Lu, Xin Shen slightly bowed, as he should show respect to the few remaining veterans after the global beast disaster. I can't interfere in the matters of the Yuma alliance. I'm sorry I can't help you, Lu Fei said, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, clearly aware of Xin Shen's situation. In fact, after the incident with Gu Tian, his fate had already been sealed. Of course, this was just Xin Shen's speculation. Being without an official position is not necessarily a bad thing for me. Xin Shen smiled nonchalantly and continued, I wonder why you called me here, Senior Lu? Seeing that Xin Shen's expression did not seem feigned, Lu Fei felt relieved. He actually had a favorable view of Xin Shen, but the current situation in the Daxia district was something even he found hard to comprehend. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't know where to start. Are you a high-level evolutionist? Lu Fei asked in return. To correct you, I am a high-level beast evolutionist who never fails. Xin Shen smiled slightly at Lu Fei, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback and laughed, scolding, what a sly little brat. Xin Shen was well aware of Lu Fei's intentions. He merely wanted Cheng Huang to evolve into a legend, with the ultimate goal of extending his lifespan. Of course, such ancient beasts with a long lineage would definitely exhibit some extraordinary abilities after bloodline evolution and ancestral return, especially flying-type magical beasts like Cheng Huang. Speak, what do you want? Lu Fei's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. If Wu Jing knew that Xin Shen was being treated this way by his own people, he wouldn't know what to think. that guy was someone who feared nothing. Actually, it's nothing much. After it evolves, just give me some legendary Cheng Huang blood, Shin Chen said with a smile, continuously stroking Cheng Huang's chin, which it seemed to enjoy. Kid, don't think too much. Aside from Cheng Huang blood, I don't have anything good. Seeing Shin Chen's expression, LV Fei's heart trembled. Could this kid be up to no good again? Senior, what would happen if I revealed my identity as a high-level evolutionist? Shin Chen spoke softly. Unexpectedly, Shin Chen's words left LV Fei stunned. Revealing the identity of a high-level evolutionist? After the global beast disaster, beast tamers became the protagonists of this world. Even the few remaining firearms were useless in the face of powerful beast pets, serving only to create some disturbances. Because of this, beast pets with higher levels and purer bloodlines became the targets pursued by beast tamers. However, over 90% of beast tamers had common magical beasts as their pets, and nurturing them was extremely difficult. If Shin Chen hadn't had a few opportunities and the support of a system, his ants would only remain as ants. Even if there were thousands, they could only be crushed underfoot. As the saying goes, the great way is 50, heaven's transformation has 49, and one escapes. Since the profession of evolutionist emerged, beast tamers saw hope for their beast pets' advancement, and the key to this was bloodline. Beast pets cultivated and advanced by beast tamers would only improve in quality and level, their bloodlines would not change. But evolutionists could, and Shin Chen was a high-level beast pet evolutionist with a 100% success rate. Are you sure? LV Fei knew that if this news were to be made public, many people would flock to it, and it could even endanger Shin Chen's safety. I have nothing left now, relying on others is not as good as relying on myself, but I need to borrow your place, Shin Chen nodded. He understood very well that once his identity as an evolutionist was revealed, many would come to him, and there would certainly be those with ulterior motives. At that time, he would be in a precarious position, with his life at stake. However, if he didn't do this, he couldn't quickly obtain the resources needed for beast pet evolution. If he encountered a crisis like the rock pit again, he would still be unable to control his life and future. Moreover, behind him was a terrifying legendary magical beast known as the Blood Saint, which would not let him go. Well, since you've made up your mind, I won't advise you otherwise. What do you plan to do? A glint of brilliance flashed in LV Fei's eyes. He found this kid increasingly to his liking. What I mean is, seeing LV Fei agree, Shin Chen revealed his plan. The next day, major media platforms in Qingyuan City exploded with a piece of news. Mysterious evolutionist appears in Qingyuan. Mr. LV Fei invites the mysterious evolutionist to Tianai Manor, preparing to advance the Lord-level beast pet Cheng Huang to legend. Shocking, the mysterious evolutionist is actually a high-level evolutionist comparable to Old Qin. 3 days later, Tianai Manor opens its doors to welcome guests. Come witness the legend of Cheng Huang's advancement. Once the news broke, all beast tamers in Qingyuan City were stirred, and with the continuous push of the internet, beast tamers from outside Qingyuan also rushed in. Not only that, but in addition to the two official forces, the Beast Tamer Association and the Beast Magic Alliance, many small groups also flocked to Qingyuan City, including many veterans who had retired from the magical beast battlefield. A high-level beast pet evolutionist was even more impressive than a legendary beast tamer, and since this news came from Tianai Manor, very few dared to question LV Fei in the entire Daxia region. Mr. LV has invited a high-level evolutionist? In the city government building, Mayor Li Jin was listening to his subordinate's report, his tightly furrowed brows forming a shape. After the news of the high-level beast master spread, a large number of beast tamers flocked to Qingyuan, forcing the city government's patrols to increase. Even so, the manpower was still insufficient, prompting him to request support from Zhao Wuji of the Great Wind Tower, which helped stabilize the public order in Qingyuan City. Zhao Wuji, however, faced exclusion due to the incident at the rock pit. Although he was not removed from his position as the commander, Wei Changfeng replaced the person in charge at the Great Wind Tower with someone whose role was more about monitoring and restraining. The support sent by the Great Wind Tower to the city government was arranged by Wei Changfeng and came from the capital, Suhong. In no time, Qingyuan City was bustling with activity, and many unfamiliar faces gathered near Tianai Manor. Kid, I've prepared everything you need, now it's up to you. Don't let me down. Inside Tianai Manor, Lu Fei said excitedly after getting everything ready for Shin Chen. The Cheng Huang had the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, and if this evolution succeeded, it would surely awaken a bloodline different from other legendary magical beasts, greatly enhancing his strength and lifespan. There was even a possibility that he could leap into legend. Don't worry, if Cheng Huang can't advance to legend, I'll use my head as a chamber pot for you, Shin Chen replied confidently, though he was somewhat surprised by the influence of high-level beast tamers. In just one day, thousands of beast tamers had flooded into Qingyuan City. With such a massive number of beast tamers, it was undoubtedly a force that was hard to control. No wonder Mayor Li Jin was troubled and had to seek help from the Great Wind Tower. Better keep your head for yourself. As long as Cheng Huang advances, I can get you whatever you want. Lu Fei laughed and scolded before turning to leave. The next day, the number of beast tamers that had poured into Qingyuan City had exceeded 10,000, including quite a few at the king level, and even 9 at the emperor level, all of whom were invited into the Great Wind Tower by Zhao Wuji. If a small beast tide were to occur at this moment, these beast tamers could easily wipe it out. Commander Zhao, who exactly is this high-level beast master? If it were Elder Qin, he wouldn't act this way, right? Inside the Great Wind Tower, Mayor Li Jin looked worriedly at Zhao Wuji. The city government's team had been overwhelmed these past 2 days, and without the addition of a large number of demon hunters, there would likely be major chaos. Even so, a few small riots had occurred, but fortunately, Zhao Wuji had stepped in forcefully to quell them. It definitely wouldn't be Elder Qin. Has Mayor Li not considered that person? Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. In fact, the moment this news broke, Zhao Wuji had already thought it might be Xin Chen and had roughly guessed his intentions. Could it really be him? But why? Li Jin frowned, clearly having considered the possibility of Xin Chen, but he was not entirely sure. At this moment, he still did not know that Xin Chen had already been stripped of his command by the Grand Elder. To be honest, Mayor, Xin Chen has already been dismissed from the position of Grand Commander by Elder Wei and has had his command of Qingyan revoked, Zhao Wuji explained with a bitter smile. Foolish. Upon hearing this, Li Jin instantly understood and couldn't help but curse out loud. Is the Martial Alliance leader really that short-sighted? Doesn't he fear that those killing gods on the beast battlefield will find out? Those guys absolutely despise the suppression of talent. Li Jin couldn't help but feel indignant for Xin Chen. Such a talented beast master, and a rare high-level evolutionist at that, how foolish must one be to drive away such talent? The Martial Alliance leader wouldn't do that, it's just that some people are unwilling, taking advantage of the leader's absence to stir up trouble. Zhao Wuji's tone grew somber as he thought of those killing gods on the beast battlefield, a serious look appearing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Jin was speechless. It seemed that the Demon Alliance was not as united as it appeared. Due to the sensitive identity of high-level evolutionists, Qingyuan City was suddenly thrust into the spotlight, and even with the assistance of the Big Wind Tower, Li Jin could not control the situation and could only report layer by layer. Everyone, including Xin Chen, underestimated the influence of high-level evolutionists. In fact, some external forces had already applied to enter. On the third day, the number of beast masters in Qingyuan City continued to increase, and the area outside Tianai Manor was already packed to the brim, as everyone wanted to see if this suddenly appeared mysterious evolutionist could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Old Qin. Tianai Manor is open, please enter in an orderly manner. The manor has limited space, only those who have reached the king level can enter. Finally, with a loud call from Sunbor, the gates of Tianai Manor slowly opened under the eager anticipation of the crowd. After layers of scrutiny from the guards, only less than 1,000 king-level individuals were allowed to enter the manor. As for the king level from Qingyuan City, there were only a mere 100. The others could only stay outside the manor, watching the ascension of the Huang beast through a large screen that had been set up in advance. In the center of the manor, around the prepared evolution platform, the closest positions were occupied by a dozen emperor-level individuals, while opposite them was a group of special people that Xin Chen had never seen before. Dressed in unified black combat suits, their faces were resolute, and their eyes held a chilling killing intent, led by an elderly man with white hair and a crew cut. These were soldiers who had come down from the beast battlefields. Each bore some injuries, mostly due to their beast pets. LV Fei, come here. Seeing the somewhat noisy scene, the white-haired elder suddenly called out to LV Fei, who was not far away. The crowd was slightly taken aback. How dare he call out LV Fei's name directly? Who exactly was this old man? Oh, Bai Tu. What are you doing here with your old bones? Aren't you afraid of going underground early? Upon seeing the elder, LV Fei was also momentarily stunned, not expecting him to show up. What, can't I come? Is that person really a high-level evolutionist? Bai Tu said seriously, pointing at Xin Chen, who was fiddling with materials on the central platform. How could it be fake? If I could have invited Old Qin, I wouldn't want it to be like this, but this one is indeed a genuine high-level evolutionist, just a bit young. LV Fei hurriedly stepped forward, carefully smiling. Bai Tu, the commander who retired from the beast battlefield due to injuries, was known for his explosive temper. Even Wu Jing had to give him some respect, let alone others. After you're done, I want to meet him. Bai Tu waved his hand, turning his gaze back to Xin Chen on the platform, lost in thought. No problem, that would be an honor for this little guy. LV Fei smiled and turned to leave. He naturally understood Bai Tu's purpose for coming. These injured soldiers who had come down from the battlefield were certainly unwilling to accept their fate, as they still wished to return after being sidelined due to various injuries. And evolutionists were their only hope, if Sun Quan could recruit these people. Thinking of this, LV Fei narrowed his eyes. If Wu Jing found out about this, Wei Changfeng would definitely not have it easy. Alright, we can begin. At this moment, Sun Quan on the platform was already prepared. In fact, it was not necessary to go through so much trouble, but this time the goal was to showcase his strength as an evolutionist, laying the groundwork for future plans, which was why he had deliberately set things up. Silence! With a loud shout from LV Fei, the crowd below instantly quieted down, and the Lord-level Huang Beast happily walked onto the circular platform under everyone's watchful eyes. Sun Quan looked up at the crowd and spoke calmly. The legend of Lord-level magical beasts ascending can be called the leap of bloodlines. The duty of an evolutionist is to control the process of bloodline evolution, guiding it towards a positive transformation. The unique evolution light of a high-level evolutionist is a vibrant green, symbolizing the endless cycle of life. Even if the evolution fails, the magical beast will not suffer any harm. As he spoke, Sun Quan raised his hand and unleashed a rich, intense green light that enveloped the Cheng Huang on the stage. A melodious cry erupted from Cheng Huang, filled with joy. The crowd below widened their eyes. More than 90% of them rarely had the opportunity to witness the evolution process of a beast pet by an evolutionist, and their faces were filled with excitement. It could be said that Sun Quan's actions set a precedent. To advance a magical beast, different materials and resources must be matched. The quality level should not be lower than the current level of the beast pet, only then can the hidden talents of the beast pet be triggered. The timing and order must be just right to ensure that these energies are fully absorbed by the beast pet, preventing excessive waste that could hinder its advancement. A pile of legendary beast crystals was seemingly tossed into the green mist by Sun Quan, and as time passed, the materials prepared by Lu Fei gradually diminished. Boom! The beast crystals and various materials were wrapped in the green mist, transforming into gentle energy that flowed into Cheng Huang's body. A clear cry rang out, and a faint golden light shot up into the sky from within the green mist, followed by a rich aura of life spreading out. Ah! So comfortable! The life energy that radiated made the crowd below display expressions of comfort, especially the injured soldiers behind Bai Tu, who showed signs of shock on their faces. Their injuries had actually improved a bit. How miraculous! Everyone looked at the young figure on the stage with fervor. The process of beast pet evolution wasn't particularly entertaining. It could even be described as somewhat dull. However, under Sun Quan's impromptu commentary, the crowd didn't find it boring. Instead, they became more curious about his identity. Of course, everyone was even more curious about whether this young evolutionist could indeed help Cheng Huang advance to legend. No matter how flashy the process was, only success was truly convincing, and Sun Quan understood this well. Buzz! 2 hours later, a golden light pillar, almost solidified, shot up into the sky. The green evolution light faded at a visible speed, and the remaining green light emitted a tinkling sound, condensing into faint green leaves that entered Cheng Huang's body. Amidst the myriad greens, a single point of gold. An indescribable aura erupted from Cheng Huang, and Lu Fei, who had been anxious below, rushed up eagerly. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped by a majestic and mysterious power. The brilliance of the golden light pillar grew more intense, as if connecting the heavens and the earth with mysterious energy. Cheng Huang's body gradually became large and majestic in the light, its pale yellow fur reflecting brilliant golden waves, and amidst the sound of surging waves, a pair of crystal-clear golden wings began to form. But its transformation didn't stop there. Its eyes became as bright and dazzling as stars, and with the influx of energy from the world, it exuded an extraordinary and overwhelming aura. A strange fragrance began to permeate the surrounding air, reminiscent of the rich aroma from a fairyland. Ah! Upon seeing Lu Fei approach, Cheng Huang let out an excited cry, as if urging him on. This! Lu Fei instinctively glanced at Sun Quan. Cheng Huang's current state had far exceeded his expectations. He had previously sought information, but now, the path to legend, the beginning of Cheng Huang, a new starting point, naturally should be more high profile. The future is not without the possibility of legendary advancement. Sun Quan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and each face displayed a look of confusion. Legend? Isn't there an epic above legend? Could it be? Just as everyone was puzzled, Bai Tu suddenly exclaimed, "Could this guy have the potential to advance to a myth? But he is just an emperor now. Mr. Lu wouldn't also be advancing, would he?" Others quickly understood. Sun Quan's words clearly implied that Lu Fei had the possibility of advancing to a myth. Boom! Amidst the crowd's confusion, Lu Fei mounted the Chang Huang. As the light gradually converged, the Chang Huang let out a roar that shook the heavens, resonating through the air and striking a chord in everyone's hearts. As the Chang Huang soared into the sky, mysterious halos rapidly formed around it, shimmering with enigmatic runes that spread like ripples between heaven and earth. Above Qingyuan City. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei rode the Chang Huang, an indescribable passion bursting forth within him, his body visibly changing at a rapid pace, the momentum he had built up for so long erupting at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light in the sky was wildly unleashed as Lu Fei's momentum erupted like a geyser, showing no signs of stopping. A man and a beast soared through the sky, thrilling the spectators below. This old guy is about to advance to legend. Bai Tu was also very excited. After all, Lu Fei was his longtime friend. If it weren't for his deliberate pursuit of longevity, he might have advanced to legend long ago. However, being able to advance alongside his beast was no ordinary benefit. Thinking of this, Bai Tu looked at Shen Chen with a hint of surprise and contemplation in his eyes. Ah, I have advanced to legend. Finally, Lu Fei's voice descended from the sky as he and his beast landed with a thud. Riding the momentum of his beast, he had returned as a legend. Congratulations, old Lu, on advancing to legend. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to legend. The scene erupted with cheers, applause, and congratulations as everyone rushed forward to congratulate Lu Fei. Especially Sun Bo, whose master advancing to legend meant he would be a legendary disciple, a glory far surpassing his identity as the king of Qingyuan, promising him more opportunities in the future. But all of this was thanks to Shen Chen. At this moment, any ill thought Sun Bo had towards Shen Chen completely dissipated, otherwise, he would not only face the wrath of a legend but also the revenge of a high-level evolutionist. Lu Fei wore a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gently stroked the Chang Huang's fur, gratefully saying, "Thanks to you, my good partner." The Chang Huang let out a low call, tugging at Lu Fei's clothes and pulling him in front of Shen Chen. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that all the credit lay with this young high-level evolutionist. Bai Tu stepped forward and patted Lu Fei's shoulder hard. "Old buddy, you really make people envious. Now we have another legendary figure in Qingyuan City." Lu Fei ignored Bai Tu and instead approached Shen Chen, slightly bowing. "Thank you, Master Shen, for your support." Looking at Lu Fei, who was bowing to him, Shen Chen felt a moment of daze. This person before him was a legend. Just this bow could be boasted about for a long time, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Hee, this is all due to old Lu's long accumulation and sudden emergence. I merely helped along the way. Suppressing his inner excitement, Shen Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Good. What a good phrase, helping along the way. I, Lu, am deeply grateful and will make a promise today. From this day forth, Shen Chen and I, Lu Fei, shall be lifelong friends, sharing life and death, sharing glory and wealth. Any enemy of Shen Chen is also my enemy, and if this oath is violated, may heaven and earth punish. A howl. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the Chang Huang let out a clear cry that echoed through the sky, and at the same time, a beam of golden light fell from the heavens. The golden light split into 3 parts, each entering the bodies of Lu Fei, Cheng Huang, and Shen Chen. The crowd was astonished. Even the Imperial-level beast tamers and Commander Bai Tu displayed expressions of disbelief. The golden light oath of a beast tamer is the most severe vow. Once this oath is made, neither party can violate it, otherwise, they will suffer backlash, and in severe cases, both human and beast will turn to ashes. I never expected that old Lu would value Master Shen so highly. As the golden light entered their bodies, Shen Chen was slightly taken aback, as he noticed that his mental threshold seemed to have increased a bit, and the system did not issue any prompts, indicating that this oath was harmless to him. Ha ha, thank you, Mr. Lu. Shen Chen laughed out loud, but seeing Lu Fei frown, he quickly changed his words. Thank you, old brother Lu, for your kindness. Since it's like this, I will also make a promise. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement, and Lu Fei smiled broadly, knowing that this kid was finally getting to the point after all that fuss. A legendary promise represents strength and backing. Its deterrent effect outweighs the practical benefits. But what could a senior evolutionist's promise be? Everyone was eagerly anticipating. To congratulate old brother Lu on his promotion to legendary, I am willing to stay here for a month. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. What kind of promise was this? The next moment. Within a month, I, Shen Chen, will do my utmost to establish good relations with all of you. For any beast pets that need evolution, as long as you prepare the materials, you can come to me here, and I, Shen, will never refuse. Of course, I will need a small reward from you all. Before his words fell, the atmosphere instantly exploded. Just a small reward in exchange for the help of a senior evolutionist. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Shen, is this true? What kind of reward do you need? Some were worried that Xin Shen was just saying this for show and would deliberately raise the reward to deter everyone. I assure you, my words are not false, and I only need beast crystals or the lowest quality of magical beast flesh. No matter how much, I will take action, and let me tell you a piece of news, my success rate for evolution is 100%. Moreover, if any of you are dissatisfied with your current beast pets, I can also perform cross-species evolution, so you won't have to regret your initial choices. Beast crystals? High-quality magical beast flesh? A 100% success rate. The possibility of cross-species evolution if one is not satisfied with their current beast pet. What kind of divine operation is this? Is this real? After hearing these conditions, everyone was stunned, not because they were too high, but because they were too low. Especially since the other party was a senior evolutionist, rarer than a legendary beast tamer, such conditions were practically equivalent to free help, so everyone thought Xin Shen was joking. Of course, this is only valid for this month. Xin Shen smiled slightly, knowing from the expressions of the crowd that his conditions were too low. But it didn't matter, for him, controlling the light of evolution only consumed some time, and under the premise of not considering the success rate, it hardly cost him anything. Lower conditions were fine, only in this way could he quickly integrate resources, enhance his own strength, and see if there was an opportunity to establish his own power. Master's high righteousness. Master is mighty. Amid the cheers, a group of beast tamers immediately scattered to gather the various resources needed for beast pet evolution, as well as the small reward that Master Shen required. What no one expected was that all resources related to beast pet evolution in Qingyuan City were instantly snatched up, with prices rising more than double compared to usual. Moreover, after the second day, this trend began to spread to the 6 major cities under Qingyuan's jurisdiction. Master Shen, I am Ning Tianji. The beast pets we have are all at the Lord level, but they have all been severely injured, which has prevented their advancement. I wonder. At this moment, aside from Baitu and a group of injured soldiers in the Tianai Manor, there were also 7 Imperial-level beast tamers, one of whom looked troubled as he glanced at Xin Shen. Severe injuries? Let me take a look. Xin Shen frowned. He had noticed these individuals before, as they had remained expressionless since entering the manor, seemingly indifferent to him, a high-level evolutionist. When the 7 summoned their beast pets, Xin Shen was taken aback. Not only were the injuries of these beast pets exceedingly strange, but all of them were also extremely rare magical beasts, with 2 even comparable to LV Fei's riding Huang, Su Qianxua's nether black phoenix, and Chu Wanwan's sacred heart white fox. The strangeness lay in the fact that these beast pets exhibited injuries with dark corrosion characteristics. It seemed that there were no recorded magical beasts in the Daxia region capable of inflicting such wounds, and even more bizarre was the familiar aura of evolutionary light emanating from these beast pets. Outer region. With this thought, Xin Shen immediately became alert, remembering that not long ago, he had clashed with people from the Imperial region, even losing his position as the Grand Commander of the Green Robe because of it. Master Shen, is there any way? Ning Tianji noticed the troubled expression on Xin Shen's face and felt a chill in his heart. To be honest, we had previously sought out Old Qin, but unfortunately, Old Qin could only ensure the safety of these beast pets. Sought out Old Qin? At this revelation, Xin Shen's wariness eased slightly. Ning Tianji? The Ning 7 heroes, known as the 7 killers from beyond the domain? At that moment, Baitu seemed to recall something and fixed his gaze on Ning Tianji. Exactly. Ning Tianji looked up, and the others also raised their heads to look at Baitu, clearly surprised that someone here knew of them. Alas, you have worked hard. Saying this, Baitu and the injured soldiers behind him stood up, placing their right fists on their chests, saluting the Ning 7 heroes with a military salute that would only appear on the battlefield. Bang! Thank you! In the next moment, tears welled in the eyes of the Ning 7 heroes. After so many years of wandering, they thought the people of Daxia had forgotten their existence. Now, having suffered heavy injuries and quietly returning to recuperate, they did not expect these veterans to salute them. A strong sense of belonging and honor surged in their hearts. Beside them, LV Fei's expression was solemn, while Xin Shen felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he understood that these 7 had significant backgrounds, even being the kind of existence that could not reveal their identities. There are many people like the Ning 7 heroes. One could say that the current stable situation in the Daxia region owes at least half of its credit to people like them. Seemingly sensing Xin Shen's confusion, LV Fei explained. Xin Shen instantly understood. The identity of the Ning 7 heroes was akin to the elite dragon team and war wolves of Daxia before the beast disaster. The reverse walkers beneath the peace. The nation's sharp blade that deters the outer regions. Since your identities are not an issue, I do have a method we can try. After saying this, Xin Shen stepped forward, ready to test his method. Master Shin, as a rising star, it is understandable for you to leverage your abilities to gather resources, but for those who have fought for Daxia, you must give your all. Without them, there would be no present for you. Do not hide or play these little tricks. Just as Shin Chen approached the most severely injured magical beast, Baitu suddenly spoke out fiercely, adopting a watchful stance. Baitu, shut the hell up. Upon hearing this, LV Fei's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late. Shin Chen turned around, a hint of coldness rising in his eyes. So, you all think I'm just playing tricks? Shin Chen's gaze swept over the injured soldiers of the Ning Clan's 7 heroes and Baitu. If it weren't for your identities, do you think you could still stand here with your strength? Oh no! As soon as Lu Fei saw Shin Chen's expression, he knew this kid was genuinely angry. Although it seemed he didn't care about losing the position of the Grand Commander in the blue robe, Shin Chen's mindset had unknowingly changed. The specific manifestation was a thirst for power, evident from Shin Chen voluntarily revealing his identity as a high-level evolutionist. Baitu was no pushover either. He was a ruthless figure on the beast battlefield, having single-handedly killed dozens of experts from outside regions who tried to seize beast resources, and he had gathered a large group of warriors with similar temperaments around him. Ha ha, what a big mouth. I want to see what you can do to make Baitu kneel. Baitu couldn't help but laugh at Shin Chen's audacity. A kid who hadn't even grown all his hair dared to shout in front of him. The injured soldiers behind him looked at Shin Chen with anger, and even Ning Tianji and the others frowned, feeling that Shin Chen was a bit arrogant. Those who could come down from the beast battlefield were not ordinary beast tamers. Unfortunately, Shin Chen seemed to be in a bad mood today, completely ignoring Lu Fei's attempts to stop him. Although he had never been to the beast battlefield and hadn't fought for years like the Ning Clan's 7 heroes, when it came to combat experience, having gone through the illusion of the Emperor's trial on Lake Heart Island, he might not be inferior to these people. If you want to see my abilities, then come at me together. A cold light flashed in Shin Chen's eyes as he raised his hand, pointing at Baitu and the injured soldiers, his fighting spirit instantly surging. Let me see what you seasoned warriors are capable of and who gave you the courage to speak to me like that. Shin Chen was furious. Just as Lu Fei had guessed, although he seemed indifferent to losing the position of Grand Commander, he was still young and impetuous, a high-level evolutionist, and with the system backing him, the repeated setbacks had pushed his patience to the limit. To put it simply, he was getting carried away. Boom! Boom! A day ago, the red-armored Xuanju mother beast completed a reproductive cycle, increasing their numbers to 200. In a fit of rage, Shin Chen summoned them all. Hiss! A dense mass of red-armored Xuanju formed a sea of fire, creating an indestructible flame barrier between the two sides, leaving Baitu and Ning Tianji stunned. Come on! Let's see if this guy who only knows tricks can make you fall. Shin Chen stood behind the flame barrier, his gaze cold and full of provocation. Baitu and Ning Tianji exchanged glances, shocked into silence by the scene before them, completely unresponsive to Shin Chen's provocation. The injured soldiers widened their eyes, incredulously staring at the dense mass of red-armored Xuanju. How is this possible? He actually has such a massive beast horde. The faces of the Ning Clan's 7 heroes turned increasingly pale. They had originally thought Shin Chen was just a somewhat talented young man, but they never expected him to possess such formidable strength. Who? The sound of ants echoed, and the flame barrier radiated a scorching heat that made it hard to approach. The two sides stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with the impending clash. Baitu and Ning Tianji silently lamented, beginning to regret their previous underestimation of Shin Chen. At this moment, they realized that this young man was far more terrifying than they had imagined, not just because of the miraculous means of a high-level evolutionist, but also due to the sheer number and high level of his beast companions. Roar! Roar! Behind the Ning Clan's 7 heroes, 7 injured beast companions also let out low growls, their giant eyes filled with a wary expression. Come on, let's have a match, one where life and death don't matter. Seeing Baitu and the others silent, a hint of mockery flashed in Shin Chen's eyes. Who the hell thinks they can lecture me on seniority? It's absolutely ridiculous. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Baitu, caught off guard by the retort, felt a chill at his neck. Behind him, a shadow slowly emerged. A long, sharp blade had somehow been placed across his throat. With just a light stroke, Baitu would cease to exist. Name, Void Hunter, Level, First Stage, Level 1, Quality, High Rare, Traits, Dark Damage, Chaotic Movement, Skills, Damage Transfer, Void Assassination, Remarks, inherits all traits of the Beastmaster's Beast Pet Mother Body. Damage Transfer, transfers 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and increases the next attack's transferred damage by 10 times. If the target of the next attack is the host's damage dealer, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Void assassination. The hunter hides in the void for silent assassinations, appearing and disappearing without a trace. A missed strike can travel 1,000 miles. Stop! Stop! Devil type, humanoid beast pet. The injured soldiers exclaimed in unison. Even the Ning family's 7 heroes showed signs of action, but upon seeing the overwhelming number of red-armored Xian horses, they fell silent instantly. Especially Ning Tianji, who, upon seeing the Void Hunter, immediately recognized the essence of this beast pet. Understanding was one thing, but with their current beast pets heavily injured, even all 7 of them together wouldn't be enough to handle these red-armored Xian horses, not to mention there was also a humanoid beast pet of the devil type. Their injuries were related to the demons. Caution was warranted. Ah, kid, you've got guts. At that moment, Baitu, with the long knife at his throat, showed no fear and instead burst into laughter. Very good, the Great Xia region has produced a genius like you. I, Baitu, will recommend you to the Demon Alliance, and you can directly enter the beast battlefield. With such a powerful beast pet army, it won't be long before you have a place in the beast battlefield. Upon hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Shen Chen's face, and Lu Fei felt the same. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Even if Wu Jing were here, he'd have to listen to me. Seeing Shen Chen's lack of reaction, Baitu instinctively thought the other didn't believe in his strength and immediately began to explain. Alright, we're all on the same side, no need to be so tense, Lu Fei said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Shen Chen, give my brother some face, let's end this here. Baitu is unaware of the situation and doesn't have any bad intentions. Baitu's eyes widened at this. Old Lu, do you think I can't take this kid? Damn, go ahead and try. Let's see if that broken mouth of yours can still get you dinner, you brainless fool. Lu Fei was furious. As soon as those words were spoken, Baitu immediately backed down. The knife was still at his throat. Humph, if you were someone else, I'd have your head rolling right now. Shen Chen snorted coldly. Now calm, he recalled his beast pet and quietly watched everyone. Hey, even if I can't beat you, there's no need to be so arrogant. Put. Hearing Baitu's tone, Lu Fei, who knew him well, couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking he would keep being tough. Old Bai, and all of you from the Ning family, you really underestimated my brother. Perhaps to ease the tension, Lu Fei changed the subject and recounted everything Shen Chen had done during this time. When he finished, everyone was astonished. Adventuring on Lake Heart Island, submitting mythical beast skins, making the legendary Beastmaster and intermediate evolutionist Shu Tianai submit, exposing the beast slave conspiracy in the arena, bringing down the emperor, winning against many, annihilating over 100 invaders from the British Emperor District, and standing firm against the Vampire Duke. Is this something a middle school student can do? He was once the Grand Commander of the Demon Alliance, but was taken down by the scheming elder Wei Changfeng. No wonder Baitu was indifferent when recommending the other party to join the Demon Alliance. Each of these matters would be hard for people like them to accomplish. Master Shen, we misunderstood you, my apologies. Ning Tianji and the others looked ashamed and slightly bowed to Shen Chen. Just the fact that he had eliminated the royal count of the Emperor's district was enough for them to lower their heads to this young man. Little brother, I was wrong. Since you are an old friend of old Lu, that makes you my brother Baitu. Baitu directly apologized. The Demon Alliance is blind. Next time I see that brat Wu Jing, I will definitely seek justice for you. It's nothing, let's just move past this. Upon hearing this, Shen Chen's expression softened. He knew these men were straightforward and didn't want to hold a grudge. Ha ha ha, I like straightforward people like you. Baitu's eyes showed a hint of amusement as he boldly stepped forward and patted Shen Chen on the shoulder. A person like you will eventually enter the beast battlefield. Do you have any thoughts about forming a team? Shen Chen's expression shifted. This was indeed an opportunity. If you are willing, I can grant you 800 elite soldiers to help you take off on the battlefield. 800 elite soldiers? Shen Chen's face twitched slightly as he glanced at the injured soldiers behind Baitu. Could it be these? There were quite a few, but he didn't know their combat strength. Did this old guy want to take advantage of him? A wary look appeared in Shen Chen's eyes. Hey, what kind of expression is that? The soldiers under me are all elite. Even if the 4 great commanders of the battlefield asked me for men, I wouldn't give in. If it weren't for the fact that I find you pleasing to the eye, I'd rather let them go home to retire. Baitu retorted angrily. Are you sure you're not trying to take advantage of me? Shen Chen showed a face full of skepticism. This old guy changed his attitude too quickly. He had to be cautious. Can you speak properly? The injuries on my soldiers are all due to the backlash from heavily injured beast pets. For you, a high-level evolutionist, is that even a problem? Besides, we have plenty of resources, how can you call it taking advantage? Baitu said helplessly. This kid was too cunning. Upon hearing this, Shen Chen's eyes lit up. After the global beast disaster, the path to taming beasts was open to everyone, and resources were undoubtedly the most important. If one were to consider where the most resources in this world were, the beast battlefield would be the first choice. This was also one of the reasons why battles continued to erupt in the beast battlefield. And those beast tamers who had long been mingling in the battlefield were undoubtedly the wealthiest group of people. Oh, as long as it's not taking advantage, that's good, Shin Chen feigned nonchalance and continued. You're not trying to make me raise your soldiers, are you? Are you sick? Do I need to do that? Bai Tu was furious. Ha ha ha. Shin Chen laughed heartily, and the previous unpleasantness instantly dissipated. Master Shun, look. At this moment, Ning Tianji and the others stepped forward to inquire. They had previously witnessed Shin Chen having a humanoid beast pet, which was clearly evolved, and the key was that this humanoid beast pet was of the demon type, indicating that the other party had knowledge in that area. Go! With a thought, Shin Chen summoned the Void Hunter to the side of the most heavily injured beast, placing the long knife directly on the beast. Buzz! Immediately, the beast began to tremble lightly, and the swirling black energy around it gathered towards the long knife at a visible speed, then entered the Void Hunter's body. Half an hour later, the black energy on Ning Tianji's beast had completely disappeared, and the blood at the wound had returned to its original state. Although the injury still looked terrifying, as long as it stayed in the beast space for a while, it would fully recover. Thank you, Master Shin. Ning Tianji was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. The others also showed happy expressions. They had finally found someone who could treat their beast pets. It's just a small effort, Shin Chen said with a slight smile, looking at the beast pet that had returned to its original form, his face showing a hint of doubt. He had never seen such a beast pet before. Could it be a new species? Just then, the cold system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The Void Hunter absorbs the source energy, level up. Shin Chen was slightly taken aback and immediately opened the beast pet panel. Name, Void Hunter, level, 2nd tier 4th level, quality, advanced rare, traits, dark damage, chaotic movement, skills, damage transfer, void assassination, remarks, inherits all traits of the Beast Master's Beast Pet Mother Body. Damage transfer, transfers 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and increases the next attack of the Void Hunter by 10 times the transferred damage. If the target of the next attack is the damage inflictor to the host, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Void assassination, the hunter hides in the void for silent assassination, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and if the first strike misses, it can travel 1,000 miles. The level change directly upgraded from 1st tier 1st level to 2nd tier 4th level, significantly enhancing its power. Shin Chen could clearly feel that the presence of the Void Hunter was becoming weaker. This is truly an unexpected joy. Following that, Shin Chen eagerly performed the same operation for the beast pets of the other few people, and the results were as expected. The demonic energy from the 6 beast pets directly raised the Void Hunter by 3 tiers. 5th tier 2nd level. What surprised Shin Chen even more was that behind the Void Hunter, a pair of transparent wings had actually sprouted, gently fluttering with the might to tear through the void. Thank you, Master Shin. This return to the Great Xia district was a bit rushed, and I don't have many resources on me, but I do have some various beast blood in essence, Ning Tianji said, taking out a large pile of beast blood in essence from his storage bag. Importantly, all of it was at the Lord level. Ha ha, thank you all, then I will shamelessly accept it. Shin Chen was overjoyed. Legendary Lord level beast meat in essence were exactly what he needed most at the moment. Lu Fei scoffed, hypocritical. Bai Tu shook his head, too snobbish. This time back, I probably won't go outside the district for a while. I plan to take a walk in the beast battlefield. If the master has the opportunity, you should go there and take a look. I believe with your strength, you will definitely gain a lot. After understanding the situation in the outer district and the beast battlefield through the Ning family's 7 heroes, the 7 turned to leave. The weather is about to change again. Bai Tu murmured as he watched the direction the 7 left. The next day, beast masters from Qingyuan City began to arrive at Tianai Manor. After submitting some beast blood and crystals, Shin Chen started the advancement for the first beast pet. An hour later, boom! A powerful aura rose in Tianai Manor as the elite level advanced to Lord level, success. Boom! The second, advanced beast pet to elite level, success. The third, elite level to Lord level, success. The 10th, advanced elite level, success. Waves of powerful auras continuously erupted within Tianai Manor, and every beast pet had a 100% success rate in the evolution process without any accidents. Although most of the beast pets of the beast masters had low quality levels, some did evolve to Lord level, mostly from king level beast masters. However, such a terrifying success rate could hardly be matched even by the first of the Great Xia, Old Qin. Moreover, the prices were so affordable. Now, some who were still on the fence could no longer sit still and began to frantically collect all the resources needed for beast pet evolution, which led to the instant depletion of stock in Qingyuan City. Soon, it spread to the surrounding large cities. At the same time, Shinshen's gains were quite considerable. Aside from some rare materials that were placed into Emperor Qianqiu's storage ring, everything else was piled into the warehouse of Tianai Manor. As time passed, Shinshen received various tiers of flesh and beast crystals every day, and the warehouse at Tianai Manor was becoming insufficient. Come on, my little treasures, the feast begins. Seeing this, Shinshen decided to release 200 red-armored Xian horses along with their mother body, and the void hunters that had absorbed the essence of demonic energy were also locked in the warehouse. When quality was lacking, quantity would make up for it. The explosive upgrade of beast pets had begun. The mountain of monster flesh directly buried the red-armored Xian horses, and from time to time, a buzzing sound emerged, causing the flesh mountain to tremble. The void hunters hovering above, with their sharp blades angled, quickly absorbed the pure blood energy flowing in, at a speed even faster than the red-armored Xian horses. Hiss! Watching the flesh mountain continuously diminish, Shinshen couldn't help but gasp. If he had evolved the void hunters before entering Lake Heart Island, he wondered how much the blood energy in that crimson swamp would have enhanced them. Unfortunately, before being captured at Lake Heart Island, he was not an evolutionist, but if there was a chance in the future, he would certainly give it a try. Ding! The red-armored Xian horse has consumed a large amount of flesh and advanced to current Tier 1 Level 3. Ding! The red-armored Xian horse has consumed a large amount of flesh and advanced to current Tier 1 Level 4. The system's notification sounded incessantly, and the small levels of the red-armored Xian horse rapidly increased, while the absorption speed of the void hunters was fast, but their advancement was not obvious, especially for the one that had grown demonic wings, which showed almost no movement. Perhaps the energy from the flesh is too low level for the void hunters, Shinshen murmured to himself. Now, he had a large amount of flesh and beast crystals coming in every day, so he wasn't worried about these beast pets lacking food for the time being. However, he had discovered a very strange situation in the past couple of days. The void hunter that had absorbed demonic energy seemed to harbor some hostility towards another, intentionally or unintentionally suppressing the other's speed during the absorption of blood energy. Moreover, this situation was even more pronounced when the other void hunter was leveling up. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain? Is it the suppression of the tier of source energy? Shinshen found through the records in the Beastmaster Chronicles that this situation had occurred before, mostly between awakened source bloodline beasts and ordinary beasts of the same kind. After the global beast disaster, most of the monsters that appeared were ordinary beasts. As time passed, and humans traced the origins of these suddenly appearing monsters, they discovered the hiding places of some powerful, pure-blooded Beast King-level monsters, located in other dimensional nests. Beast Kings are also classified into tiers based on their bloodlines: King level, Saint level, and God level. The Blood Serpent of Lake Heart Island in East City claimed to be the Saint of Blood, and its bloodline should have reached the Saint level, which is why that legendary Beast Master at the time could not completely kill it. People found that the purer the bloodline, the stronger the power, which actually has many similarities with humans. However, these Beast King-level monsters were so powerful that humans at that time could hardly defeat them until Emperor Qianqiu emerged. With myth-level strength, Emperor Qianqiu sealed the other dimensional spaces around the world. Although legendary monsters like the Blood Serpent occasionally emerged, most did not exceed the highest level of human beast masters, allowing humanity to continue and develop, inheriting and perfecting the profession of beast masters. Afterward, Emperor Qianqiu mysteriously disappeared. Shinshen speculated that high-tier void hunters could suppress low-tier ones. According to the relevant records in the Beastmaster Chronicles, if the bloodline were to be completely awakened, it should at least reach the saint level. The beast body is king, transforming into a saint, breaking the void to become a god. In the following 10 days, Shinshen was almost busy until midnight every day, helping these fervent beast tamers with their pets' evolution, while a large amount of resources were continuously poured into the manor's warehouse to support the evolution of his group of pets. Oh, so it can be done this way. During a Lord-level pet evolution, Shinshen, feeling bored, had a sudden idea. He split the light of evolution into two, simultaneously evolving another elite-level pet that was waiting, and unexpectedly, it succeeded. Wow, I can't believe it can be done this way, it's amazing. Even if old Qin came here, he probably couldn't multitask to evolve two completely different types and levels of magical beasts. The onlookers watched Shinshen, who was multitasking, and expressed their sincere admiration, their awe growing stronger. Soon, 3, 4, 5. The number of pets Shinshen could control with the light of evolution increased every day, but since these magical beasts already had owners, it was impossible to evolve them all at once within a single light of evolution, otherwise, it could lead to backlash. Even so, with the support of the beast-taming divine symbol, Shinshin finally understood the limit of his multitasking control. 12. He could simultaneously evolve 12 pets of different levels, qualities, and owners, greatly improving efficiency, resulting in a crazy increase in resources within the warehouse. Shinshin was very happy. The speed of resource acquisition finally kept up with the pace of this group of gluttons. If you want me to take in these 800 injured soldiers, it's not impossible, but from now on, you must respect me. No matter when I ask them to do anything, they must execute it without any discount, and no one can interfere. One day, Baitu finally gathered 800 injured soldiers to negotiate terms with Shinshin. These are 800 elite soldiers, Baitu insisted, standing at the warehouse door, staring at Shinshin. Nonsense, in my hands, they are 800 elite soldiers, in yours, they are just injured soldiers. Shinshin rolled his eyes, and when he looked at the 800 injured soldiers, a deep shock appeared in his eyes. As Baitu said, these 800 were definitely battle-hardened warriors. Just standing there quietly, they naturally exuded an iron-blooded aura, a murderous spirit that was absolutely incomparable to those beast-tamers outside who occasionally hunted magical beasts. Do you understand the respect for the elderly and love for the young? Baitu, exasperated, began to puff up his cheeks and glare, pulling at straws. Not convinced? Come on, let's fight. Shinshin laughed. After these days of interaction, he understood that the old guy was completely a rogue when he went crazy. No wonder Lu Fei said even Wu Jing didn't dare to confront him head-on. As soon as these words were spoken, Baitu immediately backed down. 10 or 8 didn't matter, but this kid had a full 200 high-level mutated ants. If a fight broke out, he might not even have bones left. In the end, Shinshin successfully accepted the 800 injured soldiers. All 800 were mostly pets that had suffered severe injuries and lost their combat abilities, but after Shinshin's resource accumulation over these days, the large number was enough to restore all their pets. As for the physical injuries, Shinshin directly handed them over to Lu Fei. No physician was more suitable than the legendary Cheng Huang beast. Since he wanted to build his own force, everything had to be done meticulously, and Shinshin was very attentive to this, with the most critical aspect being the choice of pets. All the pets of the 800 elite soldiers were Tsangbei snow wolves, but Shinshin was not satisfied with this. After some thought, he prepared to conduct ultra-rare evolution on these pets. As for the magical beast essence, Shinshin decisively chose the elite-level Holy Firewolf. His choice of these Holy Firewolves was made after careful consideration. In addition to the massive numbers that can be satisfied, the elite-level Holy Firewolves not only possess long-range attack capabilities but also have superior physique and speed compared to their peers, which aligns perfectly with his idea of forming a cavalry. Kid, you have quite the ambition. Seeing how invested Shinshin was in these people, Baitu felt a great sense of relief and openly praised his own good judgment in finding the right person. What does that have to do with you? I want to turn them into the first wolf cavalry of the Great Xia district. If you dare to have any crooked ideas, I won't hesitate to take you down first. Upon seeing Shin's glare, Baitu immediately backed down. This kid was not to be trifled with. Ever since he heard that Shinshin wanted to transform these people into wolf cavalry, Baitu, the battlefield-killing god, had indeed entertained some thoughts, but after several attempts to probe, he realized it was impossible to snatch food from this kid's hands. The first wolf cavalry of the Great Xia district. Baitu felt a burning desire in his heart. No, I need to let those guys on the battlefield know a bit of news. I must make this kid go practice on the battlefield, or it would be too much of a waste. 3 days later, everything was ready. Unbeknownst to Shinshin, who had already caught someone's attention, he had begun the evolution of the Tsangbei snow wolves, with all the timing set for the night. Since it was the same type of magical beast advancing, Shinshin directly chose 10 Tsangbei snow wolves for the first time, which was also a kind of experiment. Simulated evolution, start. Beast Master Divine Symbol, activate. A powerful mental force rippled through the Tianai Manor, and under Shinshin's command, these soldiers fed their beast companions the same dosage of holy fire wolf blood before retreating. Buzz! Shinshin raised his hand, and an intensely rich emerald light enveloped the Tsangbei snow wolves, along with the already prepared massive quantities of beast crystals and other evolution materials. A clear evolution route slowly formed before Shinshin's eyes. Due to the kinship, there was only one evolution path with no other options. Holy Flame Wolf Cavalry, evolution begins. The powerful mental force condensed into threads, slowly extending into the evolution light, allowing Shinshin to clearly perceive the changes in the Tsangbei snow wolves. Under Shinshin's control, the evolution light burned like emerald flames, fierce and dazzling, significantly stronger than the previous single evolution. Perception poured in like rain, penetrating everywhere. The bodies of the Tsungbei snow wolves began to change, the most obvious being the enlargement of their skeletons, their bones becoming harder, and their muscle lines becoming more defined. Following that, their fur gradually transformed into a fiery red hue, but this flame gave a sense of being on the verge of solidifying. Hoo! Each breath was accompanied by a scorching breath, endless fiery energy rolling like clouds. As time passed, a large amount of beast crystals were consumed, and the changes in the Tsungbei snow wolves became increasingly apparent, their backs starting to swell and gradually forming a pair of wings ablaze with flames. The wings were covered with a layer of shimmering flame runes, and as the light flowed, it resembled fire spirits dancing. 2 hours later. Ding! Tsungbei snow wolves evolution successful. Ding! New species Holy Flame Wolf Cavalry evolution successful. As the system prompt sounded, the emerald evolution light suddenly dissipated. The 10 Holy Flame Wolf Cavalry appeared like war gods from hell, their massive and powerful bodies exceeding 3 meters in length, with tall and agile limbs full of explosive power, their bodies glowing like burning flames, radiating dazzling light. Their sharp claws were capable of tearing through steel. The sharp fangs protruded from the corners of their mouths, exuding a faint scorching breath, and the enormous wings that swelled on their backs flickered with mysterious light, as if containing endless power. Swift as the wind, they transformed into flames. Each Holy Flame Wolf Cavalry exuded an indomitable aura, as if they were unparalleled beasts born for battle. So imposing. Master Shin is truly amazing. A group of soldiers watching from the side gasped in amazement. They had never imagined that the Tsungbei snow wolf could appear so majestic. Their gazes towards Shinshan were now filled with a hint of respect. Only those who had been on the battlefield against magical beasts understood how important a powerful beast companion was to soldiers like them. At that moment, Shinshan also sensed the information about the Holy Flame Wolf Rider. Name, Holy Flame Wolf Rider, Level, First Tier, Level 1, Quality, Lord Level, Traits, Immune to Fire Damage, Attribute Damage Reduction, Skills, Holy Flame, Fiery Charge, Holy Flame. The fire missiles emitted by the Holy Flame Wolf Rider during attacks cause splash damage to enemies, with a maximum damage range of 500 meters, and add a burning effect when the Beast Master attacks. Fiery Charge, Legion skill that enhances attack, defense, and speed, while forming a layer of flame barrier around during the charge, the Wolf Rider's charge, leaving no grass behind. Upon seeing the attributes of the Holy Flame Wolf Rider, Shinshan frowned slightly. It wasn't that it wasn't powerful, the key was that it was too singular. Although 800 seemed like a large number, half of them were elite beast masters, and aside from 3 emperor-level individuals, the rest were all king-level. Such a team would undoubtedly be a formidable force outside, but on the battlefield, it was not necessarily the case. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Perhaps sensing Shinshan's emotions, Bai Tu, who had appeared out of nowhere, approached him. Not quite ideal, Shinshan shook his head slightly. Although the quality reached Lord level, it was clearly much weaker compared to his crimson armored steed. Ha! You are too short-sighted. After hearing Shinshan's introduction of the Holy Flame Wolf Rider, Bai Tu suddenly burst into laughter. They are never fighting alone on the battlefield, every tier has its own battlefield, and the Legion is no different. Although those magical beasts are not very reasonable, as long as an emperor-level being moves, we will sense it. Unless they intend to specifically target someone or a certain legion, they won't easily attack those below the legendary level, that's the rule. Upon hearing this, Shinshan blinked, as if he had thought of something. If my soldiers had been like this back then, we wouldn't have had to retreat due to serious injuries. A hint of gloom appeared on Bai Tu's face. You still don't understand battlefield matters, professional things should be left to professionals. Stop. Shinshan had been listening seriously, but the more he heard, the more it twisted. This old guy was still up to no good. I'm telling you, in terms of one-on-one combat, perhaps they can't compare to the Ning family's 7 heroes, but on the battlefield, even if a legendary magical beast comes, these 800 can definitely crush it with ease. Bai Tu pointed at the 3 emperor-level individuals, then at the soldiers continuously gathering behind them, his eyes revealing excitement. Anyway, they are all my people, so don't get any ideas. Shinshan didn't care about that, this old guy was always trying to set him up. Forget it, since that's the case, let's give this army a name. Bai Tu was quite unhappy. A name? Shinshan's eyes flickered as he began to ponder, while the others looked at him with hopeful expressions. Let's call it the Holy King Legion. Holy King Legion. The Holy Flame Wolf Rider, combined with 800 elite soldiers, formed the Holy King Legion. When Shinshan spoke this name, the 800 elite soldiers and Bai Tu momentarily appeared dazed, their gazes towards Shinshan filled with a strange expression. What's wrong? Can't it be called that? Shinshan frowned slightly. Could it be that even a casual name had taboos? Kid, do you know that there is also a Holy King Legion on the battlefield of the beasts? But that is the most elite force of the beast side, with over 1,000 Lord-level beasts, and even 5 legendary beasts. You dare to call yourself a holy king with just 800 men? Once you enter the battlefield, you will definitely be targeted. A serious expression appeared on Baitu's face. His soldiers ended up like this precisely because they encountered the Holy King Legion of the Beasts. Shin Shen was speechless. He didn't expect the beasts could actually form elite legions. But thinking about the blood dragon on Lake Heart Island, it made sense. Legendary beasts could definitely transform and were not lacking in intelligence, so forming a legion shouldn't be too difficult. However, upon further reflection, over 1,000 Lord-level beasts and 5 legendary beasts were indeed high-level resources. So what if we are targeted? I'm here to fight the elite. With this thought, Shin Shen couldn't help but laugh. It was just legendary beasts, he had seen them before. Good. I like you like this. From now on, these 800 men are entrusted to you. Seeing the excitement in Shin Shen's eyes, Baitu knew he couldn't dissuade this kid, so he simply handed over his own commander's token to Shin Shen. You old man, you really are hiding things. Taking the commander's token, Shin Shen couldn't help but laugh and curse. Until now, these 800 elite soldiers truly belonged to him. What a joke, these people have fought alongside me through thick and thin. If it weren't for the fact that you are indeed quite good, I would rather they grow old than hand them over to someone else. Baitu laughed and cursed back. Baitu believed that with these evolved 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders, Shin Shen would definitely make a name for himself on the battlefield of the beasts. Moreover, this guy had quite a few beast pets, and it was said that as their levels continued to rise, they would keep increasing, thousands and thousands, perhaps. He hoped that when this kid went to the battlefield of the beasts, those arrogant fellows would take him seriously. In the following period, Shin Shen evolved beast pets for the incoming beast tamers during the day, and at night, he worked overtime to evolve the Holy Flame Wolf Riders. Fortunately, these soldiers had some stock, otherwise, relying solely on those rewards would not be enough to cover the consumption. Ding! The red-armored Dark Horse has leveled up. Finally, Shin Shen welcomed another level up for the red-armored Dark Horse. Name, Red Armored Dark Horse, Level, 5th Tier 7th Level, Quality, High Rare, Talent, Super Fertility, Light of Favor, Scarlet Flame Across Miles, Loyalty, 100%, Characteristics, Strong Endurance, Great Strength, Strong Self-Healing Ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same body type, Strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same body type. When body damage exceeds 50%, Self-Healing Mode is activated. Super Fertility, Breeding Cycle shortened by 10 times, breeding quantity increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can always maintain a minimum population of 100 under any circumstances. Scarlet Flame Across Miles, inherits the characteristics of the Scarlet Blood Pegasus, generating a whirlwind of flames underfoot while running. The more beast pets deployed in battle, the greater the speed increase. Light of Favor, Leader's Majesty, all attributes doubled. The red-armored Dark Horse, having leveled up 4 tiers, not only grew larger but also had its other attributes enhanced. With a large supply of flesh and blood resources, a single red-armored Dark Horse could already contend with ordinary elite-level beasts. Besides the red-armored Dark Horse, Shin Shen did not forget his strategic weapon, the Bat-Winged Flying Insect. Name, Bat-Winged Flying Insect, Level, 9th Tier 3rd Level, Quality, High Rare, Characteristics, Super Defense, Super Endurance, Skill, Bombardment, inherits maternal characteristics. The resentment of the thousand-faced demon bat envelopes the red-armored Dark Horse as it descends from the sky, conducting indiscriminate bombardment on the target area, generating a sea of scarlet flames, with a chance of inducing dizziness and hallucination effects within the range. The bat-winged insects and void hunters level up relatively slowly, but each has improved by at least 3 tiers, especially the bat-winged insect, which is about to reach max level. To Shin Shen's surprise, although these 3 beast pets inherited the characteristics of the red-armored dark steed, their levels do not seem to be limited by the mother body. Based on their speed, they should advance faster than the mother. I really want to see how they change after leveling up. Shin Shen sighed, already beginning to redesign the tactics for these beast pets. With 5 days left until the 1-month mark, all the beast pets of the 800 elite soldiers had completed their evolution. To Shin Shen's astonishment, over 100 soldiers had advanced due to the improved quality of their beast pets, and the king-level beast master had directly broken through 500, becoming the main force of the Holy King Legion. Shin Shen, the teacher is looking for you. One day, Sun Boer suddenly arrived at the warehouse where Shin Shen was, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at the mountain of resources. Oh, what's the matter? Shin Shen kept his head down, studying the Huang blood. During this time, under his deliberate control, he had managed to level the 2 void hunters, but the one that had absorbed demonic energy still exerted pressure on the other, so he wanted to see if he could use the Huang blood to narrow this gap, otherwise, the combat power of the other would be discounted. unless they lived apart for a long time. Of course, the best solution would be to have the other Void Hunter absorb some demonic energy as well, but that stuff is quite rare. Someone from the Beast Control Alliance is here, they want to see you. Xin Shen was slightly taken aback. The Beast Control Alliance had sent someone, could it be Wu Jing? It's not Wu Jing, it's the Grand Elder Wei Changfeng. Wei Changfeng? A cold glint flashed in Xin Shen's eyes. He was the one who had directly taken his position as the commander back then, and now he had come knocking. Without waiting for Sun Bo to continue explaining, Xin Shen turned and walked toward the reception room of Tianai Manor. Inside the reception room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Bai Tu, Lu Fei, and Wei Changfeng sat across from each other, especially Wei Changfeng, whose face was ashen, looking like a debt collector, his expression very unpleasant. "Oh, Grand Elder Wei, it's been a month, I've missed you." At that moment, a frivolous voice came from outside the door, and Xin Shen walked into the reception room with a smile on his face. "Xin Shen, what are you doing here?" Wei Changfeng frowned, clearly not expecting Xin Shen to still be in Qingyuan. "Why can't I be here? Is this your home?" A hint of mockery flashed in Xin Shen's eyes, as he probably already understood Wei Changfeng's intentions. "Lu Lao, please let that evolution master come out to meet me. I really have urgent matters." Wei Changfeng ignored Xin Shen and turned to Lu Fei. "He's already here," Lu Fei said nonchalantly, but inwardly he found it amusing. First, they kicked him out, and now they were coming to plead. This guy's expression would surely be very entertaining later. Wei Changfeng looked around, not seeing the high-level evolution master that had recently been the talk of the town. At that moment, Xin Shen casually sat down in the main seat, which Lu Fei had clearly left for him, and then smiled slightly at Wei Changfeng. "Grand Elder Wei, the senior is here. Impudent, ignorant child, you dare to insult me." Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng's expression changed, and he glared at Xin Shen with anger. Xin Shen was speechless. "Weren't you the one looking for me? How did it turn into this?" Seeing Bai Tu beside him unable to hold back his laughter, Xin Shen suddenly realized. These two guys hadn't revealed their identities at all. "Xin Shen, Grand Elder Wei still doesn't know your identity, ignorance is no excuse." Lu Fei suppressed his laughter and winked at Xin Shen. "Ha ha ha, what a great saying, ignorance is no excuse. Old Lu, you really are a talent." Bai Tu didn't care about any of this and burst into laughter. When Wei Changfeng had come earlier, he had already been scolded by him, and he enjoyed seeing the other party's frustrated and helpless expression. The grievances he had suffered these days at Xin Shen's place had finally been repaid. However, poor Wei Changfeng had become a victim of the collateral damage. "Old Lu, you." Wei Changfeng's face shifted between green and white, filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible? How could this happen?" The two people who had come with him, whom Xin Shen did not recognize, clearly had no idea what had happened in the rocky pit and were looking at Wei Changfeng with puzzled expressions. What exactly had happened? "Elder Wei, he is the high-level evolutionist, the green-robed commander who was expelled from your demon alliance." "Xin Shen," Lu Fei said with a serious expression, "I believe you were already old acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng's expression grew even uglier. "Elder Wei, is this the person that the Martial Alliance leader and President Qin went to see in East City? Since he is the green-robed commander of our demon alliance, why was he expelled?" One of them frowned and turned to question Wei Changfeng. "Commander Xiao, this matter has its reasons." To everyone's surprise, Wei Changfeng was extremely respectful towards this Commander Xiao, not daring to raise his head even when responding, indicating that this person's status was not ordinary. With Wu Jing not around, you people really can't sit still." Commander Xiao snorted coldly, clearly aware of the current state of the Demon Alliance, which was in a worrying state of internal strife. Hearing this, Wei Changfeng trembled slightly, cold sweat running down his cheeks, and he buried his head even lower. "Commander Xiao?" Xin Shen frowned slightly. Someone who could be addressed as commander must have come from the Beast War battlefield. "All right, everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Xin Shen did not want to get involved in these matters, especially seeing the look on Wei Changfeng's face. He really wanted to slap him. As he spoke, Xin Shen turned to leave. "Little brother, wait a moment." At that moment, Commander Xiao suddenly spoke up, stopping Xin Shen. "Oh, may I ask what advice the senior has?" Xin Shen stopped and turned to look at Commander Xiao, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I wouldn't dare to offer advice, I am Xiao Qingyuan. I just wanted to ask if it was you who treated Ning Tianji and the others beast pets?" Xiao Qingyuan smiled slightly. "That's right, is there a problem?" "Xiao Qingyuan. You are the North Commander Xiao Qingyuan, one of the 4 great commanders." As soon as the words fell, Bai Tu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Xiao Qingyuan. "That's right, it is indeed me." Xiao Qingyuan remained unperturbed, his gaze towards Bai Tu revealing a sharpness. "Who are you?" Under the command of the West Commander Qin Long, I am the Vanguard Commander Baitu, ordered to return for recuperation. I greet you, Commander Xiao. Upon hearing this, Baitu quickly stepped forward to Xiao Qingyuan, solemnly saluting. Oh, so you are the one who stirred up the western battlefield with your own strength, the 10,000 manslayer. I never expected to see you here. Since you are retired, why not hand over your troops to me? A hint of intrigue flashed in Xiao Qingyuan's eyes as he directly asked for Baitu's soldiers. He. Baitu, upon hearing this, scratched his head and said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Xin Shen. Xin Shen was instantly speechless. He hadn't expected this old fellow to have the title of 10,000 manslayer, and he was even more surprised that this seemingly subordinate person was actually one of the 4 great commanders of the Beast War battlefield. Wanting his soldiers? That wouldn't do. So it is Commander Xiao Qingyuan. Baitu's 800 elite soldiers are now under my command. Saying this, Xin Shen took out the command token. Xiao Qingyuan frowned slightly. You are not a battlefield commander. This is against the rules. What rules? Am I not allowed to go to the Beast War battlefield? The timing is just right. There is still some time before the National League, so it's perfect for training the troops, Xin Shen said fearlessly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Qingyuan. The National League? Are you still a student? Xiao Qingyuan was shocked. The high-level beast pet evolutionist they had come to seek was actually a student. Even more unbelievable was that the renowned slaughterer under the Western commander had given his command token to him. Instinctively, Xiao Qingyuan turned his gaze to Wei Changfeng. At that moment, Wei Changfeng was already numb. Although he held the esteemed position of the Grand Elder of the Demon Alliance, both they and the Beastmaster Association were focused on nurturing new forces for the beast battlefields. He never expected that after expelling Xin Shun from the Demon Alliance, this guy would immediately become a commander under the Western commander. This was truly bizarre. That's right, I have 1 year left until graduation, Xin Shun said. Xiao Qingyuan's expression froze, and he fell silent, glancing again at Wei Changfeng, whose gaze was so piercing it sent chills down the latter's spine. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of beast roars echoed from outside the reception room, and 3 figures surrounded by flames stopped at the door. Commander Shen, someone has come to deliver a message, saying it's from Lord Chen of the Morning Star Academy. Qin Feng, one of the 3 imperial lords of the Holy King Legion, entered the reception room and handed a letter to Xin Chen. A letter from Lord Chen? Xin Chen frowned. What era was it that someone was still writing letters? When he saw the contents of the letter, his expression instantly became strange, and he casually handed the letter to Xiao Qingyuan. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that Lord Chen had already learned about his status as a high-level evolutionist and asked him to visit the beast battlefield when he had time to see if there was a way to save a beast pet belonging to an old friend of his, advising him to train there before the league began. And this old friend of Lord Chen was none other than the northern commander, Xiao Qingyuan. Receiving the letter, Xiao Qingyuan looked stunned. Lord Chen actually wrote to a student, and in a tone of negotiation. It should be known that only a handful of people in the entire Great Xia could make Xinhua Jin put pen to paper, yet this student in front of him had that qualification. Do you know Lord Chen? Instinctively, Xiao Qingyuan thought Xin Shen must be a relative of some hidden big shot, which would explain Lord Chen's attitude, but he quickly realized that even those big shot's relatives wouldn't have such qualifications. I'm just an ordinary student. Lord Chen has shown me kindness and gave me a special invitation card, that's all, Xin Shen said, curling his lip, clearly sensing the change in Xiao Qingyuan's emotions. It seemed that Lord Chen of the Morning Star had quite an influence. Since it is Lord Chen's request, I will do my utmost. Qin Fei, issue a command for the Holy King Legion to be on alert outside the manor. Anyone who enters without permission will be killed without mercy. Understood. By the command of the commander, all members of the Holy King Legion assemble. The Tianai Manor is under strict defense. With Qin Fei's loud call, figures wrapped in flames rushed out from all corners of the manor, instantly forming fire dragons that charged towards the manor's perimeter under Qin Fei's command. This kid is really causing chaos. Lu Fei beside him laughed and scolded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The meticulously maintained Tianai Manor had turned into a complete mess ever since the Holy Flame Wolf Riders appeared. Flame Charge, Legion skill that greatly enhances attack, defense, and speed, while forming a layer of flame barrier around during the charge. The Wolf Riders charge, leaving no grass behind. The Wolf Riders charge, leaving no grass behind. The flames enveloping Qin Fei and the others were precisely the flame barrier produced during the charge of the Holy Flame Wolf Riders. Recently, they had often been taken out for training by Baitu to adapt to their new abilities, leading the entire Qingyuan city to know that a wolf cavalry was stationed here. What is this? Xiao Qingyuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he watched the departing Holy Flame Wolf Riders. As a battlefield commander well versed in battlefield rules, he immediately realized the power of this wolf cavalry. Commander Bei, these are the 800 wounded soldiers I brought back for recuperation. After undergoing Shinchan's evolutionary methods, the original Sangbei snow wolves have all advanced into the even more powerful Holy Flame Wolf Riders, truly elite troops in battle. Now, they don't even listen to my orders, Bai Tu explained, a hint of resentment in his gaze towards Shinchan. Hiss. But Sangbei snow wolves evolving into Holy Flame Wolf Riders, what kind of divine method is this? Even old Qin seems to lack such ability. Could it be that the great Xia has truly produced an evolutionary master surpassing old Qin? But the situation before him left no room for doubt. No wonder Lord Qin valued him so highly. Bai Tu had even given him the command token. With such talent, who cares about rules? Get out! Thinking of this, Xiaoqing Yuan's anger flared, and this legendary commander directly expelled Wei Changfeng, the legendary elder, from the Tianai Manor. Watching Wei Changfeng leave in a disheveled state, Shinchan smiled slightly. This guy must hate him to death now. Commander Shen, I entrust my matters to you. Xiaoqing Yuan also lowered his stance, bringing the topic back to the purpose of this visit. Immediately, Xiaoqing Yuan summoned his beast companion, and a familiar aura instantly excited Shinchan. What a rich demonic aura! It truly was a case of finding something without searching. It came effortlessly. Just a moment ago, Shinchan was still troubled by the issue of the two void hunters, and now another beast companion, heavily injured by demons, had appeared. The richness of its aura was so extreme that even the combined strength of the Ning family's 7 heroes beast companions might not compare. Commander Shen, is there a way? Wrapped in the rich demonic aura, Xiaoqing Yuan's beast companion was no longer recognizable, only barely revealing a human-shaped outline. Not a big problem. Shinchan extended 2 fingers and smiled slightly. 2 months? That's too long. If you need any resources, just say so. The beast battlefield can't wait. Xiaoqing Yuan frowned. 2 months was too long. The situation on the beast battlefield was chaotic lately, and delays could lead to changes. I don't need anything. What I mean is, 2 hours. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing Yuan exclaimed. Before coming here, he had asked old Qin, and it would take at least 2 months and some very precious resources. Commander Xiao, if this kid says he can do it, then there's definitely no problem. Just wait and see, Lu Fei interjected, pushing Xiaoqing Yuan back into his seat. Only he dared to treat a commander this way. While Xiaoqing Yuan was in shock, Shinchan had already taken action. Using the same method as with the Ning family's 7 heroes, Shinchan summoned the Void Hunter, and the rich demonic aura was immediately absorbed. When another Void Hunter appeared and underwent the same transformation, the suppression between the two ceased to exist. At the same time, Xiaoqing Yuan's beast companion was also revealed to everyone. Human form? A beauty? When they saw the woman who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, Shinchan and the others widened their eyes. Dressed in a green robe, with a green tree pattern ribbon around her waist, a floral crown atop her head, and long hair cascading down to her waist, her figure appeared slender and seemingly fragile, yet she exuded a vibrant life force. Her beautiful eyes curiously gazed at Shinchan. Then, she slowly walked to Xiaoqing Yuan's side, smiling slightly, enchanting. This is Ling Feng. At that moment, Shinchan exclaimed, suddenly recalling the description of a lovesick tree spirit in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The records of strange things in the Classic of Mountains and Seas mentions a Fengzi ghost in the south, an elder of the maple tree in human form, also called Ling Feng. No one expected that one of the 4 commanders of the beast battlefield, Commander Bei Xiaoqing Yuan, would have a beast companion that was a divine tree from ancient times, Ling Feng. Young master, great grace, Ling Feng thanks you here. Ling Feng's beautiful eyes turned, and a hint of unusual color appeared in her gaze as she looked at Shinchan. With a wave of her hand, a ball of emerald green and golden hues slowly floated towards Shinchan. Upon grasping the object, Shinchan immediately felt a wave of fragrant air wash over him, instantly refreshing his spirit, even enhancing his mental strength. It was clear this was no ordinary item. This is the most precious thing of Ling Feng, the most refined ancient tree essence from within her body. You are the first person to receive this, Xiaoqing Yuan explained, noticing Shinchan's puzzled expression. He hadn't expected Ling Feng to present such a gift as a token of gratitude. Then thank you very much. Shinchan looked at the two, who resembled a couple, and a strange expression flickered in his eyes. Was it a love between human and beast, or between human and tree? Xiaoqing Yuan was also astonished by Shinchan's strength. This was a problem even Elder Qin couldn't solve, yet in his hands, Ling Feng had nearly restored her peak power in less than 2 hours. Young master, this item can transform into any form you desire, changing its abilities and appearance. But you only have one chance, so use it wisely. At that moment, Ling Feng's beautiful eyes seemed to see through Xin Shen's heart as she spoke slowly. Xin Shen was slightly taken aback, a bold idea slowly taking shape in his mind. Thank you, Ling Feng, Miss Ling Feng. This item is of great use to me, and in return, I will grant you a transformation. Transformation? Everyone looked puzzled at his words. Xin Shen smiled, and with a flick of his hand, a golden blood essence appeared in his palm, slowly floating towards Ling Feng beside Xiao Qingyuan. In the next moment, he pointed, and the golden blood transformed into a mist, swiftly merging into Ling Feng's body. Boom! A powerful aura surged from within Ling Feng, transforming into an extraordinarily beautiful rainbow pillar of light that shot up into the sky. The pillar soared into the heavens, and at that moment, the sky seemed to be dyed in vibrant colors. Roar! 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 In an instant, the surrounding area of Qingyuan City echoed with beast roars, and the sky above began to swirl with wind and clouds, rapidly gathering around the magnificent pillar of light, creating a dreamlike scene. Within Tian'ai Manor, a brilliant rainbow light radiated from Ling Feng, slowly spreading outwards, and the lawns destroyed by the Holy Flame Wolf Riders instantly restored to their original state, even more vibrant than before. The light continued to spread, and on the mountains surrounding the manor, wildflowers bloomed in a sea of blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air, even forming misty ripples. Ding ding ding, clang clang clang. Suddenly, a series of clear and melodious sounds rang out from the sky, like celestial music descending to the mortal realm, echoing through the clouds, and in an instant, the wind swirled and illusions appeared. Heavenly phenomenon, divine beast emerges. Beast tamers from all over Qingyuan rushed towards Tian'ai Manor, eager to uncover the truth. Those who trespass the manor will be killed without mercy. Unfortunately, the 800 Holy King troops set up by Xin Shen made these people hesitate, all looking up at the sky. Everyone was stunned by the continuous phenomena above, and the instigator, Xin Shen, was equally bewildered. Was the power of this transformation light really that formidable? Indeed, that golden light was the light of transformation. After nearly a month of continuous evolution for his beast pets, Xin Shen's evolutionist level had quietly broken through to the transformation level last night. The world's #1 evolutionist, capable of transformation, also known as a transformation master. With a wave of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain, turning decay into wonder, fully controlling the movements of beast pets and changing them at will, even for wild magical beasts, as long as the transformation master wished. With a single thought, the world could change. That's really impressive. Xin Shen hadn't expected that a transformation-level evolutionist would be so powerful. He had intended to showcase his strength as an evolutionist, knowing that the purer the bloodline of the magical beast, the greater the attraction of the light of evolution. However, he hadn't anticipated that after upgrading to the transformation light, it would cause Ling Feng to take off right on the spot. The name of transformation was indeed extraordinary. Giggle giggle, the silver bell-like laughter came from Ling Feng's mouth, and under the magnificent beam of light, her figure danced like a startled swan. As her dance continued, Ling Feng's true form gradually manifested, a maple tree brimming with vibrant life winding up the light beam, almost piercing the sky. The shadow of the tree that blocked the sun flashed and disappeared, the wind stilled and the clouds dispersed, leaving behind an indelible fragrance in the air. As the heavenly light dimmed, the beauty appeared. Once again revealing her form, Ling Feng immediately attracted the infatuated gazes of everyone present. Truly a woman who should only exist in the heavens. How could such unparalleled beauty be found in the mortal realm? I, Ling Feng, humbly kneel to thank the young master for his grace. At this moment, Ling Feng resembled a goddess descending to the mortal world, kneeling before Xin Shen, her sincere heart unmistakable. Ah, very good, the first epic of the mortal realm. I hope Miss Ling Feng will continue as she has begun, and see it through to the end. At this moment, Xin Shen suddenly laughed towards the sky, finally realizing that he had inadvertently achieved the birth of an epic beast companion. The first epic magical beast of the Great Xia region. The passionate treant, Ling Feng, inherited from ancient times. Grace? Epic? Bai Tu and Lu Fei looked at each other in disbelief. They had never imagined that they would witness the birth of an epic magical beast in such a scenario. Then, both of them revealed expressions of wild joy. Did this not mean that Xin Shen had quietly become the world's #1 creator? Fortune. The two looked at Xin Shen's proud expression, instantly speechless. This guy really knew how to show off. At the same time, as Ling Feng ascended to epic, her master, Xiao Qingyuan, suddenly underwent a change in aura, a mysterious breath rippling out, though not as earth-shattering as Ling Feng's. This mysterious aura continuously churned around Xiao Qingyuan, attempting to break free several times but was suppressed by an invisible force. However, Xiao Qingyuan's own aura grew increasingly powerful. Could it be? Bai Tu and Lu Fei exchanged glances, both revealing an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Great Xia was about to produce a myth? Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Shinshin shook his head slightly. Xiao Qingyuan was still far from the path of myth. Although he did not know what was recorded in the 2 mythic beast skins he had sent out, it was clear from the Beastmaster Chronicles and the items left in the Imperial Qianqiu's ring that advancing to myth would definitely not be so simple. No one had reached the mythic beast master level since Imperial Qianqiu. Boom! Indeed, the mysterious aura around Xiao Qingyuan suddenly collapsed, ultimately failing to ascend to myth, yet his eyes were still filled with an indescribable joy. Just as Shinshen had guessed, Xiao Qingyuan had now reached the peak of legend, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the world's #1 beast master. Congratulations, Commander Xiao, the three spoke in unison. Xiao Qingyuan's ascension to the peak of legend and Lingfeng achieving the world's first epic was undoubtedly good news for the Great Xia region. At least on the magical beast battlefield, Great Xia would stand invincible. Ha! Thank you, Commander Shen, for your support. Xiao Qingyuan laughed heartily, not even expecting that just coming here to try his luck would yield such enormous gains, and he had witnessed the miraculous methods of the world's #1 creator. From this moment on, Xiao Qingyuan was the rightful commander of the magical beast battlefield. However, he also owed Shinshen, the only creator in the world, a favor, and that was not an easy debt to repay. Commander Shen, great kindness needs no thanks. In the future, if you need me, just speak up. As long as it's not betraying Great Xia, I, Xiao, will have no second thoughts. Xiao Qingyuan knew that this favor was something he could never repay. Hearing this, Shinshen curled his lips. Commander Xiao, why not be a bit more practical? Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, finding Shinshen more and more pleasing to the eye. This is what I, Xiao, have gained on the battlefield over the years. Aside from some important military supplies, the rest is all for you, little brother. As he handed over a storage bag, Shinshen, initially indifferent, instinctively checked it and instantly felt a surge of joy. Inside the storage bag were mountains of supplies, including flesh, beast crystals, and several evolution pills for beast pets. There were even complete monster corpses he had never seen before, totaling no less than 50, more than what he had collected in the underground maze of Lake Heart Island. Ha, not bad, I really like it. Seeing Shinshen's barely concealed smile, both LV Feibai and Tu Air flashed a look of envy. That was a storage bag specifically for the 4 great commanders, and everything inside was at least of high grade, with a vast quantity. This kid Shinshen had struck it rich. 3 days later, Xiao Qingyuan returned to the monster battlefield, while Shinshen prepared to head back to East City. The preliminary competition in Qingyuan City had made East City famous overnight, with 2 schools from East City entering the top 4, a spectacle that had never occurred even in its peak times. Moreover, East City No. 7, a school on the verge of elimination, unexpectedly secured first place in the preliminary competition. Shinshen had originally planned to visit the old residence of Elder Qin in Dafeng City after the event, but due to various unexpected occurrences, he changed his itinerary and decided to return to East City first before heading directly to the monster battlefield. As night fell, a sea of flames was rapidly moving not far outside East City, disappearing in an instant as it approached the city gate. Qin Fei, the Holy King army stays outside the city, you 3 come with me into the city. These people were Shinshen's 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders, and they chose to enter the city under the cover of night to avoid drawing too much attention, as their purpose for returning to East City was merely to understand the cause of the anomalies during the preliminary competition. Understood. After Qin Fei and the others arranged the Holy King Legion, the 4 of them quietly infiltrated the city. The first person Shinshen wanted to see was naturally Lu Jun, but on the way back, he received a message from Lu Jun saying he had already left East City No. 7, without explaining the reason. Thus, he had no choice but to go to the 11th Bureau. Su Qianxue, Qin Feng, and Chu Wanwan had left with Lu Jun, and Shinshen speculated they might have gone somewhere to train. He didn't think too much about why he wasn't included. After all, his goal was to go to the monster battlefield. I really didn't expect you to come back at this time. When Yi Qing saw Shinshen return, his face showed a deep shock and an unmistakable guilt. He had personally recruited Shinshen into the 11th Bureau and made him the Grand Commander of the Demon Alliance, but he hadn't expected to have his position stripped away by the Alliance's elder. Unfortunately, his power was insufficient, and Wu Jing was not in the Great Xia at the moment, leaving him unable to intervene in Shinshen's matters. Does the director mean that Alliance leader Wu and President Qin have gone to the outer district? Shinshen's eyes flickered, a hint of confusion rising within. The high-ranking officials of the 2 major forces had actually left Great Xia together for the outer district. Could it be that there were results from the research on the mythical beast skin? The mythical beast skin has indeed yielded some results. The alliance leader and President Qin went to the outer district to seek some resources, and besides that, it's also because of the situation at Lake Heart Island, Yi Qing said with a bitter smile. But don't worry, as soon as the alliance leader returns, he will definitely give you justice. Internal power struggles within the alliance are acceptable, but they must not harm the foundation, and that foundation is talent. Lake Heart Island, has the Blood Flood Dragon emerged? Upon hearing this, Shen Shen felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He still bore the curse of the Blood Flood Dragon. Not yet. The headquarters has sent 2 legends to guard Lake Heart Island, so the Blood Flood Dragon won't emerge for at least half a year, but it might engage in some minor actions, Yi Qing said, a serious look in his eyes. East City is very likely to experience another beast tide. Director Yi, Shen Shen hesitated. Ha, what's wrong? Although you're no longer with the Beast Control Alliance, those guys under Wei Changfeng won't have it easy either. Besides your performance in Qingyuan City, the leaders of the External Martial Alliance and President Qin have already joined forces to apply pressure. Now, with a battlefield commander speaking up for you, TSK, who would have thought that you would meet so many big shots on your journey? A soldier's worth is recognized after 3 days apart. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. Although he wasn't in Qingyuan, he still paid close attention to Shen Shen, the person he had personally promoted. It's just a coincidence. As long as the Blood Flood Dragon hasn't appeared, there won't be any problems. Once I come back from the battlefield, the first thing I'll do is deal with it. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Shen's eyes. The Blood Flood Dragon had to be eliminated, whether for Dongchang or to lift the curse on him. What? You're going to the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing frowned slightly, thinking that Shen Shen had returned to focus on studying and preparing for the National League. Yes, my beast pets consume too many resources. Only there can I quickly accumulate what I need. Besides, I also want to experience the monster battlefield. In reality, Shen Shen felt a sense of worry. From the 800 elite soldiers given to him by Baitu, he realized that the beast tamers outside were on a completely different level from those coming out of the battlefield, having completely deviated from the true meaning of the beast tamer profession. The same tactics were being executed too flamboyantly by the outside beast tamers, while these soldiers were fighting for their lives. Indeed, your beast pets are somewhat special. The monster battlefield is the most suitable place for you. I heard that you are now a commander under the Western Commander Qinlong? Yi Qing knew Shen Shen had made up his mind and no longer tried to persuade him. I'm just temporarily taking Baitu's place. I don't even know if that Western commander will think highly of me. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Shen Shen's face. From what he learned through Baitu, the Western commander Qinlong was notorious for his bad temper. Even the other 3 commanders dared not confront him when he was furious. Ha, you underestimate yourself too much. Since that mass murderer has praised you, I believe Qinlong won't treat you poorly. Yi Qing suddenly stood up. Let's go, let me admire the might of your 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders. Outside Dongchang, when Yi Qing saw the 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders with his own eyes, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes, especially after hearing the name Holy King Legion. His expression became even more peculiar. Clearly, Yi Qing was also aware that there was a Holy King Legion belonging to the monsters on the battlefield. Very good. I hope that in the future battlefield, there will only be the Holy King Legion of the Great Xia. After saying this, Yi Qing floated away. Not long after, Principal Wang of Dongchang No. 7, along with the senior officials of the 7 schools, came together. After a round of praise, they left some so-called rewards before returning to the city. With some time left before dawn, Shen Shen decided to take this opportunity to evolve his beast pet, with the main target being the batwing insect, which would definitely have a significant role on the battlefield. Shen Shen was very curious about how the light of creation would react to the batwing insect. Simulated evolution, activate. The blood of the riding yellow, the ancient tree essence from Lingfeng, 30 Lord-level beast crystals, 10 legendary beast crystals, and a large amount of elite-level monster flesh were all used to upgrade the batwing insect. This time, Shen Shen was truly investing heavily. Buzz! The dazzling golden light of creation enveloped the riding yellow blood and the ancient tree essence, slowly shrouding the batwing insect. Compared to the green evolution light of a high-level evolutionist, the power of the light of creation appeared much gentler, directly wrapping these 2 key materials and transforming them into 2 streams of mysterious and pure energy that entered the batwing insect's body. Golden light as the cover, rainbow as the core. As Shen Shen invested a large amount of beast blood and flesh, the evolution of the bat-winged insect finally began. With the assistance of the light of creation, the blood of the Huang and the ancient tree source liquid brought about astonishing changes in the bat-winged insect. The legendary blood of the Huang, with its purer bloodline power, surged into the body of the bat-winged insect like a torrent. The wings of the bat-winged insect rapidly expanded, becoming broader and more resilient. Although it lacked the might of Qin Wuliang's purple lightning blue bird, each flap could still generate a sharp, howling wind. Speed had originally been the bat-winged insect's weakness, but the integration of the Huang blood brought about a tremendous transformation in its speed, and its body became more proportionate as a result. No, this evolution can't proceed like this. Upon seeing the ancient tree source liquid, Shinshen suddenly recalled what Ling Feng had said. If the ancient tree source liquid was used to modify the beast, it could change according to the owner's will, whether in ability or appearance, but there was only one chance. With this thought, the light of creation immediately halted, and the bat-winged insect within seemed to freeze, no longer changing. The bat-winged insect primarily possesses powerful bombing and air superiority capabilities, but all of this is under the assistance of the Void Hunter. Otherwise, once attacked, it would lose its intended deterrence. Shinshen frowned in deep thought. He had already devised a modification plan for the bat-winged insect, but now, with the ancient tree source liquid, that plan seemed somewhat unsuitable. It needed super strong air superiority, ground bombing capabilities, defenses comparable to the Diamond Buddha ape, and a speed that supported flexible aerial tactics, ideally with some early warning functions and long-range strike capabilities. As Shinshen's thoughts continued to evolve, he envisioned the bat-winged insect as a highly defensive airborne mobile artillery platform, but whether this idea could succeed depended on the true effectiveness of the ancient tree source liquid. No, it seems the ancient tree source liquid cannot fully align with my ideas. The light of creation activated again, and the energy transformed from the ancient tree source liquid quickly enveloped the bat-winged insect, beginning to take shape under Shinshen's powerful mental influence. The original concept of transforming the insect's massive abdomen into a cannon base was naturally transformed into 3 large emerald green leaves, with golden veins running through the center. The protruding areas gradually morphed into layers of tower shapes made of intertwined branches as energy surged in. Each layer of the tree tower extended outward with varying numbers of thick branches, continuously rotating like cannon muzzles. The tree tower increased to 9 layers before gradually converging into a pointed shape, with the head of the bat-winged insect condensing on one of the leaves to control the direction of the entire tree tower's advance. Not enough. Shinshen gazed thoughtfully at the tip of the tower, then summoned dozens of crimson-armored steeds, surrounding the tip densely. The red light flickered like countless eyes, occasionally spitting out fiery rays. Ah, this is more like it. Although it's somewhat unsightly, I hope it achieves the desired effect. The overall structure was complete. With the assistance of the light of creation, the Huang blood, and the ancient tree source liquid, Shinshen forcefully fused 2 entirely different beast characteristics together, giving birth to a rarer species. Boom! The residual energy began to surge rapidly into the tree tower, and the light of creation acted like a tailor, continuously mending and adjusting. Finally, this incredibly difficult transformation was nearing its end. Beep! Bat-winged insect modification complete. Beep! New species, Sky Tree Tower, successfully modified. Beep! Sky Tree Tower has shed its maternal characteristics, forming its own lineage, generating the primordial halo. The continuous system prompts rang out, and a massive emerald tree tower appeared before Shinshen. With a slight thought, 3 leaves slowly closed together, and in the blink of an eye, the tree tower transformed into a corn cob. What the hell? Shinshen was somewhat stunned. The closed tree tower had actually turned into a sparkling corn cob. However, when he saw the attributes of the flying tree tower, a satisfied expression immediately appeared on his face. Name: Flying Tree Tower, Level, Tier 1, Level 1, Quality, Elite Rare, Traits, Super Defense, Area Detection, Automatic Recovery, Skills, No Distance Bombardment, Death Ray, Primordial Halo, No Distance Bombardment, Missiles formed from the energy of the tree tower that can traverse space and suddenly appear at the target location, producing an infinite bombardment effect under the Automatic Recovery trait. The more targets, the greater the power. Death Ray automatically locks onto dangerous targets within a 100-meter range and fires flame rays, hitting 3 times or more triggers a fatal effect, ignoring any form of defense, and under the Area Detection trait, the locking range increases. Primordial Halo, under the unique Halo's illumination, the power of No Distance Bombardment and Death Ray is doubled. 3 major traits, 3 major skills. Such attributes were even beyond those of the red-armored Xuanju Mother Body, and the quality had surpassed the Mother Body, directly becoming elite level. The traits of the beast pets were equivalent to passive skills, and under mutual compatibility, the explosive power was definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Overall, this flying tree tower was born for team battles, absolutely a battlefield weapon. Coupled with the 2 void hunters that had previously evolved under the light of creation, Shinshen now had 3 elite quality beast pets, all surpassing the mother body red-armored Xuanju. Name, Void Hunter, Level, Tier 1, Level 1, Quality, Elite Rare, Traits, Dark Damage, Chaotic Movement, Skills, Damage Transfer, Void Assassination, Demon Wings, Damage Transfer. Transfers 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and the next strike of the Void Hunter increases the transferred damage by 10 times. If the next target is the damage inflictor to the host, it triggers a 100-fold damage effect. Void Assassination, the hunter hides in the void for silent assassinations, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and if the first strike misses, it can retreat thousands of miles. Demon Wings, a gift from the source power, allowing the Void Hunter to unleash speeds over 100 times its body in any situation, ignoring any form of confinement. In addition to being promoted to elite quality, the Void Hunter also gained a skill called Demon Wings. It was the emergence of this skill that made Shin Chen realize the terror of this beast pet. Under the epic beast pet Ling Feng's full lockdown, it still couldn't suppress the speed of the Void Hunter, and even under full eruption, it could still inflict damage on Ling Feng. Of course, merely being capable of inflicting damage was not enough. For an epic beast pet, the damage caused by the Void Hunter could almost be ignored. However, it should be noted that the Void Hunter was only of elite quality, and there was a full 3 quality levels difference between them. If they were of the same level, Ling Feng believed she would absolutely have no chance to counterattack, which was the most terrifying aspect. Not bad, with these trump cards, I should be able to make a name for myself on the battlefield. As the sky brightened, a hint of excitement appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. It was time to set off. There were 2 beast battlefields in the Daxia region, guarded by the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Alliance, with soldiers mostly composed of the 2 major forces. The first was the Locked Dragon Pool battlefield, located in the core area of Daxia, where at least 10 legends and hundreds of Emperor-level beast tamers were stationed, highlighting its importance. The second point is the destination of Shin Chen and his companions, the nearest battlefield at Suspended Mountain to Qingyuan City. After the global beast disaster, in order to quickly cultivate powerful beast masters, all schools across the country were included in the planning. Only those who reached the level of Senior Beast Master and obtained certification from the Beast Master Association would have the opportunity to enter the monster battlefield for training. Generally, students would only gain this opportunity after obtaining their Senior Beast Master certification and graduation certificate, and in principle, current students were not allowed to enter the battlefield early, except for some exceptionally talented students and the favored children of prominent families. The reason is that the monster battlefield is far more brutal than one can imagine. Even a king-level beast master might not be able to survive, as there are too many uncertain factors involved, including but not limited to strength, psychological adaptability, and backing. Even a single beast tide could claim countless lives. While beast tides are hard to encounter outside, they are a common occurrence here, potentially arriving at any moment. Wow, whose elite is this? What kind of monster is this? So impressive, clearly a seasoned warrior. When Shin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Suspended Mountain battlefield with his 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders, he immediately attracted the admiration of many beast masters waiting in line to enter, all speculating about which general's elite they belong to. In the Daxia region, private family armies are not allowed to exist, partly to better concentrate resources and partly to prevent internal strife. Commander Shin, this is the entrance to the Suspended Mountain battlefield. Ahead is the Suspended Stone Steps, and you can only enter the battlefield after passing the test. If you force your way in, you might be directly killed by the guards. Listening to Qin Fei's introduction, Shin Chen looked up at the suspended stone steps, which resembled a ladder reaching to the sky. The name Suspended Mountain was changed later. It was originally the most famous scenic spot in Qingyuan City, Chendai Peak. After the beast disaster struck, it became a paradise for monsters. If it weren't for the mythical beast master Emperor Chenqiu sealing it, Qingyuan City might have long ceased to exist. This place consists of thousands of peaks of varying sizes, and the high peak suspended in mid-air is the core of the battlefield seal, hence the name Suspended Mountain. After being sealed as a monster battlefield, there is only one entrance behind the suspended stone steps. The guards on both sides of the steps are rotated from the 4 great commanders. If a particularly talented genius appears, they will be invited to join one of the factions and directly become a reserve for the battlefield, ready to engage in combat at any time, Qin Fei explained. Battlefield reserve? What does that mean? A hint of confusion appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. Anyone wishing to enter the battlefield, whether students or small organizations, if they are not invited during the test at the suspended stone steps, even if they can enter the battlefield, they will be randomly assigned to serve under one of the 4 commanders for logistics. Unless there are special circumstances, they will basically not be sent to the battlefield, Qin Fei said quietly. I see. Shin Chen nodded slightly. On the battlefield, there are not only soldiers charging forward but also personnel responsible for other aspects, especially in this era dominated by beast masters, where logistics and military operations are even more crucial. You don't need to take the test, right? Xin Shen turned to look at Qin Fei and the others. Of course, we have military achievements and do not need to undergo the test again. The guard captain on duty today is from General Gongsun Yu's faction. As long as we inform them, we can directly enter the battlefield and report to General Qin, Qin Fei replied. In that case, you go in first. I will find you later. Xin Shen thought for a moment and decided to let Qin Fei and the others join the battlefield first. Remember, although you are veterans, this is our Holy King Legion's first appearance. Do not tarnish our reputation and give others a reason to laugh at us. Commander, obey orders. Qin Fei wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xin Shen. A mere entrance test was nothing to him. Moreover, once on the battlefield, he would find it more convenient to act alone. Without any experience in commanding a legion, it would be better for Qin Fei and the others to perform on their own. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Under the command of General Qin Long, Vice Commander Qin Fei of the Holy King Legion enters the battlefield. Seeing Xin Shen's insistence, Qin Fei and the others had no choice but to comply. The 800 Holy Flame Wolf Riders charged up the floating stone steps like a red lightning bolt, shouting angrily without a moment's pause, and soon disappeared from sight. Qin Fei? Why is this kid here? Didn't he go back to recuperate? When did General Qin establish a new legion under his command? No, Qin Fei is the subordinate of Vanguard Commander by 2. I remember their beast companion is that Sunbei Snow Wolf, right? Why does it look different? Did he recontract? The captain of the guards looked bewildered at the already vanished Holy King Legion, whose might was comparable to that of their own commander, Gongsun Yu's Imperial Guard. Holy King Legion? A strange expression appeared on the faces of the guards. It seemed that after the previous massacre by the Holy King Legion of the Beastmen, they had actually formed a legion of the same name. Although it looked quite strong, unfortunately, their numbers were simply too few. Bang! On the floating stone steps, beast tamers were being flung away continuously, clearly failing the test and leaving the floating mountain with dejected expressions. Remember, the test will not endanger your lives. Even if you are at the king level or even the emperor level, once you are on the battlefield, you must stay alert. Any negligence could cost you your life. Watching the beast tamers being ejected, among them were quite a few at the king level, which left the captain of the guards feeling helpless. Indeed, beast tamers who had not experienced life and death trials were all quite weak. Do not harbor any thoughts of luck, as that will only lead to a quicker death, the captain of the guard said coldly. An hour later, it was finally Xin Shen's turn. High-level beast tamer? What? There's no rule saying high-level beast tamers can't participate in the test, right? Seeing the captain of the guard's doubtful expression, the surrounding elite beast tamers burst into laughter. Xin Shen's face darkened as he coldly said, "You ignorant fool, although there is no prohibition against high-level beast tamers entering the battlefield, this is just too weak. You don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. You should hurry home and wash up for bed." Ridiculous, didn't you see that some at the king level didn't pass? What does a high-level beast tamer think they're doing here? Get lost. Behind Xin Shen, a fierce-looking elite beast tamer had a grim expression and reached out to push Xin Shen aside. "Get your filthy hands off me!" Slap. The elite beast tamer's hand was forcefully swatted away by Xin Shen, causing him to wince in pain. "Kid, I see you don't want to live, daring to touch me." The burly man was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Xin Shen to strike back. Seeing the surrounding people looking on with amusement, his expression immediately darkened. "Don't want to live?" Xin Shen turned his head, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. "As you wish." Bang! A flash of red light disappeared in an instant. The burly man hadn't even had time to react before being struck away by a tremendous force, instantly knocked unconscious. Hiss! So violent at the slightest disagreement. Wait, this guy seems to have come with those under General Shi. Could it be that he really has some skills? The surrounding discussions erupted, speculating about Xin Shen's identity. Silence! The captain of the guard shouted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Xin Shen. He had not even noticed how the other had made his move just now. "Can we start now?" Xin Shen frowned slightly. He did not want to waste time here. "Let's begin." Xin Shen lightly leaped and directly landed on the suspended stone steps, his figure disappearing in an instant. The next moment, shoo! He came out so quickly, and was actually killed in an instant. This is just hilarious. I thought he had some real skills. Ha! As expected, the strength of a high-level beast master is still lacking, or he was just scared out. Watching Xin Shen emerge in just a second, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh, completely unaware that Xin Shen was still standing on the suspended stone steps, not being flung away like those who had failed. Test passed. You may enter the monster battlefield. The captain of the guards exclaimed in surprise, and the entire venue fell silent, looking at Shin Chen in disbelief. Passed? In 1 second? By the time the captain of the guards regained his composure, Shin Chen had already disappeared at the end of the suspended stone steps. A Lord-level test, passed in 1 second by a high-level beast master? The captain of the guards looked stunned, staring at the registration book where Shin Chen from Dongcheng No. 7 Middle School was written, only then realizing he had forgotten to invite the other party to join under the command of General Nan. A prodigy, definitely a prodigy. Immediately investigate all information about Shin Chen from Dongcheng No. 7 Middle School and send it to the general. Passing the test in 1 second had only happened twice in the past 10 years. The other person had already become a commander on the battlefield, with all 4 commanders extending olive branches, and that person was also a student. The nation's #1 genius, Lang Xian. And now another one has appeared, who is even 1 level lower than Lang Xian. Terrifying. How is this possible? When Shin Chen's information was presented to the captain of the guards, he immediately widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Shin Chen was unaware of the crowd's reaction after he left. Upon reaching the top of the suspended stone steps, he was greeted by 4 enormous teleportation points established by Emperor Qianqiu, and he decisively chose the teleportation point to the western battlefield to enter the battlefield. After a wave of intense dizziness, Shin Chen found himself in a desolate land. All around was barren, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses, and the ground beneath his feet was stained dark red, exuding a tragic aura. The monster battlefield was vast. This western battlefield alone was larger than the entire Qingyuan city. This should be the edge of the battlefield. Shin Chen took out the battlefield map that Qin Fei had given him and examined it carefully, realizing that he was at the edge of the battlefield, at least quite a distance from the new recruit reporting point. Moreover, according to the markings on the map, this was a relatively safe area, as it belonged to the rear of the battlefield, where the Western guards would often patrol. To be cautious, Shin Chen released the Void Hunter to scout ahead. After traveling for dozens of miles, he found no traces of monsters. Just as Shin Chen was about to speed up towards the reporting point, the sounds of battle cries carried on the wind. Shin Chen looked up, and dozens of figures were rushing towards him. At the same time, a flare shot up into the sky and exploded in midair. A warning? A rescue? Just as Shin Chen was puzzled, these figures had already rushed close, and upon seeing him, they clearly paused. Newcomer? The leader, dressed in a purple robe with the emblem of the Beastmaster Alliance on his chest, turned out to be an emperor-level purple-robed demon hunter, while the other 10 or so were all at the king level. Yes. Shin Chen's gaze passed over them, and not far behind, a large cloud of dust rose as a group of horned monsters with black fur charged towards them. Horned demon goats. In the monster battlefield, they were among the lowest-tier monsters, but they were very fast and had strong impact power. According to Qin Fei, these horned demon goats usually led the charge during beast tides. Ah, you're really lucky. You just arrived and ran into a small beast tide, but it's a pity that you look like you haven't reported yet, wasting a chance to earn some merit. The purple-robed demon hunter laughed heartily, examining Shin Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. A beast tide? Lucky? Shin Chen's expression froze. What kind of luck was this? Team 13 of the Beast Control Alliance, Captain Zhou Xian, welcomed the newcomer. Prepare for battle. Let's wipe out these pests. There was no time to say more. The demon hunters quickly formed a formation, summoning various beast pets that charged directly at the 2-horned demon sheep. Boom! The 2 sides collided instantly, and the battle erupted in an instant as Shin Chen hurried to follow. The scene of the battle was exceptionally intense, with dust swirling, and the sounds of roars and howls echoing through the sky. The 2-horned demon sheep charged at the demon hunters with their sharp horns like blades. Protect the newcomer, make sure he doesn't die. Zhou Xian shouted, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shin Chen, who had caught up. Not bad, not a coward. Sigh. Watching the demon hunters intentionally protecting him, a warm current surged in Shin Chen's heart. This was the battlefield. Aside from the magical beasts and some beast slaves who had lost their humanity, there were rarely any schemes or intrigues. Otherwise, those magical beasts would have long since broken the seals and rampaged through the human world. However, they were underestimating him. Roar! This batch of 2-horned demon sheep was not numerous, and under the frenzied slaughter of more than a dozen demon hunters, they quickly turned into a pile of shredded meat. Shin Chen didn't even have time to summon his beast pet. Refreshing! Ha ha, newcomer, exciting, right? The beast tide was not just a single wave. Zhou Xian and the others quickly searched through the remains, occasionally letting out surprised shouts, clearly having found high-quality beast crystals. In the magical beast battlefield, beast crystals were hard currency. Whether for beast tamers' pets or themselves, a large amount of beast crystals was needed to keep fighting. Even some large long-range attack-type pets in the Legion consumed a lot of beast crystals with each attack. This was also a strange phenomenon on the battlefield. Magical beasts kept delivering goods, while humans kept fighting them back, endlessly repeating the cycle. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, the sound approaching rapidly, as a massive black wave surged toward everyone at a visible speed. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's expression changed. Damn! It's the black armored bull demon! Defend! With Zhou Xian's furious shout, 4 enormous beast pets were summoned again among the demon hunters. Iron arm across the river, shield of heavy mountains, infinite barrier, guardian halo. Each dazzling skill was unleashed by the demon hunters, forming a colorful defensive wall. What shocked Xin Shen even more was that Zhou Xian's beast pet had actually awakened a halo skill, and it was a defensive guardian halo. No wonder they dared to claim they could wipe out a small beast tied with just a dozen demon hunters. But looking at the charging momentum of the black armored bull demon, it seemed these people might not be able to hold on. Roar! Boom! The charging black armored bull demon crashed into the defensive wall formed by the 4 major skills, the powerful shockwave overturning the ground. After being rebounded, the first black armored bull demon was immediately followed by another wave charging up. Kill! With Zhou Xian's roar, the other demon hunters launched attacks from both sides, skillfully maneuvering their beast pets to avoid the frontal impact, using continuous harassment attacks to relieve the pressure on the front defense. I'm afraid they won't hold on. At this moment, Xin Shen did not take action but observed the coordination of Zhou Xian and the others from the side, not wanting to disrupt their rhythm with his sudden intervention. Although it seemed somewhat dangerous now, Zhou Xian did not issue any commands, which proved that everything was under his control. Accelerate the wings! Suddenly, Zhou Xian looked up at the distance, a dazzling red light flashed across the horizon, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Having spent years on the battlefield of magical beasts, he keenly sensed that this beast tide was highly unusual, likely manipulated by more advanced magical beasts in the shadows. Legendary level? Xin Shen also noticed the fleeting red light and, judging by Zhou Xian's expression, it was clear that this beast tide was beyond their expectations. After several collisions, the defensive wall of the 4 great beast pets gradually dimmed, while the charge of the black armored magic bull showed no signs of diminishing. Seeing this, Zhou Xian became even more certain of his suspicions. Newbie, go back immediately and seek reinforcements. There may be legendary magical beasts appearing here. Zhou Xian shouted at Xin Shen and pointed him in a direction, clearly wanting him to leave the battlefield. Xin Shen shook his head slightly. There's no time, at most 10 breaths, and more black armored magic bulls will come in the next wave. You won't last long. Bullshit. What do you know, you damn newbie? I'm telling you to go back to keep you from dying. Upon hearing this, the other demon hunters immediately yelled. This newbie really didn't know his place. Xin Shen didn't care about the shouts and curses from these demon hunters. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Captain Zhou, I'm a second-year student from East City No. 7 High School in the Daxia district, and a senior beast master, Xin Shen, applying to join the battle. Damn, you're getting angry now? What can a senior beast master do in a fight? Can you handle a black armored magic bull? Zhou Xian turned around and laughed while scolding. Captain Zhou, I'm not joking with you, the next wave of black armored magic bulls is coming soon. If we don't deal with them quickly, that big guy behind might take your life. Xin Shen's expression turned serious. He had just received information from the Void Hunter that a pile of blood-red meat mountains was moving towards them from just 10 miles away, and it would arrive in no more than 5 minutes. Reinforcements? There wasn't enough time. Oh, you have some skill. I allow you to join the battle. Everyone, prepare to retreat. Zhou Xian didn't ask how Xin Shen knew, but from his experience, it was likely accurate. Boom! The defensive wall shattered, and the demon hunters were preparing to charge forward when a sudden rustling sound caught their attention. Turning around, their faces changed drastically. Ants! Countless ants, like a sea of fire, rushed towards them. Defend! Stop, these are my beast pets. Just as Zhou Xian was about to re-establish the defense, Xin Shen timely intervened. Just moments ago, Xin Shen had received a warning from the Void Hunter that the pile of blood-red meat mountains was indeed legendary magical beasts, accelerating towards them. Zhou Xian and the others had clearly underestimated the danger of this beast tide, and Xin Shen could naturally withdraw at any time, especially since he was still an unregistered newbie. Even if others found out, he would only be scolded as a coward. But he couldn't do that. What the hell? What am I seeing? Someone is actually using ants as beast pets, but these ants are so special. Am I seeing things? One ant can flip a black armored magic bull. You are indeed seeing things. That black armored magic bull has already been eaten by the ants. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to know how this kid has so many beast pets. Can someone explain this to me? Father begets son, son begets grandson, grandson begets son, and so on, endlessly. Captain, the Skyhawk reports that this kid has 296 beast pets. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demon hunters stood at attention, their eyes fixed intently on the swarm of ants that were frantically devouring the black-armored bull demons. 296, what does that even mean? Although this wave of black-armored bull demons charged with an impressive momentum, their numbers were only around 100. The moment 296 red-armored steeds appeared, they were immediately overwhelmed. Damn it, these guys really have a good appetite. Looking at the ground that had been completely flattened by the red-armored steeds, there were no traces left of the black-armored bull demons, except for pools of dark red blood. This was simply 296 scavengers. Instantly, the demon hunters, including Zhou Xian, turned to look at Shen Chen. This rookie was no ordinary person. He. Feeling the gaze of everyone on him, Shen Chen smiled awkwardly. In fact, the number of his red-armored steeds had already surpassed 300. If he added 2 void hunters to the mix, their combat power could rival that of an 800-strong Holy King Legion. Brother Shen Chen, you really are hiding your talents. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhou Xian's eyes. After a round of chatter, he immediately leaned closer to Shen Chen. Brother, after all I've said, are you interested in joining us? Upon hearing this, the other demon hunters all covered their faces. When it came to thick skin, their leader was definitely number 1 in the world. Captain Zhou, let's talk about this later. That big guy is coming. Shen Chen's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness as he raised his hand to point into the distance, where a deep red had already come into view. Unlike the information relayed by the Void Hunters, when Shen Chen personally saw this colossal creature, he truly felt what it meant to say, the world is vast, and there is nothing strange about it. The Creator must be in existence without fear. On a blood-red mound of flesh nearly 100 meters tall, there were lumps of flesh of varying sizes resembling human heads, interspersed with grayish-white vertical eyes. The skin and flesh rolled back to reveal clumps of disgusting gray slime, and faint sounds of squelching could be heard. Not only that, but on either side of this blood-red mound, there were long, slowly writhing blood-red tubes, continuously spewing forth indescribably filthy substances. Disgusting. Filthy. It completely lacked the powerful presence of a normal legendary magical beast, evoking no sense of terror at first sight, only an undeniable sense of revulsion. Ugh. Ugh. What the hell? How is it this guy? I can't take it anymore. Ugh. Slurp. Suck. Sizzle. Put. After a series of nauseating sounds, the mound of blood-red flesh finally came to a stop not far from the crowd, turning the ground into a muddy swamp with a thick, foul stench wafting toward them. I say, what on earth is this thing? Shen Chen, struggling to suppress the intense spasms in his stomach, turned to Zhou Xian and the others to ask. Ugh, spit. This is a blood-eating millstone. Strictly speaking, it isn't a true magical beast, it's just an experimental product created by those beast slaves. Whether it's us or the magical beasts, the last thing we want to see is this guy. Zhou Xian spat, his gaze toward the blood-eating millstone filled with helplessness. Oh, an experimental product. Is it difficult to deal with? Shen Chen frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that this disgusting creature might be useful for his beasts. Very difficult. Although the blood-eating millstone is legendary, it cannot be completely killed. As long as it has its sights set on a prey, that prey will either die or be led in circles, finding someone else to take the fall. In the past, when we encountered it, we would lead it to the magical beasts, letting them kill each other. Zhou Xian looked speechless, not expecting that this time a small beast tide would actually encounter it. He suspected it was likely intentional by those beast slaves. Cannot be completely killed? Only a scapegoat? A hint of doubt flashed in Shen Chen's eyes. Isn't there any other way, or other means to completely eradicate it? Ding! The crimson-armored Xian horse has detected the alluring scent of blood. At that moment, the long-lost system prompt suddenly rang out, causing Shen Chen to pause slightly. Could it be that the blood from this blood-devouring millstone was unusual? But no matter how he looked at it, it was disgusting. There is a way, but it's difficult, Zhou Xian said, frowning slightly. If you want to completely kill it, perhaps only skills with strong corrosive properties can do it, and you must also have a pet skill that can perform a covering attack to assist. Only then can we suppress the recovery of the blood-devouring millstone. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Shen Chen's eyes lit up. He had both of those. The first characteristic of the Void Hunter was dark damage, which even the recently advanced Dasha's first epic plant-type monster, Lingfeng, found hard to defend against. Moreover, after absorbing the source power and condensing the demon wings, the power of dark damage was many times stronger than ordinary dark attributes. As for the covering attack, that was even simpler. The newly evolved Sky Tree Tower could easily accomplish that. Bro, you're not really going to attack this guy, are you? Zhou Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw Xin Shen's expression. Once we initiate an attack, we won't be able to lure it away. This is a big trouble. Even legendary level beings wouldn't provoke it unless necessary. The group of demon hunters looked at Xin Shen in unison. The hundreds of beast pets they had just seen had already opened their eyes, and their previous disdain had completely vanished, treating him as a teammate. Maybe we can give it a try. I have both of the conditions you mentioned, and my pet evolution is somewhat special. This guy might have what I need. Xin Shen smiled slightly, looking at the blood-devouring millstone that was continuously spewing filth, his eyes sparkling with determination. Hiss! Are we really going to fight? The gazes of the demon hunters towards Xin Shen changed instantly. Being able to enter the battlefield through the floating stone steps meant that he was definitely not a hot-headed fool rushing in. On the contrary, Xin Shen's performance made everyone believe that this guy had a trump card. One of the reasons Xin Shen wanted to challenge this seemingly not too dangerous legendary monster was that he could only stay here for about 2 months and had to return before the National High School Student League. Although the teaching content had changed significantly after the Global Beast disaster, the college entrance examination remained the most effective way for countless poor souls like him to turn their lives around. Having ability also needed to be seen. The High School Student League, which attracted global attention, was undoubtedly the best avenue. Let's fight! Xin Shen nodded firmly. At worst, he could summon the Holy King Legion. The flame damage from the Holy Flame Wolf Riders was also quite strong. Alright, since you've made up your mind, we'll help you. Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled. You haven't reported yet, so you can't earn military merit. We'll talk about it when you get back. No need, all the military merit goes to you, I just want it. Xin Shen smiled slightly. He didn't care about military merit. After all, with such a large number of beast pets, there would still be opportunities in the future. But now, the crimson-armored Xian horse's mother body had actually given him a hint. Great, then let's get started. Zhou Xian was also a straightforward person. With a wave of his hand, the group of demon hunters immediately arranged themselves, preparing to attack. I'll be the main attacker, you all assist. Xin Shen stopped wasting words. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a shining corncob slowly rose into the air. Name, Skytree Tower level, first tier, level 1 quality, elite rare traits, super defense, range detection, automatic recovery skills, no distance bombardment, death ray, primordial halo no distance bombardment, missiles formed from the energy of the tree tower that can traverse space and suddenly appear at the target location, creating an effect of infinite bombardment under the enhancement of the automatic recovery trait. The more targets, the greater the power. Death Ray automatically locks onto dangerous targets within a 100-meter range and fires flame rays. Hitting 3 times or more triggers the deadly effect, ignoring any form of defense, and under the enhancement of the range detection trait, the locking range increases. Primordial Halo, under the illumination of the unique halo, the power of no distance bombardment and Death Ray is doubled. Amidst the flickering light, this corncob slowly unfolds under the gaze of the crowd, with a huge green tree tower rotating upwards on 3 massive leaves. After a long humming sound, the circle of blood-red eyes at the tower's tip also gradually opens. Go! With a light shot from Xin Shen, the Sky Tree Tower appeared above the blood-eating mill as if it had teleported, a speed that made him slightly stunned. So fast! Thud! Thud! Roar! The blood-eating mill seemed to sense the threat from the sky, and the long tubes on both sides suddenly lashed out towards the Sky Tree Tower. However, they were too short. The roar came to compensate. Void Hunter! Crimson-armored Xian horse! Xin Shen knew that even if this blood-eating mill posed no threat, it was still a legendary level beast, and this was his first battle on the battlefield. He absolutely could not be careless. Attack! While Zhou Xian and others were still shocked by his many strange beast pets, Xin Shen had already launched his offensive, entering the first battle of the beast battlefield with full firepower. Boom! The Sky Tree Tower suddenly trembled, and the 3 massive leaves sank slightly, causing long tree-pattern cannon barrels to extend around the tower, with dark red and emerald green energy bombs pouring down like rain. Whoosh! Bang! The energy bombs struck the mountainous body of the blood-eating mill in the blink of an eye, and with a violent convulsion of its surface, these countless elite-level beast energy bombs vanished without a trace. Boom boom boom! The Sky Tree Tower continued to bombard, and the blood-eating mill convulsed more and more urgently, but no matter what, such attacks could not break through its defenses. Hee hee, a bit interesting. A glint of cold light flashed in Shinshen's eyes. Just now, it was merely the Sky Tree Tower's ordinary attack, and the no-distance bombardment had not yet activated, but even so, it was enough to prove the power of a legendary-level beast. Whoosh! At this thought, two figures flashed in the void and instantly appeared around the blood-eating mill. Driven by the wings of the demon, Shinshen could only rely on his powerful mental strength to capture the traces of the Void Hunter, and the sharp long knife instantly opened two long gashes on the blood-eating mill's body. Attack! In the next moment, the Sky Tree Tower launched its offensive again, with energy bombs of various colors suddenly appearing on the wounds of the blood-eating mill. Ripping through space, no-distance bombardment. Roar! Roar! A series of angry roars erupted. The blood-eating mill finally felt the threat, its flesh mountain writhing incessantly, layers of flesh waves trembling, attempting to smooth out those two wounds. However, how could Shinshen let it have its way? Crimson Armored Xian Horse. With a command, a sea of fire erupted, and over 200 crimson armored Xian horses charged forward madly, each pressing tightly against those two wounds, appearing like a mass of bloody vertical eyes under the pressure of the flesh lumps. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp blade light and the dense bombardment made this legendary-level blood-eating mill start to roll continuously, its roars echoing. It must be said that the dark attribute damage from the Void Hunter posed a significant threat to the blood-eroding millstone, while the omnipresent energy blasts from the flying tree tower opened Shinshen's eyes wide. The energy blasts under the no-distance bombardment actually had a homing effect. Damn, is this still human? I never expected that among this batch of newcomers, there would be such a monstrous figure, probably comparable to that cold Xian. The demon hunters were left dumbfounded, completely unable to intervene. Their beast pets attacks were basically ineffective against the blood-eroding millstone. Of course, if the four battlefield commanders wanted to completely eliminate this blood-eroding millstone, it wasn't impossible, but given the already strained manpower, taking action against this legendary-level beast that posed no real threat would be a loss. Roar! The resistance of the blood-eroding millstone was simple. The blood-colored tubes flying around continuously lashed out, indeed blocking some of the energy blasts, but the attack frequency of the flying tree tower was too fast. Moreover, once the no-distance bombardment was activated, the blood-eroding millstone had no way to intercept it. Not to mention, there were those red-armored Xian horses that had already burrowed deep into the blood-eroding millstone, crazily gnawing at this massive mound of flesh, causing the two wounds to grow larger and larger. Blood-eroding millstone, defenses broken. Roar! With a piercing roar, the blood-eroding millstone suddenly moved forward a bit, and Shinshen's expression tightened. Put! A pool of foul-smelling liquid fell from the sky, and Shinshen and the others quickly left their original spot. When they looked back, the place where they had stood had turned into a stinking pit. Hiss! A look of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. If that had landed on them, they would have probably been reduced to nothing by now. With the damage from the Void Hunter stacking up, the red-armored Xian horses rampaging inside, and the omnipresent energy blast attacks, everyone felt that the fall of the blood-eroding millstone was inevitable. Even Shinshen himself did not expect that such a legendary beast would be so cowardly, but he also underestimated the powerful vitality of the blood-eroding millstone. Even with full firepower and attribute damage suppression, after a whole half-day, it only appeared slightly smaller from the outside. Slurp! Slurp! Put! Legendary beasts naturally possess intelligence. Even though it was merely a test subject for beast slaves, it did not hinder its natural awakening upon reaching a certain level, just like the current performance of the blood-eroding millstone. Buzz! As the mound of flesh suddenly trembled, the blood-colored tubes flying around instantly retracted, and the suspected mouthparts stopped spewing. The blood-eroding millstone actually began to defend itself. Seeing the blood-eroding millstone unfold its defenses, Shinshen frowned slightly, noticing that the damage from the flying tree tower's energy blasts had actually become smaller and smaller. Death Ray! Ancestral Halo! Without hesitation, Shinshen decisively activated all the skills of the flying tree tower. ZZZZ! Dark red death rays shot forth, each impact creating a charred flesh hole, emitting a faint burnt smell. After activating the ancestral halo, the bombardment of energy blasts once again inflicted terrifying wounds on the blood-eroding millstone, and after the death rays swept across, these wounds surprisingly showed irreversible effects. Very good. Seeing this situation, Shinshen's face lit up with joy, and his vast mental power instantly spread out. At the same time, the light of the Beast Master Divine Talisman also brightened. Accelerate! The activation of the Beast Master Divine Talisman instantly enhanced the abilities of the red-armored Xian horse, but that was still not enough. Come out! With a wave of his hand, the mother body of the red-armored Xian horse appeared before Shinshen. Buzz! A pale golden light of favor quickly spread, visibly covering the blood-eroding millstone, and a series of deep explosions echoed from within it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, terrifying blood holes appeared all over the blood-devouring millstone, with a foul-smelling liquid slowly oozing out. Crimson flame for 1,000 miles. When Shinshen noticed that these blood holes were gradually shrinking, he immediately activated the skill Crimson Flame for 1,000 miles. Crimson Flame for 1,000 miles inherits the characteristics of the Crimson Blood Pegasus, creating a whirlwind of flames at the feet while running. The more beast pets deployed, the greater the speed increase. Sure enough, Shinshen's eyes lit up as the flame whirlwind, enhanced by speed, produced an irreversible burning effect under the defense breach of the blood-devouring millstone. The blood-devouring millstone is an experimental subject of the beast slave, which means it is essentially just a mutated entity. It must have transformed into this state by devouring energy. Can this be considered a negative status? With this thought, Shinshen struck again. A blazing golden halo shot out, expanding as it flew, perfectly encircling the mountain of flesh. Buzz! The moment the halo enveloped the blood-devouring millstone, this colossal creature visibly shrank, and as the halo continued to descend, the shrinking speed accelerated. Effective! Shinshen's eyes brightened. The damage from the halo was actually higher than all the previous accumulated damage. He guessed right. During the earlier battle against the Blood Serpent Curse, Shinshen had already had this idea. Since the halo could dispel all negative statuses and evil energy, it could also inflict damage on entities possessing such energy, and this sudden inspiration had been well validated. It seems that beast pet skills are not just as described. The reverse damage of the halo and the irreversible flame burning effect triggered under specific conditions of Crimson Flame for 1,000 miles were the same. Captain, this is too funny. 2 halo skills, so many beast pets, terrifying. With the strength he has shown so far, even an average Emperor level might not be a match. Just as Shinshen pondered how to maximize the use of beast pet skills, Zhou Xian and his group fell into shock once again. Extremely rare halo skills appeared on this rookie, and their power was more than double that of Zhou Xian's Guardian Halo. Were halo skills now so common? Halo skills, a beast pet army, this strange tree tower, and that beast pet with dark damage characteristics that has been attacking without revealing its presence. This rookie is going against the heavens. Zhou Xian stared intently at the 2 differently colored halos, murmuring to himself. He initially thought this rookie could compete with another prodigy, Lang Xian, but now it seemed they might not even be on the same level. Lang Xian was hailed as the nation's #1 genius, and his performance on the battlefield was commendable, but compared to Shinshen, he fell short in both the number of beast pets and skills. This guy seems to be a high-level beast master, right? Someone said, and the crowd suddenly remembered that Shinshen was indeed a high-level beast master. The beast warfield was a place where life and death were often at stake. There were high-level beast masters, but most were in logistics. A mysterious and powerful high-level beast master like Shinshen was one of a kind. Even another prodigy, Lang Xian, was probably on the verge of advancing to Emperor level. The difference in levels was not trivial. Buzzing. Just as everyone was still immersed in their shock at Shinshen, a sudden urgent buzzing sound echoed in the void. Shinshen also snapped back to reality. The dazzling golden halo slowly descended, reaching the middle of the mountain of flesh. Where the light passed, the mountain of flesh shrank as if it were deflating, rapidly expelling some filthy liquid at a visible speed. At that moment, the ancestral halo of the flying tree tower suddenly trembled violently, and a thread of blood-colored fine lines slowly descended amidst the emerald green. Soon, it connected with the halo of favor. Buzz! A golden light surged upward, instantly enveloping these fine lines, and after covering both halos, it slowly coalesced into a towering spire of gold and emerald. Roar! Bang! Almost simultaneously, an angry roar erupted from the flesh mountain, and the tower crashed down, directly suppressing the legendary beast, the blood-eating millstone. The earth cracked, and debris flew everywhere. Everything around the tower was reduced to powder. Then, in a state of no-distance bombardment, energy projectiles poured down the inside of the tower, the golden light flickering like a meteor shower, all smashing onto the body of the blood-eating millstone. Roar! 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 Waves of desperate roars echoed, but the towering spire stood firm. No matter how wildly the blood-eating millstone rampaged inside, it could not escape this descending cage. The ancestral halo enhances the halo of favor to a certain extent, and the halo of favor also enhances the attributes of the ancestral halo in return. The power of the energy projectiles is clearly much greater than before. It seems that when these 2 halos appear simultaneously, it is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 being greater than 2. At first glance, Shinshen was a bit bewildered, but having thoroughly studied the Beastmaster Chronicles, his understanding of Beastmasters and their pets was much stronger than most. He quickly discerned some clues. The power of halo stacking? A hint of doubt flashed in Shinshen's eyes as he looked at the towering spire, which had shrunk by half again, compressing the living space of the blood-eating millstone at a terrifying speed. The power of the towering spire formed by halo stacking was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Seeing the equally dazed Zhou Xian and others, Shinshin decisively abandoned the idea of asking. Time passed quickly, and another 2 hours went by. The towering spire had shrunk to less than 10 meters, and intermittent roars continued to emanate from within, revealing a hint of joy in everyone's eyes. Was this troublesome and disgusting legendary beast finally going to die? Boom! An unexpected event occurred in an instant. A tremendous roar erupted from inside the tower, and the originally solid golden spire began to show fine cracks on its surface. Crack! 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 Amidst the rapid cracking sounds, the tower shattered violently, and a violent shockwave kicked up dust everywhere, instantly throwing the unprepared crowd into the air. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. As the dust settled, amidst the coughing sounds, the spot where the tower had stood had turned into a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. The flying tree tower trembled slightly and returned to the pet space. More than 200 red-armored steeds were also shaken apart. Some severely damaged ones had automatically activated their self-healing mode, with specks of light glowing and slowly gathering towards Shinshen. Roar! As a low growl emanated from the deep pit, Shinshen fixed his gaze on the blood-red figure slowly crawling out, a serious expression suddenly appearing on his face. Boom! Finally, under the tense gaze of everyone, the blood-red figure suddenly leaped up and crashed down, revealing a monster covered in irregular blood-red diamond-shaped spikes. About the size of a Vajrabuddha ape, its entire body was covered in crystalline blood-red spikes, and a blood-red head resembling a snake's head slowly extended forward, its eyes looking at Shinshen with extreme ferocity. Especially those diamond-shaped blood-red spikes, exuding an invisible sharpness, seemed ready to shoot out at any moment. The legendary beast known as the blood-eating millstone, which had awakened intelligence, naturally knew who the most dangerous person in the field was. What the hell? What is that thing? Whoosh! A demon hunter exclaimed in shock, but unexpectedly, a flash of bloodlight flickered before him. Just in time, he managed to tilt his head and narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but his left shoulder was severed, blood gushing out. Ah! The delayed pain made the demon hunter scream in agony. Everyone turned to look, and that bloodlight was actually the diamond-shaped spikes on this legendary magical beast. Captain Zhou, are there such magical beasts on the battlefield? Shinshen's gaze was fixed on the blood-eating millstone, and he finally realized that his earlier output had merely helped this legendary magical beast expel impurities. It was like kind humans helping a giant whale in the deep sea remove barnacles from its body. Now, this magical beast finally revealed its true form. Looking at the exposed blood-eating millstone, Shinshen felt a bit dazed. Not only had he worked for nothing, but he had also allowed this legendary magical beast to regain its original appearance, which was clearly not something to be trifled with. For a moment, Shinshen even thought about giving up, but then he reconsidered. This legendary magical beast's roots weren't that deep. If what Zhou Xian and the others said was true, then this creature was an artificial product, still having a certain gap compared to a true legendary magical beast. Brother Shen, I just remembered. At that moment, Zhou Xian suddenly walked over. This guy should be one of the 4 treasure magical beasts on the battlefield, its entire body composed of pure energy blood crystals, with strong defense and attack power. It's listed on the battlefield bounty board, the purple crystal Shen turtle, one of the 4 treasure magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Shinshen's eyes lit up. No wonder the red-armored Shen horse reacted. It turned out this creature was a treasure all over. Roar! At that moment, the purple crystal Shen turtle let out a furious roar and charged directly at Shinshen, creating a series of afterimages behind it as it rushed forward. Attack, defense, speed, perfect. Go! In the void, a flash of light appeared, and 2 figures instantly intercepted the rampaging purple crystal Shen turtle. Damn! It's actually a humanoid magical beast. Zhou Shen looked at the demon wings faintly visible on the Void Hunter and was instantly speechless. This was the mysterious beast pet that had dealt massive damage to the purple crystal Shen turtle. He never expected it to be a humanoid pet of the demon type. How many trump cards did this guy have? Boom! After the 2 elite-level Void Hunters intercepted the purple crystal Shen turtle, Shinshen had a moment to react. Red-armored Shen horse, possess me. Shinshen knew that even a legendary magical beast like the purple crystal Shen turtle couldn't be defeated by numbers alone, so he decisively summoned his beast pet to possess him. Over 200 red-armored Shen horses possessed him, and in an instant, he was covered by a layer of battle armor wreathed in red flames. Red flame battle armor. Beast pets can be used like this? Zhou Shen and the others were once again stunned. They had never seen a beast pet possess someone before, but this battle armor was indeed impressive. Kill! Shinshen roared, instantly transforming into a red lightning bolt, directly colliding head-on with the purple crystal Shin turtle. Brothers, don't just stand there. The rookie hasn't reported yet, all the merits are ours. Seeing Shinshen fiercely pounding the purple crystal Shin turtle while riding the red-armored Shin horse, Zhou Shin shouted and charged forward. If they didn't help now, the merits would indeed be too hot to handle. Come on! Watching the demon hunters swarm in for a frenzied attack, a smile appeared in Shinshen's eyes, and the offensive grew even more intense. Previously transformed into the blood-eating millstone, the purple crystal Shin turtle's recovery ability was nearly invincible. After regaining its true form, although its strength increased significantly, these demon hunters could now inflict damage on it. Roar, roar, roar. The beast roared repeatedly, and sensing danger, the purple crystal Shin turtle instantly entered a berserk state, layers of blood-colored light circles rapidly floating around its body, and diamond-shaped spikes shot out simultaneously. Defense! Zhou Shin shouted loudly, and the defensive wall that had previously withstood the double-horned demon goat reappeared. Iron arm across the river. Heavy mountain shield. Infinite barrier. Guarding halo. One by one, the beast pet skills shone brilliantly, instantly forming a solid defensive wall under the powerful beast pet halo of Zhou Shin. Seeing this, Shinshen's mind sparked with inspiration. The fusion of the Ancestor Halo and the Favor Halo had given him too many insights, and the Crimson Flame battle armor formed by the beast pet's embodiment inherently possessed all the attributes of the Crimson Armored Shin horse, including its skills. However, for a beast master to unleash the skills of their beast pet, it required a strong mental force to communicate and mobilize, which was definitely a challenge for an average beast master, and a careless attempt could even lead to a powerful mental backlash. Beast Master Divine Symbol, activate. Of course, these were not problems for Shinshen. After activating the Beast Master Divine Symbol, he instantly resolved this issue. Boom! Having never activated the Beast Master Divine Symbol while embodying a beast pet, Shinshen immediately felt a powerful force surge into his body, causing his blood to boil, desperately seeking a target to unleash it upon. Kill! Boom! He threw a punch at the purple crystal Shin turtle, not retreating even half a step, firmly withstanding the attack of this legendary beast from the front. Damn! This is simply a humanoid beast! The crowd exclaimed. However, it didn't stop there. Rapid march! Flame ray! After the first strike, Shinshen's figure suddenly accelerated, supported by the inexhaustible mental force of the Beast Master Divine Symbol, moving like a red phantom, erratic and unpredictable. Boom boom boom! Each strike was elusive, and as the dense flame ray struck the purple crystal Shin turtle, the blood-red halos around it diminished. Ja! La! With the master-servant position switched, after the Void Hunter's blade light flashed, a flame ray would inevitably follow, crashing into the wound of the purple crystal Shin turtle, continuously inflicting secondary damage, making this furious legendary beast unable to defend itself. Roar! Legendary beasts are also intelligent. Seeing that it could not severely injure Shinshen, the purple crystal Shin turtle turned its vicious gaze towards Zhou Shin and the others. However, having been on the battlefield for so long, Zhou Shin's team clearly had seen their share of storms, and the defensive wall centered on the guarding halo quickly made the purple crystal Shin turtle suffer a great loss. Bang! After a brilliant flash of light, the purple crystal Shin turtle was sent flying. The characteristic of the guarding halo, defense and counterattack. Good! Shinshen couldn't help but cheer loudly. It must be said that Zhou Shin and the others' utilization of beast pet skills and their grasp of battle opportunities were truly impressive. Dual Halo Fusion. The Ancestor Halo and the Favor Halo appeared simultaneously, and a tower descended from the sky, directly enveloping the rolling purple crystal Shin turtle. Boom! The Crimson Flame battle armor on Shinshen suddenly burst forth with a dazzling red light, the flame swirling around him solidifying as if real. The Crimson Armored Shin horse's mother body, embodiment. All attributes doubled. At this moment, Shinshen truly transformed into a humanoid beast. The increasingly familiar beast pet skills were used in succession, and the elusive Void Hunter continuously inflicted irreversible damage on the purple crystal Shin turtle. Coupled with the restraint from Zhou Shin and the others, this legendary beast finally fell under the siege of the crowd. Awesome! At the moment the purple crystal Shin turtle fell, everyone cheered in unison. Just as Shinshen was about to collect the spoils, a team of people rushed over from not far away, arriving before everyone in an instant. Purple crystal Shin turtle? The leader's expression was stern, and upon seeing the ground covered in bright red blood crystals and the large diamond-shaped crystal in the center, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. The Sky Eagle Guard under Commander Qin has come to assist. You may leave now. The Sky Eagle Guard under Commander Qin? Shinshen frowned at these words and turned to Zhou Shin. It's the Commander Lu Fang of the Imperial Guard under Commander Qin Long, also one of the 4 great guards of the battlefield, the Sky Eagle Guard, with all beast pets being Lord-level Mo Feather Sky Eagles, famous for their speed among the 4 great guards. Zhou Xian lowered his voice, explaining subtly. One of the 4 great guards, famous for speed? Xin Shen's brows immediately furrowed, but he did not heed the other's command and instead began to clean up the blood crystals on the ground. Bang! A gust of wind exploded beside Xin Shen, and a blood crystal the size of a fist shattered violently. Caught off guard, a shard of the blood crystal sliced his cheek, a wound about an inch long from which blood droplets quietly rolled down. What's wrong? Didn't you hear what I said, Commander? Lu Fang waved his hand, and the Sky Eagle guards immediately surrounded Xin Shen, their gazes unfriendly. Commander Lu, please calm down. Brother Xin is new and doesn't understand the rules. I hope you can be more forgiving. Zhou Xian saw the situation was turning dire and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Newcomer? Lu Fang frowned. A newcomer who doesn't report in and comes here to die? Get lost. As soon as Lu Fang spoke, the Sky Eagle guards echoed him, while Zhou Xian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Xin Shen was no ordinary rookie. Even if Lu Fang was an emperor, he probably couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, they had just fought side by side to take down a modified legendary beast. To be honest, Lu Fang had been trying to take advantage of the situation from the moment he appeared, which was quite unseemly. Commander Lu. Shut up. Zhou Xian, am I giving you face? Do you have a say here, or do you think you can represent the Demon Alliance? Lu Fang's eyes flashed coldly. A rookie dares to snatch things from me. Do you believe I can directly expel you from the battlefield, never to return? Zhou Xian heard this and knew the matter wouldn't end well, so he stopped speaking and led the group of demon hunters to Xin Shen's side. It was clear they were choosing sides. Apologize. At that moment, Xin Shen, who had been watching coldly, suddenly spoke up, the blood on his cheek still uncleaned, appearing quite eerie against the backdrop of scattered blood crystals. Apologize? Ah, this is hilarious. He actually wants Commander Lu to apologize. Are the newcomers today this arrogant? This is unbelievable. Just a rookie, does he need to be this cocky? Xin Shen's words made the Sky Eagle guards laugh out loud. They had seen arrogance, but never like this. The commander of the guards was one of Qin Long's most trusted men. Even the 9 great generals and 4 vanguard commanders under him would have to give Lu Fang face in such a situation. A rookie daring to provoke a tiger? What's wrong? Can't understand my words? Apologize immediately, or everyone here will have a hard time. Xin Shen's expression was icy as he spoke again. Before coming, Xin Shen had heard Bai Tu mention Lu Fang and had been warned to avoid conflict with him, but now the other party was trying to forcibly seize the blood crystals, which were something he was determined to obtain. Unfortunately, since the other side was looking for trouble, he couldn't back down. Ha, I'd like to see how you plan to make it hard for me. A Sky Eagle guard laughed. Ridiculous. You are simply insulting the name of the guard army. How long has Zhou Xian been sending out distress signals? This place should be close to the headquarters, right? Why hasn't the speedily renowned Sky Eagle guard arrived yet? And when they do, they want to snatch our spoils. Is this the style of the guard army under Commander Qin? Are you robbers or soldiers? If Commander Qin knew of your actions, what would he think? Xin Shen's words made Zhou Xian and the others secretly give him a thumbs up. The most important thing to Commander Qin Long was his reputation, and Xin Shen's words undoubtedly put Lu Fang in a difficult position. Impudent! Indeed, after hearing Xin Shen's words, Lu Fang and the Sky Eagle guards' expressions changed drastically. After they received Zhou Xian's distress signal, although it was an intentional delay, their actions were indeed slower than usual. The reason was that, while this was the edge of the battlefield, it could still be considered the rear, where usually only small-scale beast tides occurred. Therefore, Lu Fang wasn't very concerned. However, upon arrival, Lu Fang discovered that Zhou Xian and the others had actually killed one of the 4 great treasure beasts, the amethyst Qian turtle. In a moment of envy, he spoke out to stop them, only to encounter the tough character Xin Shen. Presumptuous? How ridiculous. This is my trophy, why should I give it to you? Do you not have any self-awareness about who is being presumptuous? Xin Shen sneered, his gaze fixed on Lu Fang. Still the same thing, apologize. Bold. Disrespecting the order, insulting General Qin. A mere high-level beast master dares to claim that this lord-level amethyst Qian turtle is your trophy? This is claiming military merit fraudulently, and according to the law, you should be expelled from the battlefield and never allowed to enter again. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow, directly accusing Xin Shen of disrespecting the order and claiming military merit fraudulently. A rookie dared to confront him. If it weren't for Qin Long's rule against random killings, he would have already taken down this ignorant fellow. Before Xin Shen could respond, Zhou Xian and the others could no longer hold back. Captain Lu, Brother Shin is new here. While I can reluctantly agree with your claim of disrespecting the order, we need to discuss the matter of claiming military merit. With Zhou Xian's explanation, Lu Fang and the others' expressions instantly turned ugly. Are you saying that this amethyst Qian turtle is actually the true form of the corroded blood grinding disc, or that he single-handedly broke through the defenses of a legendary beast and killed it, saving you all? Lu Fang's face was one of disbelief. Exactly, that's the truth. Nonsense. Setting aside the abilities of the corroded blood grinding disc, can a high-level beast master really defeat a lord-level amethyst Qian turtle? Lu Fang continued as if he had heard a joke. Zhou Xian, this is clearly covering up for him. Hearing this, Zhou Xian showed a bitter smile. Not to mention a high-level beast master, even an average emperor-level beast master might not withstand the amethyst Qian turtle's attacks, let alone the nearly unsolvable corroded disc. However, Xin Chen was not just any high-level beast master. Forget it, I am indeed new here. I will give Brother Zhou some face and let this matter go. At this moment, Xin Chen received another urgent signal from the red-armored Xian horse, so he didn't want to linger any longer and turned to collect the blood crystals. Unfortunately, when greed arises, it cannot be suppressed. Put it down. A member of the Sky Eagle Guard pounced, delivering a punch directly to Xin Chen's back. Thud. Unprepared, Xin Chen was sent flying, the powerful inertia scattering blood crystals everywhere. Captain Lu, enough is enough, or you will regret it. Zhou Xian exclaimed in shock, hurriedly trying to intervene. However, Lu Fang completely ignored Zhou Xian's advice and waved his hand. Disrespecting the order, claiming military merit fraudulently, take him down. Not far away, Xin Chen slowly got up, looking at the approaching Sky Eagle guards with icy cold eyes. You are all presumptuous. Xin Chen was truly enraged. After enduring so much, he was unexpectedly ambushed by these so-called guards, causing his already suppressed emotions to explode. Kill! The roar echoed, and two streaks of light flashed through the air. Puff! Puff! The two Sky Eagle guards at the forefront had their heads instantly severed, blood splattering as their bodies fell forward due to inertia, landing at Xin Chen's feet. Hiss! The Sky Eagle guards' expressions changed drastically, halting in fear as they looked at Xin Chen. Bold! Rebelling against authority, kill him! Lu Fang was also taken aback, not expecting that a mere high-level beast master could instantly kill the Sky Eagle guards, making him more vigilant. Kill! After receiving the order from Lu Fang, the group of Sky Eagles swiftly summoned the Ink Feather Sky Eagle. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and countless black feathers transformed into arrows, shooting towards Xin Chen. It's over. The sudden outbreak of battle caused Zhou Xian and the others to turn pale in an instant. Regardless of whether Lu Fang had any suspicion of forcibly seizing spoils of war, Xin Chen's action of killing two Sky Eagles had already violated the iron rule set by Qinlong: do not harm fellow soldiers. In their eyes, Xin Chen was undoubtedly doomed. Damn you! Boom! The crimson flames scorched, and the battle armor enveloped him. Xin Chen shouted in anger and, with lightning speed, broke through the group of Sky Eagles who had yet to launch their attack, charging straight at Lu Fang behind them. Foolish! As he watched Xin Chen rush towards him, Lu Fang, an Imperial-level beast master, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes, clearly unable to discern the nature of Xin Chen's battle armor. However, how could a high-level beast master dare to attack an Imperial level 1? Wasn't that courting death? In fact, Lu Fang didn't even summon the Ink Feather Sky Eagle. The next moment, he paid the price for his underestimation. Boom! Xin Chen struck, aiming for a quick resolution, combining rapid movement with fiery rays and the immense power brought by the crimson-armored Xian horse, instantly sending Lu Fang flying. Bang bang bang! Damn it! Lu Fang was momentarily stunned, feeling the intense pain in his lower abdomen and the relentless pursuit of Xin Chen, his eyes filled with horror. He had been careless. Lu Fang wanted to counterattack, but Xin Chen gave him no chance. Under the boost of rapid movement, his attacks followed Lu Fang like a shadow, raining down punches upon him. Zhou Xian was shocked. The Sky Eagles that had been dispersed by a single blow also fell into a daze. In an instant, everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, incredulously staring at the scene before them. A high-level beast master was actually chasing after the Imperial-level commander of the Royal Guard. Wasn't this absurd? Ah, Ink Feather Sky Eagle, come out. However, Lu Fang was still an Imperial-level beast master. No matter how monstrous Xin Chen was, it was impossible for him to have no means of retaliation, especially since this Imperial-level master was a seasoned commander on the battlefield. Lu Fang finally seized the opportunity, and the massive Ink Feather Sky Eagle soared into the sky, the powerful wind dissipating Xin Chen's next attack as he stood firmly on the broad wings of the Ink Feather Sky Eagle. You are dead! The Royal Guard commander Lu Fang looked down at Xin Chen from mid-air, his murderous intent unmistakable in his gaze. "Come on. Aren't you good at fighting? Now I'm flying, idiot." Unexpectedly, Shin Shen contemptuously raised his middle finger, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot into the sky. Boom! The wildly spinning Skytree Tower appeared above Lu Fang, turning the tide of attack and defense. Bang bang bang! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Energy bullets rained down like a storm, and the ink feather Sky Eagle had no defense, instantly suffering damage to its wings. Fortunately, under Lu Fang's timely control, it flew forward, risking being bombarded by the energy bullets. Brain dead! Shin Shen lightly waved his hand, and the 3 leaves at the bottom of the Skytree Tower trembled violently, chasing after the ink feather Sky Eagle. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Shin Shen was intent on exterminating them. This kid can't really be. The voice of the Sky Eagles abruptly stopped as they watched Shin Shen begin to gather blood crystals, fear evident in their eyes. Terrifying. This rookie was so strong that he had the Royal Guard commander fleeing in all directions. Ding! Obtained blood crystal. Ding! Obtained blood crystal. Ding! Obtained legendary beast crystal. Ding! Obtained king-level blood crystal. The system's notification echoed continuously in Shin Shen's ears, and upon hearing the king-level blood crystal prompt, a look of wild joy spread across his face. The purple crystal Shen Turtle was actually a beast king-level magical beast. After the global beast disaster, the classification of high-level magical beasts is divided into 3 tiers: king level, saint level, and god level, with the king level actually being a rank between lord level and legend level. The beast's body is king, transforming into saint, and breaking through to become god. The purple crystal tortoise's original form is lord level, although it has been transformed into a legend level blood-eating grinding disc. There has been no substantial change, and from the energy contained in that legend level beast crystal, it is much inferior to what Shin Shen obtained before. The red-armored dark horse should need this, he thought. The king-level blood crystal can make the bloodline of magical beasts purer, which is the key for all high-level magical beasts to transform and continue to improve, hence the red-armored dark horse's mother body gave a prompt. Bang! At that moment, a blood-colored firework exploded in the sky, condensing into a giant eagle shape. Shameless, actually calling for help. Zhou Xian and the others immediately voiced their anger. The dignified commander of the Imperial Guard actually called for help. He, calling for help, huh? Then let's play together. Looking at Lu Fang being bombarded by the flying tree tower in the sky, Shin Shen's lips curled into a slight smile. Bang! A fire wolf-shaped flame exploded in the air, and everyone instantly felt a chill. Lu Fang called for help because he was the commander of the Imperial Guard, with nearly 1,000 Sky Eagles under his command. What was a rookie like him doing trying to join the fun? Soon, a series of rumblings came from the direction of the base, and one by one, the ink-feathered Sky Eagles pounced towards the crowd. General Qin! When Zhou Xian saw the man with a square face at the forefront, he exclaimed. It was Qin Long, the commander of the Western Battlefield. He actually came in person. What on earth happened? Looking at Lu Fang being chased and beaten in the sky, and Shin Shen still picking up blood crystals, Qin Long frowned slightly. Zhou Xian hurriedly stepped forward and explained the whole situation. Get down! Qin Long shouted angrily, raising his hand to unleash a beam of black light, instantly returning the flying tree tower engaged in battle to the beast pet space, while Lu Fang also fell to the ground with a grim expression. Boom! Just as Qin Long was about to speak, a burst of flames shot up into the sky not far away, shaking the ground as hundreds of wolf riders rushed over. Who dares to touch our commander? With a loud roar, Qin Fei appeared before everyone with 800 holy flame wolf riders. However, when he saw Qin Long, he immediately trembled in fear but still gritted his teeth and approached Shin Shen first. Deputy Commander Qin Fei of the Holy King Legion, greetings to Commander Shen. Then the 800 Holy King Legion members turned in unison to face Qin Long. Deputy Commander Qin Fei of the Holy King Legion, greetings to General Qin. The appearance of Qin Fei and the others made everyone feel a chill. Holy King Legion? Wasn't there only a Holy King Legion on the magical beast side? When did the human side also form one? As everyone looked at Qin Long's calm expression, they instinctively thought that this commander of the Western Battlefield had also formed a legion with the same name as the magical beast side, as if he intended to confront them head-on. But why did the Holy King Legion refer to Shin Shen as commander? Not only were Zhou Xian and the others confused, but even Lu Fang and the Sky Eagles were also in a daze. In the magical beast battlefield, there is an unwritten rule. The internal commander is the master, while the external commander is the king, meaning that the commander oversees the overall situation, but all actions outside are led by the legion's direct commander. Even if the commander is present, they cannot interfere. Qin Fei bowing to Shin Shen was also in line with this meaning. Qin Fei, are you mistaken? Lu Fang spoke up to remind him, but his heart suddenly trembled, as if he remembered something. There's no mistake, Commander Shin is our new commander of the Holy King Legion. Xin Fei's gaze towards Lu Fang flashed with disdain. Everything about the Holy King Legion now is given by Commander Shin. Commander Lu should know what we were like before. Feeling the sharpness in the eyes of the 800 elite soldiers, Lu Fang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, not because of Xin Shen, but because of the previous commander of the Holy King Army, Bai Tu, who was completely unreasonable. After hearing Xin Fei's explanation, Zhou Xian and the others also showed surprise. They hadn't expected this rookie to be the new commander of the vanguard. To be chosen by that mass murderer was definitely no small feat. You are Xin Shen? At this moment, Qin Long approached Xin Shen, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. I am Xin Shen, subordinate to you, General Qin. Xin Shen looked at this legendary commander, who didn't seem as irritable as Bai Tu had described, but exuded an air of authority from his long-standing high position. Is what Zhou Xian and the others said true? Of course. In response to Qin Long's inquiry, Xin Shen remained neither humble nor arrogant. As long as it was his own, even the King of Heaven couldn't take it away. You single-handedly broke through the defenses of the Blood Erosion Mill and killed one of the 4 great treasure beasts, the Amethyst Xian Turtle. Do you think that's impressive? A glimmer of mockery flashed in Qin Long's eyes. He had naturally received the news from Bai Tu earlier, but he hadn't expected Xin Shen to give him such a big surprise upon his arrival. I'm just a high-level beast master. In response, Xin Shen did not answer directly but spoke in a nonchalant manner. High-level beast master? Qin Long now noticed the platinum badge on Xin Shen's chest, and his pupils constricted sharply. It had been a long time since he had seen such a monstrous talent. Even the cold Qian from the capital probably couldn't compare to the somewhat cunning young man before him. Cunning, that was how Qin Long defined Xin Shen. Of course, most of the credit for this definition belonged to Bai Tu. Lu Fang is abusing his power for personal gain, deliberately delaying rescue efforts, and has been stripped of his command. The Sky Eagle Guard will be temporarily led by me, and all those involved in this matter will be reassigned to logistics for 1 year. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Fang's face turned pale, and the Sky Eagle Guard members were similarly affected. However, in front of Qin Long, even if they were unwilling, they dared not refute. Xin Shen, as the vanguard commander, did not reveal his identity, relying on his strength and arrogance, which led to the deaths of 2 comrades. Considering his significant contributions to the return of the 800 elite soldiers to the battlefield, he too will be stripped of his command. After the report is completed, he will be temporarily retained for observation. Although Qin Long's voice was calm, everyone could hear the anger contained within. His 2 commanders were at odds, and it had resulted in casualties. If the other commanders found out, it would be a total loss of face. Do you have any objections? Facing Qin Long's inquiry, Xin Shen and the others naturally dared not say anything else, especially Lu Fang, who now hated Xin Shen to the core. How could someone as shrewd as him not see that Qin Long's punishment was far too lenient for Xin Shen? Similar incidents had occurred before, and the lightest punishment had been expulsion from the battlefield forever, with some even executed on the spot by Qin Long. Yet Xin Shen was merely stripped of his command, and he seemed completely unconcerned. Take them away. All those involved in the matter were taken away, leaving Zhou Xian and the others somewhat bewildered. Was that it? However, under Qin Long's intimidating gaze, they could only bid farewell to Xin Shen and return to the headquarters with the Holy King Army. You seem not to care much about this command position. After the bystanders left, Qin Long looked at Xin Shen with a hint of a smile. The Sky Eagle Guard accompanying him felt a bit startled. Their commander rarely smiled at anyone. I can't help it. I'm just not cut out for being an official, Xin Shen said self-deprecatingly. In the first year of high school, I was originally the class monitor, but since I never had a contract beast to stay in the library for long, I was gradually replaced by others. Later, I also missed the chance to be the captain of the school team, which was taken over by the parachuted Su Qianxue. The position of the Grand Commander in the Green Robe became a victim of the internal strife within the Beast Control Alliance. The most ridiculous part was that the position of the frontline commander was seized before I even had a chance to report, and it was very likely that the Holy King Legion would end up being someone else's wedding dress. Common the face of change. That's interesting. Qin Long smiled slightly. Xin Shen's performance surprised him a bit, but fortunately, he had received a hint from Bai Tu before. This seemingly indifferent kid in front of him was quite cunning. It's not about whether I'm surprised or not, it's just that my arms can't twist over my thighs, Xin Shen said. At the same time, Xin Shen felt quite resentful. If it weren't for Qin Long's imposing presence, even if resisting here wouldn't yield any results, he would have rebelled long ago. However, this thought was limited to mere contemplation. Once he acted on it, regardless of whether the Holy King Legion would help him, Qianlong, this legendary commander, would immediately crush him to pieces. No matter how defiant he was, it was impossible for him to confront a legendary figure as a high-level beast master, especially one who was a commander. Go report first and collect all the supplies. If you can make it into the top 10 of the merit list before that so-called National League, I'll hand over the battlefield law enforcement team and the Holy King Legion to you. Otherwise, just go back where you came from. Damn it, take me with you. Watching Qianlong turn around and leave gracefully, Shen Shen almost cursed out loud. After all this, he found himself still stuck in place after entering the battlefield, without even a guide left for him. Helpless, Shen Shen had no choice but to sprint alone towards the direction of the base camp. After being sealed as a beast battlefield by Emperor Qianqiu, Shen Dai Peak actually belonged to the realm of another space. In the entire battlefield, the beast side occupied almost more than 3/4 of the space, and the terrain here encompassed all known human geographical features, making it relatively more suitable for a variety of beasts to survive. On the human side, the so-called 4 battlefields were merely a W-shaped Great Wall running east to west. The western battlefield was located at the far left of the W Great Wall, the most difficult section to defend. Since Emperor Qianqiu opened up the beast battlefield, only after Qianlong became the commander did no beast cross the border. The city walls were wide, with all defensive facilities built on the broad walls, extending outward with dozens of long bluestone passages. A small number of beast masters could defend a passage, and all the passages were dug into deep pits like abysses. Unless they were flying beasts, falling down meant certain death. The battlefield settings were almost the same everywhere, all designed by the southern commander Gongsun Yu. This seemingly simple defense greatly reduced the pressure on the human side and ensured a century of peace for humanity. Behind the city walls was the so-called base camp, the location of the command department, logistics department, and other functional departments, which was also the safe zone for humans to survive here. The new soldier reporting was directly under the command department, a relatively independent department responsible for registering new soldiers entering the battlefield for the first time, as well as handling matters related to veteran retirements and returns. This is ridiculous. It's just a new soldier reporting station, yet it's even busier than the command department. After finally arriving at the base camp, Shen Shen couldn't help but complain as he looked at the bustling scene in front of the new soldier reporting station. Oh, a newcomer, huh? A big bald man behind him gently patted Shen Shen's shoulder. If the command department is busier than here, then the battlefield must be lively. Upon hearing this, Shen Shen turned around to see a big bald man with one arm exposed, grinning maliciously. Hee, that's true. Shen Shen ignored the bald man who looked like a soldier thug and walked towards the registration desk. Name? Shen Chen. Place of origin? No. 36, Zhongxing Street, East City, Qingyuan. Here, only some basic information needed to be registered, including but not limited to the possible return of your few remaining body parts to their original location in the future. A high-level beast master? Go to the logistics department. Just as the registrar was about to assign Shen Shen to a location, a figure rushed over, whispered a few words in the registrar's ear, and the registrar's expression changed immediately. So you're a privileged soldier after all. I really don't know what kind of virtue your ancestors accumulated for you to still have the privilege of free movement here, the registrar said, clearly with a hint of sourness and strong disdain. I hope you live up to the virtue your ancestors accumulated and don't run around here. Just wait until the time is up and go back to live comfortably for the rest of your life. With that, a metal nameplate attached to a chain was thrown over by the registrar. XT 1572. Looking at the string of numbers on the plate, combined with the registrar's words, Shen Shen instantly understood the purpose of this nameplate. Western Battlefield Privileged Soldier, number 1572. This would be his identity from now on, and the other function of this nameplate was to record achievements. Whether executing missions or hunting monsters, everything he did on the battlefield would be automatically recorded by this nameplate. Free movement, huh? It seemed Qianlong had specifically instructed this, which suited him just fine. Hey, brother, you're a privileged soldier. Want to hear some useful insider information? Not much, just 500 achievements. The bald man with thieving eyes approached again from behind. Insider information? Let's hear it. Shen Shen frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable aversion to this bald man. Have you heard of the first genius from the capital, Leng Xian? She was promoted to deputy commander of the left flank yesterday based on her achievements. In this National High School League, she's definitely going to be first. The bald man rambled on about Leng Xian, from how many monsters she hunted to when she was promoted to commander, down to the admiration of soldiers on the battlefield for this Ice Queen. Leng Xian? Shin Chen had certainly heard of this name, whether in big newspapers or various online platforms. All the news was about this first genius, but he had no idea about her background, though it was definitely not someone like Shin Chen, a poor loser. Deputy Commander of the left flank? Shin Chen smiled, so be it. Oh, thanks. Hey, where's my 500 achievements? Seeing Shin Chen turn to leave, the bald man hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, taking out the nameplate to collect the achievements. Bang! Idiot, I'm just a newly reported privileged soldier, where would I get achievements? Besides, I've been annoyed by you for a long time. If you come any closer, I'll take you down. Looking at Shin Chen, whose eyes were filled with fierce light, the bald man, who was kicked away, had a face full of disbelief. Damn, I've run into a tough one. Apologize and give him the 500 achievements he deserves. Just as Shin Chen was about to leave, a cold voice suddenly appeared, causing him to stop in his tracks. Wow, it's Lang Xian, the new deputy commander of the left flank. TSK, she's really beautiful. I heard she's a once-in-a-century genius, the uncrowned king of Capital No. 1 high school, a heroine among women. Lang Xian was indeed excessively beautiful, especially in the eyes of these veterans. The power of a beauty was instantly magnified countless times. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, emitting a faint luster, her eyes like deep lakes, cold yet firm, with a high nose and slightly upturned lips, all revealing the pride of this first genius. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, gently swaying in the wind, and her tall, slender figure in military attire accentuated her heroic demeanor, revealing a unique charm amidst her authority. Whether it was her cold temperament or her stunning beauty, it made one unable to resist being captivated. Shin Chen heard the murmurs of those around him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up in a disdainful smile as he turned to look at Lang Xian, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. What's the matter, beautiful commander? Want to stand up for this guy? I'm just following military orders. Since you've entered the beast battlefield, you should abide by the rules, Lang Xian replied expressionlessly, her cold voice carrying a hint of authority. Shin Chen laughed heartily, his laughter filled with unruliness and helplessness. Rules? The thing I hate the most is rules. Shin Chen was furious inside. He had just arrived and was already stripped of his commander position, and now a deputy commander was coming to talk about rules with him. What utter nonsense! Lang Xian suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp. How could this guy be so crude and unrefined? He was hardly better than those disgusting beasts, at most just a person. Strangely, Lang Xian's evaluation of Shin Chen directly equated him with the beasts. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a commander. The moment the words left her mouth, even Shin Chen was taken aback. When did his emotions start to fluctuate? Why was he getting angry at a little girl? Lang Xian did not back down, standing tall and meeting Shin Chen's gaze. In that instant of eye contact, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn quietly. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll do whatever you say. Ultimately, it was Shin Chen who broke the silence. A match? Lang Xian did not expect Shin Chen to make such a request. Her bright eyes glanced at the platinum badge on his chest, then at her own dark golden king badge and deputy commander waist token, and she was instantly speechless. Who gave him the courage to challenge someone of a higher rank? Damn, this privileged soldier is impressive, daring to challenge the deputy commander. TCH, thinking too small. To attract a girl, you first need to catch her attention. This brother is quite skilled. There's some truth to that. Fortune favors the bold. Beautiful women follow. Ah, brother, you're indeed a kindred spirit. After hearing Shin Chen's request, the surroundings erupted in an uproar, discussing the sudden duel, but within just a few sentences, the conversation had already veered off course. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lang Xian's face was icy, but inside she was extremely frustrated. She had just been promoted to deputy commander of the left flank yesterday, and achieving such a high position on the battlefield would significantly boost her scores for the upcoming National League and even after entering the Morning Star Academy. But she never expected that just a casual remark would attract the attention of this madman Shin Chen, and now she found herself in a dilemma. If she accepted the challenge and won, it would be seen as bullying the weak, exerting power over the lower rank. If she lost, no! Lang Xian frowned slightly. She was actually being affected by this guy's emotions, conceding defeat before the battle even began. How infuriating. She had to teach this guy a lesson. As you wish, I accept your challenge. You're just a deputy commander. You're still far from the position of commander. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen couldn't help but laugh, both his words and actions provoking this incredibly proud genius girl. Less talk, let's fight. An extreme chill spread through the arena with Lang Xian's furious shout, and the ground was quickly covered with a layer of frost. Little girl, keep your head too high, and it'll break. A hint of mockery flashed in Shin Chen's eyes as he raised his hand, and two streams of light appeared from the void, rushing towards Lang Xian's sides, seeking death. A hint of embarrassment and anger appeared on Lang Xian's face, and the next moment, her voice abruptly stopped. On the delicate, pure white neck, two sharp long knives suddenly appeared, crossing each other left and right, glinting coldly. Hiss! The entire venue was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The esteemed national number 1 genius, the deputy commander of the left flank under Qin Shui, was actually taken down in an instant by a newly arrived privileged soldier. This is impossible. Feeling the chill at her neck, Lang Xian was momentarily dazed. Had she been careless? No. There was absolutely no carelessness. To rise to the position of deputy commander here was not merely a matter of military achievements. She had participated in several missions where she had narrowly escaped death. Such experiences taught her that one must never let their guard down against any opponent in any situation. Yet, she had lost. Lost thoroughly, defeated by a crude man she had never regarded. I lost. Lang Xian calmly admitted her defeat, which surprised Xin Chen. Shouldn't a genius beauty be quite proud? This reaction seemed a bit off. Xin Chen blinked, looking at Lang Xian's calm expression, and silently retracted his Void Hunter. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. The newly appointed deputy commander of the left flank had admitted defeat. The bald man who had instigated this immediately sensed the situation was dire and made a quick escape. He had truly kicked a hard board this time. New soldier Xin Chen, IDXT 1572, I will remember you. Lang Xian's expression remained as cold as ever as she turned to leave. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, she turned back and smiled at Xin Chen. Good luck, I have high hopes for you. Xin Chen was stunned, but quickly realized, looking at the expressions of the veteran soldiers around, that he had just been set up by this little girl. A deadly enemy is not scary, a brainless rival is the most disgusting. He had heard Zhou Xian mention before that those pursuing Lang Xian on the battlefield, from commanders to foot soldiers, could really form a legion. This little girl was even more ruthless than in Qing. The benefits of being a privileged soldier were still there. For Xin Chen, it meant he was given an independent residence. Although it looked a bit simple, the defenses were absolutely reliable. What's this? Just as Xin Chen sat down, he noticed a bundle of clothes by the bed. He casually pulled one over and found that one of them was a pink thong. What the hell? How could a pink thong appear in his room? Bang! At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the room. It was Lang Xian. Pervert! When she saw Xin Chen staring blankly at her thong, a flush instantly rose on Lang Xian's face. She snatched it back and turned to flee like the wind. Xin Chen was dumbfounded. So this had been Lang Xian's room before. She had just changed residences after being promoted to deputy commander yesterday. She had only just remembered that her underwear hadn't been tidied up and rushed back, coincidentally encountering this scene. Pervert, pervert, pervert. At this moment, after returning to her place, Lang Xian kept mumbling, wishing she could kill Xin Chen, that lecher. Upon discovering that this was indeed the room Lang Xian had lived in, a strange look appeared in Xin Chen's eyes. Having slept in your room, drunk your water, and the bed still held the scent of your body. After a long, long time, Xin Chen finally snapped out of his reverie and began to study the gains from the purple crystal tortoise. Legendary blood crystal, used to purify the bloodline of magical beasts, with a chance of mutation occurring. When used during the evolution process of a beast pet, mutation is guaranteed to occur, though the specific effects of the mutation are unknown. The ordinary blood crystals were the same, just varying in the amount of energy contained. Just from this one kill of the purple crystal tortoise, the blood crystals obtained were enough for the red-armored Xian horse to advance to elite quality. Simulated evolution, activate. Red-armored Xian horse. Light of creation. Xin Chen directly summoned the body of the crimson-armored Xian horse. This was the first time it had evolved since becoming a creator, and besides the blood crystals, he had also prepared a large amount of high-quality flesh and blood, all at least of lord level. For this evolution, Xin Chen had suppressed his urge to level up before entering the battlefield, but unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he encountered one of the 4 great treasure beasts, the purple crystal Shen turtle. Although he had lost his position as the vanguard commander, Xin Chen was more concerned about enhancing his own strength. Buzz! The light of creation appeared as if emerging from the void, forming a rich golden beam that enveloped the crimson-armored Xian horse, and he began to throw on the various prepared materials one by one. Of course, the most important were the key materials for evolution, which Xin Chen was eagerly anticipating. Legendary-level chariots of blood, lord-level beast flesh, a large number of legendary beast crystals, 1 legendary blood crystal, and the evolution pill obtained from Wudong. Xin Chen decided to use them all for this evolution. After Xin Chen advanced to become a creator, the light of evolution also upgraded to the light of creation, and the simulation speed of the evolution route was completed in the blink of an eye. 2 evolution routes, both entirely golden. Crimson Flame Scaled Ant enhances fire attributes, retains all attributes and skills of the Crimson Armored Shen Horse, and undergoes secondary enhancement, possessing the characteristic of unobstructed charging. The final form of this evolution route was a giant egg completely surrounded by flames. Myriad forms in Thousand Machines Beast, ever-changing, mysterious, attributes unknown, form unknown. For the second evolution route, Shin Chen could not detect any useful information, and the form was just a wisp of ethereal mist, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. Choosing the first evolution route would definitely yield a beast pet that was several times stronger than the Crimson Armored Shen Horse, but the description of enhanced fire attributes made him frown slightly. According to the description in the Beastmaster Chronicles, during the evolution process of a beast pet, if a specific attribute is enhanced multiple times, it is very likely to transform into a unique fixed attribute, and no new attributes will appear, limiting future evolution to that direction. While an extreme single attribute is powerful, it also restricts the development of the beast pet. If it were an ordinary Beastmaster, they would definitely choose this way. But Shin Chen was different. With the super talent granted by the system, he focused more on the quantity and variability of beast pets. Most importantly, the second talent Otherworldly Lord had not yet been activated. However, just from the name, how could a beast pet become a lord? Choose Myriad Forms and Thousand Machines Beast. Despite the many uncertainties of the second evolution route, the first one had strong limitations on future development. After weighing the options, Shin Chen still chose the evolution of the Myriad Forms and Thousand Machines Beast. Buzz. A large amount of flesh and blood transformed into rich blood-colored energy under the influence of the light of creation, and the legendary beast crystals did the same, not relying on the body to devour them as before, but being directly transformed by the light of creation. In the intense golden light, the massive energy swirled like mist, and even with Shin Chen's powerful mental strength, he could not perceive the situation inside at that moment. Bang! The legendary blood crystal exploded into a cloud of blood mist, instantly wrapping those mist-like energies, forming a huge blood sphere that was continuously being compressed. At the same time, Shin Chen's light of creation began to output frantically. Damn! Shin Chen suddenly felt an illusion of being drained, hurriedly activating the Beastmaster Divine Talisman, barely stabilizing his turbulent mental strength. This evolution took a bit longer than expected, and Shin Chen had never felt time drag on so painfully. It felt as if he were being pulled by thousands of threads, the unperceivable pain making him feel as if he were being tormented, while he had to constantly pay attention to the subtle changes in his mental strength. Drip! The beast pet is evolving, preparing to take shape. The system prompt suddenly rang out, startling him. He raised his hand and threw the beast pet evolution pill into the air. Bang! The beast pet evolution pill instantly shattered into mist, and a powerful suction force emanated from the blood sphere, causing it to shrink at a visible speed as it absorbed the energy mist. Buzz! 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 After a violent buzzing sound, the blood sphere gradually transformed into a blood-colored hexagonal prism, measuring 40 units on each side, under the influence of the beast pet evolution pill's energy. At that moment, the light of creation suddenly morphed into golden threads, continuously wrapping around the top of the hexagonal prism to form the shape of a red ant tightly gripping it. Buzz! As the blood light dissipated, golden starlight flickered incessantly on the blood-colored hexagonal prism. The red ant flipped gently, carrying the blood-colored hexagonal prism swiftly to Shin Chen's front, resembling a giant die racing towards him at first glance. Ding! New species, the 10,000 Forms and 1,000 Mechanisms Beast, has successfully evolved. Looking at this somewhat peculiar new species, a strange expression appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. Name, 10,000 Forms and 1,000 Mechanisms Beast, Level, Tier 1, Quality, Elite Rare, Talent, Super Fertility, Light of Favor, 1,000 Mechanisms Transformation, Loyalty, 100%, Characteristics, Strong Endurance, Great Strength, Powerful Self-Healing Ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same size, Strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same size. If body damage exceeds 50%, Self-Healing Mode activates. Super Fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can maintain a minimum population of 500 at any time under any circumstances. 1,000 Mechanisms Transformation, can transform into any form according to the owner's will, including but not limited to any known life forms, mechanical bodies, and other unknown life forms, and gain all abilities of the current transformed form, requiring a mental imprint in advance. Light of Favor, Leader's Majesty, all attributes doubled. After evolution, the quality of the beast pet successfully advanced to elite level, and what caught Shin Chen's attention was the talent of Thousand Mechanisms transformation. Does it require a mental imprint? Shin Chen pondered for a moment and began to experiment with Thousand Mechanisms transformation according to the method recorded in the Beastmaster Chronicles, as the mental imprint required the combination of the light of creation and mental power. The so-called mental imprint is to condense the target that needs to change into a specific form using the light of creation according to one's own thoughts, and then imprint this form onto the 10,000 forms and Thousand Mechanisms beast using mental power. One imprint, permanent effect. This is interesting, this talent is very powerful. Naturally, Shin Chen's first experimental target was the familiar red armored Xian horse. Not long after, a familiar shadow appeared on one side of the hexagonal prism. The attributes of the imprint were completely consistent with those of the previous red armored Xian horse. After that came the Void Hunter and the Flying Tree Tower. One can imagine that if these two unique beast pets could also appear in scale, Shin Chen believed that even as a legendary beast master, he could give it a try. However, what surprised Shin Chen was that while the imprints of these two beast pets were indeed successful, the original beast pets disappeared and directly appeared on the other two sides of the hexagonal prism. Summon! With a thought, Shin Chen began to attempt to summon them. Of course, he did not overestimate himself by directly summoning the maximum value, but tried one by one. Finally, a sharp pain in his mind jolted Shin Chen, who was immersed in joy, back to reality, and he also tested the upper limit of the various beast pets he could summon. The red armored Xian horse remained the maximum value for the current level, which would be 1,000 after he became a king level beast master. The highest limit for the Flying Tree Tower was 20. As for the Void Hunter, it was a bit less, only 10. Shin Chen was very satisfied with such a number, especially considering he hadn't activated the Beastmaster Divine Talisman. Up until now, the Beastmaster Divine Talisman was the most indispensable item for Shin Chen aside from the system. The ability to control a large number of beast pets made the importance of mental strength paramount. Although his mental strength had been increasing with the rise in threshold, it was still limited. However, with the Beastmaster Divine Talisman, Shin Chen's mental strength could be restored at any time. Even in high-intensity battles, his mental strength would not deplete, and it even had an effect of increasing the number of pets he could control. Beastmaster Divine Talisman, the bearer of this talisman will never exhaust their mental strength, can command thousands of magical beasts to form battle formations, can forcibly open the beast pet space of a beast master one level higher, and control pets in a quantity that is a multiple of the current mental threshold of the beast master, primary *2, intermediate *5, advanced *10, doubling each time. Mythical level beast masters can achieve unlimited control. Although he wasn't certified, Shin Chen was already a king-level beast master. Compared to other king-level beast masters who possessed lord-quality beast pets, his level might be somewhat lacking, but his strength was comparable to an emperor. Especially after activating the Beastmaster Divine Talisman, the number he could control increased 20-fold. What does 20-fold mean? Theoretically, Shin Chen could control up to 20,000 red-armored mysterious horses, 400 Skyward Tree Towers, and 100 Void Hunters. If he were to control different types of beast armies simultaneously, that number would be halved, but it was still terrifying. Thinking of this, Shin Chen instinctively opened his Beast Master panel. Host, Shin Chen Beast Pets, 10,000 forms and 1,000 mechanisms. Beast Mental Threshold, 376 Physiological Threshold, 302 Talent 1, Demon Law Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord Talent 3, Simulated Evolution. Simulated Evolution can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Demon Law, blessed by the demon god, after obtaining any quality of beast pet, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The two major thresholds had increased so much, all surpassing 300, especially the mental threshold, which was only 24 points away from meeting the conditions to advance to Emperor, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that such a significant increase was not just a one-time occurrence. Since he began collecting resources as an evolutionist at TNI Manor, his beast pets had experienced an explosive upgrade. Upgrading beast pets would definitely enhance the two basic attributes of their master. Then, he obtained the demon energy that fundamentally changed the Void Hunters from the beast pets of the Ning Clan's 7 heroes, followed by the legendary level Chung Huang blood promised by Lu Fei, and the ancient tree essence of the first epic beast pet, Ling Feng of the Great Xia, successfully using these precious resources to evolve the Skyward Tree Tower. After that, the Beast Pet mother body used Chung Huan blood, legendary level blood crystals, and Beast Pet evolution pills to successfully evolve into an elite level, and he also became a king level Beast Master as he wished. All of these factors combined led to a leap in his basic attributes. Now that my mental threshold is 376, it means I can control a maximum number of 376 by 10, directly approaching the 4000 mark. The maximum number of beast pets he could control was 10 times the mental threshold, and with the 20-fold increase from the Beast Master Divine Talisman, Shin Chen was astonished to find that his theoretical control number had reached nearly 80,000. Of course, theory is just theory. Whether it was the strength of Shin Chen's current physiological threshold or the reproductive speed of the mother body under the enhancement of the super fertility talent, neither could reach such a number. Super fertility, the reproductive cycle is shortened by 10 times, the number of offspring increases tenfold, and the offspring can completely inherit the attributes of the mother. Regardless of the situation, a minimum population of 100 can always be maintained. Based on a 14-day reproductive cycle, under the enhancement of the super fertility talent, the minimum population of elite-level mothers is equivalent to the reproductive quantity of one cycle, meaning that every 1.5 days, an additional 100 red armored steeds will be produced. To reach a quantity of 80,000 would take nearly 3 months. This is still without accounting for combat losses. Considering all factors, Shin Chen realized that the number he could currently control depended entirely on the reproductive speed and the 2 basic attributes, and would not exceed 4,000 red armored steeds. However, this number would see a significant improvement after he advanced to the Emperor level, as both basic attributes would experience explosive growth upon becoming an Emperor level Beast Master. But that is a matter for later. Based on the current situation, the 10,000 forms and 1,000 machines beast can accommodate a maximum of 6 different samples, meaning it can imprint 6 life forms at once. With all things in all forms, could it be possible? A strange smile appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. If his idea could truly materialize, he would gain a powerful new combat method. Beast Master Divine Symbol, activate. To ensure absolute success, Shin Chen directly activated the Beast Master Divine Symbol, and then the rich light of creation began to swirl rapidly around his body, constantly changing shape. Boom! Beep! After a long electronic sound, the light of creation around Shin Chen's body began to take on sharp angles. Beep beep beep! Crack! Crack! Crack crack! Bang! When the familiar behemoth appeared before Shin Chen and was successfully imprinted, a joyful smile spread across his face. This was a perfectly crafted mechanical body, especially its appearance, which exuded an overwhelming sense of power at first glance. Standing like a steel giant on the ground, with a massive flying backpack, thrusters burning with blue flames, a roaring turbine engine, and 2 perfect wings at the waist, every detail showcased the might of this steel giant. Heavenly Fire Pillar, a perfect mechanical body that dominates land, sea, and air, capable of long-range attacks in close combat. Whether for long-distance assaults or firepower coverage, it possesses an awe-inspiring combat strength. That's right. What Shin Chen imprinted this time was the once popular Heavenly Fire Pillar. Mechanical Firepower Flow. By simply using his mental power to connect to the mechanical control center, Shin Chen could perfectly control this steel giant, with a quantity that surprisingly rivaled the red armored steeds. Ha ha ha! Shin Chen laughed out loud. This was definitely an unexpected joy. So far, Shin Chen had imprinted 4 forms: red armored steeds, flying tree towers, void hunters, and now the Heavenly Fire Pillar. To put it bluntly, even if he were alone, he could easily launch a small-scale war. Or rather, with his own strength, he could effortlessly crush a small beast tide. The successful evolution of the 10,000 forms and 1,000 machines beast had given Shin Chen a qualitative leap in strength. After becoming a king-level beast master, whether in terms of the number of beasts or mental control, Shin Chen now had the confidence to easily defeat the previous Sky Eagle Guard leader, Lu Feng. He even began to entertain thoughts of battling a legend. However, he was still self-aware. In 100 years of global development, the number of legendary-level beast masters had not exceeded 100, and there was not even a shadow of mythic-level ones. This clearly demonstrated how powerful the legendary level was. It seems it's time to take a stroll in the mission area. Strength cannot be hidden, especially on the battlefield of beasts. Even being in logistics has its merits, and at this moment, Shin Chen was a privileged idler, naturally setting his sights on the tasks issued by the headquarters. Western Battlefield Task Area. This could be said to be the most popular place on the battlefield, akin to a talent market before the beast disaster, with electronic screens constantly refreshing task information. These tasks were interconnected throughout the entire beast battlefield. Bro, could you please make some room? This is unbelievable. It's just a task area, but the hustle and bustle here is almost more than the red light district. Shinshin squeezed his way in with great effort, his gaze sweeping across the electronic screens, quickly analyzing various information in his mind, including the danger level of the tasks and the merits to be gained. S-level task, eliminate the legendary demon dragon, merit 10,000. S-level task, eliminate the lord-level abyss tree monster, merit 6,000. S-level task, gather intelligence on the beasts for 1 week, merit 4,000. B-level task, patrol the battlefield's edge for 10 days, unlimited personnel, merit 500 each. C-level task, eliminate the lord-level blood demon, merit 2,000. There were many types of tasks, and the higher the danger level, the greater the merit awarded. The top-ranking S-level task to eliminate the demon dragon had been issued by the commander of the southern battlefield, Gong Sunyu, and it had been hanging there for a full 5 years. 10,000 merits, that's enough to exchange for many things. Shinshan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the demon dragon task, murmuring to himself, "Newcomer, don't think too much about it. The demon dragon is one of the most formidable beasts in the southern battlefield. I advise you to start with those C-level tasks and gradually improve your strength, that's the way to go." An old soldier, looking like a king-level beast master, couldn't help but remind Shinshan as he noticed him fixated on the demon dragon task. Just taking a look. Well, it's best to just look. Although the demon dragon often appears, it spends most of its time in the beast forest. If it wants to hide, even a legendary beast master wouldn't be able to do anything about it, otherwise, it wouldn't have been hanging there for so long without anyone taking it. After the old soldier finished speaking, he sighed deeply upon seeing Shinshan still looking interested and turned to leave. The recent newcomers have been too arrogant. Half an hour later, Shinshan finally chose 2 tasks. S-level task, eliminate the legendary demon dragon, merit 10,000. A-level task, clear the southwest passage, completely eliminate the human-faced demon ants, unlimited personnel, merit 8,000. When Shinshan accepted these 2 tasks, the task area was immediately in an uproar. Wow, someone actually took the demon dragon task again. Are they trying their luck? The S-level demon dragon task had no limit on the number of participants, and most people here had it hanging on them, but no one had ever completed it. Almost everyone who had encountered the demon dragon had died. Therefore, no one was surprised that Shinshan took this task. What if he got lucky? How ridiculous, someone actually took the human-faced demon ant task. This task has been hanging longer than the demon dragons. It's simply impossible to complete unless everyone on the battlefield mobilizes. Exactly, don't even think about this task. I once foolishly accepted it, and when I went to check, I realized there were just too many human-faced demon ants everywhere. Far more than we have in the western battlefield. I can't understand, who on earth accepted this task? Don't they know it's unsolvable? Listening to the reactions around him, Shinshan smiled. Taking on the task of the faceless demon ant, he and everyone else shared the same thought: if they encountered it and the opponent was heavily injured or faced other problems, it would be a free opportunity for merit. As for the task of the faceless demon ant, Shinshan had his considerations. The reason everyone said this task was unsolvable was not because of the strength of the faceless demon ant, but rather its endless numbers. According to those who had been to the Southwest Passage, even if Shinshan's Holy King Legion went there, it would take at least half a year to kill them, assuming the faceless demon ants did not resist, which showed just how rare their numbers were. However, Shinshan knew that this task was the most suitable for him right now. He was completely unconcerned about the numbers. With the several imprint forms of the 10,000 forms and 1,000 mechanisms beast, no matter what kind of battlefield the Southwest Passage was, it would not affect his frenzied slaughter, at most just taking some time. Moreover, the Southwest Passage was the junction between the western and southern battlefields. Although it was a natural abyss battlefield, high-level magical beasts rarely appeared there. Even in exceptional circumstances, the people from both battlefields could provide quick support, so safety was definitely not an issue. More importantly, although the merit for completing this task was only 8,000, it was also noted that anything obtained, including beast crystals, could be exchanged for merit. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. This was what Shinshan cared about the most. If he could really open up the Southwest Passage, then Shinshan would once again become a newly rich man. After leaving the task area, Shinshan took a battlefield map and headed alone to the Southwest Passage. Command Headquarters. You say Shinshan took that task, is this kid just being stubborn? Qinlong frowned slightly as he listened to his subordinate's report, his expression quite unpleasant. Yes, he also took on the task of the faceless demon dragon at the same time. He probably wants to try his luck like everyone else, a member of the Sky Eagle Guard replied softly. Long was somewhat speechless. It was impossible to think that the issue could be just about numbers when two battlefield commanders couldn't solve it. The reason the faceless demon ants were endless was entirely because there was an abyss nest in the middle of the Southwest Passage. That was the key to this task, and even the command headquarters did not know the information about the abyss nest. Well, it's good to use this task to temper this kid's sharpness and let him know what it means to have both heaven and earth above him. Long smiled helplessly and fell silent. At this moment, Shen, who was unaware of the abyss nest, had already reached the edge of the Southwest Passage. Damn! Looking at the scene before him, Shen couldn't help but curse. He regretted it. The Southwest Passage, located in the middle of the western and southern battlefields, was a buffer zone between the two long corridor passages on the W Great Wall, with a width of several hundred meters. Below the abyss was the swarm of faceless demon ants, and he could vaguely hear their chattering sounds. On the blue stone walls of the corridor passages on both sides, there were still large amounts of bloodstains and the broken bodies of faceless demon ants, which had long since fused with the blue stone walls under the long-term exposure to wind and sun. Occasionally, one could see the beast masters responsible for patrolling, constantly clearing the shattered bodies from the stone walls to prevent any feigned dead faceless demon ants from counterattacking. The corridor below was called the Abyss Passage, one side ending at the battlefield Great Wall, while the other extended into the Beast Mountain Range, deep into the territory of the magical beasts. The magical beasts were pleased with this, not only not worrying about it but instead finding the vast numbers of faceless demon ants provided them with an endless supply of blood food. On the human side, however, it was suffering from the faceless demon ants for a long time. The emergence of the Abyss Passage not only cut off communication between the two major battlefields but also increased the defensive pressure on the battlefield. Although this task had been issued for a long time and many had taken it, no one had been able to complete it. Shen stood atop a giant rock, gazing at the densely packed human-faced demon ants before him, nearly fainting from the sight. Countless. If I fall down there, I fear I won't last a second before turning to bones. Shen sighed, momentarily contemplating giving up. However, he had made plans long before coming here, and now the number of beast companions he could control had significantly increased. The human-faced demon ants were merely elite level, still within his capacity to handle. Hey, who are you? At that moment, a man who appeared to be the patrol captain approached, looking at Shen with a wary expression. New recruit, Shen, I've taken on the task for the Southwest Passage, Shen explained with a slight smile. You took on this task? The patrol captain looked at Shen with a hint of amusement. You should go back. Even if you want to train, it would be better to have more people. Just you alone isn't enough to fill their gaps. Shen's expression froze. Was he really that weak-looking? May I ask your esteemed name? When Shen noticed the golden crown badge embroidered on the man's chest, he realized that this seemingly unremarkable patrol captain was actually an imperial-level beast master. Long Corridor Patrol Team, Xiabian replied indifferently before turning to leave. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Xiabian suddenly turned around, his pupils dilating as an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. A tall, dark red metallic body, emitting a terrifyingly high-temperature blue flame from its tail, with blade-like wings slowly spreading open, leaped into the air under the control of that seemingly harmless boy, crashing down into the Shen Deep Abyss Passage. Bang! 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 The myriad forms of the beast, the heavenly fire pillar, were unleashed. At the moment the heavenly fire pillar descended into the abyss, the human-faced demon ants all looked up, their crimson compound eyes fixated on the colossal creature falling from the sky, eager to tear it apart the moment it landed. Boom! Unfortunately, whether it was the thermal energy cannon in hand or the impenetrable defense of the metallic body, the human-faced demon ants were turned to charred remains before the heavenly fire pillar even touched the ground. Not bad. Watching the heavenly fire pillar create a large pit in the swarm of human-faced demon ants and begin harvesting with its laser sword, a smile appeared on Shen's face. The effect was good, though it was a pity about the flesh, which had completely turned to ash. However, there was no helping it. If he couldn't clear a landing spot, no amount of resources could be brought up. Staring at the strange and fierce metallic monster, Xiabian was somewhat dumbfounded. For some, the sci-fi powers that might have existed before the global beast disaster had long been forgotten, and they certainly wouldn't have imagined that there were still people capable of summoning such creatures. Although it was merely a simplified version created by a mental imprint, it was enough to leave Xiabian in shock. Boom boom boom! The thermal energy cannons fired left and right, the high-temperature tail flame spraying wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the area around the heavenly fire pillar was cleared. Squeak squeak squeak! Unfortunately, the human-faced demon ants were not deterred. With their terrifying numbers, they surrounded it once more, and a few had even climbed up the pillar's legs, attempting to bite through the incredibly hard metal. "Brother, what kind of monster is this?" Xie Bian, looking shocked, approached Shin Shen and asked, "With this creature alone, you won't be able to complete this task. Even if you clear this area, it won't be long before more human-faced demon ants come out." Although the appearance of the heavenly fire pillar shocked Xie Bian, as he said, one heavenly fire pillar was not enough. Besides its powerful attack and defense, its speed was clearly suppressed among the human-faced demon ants, and the surrounding human-faced demon ants were rushing in frantically. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly fire pillar would be buried by the human-faced demon ants. "It's fine, if one isn't enough, then let's have more." Shinshin smiled slightly, and Xie Bian could clearly feel a powerful mental force erupting from him. "Beast Control Divine Talisman, activate." A flash of light passed, and Shinshen's expression shook. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Xie Bian's eyes, countless metallic monsters descended from the sky, smashing into the human-faced demon ant swarm and creating large craters, followed by waves of bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the abyss passage resembled a boiling pot, with shattered bodies of human-faced demon ants flying everywhere, the splattered blood intertwining with the roar of cannon fire. Heavenly Fire Battle Array. The powerful mental force rippled out again, and for the first time, Shinshen used the ability within the Beast Control Divine Talisman to form a battle array with the magical beasts. Beast Control Divine Talisman. The bearer of this talisman has inexhaustible mental power and can command thousands of magical beasts to form a battle array. It can forcibly open the Beast Master's pet space and control its pets, with the number controlled being a multiple of the Beast Master's current mental threshold, primary *2, intermediate *5, advanced *10, and so on, doubling each time. A mythical level Beast Master can achieve unlimited control. Instantly, the seemingly chaotic heavenly fire pillars quickly grouped together, forming lines of iron walls as they leaned against the W Great Wall. Across the hundreds of meters wide corridors, Shinshin set up 3 defensive lines, each with nearly 100 heavenly fire pillars, spaced 100 meters apart, and began to push forward madly. Xie Bian was so excited he could hardly speak, looking at the large blank area beside the Great Wall, his eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. In less than half an hour, this young man had actually cleared nearly 200 meters of safe zone in the Abyss Passage. Not a single human-faced demon ant was present in this blank area. Shock, surprise, confusion. Various emotions tangled on Xie Bian's face. He was shocked that someone could really clear a safe zone in the Abyss Passage, and surprised that this person was merely a king-level Beast Master. A king-level Beast Master might be a figure like a prodigy outside, such as Sun Bo from Qingyuan or Wei Yuanying from the capital, all of whom are leaders of the younger generation. However, this was the battlefield of magical beasts, where king-level Beast Masters were not rare and served as the main force in battle, yet in some special battlefields, they could only become cannon fodder. A king level can actually achieve this level. Xie Bian murmured, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. That was because the young man's pets were far too many. There were at least 300 metallic monsters beneath the abyss, and judging by Shinshen's mental state, it seemed there were even more. It was absurd. Anyone who saw a king-level Beast Master summon such a large number of pets would be instantly dumbfounded. This situation completely overturned Xie Bian's understanding. This was not just a matter of rank. A complex look rose in Xie Bian's gaze as he looked at Shinshen. If it weren't for the metal badge representing his identity on the other party, he would even suspect that Shinshen was a modified beast slave, capable of commanding such a large and bizarre number of metallic monsters. Number XT-1572? Western Battlefield Privileged Soldier? When Xie Bian understood the significance of the number on the plaque, a look of realization appeared on his face. Only with such strength could one be worthy of the title of a privileged soldier. Captain Xie, could you do me a favor? At that moment, Shinshen suddenly turned around, revealing an innocent smile. Sure, Xie Bian said, somewhat excited. He was willing to engage with a privileged soldier who was both powerful and polite. Could you help me call some people to gather usable supplies from inside? Shinshen smiled slightly and continued, of course, I won't let you work for nothing. You can take a portion of all the usable resources inside. Upon hearing this, Xie Bian's eyes lit up. Although most people who could enter the monster battlefield were not lacking in resources, Xie Bian's patrol team was different. Being assigned to this corridor meant they had basically run out of time to hunt monsters. Even though there were many face demon ants here, they were all elite level and of little use to them. However, if the numbers were sufficient, that would be different. Moreover, many of his subordinates were at the king level. Even if they couldn't use the resources themselves, they could exchange them for military merits, as beast crystals were hard currency on the battlefield. No problem, but my team is a bit large. Xia Bian laughed. Hee hee, the more the better, we can't have more than those guys. Shinshin pointed to the face demon ants below, as 3 iron walls advanced forward several dozen meters. Under Shinshen's deliberate control, the Skyfire pillar had cancelled the annihilation mode of the thermal cannon and switched to a melee long knife, as this was the only way to maximize the preservation of useful resources. Even so, the dozens of meters long knife had carved out a monster-free zone around them. Ha! Could it be that the little brother really wants to clear this place? Xia Bian laughed heartily, raising his hand to send a fire signal, then turned to look at Shinshen. Of course, I've taken on this task, so I must complete it. Shinshin said, looking exasperated. Was this guy's brain malfunctioning? He had asked the same question several times. Looking at Shinshen's nonchalant expression and the shocking scene of slaughter below, Xia Bian was momentarily speechless. Perhaps this guy really had that kind of strength. Boom! Not long after, a large number of patrol members arrived at the corridor, and when they saw the scene below, they were also taken aback. Damn! Captain, where did you find this expert? One of the team members exclaimed, and when he saw Shinshen, who was even younger than him, a look of suspicion crossed his face. Don't just look, today we've hit the jackpot. Help this little brother collect the spoils and all usable resources, and we'll get a share later. What do you think? Xia Bian explained to his subordinates. Is it just collecting spoils? How do we ensure our safety? Also, how will the spoils be distributed? What if we find something good? Exactly, if we're going to work, we need to clarify things beforehand. We can't just end up working for free. Hearing the discussions among the patrol members, Shinshen's expression darkened. Brother Shin, what do you think? Xia Bian keenly noticed the change in Shinshen's expression and asked cautiously. Shinshen remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the patrol members. Although these people had heavier killing intent compared to the beast tamers outside, still. Since you all say that, let me say a few words, Shinshen said expressionlessly, raising his hand to point at the patrol members. If you want to do this job, you'll take whatever I give you in the end. If you don't want to do it, you can leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Bian's expression changed. He knew Shinshen was angry. What do you mean, everything is up to you? How do we divide the good stuff then? The first team member to speak again voiced his displeasure, his expression quite unfriendly. Do you really think these metal monsters will clean this place up? Ridiculous. Shinshen frowned. He had only intended to find some odd jobs, but he hadn't expected to stir up so much trouble before even starting. Since that's the case, there's no need for you all. Shinshen turned to Xia Bian. Sorry, Captain Xia, I can't afford your men. Brother Shen. Xia Bian's expression froze as he looked up at the person still talking, giving him a fierce glare. At that moment, Shinshen took out something resembling a pet quality detector. Battlefield communicator. Seeing this, Xia Bian's face darkened immediately. He already knew what Shinshen was about to do. ZZZZ. The channel was adjusted. Western Battlefield, under the command of General Qin Long, privileged soldier Shinshen, IDXT 1572, issuing a battlefield cleanup mission, with a reward of 1/10 of the total amount cleaned. Items above Lord level are not included in the reward range. Those who organize and clean properly may receive discretionary rewards. If these items are not needed, I can evolve a pet for free. As soon as the words fell, there was no immediate response from across the corridor, but faint sounds of commotion could be heard from the communicator, as if they were discussing something. However, Xia Bian showed a look of shock. Free evolution for a pet? Could it be that this young man was also a pet evolutionist? I am a senior evolutionist. At this declaration, both sides were stunned. ZZZZ. Are you really a senior pet evolutionist? How can you prove it? A deep, hoarse voice came from the communicator. Alliance leader Wu Jing, president of the Beastmaster Association Qin Wuliang, legendary Beastmaster Shu Tianai, LD Fei from Tianai Manor in Qingyuan City, Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau of East City, these people can all vouch for me. Shinshen had no choice but to list a series of names of people he knew and had dealings with. If he really had to clean the battlefield, he would probably die from exhaustion before finishing. ZZZZ. The other side fell silent. Xia Bian's patrol team looked shocked. They all knew the names Shinshen mentioned. Except for the long-retired LV Fei, due to his age, they had no impression of the others. ZZZZ. Wu Jing has been here before, but I can't contact him right now. Just as Xia Bian was about to say something, the communicator rang again, clearly indicating that the other side really wanted to verify Shinshen's authenticity. Through the ID number, they also learned Shinshen's information, a privileged soldier who had just entered the battlefield, nearly a king-level beastmaster. How could he know so many big names? Shinshen was speechless. They really wanted to verify? Since that's the case, you can directly contact Xiaoqing Yuan. his petling foam was evolved by me, Shin Chen explained patiently to find some work. In fact, no matter what, the spoils in front of us are the most real. With the monitoring function of the battlefield ID, are you still afraid I would run away? ZZZZ. What? Zhao's pet was evolved by you. This time, there was no hesitation from the other side. The hoarse voice sounded somewhat urgent. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can verify it, but I can only give you an hour at most. If it doesn't work, I'll have General Qin send someone over. Shin Chen was exasperated. No need to verify, we accept this mission. Clearly, the other side was aware of Xiaoqing Yuan's pet's advancement. After all, it was likely to be the world's first epic-level pet, and such news couldn't be hidden. Beside Shin Chen, Xia Bian was dumbfounded. This guy was actually the mysterious evolutionist who advanced General Bei's Xiaoqing Yuan's pet. Not long after Xiaoqing Yuan returned to the battlefield, news spread that the beast pet Lingfeng had advanced to the epic level. Although he was just the captain of the corridor patrol team, he had heard some rumors. He never expected that the person before him was that mysterious evolutionist. At that moment, the patrol team members regretted it deeply. Commander Meng Zhan of the southern battlefield under General Gongsun Yu, we have taken this mission. The communicator rang again, and almost simultaneously, a large group of people, numbering at least 1,000, rushed down from the opposite corridor. Without any hesitation, they immediately lined up like the 3 pillars of the Heavenly Fire Great Wall, frantically collecting resources. It's actually Meng Zhan. At this moment, Xia Bian felt like dying, watching the soldiers from the southern battlefield crazily gathering resources below, as if they were digging into his flesh. Meng Zhan, the strongest of the 4 commanders under General Gongsun Yu, he was also the most protective of his subordinates. Brother Shen, Xia Bian's eyes turned red with envy as he cautiously approached, and the other patrol team members looked hopeful. Don't rush, they won't be able to handle it all. Shin Chen didn't turn around, his gaze fixed on the 3 steel walls. In just these few minutes of negotiation, the 300 heavenly fire pillars had pushed forward several dozen meters again. Behind them, piles of broken corpses were stacked like mountains, with elite beast crystals scattered everywhere. Not able to handle it? 1,000 people can't handle it? Xia Bian was a bit confused. Could it be that this person really had the confidence to clear the Abyss Passage? The Abyss Passage can't possibly only have elite-level human-faced demon ants. Shin Chen didn't care how Xia Bian and the others thought. Greed always comes with a price. What he was concerned about was how the Abyss Passage was formed. If it was just a matter of numbers, the 2 battlefield commanders wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. This was a solid resource. At the current speed, the killing rate of the 300 heavenly fire pillars could already guarantee the collection speed of Meng Zhan and the others, and the killing speed was even a bit faster. Even so, there were still a large number of corpses remaining on the battlefield. A bit wasteful. Shin Chen sighed, his mental energy spreading out like water, directing the heavenly fire pillars to avoid damaging the beast crystals of the human-faced demon ants. An hour later, led by a rugged-looking man, a group of 3 arrived in front of Shin Chen. Brother Shin, here are the collected resources. Bang! Hundreds of battlefield storage bags were thrown in front of Shin Chen, each containing a large amount of supplies, enough for a high-level beast master to advance to the king level. If there were enough king-level beast masters on the battlefield now, and if their high-end combat power were stronger, the human side could even organize a counterattack. They could directly drive these demon beasts back to their homeland. This was a common dream for everyone. Only by breaking into the demon beast's lair could the human world be truly safe. Thus, Meng Zhan personally came down to collect resources in his capacity as a commander, to enhance the strength of his subordinates. With strength, one could survive, go further, and scheme deeper. The storage bags are not enough. I will apply to the general for a batch to be sent over. At the same time, Meng Zhan, while sizing up Shin Chen, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was too young. Based solely on the strength Shin Chen displayed at that moment, even an emperor-level expert would not be a match for him. How could such a person be just a privileged soldier? Was Qin Long blind? So it's old Xie. Why aren't you going down? We can't handle so many resources. Meng Zhan looked curiously at the corridor patrol team standing by. It's fine. Brother Shen hasn't exerted himself yet. You'll be too busy soon, and we'll go down then. After all, we're guests. Upon hearing this, Xia Bian and the others turned red and hurriedly explained. Shin Chen smiled slightly. This guy really knew how to talk. Oh, Brother Shen hasn't done his best yet? Meng Zhan felt a bit incredulous. Was it still called not trying hard enough at this point? That's right, this time, I'll have Captain Xia and the others go down as well. Once I accelerate the advance, if you still can't keep up, you can all call for help. The rewards will be as I mentioned before. Commander Meng, Don't worry about the flesh and blood below the Lord level, your current speed is still not fast enough. At your current pace, you'll need at least 2,000 more people. As soon as these words were spoken, Mang Zhon and the others were shocked. 2,000 more people. Just to gather resources, it shouldn't require that many, and disbelief showed on everyone's faces. How many would it take to clean up the battlefield? Sigh, let's call for help. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Shinshin felt a bit helpless. To be honest, it was quite worrying. It seemed he needed to give them a bit more of a shock. Shinshin's current mental threshold was already approaching 400, and the actual number he could control was close to 4,000. With the enhancement of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, this number would double. Moreover, he had made a surprising discovery. The Skyfire Pillar mechanical body seemed to have a low requirement for mental power. Its actual controllable number was much higher than that of the Crimson Armored Shin Horse, needing about half the mental power of the former. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shinshin summoned 300 Skyfire Pillars again, but these did not form a magical beast formation like before. Instead, they spread out in front of the 3 defensive lines, instantly dividing the incoming human-faced magic ants. This also led to a sudden increase in the overall advance speed, pulling the resource army that had been close behind even further away. Monster! Mang Zhon, Xiaobayan, and the others immediately changed their expressions. Although they guessed that Shinshin had not yet exerted his full strength, they did not expect him to be this formidable. How is this possible? Watching Shinshin seemingly still in action, their expressions shifted from surprise to disbelief. Gentlemen, my time is very precious, you really can call for help. Shinshin smiled slightly, and amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, dozens of sparkling corncobs slowly rose into the air, flying in the blink of an eye to hover above the abyss passage. There were actually so many flying pets. Mang Zhon and the others were completely stunned. Looking at those sparkling corncobs in the sky, what kind of bizarre creature was this? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, 3 huge leaves at the bottom of the flying tree tower slowly unfolded, and the menacing cannon muzzles instantly aimed at the ground. Form the formation. Without summoning the Void Hunters, the number of flying tree towers doubled directly. Of course, Shinshin still kept some reserve in case of emergencies. With a clear shot from Shinshin, the scattered Skyfire Pillars on the battlefield reformed into a formation, but this time Shinshin did not actively intervene, and the effect was even better than expected. 600 Skyfire Pillars were rearranged into 4 defensive lines, with the gaps between each line more than doubled compared to before, and 40 flying tree towers were evenly distributed in the air above, ensuring that the human-faced magic ants below were within the range of the artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. The aerial bombardment began. The flying tree towers did not activate the primordial halo, ordinary energy bullets rained down like raindrops, and after a round of bombardment on the human-faced magic ants, the Skyfire Pillars began to push forward wildly. So terrifying. If everyone had such beast pets, we would have long sent these damned magical beasts back to their grandmothers' homes, and we wouldn't have to suffer here. Terrifying. With the Skyfire Pillars and flying tree towers coordinating between ground and air, within just a few minutes, a 100-meter vacuum zone appeared directly in the abyss passage. Just when everyone thought Shinshin would stop here, a sudden rustling sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Be on guard. Looking at the large number of giant crimson ants that suddenly appeared behind Shinshin, Mang Zhon and the others changed their expressions, all displaying a look of vigilance. The human-faced demon ants have come ashore? A new species has emerged? Hee hee, don't panic, these are also my beast pets. Shinshin smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of crimson-armored steeds leaped over the crowd, quickly descending into the abyss, lining up neatly beneath the high walls of the W Great Wall. Rustle rustle. Squeak squeak squeak. The corpses of the human-faced demon ants were being frantically devoured by the crimson-armored steeds, their bodies, like small mountains, disappearing at a visible speed, causing the ground to drop about a meter, revealing the dark brown earth beneath the passage. 40 flying tree towers bombarded the air. 600 Skyfire Pillars charged recklessly on the ground, advancing rapidly. More than 2,000 crimson-armored steeds completely devoured the remaining corpses of the human-faced demon ants, converting them into massive energy that flowed into the beast pet space. At this point, Shinshin's beast army formation was completely formed. The coordination between air and ground was nothing short of perfect. During the frenzied advance, the myriad forms and mechanisms of the beasts in the beast pet space were also continuously leveling up. Ding! Myriad forms and mechanisms beast level up, first stage level 2. Ding! Myriad forms and mechanisms beast level up, first stage level 3. Ding! Myriad forms and mechanisms beast level up, first stage level 4. On top of the boulder, Shinshin listened to the constant system prompts in his ears, his eyes fixed on the perfect beast army formation below the abyss, a proud smile appearing on his face. This is power. This is the taste of controlling life and death. Even if a legend came here, it would probably not match his speed in clearing the ground. Awesome! If he could stay on the battlefield for a year, we could at least build another defense line in the midsection and edges. By then, no beast would be able to cross the defense line into human territory. At this moment, Meng Zhan and Xie Bian were already numb to Shen Shen's strength. Even if he summoned more beast pets, it would not surprise them. Impossible, he can only stay here for at most 2 months. The National League is coming soon. Brother Shen will go back. Xie Bian explained while collecting resources. He will eventually come back. Everything done outside is for this battlefield. Without driving these beasts away, humanity will never have true peace. Meng Zhan sighed, but his subordinates were busy. He had just applied to the command center for a large number of storage bags and explained the situation here, directly reporting to General Nan, Gong Sunyu, believing that support would arrive soon. Xie Bian did the same, directly reporting the situation here to Qin Long. In fact, after Shen Shen took on this task, Qin Long had been paying attention to him through the nameplate, but he never expected that this kid, who had been stripped of his command position, could achieve such a level. This kid is quite interesting. Qin Long was delighted and turned to his personal guard beside him, but this fat water shouldn't flow to outsiders. Go notify those guys in the logistics camp to immediately head to the Abyss Passage and bring back everything that should be taken. Meanwhile, at the Southern Battlefield Command Center, Gong Sunyu also received the summary of Meng Zhan's information. This battlefield strategist was even more decisive than Qin Long. Order the logistics camp, Tiger Ben Camp Commander Yin Feihu, to immediately go to the Abyss Passage to support Meng Zhan. This time, we might uncover the secrets beneath the passage. Compared to Qin Long, Gong Sunyu was more aware of the battlefield's trends and also knew that if the Abyss Passage continued to exist, unexpected events might occur. Although the beasts were not as intelligent as humans, those legendary beings capable of transforming into human forms were not easy to deal with, not to mention the disgraceful existence of beast slaves. It's absolutely impossible for Ling Feng to be promoted to epic level just because of a high-level evolutionist. This kid is hiding something deep. The position of commander has gone up and down twice, and it's laughable that people like Wu Jing and Qin Long don't cherish talent like this. They can't blame me for what happens next. Upon hearing this, the guard beside him was taken aback. Their own commander actually wanted to snatch someone from another commander. At this moment, Shen Shen was still unaware that he had caught Gong Sunyu's attention, nor did he know that his strength had directly alarmed 2 commanders, especially the southern commander, Gong Sunyu, who had mobilized one of the 4 elite guards of the battlefield, the Tiger Ben Camp, determined to secure both the Abyss Passage and this talent. I really don't know where the end of this Abyss Passage leads. If it's in the heart of the beast territory, that would be a bit troublesome. Looking at the endless Abyss Passage, a hint of worry appeared in Shen Shen's eyes, and his sense of crisis grew stronger. As the battle formation continuously advanced, a nearly 1,000-meter vacuum zone had appeared on the human side of the Abyss Passage, with the resource army behind them being overwhelmed like ants in a pile of corpses. Whether it was the people fighting or Xie Bian's patrol team, they chose to collect beast crystals, leaving the corpses of the human-faced demon ants for the red-armored Xuanju to devour. The combination of humans and beasts doubled the efficiency. Impressive! Meng Zhan looked up at Shen Shen on the corridor and couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you think he will stop at the nest?" Xie Bian picked up a beast crystal, looking worriedly into the distance. "I heard that the human-faced demon ants first appeared at that nest. It seems we are almost there." The 2 watched as the metal monsters continued to push forward, their speed having reached its peak with the support of the flying tree tower, while a large amount of resources remained uncollected behind them. And behind them, the giant ants that made one's scalp tingle were also closing in on their speed, leaving nothing alive in their wake. "No, he shows no signs of slowing down. The nest point is almost here." Meng Zhan suddenly spoke, looking worriedly at Xie Bian. "Do you think he might not know there's a nest here? That shouldn't be possible. If he took this mission, he must have checked some information." Xie Bian's uncertain tone made Meng Zhan's heart skip a beat. In the next moment, Meng Zhan's figure quickly rushed towards the corridor. "Are you saying there's a human-faced demon ant nest there?" Listening to Meng Zhan's explanation, Shen Shen was taken aback. The mission data didn't mention this. No wonder the advanced speed had slowed down so much. They were already close to the edge of the nest. "So you really didn't know?" Meng Zhan was speechless. Fortunately, he came to ask, otherwise, once the nest was exposed on the surface, it would definitely provoke a frenzied counterattack from the human-faced demon ants. Shen Shen didn't know if his beast army could withstand it, but with just this single defense line, it definitely wouldn't hold. Once the defense line was breached, given the sheer number of human-faced demon ants, the resource army behind would surely be impacted, and casualties were inevitable. Thank you, Commander Meng, for the reminder. I almost made a huge mistake. After hearing Meng Zhan's explanation, Shinshen broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that there was still time. Change formation. With Meng Zhan's assistance, Shinshen pondered for a moment after marking several human-faced demon ant nests on the map and decided to change the formation. Boom! The 3 forward defense lines instantly retreated, and the flying tree tower gathered above the nest point, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The 4 defense lines merged into one, and under Shinshen's control, the weapon of the heavenly fire pillar transformed from a long sword into a thermal cannon. At the same time, over 2,000 red-armored Xuanju swiftly advanced past the resource army, forming an impenetrable second defense line behind the steel Great Wall. At this moment, they were less than 50 meters from the nest point marked by Meng Zhan. Attack! Shinshen's expression was serious as he decisively issued the attack order. Boom boom boom! The flying tree tower directly targeted the nest point, and a dense rain of energy bullets poured down, completely obscuring everyone's view. Bang bang bang! The heavenly fire pillar also began to use its thermal cannons to bombard the area, instantly turning the human-faced demon ant swarm into a charred mess. Under Shinshen's direction, they started to encircle the nest point from both flanks. In just a few minutes, under the firepower coverage of ground and air cooperation, the area around the nest point had been cleared. Squeak squeak squeak! At that moment, the nest point being bombarded suddenly began to boil like boiling water, and a large number of human-faced demon ants surged out like a tide, only to fall under the frenzied firepower. Fortunately, from Shinshen's perspective, the nest point had revealed itself, resembling a large pot sitting in the middle of the passage, with human-faced demon ants continuously rising and falling like boiling water. Moreover, Shinshen even spotted some differently colored human-faced demon ants, which should be of the Lord level. The bombardment lasted for a full hour before this boiling pot slowly calmed down, and the resource army behind also temporarily halted their movements, leaning against the sides of the corridor, ready to retreat at any moment. Surround it, break through it for me! Shinshen shouted, leaping down to land on the shoulder of a heavenly fire pillar. The ground shook violently beneath him as the thermal cannon once again shot out death beams as thick as an arm, combined with the precise strikes of the flying tree tower's energy bullets, completely suppressing the human-faced demon ants inside the nest. Boom! An hour later, the earth trembled, the ground collapsed, and a massive pit that almost covered the entire width of the passage appeared before everyone. Is this the nest of the human-faced demon ants? Shinshen looked at the enormous pit before him, feeling a bit of trepidation. This is just the first one, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I just wonder what the underground has turned into, Meng Zhan said with a worried expression. Want to know? Shinshen raised an eyebrow, then let's go down and take a look. Saying this, Shinshen didn't wait for Meng Zhan and Xia Bayan to respond and directly walked toward the pit. Seeing this, Meng Zhan and Xia Bayan hurriedly followed. As for the danger, Shinshen was completely unconcerned. Although a big guy like the heavenly fire pillar couldn't come down, he still had the even more monstrous Void Hunter, and if worse came to worst, he had the battle armor that could possess him. Shinshen was actually a bit excited about what it would be like after the mother body evolved into the myriad forms beast and then used the battle armor possessed by the scarlet armored Shen horse. After delving underground, the three found that it was not as complicated as they had imagined, with only 3 long passages. However, the size of the passages was enough to accommodate half of a heavenly fire pillar, which shocked Shinshen. Such a vast space, could it be for transporting troops? This is a big problem. When the 3 returned from the passages, they all wore serious expressions. The human-faced demon ants had vanished without a trace, leaving only 3 empty underground passages. How is it? Meng Zhan's face was very grim as he continued, the direction of the passages is heading straight for the command center. Judging by the length, it should have already passed through 2 long corridors. Xia Bayan nodded, also looking grave. It seemed the situation was similar. The 2 looked at Shinshen in unison, hoping to hear some good news from him. The passage should lead directly to the heart of the demon beasts. I smell a hint of a legendary level demon beast. Legendary level demon beast. The 3 exchanged glances, each mind conjuring the same thought. Sky Demon Dragon. Only a legendary level demon beast like the Sky Demon Dragon could achieve such a feat. Among the demon beasts, the Sky Demon Dragon remained a mysterious existence, its importance rivaling that of General Gong Sunyu on the battlefield. Military strategist. Wise man. In this suspended mountain battlefield, the most troublesome opponent is the Heavenly Demon Dragon, which is one of the reasons it ranks first on the mission list. We must immediately report to the command center. We cannot allow this passage to continue to exist. That's right, decisions must come from the command center. The most important thing now is to hold this position, we must not let the beasts return. After saying this, the two turned their gazes to Shinshen, for only he had such capability. Let's go out first, there won't be any issues in the short term, but we need to notify the command center as soon as possible. Shinshen nodded, realizing the seriousness of the situation. If a group of beasts really dug a tunnel beneath the command center, it would be a joke. The beasts must have had some connection with those beast slaves to come up with such an idea. Unbeknownst to them, after the three left, a pair of crimson eyes flashed in the passage Shinshen had explored, followed by a low, rumbling roar. It sounded like unwillingness, like anger. On the ground of the abyssal passage, the heavenly fire pillar was dutifully guarding the nest, while not far away, a large number of human-faced demon ants attempted to counterattack but were bombarded back by the flying tree tower, unable to cross the line. Boom! At that moment, above the passage, large groups of figures suddenly appeared on both sides of the corridor. Ah, Xinlong kid, you are still a step behind me. A somewhat mocking voice rang out first, as a number of Xintian black tigers descended from the sky, led by the southern commander Gongsun Yu and the tiger Ben camp leader Yin Xuanhu. Humph, old Gongsun, this is my territory in the western battlefield, and these are my people. I advise you not to have any wild ideas, or you will die a miserable death. Chirp! Following that was a loud eagle cry, as the sky on the other side was darkened by a large number of ink feather sky eagles landing on one side of the nest, with the rear being the logistics camp of the western battlefield. Shinshen, well done. Xinlong approached Shinshen, who had just come out, his eyes filled with a strong smile. This kid's actions had truly surprised him, especially when he saw those massive metal monsters and the flying tree tower soaring in the sky, bombarding the human-faced demon ants. His gaze towards Shinshen grew increasingly satisfied. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander. Whether it was Meng Zhan or Xiebian, no one expected the two commanders to personally arrive on the battlefield, and in an instant, their shouts shook the heavens, echoing beneath the abyss. Southern Battlefield Commander Gongsun Yu invites Soldier Shinshen from the Western Battlefield to join as my deputy commander if you are willing. Gongsun Yu ignored Xinlong's provocation and smiled as he approached Shinshen, directly recruiting him. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. They did not expect that with Gongsun Yu's reputation, he would personally come to recruit a lowly soldier, and the way everyone looked at Shinshen instantly changed. There was envy, and for those like Meng Zhan and Xiebian who knew him better, there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. Old Gongsun, do you not know that Shinshen is my man? Trying to poach him in front of me is still a bit too naive. Saying this, Xinlong turned to Shinshen. From this moment on, Shinshen is the supreme commander of the abyss in my western battlefield, directly obeying my orders. Xinlong kid, don't think I don't know that Brother Shin was immediately appointed as the vanguard commander when he arrived. Are you trying to play that game again? Gongsun Yu raised his head and said defiantly. Old Gongsun, this is our family matter, you don't need to worry about it. Xinlong retorted angrily, looking at the group of sky eagles, which brat let that slip. Watching the two commanders argue, everyone couldn't help but smile. Who didn't know that these two were the most at odds in the suspended mountain battlefield? However, if they were to cooperate, they would undoubtedly be the best partners. Well, two great generals, can I have a word? Looking at the two generals who were red-faced and arguing for him, as well as Meng Zhan and Xiebian, who were snickering beside them, Shinshen helplessly blinked and stepped forward. All right, speak. Whatever the condition, I agree. Old Gongsun, don't be so shameless. Stop. Seeing the two about to argue again, Shinshen quickly intervened. Gentlemen, I can only stay here for 2 months, I haven't even graduated yet. This statement caused an uproar. To think he was still a student, how outrageous. It doesn't matter, Additionally, we discovered some strange things down there. Shinshen shook his head helplessly, directly interrupting Gongsun Yu, who was about to speak again. At his age, he still loved to bicker so much. Shinshen could tell that the two weren't really arguing, otherwise, with Xinlong's temperament, he would have acted long ago. If you can act, who would still be babbling? After Shinshen and the others mentioned the underground passage, the two generals immediately quieted down, staring at each other, but their expressions became much more serious. I knew that group of beasts would cause trouble. Xinlong, what do you think? Gongsun, you seem to have anticipated this situation. I was prepared, we just needed the right opportunity. Xinlong turned to Shinshen, and now the timing is perfect. In that case, let's summon the troops. Summon the troops. Without waiting for Shinshen to speak, the two exchanged a knowing smile, and in an instant, two massive figures soared into the sky, one golden and one azure, instantly rising high. Legendary Beast Pet, Holy Blood Golden Pang, Gongsun Yu. Legendary Beast Pet, Void-Breaking Azure Dragon, Xinlong. This was Shinshen's first time seeing the two generals' beast pets, and they were both legendary. So showy. Watching the two legendary beast pets ascend, he glanced at his own 3 branded beast pets and instantly felt less impressive. Fortunately, he had many beasts. Just then, a booming voice echoed in the sky. Southern General, Gong Sun Yu. Northern General, Qin Long. Abyss Commander, Xin Chen. Joint Order. All Imperial-level beast masters outside the defense lines, regardless of location, immediately gather at the Abyss Passage within 1 hour. Those who fail to arrive will be expelled. It was unclear what the two used, but the loud voice instantly spread across the 2 battlefields and continued to expand outward. Also, I, Abyss Commander Xin Chen, from today onward, take command of the Abyss. You 5 beasts prepare to die. Boom! As the words fell, a massive figure slowly stood up from the end of the Abyss. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could still feel the oppressive presence akin to a demon god. Following that, a pair of blood-red eyes transcended space and time, appearing above the Abyss. Xin Chen was stunned. His eyes were fixed on those blood-red eyes, and he silently lamented. These 2 damn things, issuing orders is one thing, but why drag me into it? And that so-called Abyss Commander, even creating at command of the Abyss, isn't that just asking for beast hatred? And to summon such a huge one at once? Kid, don't be afraid, it's just a legendary projection. I can destroy it in no time. Seemingly sensing Xin Chen's resentment, Gong Sun Yu, on the back of the holy blood golden pang, turned back and smiled. Buzz! The blood-red eyes turned, piercing Xin Chen like 2 sharp swords. Ah! Old fossil, why are you looking at me? Xin Chen screamed, his mind instantly ringing with a loud noise. Fortunately, he had activated the Beast Master Divine Talisman as soon as that demonic shadow appeared, and his powerful mental force dissipated at once. However, this shot of Old Fossil caused the people present to change their expressions slightly, unsure if he was referring to Gong Sun Yu or that demonic shadow. Judging by Xin Chen's expression, it seemed to lean more towards the former. Ants! The shadow of the demon let out a cold snort, its aura suddenly surging as it prepared to strike at the crowd from afar. You wretched creature! Get back! At that moment, 2 figures rose from the horizon, a furious shout aimed directly at the shadow of the demon, followed by a violent clash. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Even Xin Chen felt an incredibly powerful shockwave, as a fierce wind swept through, lifting countless severed limbs into the air. Boom! With a roar, a figure was sent flying back, and the shadow of the demon quickly began to dissipate, fading at a visible speed. Ants! Feel the wrath of the demon god! Damn it, it's the demon god's blood curse! Just as the shadow was about to vanish, 3 pitch-black rings shot towards the abyss like lightning, perfectly encircling Qin Long and Gong Sun Yu. Another one landed on Xin Chen's head. The pressure was immense. His mind was on the verge of shattering. Get away! Looking at the dark ring above him, Xin Chen was horrified. After a furious shout, a brilliant golden ring quickly rose. Blessing Ring, derived from the light of blessing, it inherently possesses the ability to immunize against all negative states and the erosion of evil powers, and provides a significant mental boost to beast tamers. Active skill, each use causes the current beast pet to drop 1 tier. He was all too familiar with this aura. Aside from the different attributes, it was indistinguishable from the cursed bloodlight of the blood dragon on East City's Heart Island. He could not let it fall. Boom! The clash of the pitch-black and brilliant gold rings caused both to dissipate rapidly. Beast! Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! The beast tamer's divine symbol shone brightly, and with each of Xin Chen's furious shouts, a series of brilliant golden rings shot directly towards the shadow of the demon that was about to vanish. This time, everyone, including Gong Sun Yu and Qin Long, was stunned. Xin Chen actually dared to counterattack. Moreover, it was an extraordinary ring skill. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, especially the Emperor-level beast tamers who had come in response to the order, as well as several legendary figures, the rings instantly collided with the shadow of the demon. Boom! Collision, dissipate. Boom! Collision, dissipate. Boom! Again, collision, again, dissipate. With each collision, the light of the shadow dimmed a bit, and Xin Chen's face paled a bit more. The expressions of the crowd also twitched with each successive clash. Especially the 2 figures in the sky that were clashing with the shadow of the demon were incredibly curious about Xin Chen. A king-level beast tamer actually confronting one of the 5 demon kings of the suspended mountain. What a monstrous talent! Bang! 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 At the same time, Xin Chen frantically unleashed the blessing rings, and he received the punishment he deserved. One by one, the elite-level red-armored Xin horses beside him exploded, not even having time to activate their self-healing mode before being shattered to pieces, dead beyond recovery. Beast! Come over if you have the guts. I am the Supreme Commander of the Abyss, I will command the Abyss, come over and die quickly. but that was not the end. When Shinshan felt his mental exhaustion, the beast tamer's divine symbol directly saved him from the brink of collapse, instantly reviving him to full health. Then, he raised his hand and quickly pointed, sending the blessing rings flying out again. With a roar, a ring, a full dozen blessing rings connected in a chain, charging madly towards the shadow of the demon. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the red-armored Shin horses continued to explode, their immunity to everything not able to protect them from the punishment after unleashing the blessing rings. Good. Awesome. The ring skill can be played like this. How powerful must the mental strength be? Even legendary figures wouldn't dare to play like this. After the shock, cheers erupted one after another. Even if Shinshan were to die here, his reputation would remain forever. Life should be like a monster. Why fear a moment of brilliance? Mad, this really doesn't feel good. The crowd cheered continuously, but Shinshan was secretly lamenting. Although he had the enhancement of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, granting his mental strength an inexhaustible quality, his body as a vessel was not up to par. His physical strength was already comparable to that of an emperor level, yet at this moment, Shinshan felt waves of soreness, more intense than a 10-day hangover. Though he was holding on and not collapsing, his gaze was gradually becoming hazy. Boom! At that moment, the last halo of favor collided with the demonic shadow, and both vanished simultaneously. Dare to mention the abyss, I will surely kill you. With a deep roar, the demonic shadow completely disappeared. Thud! Shinshan's body slowly fell, and before losing consciousness, he still remembered to give the remaining beast companions the command to guard. Heavenly Fire Pillar, 600. Flying Tree Tower, 40. Crimson Armored Dark Steed, 2000. The three major branded beast companions formed a defensive line in front of the nest, keeping the still surging swarm of human-faced demon ants at bay. This kid can actually resist the blood curse of the demon god. Qinlong and Gongsun, who descended from the sky, curiously approached Shinshan, but the blood curse of the demon god still lingered on them. Whoosh! Just as the two got closer to Shinshan, several figures exuding a demonic aura suddenly appeared, their sharp long knives pointing menacingly. Demon-type, humanoid demon beasts. This kid is truly surprising. With their knowledge, the two could immediately tell the origin of the Void Hunters, but they never expected that these Void Hunters were not only hybrids but also had mental imprints added. Not bad, indeed not bad. Gongsun, old man, don't get any funny ideas. The two began to bicker again, and the others, seeing this, quickly moved aside to continue gathering resources. Meanwhile, the beast masters who had come at their command revealed bitter smiles behind the two. Shin kid, you should just let him go to me, you're too blind. Gongsun, old man, you're the blind one. Gongsun scoffed, staring at Qinlong as if he were an idiot. If you weren't blind, how could you not see that this kid is the world's #1 evolutionist? What? The world's #1 evolutionist? As soon as Gongsun said this, not only was Qinlong stunned, but the group of strong individuals behind him was also bewildered. The #1 evolutionist in the Great Xiao district was Old Qin, who the world's #1 evolutionist was remained unknown, but so far, the highest level of evolutionist was the senior evolutionist. What kind of ability did this kid have to be called the world's #1 evolutionist by Gongsun? Could it be? Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but collectively gasp, and combining this with the situation of the northern commander Xiao Qingyuan, they all began to form their own speculations, their gazes towards Shinshan suddenly changing. Above senior is creation. What is creation? Creating new life is called creation. Defying fate is called creation. Reversing yin and yang is called creation. Shinshan's beast companions were most striking due to their almost endless numbers, and upon counting, whether it was a giant ant like the Crimson Armored Dark Steed, or a demonic beast like the Void Hunter, as well as the Flying Tree Tower and the perfect mechanical body of the Heavenly Fire Pillar, logically, they shouldn't all appear on one person. The thought is chilling. Even in terms of quantity, they should be unified. Yet Shinshan had gathered all these together, which could only be accomplished by a creator. Is this guy really a creator? Everyone in their hearts harbored this thought. If that were true, even if Shinshan did nothing, he would be held in high regard in the Great Xia district. If a senior evolutionist is a strategic deterrent nuclear weapon, then what about the world's #1 creator? What kind of sensation would that cause? Let's wait until this kid wakes up. Some plans still need his assistance. Gongsun spoke, and no one present had any objections. Without Shinshan, there wouldn't be the current situation, and the matter of the underground passage wasn't urgent. They waited all night. As dawn broke, Shinshan woke from his slumber. Ah, what's going on? When he saw a crowd of people surrounding him, he instinctively let out a gasp. Only when he felt the Void Hunter still guarding him in the shadows did his racing heart finally settle. Kid, you're finally awake. We've been waiting so long. The first thing he saw was Gong Sun Yu's old face, along with a bunch of other unfamiliar faces filled with curiosity. What's going on? Shinshen blinked and said nothing. Hey, at least say something. You're not really that dazed from sleeping, are you? Gong Sun Yu cautiously patted Shinshen's head, and this time the Void Hunter did not appear to stop him. Get off! What are you trying to do? Shinshen swatted away the annoying old hand, stretched lazily, and then stood up. Turning around, he was taken aback. In front of the heavenly fire pillar, there were already piles of corpses, a mountain of bodies. Everyone from the two battlefields, including the supply camp, Tiger Ben camp, and Sky Eagle Guard, was watching from behind, and no one dared to step forward. Shinshen suddenly remembered that before he fell asleep, he seemed to have issued a command for protection, and all living beings around him would face lethal attacks. Advance the front line, continue pushing forward. With a thought, the ground-air coordinated army of magical beasts immediately launched an attack, transforming one into two, and the scavenger began to move again. Charge! Someone shouted, and the resource army rushed forward like mad, diving into the mountains of human-faced demon and corpses. The red-armored Xian steed followed suit, starting to feast frantically. This time, Shinshen commanded that all below the lord level should eat, because there were too many. Hey, are you a creation master? Gong Sun Yu asked shamelessly from behind. Shinshen turned around, smiled slightly at Gong Sun Yu. Sometimes he really admired these old guys. When they were shameless, they were truly shameless, and when they were deceitful, they were really deceitful. What do you think this information is worth? Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Shinshen grinned and extended his hand. Wait, you want money for this? Gong Sun Yu jumped up immediately. This kid was extorting him. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gong Sun Yu paid 10 legendary beast crystals and received the news that made everyone ecstatic. Or rather, confirmation. This cunning little guy before them was the world's #1 creation master. Everyone, clear the sides of the corridor, leave no chicken or dog behind. The demon extermination operation officially begins. With Gong Sun Yu wearing a resentful expression, a group of emperors, led by 2 legendary beast masters and Qin Long, spread out to the sides of the corridor to conduct a thorough sweep of all possible magical beasts. The Tiger Ben camp and Sky Eagle Guard followed closely behind. What the heck? At this moment, Shinshen realized that there were nearly 100 beast masters present, including 6 legendary ones left behind. A demon extermination operation? This was truly a grand undertaking. Kid, come with us. Today you'll witness what the world's unique sealing technique is. Without Qin Long to argue with him, Gong Sun Yu immediately became boastful. The world's #1 creation master, was that really something to be proud of? Not going, I'm tired. Shinshen turned to look elsewhere, suppressing the urge to follow. This old guy just wouldn't give him any face. The world's unique sealing technique, if he could imprint a beast pet with sealing abilities, even if he encountered the master of that demon shadow, he could at least delay it a bit, right? Fine, you're the boss, I'm asking you, okay? Gong Sun Yu curled his lip. If this kid decided to quit, his demon-slaying operation would lose an indispensable part. The world's #1 creation master was truly remarkable. That's more like it. I'll count that as you being fond of the young. Gong Sun Yu looked gloomy as the 6 of them entered the underground passage, with the 4 legendary powerhouses suppressing their laughter. Eastern Azure Dragon, form up. Western White Tiger, form up. Southern Vermilion Bird, form up. Northern Black Tortoise, form up. The 4 legends wasted no time and directly summoned their beast companions, each towering at least 10 meters high. It's actually the 4 symbols sealing technique. Shinshen gasped, not expecting to see the 4 symbols sealing technique recorded in the Beastmaster Chronicles right before his eyes. Kid, you have some knowledge after all. Gong Sun Yu looked at Shinshen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. TCH. Ignoring Gong Sun Yu, Shinshen stared intently at the 4 bronze giant beasts radiating the essence of sacred beasts, feeling as if they were about to come to life. Indeed, the beast companions of these 4 legendary beast masters were actually rare mechanical bodies. However, they seemed to possess the aura of primal sacred beasts. Only in this way could the 4 symbol sealing technique be executed with minimal consumption. Rise! Obey! As the 4 legends chanted, the 4 symbols bronze beasts began to slowly move, and an invisible light curtain descended in an instant. Roar! As the deep roars of beasts echoed, for vivid phantoms of sacred beasts gradually solidified, and the azure, white, red, and black lights quickly merged, instantly forming a beam that shot toward one of the passage entrances. Half an hour later, a nearly tangible white light gate slowly took shape, with endless light piercing deep into the passage. Seal, complete. Inside the light gate, it spread into the depths like an endless void. Just a glance gave the illusion of one's mind being drawn in. At the moment the four sacred bronze beasts were activated, Shin Shen's mental power began to change and sync with the actions of the four legends. Both the form and the fluctuations of power were completely replicated by him. The sealing technique, unique to the Great Xia. What kind of state would it be if the four sacred bronze beasts were combined into one? Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared in Shin Shen's eyes as he focused even more intently on the actions of the four legends. Seal, complete. Next, the four legends used the same method to seal the other two passages, but when sealing the passage leading to the demon beast's belly, a powerful resistance came from the other side. Roar! 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 The beast roars were filled with intense unwillingness and anger. Seal! However, in the end, it was successfully sealed under the combined efforts of the four legends. Buzz! The three light gates reflected each other, forming a pure white sphere in the middle, within which three small light gates slowly materialized. The Eye of Sealing. Alright. The faces of the four legends turned somewhat pale. It seemed this sealing took a significant toll on them. Thank you, for your assistance. Keep a close watch on the enemy's movements. I hope similar incidents won't occur again. Gong Sun Yu smiled slightly and turned to leave the underground passage. Kid, how was it? Did you gain anything? Back on the surface, the four legends exited the abyss passage, and Gong Sun Yu turned to Shin Shen, who had been watching very intently just now. He. Shin Shen couldn't be bothered with this old guy, gazing at the advancing army of beast companions in the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. The four sacred bronze beasts had been completely replicated in his mind, forming a mental imprint. Now it was just a matter of time before they were fully merged, though he wasn't sure if the combined four sacred beasts would possess sealing abilities. Thinking of it, Shin Shen found a relatively quiet place and began to imprint his spirit. This kid. Looking at the Void Hunter that appeared beside Shin Shen again, Gong Sun Yu chuckled and scolded him. Anyway, he only needed Shin Shen's army of magical beasts to push forward in the abyss. Whatever this kid did was fine. Humph. The five great beast kings, this time at least one must be slain, otherwise it would be a huge loss. The legendary Holy Blood Golden Pang carried Gong Sun Yu into the sky, hovering above the abyss. At the same time, Shin Shen also began to imprint the spirit of the four holy bronze beasts using the Thousand Machine Transformation. Thousand Machine Transformation can transform into any form according to the Master's will, including but not limited to any known life forms, mechanical bodies, and other unknown life forms, and gain all abilities of the current transformed form, requiring prior spiritual imprinting. What you see is what you get. Shin Shen's previous worries were completely unnecessary. With the enhancement of the Thousand Machine Transformation's characteristics, as long as he perfectly depicted the appearance of the four holy bronze beasts, he would simultaneously gain their abilities. This was simply a bug-like existence. East Green Dragon, West White Tiger, South Vermilion Bird, North Black Tortoise. One by one, the bronze little beasts were continuously depicted by Shin Shen using his powerful spiritual power, vividly and even more intricately than those summoned by the four legends. Buzz! The brilliant light flashed, and the depiction of the four holy bronze beasts was successful, revealing a hint of excitement in Shin Shen's eyes. Immediately afterward, dense spiritual power wrapped around the four bronze little beasts, gradually forming a colorful spiritual core within. Start merging. The Thousand Machine Beast can only have one spiritual imprint at a time, and what Shin Shen needed to do now was to merge the four holy bronze beasts into one. Buzzing. At the moment of confirming the merge, Shin Shen clearly felt the output of his spiritual power suddenly accelerate. Fortunately, with the support of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, there was no situation of being unable to continue. Light of Creation, go! The dazzling golden light of creation instantly took over Shin Shen's spiritual power, and he relaxed immediately. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Above the sky, Gong Sun Yu also noticed the brilliant golden light, and a rich smile instantly appeared on his face. As expected of a creator. Even though Shin Shen had extorted 10 legendary beast crystals from him before, he hadn't fully believed it. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, a bolder plan slowly took shape in his mind. If the idea succeeded, the two battlefields would form an absolute suppression against the magical beasts. And all of this depended on this kid. Boom! Half an hour later, an extremely rich gray light shot up from in front of Shin Shen, directly attracting the attention of the entire battlefield. What happened? It seems to be from Commander Shen's side. He must have broken through again? Doesn't seem like it. An Emperor-level beast master doesn't have such an anomaly when breaking through, and the beast pets haven't changed either? Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the magical beast army on the battlefield suddenly erupted with dazzling colors of light, complementing the soaring light pillar, instantly covering the entire battlefield in brilliance. Crack! Boom! All the lights intertwined, and in the collision, powerful shockwaves were formed. The endless swarm of human-faced magic ants instantly burst apart under the powerful impact, being cut in half like wheat. The passage was instantly cleared by 1,000 meters. What the hell? What on earth has this kid done? Gong Sun Yu in the sky couldn't help but curse, looking down at Shen Shen in shock. At this moment, Shen Shen also wore a joyful expression, not expecting that the new beast pet he merged would perfectly replicate the abilities of the 4 holy bronze beasts, and even be much stronger than them. Ding! Imitating the 4 saints and aided by the light of creation, Supreme Beast Fusion successful. Name, Supreme Beast, Unique, Skill, Seal of Light, Unique, Seal of Light, can seal everything. The sealing strength is determined by the host's mental power. The stronger the mental power output, the higher the sealing strength and the longer the duration, impossible to break by brute force. No rank, no level. Unique skill. Unique race. A powerful ability to seal everything. Looking at the panel of the Supreme Beast, a trace of ecstatic joy appeared in Shen Shen's eyes. It was so damn awesome. Old man, I'll take you down first. Shen Shen's eyes turned, looking at Gong Sun Yu who was still showing off in the sky. With a thought, a grayish monster slowly emerged. Its appearance was very ordinary, just like 2 wings hanging from an egg. Little Feifei, go for him. With Shen Shen's low shout, the Supreme Beast gently trembled towards the direction of Gong Sun Yu in the sky, and a barely noticeable gray beam of light instantly enveloped the sacred blood golden pang. Buzz! The beam leaped through time and space, instantly hitting both a person and a beast, as if the space had stagnated, and the sacred blood golden pang, along with Gong Sun Yu, fell down in an instant. Hoo! Roar! Gong Sun Yu's face showed shock, looking around with an angry roar. The sacred blood golden pang's wings spread wide and shot back up into the sky. The surroundings were silent, and Gong Sun Yu's face turned ashen. Damn it, who the hell is it? The sacred blood golden pang was covered by a faint golden glow, and Gong Sun Yu was also cautiously observing his surroundings, slowly descending. There was actually someone who could stealthily ambush him without being detected. There were hardly a few in the entire monster beast battlefield. Who could it be? Put! Seeing Gong Sun Yu's vigilant look, Shen Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's you? Gong Sun Yu looked at Shen Shen with suspicion. That beam of light just now was the power of sealing. That's right, it is the power of sealing. With an immunity halo and the power of sealing, you really are a freak. Before Shen Shen could speak, Gong Sun Yu began to fill in the blanks himself. With his eyesight and the fact that he often hung out with those 4 legends, he naturally knew of the existence of the power of sealing. This was the unique sealing technique of the Great Xiao region. How could this kid know it? He. Shen Shen had gotten used to it, just giving a casual smile to the old man Gong Sun Yu. Regardless, with such an ability, you will surely become the primary target of high-level monster beasts in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the Night Demon God has already locked onto you. Gong Sun Yu had a helpless expression. As a strategist on the suspended mountain battlefield, he was actually being held in check by a king-level kid. Moreover, he had no way to deal with this kid. Night Demon God? Upon hearing this, Shen Shen's expression froze, and the image of the gigantic demon shadow from yesterday instantly flashed in his mind. What, you little brat also have times when you're scared, huh? For some reason, Gong Sun Yu now wanted to see Shen Shen's face full of defeat, feeling inexplicably pleased. TCH, it's just a legendary level monster beast, I've seen plenty. If it dares to come, I dare to kill it, Shen Shen scoffed, then suddenly put on a humble expression. General Gong Sun, may I ask what exactly is the origin of this Night Demon God? I won't tell you. Gong Sun Yu deliberately ignored him, turning to look elsewhere, but inside he was overjoyed. Beg me. Beg me. If you beg me, I'll tell you. However, Gong Sun Yu did not wait for Shen Shen's plea for mercy. When he turned back, he saw that the kid had already reached behind the monster army's defense line. Damn it! Gong Sun Yu couldn't help but curse. This kid was playing by his own rules. Standing behind the Tianhua Qingtian pillar defense line, Shen Shen clearly felt the fierce artillery bombardment, with the air filled with the burning scent of flames and the stench of charred corpses. Especially the sound of the red-armored black horse gnawing at the corpse of the human-faced demon ant made his scalp tingle as its master. He truly couldn't understand how those soldiers collecting resources managed to endure. This is just too crazy, even magical beasts can put on a show. Turning around, Shen Shen was surprised to find that the soldiers had various colored shields over their heads, while a large, bloated monster floated above them, continuously blowing bubbles from its mouth. As soon as the shield over anyone's head disappeared, the creature, resembling a maggot, would spit out colorful bubble shields. In this vast world, there are wonders everywhere. That's a wonder moth, a legendary beast pet. Gong Sun Yu's voice rang out behind him. This old fellow couldn't resist following along. A Grand Commander had actually become Shen Shen's shadow, which was quite frustrating for Gong Sun Yu. However, he had to endure it. Without Shinshen's army of beast pets to hold them back, if the human-faced demon ants counterattacked, his demon-slaying efforts would be in vain. During the time you were asleep, the elite forces from both battlefields have emerged. On both sides of the southwest corridor, there is no longer any space for magical beasts to survive, and new defensive lines have already begun to be established. For a long time to come, as long as they don't take desperate measures, once we develop further, this battlefield will come to a complete end. You are a hero of the suspended mountain battlefield. You are also a hero of the Great Xia region. Gongsun Yu's words moved Shinshen slightly. He had never thought about becoming a hero, he had only wanted greater strength along the way, the ability to carve out a space for himself when faced with injustice, and to control his own fate, that was all. Shinshen was clever, he actually understood the situation of humanity. Whether it was beast tamers or magical beasts, whether they were being ridden or controlled, all of this was inherently unfair. Even so what? If one wanted to escape injustice, then one could impose that injustice on others. Strength was the true path. With strength, one had the qualification to compete with this world. When you say they, who are you referring to? With this thought, Shinshen shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was better to prioritize survival first. Although he had many means, he was not the strongest. The suspended mountain battlefield is the smallest battlefield in the Great Xia region, yet it is home to many high-level magical beasts. As if fearing Shinshen wouldn't understand, Gongsun Yu explained, when we talk about high-level magical beasts, we mean those above the Lord level, including legendary ones, as well as the 5 great beast kings of the suspended mountain, which are above the legendary level. The 5 great beast kings? Epic level? A hint of confusion appeared in Shinshen's eyes, and the shadow of the blood dragon inexplicably surfaced in his mind. What are you thinking? If there were really 5 epic-level magical beasts here, the suspended mountain battlefield would have been destroyed long ago. Gongsun Yu laughed and scolded, his gaze toward Shinshen carrying a hint of peculiarity. These 5 great beast kings refer to the Sky Demon Dragon, Earth Demon Beast, Thunder Demon Ape, Wind Demon Bird, and Night Demon God, each possessing the strength to contend with 2 legendary beings. An epic-level magical beast against 2 human legends? Shinshen felt a chill. Were epic-level magical beasts really that strong? Can a wild horse still exert its original abilities after being tamed? Seemingly seeing the doubt in Shinshen's eyes, Gongsun Yu countered. Upon hearing this, Shinshen suddenly realized. Indeed, beast tamers control beasts, which is essentially manipulation, but how could controlled magical beasts compare to those that are free? That was their true form. No. As a beast tamer, he had the system as a strong backing. Gongsun Yu's words did not apply to him. This old fellow was messing with his mindset. TCH. Shinshen secretly raised a big middle finger. Surprisingly not discouraged, Gongsun Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, but not entirely. Those magical beasts, while being controlled by humans, have also been endowed with new abilities, such as skills and talents. In short, humans are still somewhat stronger, just not in numbers. Listening to Gongsun Yu's explanation, Shinshen smiled slightly. Now that sounded like a proper conversation. At the same time, while the two were talking, Shinshen was also observing the Abyss Passage. Starting from the W Great Wall defense, the now cleared Abyss Passage had a terrain that consistently sloped downward. Was the end of the Abyss Passage really the lair of the magical beasts? What's wrong? Have you noticed something? Gongsun Yu followed Shinshen's gaze, a look of appreciation in his eyes. Although a bit sly, he was still quite clever. The terrain is sloping down. If this is intentional, then the intelligence of this beast king is quite high. A rare seriousness appeared on Shinshen's face. A child can be taught. Looking at Gongsun Yu's thumbs up, Shinshen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he wanted to give the old man a middle finger, he thought it better to uphold the style of respecting the elderly. After all, there are not many people in this world who know and observe etiquette. If Gongsun Yu knew what Shinshen was thinking at that moment, he would surely point at him and curse, "You sly little brat, and you call yourself someone who knows etiquette?" The intelligence of the 5 beast kings is not low. In fact, it is much higher than that of ordinary people. The gradually sloping terrain is actually the work of the earth demon beasts. Gongsun Yu, unaware of Shinshen's thoughts, continued to explain. Earth demon beasts? They are luring us into a trap. Shinshen's eyes lit up. If that were the case, there must be a big pit waiting for them ahead. Exactly, the human-faced demon ant was created by the earth demon beasts. Unfortunately, they underestimated human intelligence, or rather, they underestimated my intelligence. Seeing Gongsun Yu's smug expression, Shinshen couldn't help but want to spit in his face. This old man was shameless. It seems that my appearance has only advanced your actions, Shinshen said instinctively, but then thought it was somewhat incorrect. No, it should be that my appearance has complemented your plan. It wasn't forced to advance, but rather it was just in time. Hiss. Gongsun Yu couldn't help but gasp. This kid was not just clever. If he were to lead a battlefield, he would definitely be the best choice for the 5th grade general. Being a leader of the abyss was somewhat beneath him. Just as Xin Shen had said, Gongsun Yu and Qin Long had long known about the conspiracy behind the human-faced demon ant, but they were just struggling with the lack of a way to restrain such a large force. They were plotting against the 5 Beast Kings, while the 5 Beast Kings were also plotting against them, just waiting to see who would crack first. Currently, it seemed that Xin Shen's appearance had broken this deadlock, making it appear as though the human side was the first to crack. A bright path on the surface, a hidden passage underneath. The elite forces seemed to want to take the opportunity to clear the magical beasts on both sides of the corridor, creating a chance for the 5 Beast Kings to launch a counterattack, but in reality, they are using me as a pawn to lure out the Earth Demon Beasts and slay them. The demon-slaying operation targets the Earth Demon Beasts, not the small fry in the corridor. Also, you deliberately provoked the magical shadow and intentionally fell for the blood curse of the demon god, which was actually a logical way to clear the sides of the corridor without raising the Beast King's suspicions, making them think it was just a retaliatory strike, and you must have a way to lift the blood curse. Xin Shen frowned slightly, and in reality, when you successfully lured out the Earth Demon Beasts, it was also when they realized they had been set up. The other Beast Kings, even if they wanted to rescue, would probably be too late. Above the conspiracy lies the open strategy. If I'm guessing correctly, this Beast King has set his sights on me, right? Xin Shen's analysis made Gongsun Yu's eyes widen in shock. It was all true. What a monster! Not only did he have a massive number of beast pets, but he was also the world's #1 creation master, with such meticulous analytical skills. This kid was truly terrifying. Was it that he was getting old, or was this kid just too monstrous? As one of the 4 leaders of the suspended mountain battlefield, Gongsun Yu found himself doubting his own abilities for the first time in his life, all because of a kid who hadn't even graduated high school. However, there's one thing you didn't guess correctly. Gongsun Yu seemed to think of something amusing, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. What? It's not just the Earth Demon Beasts that have their sights on you. The smartest of the 5 Beast Kings is also interested, the shadow of the Night Demon God that appeared earlier. Gongsun Yu's expression gradually became serious. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it was nonetheless a fact. That can't be right. I don't have the blood curse of a demon god on me? Xin Shen's expression suddenly turned grave. Anyone being targeted by a night demon god, which surpassed legends, wouldn't feel good about it. Moreover, he was just a student. Yet Xin Shen didn't realize that since entering the battlefield, his actions were far beyond what a high school student could achieve, even more so than that so-called national #1 genius, Leng Xian. Do you know why the Night Demon God is the leader of the 5 Beast Kings? Gongsun Yu's face showed a hint of amusement. This kid could also be scared at times. That's because the Night Demon God awakened a trace of divine blood. He only needs to lock onto your aura. Unless you leave this world, you'll never escape. After saying this, Gongsun Yu suddenly remembered something, and a strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xin Shen. If there was a way to break the Night Demon God's lock, then the unique sealing technique of the Great Xiao was one of them. And it seemed this kid had also gained sealing power. Forget it, I won't tell him for now. This kid is too cunning. He needs to suffer a bit. Awakened a trace of divine blood? Xin Shen clearly didn't notice Gongsun Yu's expression. His lips twitched slightly. That blood dragon merely called itself the Saint of Blood, yet the Night Demon God had awakened a trace of divine blood. If it fully awakened, wouldn't that make it the king of demon beasts? And it had somehow locked onto him. Was there any justice in that? No way. King of demon beasts? He seemed to have heard those 4 words somewhere before. No way, it can't be. A moment of silence. Xin Shen suddenly exclaimed, instinctively recalling the murmurs from the blood-colored swamp on East City Lake's Heart Island. The Saint of Blood buried deep underground yearns for the endless light of the sky. Beings that accidentally intrude here will follow in the Saint's footsteps, stepping onto the peak time and again. The never-surrendering king of demon beasts leads millions of elites, beginning an assault on the bountiful land. The Saint of Blood needs your blood, the king of demon beasts craves your soul. Offering your useless self to the great king of all races, you will become an eternal monument. Xin Shen still clearly remembered that after hearing those murmurs, his mind was flooded with blood-red visions, as if a force was forcibly instilling something in him. If it weren't for the existence of the halo of favor, he might have already died there. What's wrong? Did you remember something? After Xin Shen recounted his previous encounter on Heart Island, Gongsun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him intently. Hey, what kind of look is that? For some reason, Xin Shen felt a bit flustered under Gongsun Yu's gaze. Kid, I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. After hearing Shinshen's account, a complex expression rose in Gongsun Yu's eyes. The Blood Saint, the Beast King, the King of all races. Each of these names has circulated among the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia region, emerging after the global beast disaster. The Blood Saint, which Gongsun Yu had already heard mentioned by the leader of the Demon Beast Alliance, is likely confirmed to be the Blood Flood Dragon sealed on the island in the center of East City Lake, a legendary Beast King with a saint-level bloodline. As for the Beast King, although no one has seen its true form, it must exist somewhere on a beast battlefield, otherwise, humanity would have long been extinguished. All of this is due to the seals laid down by Emperor Qianqiu, which allowed humanity to survive and form the current 6 major regions, enabling continued reproduction. As for the King of all races, the records of humanity are quite vague, or perhaps it is merely a legend, possibly referring to either humans or beasts. Are you saying that these 3 guys are all related to me, that I've actually been targeted for a long time? Shinshen was somewhat speechless. He was just a small fry, yet he had inadvertently overheard such secretive information. It was laughable that he had thought these were just the Blood Flood Dragon's attempts to appear mysterious while on the island. The Blood Saint is confirmed to be the Blood Flood Dragon, but the other 2 are still unknown, Gongsun Yu said, a hint of helplessness on his face. This was all a mess left behind by Emperor Qianqiu. In the entire Great Xia region, there are no more than a handful of people who understand the meaning of these 3 titles. And you, clearly, have already been drawn into this. Shinshen was at a loss for words. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have come to the beast battlefield. He could have quietly developed after the National League. Now, he was being targeted by names that even Gongsun Yu and others were somewhat wary of, and it seemed that getting a good night's sleep would be difficult in the future. Actually, I think you resemble the King of all races more, Gongsun Yu said with a slight smile, his gaze toward Shinshen filled with anticipation. Nonsense, I'm just a high school student. The King of all races is too far from me. Surviving and developing is the right path. Shinshen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old guy still had the energy to joke. Don't worry, even if these guys are related to you, it doesn't matter. With your current strength and rate of improvement, as long as you advance to the Emperor level, you'll have enough ability to protect yourself. Upon hearing this, Shinshen nodded slightly. Back when he was still an intermediate beast tamer, he had been captured by the Blood Flood Dragon, and even in that situation, he had managed to escape with his life. Now that he was already at the king level and had a much larger number of beast companions than before, if he still had no power to resist like back then, it would truly be better not to live at all. Level up! Taking advantage of this mission opportunity, he aimed to raise the levels of his beast companions as much as possible, at least to the Lord level, to truly have a chance to protect himself in front of those big shots. Buzz! At that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the beast companion space. The Wanxiang Qianji beast had leveled up again. Name, Wanxiang Qianji beast, level, 5th tier 1st level, quality, elite rare, talent, super fertility, light of favor, Qianji transformation, loyalty, 100%, characteristics, strong endurance, great strength, strong self-healing ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same body type, strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same body type. When body damage exceeds 50%, self-healing mode activates. Super fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can maintain a minimum population of 100 under any circumstances. Qianji transformation, can transform into any form according to the owner's will, including but not limited to any known lifeforms, mechanical bodies, and other unknown lifeforms, and gain all abilities of the current transformed form, requiring prior mental imprinting. Light of favor, leader's majesty, all attributes doubled. In the nearly 3,000-meter deep abyss passage, the vast number of human-faced magic ants, under the devouring of over 2,000 red-armored steeds, experienced a terrifyingly rapid increase in energy, directly causing the myriad forms and 1,000 mechanisms beast to rise 5 levels. At the same time, due to the imprint of the unique attribute of the Supreme Beast, Shinshen's Beast Master panel also saw a significant enhancement, especially in the increase of his mental threshold. Kill! With a thought, a vast mental force swiftly spread out, simultaneously accelerating the attack of the beast army that had gained strength, pushing forward in layers at a visible speed. The giant swords danced, energy blasts rained down, and the elite-level human-faced magic ants were powerless against the overwhelming assault, being devoured one after another by the red-armored steeds, transforming into pure energy that vanished into the beast space. Whoosh! Even the occasionally appearing lord-level human-faced magic ants fell under the blade of the elusive Void Hunter. The beast army had already displayed an invincible momentum. Meanwhile, on the corridor, the elite forces from the two battlefields began to press towards the side of the magic beasts, led by legends, with the beast kings not appearing. The rest below legend were mere cannon fodder. 1,000 miles away, in the heart of the magic beast territory, in an incredibly dark valley, the original green maple trees had been stained with a thick layer of dark hue, and from above, this place resembled a black hole, continuously devouring everything around it. At the entrance of the valley, figures slowly emerged, winding along the sides like a black dragon. The figures were cloaked in black hooded robes, revealing a pair of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes, exuding an extremely brutal aura. Beast slaves. A troop of beast slaves numbering over 1,000. Roar! Above the dark valley, a shadow of a demon quietly appeared, and the beast slave troop suddenly halted, all crawling to the ground, kneeling devoutly towards the direction of the shadow. Boom! The shadow trembled slightly, and beams of black light instantly entered the bodies of these beast slaves, causing the already extremely brutal aura to rise rapidly, and faintly, some of the beast slaves began to emit the aura of legendary magic beasts. Prepare, let's set off. Humans will pay the price for their little cleverness. The king of magic beasts is about to awaken, and this world will surely fall into the king's embrace. The deep, somewhat stiff voice was filled with fervor. The shadow vanished, and the beast slave troop continued to set off, followed by enormous creatures cloaked in scales, their target unmistakably the direction of the two major battlefields of humanity in the southwest. If Shin Shen were here, he would certainly recognize that those thousands of scaled monsters were indeed the magic beast Holy King Legion that Baitu had mentioned to him. At the very least, they were lord level, with many being legendary. A great battle was brewing, with storm clouds gathering. In the Abyss Passage, upon reaching the 3,000-meter mark, another nest of human-faced magic ants appeared, but this time it was lord level. Even so, under the frenzied assault of Shin Shen's beast army, it was swept away in just a few minutes. Of course, this was not without the contribution of the Supreme Beast. Shin Shen was astonished to discover that the sealing light of the Supreme Beast could actually reduce the strength of the lord-level human-faced magic ants by more than half. By extension, it was likely effective against epic-level magic beasts as well. Getting deeper, huh? Shin Shen suddenly looked up at the now blurred sides of the corridor, wondering how he would respond if someone were to attack from above at this moment. Thinking of this, two flying tree towers instantly detached and rose to the same height as the corridor, continuously patrolling back and forth within a 1,000-meter radius. This kid is quite cautious. Gong Sun Yu also noticed Shin Shen's actions, a rich smile appearing in his eyes, his admiration growing more evident. Ding! Myriad forms and 1,000 mechanisms beast has leveled up. The system prompt suddenly sounded, and Shin Shen was slightly taken aback, wondering how it happened so quickly. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted from the direction of the beast pet army, and Shin Shen looked up, startled. The human-faced demon ant swarm had suddenly gone berserk, with beams of light shooting up, almost reaching the height of the flying tree tower, and a large number of lord-level creatures had appeared. No wonder the level of the myriad beasts was rising so quickly. But, when things seem unusual, there must be something amiss. Shin Shen immediately summoned the Void Hunter, surrounding himself completely. One must know that everything here could be the doing of one of the 5 great beast kings. Better to be safe than sorry. As the beast pet army continued to advance, when Shin Shen looked up again, he could no longer see the edges of the long corridors. If it weren't for the flying tree tower he had set up in advance, he would still be charging in blindly. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the sky above the two sides of the corridor suddenly erupted with bursts of blood-red fireworks, signaling an attack on the battlefield. What's going on? Shin Shen asked as he looked at Gong Sun Yu, who was descending from the sky. The demon beasts have started their attack, and their target is actually the command center. How ridiculous! Gong Sun Yu smiled slightly, showing no signs of worry, clearly having been prepared. The 5 great beast kings won't all appear together, right? If that's the case, can you really handle it? Shin Shen looked at Gong Sun Yu with suspicion. This old guy was quite unreliable. They're not that foolish. Don't forget, the Great Wall defense line is divided into several battlefields. If the 5 great beast kings all show up, as long as we hold out for an hour, the demon beasts will collapse across the board, a loss that outweighs the gain. Gong Sun Yu explained with a smile, and it's not just you, it's us. You are now the Abyss Commander, a future overseer of the Abyss. Shin Shen curled his lip. The so-called Abyss Commander was just a glorified janitor, doing all the hard and dirty work himself. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Do you know how much you've gained this time? So far, the total resources exchanged for merit have already exceeded 1 million, Gong Sun Yu said, seeing Shin Shen's indifferent expression, and he scolded with a laugh. Merit is universal across the global battlefield. If you can't exchange for satisfactory items here, what about another battlefield? If that doesn't work, when you have the chance to go to the outer battlefield, these merits can still be used. Shin Chen was taken aback. He really hadn't expected that merit was universal across the global battlefield, and he was even more surprised to find that he had accumulated over 1 million merits. Even if it was halved, it would still be at least 500,000 merits, an astronomical figure. One must know that for a commander like Meng Zhanlu Feng, who had long been entrenched in the battlefield, he didn't have so many merits aside from consumption. Moreover, all resources above Lord level belonged to him, which was another substantial amount of merit. Boom! At that moment, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield, the ground suddenly heaved up a small mountain, and the human-faced demon ants were instantly sent flying. Even the heavenly fire pillar on the defense line was affected, with several being knocked back by the shockwave. Roar! A giant beast, shrouded in darkness, slowly emerged from the ground. Everyone, prepare for battle. Gong Sun Yu commanded, and the beast tamers who were collecting resources quickly gathered towards the two of them. At the same time, 4 figures slowly descended from the sky, the same 4 legendary beast tamers from before, surrounded by hundreds of imperial lords. Earth Demon Beast. Shin Chen looked in astonishment at the monster before him, which resembled a small mountain, its shape somewhat like a pangolin, but its sharp mouth was dozens of meters long, easily swaying and sending the heavenly fire pillar's massive body flying. Boom! The Earth Demon Beast wasted no time, its enormous body moved with an almost eerie speed, and in an instant, it charged towards Shin Chen. Holy crap! Shin Chen didn't expect that the first target of this Earth Demon Beast would actually be himself. Beasts, you dare! With the furious shouts of the 4 legends, bronze beasts exuding the aura of primal sacred beasts appeared in an instant, and Shin Chen also flew back. 10,000 forms, 1,000 mechanisms, red armor manifest. At the same time, a large number of red-armored steeds surged towards Shin Chen like a tide, quickly forming mysterious patterns on his body. Boom! A powerful aura rippled from Shin Chen, as a golden battle armor resembling a transformer attached to his surface, with flames faintly burning at the joints, the sound of clanging ringing incessantly. Red Flame 1,000 mechanisms, ever-changing. A brand new battle armor, Red Flame 1,000 mechanisms. So strong. Feeling the immense power radiating from the armor, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shin Chen's eyes as he turned to look at the Earth Demon Beast already suppressed by the 4 legends. Damn, daring to hit me. Kill. Golden light surged with the wind, and Shin Chen charged towards the Earth Demon Beast like a sharp arrow, his speed fast yet nearly silent. The flames swirling around him seemed to burn the void itself, opening a dedicated path for his attack. Bang! 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 With the seals of the 4 legends suppressing it, Shin Chen could attack without hesitation. The smoothness of his strikes filled him with joy. The battle armor enhanced by 1,000 mechanisms was simply worlds apart from before. The attacks flowed seamlessly, completely devoid of the constraining feeling of the previous red flame armor. Moving silently, even the powerful Earth Demon Beast could not judge Shin Chen's next attack through the sound of the wind, only able to let out one roar after another. This kid is interesting. The 4 legends exchanged smiles, their movements quickening, the 4 bronze giants continuously compressing the space of the Earth Demon Beast. Human, ants. The Earth Demon Beast suddenly spoke human words, its dark aura abruptly retracting, a black light shield forming around it in an instant. Bang! Shin Chen was repelled by a tremendous force, flying backward. Seal! The phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts suddenly appeared, swiftly forming intricate and mysterious patterns around the Earth Demon Beast, continuously dismantling the black light shield. Despicable humans! Roar! In a moment of silence, the black light surrounding the Earth Demon Beast suddenly condensed, transforming into a black beam shooting into the sky. Help! Clearly, even the Earth Demon Beast, with its intelligence, realized it had been set up by these detestable humans, and without hesitation, it sent out a distress signal. Roar! 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 Take action! Kill one, count as one. As 3 furious beast roars echoed, Gong Sun Yu's expression changed, revealing a hint of urgency. 3 great beast kings actually responded. Things were a bit beyond expectations. Quick battle, quick resolution. The battlefield command center is under attack. A large number of beast slaves are mobilizing. The Holy King Legion is moving out. These guys want to dig you out of your lair. Just then, Qin Long appeared with the 3 legends, directly pouncing on the Earth Demon Beast. Boom boom boom. The violent explosions forced the Emperor-level beast masters to retreat. Even Shin Chen, clad in battle armor, was blown away by the powerful shockwave. So damn fierce. Shin Chen had no concept of legendary beast masters before, but witnessing the might of Qin Long and the others was truly eye-opening. At the same time, he felt a newfound respect for legendary beast masters. Under the seals of the other 4 legends, the Earth Demon Beast was utterly powerless against Qin Long and the others, unable to even use its sharp beak to break through the ground. Roar! Roar! The miserable roars echoed as the Earth Demon Beast was riddled with blood holes. Especially Qin Long's legendary beast pet, the void-breaking Azure Dragon, which with just a claw could directly breach the Earth Demon Beast's defenses. Ants, you all deserve to die. A harsh and angry voice rang out as the massive body of the Earth Demon Beast suddenly shrank. Be careful, it's going to run. The four legends suddenly warned. Commander Shen, help! Gong Sun Yu's expression changed. He knew that after the Earth Demon Beast shrank, its strength would multiply. If they let it escape this time, capturing it again would be difficult. Shin Chen was bewildered. What are you joking about? You want me, a small Karami, to help? Gong Sun, old man, stop joking. Qin Long frowned. This was a legendary level battle. Even if Shin Chen was a prodigy, he was merely a king level, and the number of beast pets was his advantage. Having a king level fight the Earth Demon Beast was simply a joke. Moreover, this Earth Demon Beast was not a simple legendary one. If they made a mistake, they would lose a super genius, one that couldn't be found again. Thus, everyone was not optimistic about Shin Chen, believing he was not yet capable of participating in legendary level battles, and it was also a form of protection for him. Crack! At that moment, a piercing sound came. The already shrunk Earth Demon Beast was drilling fiercely underground, and in the blink of an eye, it had opened a crack in the seals of the four legends. Act quickly! Everyone's expression changed, and Gong Sun Yu shouted, Seal of Light! Supreme Beast, go! At this moment, Shin Chen understood that Gong Sun Yu did not want him to join the battle but wanted to use the Supreme Beast's Seal of Light to restrict the Earth Demon Beast's movements. Do. The Supreme Beast, with two wings holding an egg, appeared in the battle circle in an instant. Amidst the urgent do sounds, circles of grey light enveloped the Earth Demon Beast. Roar! At this point, the Earth Demon Beast was about to break through the seals of the four legends when it suddenly felt a tightness around its body, and a mysterious force instantly locked it down. Bang! Despicable! The Earth Demon Beast's roar echoed in the arena, its bear-like body being forcibly pulled out of the ground by the Seal of Light. Boom! Startled, the Earth Demon Beast quickly returned to its original size, and under the immense force, the Seal of Light instantly broke free and crashed down. Damn it! Outside the arena, Shin Chen's expression changed slightly. Although the Seal of Light was still active, he was affected by the Earth Demon Beast's sudden return to its original size. The sealing time was also related to the opponent's strength. What the hell is this? At this moment, Qin Long also reacted, looking at the oddly shaped Supreme Beast in the battle circle, momentarily dazed. Such a small creature actually stopped the Earth Demon Beast? Seal of Power! The four legendary beast masters exclaimed. The powerful sealing force of the Supreme Beast could not be hidden from them. Quick battle, quick resolution! Apart from Gong Sun Yu, a total of 7 legends struck again, and this time the Earth Demon Beast didn't even have a chance to transform. Firepower lockdown! Seeing this, Shin Chen retracted the flying tree tower and directly switched to the Skyfire Pillar. Nearly 1,000 Skyfire Pillars completely sealed off the 100-meter-wide passage, blocking the counterattack of the human-faced demon ants on one side while sealing the escape route of the Earth Demon Beast on the other. The Supreme Beast also flew around in the air, occasionally releasing beams of Seal of Light, completely cutting off the Earth Demon Beast's thoughts of burrowing underground. Half an hour later, boom! The Earth Demon Beast finally fell under the siege of the 7 legends, and a massive beast crystal, shimmering with nitrogen light, slowly floated in midair. The beast crystal was wrapped in a dazzling blood-red glow, completely different in size and color from the one Shin Chen had obtained. Holy Blood Beast Crystal! One of the 5 beast kings, the Earth Demon Beast, had actually condensed such rich holy blood. Good! The moment the Earth Demon Beast fell, everyone cheered loudly. One of the 5 beast kings of the Hanging Mountain battlefield was gone. The others would not be far behind. The Earth Demon Beast is dead, who else dares to come? The Holy Blood Golden Pine soared into the sky, charging with Gong Sun Yu towards the abyss, its roar echoing like thunder into the horizon. Gong Sun Yu, Shin Chen, one day, I will kill you both. Above the horizon, the furious voice of the Night Demon God echoed, retreat. Almost simultaneously, the shouts of battle in the 2 war zones gradually ceased, the slaughter came to an end, and the battlefield returned to calm. Go! Looking at the battered body of the Earth Demon Beast, Shin Chen's eyes lit up. The crimson-armored Xian horse surged forward like a tide, directly burrowing into the Earth Demon Beast's body, beginning to devour it frantically. However, a Beast King's body with holy blood is a rare find. The Holy Blood Beast Crystal surely wouldn't be his share. Consuming the corpse of the Earth Demon Beast shouldn't be too much to ask, right? At the same time, the Supreme Beast also pounced. This peculiar beast pet merely circled around the earth demon beast's body before a faint gray aura was drawn out. Buzz! After a slight buzzing sound, the supreme beast's already small body suddenly shrank a size, becoming only as big as a basketball, and its egg-like body now bore a layer of faint gray cloud patterns. Not bad. Due to its uniqueness, the supreme beast had no rank or level, but Shin-Chen could clearly feel that this peculiar beast pet had grown stronger. This battle also allowed Shin-Chen to witness the power of the 5 great beast kings. Before he reached the emperor level, he would have at most a 10% chance of escaping if he encountered a beast king. He had truly underestimated these beast kings with holy level bloodlines. This kid is as cunning as a fox. Seeing Shin-Chen's sneaky expression, Gong Sun Yu and the other legends couldn't help but laugh. In this battle, Shin-Chen should be credited with a great achievement. As night fell, the corridors on both sides instantly lit up, and the elite forces from both battlefields gathered here. Taking advantage of the opportunity to clear the abyss, Gong Sun Yu skillfully laid out a plan and finally slayed one of the 5 great beast kings, the Earth Demon Beast, pushing the Great Wall defense line forward by 2,000 meters. This was a great victory. Abyss Commander! Abyss Commander! The shouts echoed in the corridor, calling out the title of the Abyss Commander. Although many did not know the name of this mysterious leader, it did not hinder their excitement at this moment. Especially upon seeing the mountain-like beast crystals being continuously transported from the supply camp, everyone's admiration for this mysterious commander grew even stronger. What? Aren't you going to show your face? These guys are really eager to meet you. Gong Sun Yu and the other legends sat down by a giant pit. This giant pit was the nest of the 4th-faced demon ant discovered in the Abyss Passage. Advancing another 1,000 meters would reach the center of the entire floating mountain battlefield. TCH, whoever wants to go can go, I don't want to steal the spotlight. Shin-Shin bit into some slightly charred beast meat, giving Gong Sun Yu a roll of his eyes. The other legends smiled as they watched the two, their eyes filled with amusement. Since the slaying of the Earth Demon Beast, these two had been exchanging banter, but unfortunately, as the battlefield commander, Gong Sun Yu had never won even once. Kid, this is a great opportunity. A battle that makes your name known across the world. How many people dream of such an opportunity, and you actually don't cherish it? Gong Sun Yu looked exasperated. If it were anyone else, they would have long gone up to accept the crowd's praise. Old man, are you annoying? I didn't kill the Earth Demon Beast. The title of Abyss Commander is one you all gave me. I won't do anything that brings me no benefit. Shin-Chen maintained a calm demeanor towards Gong Sun Yu and the others. As the saying goes, old men are cunning, old donkeys are slippery, and old rabbits are hard to catch. Dealing with this group of legendary old-timers, one could easily be sold without even realizing it. Young man, we are all old now. The future still needs the younger generation to support it. We see hope in you, especially since you are also a creator. In every aspect, you can uphold the title of Abyss Commander. You are the hope of humanity. The one speaking is the legendary figure who commands the White Tiger Bronze Beast, looking at Shin-Chen with a gaze full of satisfaction, as if there is hope for the future. In their earlier conversation, they learned about the origin of that supreme beast, and its ability to seal everything left them utterly shocked. Even more terrifying was the fact that this kid was just a high school student. I won't do it, no matter what you say. Shin-Shin pouted, realizing that this group of old geezers was more persuasive than he thought, even going so far as to mention the hope of humanity. Wasn't that nonsense? If he stayed here too long, the remaining 4 great beast kings would surely come to trouble him every day, and the chances of losing his life would be nearly 100%. Only a fool would do it. You must do it. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out behind Shin-Chen. He turned around abruptly, and familiar figures slowly approached him. Lu Jun, Wu Jing, Qin Wuliang, Bai Tu, and Lu Fei, and behind them were Su Qianxue, Qin Long, and Chu Wan, along with a few unfamiliar faces, but looking at the badges on their chests, they were all legends. Teacher. Upon seeing Lu Jun, Shin-Chen immediately stood up and ran over with a face full of joy. Captain Su, old Qin, Wan, it's great to see you. I didn't expect you all to be here too. Shin-Chen's face was filled with surprise. It turned out these 3 had arrived even earlier than him. You kid, really surprising. Lu Jun was very pleased. This student had brought him great honor, making a name for himself on the battlefield, overshadowing the so-called number 1 genius in the country, Leng Xian. What shocked him even more was that Shin-Chen's current abilities could actually allow him to join the legendary battle circle. Given a few more years, he would definitely reach the level of a commander. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Shin-Chen shyly scratched his head, displaying a demeanor that only appeared in front of Lu Jun. Wow, this kid really has double standards. Gong Sun Yu was taken aback by Shin-Chen's transformation. Was this still the cunning little fox he knew? He seemed like a shy and obedient good student now. Old Lu. At that moment, the legends also stood up one after another, smiling and greeting Lu Jun, appearing quite familiar with him. Shin Shen was astonished. It seemed his teacher held a very high status. What was going on? Ha ha ha, you're stunned, right? Old Lu is the first generation of legends in humanity. I can't believe you, as his student, didn't know this. It's just too funny, ha ha ha. Seeing Shin Shen's surprised expression, Gong Sun Yu mocked him as if he had discovered a new continent. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Shin Shen glanced at Gong Sun Yu, this old guy. But Lu Jun being the first generation of legends was truly unexpected. No wonder he showed no fear against Gu Tianqi, that emperor, during the Qingyuan city preliminaries, and was an old friend of Lu Fei. His true identity was actually the first generation of legends. My identity doesn't matter, but you must take on the position of the Abyss Commander, whether for humanity or for yourself. Lu Jun suddenly became serious. Oh, whatever the teacher says goes. Shin Shen lowered his head. If he had to do it, then so be it. After all, he would be leaving in a month and a half. Double standard dog. Seeing Shin Shen with no sign of reluctance, Gong Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Sigh, don't take it lightly. This position will be very beneficial for you, even they will appear on the battlefield in the future, Lu Jun said helplessly, pointing to Su Qianshui and the others behind him. An Abyss defense line is about to be established here, and you are the designated first Abyss commander. When you are not around, Bai Tu and the others will temporarily take over. Unless you are willing, no one can strip you of your power. After the words fell, Qin Long and Wu Jing beside him looked somewhat displeased, and Gong Sun Yu's expression also turned serious. Shin Shen was speechless. It seemed that his teacher's identity was not ordinary at all, and he had to hold on tight to this big leg. Shin Shen, I already know about Wei Changfeng's situation. Due to the battlefield layout, I couldn't intervene. Don't worry, once I return, that troublemaker Wei Changfeng won't live long. Wu Jing's face was ashen, and Qin Wulian's expression was also somewhat gloomy. A genius that both high-ranking officials had painstakingly tried to win over was actually stripped of Shin Shen's position while they were away. How bold. It's fine, I'm not cut out for being an official anyway. Seeing the two still looking grim, Shin Shen continued, I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I will never involve others because of this. Moreover, the alliance leader, President Qin, and Director Yi from East City have shown me kindness. I will personally settle accounts with Wei Changfeng. After hearing Shin Shen's words, Wu Jing and Qin Wulian finally revealed a smile. What a nostalgic good kid. Alright, just return before the league. We'll take our leave now. Upon hearing that Lu Jun and the others were about to leave, Shin Shen hurriedly pulled out a large pile of storage bags, all filled with elite-level beast crystals and various resources, even including some lord-level beast crystals, and handed them all over to Su Qianshui and the others. Old Shin, you're so righteous. The three of them showed expressions of joy. For a long time to come, they wouldn't have to worry about resources for their beast pets to advance. I will return before the league. After watching Lu Jun and the others leave, Shin Shen felt a bit sour in his eyes. There weren't many people in this world who truly cared for him. Oh, this kid, he can still act like this, how rare. Once Lu Jun left, Gong Sun Yu came back to life, approaching with a mischievous grin. For a commander to reach this level was indeed a rarity. Get lost, don't bother this commander. Shin Shen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Old man, I know what you want to do. Prepare the resources, we'll talk about everything after I advance to Emperor. In fact, Shin Shen quite liked this unpretentious old man Gong Sun Yu, but this old fellow was very cunning, and he had to be on guard at all times. He had to be wary of this whole group. Looking at the old fellows around him, all with smiles on their faces, Shin Shen suddenly felt a surge of pride. With just a mere king's body, he could make a group of legends revolve around him that was probably unprecedented. Just ask, who else could do it? Alright, I'll listen to you. Seeing Gong Sun Yu's playful expression, Shin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He had to find an opportunity to give this old man a good beating. At the same time, he knew that this group of old fellows who chatted with him for no reason were just envious that Xiao Qingyuan's beast pet had advanced to epic first, while he, the world's #1 creation master, was definitely their best opportunity. Otherwise, they would have long since slapped him away. After the group of legends went to prepare resources, Shin Shen began to examine himself and once again strengthened his beast army through the beast control divine talisman, striving to push to the center of the battlefield before dawn. 1000 machine transformation. Under Gong Sun Yu's astonished gaze, Shin Shen transformed one of the heavenly fire pillars into a massive armored vehicle and directly sat inside. Due to the continuous upgrades of the 10,000 forms 1000 machines beast and the attribute enhancements brought by the Supreme Beast, Shinchen's panel underwent tremendous changes. Especially after killing the Earth Demon Beast, his mental threshold directly broke through the 400 mark. Host, Shinchen, Beast Pet, 10,000 forms 1000 machines Beast, mental threshold, 416, physiological threshold, 357, talent 1, demon law, talent 2, otherworldly lord, talent 3, simulated evolution, can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Demon law, as the favorite of the demon god, after obtaining a beast pet of any quality, you can evolve it by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. With the advancement of the Abyssal Passage and the increase in beast pet levels, Shinchen's panel attributes were constantly changing, and the Wanshan Chenji beast directly leveled up to the highest tier after defeating the Earth Demon Beast. This was also the fastest advancement Shinchen had experienced for his beast pet. He originally thought it would take some time to progress. Simulated evolution, activate. Light of creation, activate. Beast Master Divine Talisman, activate. After preparing the flesh, blood, and beast crystals needed for evolution, Shinchen began the evolution process. This time it was just a simple quality evolution, with no plans to change the appearance of the Wanshan Chenji beast for now. Buzz! The brilliant golden light of creation enveloped the Wanshan Chenji beast, which began to leap continuously among the mountains of flesh and blood, while the beast crystals fused into massive energy clusters, merging into it. The next step was to wait. Holy Blood Beast Crystal. As Shinchen observed the movements of the beast pet with his mental power, he pondered the words Gongsun Yu had said earlier. Among the 5 beast kings, the Night Demon God was the strongest, while the Earth Demon Beast was the weakest, and the Heavenly Demon Dragon, ranked first on the task list, was the fastest and most troublesome. However, they all shared a common trait: their bloodlines were far superior to those of ordinary demon beasts. The siege of a single Earth Demon Beast by 7 legendary figures demonstrated that, although the opponent had no power to fight back, it was indeed a legendary Holy Blood Demon Beast. If it were an ordinary legendary demon beast, 2 legendary figures would suffice. The Night Demon God condensed a trace of divine blood. Although it had not yet reached the epic level, it could completely rival Xiao Qingyuan's epic spirit maple. This also highlighted the importance of bloodlines for demon beasts. If I can't get the Holy Blood Beast Crystal, I should be able to get some holy blood, right? With this thought, Shinchen blinked. Gongsun Yu's beast pet was the Holy Blood Golden Pang. Creak, crack. With a thought, a small window of the heavenly fire vehicle slowly opened. What the hell? Old man, are you spying on me? Just as Shinchen was about to speak, he was startled by a pair of eyes that suddenly appeared in front of the small window. It was Gongsun Yu. Couldn't help yourself, huh? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Gongsun Yu wore a lewd smile, his gaze toward Shinchen filled with pride. What's wrong? No words? Or can't you say it? The shimmering Holy Blood Beast Crystal was taken out by Gongsun Yu. Call me Grandpa, and I'll give it to you. Shinchen's face instantly turned crimson. The old man had been waiting for him all along. How infuriating. What, not calling? Gongsun Yu's expression changed. If you don't call, I can leave. I heard that girl Lang Xian also really needs this thing. TSK, the number 1 genius in the country. Gee, Grandpa. Just then, a very low voice suddenly came from inside the heavenly fire vehicle. Whoosh! In the moment Gongsun Yu was stunned, a hand quickly reached out from the small window, and the Holy Blood Beast Crystal vanished in an instant. Kid, I still can't pin you down. Gongsun Yu laughed triumphantly, but the next moment his expression fell. Gongsun Grandpa, you're welcome to come again next time. I'm very satisfied. A voice dripping with charm came from the heavenly fire vehicle, causing the beast masters around, who were collecting resources, to turn their heads. You little brat, how dare you trick me? Gongsun Yu's face turned sour. He had been outsmarted by this kid again. Looking at the surrounding faces struggling to hold back their laughter, he couldn't help but shout, "What are you looking at? Get back to work!" With the Holy Blood Beast Crystal in hand, Shinchen wore a joyful expression. He had come to understand that Gongsun Yu had intentionally left it for him. However, this old fellow had never managed to gain an advantage over him and thought that this time he could finally turn the tables, only to be surprised. Nevertheless, this old guy was still quite nice. Ding! The evolution of the 10,000 forms 1000 mechanisms beast bloodline is complete. Ding! The evolution of the 10,000 forms 1000 mechanisms beast is successful. Not long after the Holy Blood Beast Crystal was thrown in, the system chimed with the success notification. A powerful force erupted from Shinchen's body, and all the beasts in the passage underwent significant changes. The scarlet-armored Xian horse grew larger than before, while the Sky Tree Tower sprouted an additional leaf, greatly enhancing its attack speed and destructive power. The only one that remained unchanged was the Skyfire pillar. He couldn't quite figure out why. Perhaps it was because the mechanical body didn't possess a bloodline. It seems I should find those 4 legends to consult, Shinshen murmured to himself, casually opening the panel. Name, 10,000 Forms 1000 Mechanisms Beast, Level, First Stage, Level 1, Quality, Holy Blood Lord, Talent, Super Fertility, Light of Favor, 1000 Mechanisms Transformation, Loyalty, 100%, Characteristics, Strong Endurance, Great Strength, Powerful Self-Healing Ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same body type, Strength can reach 1,000 times. If body damage exceeds 50%, Self-Healing Mode activates. Super Fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can maintain a minimum population of 300 at all times under any circumstances. 1000 Mechanisms Transformation, can transform into any form according to the owner's will, including but not limited to any known life forms, mechanical bodies, and other unknown life forms, and gain all abilities of the current transformed form, requiring prior mental imprinting. Light of Favor, Leader's Majesty, all attributes doubled. The 10,000 Forms 1000 Mechanisms Beast successfully evolved into a Holy Blood Lord, but the Beast Tamer's own level did not increase. After glancing at his own attribute panel, Shinshen instantly understood. Physiological threshold not met. Promotion failed. The Emperor level was a watershed for Beast Tamers, with a stark difference in strength, but the conditions for promotion were also very difficult. Most Beast Tamers would get stuck at the Emperor level, not because their beasts' levels were insufficient, but because their own qualities could not bear the powerful mental strength. Shinshen had encountered this situation before, but whether it was the legendary Huang blood of the Writing Yellow, the ancient tree source liquid of the Spirit Maple, or the legendary blood crystal of the Purple Crystal Shin Turtle, all had provided him with significant attribute boosts, which kept his mental and physiological thresholds from being too far apart. It seems I was too anxious. Regarding his own promotion failure, Shinshen was not dejected. He knew he had rushed too quickly, even failing to solidify himself, relying entirely on the quantity and diversity of his beasts to push through, which led him to overlook that his own foundation was the most important. Host, Shinshen, Beasts, 10,000 Forms 1000 Mechanisms Beast, Mental Threshold, 453, Physiological Threshold, 388, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulated Evolution, can conduct evolutionary simulations on all living beings and provide the best promotion plan, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Demon Law, blessed by the demon god, after obtaining any quality beast, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. From the attribute panel, it could be seen that after the 10,000 Forms 1000 Mechanisms Beast evolved into a Holy Blood Lord, the two thresholds increased by 38 and 31 points respectively. The increase was not large, but it was very balanced. This also represents the advancement situation of most beast masters, where it is rare to encounter a case like Shinshen's, with such a high mental threshold. Of course, this is related to the height of his mental power. I can only endure like this. I'll talk about it when there's a chance. Boom! Crack! After the heavenly fire pillar restored its combat form and joined the battlefield, Shinshen realized that he was less than 500 meters away from the center of the battlefield. After the Wanshang Qinji beast upgraded, the overall combat power of the beast army improved, but the speed of advancement was not fast. So that's how it is. Outside the defense line, although the number of human-faced demon ants had decreased, almost all of them were at the Lord level, while the flying tree tower remained in a normal attack state. Ancestral Halo. Infinite Bombardment. Death Ray. With this thought, Shinshen decisively activated the Ancestral Halo, while Infinite Bombardment and Death Ray also opened fire, instantly igniting the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of human-faced demon ants were blown away, and feeling the suddenly accelerated advancement speed, a smile appeared in Shinshen's eyes. So what if they are at the Lord level? All my beasts are lords. Holy Blood Lords. Hee hee, it seems your beasts have become much stronger. Have they been promoted to Emperor level? A delighted voice sounded behind him. Shinshen turned to see a group of people led by this old man approaching. Failed, Shinshen said. Failed? A hint of surprise flashed in Gongsun Yu's eyes, but after seeing the large number of beasts, he instantly understood. Too strong mentally, too weak physically, normal. A glint of light flashed in Shinshen's eyes. As expected of an old legend, he saw through his problem at a glance. Is there any impact? After the failed promotion, Gongsun Yu was somewhat worried about Shinshen's condition. No problem, if you are ready, we can start anytime. Shinshen shook his head. Evolving beasts mainly relies on mental power, not to mention he still has the Beastmaster Divine Talisman, which had no effect at all. In that case, let's begin. Beastmasters who have long been active on the battlefield generally do not lack resources, especially this group of legends. Even so, when Shinshen saw the materials they prepared, he was still shocked. The beast crystals were basically legendary level, and the flesh and blood were all from the essence parts. There were many other materials he had never seen before, making him want to embezzle some. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? Gongsun Yu laughed at Shinshen's astonished expression. As long as the evolution is successful, the rest is all yours. Upon hearing this, Shinshen's eyes lit up, and he looked up at the group of legends. The legendary beast masters nodded one after another. They didn't care about resources. What mattered was that this person in front of them was the world's #1 creator, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Behind this group of legends were also the leaders of the 2 battlefields, who looked at him with hopeful expressions. Will you choose normal evolution or cross-species evolution? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a hint of shock. They could really cross-species evolve. They had long been envious of Shinshen's endless types of beasts. However, what surprised Shinshen was that the 4 legends with sealing abilities chose the original evolution. But thinking about it, the 4 sacred beasts of the Great Xia, passed down through the ages, were not weaker than other demon beasts. In that case, seniors, let's begin. With the materials prepared, Shinshen raised his hand to summon the supreme beast, unfolding a layer of gray sealing light above the abyss, trying his best to prevent the aura of the beasts from leaking. Not bad, meticulous thinking. Although we old fellows are not afraid of trouble, it's always better to have less. The legends nodded one after another, their gazes towards Shinshen filled with increasing admiration. Simulated evolution, start. Light of creation, activate. Beastmaster Divine Talisman, activate. The ones present were all seasoned legends, aware of what was needed for their beast companions to evolve, so Shinshen only needed to control the process. Buzz. The light of creation split into 4, completely enveloping the 4 holy bronze beasts, and Shinshen began to focus on the changes in their essence. However, he truly couldn't understand the essence of the holy beasts. It was too rare. All of them have sealing abilities. Can they be fused together? Shinshen looked up at the supreme beast in the sky above the abyss, increasingly feeling that this idea was feasible. After he shared this thought with the 4 legends, they immediately agreed. As long as the essence of the holy beasts remained unchanged, the sealing abilities would not disappear. This was their foundation for existence. Boom! 4 gray beams of light descended from the sky, merging into the 4 holy bronze beasts. In a sense, the supreme beast originated from the 4 holy bronze beasts, so the sealing light did not encounter much resistance and quickly integrated into them. An hour later, the light of creation dissipated, and the 4 holy bronze beasts were more than half their original size, their aura not significantly stronger than before. Failed? Shinshen frowned. This was not easy to explain. Ah, little brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Managing to condense the essence of the 4 saints, very good. Unexpectedly, the 4 legends behind him had already gathered around, staring at the small beast inside the bronze beast that had condensed into the essence of the 4 saints, their faces instantly lighting up with joy. Essence of the 4 saints? What the heck? Looking at the 4 legendary beast masters with expressions of delight, Shinshen felt a bit confused. Was it not a failure? What level is this? Shinshen looked up at the small beast inside, resembling an infant in swaddling, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Actually, strictly speaking, we are not traditional beast masters. The 4 holy bronze beasts originally appeared after the beast disaster. At that time, the essences of the 4 saints mixed together, and later they separated to become our contracted beasts. One of the legends smiled at Shinshen. The 4 holy beasts can only unleash greater power when they condense into their essence body. In the end, they will completely shed this layer of bronze skin and become true 4 holy beasts. And their current level is all epic. Upon hearing this, Shinshen completely relaxed. As long as it wasn't a failure, he turned to look at the remaining materials. When legends take action, it must be a masterpiece. Haha, little brother, no need to thank us, all of this is yours. Useless. Gongsun Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, interjecting with a jab. Thank you, seniors, I am unworthy. Shinshen's eyes nearly squinted into a slit. These 4 even gave him an extra storage bag filled with legendary beast crystals, and there were several pieces of blood crystals, just to his liking. Were there so many legendary magical beasts in the magical beast battlefield? The answer was certainly no, otherwise, humanity would have long been doomed. However, these 4 legends had been here for at least 50 years, so their resources were naturally abundant, and what they took out wouldn't hurt them. Little brother, stay here at ease, we will be back soon. After saying this, the 4 legends soared into the air, flying towards the depths of the magical beasts. Night Demon God, come to battle! Night Demon God, come to battle! Above the night sky, voices roared like thunder, instantly followed by a series of booming sounds. The 4 holy legends challenged the 5 great beast kings. This was definitely a grand spectacle, but unfortunately, Shen Shen had no time to watch and didn't want to join the commotion. What if he got accidentally hurt? Next, it should be my turn, right? Gong Sunyu smiled as he approached, but unexpectedly, he was met with Shen Shen's eye roll. What's the rush? Can't you see so many seniors are still waiting? A grand commander like you can't even wait this little bit of time. Truly useless. Gong Sunyu was instantly dumbfounded. This retaliation came really fast. The battle between the 4 saints and the night demon continued until dawn. Eventually, the 4 beast kings appeared together, and even the mysterious heavenly demon dragon showed up to assist in the fight. On the human side, legendary figures also made their way to the battlefield one after another. This battle surprisingly penetrated deep into the monster territory, severely crippling the monster Saint King Legion that had once dealt a heavy blow to the White Butcher, leaving it half incapacitated. More than 8 ordinary legendary monsters fell, over 1,000 Lord-level monsters were defeated, and countless ordinary monsters perished. This battle forced the monsters into a retreat. Meanwhile, the other 2 major battlefields immediately launched a full-scale attack upon hearing the news, occupying half of the battlefield space within the following days and connecting with the abyssal defense line, pushing the front line forward nearly 100 miles. A great victory! Shen Shen lived up to expectations, with all the legendary beast tamers pets advancing to epic level, all undergoing extremely rare cross-species evolution, doubling their combat power. Thus, on the suspended mountain battlefield, the human side boasted 10 epic-level beast pets and dozens of legendary ones, forming an absolute suppression over the 4 beast kings and the monster side. It can be said that Shen Shen single-handedly changed the entire battlefield situation. The downfall of the 4 beast kings was merely a matter of time. This is the terrifying power of a creator. At the same time, under the protection of numerous legends, the construction of the abyssal defense line was progressing in an orderly manner. The name of the abyssal commander had completely spread throughout the suspended mountain. When Shen Shen woke up again, he had returned to his room on the western battlefield. Although supported by powerful mental strength and aided by the beast-taming divine symbol, his body could no longer hold out. Therefore, after completing the evolution of all his beast pets, Shen Shen naturally fainted. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Who is it? A series of urgent knocks came, and Shen Shen stretched lazily before opening the door. It's you? What's the matter? Outside the door stood the previous owner of this room, the nation's #1 genius, Leng Xian. Deputy Commander of the Left Vanguard, Leng Xian, pays respects to the commander. Seeing Leng Xian's serious expression, Shen Shen was slightly taken aback, quickly recalling that his position as the abyssal commander was quite high, arguably the top commander of the suspended mountain battlefield. Come in, Shen Shen said. However, he secretly scoffed. This little girl was really well covered, yet it was still possible to see her enchanting figure. A bit more development would be even better. Did you come to see me for something? Upon hearing this, Leng Xian bit her lip lightly, feeling that this guy was truly infuriating, not even offering her a seat. At the same time, she was also quite shocked. As the deputy commander of the Left Vanguard, Leng Xian naturally knew that this guy, whom she had once reprimanded, had actually completed the task of clearing the Southwest Passage, and the current battlefield situation was all due to his efforts. A prodigy. No matter how proud she was, she had to admit Shen Shen's talent. Commander Shen, I wonder what reward you require for the evolution of beast pets. In the end, Leng Xian stated her purpose for coming. Her beast pet was just one step away from becoming legendary, but after several attempts, it had failed to evolve, so she had to seek Shen Shen's help. Oh, does your beast pet also need someone else's help to evolve? Shen Shen smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Leng Xian as he spoke slowly. Yes, I have already tried several times, but I have been unable to succeed in the evolution, so I wanted to ask if Commander Shen has any solutions. Facing Shen Shen's gaze, Leng Xian felt extremely uncomfortable, especially with his subtle aggression, which made her feel very uneasy. No one had ever dared to look at her like that. It was infuriating. Thinking of this, Leng Xian couldn't help but pout. If she weren't in need, she would have slapped him already. Unable to evolve successfully? That's impossible? Shen Shen frowned slightly. Generally, a beast master's beast pet cannot fail to evolve unless there is insufficient energy. Such a situation only occurs when the beast master is constrained by 2 major thresholds. However, it was clear that Leng Xian did not belong to this category. How could it be impossible? Otherwise, would I come to find you? Leng Xian's voice suddenly rose significantly, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Oh, let me see your beast pet," Shinshen said, not expecting this person to have such a temper. He had no intention of making things difficult for her. Lang Xian hesitated. "You can take a look, but don't think too much." Upon hearing this, Shinshen became even more curious about what kind of beast pet this ice-cold beauty had. Lang Xian raised her hand. Ding 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 ding. A series of pleasant sounds rang out, and a dreamlike glow instantly enveloped Lang Xian, followed by a wave of fragrant aroma filling the entire room. Dee-dee-de-la, dee-dee-dee, ge-ge-ge-ge. Within the glow, a petite and exquisite figure gradually emerged. It was actually a breathtakingly beautiful flower fairy. Lang Xian's beast pet was a flower fairy. How could this be explained? With silky, flowing pink hair gently swaying, it seemed as if every strand carried a lively essence. Its face was as delicate as the most perfect artwork, with skin so fair it seemed fragile, and a pair of gem-like eyes sparkling with a dreamy light. Wow, this is too real. Shinshen couldn't help but murmur to himself, this flower fairy was even more beautiful than Xiaoqing Yuan's beautiful tree spirit phone. Especially with its long dress resembling flower petals, a myriad of colors intertwined, the hem danced with the wind like a flower in bloom, and behind it were a pair of wings as transparent as cicada wings, gently fluttering and scattering specks of light. Unexpectedly, the flower fairy's weapon was actually a large sword. When Shinshen's gaze fixed on the flower fairy's face, he instantly understood why Lang Xian had told him not to think too much. The flower fairy's stunning face was exactly the same as Lang Xian's. So beautiful. Shinshen finally came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim, how could such a stunning flower fairy not be able to advance? Upon hearing Shinshen's words, a strange blush appeared on Lang Xian's face. Since the flower fairy was promoted to lord, its abilities have declined significantly in every aspect. I originally thought there was a problem with the last advancement, but it seems that's not the case now. Oh, how so? Shinshen frowned. He surprisingly felt a sense of weariness from the flower fairy, a weariness towards life. It was a strange feeling, yet it felt so real. After being promoted to lord, the flower fairy began to frantically devour energy, as if it were a malevolent spirit reincarnating, never stopping, and even the connection between me and it seems less intimate. At this point, Lang Xian's face inexplicably flushed again. What do you mean by intimate? How are you intimate? No, wait, Shinshen was speechless, realizing he couldn't even articulate his thoughts. Lang Xian lightly scoffed and continued to explain, the flower fairy used to sleep with me every day. Sleep together? Shinshen was somewhat bewildered. The connection between a beast pet and its beast master, aside from mental energy, also has a hidden intimacy. Although a decrease in intimacy wouldn't affect the beast pet's loyalty, it would lead to a very obvious situation, a lack of motivation. Shinshen believed the flower fairy was in this situation. It wasn't that it was no longer close to Lang Xian, but rather that it had been distracted by something else. Subconsciously, Shinshen's gaze shifted to the large sword closely attached to the flower fairy. This sword definitely had a problem. In a sense, it was very likely that this large sword had stolen the flower fairy's heart. This can't be possible, right? After hearing Shinshen's speculation, Lang Xian pouted her lips into an O shape, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. She furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment, still reluctant to believe that the flower fairy would distance herself because of a sword. But looking at Shinshen's determined gaze, she felt a bit shaken. Perhaps we can try taking the sword away for a while and see how the flower fairy reacts, Shinshen suggested. Lang Xian hesitated but eventually nodded. However, when she cautiously reached for the large sword, the flower fairy suddenly let out a sharp cry, her previously calm and weary demeanor instantly turning agitated. Oh dear, flower fairy, be good now. Lang Xian gently coaxed, putting in a lot of effort to snatch the sword from the flower fairy's hands. Without the sword, the flower fairy appeared restless, flitting around in place and making whimpering sounds. Shinshen quietly observed everything, becoming increasingly certain of his guess. But although Lang Xian could take the sword away, she couldn't stray too far from the flower fairy, otherwise, the flower fairy would immediately switch to battle mode, recklessly trying to reclaim the sword, even showing a hint of hostility towards her master, Lang Xian. This was no longer a matter of intimacy but of loyalty. It seems it really is about the sword, Lang Xian said helplessly. So what do we do now? We can't just keep the flower fairy from touching the sword forever. Shinshen scratched his head. Lang Xian fell into deep thought. She knew she had to find a way to keep the flower fairy connected to the sword without affecting their close relationship. Perhaps, only by attempting cross-species evolution could this problem be solved. After a long while, Shinshen proposed a solution, using his ability as a creator to conduct cross-species evolution and re-evolve a brand new flower fairy. In simple terms, it was a system reboot. Will it work? Lang Xian clearly felt reluctant. Since becoming a beast master, the flower fairy had always been in this form. She had come to regard the flower fairy as a sister, making it hard to part with her. Don't worry, it's just a slight change, it won't affect your relationship with her. Shin Shen's eyes glinted mischievously. Pfft, what do you mean it won't affect my relationship with her? Oh dear. Lang Xian's face turned red again. This little girl definitely had something going on with the flower fairy. A romance between human and beast? First there was Xiao Qingyuan, and now Lang Xian. The former was an acceptable orientation, but the latter was definitely a solid Yuri. Sigh, I say, Lung the Great Beauty, have you considered finding a boyfriend? Maybe it would change things. Shin Shen, what do you mean? As soon as Shin Shen's words left his mouth, Lang Xian's expression changed instantly. What did he mean by finding a boyfriend might change things? Wasn't that clearly doubting her? Hey, stop, stop. Seeing Lang Xian charging at him with flailing arms, Shin Shen instinctively raised his hand to block, but he didn't expect this little girl to be incredibly strong, directly knocking him down onto the bed. Bang! Coincidentally, an unexpected intimate contact suddenly occurred. MMM. Lang Xian froze, the sudden presence of a male's aura causing her body to go soft, trembling as if electrocuted. Meanwhile, Shin Shen was in distress, his body sprawled on the bed's edge, his hands outstretched in confusion. Should he embrace her or not? On the bed, their slightly heavy breaths were clearly audible. Shin Shen chose to embrace her. If he didn't get up soon, his waist probably wouldn't hold out. At this thought, Shin Shen suddenly wrapped his arms around Lang Xian's soft waist, then directly sat up from the bed, a surge of exhilarating energy almost causing him to fall back down. Ah! With a startled exclamation, their positions instantly swapped, and Lang Xian was now being held by Shin Shen at the edge of the bed. I really didn't mean to, but if I don't get up soon, my waist is really going to break, Shin Shen explained earnestly. Pa! Lang Xian felt utterly embarrassed, the presence of the opposite sex making her feel hot and restless. The icy demeanor she had feigned on the battlefield completely vanished, her delicate neck buried deep in her chest. Shin Shen was speechless, instinctively raising his hands to sniff. So fragrant. You'd better forget about today, otherwise, I will castrate you. Lang Xian suddenly looked up, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. TCH, it was just a hug. If you keep this up, then please go ahead. Upon hearing this, Shin Shen's expression changed. This little girl actually dared to threaten him, and he raised his hand, ready to open the door and send her off. Lang Xian was also stunned. Didn't this guy know how to coax a girl? Shin Shen's words left her frozen in place. Leave? That was definitely not an option. What? You think you can take advantage of me and then kick me out? There's no such good thing. Lang Xian suddenly stood up, walking straight to Shin Shen, looking at him provocatively. TCH, using a fox to scare the tiger, Shin Shen laughed, noticing Lang Xian's slightly trembling hands. What, should I let you take advantage back? After all, you've slept on this bed before, it shouldn't be unfamiliar, right? Lang Xian was instantly speechless. How could someone be so shameless? This was originally her room, and this guy had even touched her personal belongings back then, yet now it had become a handle for him to mock her. How infuriating. Hey, let's get back to the main topic. Seeing Lang Xian looking like she was about to cry, Shin Shen hurriedly changed the subject. I actually have a way to solve the flower fairy problem. What way? Upon hearing this, Lang Xian's expression brightened instantly, the speed of her change making Shin Shen momentarily stunned. Prepare these materials and come find me. Following that, Shin Shen listed a whole bunch of materials, not caring whether Lang Xian could find them, and hurriedly turned to leave the room. Put! Watching Shin Shen's hurried departure, Lang Xian suddenly laughed. Those who knew her would understand that this so-called little demoness of the capital was up to no good again. After Shin Shen left the room, he went straight to the logistics department of the battlefield, where a lot of merit was waiting for him. Commander Shin. There weren't many people in the logistics department, but at this moment, Shin Shen was recognized, and everyone looked at him in surprise. So young. This was everyone's first impression. Shin Shen nodded in acknowledgement and helplessly walked to the now vacant merit exchange window. XT 1752, Shin Shen. He took out his exclusive badge and handed it over, and the staff immediately began to verify his merits. Southwest Passage cleanup mission completed, merit 8000. Assisted in killing the Earth Demon Beast, special approval from the Command Department, merit 8000. Established the Abyss Defense Line, advanced the battlefield process, special approval from the Command Department, merit 10. 100,000. At this point, the staff's voice stuttered. 2 special approvals from the Command Department for merit was a rare occurrence. Only the 4 great commanders had received such treatment on the suspended mountain battlefield. And now, there was another Abyss commander, Shin Chen. Hiss! The onlookers all gasped in shock. It was terrifying. 260,000 merits were enough for them to earn in a year, yet this commander seemed very dissatisfied. Humph, it must be that old man Gongsun. Shin Chen was naturally unhappy. Just establishing the Abyss defense line alone had earned him over 100,000 merit points, not to mention that he had suddenly added more than a dozen epic beast pets to 2 major battlefields, which was an extraordinary achievement. The main event was yet to come, resource exchange for merit points. The elite beast crystals are 10 merit points each, the lord level ones are 50 points, and the monster flesh. The staff member grew increasingly alarmed as they calculated. Shin Chen had killed too many monsters this time, at least they were all elite level to start with, and in the later stages, they were all lord level, resulting in countless beast crystals, flesh, and other resources. Moreover, this did not account for what Meng Zhan, Xiebian, and others had taken, nor the portion he had chosen to keep. Commander Shin, the total merit points for resource exchange is 2,324,366 points. Exchange everything. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Shin Chen's face. Now his total merit points were nearly 2.5 million, ranking 4th on the merit list. Hiss! The veteran soldiers immediately stood at attention. Robbery? Impossible. Even if all these people teamed up, it wouldn't be enough for Shin Chen's beast pets to charge once, not to mention that he was the Abyss commander, second only to the 4 great commanders. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Shin Chen left the logistics department and went directly to the command center to find Qin Long. Merit points are universal across battlefields, but each of the 6 major districts has only one exchange center. Resources and equipment are also interchangeable, but the exchange center for the Daxia district is in the Emperor Abyss battlefield. It can't be done here. Hearing that Shin Chen wanted to exchange resources, Qin Long explained. He was also quite shocked. This kid had just entered the battlefield and had already amassed over 200,000 merit points. If it weren't for that old man Gongsun holding some back, breaking 3 million would have been a piece of cake. Emperor Abyss battlefield? Shin Chen felt a bit helpless. He had money but nowhere to spend it, which was frustrating. Gongsun has already mentioned your issue to me. I suggest you look for a ground dragon. If you can really catch one, don't forget to leave me some ground dragon blood. I'll exchange it for merit points. A smile appeared in Qin Long's eyes. In the entire floating mountain battlefield, aside from the 4 legendary figures with sealing abilities, only Shin Chen had a chance to catch a ground dragon beast. Oh, how many merit points? Shin Chen's eyes lit up. He had researched the ground dragon beast, and after discussing his problem with Gong Sunyu, that old guy had given the same suggestion. Qin Long smiled and opened his palm. 50,000? No, 500,000. But I remind you, the ground dragon beast is the hardest to catch in the floating mountain battlefield. It often appears in the northern battlefield. Xiao Qingyuan tried once after his beast pet was promoted, but he returned empty-handed. As Shin Chen left the command center, his head felt a bit dizzy. A drop of ground dragon blood was actually worth 500,000 merit points, while he had worked hard for nearly 10 days to earn just over 200,000. He had to catch a ground dragon beast. Difficult? No matter how hard it was, he had to catch one. When Shin Chen returned to his room, the sky had already darkened. As he opened the door, he was instantly dumbfounded. The room was filled with fragrance. On the wide bed, Lang Xian lay sprawled out, her purple gauze dress revealing a hint of her delicate bosom, her long, slender legs tightly entwined with the flower fairy, faint snores escaping her lips. Especially her slightly pouted lips made one unable to resist the urge to kiss her, incredibly alluring. Shin Chen instinctively looked a few more times, and a wave of heat surged through him. Sensual, beautiful, restless. The only strange thing was that between the person and the beast, Lang Xian was riding a large sword, seemingly enjoying herself. Ah, what a pity. Shin Chen sighed, feeling regretful. If it were someone like Qin, perhaps he would have pounced long ago. A life without desire was too dull. What's there to regret, young man? Just then, Lang Xian's voice suddenly rang out, charming as silk. When he looked up again, he found that Lang Xian had already half sat up, showing no signs of embarrassment from the spring light spilling out, completely different from the person she was during the day. Well, let's talk about something serious. Shin Chen's old face flushed. Hee, boy, girl, isn't that serious business? To his surprise, Lang Xian actually stood up directly on the bed this time, the beautiful scenery laid bare, and with a gentle turn, the fragrance of flowers wafted towards him. Hee. Hearing this, Shin Chen took a step forward. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. Lang Xian's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly smiled brightly. Young man, I'm waiting for you. Perhaps sensing the change in Shinchen's mood, the restored Lang Xian didn't dare to be too reckless, lightly swaying her skirt as she sat back down on the bed, though the blush rising on her neck was still caught by Shinchen. This little girl is doing it on purpose. Alright, can we solve the flower fairy's problem now? Stop messing around, or you'll regret it. Shinchen teased. Oomph, bring it on. As soon as she said that, Lang Xian's face turned red. What I mean is, the flower fairy. Calm down, I'm not in the mood, no need to worry, Shinchen smiled helplessly. It was just a little girl's scheme after all. First, take away the flower fairy's big sword, and put the materials on the bed. Oh. At this moment, Lang Xian no longer dared to provoke Shinchen, just as he said, in the end, she would be the one to suffer. Although humanity had been released a lot after the beast disaster, it wasn't to the point of being so casual. The preparations are quite thorough. This time, let's evolve the flower fairy and conveniently erase the big sword, replacing it with a new one. Although Shinchen didn't know why the flower fairy was so obsessed with the big sword, he had already sensed through his powerful mental perception that the energy within the big sword was very evil, definitely a problem from the last evolution. If the evolution went wrong, then a higher level evolution would have to be used to set things right. Blessing Halo. After the blessing halo was placed on the big sword, a faint aura was instantly expelled, and the big sword transformed into a pure energy that merged into the flower fairy's body. Without the big sword, the flower fairy's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control, her piercing scream nearly knocking Shinchen unconscious. Simulated evolution, activate. Light of creation, activate. Fortunately, Shinchen was well prepared and promptly activated his simulated evolution talent, a dense light of creation instantly enveloping the flower fairy. Bang bang bang. To his surprise, the flower fairy inside the light began to attack the protective shield formed by the light of creation frantically, petals falling like raindrops on the shield, creating ripples. Lang Xian watched the changes in the flower fairy inside, a look of worry appearing on her face as she turned to Shinchen. No worries, no matter how strong, it can't escape my grasp. Shinchen smiled slightly, raising his hand as the supreme beast quietly appeared, making sounds towards the flower fairy inside the shield, a grayish light instantly enveloping her. Under the effect of the sealing light, the flower fairy finally calmed down. Now that's more like it. Lang Xian was speechless, beginning to throw the prepared materials into the shield under Shinchen's guidance. The flower fairy didn't consume flesh or beast crystals. All the materials Lang Xian prepared were plant-based, such as flower buds, wood cores, and various flower liquids, ensuring that the evolved flower fairy would retain her original state without being contaminated. The cross-species evolution that Shinchen had previously proposed was also only among plant types. According to Lang Xian's description, the previous evolutions had all chosen flower materials, but this time, a few wood cores were added, barely counting as cross-species. When the last few wooden hearts exploded into a burst of energy under the light of creation, all the materials had been completely prepared. Everything was on track, waiting for the flowers to bloom. 2 hours later, I heard you're going to the northern battlefield to find the Earth Dragon? The waiting time was quite boring, and Lang Xian was the first to break the silence. Yeah, I've had some issues with my body. Qin Long and Gongsun Lauer said only the Earth Dragon can help me solve it, Shinchen replied listlessly. The evolution time of the flower fairy was taking too long. Issues with your body? Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Lang Xian's eyes. Don't get me wrong, it's just that my physical condition can't keep up, and I can't advance to the emperor level. The two attributes are too different, Shinchen said, rolling his eyes at Lang Xian's expression. This little girl seemed to have quite an impure mindset. Buzz. At that moment, a long humming sound suddenly resonated from the light of creation, and a fragrance even more intense than before instantly filled the room. Hey, what are you doing? Lang Xian exclaimed, already having her small hand grabbed by Shinchen, her cheeks flushed. To maintain the flower fairy's original state, the master's blood is needed as a medium. This not only increases the intimacy between the beast pet and the master but also allows the master to freely unleash the pet's skills. Her small hand is very soft and comfortable. Shinchen smiled slightly, raising his hand as the golden light of creation condensed into a line, piercing into Lang Xian's fingertip. Immediately, blood beads quickly flowed along the golden line, entering the flower fairy's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The evolving flower fairy trembled slightly, and the fragrance became even more intense. At the same time, Lang Xian's expression changed, a feeling of extreme comfort rising from her heart, and the flower fairy emitted the same sound. Bloodlines connected, man and beast united. Boom! Lang Xian's aura suddenly soared, her gauzy skirt billowing as the beautiful spring scenery was captured by Shinchen's eyes, but at this moment, she had no time to scold. desperately trying to control the surging aura. After a long while, when the blood beads stopped flowing and the golden line burst into nothingness, the breaths of both the person and the pet finally calmed down. Woo woo! As the golden light of creation disappeared, petals fell like rain, and a stunning figure instantly appeared beside Lung Xian. Wearing a flower crown, her hands and feet entwined with floral garlands, radiating a hazy glow, especially the hollow skirt woven from petals, which was truly eye-catching. The flower fairy and Lang Xian standing together were like a pair of ethereal sisters. Legendary, perfect form of the flower fairy. Whoa whoa, little flower, I love you to death. Feeling that the flower fairy had directly advanced to legendary status, especially looking just like herself, Lung Xian immediately beamed with joy, hugging the flower fairy and showering her with kisses. The original great sword was replaced by a slender, emerald green sword, appearing even more agile, and the intimacy had increased significantly. Lang Xian could clearly feel the flower fairy's dependence on her. Thank you, young man. Lang Xian turned her head and smiled slightly at Xin Shen, who had just seen everything. So annoying. He. Xin Shen was at a loss for words. He realized that this genius beauty was definitely not as simple as she appeared, exuding an inexplicable flamboyance and charm that, if unleashed, he might not be able to contain. Sigh, it's too late. It's not safe to walk alone at night, so I won't be going back today. Seeing Xin Shen's reaction, a mischievous glint flashed in Lang Xian's eyes as she hugged the flower fairy and fell asleep, soon followed by soft snores. Damn! Xin Shen was dumbfounded. How could he sleep? The next morning, Xin Shen took a detour through the Abyss defense line to the northern battlefield, and he refused the escort from the Holy King Legion. No matter when, the infrastructure power of the Great Xia is truly terrifying. Looking at the nearly completed Abyss defense line, Xin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The northern battlefield is located at the apex of the W Great Wall defense line, the most important place in the entire floating mountain battlefield. However, after Xin Shen's arrival and the establishment of the Abyss defense line, it seemed to be retreating to a secondary position. Hey, you beastly scoundrel, wait for me. A series of delicate calls came from behind. It was Lung Xian. What are you doing here? Xin Shen saw Lang Xian's flushed face and revealed a meaningful smile. I came to offer myself, young man. Somehow, after spending the night together yesterday, although Xin Shen did not turn into a beast, it greatly increased Lung Xian's fondness for him. The ice mountain beauty had become even more enchanting. Alright, let the heavens be our blanket and the earth our bed. Shall we have another round? You're asking for it. Ha ha ha. With a beautiful companion, how delightful it is. Their cheerful laughter floated over the empty battlefield. The journey ahead was not peaceful, especially after entering the northern battlefield. The two had already encountered no less than 3 small beast tides. After eliminating one beast tide, Xin Shen realized something was amiss. Logically speaking, with the human defense line pushing forward and having over a dozen epic beast pets, the monster side should have been more restrained, but the current situation was completely unexpected. Could it be that all the monsters from the 2 southwestern battlefields have been driven here? Xin Shen frowned, looking at the outline of the northern Great Wall defense line that had appeared in the distance, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous drumbeat suddenly sounded, and a team of cavalry burst out from the Great Wall defense line, quickly arriving in front of the two. The Lord-level magic-eyed flying antelope, with its entire body covered in curled fur, resembled mysterious runes, exuding an enigmatic aura. By the order of Commander Shao, the Flying Antelope Magic Cavalry welcomes the Abyss Commander into the city. The leader, wearing a black helmet and full armor, shouted loudly in front of Xin Shen. One of the 4 great guards of the floating mountain battlefield, the Flying Antelope Magic Cavalry. Thank you for your hard work. Xin Shen smiled helplessly, not expecting Xiao Qingyuan to pull such a stunt. He had originally planned to come and go quietly. It seems your position as the Abyss Commander is quite extraordinary, Lung Xian said with a smile. Of course, this commander can oversee all commanders on the battlefield, and you are my subordinate, so you must obey. Xin Shen smiled slightly. This little girl had not stopped asking all sorts of bizarre questions along the way. She was just short of revealing the 3 generations of her family. Ha, Commander Shen, we have been waiting for you. The name of the Abyss Commander is indeed thunderous. At the Northern Battlefield Command Center, Xiao Qingyuan had been waiting for him, introducing the commanders and legends present as if they were old friends. Commander Xiao, you flatter me. I came here to look for the Earth Dragon Beast, and since you all are busy with military affairs, I won't disturb you. Seeing so many people gathered at once, Xin Shen quickly understood that they wanted him to work first. No rush, no rush. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Xin Shen had no choice but to stay at the command center. In 2 days, the northern battlefield gained 8 epic beast pets, nearly 30 legends, and 3 newly promoted legendary beast tamers. Of course, the harvest was also significant. These guys were all wealthy. At the same time, Xin Shen also received news about the Earth Dragon Beast. There are 4 major perilous areas in the northern battlefield. Knowing that you are looking for the Earth Dragon Beast, Ling Feng has been searching outside these days, and currently, the activity range of the Earth Dragon Beast is in the Iron Sword Prairie, about 200 miles from here. Xiao Qingyuan looked at the beast pet Ling Feng, a hint of affection flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Ling Feng. Xin Shen was speechless, feeling like he was being fed dog food again. Was this Grand Commander really going for a human-beast romance? You're too polite, young master, it's only right. Ling Feng mimicked a human gesture to return the courtesy, causing the flower fairy beside Long Xian to frequently try to imitate her, humming and babbling non-stop. The Earth Dragon Beast is not good at attacking, but its speed and intelligence are comparable to legendary magical beasts. Once it senses danger, it will immediately flee, and even the probability of a successful strike from a legend is very low, Xiao Qingyuan reminded. Xin Shen already knew his question. He thought it would take time, but Xin Shen couldn't wait that long and had to advance to Emperor before the national competition began. From Lang Xian, he learned that this national competition was different from before, as people from other major regions would also come to watch. Since they were coming, they would definitely want to test the waters, and these guys were all at least at the king level. The visitors were not friendly. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Xiao. What surprised Xin Shen was that Xiao Qingyuan actually proposed exchanging 500,000 merit points for Earth Dragon Blood, reasoning that the enhancement to physical strength was beyond imagination. After hearing this news, Xin Shen eagerly left the command center and headed for the Iron Sword Prairie. However, what Xin Shen didn't know was that as he stepped out of the patrol range of the Great Wall defense line, a shadow suddenly streaked across the sky, heading straight for the Iron Sword Prairie. This shadow was one of the 5 beast kings of the suspended mountain battlefield, the Heavenly Demon Dragon. To the north of the battlefield, 100 miles away. Looking at the endless expanse of the Iron Sword Prairie, Xin Shen suddenly felt a sense of insignificance. The ground was covered with iron sword grass, half a person high, swaying gently in the wind like ordinary weeds, but once it encountered a powerful external force, it would instantly become hard and straight, easily piercing through the defenses of high-level magical beasts, making it impossible for beasts below elite level to survive here. Of course, it wasn't all iron sword grass. There were also numerous towering ancient trees and some mountains made entirely of rock. This is too big. Shen Chen was speechless. The Earth Dragon Beast was not large to begin with, and with this vast expanse of iron sword grass, the difficulty of finding it increased significantly. Actually, it's not that complicated. To find the Earth Dragon Beast, you need to understand why it appears here. Long Xian tilted her head, pondering. Why was it here? There must be something the Earth Dragon Beast needed. With this thought, Xin Shen's eyes lit up. The Earth Dragon Beast is called one of the 4 treasure magical beasts because it has an extraordinary sense of smell and mental perception, making it a master at treasure hunting. According to the information given by Commander Xiao, the specialty of the Iron Sword Prairie is ore, which is why such strange iron sword grass has grown. Could it be that the Earth Dragon Beast's target is ore? Xin Shen's speculation was very likely. The Earth Dragon Beast was an omnivorous magical beast, but it had very high requirements for food. Even ordinary beast crystals were hard to tempt it. Then let's start with those rocky mountains. We'll split up. After saying that, Lang Xian led the flower fairy directly toward the nearest rocky mountain. There weren't many rocky mountains on the Iron Sword Prairie, so it wouldn't take long to search. Xin Shen chose the highest rocky mountain. It took Xin Shen a full hour to reach the rocky mountain, and he had completely lost contact with Lang Xian. Crimson Armored Black Horse. Xin Shen decisively summoned the Crimson Armored Black Horse. Hundreds of them spread out at his command, searching for any possible clues. So boring. Hidden in a crevice of the rocks, Xin Shen could control the movements of the Crimson Armored Black Horses at any time through his mental power, constantly adjusting the search direction. An hour later, there was still no result. The Red Armored Black Steed had almost turned over the entire stone mountain but had found nothing, not even traces of other magical beasts. Strange, could it be that there's nothing here? Just as Xin Shen was about to change locations, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. At this moment, Xin Shen was positioned halfway up the mountain, and through the cracks in the stone, he could clearly see that there were suddenly some figures below the stone mountain, all shrouded in black robes. Beast slaves. On the battlefield, aside from the soldiers on the Great Wall defense line, the only humanoid beings were beast slaves. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of legendary magical beasts taking shape. Thinking of this, Xin Shen felt a chill in his heart and instinctively glanced around. he still had a task to slay the celestial demon dragon. Damn it! This glance was alarming. Above the heads of the group of black-robed figures, a shadow flashed by. Although it was hidden, Shinshen still caught sight of it. Very powerful. Kill! The black-robed figures were startled, and pairs of blood-red eyes turned towards the halfway point of the mountain. The leader shouted and charged directly towards Shinshen's direction. Damn! Shinshen's expression darkened. It wasn't that he was afraid of these black-robed beast slaves, but he had just received feedback from the red-armored black steed that the earth dragon beast's traces had already been discovered. He absolutely could not let these guys go up. Void Hunter! Shinshen whispered, and the Void Hunter imprint on the hexagonal prism was instantly activated. Name, Void Hunter level, first tier second level quality, Lord Rare traits, dark damage, chaotic movement skills, damage transfer, void assassination remarks, inherits all traits of the Beast Master's Beast Pet Mother body. Damage transfer, transfers 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and causes the next strike of the Void Hunter to increase the transferred damage by 10 times. If the target of the next strike is the damage inflictor to the host, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Void assassination, the hunter hides in the void to perform silent assassinations, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and if the first strike misses, it can travel 1,000 miles. Promoted to the Lord-level Void Hunter, it was quite terrifying. The chaotic movement combined with the void assassination created chilling flashes of blade light in the void, and bloodied heads flew up in an instant. Ah! The screams rose and fell. These black-robed beast slaves fell under the blade of the Void Hunter in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as Shinshen relaxed his guard, a black light suddenly crashed down from the sky. Iron Sword Grass. Damage transfer. Shinshen's pupils constricted suddenly. His instinct told him that he absolutely could not take this hit, and he decisively activated the damage transfer. Boom! Put! Debris flew everywhere as Shinshen slammed against the stone wall behind him, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that spurted out. At the same time, a Void Hunter suddenly appeared, exploding out of thin air. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Shinshen cursed angrily. Just a single strike from the Iron Sword Grass had suppressed him. If it weren't for the damage transfer skill, he would have probably been reduced to bones by now. Whoosh! As he spoke, another Iron Sword Grass attacked from the front, and Shinshen was horrified. Run! Without hesitation, Shinshen turned and fled. It was too terrifying, definitely aimed at him. Perhaps it was one of the 5 great beast kings. Boom! 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 As he ran wildly, the Iron Sword Grass exploded behind him continuously. Several Void Hunters had already been completely blown apart, but the Iron Sword Grass behind him pursued relentlessly like a parasite. Not a single step slowed, every step was filled with dread. Fine, dense wounds had already appeared on his body, all caused by the explosions of the Iron Sword Grass. Damn! Suddenly, Shinshen made a turn, and a large number of red-armored black steeds were summoned back. Boom! The skills of the red-armored black steed were activated, and in an instant, a fiery passage appeared beneath Shinshen's feet. Crimson Flame for 1,000 miles, inheriting the traits of the Crimson Blood Pegasus, a whirlwind of flames erupts beneath its feet while running, and the more beast companions that join the battle, the greater the speed increase. With the combination of Crimson Flame for 1,000 miles and the Marching Order trait, Fan Luo dashed through the vast expanse of Iron Sword Grass as if he were riding on a wheel of fire. However, this time he had learned his lesson, mimicking the chaotic movements of the Void Hunter as he darted around, igniting fierce flames wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, there was no more Iron Sword Grass left around Shinshen. All plant-type magical beasts, no matter how strong, could not achieve flame immunity. Even the likes of the Spirit Maple Flower Fairy could only have a bit more resistance. Boom! However, Shinshen underestimated this sneaky fellow. Just as he was feeling pleased, a massive black claw broke through the void ahead. A black giant claw? Damn it! Shinshen cursed, as if realizing something, his eyes fixed tightly on the suddenly appearing black claw, which was surrounded by scales, with faint black currents swirling around its tips. The Celestial Demon Dragon. It must be the Celestial Demon Dragon. Boom! Wherever the black claw passed, large patches of Iron Sword Grass were uprooted, spinning in the air before shooting towards Shinshen like a torrential wave. Ah! Shinshen roared in anger. No one had ever pushed him to this point, not even the Celestial Demon Dragon. He turned and ran. Countless crimson-armored steeds followed closely behind, the sound of their hooves creating a constant rustle, kicking up clouds of dust. 10,000 forms, 1,000 mechanisms, crimson armor manifest. In an instant, the crimson-armored steeds surged towards Shinshen like a tide, rapidly forming mysterious patterns on his body. Boom! A powerful aura radiated from Shinshen, as a golden battle armor, resembling a transformer, enveloped his body. The joints of the armor flickered with flames, and a clanging sound echoed continuously. Crimson flame, 1,000 mechanisms, ever-changing. A brand new battle armor, crimson flame, 1,000 mechanisms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time the armor manifested, the sky full of iron sword grass crashed down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, he could not withstand the overwhelming impact. Shin Shen used the force to propel himself forward, his blood surging, his body feeling as if it were falling apart. Beast of 10,000 forms, 1,000 mechanisms. As the words fell, a blood-colored hexagon appeared instantly above Shin Shen's head. Buzz! The battle armor emitted a series of buzzing sounds, and bloodlight began to entwine around him like threads, until it enveloped his entire body, transforming him into a terrifying blood cocoon. Boom! The endless iron sword grass erupted violently, continuously launching the cocoon Shin Shen far away. Cough cough cough. The blood cocoon bounced like a giant rugby ball among the vast iron sword grass, and within it, Shin Shen was coughing up blood, his complexion gradually turning pale. Crisis! A deadly crisis! Shin Shen felt he was on the brink of death. Beast Control Divine Talisman, activate! With blood-red eyes, Shin Shen let out a desperate roar. His powerful mental strength pulled him back from the brink of pain, but the agony only intensified. Better to be dead than alive. Boom! 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 The iron sword grass continued to bombard him. With the enhancement of the Beast Control Divine Talisman, Shin Shen endured the excruciating pain, his mind racing. It was impossible to keep fleeing from the Celestial Demon Dragon's pursuit, only by counterattacking could he have a chance. But would the Celestial Demon Dragon care about his counterattack? The answer was, of course, no. But it had to be tried. Heavenly Fire Pillar. Light flickered as giant heavenly fire pillars were summoned. Compress, Thermal Energy Cannon. Beam after beam of compressed thermal energy shot towards the incoming iron sword grass, eliminating the threats in the blink of an eye. Continue. As the thermal energy beams continued to fire, the attacks of the iron sword grass gradually weakened. Shin Shen took the opportunity to catch his breath, his gaze fixed tightly on the sky where the heavenly demon dragon was slowly emerging. Ants! The enormous eyes of the heavenly demon dragon flickered with a hint of mockery, clearly seeing Shin Shen as nothing more than a toy just moments ago. Idiot! Shin Shen turned around and raised his middle finger at the heavenly demon dragon, then turned and ran. He couldn't fight it head-on, all he could do now was take it one step at a time. At this moment, Shin Shen desperately hoped the heavenly demon dragon would play a little longer, or he would truly have no chance left. Roar! As if sensing Shin Shen's disdain, the heavenly demon dragon let out an angry roar, its wings flaring violently, sending a torrent of wind that knocked Shin Shen over. Look, planes! With a furious shout, Shin Shen instinctively drew the heavenly demon dragon's attention to the sky, where dazzling corn-like projectiles were slowly unfolding. Sky Tree Tower, blow it to bits. Boom! Boom! The missiles launched instantly, and even a creature as powerful as the heavenly demon dragon found it difficult to defend against the all-pervasive energy blasts of the Sky Tree Tower. Just a moment's hesitation gave Shin Shen another chance to escape. While fleeing, Shin Shen also set up several heavenly fire pillars, hoping to slow the heavenly demon dragon's pursuit. Unfortunately, as one of the 5 beast kings of the floating mountain battlefield, the heavenly demon dragon was renowned for its speed. The attacks from the Lord-level Sky Tree Tower were merely a tickle to it. Damn it! However, the defensive line Shin Shen set up did successfully slow the heavenly demon dragon down. Especially the thermal cannons of the heavenly fire pillars, if 100 of them fired simultaneously, they could still pose a certain threat. Thus, Shin Shen frantically fled ahead while the heavenly demon dragon broke through the defenses behind him, relentlessly locking onto this detestable insect. One man and one beast, one chasing and the other fleeing, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Cold Beauty, I hope you're smart enough. I've made such a ruckus, hurry up and seek help, Shin Shen silently muttered in his heart. But he was unaware that at this moment, Lang Xiyan was also in crisis. A group of beast slaves cloaked in black robes had surrounded her, but fortunately, Lang Xiyan had already reached the emperor level, and dealing with these beast slaves was just a matter of time. Boy, you have to hold on, I still want to cover you with a quilt. With this thought, a cold light flashed in Lang Xian's eyes, and the flower fairy beside her slowly raised the dripping green sword in her hand. After more than an hour of pursuit, Shin Shen was starting to struggle. Although he had the enhancement of the Beastmaster Talisman, his physical strength was still far from being able to withstand a legendary-level magical beast. Am I really going to die? Looking at the suddenly appearing flat ground ahead, smooth as a mirror and devoid of even a blade of grass, Shin Shen jumped over without a second thought. Boom! Behind him, the heavenly demon dragon seemed to have thought of something, its speed suddenly increasing, and its massive claws came crashing down on Shen Shen's back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Shen Shen's body could no longer withstand the continuous heavy blows. His battle armor suddenly detached, and the crimson-armored Shen steed and Void Hunter instantly returned to the beast space. Bang! Shen Shen's body fell to the ground, and instead of the expected taste of dirt, it felt as if he had crashed into an iron plate, worsening his injuries. The heavenly demon dragon's massive claws came crashing down again, giving him no chance to summon his beasts once more. Boom! Just then, as Shen Shen, dizzy from the fall, suddenly felt as if something was lifting him up, his body uncontrollably rolled to the side, and he faintly sensed a strange earthy scent. Ah, whoa! With a strange cry, Shen Shen finally regained control of his body and turned to look. Good heavens! A giant creature, resembling a small mountain, was slowly rising from the ground, its entire body smooth and bare, with two sharp long horns protruding from its bald head, staring at the heavenly demon dragon floating in the air as if just waking up. Damn it! When Shen Shen clearly saw the appearance of this giant, he couldn't help but curse, and a phrase from Xiaoqing Yuan flashed through his mind. In the struggle for survival, who is the strongest? The Earth Dragon Beast seeks immortality. Looking at the Earth Dragon Beast that suddenly appeared before him, Shen Shen was dumbfounded. In an instant, a look of wild joy spread across his face. Ha ha ha, the heavens haven't abandoned me, you big fool, come on. Shen Shen provoked the heavenly demon dragon, which was about to unleash its power, and decisively summoned the Supreme Beast. Name, Supreme Beast, unique, skill, Seal of Light, unique, Seal of Light, can seal everything. The sealing strength is determined by the host's mental power. The stronger the mental power output, the higher the sealing strength and the longer the duration, cannot be broken by brute force. Do. As soon as the Supreme Beast appeared, it flew in front of Shen Shen, making incessant do sounds. Stop with the do, can't you see I'm about to die? Shen Shen snapped, slapping it away. Quick, seal me up. Do! The Supreme Beast trembled slightly, and a grayish light immediately enveloped Shen Shen, then with another do, it dove in as well. Damn it, seal me up properly. Looking at the Supreme Beast that reappeared before him, Shen Shen was both amused and exasperated, but the next moment, he felt relieved. Boom! The heavenly demon dragon's attack struck the Seal of Light, but unfortunately, not a single hair was harmed. The Seal of Light can seal everything, and cannot be broken by brute force. Ha, heavenly demon dragon, you big fool, big fool. Seeing the heavenly demon dragon's attack fail, Shen Shen burst into laughter, and after a flurry of gestures, simply lay down on the ground and fell asleep. After all, as long as the Beastmaster talisman was there, his mental power would never deplete, and the Seal of Light would never be broken. He could just wait it out. As long as he didn't return for a long time, even Xiaoqing Yuan, no matter how foolish, would send someone to check on him. After all, his current identity was the Abyssal Overlord, and he was also the world's #1 creation master. No one dared to ignore these two identities, unless they had ulterior motives. Ants, damn it! The heavenly demon dragon was furious, its massive dragon body transformed into a black light and began to bombard, unaware that the Earth Dragon Beast was slowly waking up beside it. After a long time, Shen Shen was still asleep. Regardless of how the heavenly demon dragon bombarded that gray light shield, there was not even the slightest reaction, not even the dust inside stirred. Roar! Ow! The dragon's shadow soared into the sky, and when it landed, it had transformed into a long-haired man in black with two horns on his head. At this moment, the Earth Dragon Beast, finally awake, let out an angry roar, unable to rest peacefully while sleeping. Not only was it attacked by the heavenly demon dragon, but its lower body was also pinned down by that annoying human. The Earth Dragon Beast was very frustrated. If it could speak, it would definitely complain for 3 days and 3 nights. Unfortunately, the current situation was that it couldn't fight back and couldn't escape. Its only hope was to wait for that reckless human to wake up and discuss things. Damn Earth Dragon! The heavenly demon dragon, unable to contain its anger, bombarded the Earth Dragon Beast, which helplessly shifted slightly, and the violent punches only made its tough skin bounce a little. That was all. Humph! After venting its anger, the heavenly demon dragon stopped. As the leader of the 5 Beast Kings, it naturally knew of the Earth Dragon Beast's existence. Even if the Night Demon God came, it would be impossible to kill this treasure beast. Foolish human! Looking at Shen Shen, who was still sleeping in the light shield, a cruel expression appeared on the heavenly demon dragon's face. The process of the demon beast's awakening and transformation is a difficult one, but once successful, it will possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. The powerful Sky Demon Dragon can rank among the 5 Great Beast Kings, and it still has some hidden abilities. Sky Demon! Boom! Crack! Crack! With a roar from the Sky Demon Dragon, the sky was instantly filled with thunder. Unlike the lowly legendary status of the Earth Demon Beast, the strength of the Sky Demon Dragon is what a truly awakened legendary demon beast should possess. After the dense thunderclaps, bolts of lightning crisscrossed the sky, instantly forming a giant dragon skeleton. Burial. Before the words fell, the giant dragon skeleton suddenly scattered, falling to the edges of the Ironsword Prairie, followed by streams of black gas rising from the ground. At the same time, within the range of the Ironsword Prairie, all the beast slaves controlled by the Sky Demon Dragon exploded, their blood converging into lines, drifting towards the rising black gas around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the black gas and blood quickly merged, forming dark red light screens that obscured the sky in the blink of an eye. Congeal. Seeing the sky covered by the dark red light screen, the Sky Demon Dragon revealed a smug smile, gently clasping its hands, and a phantom shadow slowly took shape beneath the light screen. It was actually a coffin. The moment the coffin appeared, the temperature around plummeted. Roar! As the phantom coffin emerged, the Earth Dragon beast clearly panicked, its two horns flailing wildly, but its lower body remained motionless under the ceiling light. Roar, seeing no hope of escape and with that terrifying coffin above, the Earth Dragon beast simply buried its head, remaining still. Humph! The coffin of all beasts forged from human blood is naturally the final resting place of humanity. The Sky Demon Dragon glanced at the still sleeping Shinshan, soaring into the air and sitting atop the coffin of all beasts, clearly intending to outlast Shinshan. Coffin of all beasts? What the hell is that? In fact, Shinshan had already awakened when the Sky Demon Dragon summoned the thunder, but he had been contemplating an escape plan. What he didn't expect was that the Sky Demon Dragon would go so far as to kill all the beast slaves to condense the so-called coffin of all beasts just to trap him. He knew this matter could not end well, and escape was impossible. What to do? What to do? His body remained motionless, but his heart was like an ant on a hot pan, suffering greatly. Ants? Shinshan's eyes lit up. The Earth Dragon beast hated ants the most. Now that the Earth Dragon beast hadn't left, it was clearly entangled by something, likely not revealing its entire body, with the other half beneath him. In other words, as long as he didn't leave this place, the Earth Dragon beast wouldn't be able to leave either. Could he use this to threaten the Earth Dragon beast to let some blood flow for him? With the Earth Dragon's blood, he could change his low physiological threshold and thus advance to the Emperor level. With the strength of an Emperor-level beast master, he might have the power to contend with the Sky Demon Dragon. Even if not, escaping should still be possible. With this thought, Shinshan increasingly felt that his idea was feasible. Thinking of this, Shinshan couldn't help but laugh. Boom! As the laughter rang out, the Sky Demon Dragon's attack came in an instant, its cold eyes fixed on him. Hey, you big fool, even wearing human skin, you look really ugly. Shinshan provocatively beckoned with his finger. Look closely, the show is about to begin. Ant! Seeing Shinshan's arrogant expression, the Sky Demon Dragon's face darkened further. Roar! At that moment, the Earth Dragon beast also raised its head, glaring angrily at Shinshan. It was this guy who had trapped it. Is it the coffin of the Celestial Demon? It looks quite intimidating, but I wonder if it can trap me. Shinshan looked up at the dark red coffin floating in the air, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Shameless human, you will become the first guest in the coffin of 10,000 beasts. The Celestial Demon Dragon's face twisted in rage. If it could break the seal of light right now, it would immediately tear Shinshan to shreds, not giving this detestable human a chance to escape. The coffin of 10,000 beasts? Shinshan gazed at the coffin that made his heart race, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew that the fact the Celestial Demon Dragon only resorted to this method at the last moment meant it was no ordinary threat, but right now, the priority was to resolve his own predicament. With that thought, Shinshan turned to the Earth Dragon beast. Little Earth Dragon, how about we make a deal? Oh, you understand, that's good. Seeing the Earth Dragon beast actually respond, a smile appeared on Shinshan's face. He was genuinely worried that this creature would be uncooperative. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound arose, instantly detected by the Celestial Demon Dragon, as Shinshan began to communicate with the Earth Dragon beast using his mental power. You see the situation we're in. We're both trapped here, so we can be considered to share the same plight. Shinshan's mental energy rippled slightly as he conveyed his thoughts to the Earth Dragon beast. It's simple, just give me a bit of blood, and I'll let you go. What do you say? Shinshan was certain that the Earth Dragon beast's refusal to leave was related to the Seal of Light. He had already been secretly digging with the Crimson Armored Steed. Unfortunately, even a Lord-level Void Hunter couldn't break through the Earth Dragon beast's defenses. Humans are cunning, why should I trust you? A deep, resonant voice echoed in Shinshan's mind, clearly indicating that the Earth Dragon beast did not trust him, and no one had ever made the Earth Dragon beast submit. Unable to be killed or subdued, the Earth Dragon beast was, in fact, the uncrowned king of the floating mountain battlefield. Humans can be good or bad, just like those black-robed figures earlier. If you fell into their hands, would they speak to you like this? Shin Chen continued to persuade. Ah whoa. The Earth Dragon Beast fell silent, clearly acknowledging Shin Chen's words. In fact, the Earth Dragon Beast had already known when Shin Chen and the Celestial Demon Dragon entered the Iron Sword Prairie. It just had something it needed to obtain here, which was why it hadn't left early. Otherwise, Shin Chen might not have even seen its shadow. You help me, I help you, we all benefit. Shin Chen sensed the Earth Dragon Beast was still hesitating and continued. As long as I don't leave here, you can't escape either, so why not cooperate? Cooperate? How do we cooperate? The Earth Dragon Beast's body trembled slightly, seemingly intrigued. Although the Celestial Demon Dragon couldn't do anything to it, it still felt very unsafe and needed to leave quickly. I help you get what you want, and you give me some blood. Once I break through to the Emperor level, this guy won't be able to stop me. Shin Chen smiled slightly. Of course, if you want to protect me while I leave, I can also offer you a great opportunity. What opportunity? Shin Chen didn't respond but raised his hand, a brilliant golden light entering the Earth Dragon Beast's body, light of transformation. Ha! The Celestial Demon Dragon also noticed Shin Chen's small action but was unclear about what he was doing. What? What is this? A voice of surprise echoed in the Earth Dragon Beast's mind, and Shin Chen knew this method would work. The light of transformation had a deadly allure for any magical beast. Can we cooperate now? Shin Chen didn't answer, but his mental energy continued to convey goodwill to the Earth Dragon Beast. Could you give me some more of that from earlier? The Earth Dragon Beast's voice carried a hint of pleading, and without hesitation, Shin Chen unleashed another beam of the light of transformation. Ah whoa! Excitement, exhilaration. Shin Chen clearly sensed that the momentum of the Earth Dragon Beast had suddenly strengthened slightly. Human, we can cooperate. Ha! Upon hearing the Earth Dragon Beast agree to cooperate, Shin Chen finally relaxed the tension that had been hanging over him. He had no way to deal with it if the other party refused. Buzz! A powerful mental force instantly spread out, and the densely packed scarlet-armored Xian horses quickly burrowed into the ground. The sight of so many beast pets made the heavenly demon dragon frown tightly. The Earth Dragon Beast was searching for a type of colorful crystal stone and had already locked onto its location, but Shin Chen's sudden intrusion had interrupted it. An hour later, the scarlet-armored Xian horse finally unearthed the fist-sized colorful crystal stone. Without hesitation, Shin Chen placed the crystal on the ground, and after a moment of writhing, the crystal was absorbed into the body of the Earth Dragon Beast. Damn it! The heavenly demon dragon's expression was quite grim, but even knowing that the Earth Dragon Beast and Shin Chen had already cooperated, it could not stop them. Human, you are quite good. As the voice of the Earth Dragon Beast echoed in his mind, the ground in front of Shin Chen suddenly cracked open, and a scarlet-armored Xian horse slowly emerged, holding 4 small vials. The vials contained the Earth Dragon blood that Shin Chen needed. The moment the colorful crystal stone was found, the Earth Dragon Beast had lifted its defenses, allowing him to successfully obtain the Earth Dragon blood. So stingy. There was only 1 vial of Earth Dragon Essence blood among the 4, but it was enough for Shin Chen at this moment. Fool, wash your neck and wait. Shin Chen provocatively glanced at the heavenly demon dragon and downed the Earth Dragon Essence blood in one gulp. Boom! An extremely violent aura erupted instantly, and Shin Chen felt as if his body was being burned by raging fire, an unbearable itch spreading all over him. Immediately after, his body began to tremble violently, his skin turning bright red, and sweat pouring down like rain. Ah! The powerful force within the Earth Dragon Essence blood rampaged through his body, his consciousness began to blur, and various illusions appeared before his eyes, flashing past everything he had experienced in the past. Get lost! Although the blood of magical beasts could make a person stronger, the beastly nature and evil within it were difficult to suppress. Even though Shin Chen had the enhancement of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, allowing him to maintain his sanity, this powerful force became increasingly difficult to control. His body continued to swell, covered by a layer of fine blood beads on the surface. Get the hell out of here! After a scream, Shin Chen decisively activated the Blessing Halo. In this situation, only the Blessing Halo could expel the beastly nature and evil within him, allowing him to regain control over the power of the Earth Dragon Essence blood. Buzzing, golden halos cascaded down, continuously purging the brutal beastly aura from Shin Chen. At the same time, the Void Hunter also appeared beside Shin Chen, drawing away the strands of evil energy with its blades, which instantly vanished. The heavenly demon dragon's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the sight, its eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing it could kill Shin Chen right then and there. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura surged from Shin Chen. Emperor Sovereign, achieved. Ah, heavenly demon dragon, come and fight. Boom! The momentum on Shin Chen suddenly retracted. Although it was only a small vial of Earth Dragon Essence blood, with his current body strength, he had not fully absorbed it yet. After the Blessing Halo purged the beastly and evil aura within, it transformed into strands of pure energy, lying in wait. Even so, with Xin Shen's current Emperor's sovereign level body strength, he was strong enough to withstand the heavenly demon dragon's attack. Just withstand, nothing more. Ding! Host has advanced to Emperor Sovereign, conditions met, otherworldly lord talent activated. The cold system notification sounded as expected. To Xin Shen's delight, the otherworldly lord talent had finally been activated, and he hurriedly opened the panel to check. Host, Xin Shen, Beast Pet, 10,000 forms and 1,000 mechanisms Beast, Mental Threshold, 466, Physiological Threshold, 480, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Talent 3, Simulated Evolution, can simulate the evolution of all living beings and provide the best advancement plan, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare creatures. Demon Law, blessed by the Demon God, after obtaining any quality of Beast Pet, you can gain evolution by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of flesh and blood consumed, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. Otherworldly Lord, master the laws of the otherworld, awaken the Skill Lord's Halo, and summon elite-level otherworldly creatures by consuming beast crystals, under the control of the Beast Pet's mother body, with random quantity and no limit on the number of summons. After being promoted to the Emperor level, the physiological threshold surprisingly exceeded the mental threshold directly, increasing by nearly 100 points, and the power of the Earth Dragon's blood had not yet been fully absorbed. For a long time to come, Xin Shen would not worry about the significant difference between the two. In fact, the physiological threshold would remain high, allowing him to control beast pets with even more abandon through mental power. The otherworldly lord talent was also incredibly powerful, allowing for unlimited summons of otherworldly creatures. Although the quantity was random, the minimum was elite level, and there was no limit on the number of times. Elite level at the very least, can I summon epic level or even stronger otherworldly creatures? A glimmer of joy appeared in Xin Shen's eyes. If he could truly summon epic level otherworldly creatures, he could really walk with confidence in the future. However, even if he couldn't summon epic level creatures, there was still the bonus of the Lord's Halo. Lord's Halo, active skill, doubles all attributes of the host and beast pets. When the number of beast pets exceeds 1,000, the Legion effect is triggered, increasing the attack speed of beast pets by 10 times and defense by 100 times. Simple and brutal. Doubling all attributes and adding the Legion effect. Indeed, the system's products are the most practical. Up to now, Xin Shen had 3 Halo skills: the Halo of Maternal Blessing, the Halo of the Ancestor of the Flying Tree Tower, and the Lord's Halo awakened from his second talent. All the halos stacked together allowed him to take off right where he stood. Xin Shen, you're not dead yet. At that moment, a surprised voice came from not far away. Lang Xian had finally arrived. Ha ha, little girl, I'm alive and well. Upon hearing this, Xin Shen laughed heartily. How about this gift for you, the demon dragon, one of the 5 beast kings? Pa, that's disgusting. Seeing Xin Shen unharmed, Lang Xian laughed and scolded, but a serious look appeared in her eyes when she glanced at the demon dragon. Little girl, that coffin looks very uncomfortable. Is there any way to break it? Xin Shen looked up at the 10,000 beasts coffin floating in the sky and casually asked. Joke. My 10,000 beasts coffin is something you ants can move. The demon dragon scoffed. Even if the night demon god came, it would take some effort to break this 10,000 beasts coffin. Moreover, these 2 annoying humans before him weren't even legendary. What could they use to break it? Leave the 10,000 beasts coffin to me. You deal with this disgusting guy. Be careful not to get killed, or I will be very sad. Lang Xian said with a smile, her witch nature instantly revealed. Alright, today, let me see if the demon dragon, one of the 5 beast kings, is really a big fool. Xin Shen laughed loudly, not continuing to ask. Lang Xian was not the kind of mindless person. Since she said so, she must have some way. Boom! The beast pet attached, and the Scarlet Flame 1000 Mechanisms battle armor unfolded once more. Xin Shen discovered that after being promoted to the Emperor-level Beast Master, with his enhanced physical quality, the number of beast pets carried by the battle armor had exceeded 2,000. A full-force strike from 2,000 elite-level Scarlet-armored Shin horses could definitely inflict damage on legendary-level magical beasts. Unfortunately, beast pets like the Heavenly Fire Pillar cannot be used in possession, otherwise, they would be even stronger. Little Earth Dragon, you can go now. With a wave of his hand, Xin Shen released the Seal of Light. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and the Earth Dragon beast left with remarkable swiftness. Ants, die! Seeing the Seal of Light disappear, the Heavenly Demon Dragon immediately pounced, but it did not revert to its original form. Instead, it intended to attack in human form. Ah, big fool! Shin Shen shot out like a golden cannonball, his fists colliding violently with the heavenly demon dragon. Bang! Bang! The heavenly demon dragon was sent flying, while Shin Shen was knocked back. Awesome! Shin Shen instinctively scanned his body. He was uninjured. He had taken a hit from the heavenly demon dragon without any damage. At this moment, Lang Xian saw that Shin Shen had withstood the heavenly demon dragon's attack and began to take action. 100 flowers bloom, a tree reaches the heavens. Ding ding ding! With a light shot from Lang Xian, the flower fairy Qilin danced, petals swirling around her, fragrant and overflowing, and suddenly a multitude of blooming flowers appeared within 100 meters, quickly gathering towards the flower fairy. In the blink of an eye, a tree of myriad colors slowly formed, rapidly growing at a visible speed, reaching for the sky. Soon, this enormous tree of flowers pressed against the dark red light curtain and began to spread outwards, with flowers of various colors continuously blooming and fading on the light curtain. The fragrance filled the air, instantly saturating the entire Iron Sword Prairie. It was these floral scents that continuously purified the energy of the dark red light curtain, and the temperature around began to rise slowly, except for the suspended coffin, which remained still. Flower fairy descends, a sword opens the heavens. Seeing this situation, Lang Xian called out again, the flower fairy soaring into the air, her emerald sword slicing through the heavens, while her body landed atop the flower tree. Buzz! The flower tree trembled violently, and the flowers accelerated their blooming, instantly eroding most of the dark red sky, and the suspended coffin finally showed signs of movement, suddenly turning blood red. Bold! The heavenly demon dragon roared in anger, not expecting the flower fairy to truly have the ability to break the coffin of 10,000 beasts, and turned to kill Lang Xian first. Want to leave? Not so easy. Seeing this, Shin Shen shouted loudly, raising his hand as a grayish light shot towards the heavenly demon dragon. Supreme Beast! Although it had no offensive power, the appearance of the Seal of Light was enough to stop the heavenly demon dragon's actions. Get lost! The heavenly demon dragon's movements suddenly halted, and the Seal of Light dissipated into nothingness after about a second. Boom! At this moment, Shin Shen's attack had already struck the heavenly demon dragon, and the imperial-level explosive power forced the heavenly demon dragon to turn back to respond. And die! With an angry roar, the heavenly demon dragon was directly sent flying. Fool! Shin Shen did not take a step back, his assault relentless. As long as he could entangle the heavenly demon dragon to give Lang Xian a chance to break the dark red sky, that was enough. As for killing the heavenly demon dragon, even Shin Shen was not foolish enough to think that way. Boom boom boom! In the continuous exchanges, Shin Shen and the heavenly demon dragon were evenly matched, but the transformed heavenly demon dragon had a certain speed advantage, nearly on par with the Void Hunter's speed. Void Hunter! When Shin Shen was once again sent flying by the heavenly demon dragon, a large number of Void Hunters suddenly appeared in front of him, their sharp long knives slashing out in unison, directly overwhelming the heavenly demon dragon. Name, Void Hunter, Level, First Tier Second Level, Quality, Lord Rare, Traits, Dark Damage, Chaotic Movement, Skills, Damage Transfer, Void Assassination, Remarks, Inherits all traits of the Beast Master's Beast Pet Mother Body. Damage Transfer, transfer 100% of the damage received by the host to the Void Hunter, and increase the next strike's transferred damage by 10 times. If the target of the next strike is the host's damage dealer, a 100-fold damage effect is triggered. Void Assassination, the hunter hides within the void to carry out a silent assassination, appearing and disappearing without a trace. A missed strike can travel 1,000 miles. The Lord-level Void Hunter becomes increasingly elusive when executing Void Assassination. Even the Celestial Demon Dragon cannot fully defend against it, as overwhelming attacks directly shred the illusionary garments of the Celestial Demon Dragon into pieces. A drop of blood falls from the Celestial Demon Dragon's arm. Shin Shen smiled. The Void Hunter's all-pervasive attack successfully injured the Celestial Demon Dragon. Roar! Ah, you shall die! The Celestial Demon Dragon was enraged, a dignified Beast King among the 5 actually wounded by a mere legend. Shame! The 5 Beast Kings have roamed the battlefield of the Floating Mountain for so long, and apart from legendary beast tamers, almost no one can injure them, especially the Celestial Demon Dragon, known for its speed and mystery. Has it been provoked? Seeing the Celestial Demon Dragon already restored to its beast form, a trace of pride flashed in Shin Shen's eyes. At this moment, the towering flower tree, under the direct supervision of the flower fairy, was covered in flowers that occupied the dark red sky, continuously purifying the evil energy within, while the floating coffin swayed precariously. Celestial Demon, perish! The restored Celestial Demon Dragon roared, and countless black lights shot out from its massive wings, turning all void hunters in their path into nothingness. Shen Shen's face turned pale. This was truly witnessing the celestial demon dragon's furious strike. Thermal cannon. Fortunately, when the celestial demon dragon restored its form, Shen Shen had already set up the heavenly fire pillar, and with the sealing light of the supreme beast, he was able to exchange blows with the celestial demon dragon for a time. Quality may be lacking, but quantity makes up for it. Shen Shen was well aware of his advantages. One by one, the flying tree towers rapidly rose, beginning to suppress the celestial demon dragon with firepower from the air. Besides the possessed Scarlet Flame 1000 mechanism battle armor, the 4 beast pet imprints of the 10,000 forms 1000 mechanism beast were unleashed, launching an all-around attack on the celestial demon dragon from both the sky and the ground. Roar! The celestial demon dragon let out a furious roar, agilely dodging the attacks of the flying tree towers, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up a strong airflow, instantly sweeping away the hidden void hunters around. Kill! Shen Shen's fighting spirit was high, his body radiating a scorching light, like a burning meteor, constantly finding openings to strike, each attack leaving a deep mark on the celestial demon dragon. It was clear that with his strength, he still couldn't break through its defenses. Damn, this damage is even less than a beast pet. Unable to hold back a curse, he found that his full force attack was actually inferior to the Void Hunter. Otherworldly Lord, activate. To stall the celestial demon dragon's attacks, Shen Shen decisively activated the Otherworldly Lord talent. Crack! A beast crystal suddenly appeared on the ground and exploded, all energy converging together, a point of darkness expanding outward at a visible speed, gradually forming a black vortex the size of a portal. From within the vortex, faint waves of evil energy could be sensed. Demon-type creature? The aura emanating from inside was surprisingly similar to that of the Void Hunter. Screech! Just then, a sharp, piercing cry came from the vortex, followed by a bolt of black light shooting out. It resembled a pine sparrow, with a slightly hooked long beak, a long horn like a sharp spike growing from its head, entirely dark, and when its wings spread, faint strands of black mist swirled around it, identical to the beast pets that had previously injured the Ning Clan's 7 heroes. Beep! Detected elite-level demon bird from the Otherworld. Beep! Detected host's first use of Otherworldly Lord talent, demon bird level +1. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the demon bird visibly grew larger, swirling black mist gradually coalescing into clusters of black flames, the air crackling with energy. Shen Shen's eyes lit up as he watched the demon birds flying out of the vortex in an endless stream, joy instantly blooming on his face. An elite-level demon bird had instantly transformed into a lord-level creature. Black flames swirled, overwhelming the surroundings. Kill! A light and ethereal cyan halo shot out, and the now enormous demon bird erupted with several meters of black flames, while the previously chaotic formation began to align. Lord Halo, active skill, host and beast pets attributes doubled, triggers Legion effect when the number of beast pets exceeds 1000, under Legion effect, beast pet attack speed increases tenfold, defense increases 100-fold, over 1000 in number, triggering the Legion effect. The legion of demon birds charged wildly towards the heavenly demon dragon, completely disregarding that it was one of the 5 great beast kings. These demons from another world let out a piercing cry. The attack began. Invisible ripples instantly enveloped the heavenly demon dragon, while a multitude of black-feathered arrows shot forth, turning the dragon into a pincushion. Goodness, it's a sonic attack. Shen Shen covered his ears, realizing the demon bird's sonic attack was indiscriminate. Whoosh! However, when the halo of favor passed through him, the sonic attack no longer affected him at all. Ah! The heavenly demon dragon went berserk. This detestable human had so many tricks up his sleeve, even summoning demon birds, who was the real beast here. Heavenly demon, Tyr. As expected of one of the 5 great beast kings, the heavenly demon dragon roared in anger, and a rift opened in the void, instantly shattering the arrows on its body into dust. Heavenly demon, spin. Following that, the massive body of the heavenly demon dragon began to spin rapidly, forming a terrifying black tornado in an instant. Boom! Crack! At the same time, a series of urgent sounds like shattering glass echoed through the sky, followed by petals raining down. The dark red sky shattered. Boom! As the dark red sky broke apart, petals began to gather frantically towards the towering flower tree, a wave of fragrant aroma instantly spreading. The fragrance turned into mist. Amidst the dense mist, the flower fairy suddenly appeared, her emerald sword piercing straight at the heavenly demon dragon. This strike was like a stroke of divine inspiration, perfectly timed as the heavenly demon dragon was about to swat away the demon birds, leaving no time for defense against the suddenly appearing flower fairy, landing a hit. Roar! The heavenly demon dragon howled in pain, a blood hole appearing in its right wing, blood pouring down. At the same time, the flower fairy was also knocked back by the dragon's furious roar, transforming into a rain of flowers that quickly merged into the bodies of the demon birds. Buzz! Ding! The demon birds have undergone the baptism of flower rain. Attack speed increased. The system's prompt made Shinshen's face light up. He hadn't expected the flower rain to have such an effect. It seemed that this beast pet of Lang Xiyan had some supportive skills. Kill! The Scarlet Flame Thousand Mechanism battle armor shone brightly, and Shinshen immediately soared into the air, leaving a long trail of golden flames, targeting the wound on the right wing of the heavenly demon dragon. Take advantage of the moment. Shinshen knew that even with both him and Lang Xiyan unleashing their full firepower, it would be impossible to kill the heavenly demon dragon. Now, he just needed to inflict more wounds on this giant, causing its combat power to decline, perhaps turning the tide. Ants, you all shall die. After the dark red sky was broken, the heavenly demon dragon's aura noticeably weakened, but not by much. It still had the upper hand over Shinshen and his companion. The heavenly demon dragon dove down instantly, targeting Shinshen, wanting to eliminate this detestable foe first. Boom! However, under the enhancement of the Lord Halo, Shinshen's speed and attack were incomparable to before, landing a precise hit on the injured right wing of the heavenly demon dragon. Blood rained down as a large hole appeared in the dragon's right wing. Howl! Finally, the celestial demon dragon let out its first mournful cry, its dive suddenly slowing. Attack! Target, the wound on the celestial demon dragon's right wing. At the same time, Shinshen also ordered the demon bird and the celestial fire pillar to strike at the vital points, while the sky tree tower provided firepower suppression in the sky, creating opportunities to severely injure the celestial demon dragon. Seal of Light! Seal of Light! Shinshen timed it perfectly, as the erratic supreme beast unleashed beams of sealing light, greatly limiting the celestial demon dragon's offensive and creating more opportunities for the attacks of other beasts. He was also astonished to discover that the celestial demon dragon's attacks were almost ineffective against the supreme beast. To be precise, the supreme beast was nearly immune to all damage. Is this the characteristic of a unique attribute beast? Shinshen pondered. So far, apart from its appearance, he really couldn't tell what type of beast the supreme beast belonged to. How could this guy be so strong? On the other side, Lang Xiyan's eyes revealed a look of horror. On one hand, the number of Shinshen's beasts and their types had exceeded her understanding. Even more outrageous was that these were mostly lord-level beasts, capable of trading blows with one of the 5 great beast kings, the celestial demon dragon. Truly absurd. It should be noted that she had arrived at the Void Mountain battlefield much earlier than Shinshen. Although she had also become the deputy commander of the left flank through solid military achievements, this guy not only completed the impossible Southwest Passage mission but also opened up the Abyssal Defense Line, becoming the first under the 4 great commanders, now known throughout the battlefield as the Abyssal Commander. This was even more ridiculous. Except for the yet-to-be-met Eastern Commander Bai Liang, almost all the high-ranking officials in the Void Mountain battlefield had a good relationship with him. Such connections, if placed outside, would be impossible for even the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia District to ignore. A terrifying young man. Lang Xiyan concluded about Shinshen, then communicated with the Flower Fairy to launch an even fiercer attack on the celestial demon dragon. Boom! 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 Finally, the celestial fire pillars seized the opportunity, and a concentrated attack of thermal cannons directly pierced through the celestial demon dragon's right wing. Howl! The celestial demon dragon lost its balance in an instant, transforming into a black light and landing at the edge of the pit where the earth dragon beast had originally appeared. Despicable! Once again taking on human form, the celestial demon dragon's right arm was stained with blood, and its face was extremely pale. It had never imagined that it would fall to 2 young people, and even its coffin of 10,000 beasts, which had gathered the blood of all beast slaves in this place, had been completely devoured by a swarm of mutant ants. That's right! The celestial demon dragon's coffin of 10,000 beasts, having lost the support of the dark red sky, had been completely consumed by the crimson armored Shin horse, providing a large amount of pure attribute energy to the mother body of the myriad forms and thousand mechanisms beast. Oh, what's this? Want to be human again? Shinshen looked at the celestial demon dragon, which had transformed back into human form, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, you have no chance now. Whoosh! Bang! A blood-colored firework suddenly shot up and exploded, forming a blood-red vortex resembling an eye. The mark of the Abyssal Commander, Blood Flame. Once the blood flame appeared, all beast masters within 100 miles of the Void Mountain battlefield, regardless of their rank, had to come to aid immediately. I will kill you. The celestial demon dragon's expression changed upon seeing this, and it turned into a black light, fleeing rapidly. Its pursuit of Shinshen was thus halted, all because of its arrogance. Continuing further was meaningless. As one of the 5 great beast kings, it naturally understood the significance of various flames on the human side, and Shinshen's blood flame was clearly extraordinary. Damn! How hateful! Is it really running away? Lang Xian was somewhat dazed. Had they really driven the celestial demon dragon away? 2 young Imperial-level beast masters had actually chased off a legendary beast king. Who would believe it if they said it? Are you just going to wait to die? We're only a few hundred miles from the northern Great Wall defense line. In at most half an hour, reinforcements will arrive, and by then, we might not even be able to leave. Shinshen smiled faintly. The abyssal blood flame was merely a scare tactic against the celestial demon dragon. Well then, let's hurry and chase it. We can hold it off until help arrives. The celestial demon dragon is worth 10,000 merit points. Lang Xian's eyes lit up. Hearing this, Shinshen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Naive. If they really forced the celestial demon dragon into a corner, it would definitely be the end for both of them. The reason they were retreating now was partly due to fear of being surrounded, and partly because the 5 beast kings had survived in the floating mountain for so long. Each one was a cunning and shrewd character. Even the weakest earth demon beast had perished due to underestimating Shinshen's strength. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in front of Shinshen trembled, and the earth dragon beast that had fled earlier reappeared, now the size of a yak, continuously nodding at him. Oh, you're back? Our deal is over. Shinshen found the shrunken earth dragon beast amusing. It must have come for the light of creation, as no beast could resist its allure. Spit! The earth dragon beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a crystal shining with multicolored light. In an instant, Shinshen understood the earth dragon beast's intention. It wanted to exchange the crystal for the light of creation. What? You want to trade this for a piece of creation? Are you stupid? After sensing the earth dragon beast's meaning, Shinshen laughed, pointing at its nose. Ah. Upon hearing Shinshen's words, the earth dragon beast began to rub its massive head against him, even bending its small front legs slightly, trying hard to appear affectionate. Ah, if you want the light of creation, that's fine, but this broken stone isn't enough. Shinshen was also amused by the earth dragon beast's antics. Ah, the earth dragon beast conveyed a hint of confusion, then blinked its big eyes twice and opened its mouth again. Splash! Dozens of colorful crystals suddenly appeared on the ground, instantly dazzling Shinshen and Lang Xian. Was the earth dragon beast's belly a warehouse? It truly had everything. Most of the crystals Shinshen had never even heard of. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Beep! Mysterious crystal detected. Suspected to be a mythological advancement item. Beep! Mysterious crystal detected. Suspected to be a mythological advancement item. Beep! Broken void divine stone detected. Mythological advancement item. Beep! Heavenly blood essence detected. High-level mythological advancement item. Mythological advancement items? Listening to the series of system prompts, Shinshen was instantly stunned. This pile of colorful stones was actually what was needed for mythological advancement? He had struck it rich. Heavenly blood essence? Picking up a piece of irregularly shaped crystal with a rich blood aura, Shinshen's expression suddenly became serious. Due to his pet's consumption of flesh and blood for advancement, Shinshen was highly sensitive to blood energy, and this so-called heavenly blood essence was of much higher quality than the legendary blood crystal he had obtained before. Even more bizarre was that, facing such a rich blood aura, the mother body of the 10,000 forms beast showed no reaction at all? Could it be that these items were indeed for mythological advancement, and because of the master-servant contract, the beast did not express any desire for the heavenly blood essence? Unfortunately, although he had received the legacy of Emperor Qianqiu, he was still in the dark about how to advance to mythological status. Perhaps he would only know some specifics after Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang deciphered the mythological beast skin. That's right! Shinshen suddenly shouted, startling Lang Xian beside him, causing her brows to furrow, and even the earth dragon beast instinctively took 2 steps back. Not knowing the purpose of these things, after leaving the battlefield, I can ask Wu Jing and the others. After all, these old fellows should know the most about advancing to myth. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Shinshen patted the head of the earth dragon beast and quickly swept away the crystal stones on the ground. TCH. Lang Xian pouted. This speed was faster than a bandit. In the end, after satisfying the needs of the earth dragon beast, Shinshen ended up with 2 more bottles of earth dragon essence blood, plus the 3 bottles of ordinary earth dragon blood from before, along with those myth advancement items. This time it was truly a bountiful harvest. Of course, the most important thing was that he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Whether it was the legendary beast master of humanity or a legendary beast like the heavenly demon dragon, he had no confidence in defeating them. Boom! Boom, boom. At that moment, a thunderous drumbeat suddenly echoed from afar, approaching the two of them. Rumble. The Tiger Ben Camp, the Sky Eagle Guard, and the Flying Antelope Demon Riders, the three major elite troops of the Suspended Mountain battlefield, came overwhelming before them. What surprised Shin Shen even more was that the three commanders had arrived simultaneously. What's going on? Shin Shen looked at the three commanders, a hint of confusion in his eyes, while Long Xian beside him also looked puzzled. Could the Abyss Blood Flame really have such great power? Ha, Commander Shin, we meet again. Gongsun Yu leaped down from the sacred blood golden pang, his nose, more sensitive than a dog's, sniffed around Shin Shen, and then a sly smile appeared on his face. Old man, how come you three are together? Shin Shen looked at Gongsun Yu with disdain. This old fellow was the most unpredictable person in Suspended Mountain, but also one of the most wanted by the beast side. Of course, we're here to find you. The Abyss Blood Flame has appeared for the first time. We should at least show some respect, right? Seeing Shin Shen's expression, Gongsun Yu casually approached. So, did you manage to get some Earth Dragon blood? TCH, I almost got killed by the Heavenly Demon Dragon. If you had come any later, you'd be waiting to collect my corpse. Shin Shen shot a glare at Gongsun Yu, knowing that when these three fellows gathered, something big was bound to happen. The three were shocked, and after hearing Lang Xian's account, they all gasped in unison. These two little fellows actually managed to make the Heavenly Demon Dragon retreat. Impressive. Alright, I'll take charge. Each of you gets 10,000 merit points, and they'll be distributed immediately upon returning to the command center. Gongsun Yu waved his hand grandly. Making the Heavenly Demon Dragon retreat was something even some legends hadn't accomplished. The key was that there hadn't been an opportunity. Thank you, three commanders. In response, Lang Xian was quite pleased, although she knew that the 10,000 merit points for slaying the Heavenly Demon Dragon on the task list was merely symbolic and that there would actually be more. It would be foolish to turn down such nearly free merit. Unfortunately, the next moment, Lang Xian was stunned, even feeling an impulse to rob. Only 2 bottles, let's bid. Shin Shen calmly took out 2 bottles of Earth Dragon blood, looking smugly at the 3 commanders. Just look at you all pretending so well, let's see how long you can hold out. 500,000, that's what we agreed on. The 3's eyes lit up upon seeing the Earth Dragon blood, but only Gongsun Yu stubbornly protested. TCH, take it or leave it. I might not even give it to you. Shin Shen turned his head. 60,000, 1 bottle each, do you want it? Xin Long and Xiaoqing Yuan exchanged glances and quickly stepped forward. The 2 bottles filled with Earth Dragon blood disappeared in an instant, and the battlefield nameplate connected to the merit points seamlessly, leaving Gongsun Yu dumbfounded. You 2 old rascals, no sense of martial ethics. Gongsun Yu was instantly furious. They had clearly agreed to scheme against this kid before coming. Ah, Gongsun old man, this is the most practical. With the Earth Dragon's blood, the first person I'll hit after I advance to the peak of legend is you. Xin Long raised the bottle in his hand and provoked. Little brother, hey, Lord Shin, I know you must have more. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yu became even more flustered, looking at Shin Shen with a flattering expression. 800,000, how about it? Sure enough, under the expectant gazes of the 3, Shin Shen took out another bottle of Earth Dragon's blood. Alright, you're ruthless. This time Gongsun Yu dared not hesitate any longer. If Shin Shen turned to leave, he certainly couldn't just rob him, right? Moreover, even if he did try to rob him, unless it was a fight to the death, he wouldn't be able to get the Earth Dragon's blood from this cunning little brat covered in thorns. He could only grit his teeth and offer the exorbitant price of 800,000 merit points. Thank you, Gongsun Grandpa. Looking at the merit points on the plaque, a hint of joy appeared in Shin Shen's eyes. 4,660,000 merit points. He surpassed Gongsun Yu in one fell swoop, ranking 3rd on the merit list of the Suspended Mountain. At the moment the merit list was refreshed, the surroundings trembled. Daxia District, Emperor Abyss Battlefield. XT 1752 Shin Shen, a privileged soldier in the western battlefield of Suspended Mountain, has been in the battlefield for over a month. Not only has he advanced the entire battlefield's progress, but he has also become the Abyss Commander, with nearly 5 million merit points. Quite interesting. The overall commander of the Emperor Abyss Battlefield, Dongfan Lai, smiled slightly and turned to a beautiful woman beside him, saying, check this person out. If possible, have him come to the Emperor Abyss Battlefield as soon as possible. We need to speed up our progress. The woman bowed and turned to leave. The British Emperor District, Monster Battlefield. Damn! I knew that guy from the Demon Alliance was unreliable, letting this damn kid live. The pale-faced Duke Emma gritted his teeth as he saw the newly appeared name on the merit list, while beside him, he was holding a blonde beauty, his large hands constantly rubbing her. Darling, he's just an Eastern monkey. Should I take care of him? The blonde beauty spoke in a strange tone, her pupils suddenly constricting into green vertical slits. "Send out the Snake Kiss Squad, I must see this kid's head." The American Federation. "Immediately send someone to the Dacia district to scout around target XT-1752. The Brahma clan. The Wet God Squad will set off immediately and send a communication request to the Dacia district." At this moment, Shin-Chen was still immersed in the joy of his merit points skyrocketing, completely unaware that a conspiracy surrounding him was slowly unfolding, involving some external forces. "You want to end the suspended mountain battlefield?" Shin-Chen looked at Gong Sun Yu and the others in surprise, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The remaining 4 Beast Kings were not easy to deal with. The suspended mountain battlefield has been dragged on because of the existence of the 5 Beast Kings." Xiao Qingyuan looked at Shin-Chen and explained with a smile, "Now that the power of the suspended mountain has surged, and those Beast Kings have probably already left here, as long as we seal the underground demon lair, we can completely end it. By then, this place will become the backyard of the Dacia district, until all the monsters are completely eliminated." Listening to Xiao Qingyuan's words, Shin-Chen nodded slightly. No wonder when the heavenly demon dragon was chasing him, the other 3 Beast Kings did not appear. It turned out they had left through the underground demon lair, clearly heading to the Emperor Abyss battlefield. "Can I participate?" Shin-Chen raised his head. If this was indeed the final battle, then he still had plenty of merit points to earn, especially since some resources were hard to obtain outside. "Of course, your beast army is our main force, and the final sealing will also need your help." Gong Sun Yu smiled slightly. If successful, it would greatly relieve the pressure on the Dacia district. Ending one battlefield would allow for more soldiers to be dispatched to the Emperor Abyss. "There's another question. Why are you so obsessed with the blood of the Earth Dragon? What exactly is its purpose?" Shin-Chen finally voiced his doubts. This question is quite simple. The blood of the Earth Dragon is only effective for legends. It can help legendary beast masters reach their peak and ensure their aura never fades, just like the issues you're experiencing in your body. We old fellows also overlooked these things at the beginning and could only find ways to make up for it after reaching legend. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to advance to myth. Qin Long smiled, clearly very satisfied with Shin-Chen's performance. "So, you already have a method to advance to myth?" Shin-Chen's eyes lit up. After all, he still had 2 vials of Earth Dragon Essence blood. It should be about ready. Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang are currently in charge of this matter. Speaking of which, the hope of advancing to myth is largely thanks to you. Gong Sun Yu explained. As long as there's hope. At the same time, he understood why these legends didn't hunt Earth Dragon beasts. The key was that if this guy didn't willingly offer his blood, forcibly taking it would yield nothing but a pool of venom, as the properties of Earth Dragon blood change with emotions. This was something Shin-Chen hadn't considered. Fortunately, all his Earth Dragon blood was obtained through equal trade. The next day, elites from the 4 battlefields gathered at the Abyssal Defense Line, and Shin-Chen met the commander of the Eastern Battlefield, Bai Liying, a striking female commander. "You're quite impressive. If you ever come to the Imperial Abyss battlefield, I've got your back. Those others are all useless." Bai Liying didn't hide her admiration for Shin-Chen. "Thank you, Commander Bai Li." Seeing Gong Sun Yu and the others looking like obedient children, Shin-Chen was secretly astonished. What a surprise! It turned out she was the real big shot of Suspended Mountain. "I heard that Commander Bai Li was airlifted from the Imperial Abyss battlefield. If it weren't for her support, Commander Gongsuan's Great Wall defense plan wouldn't have succeeded," Long Xian whispered from the side. "I see." Shin-Chen nodded slightly, already placing Bai Liying in a position that was absolutely untouchable, standing respectfully to the side. Double standards. The 3 commanders exchanged glances at Shin-Chen, unable to suppress their inner mockery. "All units, attack." The elites of the Suspended Mountain battlefield gathered without any deliberate distribution. The 3 elite guards, along with Shin-Chen's Holy King Legion, charged straight into the heart of the demon beasts under Bai Liying's command. However, Shin-Chen was somewhat curious as he hadn't seen Bai Liying's guards, which felt quite mysterious. Even so, flattening the demon beast lair was sufficient. The target was clear, unstoppable. Especially with the absence of the 4 Beast Kings, the remaining ordinary legendary demon beasts were nothing but a scattered mass. Wherever the army passed, not a blade of grass remained, and various types of demon beasts fled in fear. It is worth mentioning that the Holy King Legion on the demon beast side was still present, but when they encountered the Holy King Legion led by Bai Tu, along with Shin-Chen's beast army, in just an hour, this Holy King Legion, which had nearly 1,000 legendary demon beasts, was completely annihilated. Awesome! Personally destroying the Holy King Legion, Bai Tu finally vented the pent-up frustration in his heart, looking at Shin-Chen with gratitude. In contrast, Shin-Chen was more concerned about the spoils of this battle. At the very least, they were all Lord-level beast crystals, enough to fill a battlefield storage bag. Keep half, share half, everyone is happy. This is the demon beast lair, the rest is up to you. Half a day later, the army arrived at this long-occupied demon beast lair. After Bai Ling pointed out the ceiling location, she directly left, which made Shen Shen even more curious about her identity. Supreme Beast. For holy origins. The final seal was executed by Shen Shen and those 4 legends together, forming a seal as solid as substance, standing like a glazed palace within the demon beast lair. The strength of this seal is such that even the king of beasts would find it impossible to break it easily. After the seal was completed, Shen Shen's achievements directly surpassed 5 million, and he gained a large amount of high-level resources, including the most precious mythological advancement items obtained from the Earth Dragon Beast. After that, Shen Shen and Lang Xian left the floating mountain together and parted ways at the entrance. I'm going home, don't miss me, little girl. Young man, I'll be waiting for you in the capital. After leaving the battlefield of Floating Mountain, Shen Shen hurried back to East City. East City today is not what it used to be. The fame gained from the preliminary competition made East City No. 7 renowned, soaring to prominence within Qingyuan City, directly resulting in a large allocation of resources from the First Legion of Qingyuan City, attracting many students who came seeking it, as well as several imperial-level teachers. In just one night, the top school of East City changed hands instantly. Following that were Qing from No. 1 and Yu Shaoshang from No. 2, becoming the new generation's twin stars, their fame rivaling that of the 4 prodigies from No. 7. It was now summer vacation, and Shen Shen returned to No. 7, originally intending to ask Lu Jun about mythological advancement, but unexpectedly, the homeroom teacher had left with Su Qianxue and the others. Gone to the capital? Shen Shen looked helplessly at the smiling principal Wang Yi, realizing that he had rarely seen Lu Jun since he started competing. That's right. With half a month left until the National High School Student League, Lu Jun took them to familiarize themselves with the situation. It seems that teacher Lu has some friends in the capital and should have some arrangements. Wang Yi frowned slightly, finding it increasingly difficult to understand Lu Jun. If you go to the capital, you can look for him here. Saying this, Wang Yi handed Shen Shen a card. No. 3, Central Street, Capital City, Yunming Pavilion. This is an establishment of the Beast Tamer Association, similar to the Grand Wind Building of the Demon Alliance, but more upscale. Everyone who can enter here, regardless of age, is an elite. You must achieve good results. Whether this old bone of mine can retire peacefully depends on you. Watching Shen Shen's figure grow distant, a rich smile appeared in Wang Yi's eyes. He had a strange premonition that the school team from No. 7 would surely give him a big surprise this time. The child is teachable. Wang Yi did not know that after leaving No. 7, Shen Shen did not head directly to the capital but instead returned to his residence. Sigh. Looking at the room he had lived in for many years, Shen Shen couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. He had a premonition that after this National High School Student League, he might not have the chance to return to East City again. After putting some important items into Emperor Qianqiu's storage ring, Shen Shen turned and left the room, sealing it with a layer of protection using a supreme beast. No matter how far he goes, there will always be a time to return. There weren't many people he needed to say goodbye to, but Yi Qing was definitely one of them. Not only did he introduce him to the 11th Bureau, but he also taught him many things and extended a helping hand in times of crisis. Shen Shen cherished such a person. Just thinking about how Yi Qing once wanted to take him as a godson, only to later discover that his homeroom teacher was a legend, that expression was truly memorable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a small alley leading to the 11th Bureau, a sudden gust of wind blew, and Shen Shen felt a blur before his eyes, his spirit instantly sinking, and his body began to sway slightly. What's going on? Could it be that I've been too tired during my time at Floating Mountain? This feeling vanished the moment he looked up, and Shen Shen suspiciously glanced around, finding nothing unusual. Something's not right. 10 minutes later, Shen Shen stopped again, looking at the alley entrance just a few meters away, a hint of fear rising in his heart. There's an ambush. On a regular day, the alley would take just a few minutes to traverse, but now it had taken nearly an hour. Buzz. Blessing Aura, activate. Beast Master Talisman, activate. When Shen Shen realized he might have fallen into someone else's trap, 2 beams of light suddenly erupted from his body. Puff! An unprecedented pressure forced Shen Shen to half kneel on the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, and he looked around in shock and confusion. Who could it be that had silently ensnared him? Shen Shen's mind raced, recalling everyone and every beast he might have offended before. Step, step, step. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Shen Shen, you finally returned. A familiar voice made Shen Shen look up sharply. At the mouth of the alley, a figure gradually came into view, approaching from afar. With a pale face and no beard, his gaze sharp as an eagle, a beast emblem that Shin Chen had never seen before was prominently embroidered on his chest, and a shadow flickered behind him, making the newcomer appear exceedingly eerie. Legendary Beast Master, Grand Elder of the Beast Master Alliance, Wei Changfeng. It's actually you! Shin Chen never expected that the one who wanted to trap him was Wei Changfeng, the Grand Elder of the Beast Master Alliance. Hee, I'm glad you still remember me. Now you can die in peace. Wei Changfeng said little, raising his hand to unleash a shadowy palm strike, a bizarre force instantly lunging toward Shin Chen. Supreme Beast. Seal of Light. In a moment of desperation, Shin Chen hurriedly summoned the Supreme Beast to seal himself. Puff! The Seal of Light blocked the strange force outside, sliding away like a popped balloon. Hee, not bad, no wonder Wu Jing would turn against me for you, but that's still not enough. A ruthless glint flashed in Wei Changfeng's eyes, and the shadow behind him trembled suddenly, unleashing an even more powerful force once again. Bang! The Seal of Light wobbled slightly, and Shin Chen quickly increased his mental output to dissipate the force. Why? As a Grand Elder of the Beast Master Alliance, why would you target a mere student like me? Shin Chen wanted to buy time. They were very close to the 11 Bureau. If he could create a commotion, a demon hunter would surely come to investigate, and perhaps he would have a chance to escape. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked. The Seal of Light, unique to the Supreme Beast, could not be broken by brute force, yet Wei Changfeng's previous strike had nearly shattered his sealing barrier. Although this was partly due to his mental output, it was enough to demonstrate the power of a legend. Void Hunter. To be safe, Shin Chen summoned 2 Void Hunters for emergencies, mainly because the Void Hunters had the ability to transfer damage. Cough, what a joke! Why should I answer your question? Wei Changfeng did not continue to attack, his eyes darting around, fixated on the gray sealing barrier surrounding Shin Chen, seemingly pondering how to break it. You're injured. Shin Chen blinked, noticing something from that cough. This guy was definitely injured. Was it Wu Jing, or Yi Ching, or Qin Wuliang? So what if I'm injured? The power of a legend is beyond the imagination of a foolish child like you. A sickly flush suddenly appeared on Wei Changfeng's face, and the shadow behind him flickered slightly. Kill! Shin Chen's eyes lit up, and 2 shadows instantly darted out from his side, fiercely launching an attack on Wei Changfeng. Slash! The blades cut through the void, 2 sharp long knives slicing across Wei Changfeng's body. Did it succeed? A glimmer of joy flashed in Shin Chen's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Legendary beast masters were not so easy to kill. What a cunning little brat! Seeing that Shin Chen remained motionless, still hiding within the sealing light barrier, Wei Changfeng's figure suddenly became ethereal, then solidified again. The shadow behind him, which seemed to flicker in and out of existence, also paused momentarily, allowing Shin Chen to see the true form of this legendary beastmaster's pet. It resembled a bear, its entire body a bluish gray, with eyes that seemed hollow, as if they could absorb everything at any moment. Strands of bluish-gray fur cascaded from its back to the sides, floating lightly in the wind, revealing 4 soft, grayish-white hooves that rippled out circles of gray light around it. Legendary special magical beast, Nightmare. Upon seeing the creature's appearance, Shin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he gasped in shock. The Nightmare was rumored to be a bizarre space formed after the global beast disaster, where a large number of humans and magical beasts gradually perished. The strange magical beasts born within were incredibly powerful, with only a rare few able to enter, and even fewer able to successfully form a contract as a pet. He never expected that Wei Changfeng was one of them. In that instant, Shin Chen understood that the alley was now in a state that was neither dream nor reality, and unless he could break this space, no one would come to save him, no matter how loudly he shouted. Hee, you have some knowledge. Since that's the case, you can die with your eyes closed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Changfeng opened his mouth wide, and the Nightmare behind him exhaled a wisp of grayish-white breath into his mouth, causing the sickly look on his face to vanish instantly. Boom! Before Shin Chen could react, Wei Changfeng's figure had already appeared in front of him, delivering a simple punch that sent Shin Chen flying. What the hell? Did the ceiling light break? Still in midair, Shin Chen was a bit dazed. How did he get knocked away? And what happened to those 2 void hunters from earlier? Had they been devoured by the Nightmare? Bang! Shin Chen fell to the ground and realized that the ceiling light had not been broken. He was still standing on the same spot he had been before. Strange. Watching the scene around him suddenly begin to fade, Shin Chen frowned slightly. Before long, a vast mental force spread out, covering the entire alley. Swish! Buzz! As if a membrane had been punctured, Shin Chen discovered that his mental power had actually broken through its limits, allowing him to see the scene outside the alley. A tavern, streets, and a few pedestrians. And not far away, the building of the 11th Bureau, With demon hunters standing at the entrance, everything was clearly visible. Ah, so that's it. Everything is an illusion, merely a space constructed by evil forces. The nightmare is nothing more than this. Suddenly realizing everything, Shin Chen laughed out loud, allowing Wei Changfeng to knock him away once more, only to float back to his original spot, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Why is your mental power so strong that you can see through the nightmare's illusion? Looking at the wildly laughing Shin Chen, Wei Changfeng, as a legendary beast master, showed a look of shock, not only because Shin Chen had seen through the nightmare's illusion but also because with such knowledge, he could call for help. The 11th Bureau was so close, and Yi Qing, who had recently advanced to legendary status after participating in the siege against him, would definitely sense everything happening here. You must die. Boom! An extremely evil force suddenly erupted, and Wei Changfeng merged with the nightmare, transforming into a giant shadow towering 10 meters high. Crack! The giant mouth opened wide, swallowing both Shin Chen and the ceiling light barrier in one go. Spit! The merged nightmare's interior was also an illusory space, but the main body was still controlled by Wei Changfeng, only much smaller than the alley space. Because of this, Shin Chen found room to maneuver. Crimson armored Shin Steed. Crimson flame 1,000 miles. A sudden whirl of the hexagonal prism unleashed hundreds of red-armored dark steeds, which instantly formed a formation under the enhancement of the Beast Master Divine Talisman. Flames spiraled together rapidly, creating a sea of fire that began to run wildly, scorching this bizarre space. Crimson Flame 1,000 miles inherits the characteristics of the Crimson Blood Heavenly Horse, generating a whirlwind of flames at its feet while running. The more beast companions that join the battle, the greater the speed increase. As the number of red-armored dark steeds continued to rise, the limited space began to feel crowded. Although the steeds were being devoured by the gray-white energy, their speed had slowed considerably. It seems you've been hurt quite badly. Feeling the change in his beast companions, Shin Chen mocked. Oomph, just wait to die. Wei Changfeng's cold snort echoed, and the entire space suddenly darkened, with gray rain faintly falling. Pat, pat, pat. The gray rain dripped onto the ceiling light shield, producing a series of pattering sounds, causing Shin Chen's spirit to waver slightly. Something's off. Noticing the situation, Shin Chen immediately became cautious, his gaze fixed on the gray raindrops falling from the sky, which had gone from a trickle to a torrential downpour in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! The ceiling light shield remained unchanged, but Shin Chen's mental energy began to shake violently. With each wash of gray rain, his complexion paled further. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Shin Chen felt a bit panicked. The methods of a legendary beast master were truly endless, especially since the opponent's beast companion was an extremely bizarre legendary special magical beast from the strange space, the Nightmare. It was much harder to deal with than Sun Boar's Void Spirit Demon. At this moment, Shin Chen inexplicably recalled the halo fusion used in the floating mountain. Previously, there were 2 halos. What would happen if 3 halos merged? Otherworldly Lord, activate. With a flash of light, a pitch-black vortex appeared outside the light shield. Shin Chen did not look at what otherworldly creature was summoned this time. He only aimed to activate the Lord's halo. Buzz! Immediately, a light and ethereal halo rose from beneath Shin Chen's feet, doubling all attributes instantly. Skyward Tree Tower, Ancestral Halo. The dark red-hued Ancestral Halo slowly coalesced around him. 10,000 forms, 1,000 mechanisms, Beast, Favor Halo. The brilliant golden Favor Halo instantly floated above Shin Chen's head, and 3 halos of different colors appeared almost simultaneously, beginning to pulse as if they were merging into one. The brilliant gold and dark red intertwined, slowly spreading downward, and upon contact with the Lord's halo, they fused together in an instant, sending a rainbow of light soaring into the sky. Boom! The 7-colored light tower instantly broke through the seal. Crack! Then, a crisp sound echoed in the void, as if something had shattered, and the entire sky brightened. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the 11 Bureau headquarters. So that's where you are. Yi Qing stared in the direction of the 7-colored light tower, faintly sensing a familiar aura, and his body immediately soared into the air, heading towards the alley. The moment the 7-colored light tower took shape, the Nightmare suddenly emitted a series of strange cries, and the bizarre energy in the surrounding space rapidly contracted, visibly being devoured. Damn it, what is this thing? Hearing Wei Changfeng's roar, Shin Chen finally noticed the otherworldly creatures that had been summoned. It turned out to be a swarm of bugs covered in red barbs. Beep! Elite-level otherworldly creature group detected, infant worms. These infant worms had heads resembling giant infants, their features seemingly not fully formed. The red barbs on their bodies looked terrifying upon closer inspection, each barb curling outward with dense, fine hairs, and as they moved, they emitted a series of baby-like whimpers, sending chills down one's spine. The strange energy emitted by the nightmare was being devoured by these infant insects, and the gray-white halos were rapidly shrinking, becoming almost invisible. "Ah, old man, just asking if you're enjoying this." Seeing this, Shinshen laughed out loud. The colorful light tower formed by the fusion of 3 halos had already broken through the blockade of the alley, and he believed someone would definitely come to check it out. Ah! A roar erupted, and the strange energy emitted by the nightmare suddenly erupted. Clouds of gray and white mist quickly gathered together, transforming into a giant version of Wei Changfeng. Bang! 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 Die! Wei Changfeng began to frantically strike at the colorful light tower, but the tower's defense was incredibly strong. Each blow was mostly deflected, leaving only a drizzle of power that was instantly dispersed. Watching the enormous figure attacking him, Shinshen felt a strong itch in his heart, but although Wei Changfeng was injured, his legendary level strength remained, making him still not someone Shinshen could handle. Weaken! He had to weaken his strength. Colorful light tower, suppress him. Only by using the colorful light tower to suppress the nightmare could he ensure that if this special beast pet were killed, Wei Changfeng would suffer a backlash. At that time, a legendary beast master without a beast pet would be completely at Shinshen's mercy. Buzz! Amidst the intense buzzing sound, the colorful light tower began to spin, continuously compressing the nightmare's living space. In less than a minute, the fusion of Wei Changfeng and the nightmare showed signs of splitting. Shinshen discovered that the power of the colorful light tower was incredibly strong, completely unlike any form of power he had seen before. It could rapidly switch between tangible and intangible, and could transform into any shape. Moreover, the tower itself was solidified energy, with each layer shimmering in colors, now shrinking from an initial towering phantom to a solid, colorful glass tower about 10 meters high. Ah! Eat! Ah! With the energy highly compressed, the power of suppression grew even stronger. Wei Changfeng and his beast continuously emitted cries of agony, eerie and ethereal. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and the nightmare's space began to crack inch by inch. The sky instantly cleared, and a figure quickly retreated towards the end of the alley. Puff! Wei Changfeng's figure suddenly stopped, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. His pair of extremely sinister eyes fixed on the figure that had suddenly appeared. From the Eastern City's 11th Bureau, the newly promoted legendary member of the Demon Beast Alliance, Yi Qing. "Ah, old Ghost Wei, come and take your life." Crimson flame thousand mechanisms, ever-changing. Boom! The colorful light tower instantly vanished, and the crimson flame thousand mechanisms battle armor quickly donned. Shinshen lunged towards Wei Changfeng's direction. Now was the time to strike a drowning dog. "You brat, how dare you bully me?" Wei Changfeng let out a piercing howl, not expecting to be forced into a corner by a kid. His beast pet, the nightmare, was also heavily injured and forced back into the beast space. Bang! With a thousandfold power triggered, Shinshen stood firm, while Wei Changfeng was sent flying back again, blood spraying from the corner of his mouth. Wei Changfeng colluded with foreign races, incited grievances within the alliance, attempted to overthrow the alliance's power, and after being questioned by the leader, showed no remorse. After injuring 2 elders, he fled. Multiple crimes warrant execution. At that moment, Yi Qing's authoritative voice echoed in the alley, and numerous demon hunters appeared on both sides. "Ah, this is truly ridiculous. The esteemed Grand Elder of the Demon Beast Alliance has actually become a traitor. Wei Changfeng, have you ever thought about how you treated me back then? Do you regret it?" Hearing this, Shinshen's eyes lit up. It turned out this old fool had colluded with foreign races, simply seeking his own death. Humph, the victor takes all. If you have the ability, kill me. Wei Changfeng still showed no remorse, barking like a mad dog. Although he knew he was on a dead-end path, he refused to surrender. How pathetic! Wei Changfeng, if you surrender now, you might live. Yi Qing furrowed her brows slightly and stepped forward. Wei Changfeng had fallen to such a state, it was truly a disgrace for the Demon Alliance. What a joke! You, Yi Qing, have no power to judge me. Wei Changfeng roared at Yi Qing, his eyes bloodshot and nearly insane. Ha ha, Director Yi, this man has lost his mind. Colluding with foreign races is a grave sin, and with his actions going against the norm, what use is there in keeping him alive? Shinshen looked at Yi Qing and smiled slightly. If Director Yi is unwilling to take action, I can do it for you. You brat, you've really grown wings and dare to put on airs in front of me. Yi Qing looked at Shinshen, her gaze filled with warmth. Director Yi is joking. I, Shinshen, am not ungrateful. How could I dare to be reckless in front of you? Shinshen raised an eyebrow, instantly returning to his previous demeanor. Yi Qing smiled gently. This kid still hadn't changed. Damn it, do you two take me for a decoration? Watching the two chat happily, Wei Changfeng's veins bulged as he shouted in anger. Colluding with foreign races, 1,000 deaths cannot atone. In the name of the Abyss Commander, I grant you eternal damnation, turning to ash. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! 100 heavenly fire pillars instantly surrounded Wei Changfeng. Energy cannons, fire at will. Boom! Even though Wei Changfeng had countless abilities, without the legendary Nightmare's assistance, he was like a plucked phoenix, instantly reduced to ashes under the barrage of 100 heavenly fire energy cannons. Sigh. A hint of regret appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. After the global beast disaster, every legend was extremely important, yet some people always became too arrogant and lost their true selves. However, what shocked him and the other demon hunters even more was that Xin Shen's strength seemed to have increased significantly. Just this 100 heavenly fire pillars, along with the void hunters hidden around, had no rivals except for legends. The speed of his advancement was insane. It was only now that Yi Qing realized that Xin Shen, still wearing the king's badge, had already become a genuine emperor-level beast master. In the same alley, once a mid-level rookie during their first encounter, he had now become the renowned Abyss Commander, leaping to emperor status. Terrifyingly, it took this kid less than half a year to go from mid-level to emperor. Bang! Just as everyone was marveling at Xin Shen's strength, a blue flame erupted in the sky. Commander Blue Flame. The Blue Robe Commander is under attack, hurry to assist. Commander Blue Flame? Blue Robe Commander? Xin Shen was stunned, this scene was familiar to him. Let's go take a look together. This matter probably concerns you, Yi Qing said, noticing Xin Shen's puzzled expression. Concerned about himself? Could it be that this new Blue Robe Commander was someone he knew? With doubts in mind, Xin Shen and Yi Qing, along with the other demon hunters, arrived at an abandoned factory 50 miles east of the city. Outside, a team of blue robes was patrolling, and when they saw Xin Shen, they all showed expressions of shock. The battle had long since ended, and inside, demon hunters were still clearing the scene. What's going on? Yi Qing walked into the factory, where the newly appointed Blue Robe Commander was crouched on the ground, two mangled corpses in front of him. Nothing much, just a few outsiders. They've been getting more and more rampant lately, and two got away. The new Blue Robe Commander slowly turned around, a trace of blood still on his face. It's you! How could it be you? Upon recognizing the new Blue Robe Commander, a hint of surprise flashed in Xin Shen's eyes, and both spoke in unison. Ha! I really didn't expect that the position of Blue Robe Commander would end up in your hands. Noticing the awkwardness in Sun Bo's eyes, Xin Shen spoke to ease the tension. Lu Fei's disciple from Tianai Manor, the Void Spirit Demon Sun Bo. I earned it through my abilities. Sun Bo said proudly. Now an emperor, he indeed had the qualifications. Of course, everyone is here based on their abilities. Xin Shen shook his head slightly and turned to look at the two corpses on the ground. Do you know who these people are? Alright, no matter who they are, anyone who dares to ignore the World Alliance Treaty and enter the Great Xia without reporting can be killed. Just as Sun Bo was about to speak, Yi Qing suddenly interjected. Sun Bo, gather the team. We must strengthen patrols during this time. Anyone suspicious from outside the district can be killed. Yes. Sun Bo glanced at Xin Shen before leading a group of people in blue robes away from the abandoned factory. After that, Xin Shen and the others also left in succession and returned to the headquarters of the 11th Bureau. What's wrong? Do you have doubts? Yi Qing brewed a cup of strong bitter coffee for himself, sinking into the soft sofa, and after a slurp, he revealed a comfortable expression. Of course. Xin Shen pouted, this guy seemed lazier since becoming a legend. 6 days ago, many outsiders appeared in the Great Xia district, some reported their entry, some smuggled in, and all their targets were aimed at East City. The two just now should be from the American Federation. Yi Qing blew on his coffee and continued, currently, there are two known teams that entered the Great Xia district under the name of a squad, the Snake Kiss team from the British Emperor district and the Wet God team from the Brahma region. Targeting East City? Upon hearing this, Xin Shen frowned. What was so noteworthy about such a remote place as East City? And our newly appointed Grand Commander has been assassinated 4 times in just 6 days, discovering dozens of hideouts for outsiders. Both the 11th Bureau and the 7th Middle School in East City have unidentified personnel secretly observing. It is precisely because of this that Wei Changfeng took the opportunity to infiltrate East City to assassinate you. Yi Qing looked intently at Xin Shen, a hint of a smile in his eyes. This kid had caused such a big mess and was still unaware. If it weren't for his own advancement to legend, he might not have been able to handle this situation. Wei Changfeng is colluding with the British Emperor district. Why? Xin Shen suddenly recalled that after killing that count and a large number of personnel from the British Emperor district, he felt that Duke Aima's relationship with Wei Changfeng was unusual. It turned out they had long been in collusion. However, Xin Shen still couldn't understand why a good elder of the Demon Alliance would choose to be a dog for the British Emperor district. It's all for profit. Some people are no longer satisfied with the status quo, thinking their strength deserves higher power. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Yi Qing sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness. So, you're saying all of this started because of Wei Changfeng? Xin Shen's gaze sharpened. It seemed he had made Wei Changfeng's death too easy. No, all of this started because of you. Sun Bo is just taking the blame for you. What? It started because of me? Are you kidding? Xin Shen jumped up immediately. I've been at the suspended mountain all this time. There's no reason for them to come after me. It's precisely because you were at the suspended mountain and managed to earn over 5 million merit points. I must say, you are truly a genius. Yi Qing downed his coffee in one gulp and gave Xin Shen a thumbs up. A rising star in the Great Xia district, earning 5 million battlefield merit points in less than 2 months. It's only natural for other districts to want to understand their future opponent. Xin Shen was stunned. So it was the battlefield merit points that caused the problem. No wonder Gongsun Yu had warned him to be careful when leaving the suspended mountain. That old guy must have known this outcome long ago. Fortunately, Sun Bo was taking the blame. Are you saying that from now on, I will be targeted by all outsiders? Who would dare to show their face then? Isn't there any protection from above? Xin Shen was speechless. This was just too ridiculous. An obvious hatred for the rich. You are wrong again. They are paying attention to you and even want to kill you. The key point is not your achievements, but that the Great Xia district has freed its hands because of you. From now on, there will only be one Imperial Abyss battlefield, allowing more personnel to compete for resources in the outer battlefield. This is what those from the outer districts value the most. Of course, your own strength has also successfully attracted their attention, and you can be proud of that. Yi Qing sighed. Even he did not expect that a rookie just entering the battlefield could achieve such impressive results. You might as well give it a rest. It's better to keep a low profile. By now, Xin Shen finally understood that he was merely a fuse. Had he known, he wouldn't have exchanged so many achievements. 5 million. Just thinking about it made him envious. Keeping a low profile won't help. From the moment you return to East City, those hidden figures have already adjusted their targets. Take care on your way to the capital. Yi Qing knew that Xin Shen was definitely going to the capital, especially since the National High School League was about to start. What? You're not going to see me off? What if I get killed? Pfft, a dignitary-level beast master who can summon a legion of beast pets at any time, with so many tricks up your sleeve, who could possibly kill you? Don't play the pity card with me. Yi Qing saw right through Xin Shen's intentions. Well. Xin Shen scratched his head proudly and tossed over a thumb-sized bottle. Yi Qing caught the bottle and, upon inspecting it, his expression changed dramatically. You little brat actually have Earth Dragon blood. Yi Qing looked at Xin Shen in shock. This was a huge surprise. With this bottle of Earth Dragon blood, he wouldn't be much worse off compared to those seasoned legends. The fastest way for beast masters to grow is through mental strength, while physical fitness has become a hindrance. Since the global beast disaster, all beast masters have been searching for items that can steadily enhance their physical fitness over the long term, but unfortunately, the results have been minimal. It is well known that there are currently only 3 types of items that can meet this requirement: Earth Dragon Blood, Spirit Chalcedony, and Azure Goldwood Liquid. All 3 resources are rare and hard to come by, especially the seemingly simplest Earth Dragon Blood. As Gongsun Yu said, unless the Earth Dragon willingly offers it, its blood will become a toxic substance. Occasionally gaining something. In the following days, Xin Shen deliberately wandered around East City, aiming to let those targeting him know that the true supreme leader of the suspended mountain had returned. East City had just begun to rise. He didn't want the hard-won situation to be ruined. A small East City couldn't withstand the machinations of these ulterior motives. 3 days later, Xin Shen left for the capital alone. Send the order down. The Demon Hunter dead soldiers of the 11th Bureau will secretly accompany and protect Xin Shen. If a legendary-level person makes a move, they must do everything possible to help him break through. In the headquarters building of the 11th Bureau, watching Xin Shen's figure grow distant, Yi Qing's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Yes, a chilling voice echoed in the void. Demon Hunter dead soldiers, those who offend Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far. Xin Shen did not head directly to the capital but took a detour to Great Wind City. Wang Wu had once said that Great Wind City was the former residence of the senior evolutionist, Old Qin, and that he had left something there that only evolutionists could obtain. It turns out to be something needed for advancing to myth. Wang Wu was not in Great Wind City, and Shinshin came up empty-handed. However, he still visited Old Qin's stone house and unexpectedly obtained a crystal stone needed for myth advancement. This was a mythical item. Could it be that Old Qin has been exploring the path to advancing to myth all along? Leaving the city of Gale, Shinshen toyed with the brown crystal in his hand, filled with questions. This crystal was identical to the one given to him by the Earth Dragon Beast. Although it had no name, it was indeed a necessary item for advancing to the mythic level. Where did this former top advanced evolutionist of the Great Xia get such a crystal? With this question in mind, Shinshen made his way to the capital without any major incidents, and 3 days had passed, leaving 4 days until the National High School League. The prosperity of the capital was far beyond what the 6 cities of Qingyuan could compare to. Even the massive ancient-style city gate was forged from the bones of legendary magical beasts, and even a full-force strike from a legendary beast master would struggle to shake it. The capital of the Great Xia region was one of the most prosperous cities in the world after the beast disaster. Many people were eager to settle here, but without the strength of an emperor or above, even mentioning such a condition was pointless. There was simply no opportunity. At No. 3 Central Street, Yunmeng Pavilion. This was the address Lu Jun had left for Shinshen, and only the 2 giants, the Beast Master Association and the Demon Alliance, were qualified to occupy such a prime location. Stop! Yunmeng Pavilion is a restricted area of the Beast Master Association. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. Outside the gate of Yunmeng Pavilion, Shinshen was stopped by 2 guards. Shinshen smiled slightly. How familiar this scene was, just like the Gale Tower in Qingyuan City back in the day. It seemed that all the crows in the world were the same shade of black. Get lost! Seeing the disdain in the eyes of the 2 guards, Shinshen raised his foot and kicked. Bang! The guards were caught off guard and were sent flying, leaving passers-by momentarily stunned. Damn, this guy is bold. He actually dared to make a move at Yunmeng Pavilion. Brave, but he'll die quickly. Looks like a country bumpkin, just a mere king-level beast master. What courage does he have to cause trouble here? Ha, looks like there's a show to watch. These guys at Yunmeng Pavilion have been a bit excessive lately. Tisk tsk, these 2 watchdogs are too cowardly. Shinshen's sudden action not only left the 2 guards bewildered, but even the onlookers turned to watch, curious about how this reckless kid would end up. You're looking for death. Anger flashed across the faces of the 2 guards as they lunged at Shinshen. Bang! Bang! The awareness of these watchdogs isn't very high. Let me teach them a lesson. Before the 2 could get close, Shinshen kicked again. Whoa, this kid has some skills. After all, these 2 guards are king level, yet they turned out to be so useless. Seeing Shinshen effortlessly send the 2 king-level guards flying, the crowd was dumbfounded. Just as everyone was discussing, a group of people suddenly emerged from Yunmeng Pavilion, and the leader looked at Shinshen with a hint of shock in his eyes. How did this kid come to the capital? The person was Su Nanzhao, the proud disciple of Qin Wuliang, the one who had almost been crippled by Shinshen back then. Everyone, I have something to attend to, you go ahead. Su Nanzhao did not want to encounter Shinshen at this moment and turned to leave after greeting his companions. Oh, isn't this Brother Su? Why not greet an old friend before leaving? At that moment, Shinshen spotted the once extremely arrogant genius Beast Master and called out, "Young Master Su, it's this guy who dared to cause trouble at Yunmeng Pavilion." The 2 guards, seeing Su Nanzhao, seemed to have found a savior and pointed at Shinshen, crying out. Shinshen frowned. A dignified king-level Beast Master actually made such a disgraceful display. It was clear he had never seen blood and was definitely a privileged child. Shut up! Su Nanzhao sharply reprimanded the 2 guards, his face looking very unpleasant. So it's Brother Shin, long time no see. Ha, long time no see. Brother Su truly hasn't forgotten me. Shinshen approached Su Nanzhao with a familiar demeanor. Oh, these must be Brother Su's friends. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Shinshen, from Qingyuan East City. Looking at the outstretched hand of friendship, the 3 young men beside Su Nanzhao changed their expressions, all showing looks of disdain. Brother Su, how do you know this bumpkin? Coming from Qingyuan East City, what a godforsaken place that is, even the people are a mess, it's really disgusting. One of the young men exaggeratedly covered his nose. Stinky beggar, hurry up and get lost. Exactly, how could someone like him know Brother Su? He clearly just wants to sneak in. Brother Su, don't be fooled, be careful, this guy might be a beast slave. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, crisp applause rang out, and Shinshen smiled slightly. I really didn't expect that the beast masters from the capital would be like this. Has the peace lasted so long that you've forgotten you're still human? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nanzhao's pupils constricted, and Shinshen slapped him. Clap! Shinshen's slap sent the foul-mouthed young man flying. What a ruthless person, not only causing a scene at Yunmeng Pavilion but also hitting someone from the Gao family. Even if he has a powerful background, he probably can't escape a punishment. Qingyuan East City, I seem to recall some rumors recently. It seems a remarkable student has emerged from that East City. Could it be this guy in front of us? Seeing Shen Shen act so boldly, the onlookers gasped in surprise. Su Nanzhao remained silent, his expression growing increasingly ugly. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene. Being unable to win was one reason, but also because Qin Wuliang had repeatedly warned him not to clash with Shen Shen after returning from the beast battlefield, or the consequences would be severe. I was talking to Brother Su. Who do you think you are? Shen Shen looked at the Gao surname youth who had just stood up, his face cold. You dare to hit me? Do you know where this is? Who gave you the courage to cause trouble on Su Shao's territory? The Gao surname youth covered his face and looked at Su Nanzhao. Brother Su, what do you think about this? Shouldn't you seek justice for your brother? This Gao surname youth was clearly someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. After being hit by Shen Shen, he actually sought justice from Su Nanzhao. Oh, Brother Su has quite the reputation. I didn't know that this Beast Master Association, this Grand Yunmeng Pavilion, was actually Brother Su's territory. Shen Shen turned his head, his gaze sharp. Hee, Brother Shen is joking. I'm just managing Yunmeng Pavilion, this isn't my territory. At this moment, Su Nanzhao hated the Gao surname youth to the core, wanting to avoid this disaster that he couldn't escape. Gao Chang, you can't speak carelessly, the Beast Master Association is not my territory. Gao Chang was instantly dumbfounded. What was wrong with Brother Su today? Why was he enduring this bumpkin? I said, how could President Qin's disciple be such a troublemaker? You guys, don't tarnish Brother Su's reputation, or I'll make sure to beat you up. A hint of mockery flashed in Shen Shen's eyes as he pointed at the others. Brother Su, are you sure you won't handle this matter? Gao Cheng's expression darkened, and the others also noticed Su Nanzhao's unusual behavior, feeling a hint of fear towards the suddenly appearing and bold bumpkin. Gao Cheng, I advise you to stop here. After all, it was you who spoke disrespectfully first. Su Nanzhao desperately hinted. Unfortunately, it was like talking to a wall. Ah, what a good Su Nanzhao. Although my Gao family is not a big clan and can't compare to your Su family's 3 legends, we are not to be bullied. Today, I, Gao Chang, will take care of this kid. Does Brother Su have any objections? After being humiliated by Shen Shen in public, Gao Chang couldn't swallow this anger, especially with Su Nanzhao's reaction, which made him resentful. Leaving now is the best outcome. This is my advice, whether you take it or not is up to you. Su Nanzhao felt quite helpless. This kid was determined to rush into the line of fire. Come here, go invite Uncle Zhao over. Gao Chang waved his hand, and immediately a servant rushed to deliver the message. At the same time, Su Nanzhao's expression changed slightly. The Uncle Zhao that Gao Chang mentioned was also a newly risen legend, and things were getting more complicated. However, when he turned to look at Shen Shen, this guy still had a calm expression, seemingly completely unconcerned. Brother Su, my classmates should have arrived by now. I came here specifically to find them. Noticing Su Nanzhao's gaze, Shen Shen turned back and smiled slightly. Everyone from Qingyuan City is at the Windy Tower, but the classmates you mentioned are indeed here, though they went out this morning, Su Nanzhao said, a complex look flashing in his eyes as he spoke softly. You need to be careful. The person Gao Cheng called is a legend. Shen Shen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Su Nanzhao to share this information with him. It seemed he wasn't as foolish as he had imagined. It's fine, if no one provokes me, I won't provoke anyone. If someone provokes me, I will definitely kill them. Seeing that Shen Shen seemed unwilling to leave just like that, Su Nanzhao realized that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He raised his hand to call over a guard and whispered a few words before retreating back to the Cloud Dream Pavilion. What an arrogant tone! I want to see who dares to touch the young master of the Gao family. At that moment, a figure rushed in from a distance, the sound arriving before the person did. When Gao Chang saw who it was, he immediately rushed forward. Uncle Zhao, it's that bumpkin from the East City. Not only did he hit me in public, but he also said that there isn't a single capable person in the Gao family, that everyone is useless. You must stand up for me. Gao Chang began to embellish his grievances. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were shocked. This guy was too shameless. Rest assured, young master, anyone who slanders the Gao family, even if it's the King of Heaven himself, will have to give an explanation. Uncle Zhao turned to Shen Shen, kneel and apologize, sever your own arms, and roll out of the capital. You can avoid the death penalty. Shen Shen looked at this so-called legend, a hint of confusion in his eyes. This person didn't seem to have the strong aura of Yi Qing. Old Zhao, this matter isn't Shen's fault. I think we should just let it go. Besides, you just broke through to legend and are bullying the weak. Those above won't be pleased. At this moment, Su Nanzhao suddenly stepped forward, seemingly trying to dissuade Uncle Zhao. Young Master Su, this kid is insulting the Gao family. Not only did he cause trouble in the Cloud Dream Pavilion, but he also hid Gao Chang. This matter cannot be overlooked. Uncle Zhao's response was very firm. Unless he complies with my demands, he will die today. Looking at Qin Shen, who still had a calm expression, Su Nanzhao couldn't help but want to curse, but after thinking it over, he decided not to persuade further. After all, he had already warned both sides. One was a guest of the Gao family, and the other was someone who had once ruthlessly defeated him in Wei Yuanying. He didn't want to offend either. Since that was the case, watching the show wouldn't be a mistake. With that thought, Su Nanzhao immediately called over a large number of guards to block the entrance of the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Old man, do you want me dead? Qin Shen understood that Su Nanzhao was just reminding him. A mere newly risen legend was not enough to make him bow his head. The old man. Boom! Before Uncle Zhao could finish his sentence, a shadow rushed towards him. It was the crimson-armored mysterious steed that Qin Shen had summoned. Crimson flame, thousand mechanisms, ever-changing. Qin Shen didn't give Uncle Zhao a chance to speak. A torrent of crimson-armored mysterious steeds surged from beneath his feet, armor enveloping him in an instant. You dare! Old fool, die! Before Uncle Zhao could summon his beast companion, Qin Shen charged forward like a cannonball. His fist, imbued with 1,000 times the power, slammed directly into the newly risen legend. Boom! Bang bang bang! Crack! The ground suddenly cracked open, dust flying everywhere, and the onlookers quickly retreated, their eyes wide as they stared at the large pit that had appeared before them. This strike was terrifying. Indeed, the combat power of a legend cannot be measured by levels. Looking at Uncle Zhao, who had only taken a small step back, Qin Shen's pupils instantly constricted. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying and ferocious beast slowly emerged, revealing its sharp claws and fangs in the direction of Qin Shen. A legendary beast, the Hellhound. The Hellhound was covered in pitch-black fur, and as soon as it appeared, it absorbed all the surrounding light, plunging the area in front of the Cloud Dream Pavilion into darkness. Roar! Its sharp fangs glinted coldly, sending chills down people's spines, while its blood-red eyes revealed endless evil and ferocity, as if it could see through a person's soul. The roar was like thunder, causing the onlookers to retreat, as its blade-like claws waved menacingly at Qin Shen, with a tail covered in sharp barbs behind it, possessing lethal power like a steel whip. Dark, evil, terrifying. Kid, die! Uncle Zhao shouted angrily, and the Hellhound instantly lunged at Qin Shen. So disgusting! Looking at the Hellhound's gaping maw, the strong smell of blood and decay made Qin Shen furrow his brows, but he managed to dodge just before the attack landed. Void Hunter, come out! A low shout echoed, and the surrounding space rippled, sending a chill down the spines of the onlookers, as if the Void Hunters that appeared out of nowhere surrounded the Hellhound. The long knives flashed, and a flurry of blade light instantly struck the Hellhound's massive body. Roar! The Hellhound yelped in pain, its long tail sweeping out but easily dodged by the Void Hunters. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying wherever the long knives passed. What terrifying defense! Seeing this, Qin Shen frowned slightly. The Void Hunters had indeed inflicted some damage on the Hellhound, but it was minimal. Not enough quality, so let's make up for it with quantity. Beast Control Divine Talisman, activate. Boom! 200 Void Hunters instantly formed a formation, and the Hellhound's attacks were immediately suppressed. How is this possible? Uncle Zhao exclaimed in shock. This was a legendary beast. He had put in a lot of effort to contract and upgrade this Hellhound, and after finally advancing to legendary status, it was being suppressed in its first battle by a wild kid who came out of nowhere. What was even harder for him to understand was that Qin Shen's number of beast companions seemed abnormal. With his legendary strength, he could naturally sense that those flickering humanoid beasts numbered as many as 200. 200 Lord-level humanoid beasts. Terrifying. There must be some treasure supporting this. This kid definitely has someone backing him. At that moment, Uncle Zhao suddenly regretted his impulsiveness, glancing at Gao Chang, who was also in shock, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. No turning back now. Kill and seize the treasure, then leave the capital. Uncle Zhao's greed spiraled out of control, and he looked at Qin Shen as if he had found a treasure. Hell Vortex! With Uncle Zhao's low roar, the Hellhound suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a black vortex instantly formed. Buzz! Qin Shen suddenly felt as if the Void Hunters were being pulled, uncontrollably flying toward the center of the vortex. Blessing Halo! A golden halo appeared instantly, halting the advance of the Void Hunters. Damn, this old guy is a bit tricky. Watching the vortex still tugging at the Void Hunters, Qin Shen's eyes lit up, and he quickly devised a plan. Supreme Beast, come out! The Supreme Beast, with two wings supporting an egg, instantly appeared, and under the grayish ceiling light, it cast a cover over the Hellhound. Roar! The Hellhound began to struggle violently, and seeing its state, Qin Shen hastened his mental energy output. 1 minute later, the Hellhound was completely sealed. Damn it, what did you do? Uncle Zhao was shocked, as he had lost his mental connection with the Hellhound. "Ha, old man, let's see how you die now." The ceiling light was like a cheat. It was precisely because of the Supreme Beast's presence that Shen Shen had the possibility to contend against a legend. With a wave of his hand, Shen Shen summoned the Void Hunters. The wings of the demons fluttered lightly as they faced the Hellhounds and swung their blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of blades slicing through the air was incessant, and beams of blade light pierced through the ceiling light, striking the Hellhounds and causing their injuries to surge instantly. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Shen Shen suddenly burst into laughter. The blade light underwent such a tremendous change after passing through the ceiling light. He never expected that the combination of the two would yield such miraculous effects. Void, Thousand Blade Flow. This was a tactic Shen Shen had conceived during the final battle at the Floating Mountain, giving the Void Hunters a characteristic akin to Crimson Flame 1000 Miles, resulting in an explosive attack that was far more than just 1+1. With the assistance of the Supreme Beast, encircling and killing the legendary Hellhounds was not a difficult task. In fact, Shen Shen had an even more effective method, which was the Heavenly Fire Pillar. However, summoning the Heavenly Fire Pillar here would inevitably harm the innocent, and at that point, he would truly incur the wrath of the masses, making it not worth the cost. Get away! Uncle Zhao panicked. Although he had been promoted to a legendary beast master, he never expected his beast pet to be targeted like this, nor did he anticipate that Shen Shen actually possessed sealing abilities. "Old man, take care of yourself." Seeing this, Shen Shen immediately flashed in front of Uncle Zhao, and the furious onslaught of Crimson Flame 1000 mechanisms began. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Legendary Uncle Zhao, without the assistance of the Hellhounds, had his combat power reduced by more than half, and under Shen Shen's frenzied attacks, he kept retreating. Although a legendary body was powerful, it could not withstand Shen Shen's relentless assault. In less than a minute, Uncle Zhao was already covered in wounds. Crack! Shen Shen seized the opportunity and smashed Uncle Zhao's right arm with a punch. Put! At this moment, despair flickered in Uncle Zhao's eyes. He had thought to seize the opportunity to stand up for the younger generation and establish his legendary prestige, but he never expected that the Hellhounds would be trapped first, and now he was being pushed to the brink. "Old man, I'll give you time to leave your last words." Shen Shen walked up to Uncle Zhao, looking down at this guest of the Gao family, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. "Kid, I advise you not to go too far. Although the Gao family is not a big clan, it's not something a country bumpkin like you can provoke." Uncle Zhao shouted hoarsely. "Gao family?" Glancing back at Gao Chang, who was already scared out of his wits, a hint of mockery flashed in Shen Shen's eyes. "They are not worthy. You were given time but didn't cherish it, then go die." Just as Shen Shen's fist was about to fall, a sudden roar echoed from not far away, and a large group of wolf riders arrived in an instant. Holy Flame Wolf Riders! How could the Holy King Legion appear here? Looking at the familiar Holy Flame Wolf Riders, a hint of confusion flashed in Shen Shen's eyes. More importantly, the leader of this group of wolf riders was not someone he recognized, but a middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy expression. "Commander Su, help!" Upon seeing this person, Uncle Zhao immediately endured the intense pain and rushed over, embellishing the story of what had happened. "What a reckless kid! We fight for our lives on the battlefield, and you are here fighting for glory, shameless." The so-called Commander Su glanced at Uncle Zhao, revealing a hint of disdain, while also feeling puzzled. Were the legendaries outside the battlefield this week? Holy King Legion, immediately capture this kid. Holy King Legion. Wow, this is the legendary Holy King Legion, so impressive. The Holy King Legion guards the abyssal line of defense at the Floating Mountain battlefield, sweeping through the abyss under the leadership of the Abyssal Commander. They are the heroes of the Great Xia. That's right, the Holy King Legion annihilated the Beast Faction's Holy King Legion in the final battle, and the Floating Mountain battlefield ended early because of that commander's appearance. It is rumored that that commander has a legion of beast pets, definitely a unique talent. The Holy King Legion appears here. Could it be that they are heading to the Imperial Abyss battlefield? The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing it was the Holy King Legion. The news of the end of the Void Mountain battlefield had already spread throughout the Great Xia region, and everyone was eager to know who the commander of the Holy King Legion and the Abyssal Defense Line was. The man before them was clearly not that person, but he was the commander of the Imperial Abyss battlefield, the eldest son of the Su family from the capital, Su Qiuo. "What, is it that this commander cannot command you?" Seeing the Holy King Legion remain still, Su Qiuo's expression darkened. He turned to the vice commander Qin Fei, only to find that everyone was looking at the young boy with a hint of fervor in their eyes. "Qin Fei, this commander is asking you a question." "Commander Su, I'm sorry, but you cannot command us to do things unrelated to the battlefield." Qin Fei was speechless, asking them to capture the creator of the Holy King Legion was practically treason. Do you know what you are saying? Su Kuo was furious. He had originally been ordered to bring the Holy King Legion to the Imperial Abyss battlefield, but upon seeing the Holy Flame Wolf Riders, he had thoughts of monopolizing them. Whoever controlled such a legion on the battlefield would gain glory and merit rapidly. However, this legion was actually disobeying his orders, which made Su Kuo extremely angry. The Holy King Legion was born for the battlefield and should not appear here. At that moment, a faint voice reached everyone's ears. Shin Chen looked expressionless at Qin Fei and the others, stopping them from approaching to acknowledge him. Ha ha, what a joke. A country bumpkin dares to speak about the Holy King Legion. Who does he think he is, the Abyssal Commander? Utterly ridiculous, shameless to the extreme. After hearing Shin Chen's words, the crowd erupted in boos, all waiting for the Holy King Legion to take action against Shin Chen. Especially Gao Chang and his servant, as well as Su Kuo, all looked at him with disdain. You are right, the Holy King Legion was born for the battlefield and will never tarnish the face of the Abyssal Commander. Qin Fei's expression turned serious as he turned to Su Kuo. Commander Su, there is only one commander of the Holy King Legion. Anyone who wishes to lay claim to this position will not have a good end. Holy King Legion, heed the command. Immediately head to the Imperial Abyss battlefield and await the arrival of the commander. Understood. With a single command from Qin Fei, the Holy King Legion immediately turned to leave. Before departing, all members of the Holy King Legion saluted in the direction of Shin Chen. Hiss! The entire venue fell silent. Su Kuo, Gao Chang, Su Nanzhao, and others all showed expressions of confusion and shock. Could it be that this boy was the legendary Abyssal Commander? Otherwise, why would the Holy King Legion leave because of his words? Uncle Zhao's face turned pale, filled with despair. He had kicked a steel plate. I'm just a student. Seemingly sensing the crowd's speculation, Shin Chen smiled slightly and explained. After hearing Shin Chen's words, everyone let out a long breath, but no one dared to speak against him anymore. Regardless of whether he was related to the Holy King Legion, his ability to stand against legends was enough to silence most people present. Since that's the case, after being abandoned by the Holy King Legion, Su Kuo's expression was exceptionally grim. Just as he was about to hold Shin Chen accountable, a series of voices interrupted his thoughts. Ah, Brother Shin, you are too ungracious. You arrived in the capital and didn't tell me. A loud voice rang out, and a figure appeared in the arena. When everyone recognized who it was, they were all taken aback. The young master of the Demon Alliance, Wudong. Shin Chen was about to respond when another voice came. Wei Yuanying from the 3rd High School of the capital, welcome Brother Shin. Lang Shiyan from the 1st High School of the capital, welcome the young man to the capital. Welcome, classmate Shin Chen, to the Wei family in the capital. Senior evolutionist Qin's old disciple, Wang Wu from Qingyuan Great Wind City, is hosting a banquet at Great Wind Tower today to welcome Brother Shin. The voices rose and fell, completely stunning the crowd who were just watching. No one expected Shin Chen to know so many outstanding individuals, and among them were members of the 4 great families, the Wei family. What shocked everyone the most was that Wang Wu, a disciple of a senior evolutionist who had recently appeared in the capital, was actually hosting a welcome for Shin Chen. Absurd! How could a country bumpkin have such powerful connections? No, who exactly are you? At this moment, Uncle Zhao was utterly desperate. If he had previously entertained thoughts of murder and robbery, now he didn't even dare to think about it. The sudden appearance of these young people, each with forces behind them that the Gao family could not compare to, left him feeling hopeless. It's over. There's no way out. Thank you all. After I deal with this guy, I'll catch up with you. Looking at the familiar faces, a hint of comfort appeared in Shin Chen's eyes. The more friends he had, the easier his path would be, especially in a place like the capital. Didn't he see how some people had already fallen silent? Old man, take a look at your hellhound and say your final goodbyes. Uncle Zhao raised his head in despair. Not far away, the Void Hunter, who had been attacking the hellhound, was now launching its final strike. Void, 1000 blade flow. 1000 blades unite. Crack! A massive blade light instantly converged, and as the ceiling light shattered, it also cleaved the barely breathing hellhound in two. Not only that, the blade light continued to slash forward for a distance before slowly dissipating, leaving a long gash on the ground. Put! Uncle Zhao, overwhelmed with anger, fainted before Shin Chen could make a move. You can't kill him! Just as Shin Chen was about to finish off Uncle Zhao, Su Kuo stepped forward to block him. What? You want to stop me? Shin Chen frowned. Although the other party came from the Imperial Abyss battlefield and was a member of the Su family, that didn't mean he would be afraid. Hey, Brother Shin, you really can't kill this person. Otherwise, even if those two above intervene, they won't be able to protect you. Wu Dong also came out to advise. Why not? Shinshin frowned slightly, but he still didn't want to let it go just like that. This is a very special time, and killing a legendary figure without cause is a serious crime. Moreover, Brother Shin has no substantial deep-seated hatred with him. Why not let it go for now? Wu Dong explained. What he said is correct, you can't kill this person. At that moment, a familiar voice came, and Shin Shen's eyes lit up as he looked towards the crowd. Lu Jun, the only relative Shin Shen had in this world, followed by Su Qianxue and two others, walked up to Shin Shen with smiles on their faces. Teacher! Shin Shen slightly bowed, unable to contain the joy in his eyes. Indeed, you've become stronger. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Jun's face. This student, who was like family to him, was growing at an astonishing rate. With his keen eye, he could naturally see that Shin Shen had already become an emperor-level beast master. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Hearing Shin Shen subtly flatter him, Su Qianxue and the others couldn't help but smile slightly. It was too cheeky. Ha, you little rascal, Lu Jun laughed heartily, then turned to Uncle Zhao, using the power of beast pets to forcibly advance to legendary status. While you may enjoy some privileges, your life is ruined. Today, I'll spare you, but you better be careful in the future. Legendary. This kid's teacher is actually a legendary figure, and it seems to be an old-school legendary one. Uncle Zhao was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize how ridiculous his earlier thoughts of murder and robbery were. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Uncle Zhao, now disregarding his dignity, prioritized his life and quickly turned to leave after bowing several times. Ah, I want you dead. At this moment, Gao Chang woke up and, upon seeing this scene, instantly went mad and lunged at Shin Shen. Bang! Gao Chang flew up like a broken sack, crashing down in front of Yunmeng Pavilion, but the one who hit him was someone else. You reckless fool, you simply don't know when to die. A middle-aged man with a short beard suddenly appeared, his face dark as he looked at the fallen Gao Chang. The head of the Gao family, Gao Shang. Ignorant child, you have offended my young friend. On behalf of the Gao family, I, Gao Shang, apologize and present 10 legendary beast crystals as compensation. Please forgive us. Gao Shang turned to Shin Shen, his face full of humility, presenting the beast crystals with a deep bow. The onlookers were instantly dumbfounded. The head of the Gao family actually apologized to an unknown kid. This was the capital city, where aside from the four great families, the Gao family was also considered a prestigious first-class family. Yet, Gao Shang not only failed to avenge his son but instead lowered himself to apologize. It was absurd. Put. Gao Chang, who had just gotten up, saw this scene and spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting again. Head of the Gao family? Shin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. The man before him, with a face full of humility, made him feel a hint of danger. Rationality told him that the best course of action was to eliminate the root of the problem and kill Gao Shang. I hope my young friend can forgive us. Gao Shang, head of the Gao family, apologizes on behalf of my son. Noticing that Shin Shen had not accepted the beast crystals, Gao Shang's voice rang out again, bowing even lower. Silence. Everyone was waiting to see how Shin Shen would handle this situation. The head of a first-class family in the capital city was actively bowing down before a junior. This was no longer a matter of generosity. Su Qiuo, Wei Yuanying, Wu Dong, Leng Xian, and others were also watching. Although with their status they could easily resolve this conflict, they wanted to see how Shin Shen would deal with it. After all, these people had high aspirations. If Shin Shen was just a hot-headed youth, then there would be no need to continue associating with him. Lu Jun smiled, but inside he was anxious. This kid was rising too quickly. If his mindset was off, they would really have to teach him a lesson in the future. Ha ha ha, head Gao, you flatter me. Such a grand gift, I cannot accept. Suddenly, Shin Shen laughed heartily, stepping forward to help Gao Shang up. My conflict with Gao Chang is merely a dispute among juniors. If we were to hold grudges over such trivial matters, wouldn't that be too unkind? Now, the Great Xia is in a time of turmoil, and it is our time to achieve great things. How can we harbor resentment over minor issues? Gao Shang looked up, his face filled with astonishment. Lu Jun's smile grew even more pronounced. Shin Shen's words instantly turned the situation around, dissolving the hidden crisis without a trace. From now on, whether in the capital or on the battlefield, the path would be smoother. Good. Magnanimous. Truly a legendary figure, concerned for the Great Xia, destined to be a pillar of the future. Head Gao is generous. With such a demeanor, how could he not become a top-tier family? In an instant, the onlookers all cheered. Whether it was Shin Shen or Gao Shang, both displayed the demeanor of gentlemen. Su Qianxue, Wu Dong, and others also wore satisfied smiles. Such talent was worthy of their friendship. Ah, then I thank you, young brother. but I, Gao, have failed in teaching my son, so please do accept these 10 beast crystals." Hearing the crowd's discussions, a hint of joy appeared in Gao Shang's eyes. At the same time, his wariness towards Xin Shen deepened. This person was too deep-minded. If possible, it would be best to befriend him. In the future, he might truly help the Gao family become a top-tier family. Moreover, Xin Shen had a legendary-level teacher as a backing, and Gao Shang had been watching Lu Jun's actions these past few days. Otherwise, as the head of a family, he would never bow to a junior. As a first-class family, Gao Shang's ambitions would not stop here. More friends meant more paths. "Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I will definitely come to apologize another day." With his powerful mental strength, he could naturally sense the shift in Gao Shang's emotions and the rising thread of goodwill. "Good. Little brother, your visit brings glory to the Gao family." Gao Shang was very pleased with Xin Shen's performance, but he did not know the true strength and connections of the young man before him, thinking of him merely as a deeply calculating youth. "Which one is Xin Shen?" At that moment, a group of 4 stepped forward, all bearing the emblem of the Beast Tamer Association. "I am. May I ask what brings you here?" Xin Shen looked up and noticed that the leader was approaching with a palm-sized box. "On the orders of President Qin, we are here to present you with the Emperor's badge. Additionally, the President has instructed us to invite you to the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association if you have time, and Elder Qin would like to consult you on some matters in person." As he spoke, the box opened, revealing a golden crown badge before everyone's eyes. Xin Shen took it and naturally wore it on his chest. Emperor level. The crowd was astonished. It was unprecedented for the president of the Beast Tamer Association to personally deliver a badge. The fact that the top advanced evolutionist of the Great Xia, Elder Qin, wanted to consult him in person left everyone bewildered. Who was Elder Qin? He was a strategic national asset for the Great Xia region. Even legendary beast tamers had to bow before him. Yet, such an important figure wanted to consult Xin Shen directly. Could it be that this young man was also an evolutionist, surpassing Elder Qin's expertise? "On the orders of the Alliance leader, I invite Brother Xin to gather at the Great Wind Tower." Just as everyone was in confusion, a cold voice suddenly rang out, and a chilling killing intent spread throughout the venue. Before the person arrived, the crowd was already like startled birds. "Ji Wuming, why are you here?" When a figure appeared before everyone, Gao Shang let out a trembling exclamation. Among the crowd, except for Lu Jun and his group, even Wu Dong and others slightly lowered their heads, a trace of barely perceptible fear flashing in their eyes. The newcomer was none other than Ji Wuming, the leader of the 4 commanders of the Demon Alliance. He had another title, the number 1 under the legendary level worldwide. He had once single-handedly pushed back a medium-sized beast tide and, 10 years ago, had stormed into a beast slave's lair, slaughtering the old and weak without mercy. A total of 5,000 people, and not a single complete corpse could be found. Among them were 2 legendary beast slaves, whose bodies Ji Wuming had dismembered. Their heads hung in front of the Great Wind Tower in the capital for a month. It was after that battle that beast slaves in the Great Xia region had nearly vanished, only recently beginning to reappear. The number 1 butcher under the legendary level. The name of the butcher spread across the globe. To this day, only a handful knew of Ji Wuming's beast pets. "Get lost." Ji Wuming glanced at Gao Shang, his icy gaze nearly scaring the latter into wetting himself, and he hurriedly grabbed Gao Chang and fled, not daring to utter another word. "You are Xin Shen?" "Indeed." Xin Shen looked up to meet Ji Wuming's gaze, a faint stinging sensation emerging in his eyes, something he had never experienced before. It should be noted that with Xin Shen's mental strength, after ascending to the emperor level, even the so-called number 1 genius in the country, Leng Xian, would have to concede defeat. Boom! Ji Wuming suddenly lunged forward, his massive fist smashing toward Xin Shen's face, a hint of sharpness faintly visible. The fist's wind was like a sword, fast as lightning. "Come on!" Xin Shen did not panic at Ji Wuming's sudden attack and directly countered with a punch. Bang! Xin Shen was sent flying backward, his body feeling as if it had fallen apart, nearly losing consciousness from the blow. In a pure contest of physical strength, Xin Shen was utterly defeated. "Not bad. You're the first to take a punch from me purely with physical strength." Implicitly, no one in this world can withstand a punch from Ji Wuming, not even legendary beast masters. And that is indeed the case. He. Xin Shen forced a smile, his body took a full minute to recover, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his gaze as he looked at Ji Wuming. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest under the legends. "Captain Ji, your welcoming gift is really too heavy." After regaining his composure, Xin Shen shook his slightly numb arms and slowly walked over. "Kid, you're not qualified to receive my welcoming gift," Ji Wuming said, but deep down he was also extremely shocked. He had used 9/10 of his strength in that punch, and he thought Shin Chen would at least be injured, though not fatally. He certainly wouldn't be able to move again. Yet, Shin Chen not only caught his punch but also recovered in less than a minute, which left him astonished. Faced with such a situation, Shin Chen could only chuckle. There was no helping it, Ji Wuming was clearly a battle maniac, the unreasonable kind. Didn't he see how Wu Dong and the others hadn't dared to lift their heads until now? The young master of the Demon Alliance, truly cowardly. However, Shin Chen wasn't in a position to criticize others, as he too had backed down. Refusing would only lead to more beatings, especially when he saw Ji Wuming's lingering expression. Better to keep quiet. Trouble comes from the mouth. The atmosphere instantly fell into a dead silence. Even Lu Jun, the seasoned legend, wore a bitter smile. Boring, come with me, the Alliance Master wants to see you. With that, Ji Wuming turned and left, and Shin Chen could only follow helplessly, postponing the invitations from Qin Wuliang and Old Qin. As Shin Chen passed by Wu Dong, a sly glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he slightly bowed to Wu Dong. Young master, can I leave? Wu Dong was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking up at Shin Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. Shin, what are you trying to do? Bang! The next moment, Wu Dong was sent flying, crashing into Su Nanzhao, who was guarding the entrance of Yunmeng Pavilion. Su Nanzhao, caught in the crossfire, felt incredibly frustrated, unable to express his anger. Kid, don't play tricks in front of me. Ji Wuming's voice rang out again, his icy gaze sweeping through the crowd and landing on Su Kuo. Especially you, don't think about using others to do your dirty work, and don't think about taking shortcuts. If you're not back at the Emperor's Abyss battlefield within a day, I'll kill you. Feeling the palpable killing intent, Su Kuo's soul nearly left his body, and he turned and fled like a stray dog. Hiss! Shin Chen inhaled sharply. It seemed he had underestimated everyone's fear of Ji Wuming, who even dared to threaten the commander of the Emperor's Abyss battlefield, Dongfang Lai. No. 9, Central Street, Capital City, Great Wind Tower. This is also the headquarters of the Demon Alliance. Unlike the Great Wind Tower in Xingyuan City, this one has only 12 floors but occupies an area at least 10 times larger. Moreover, the Great Wind Tower in the capital is only open to the public on the first 3 floors. The other floors are guarded by at least 2 Emperor-level golden rogue demon hunters, and occasionally Shin Chen could sense traces of legendary auras. Terrifying. The strength of the Demon Alliance is definitely much stronger than the legends suggest. Come in. On the 12th floor, Ji Wuming opened the door and walked in directly. After Shin Chen followed, he could no longer see his figure, nor could he sense his presence. The interior was very simple. Even the training room of the 7th high school was more luxurious than this. In the center stood a 10-meter-long table, which was empty except for a small box, and in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window stood Wu Jing with his hands behind his back. You're here. Wu Jing slowly turned around, and a hint of surprise flashed in his gaze as he looked at Shin Chen. This kid's growth rate is truly astonishing. Here he comes. Shin Chen's expression was calm, keenly noticing that Wu Jing seemed even more weathered than he had appeared on the battlefield of Xiankong Mountain. Did you fight? Wu Jing smiled as he sat down at the long table, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. It was a draw. Shin Chen blinked, knowing that Wu Jing was referring to the test from the butcher Ji Wuming. TCH. A disdainful voice came from the void, leaving Shin Chen at a loss. Even his full mental perception couldn't pinpoint the direction. Not convinced? Let's have another match. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen's face flushed, and he issued a challenge into the void. With you? Find me first, weakling. Weakling. Hearing this term made Shin Chen feel a chill. No one had ever called him a weakling before. Alright, I brought you here today to discuss the advancement of myths. Wu Jing laughed heartily, interrupting the two's conversation. With a wave of his hand, a box in the center of the long table slowly opened, and a golden light screen appeared out of thin air. Buzz! The golden light screen trembled, instantly filling with constantly moving characters. Within those characters lay the secrets of advancing myths. Inside the box were the 2 pieces of mythic beast skin that Shin Chen had previously provided. It seemed that Wu Jing and the others had not fully deciphered the secrets within. The golden light screen was a projection of the mythic beast skin, and the characters in these projections should be the key to advancing myths. The characters moved and collided with each other, producing sounds like a great bell, yet they could never merge into complete words. In more than half a year, we've traveled to various monster battlefields around the world, finding some related resources. Although we successfully activated these 2 pieces of beast skin, we cannot merge them, Wu Jing said, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he continued. We tried using mental power to merge these characters. Although we succeeded once, it couldn't last, and we completely failed to understand their meaning. Shin Chen frowned, tentatively probing the characters with his mental power. Buzz! A powerful force of resistance surged instantly, and in an instant, Shinshen's mental power vanished completely. Was it devoured? Shinshen exclaimed, turning to Wu Jing with a look of confusion in his eyes. That's right. To be precise, these should be called character spirits. No matter how strong the mental power is, it will be devoured, which is why we can't fully merge them, Wu Jing said, not surprised. Shinshen's failure was within reason. Character spirits? Shinshen fell into deep thought. The mythic beast skin came from the legacy of Emperor Qianshou. To control these so-called character spirits, there must be a way within the legacy, but aside from those 2 pieces of beast skin, the rest were all resources, which were of no use at all. Could the problem lie in the legacy of the evolutionist? After we collected enough resources, it was with the help of Elder Qin's evolutionary light that we activated these 2 pieces of beast skin. Unfortunately, even with Elder Qin's mental power, he couldn't merge these character spirits. Just then, Wu Jing suddenly spoke up. Elder Qin, evolutionary light? Shinshen's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something, his brows furrowing. Emperor Qianshou was the world's #1 myth-level beast master. Why did he leave behind the legacy of an evolutionist? Did he think that evolutionists were actually the most important? Could it be that he was also a creator? Only a creator could decipher the mythic beast skin he left behind and thus uncover the secrets of advancing myths? Did Elder Qin ever use the evolutionary light to merge these character spirits, and did he have more than you? Suddenly, Shinshen looked up at Wu Jing, a questioning look in his eyes. That's right. Wu Jing's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. Ha! Shinshen felt a surge of excitement. It was very likely that Emperor Qianshou left behind the legacy of an evolutionist so that someone could advance to a creator and unveil the secrets of the mythic beast skin. If that's really the case, then the one who can truly merge these character spirits must be the light of creation. And Emperor Qianshou himself must also be a creator. With this thought, a glint of sharpness appeared in Shinshen's eyes. Perhaps only he could unravel the mystery of the mythical beast skin. Beast Taming Divine Symbol, activate. Shinshen decisively activated the Beast Taming Divine Symbol. Although merging these character spirits did not require mental power, the light of creation needed strong mental power to support it. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, Shinshen's body surged, and his mental power, as if it were tangible, formed an invisible storm around him. The mental power condensed into lines connected with the mythical beast skin, and an exceptionally familiar feeling instantly rose in Shinshen's heart. Light of creation, activate! Shinshen raised his hand, and clusters of mist-like golden light of creation surged toward the screen filled with character spirits. Boom! The character spirits erupted. Countless character spirits rushed madly toward the clusters of light of creation, and powerful forces instantly spilled out, the sudden change nearly breaking Shinshen's mental defenses. The golden screen shattered instantly, and those character spirits that were devouring the light of creation looked ready to escape. Supreme Beast! Seal of Light! In a critical moment, Shinshen directly summoned the Supreme Beast, and the grayish sealing light instantly enveloped the golden screen, quickly repairing the already shattered areas, gathering those character spirits that were about to escape and sealing them back within the light. Shinshen keenly noticed that at the moment the screen shattered, a crack actually appeared in the mythical beast skin inside the box. Wu Jing also noticed this scene, staring in shock at the golden light of creation, his eyes revealing a hint of horror. This kid is actually a creator. Ji Wuming appeared out of nowhere, his eyes filled with shock. Notify those two, or they will become suspicious. Wu Jing nodded. At this moment, after repairing the golden screen, Shinshen immediately increased the output of the light of creation. He could now clearly sense the emotions of these character spirits. Hungry. Extremely hungry. The light of creation was like delicious food, possessing a deadly attraction for the character spirits. The light of creation was quickly devoured, and each character spirit instantly became radiant, completely different from their previous nearly transparent forms. Bang! The 12-layered door was violently pushed open, and a group of 4 suddenly burst in. Qin Wulian, along with an elderly man with graying hair, who should be the first senior evolutionist of the Great Xia, Elder Qin, and the other 2, clad in black battle armor, had sharp gazes filled with intense killing intent. These 2 were the Grand Commanders who had just returned from the Emperor's Abyss battlefield, Lu Yuanfan and Lu Yi. What's going on? Boom! Just as Qin Wulian was about to speak, a loud noise suddenly erupted from within the golden screen, followed by a batch of character spirits rapidly escaping, forming a line of large characters at the top of the screen. Creation does not produce without myth. 7 dazzling golden characters left everyone momentarily stunned, looking at Shinshen in confusion. Especially Elder Qin, as a senior evolutionist, tears streamed down his face. I never expected that in my lifetime I would see someone become a creator. A blessing for the Great Xia, a blessing for humanity. Lord Wu, this must be the Grand Commander of the Abyss who changed the situation in the suspended mountain battle. able to elevate so many beast pets to epic status at once. Only a creator who seizes the heavens and earth can achieve this. Lu Yuanfang looked at Wu Jing with a questioning gaze. That's right, he is Xin Chen. Wu Jing's expression was excited. This kid had quietly become a creator. Impressive. After receiving confirmation, Lu Yuanfang and the others exchanged glances, both revealing a rich smile. This time they had to bring this kid back to the Emperor's Abyss battlefield. Boom! At that moment, an abnormal change occurred in the arena again. One by one, the well-fed characters began to merge rapidly, and an article with iron strokes and silver hooks instantly took shape. Among them, 5 large characters shone the brightest, almost capturing everyone's attention. Mythical Advancement Chapter. Beasts invade, myths sink, civilizations perish, and living beings suffer. I, with the body of a myth, emerge from the Emperor Abyss, relying on the Supreme Seal to open the battlefield, using the power of creation to pass down the 9-page Beastskin secret characters, leaving a glimmer of hope for humanity. Only the power of creation can resolve it. The 9-page Beastskin secret characters, also known as Mythical 3 chapters, are divided into 3 stages: Advancement, Breaking Void, and Proving God. One must be grounded and not overstep to achieve a perfect myth. The following text recorded how to advance in myth, the materials required for different advancement methods, and the impacts brought about after advancement. The methods of advancing in myth differ from previous advancements and are divided into 2 types. One is a human-centered advancement method, which is more likely to achieve a perfect mythical level after proving God. The other is pet-centered, using the power of pets to advance in myth. Unlike the first type, this may bring some negative effects, and there is even a possibility of the Beast Master being countered by their pet, unless the Beast Master's mental strength is exceptionally strong. This scene of the Mythical Advancement chapter left everyone mesmerized, their faces showing deep shock and reverence. It should be noted that this is the first time a new level of advancement method has appeared since the global beast disaster. With the Mythical Advancement chapter, the Daxia region's voice in the world will soar, even dominating the 6 major regional alliances. At the same time, they also learned the origin of the world's #1 mythical beast master, Emperor Qianqiu, the Emperor Abyss. Myths emerge from the Emperor Abyss. The largest monster battlefield in the world is indeed the Daxia region's Emperor Abyss battlefield. Moreover, there are still 6 pages of this mythical chapter that have not been discovered or have been secretly collected. To be promoted to a perfect mythical level, one must collect the other 6 pages of beast skin. However, such matters cannot be rushed. Fortunately, a path to myth has already been established. It was not until the excited Qin Wuliang announced the completion of the recording that Xin Chen retracted the light of creation, and the golden light curtain instantly dissipated. Boom! At that moment, Xin Chen's pet space was suddenly forced open, and those characters that had returned to their original state flowed into the pet space like rivers converging into the sea. Ding! Mythical power detected. Wanxiang Qianji beast advancing. Ding! Mythical power detected. Wanxiang Qianji beast advancing. The frantic system prompts rang out continuously, and the Wanxiang Qianji beast erupted into explosive upgrades, leaving Xin Chen momentarily stunned. Ding! Mythical power detected. Host attributes enhanced. Ding! Mythical power detected. Host talent upgraded. Ding! Mythical power detected. Pet automatically initiating anthropomorphization process. Stunned. Completely stunned. At this moment, Xin Chen could no longer control the pet space, only watching as those characters returned to their original forms, a gentle power rapidly nourishing his body, making him feel as if he were floating, even his soul undergoing a powerful cleansing. I hit the jackpot. Xin Chen's face lit up with joy, completely disregarding the shocked expressions of others, allowing these characters to continue flowing in. The gentle yet immense mythical power, along with all the information about mythical advancement, was stuffed into Xin Chen's mind by these characters. If it weren't for the support of the Beast Master Divine Talisman, Xin Chen feared he would have already gone insane. Bang bang bang. When the system prompt ceased, all of Xin Chen's pets were cleared from the pet space. Wanxiang Qianji Beast, Supreme Beast, Scarlet Armored Xian Horse, Void Hunter, Sky Tree Tower, Heavenly Fire Pillar, Hiss. Looking at the densely packed various beast pets quickly filling the 12 layers, everyone gasped in shock, especially the 2 grand leaders from the Imperial Abyss, whose eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Indeed, this was the Abyss Grand Leader who had single-handedly changed the battlefield of the floating mountain and forced the 5 great beast kings to retreat. With such a powerful army of beast pets, it seemed that only the legendary Beast King could possibly suppress him. Damn it! At this moment, Xin Chen's expression was somewhat grim. This was the first time he had exposed all his beast pets to the public. His trump card was revealed. Fortunately, his strongest trump card was the system with 3 major talents, which could change the abilities of these beast pets at any time, allowing Shen to feel somewhat reassured. How is this possible? Old Qin, once the top evolutionist of the Great Xia, was now completely stunned. The number and types of Shen's beast pets exceeded his understanding. This situation was akin to a man giving birth, something he deemed utterly impossible. Yet, this impossibility had occurred with Shen, and the other party was the world's #1 creator. It was absurd. Buzz. After a long buzzing sound, the appearance of the Wanxiang Qianji beast began to change. The hexagonal base crawled with ants that struggled to stand up, their dual-horned, six-legged bodies starting to transform into human-like features. In just a few minutes, it became a bizarre humanoid form. A pair of compound eyes morphed into glasses that rested on a somewhat wrinkled face, where a pair of fiery red pupils could be seen moving slightly. The two front legs transformed into powerful arms that waved continuously, while two of the four legs below became sturdier, supporting the weight of the entire body. The other two legs twisted towards the back, gradually elongating, tightly securing the hexagonal base behind it. At first glance, the transformed Wanxiang Qianji beast resembled Spider-Man from the movies, except it had a gold-red backpack on its back, with mysterious patterns faintly visible in the haze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thankfully, seeing that the mental imprint on the hexagonal base was still there, Shen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that the strength of the Wanxiang Qianji beast had significantly increased. Dad, 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 Dad. Suddenly, a somewhat childish voice came from the mouth of the Wanxiang Qianji beast. Dad? Shen was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. What the hell? Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into laughter, but it quickly stopped as they turned to look at Old Qin, who was nearly dropping his jaw in shock. To think it has achieved personification, this is incredible. Old Qin looked at the now transformed Wanxiang Qianji beast, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Personification, huh? That was a phenomenon that only legendary magical beasts could exhibit. When a beast pet showed signs of personification, it indicated that it was not far from transformation. Not all legendary magical beasts could transform, but those that could would not only become significantly stronger, but even with natural growth in the future, they would inevitably ascend to the epic level. This meant that Shen's beast pets would definitely be epic in the future, and under the influence of the demon law talent, the time for this process would be drastically shortened. Boom! Just when everyone thought it was over, the Wanxiang Qianji beast gently waved its hand, and the remaining word spirits suddenly flew towards the 200 heavenly fire pillars. A hint of curiosity rose in Shen's eyes. Could the heavenly fire pillars also achieve personification? Beep! Mythical form injection detected. Perfect mechanical body solidification upgrade. Shen was stunned. These word spirits were actually mythical level. At the same time, the size of the heavenly fire pillars was continuously shrinking until it stopped at just under 3 meters tall. Beep! Perfect mechanical body solidification upgrade completed. Boom! Creak! Beep! Beep! A sweep of red light passed over Shen. Identity recognition complete, intelligence system loaded, all-weather combat mode integrated successfully, Skyfire Mecha Squad bound successfully. Following a series of extremely sci-fi operations, a thread of information appeared in Shen's mind. The Skyfire pillar was originally generated by him using a mental imprint. In essence, it was merely a mental projection, not a true mechanical beast. However, after the successful integration of the word spirit and the loading of the intelligence system, it truly became an objectively existing mechanical body, unlocking all its abilities. The name was changed to Skyfire Mecha Squad, which meant that whenever Shen summoned Skyfire, it would always be a squad of 200 Skyfire mechas. As for how to fight, he didn't need to worry. Everything was left to the intelligence system. More importantly, once the 200 Skyfire mechas were solidified, as long as their numbers decreased, they would be replenished with the assistance of the intelligence system. Not more, not less, exactly 200. Is this the power of personification? Shen looked at the myriad of mechanical beasts, lost in thought. The Skyfire pillar could not inherit the characteristics of the mother body, so it was inevitable that it would be phased out as Shen's strength increased. However, with this solidification upgrade, at least after Shen became a myth, the Skyfire Mecha Squad would be a very powerful aid for him. Did the mother body realize this and then pass the remainder in word spirit to Skyfire? If that were the case, then the mother body, having completed personification with the assistance of mythic energy, would indeed be terrifying. With this thought, Shen subconsciously opened the Beastmaster panel. Host, Shen, Beast Pet, Myriad Mechanical Beast, Mental Threshold, 502, Physiological Threshold, 520, Talent 1, Demon Law, Talent 2, Otherworldly Lord, Current Legion Count 1. Talent 3, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution, all things can evolve, with a chance to evolve into ultimate rare beings, capable of evolving different types of beasts simultaneously, with no limits on quantity, type, or level. Demon Law, blessed by the demon god, after obtaining any quality beast pet, you can evolve by consuming flesh and blood. The higher the level of the consumed flesh and blood, the stronger the evolution, with no upper limit. Otherworldly Lord, master the laws of the otherworld, awaken the skill Lord's halo, and summon elite-level otherworldly beings by consuming beast crystals, governed by the beast pet mother body, with a number not less than half of the host's current maximum summon count, with no limit on summon frequency. Lord's Halo, active skill, doubles all attributes of the host and beast pet. When the number of beast pets exceeds 1000, triggers Legion effect, under which beast pet attack speed and defense are increased by 100 times. Seeing the data on the panel, a trace of ecstasy appeared in Shinshen's eyes. Both basic attributes had broken through 500, and he felt a significant leap in both spirit and physique. Now, he might be able to withstand a strike from Ji Wuming without injury, provided Ji Wuming was only using 90% of his strength. What shocked him even more was that the emergence of mythic energy could actually influence system talents. Aside from the original Demon Law remaining unchanged, the other two talents had seen varying degrees of enhancement. Shinshen speculated that this might be due to the conflict of the world's life system, causing the Skyfire Mecha Squad to be directly classified under the Otherworldly Lord Legion. In other words, under the system rules, Skyfire actually belonged to the realm of otherworldly laws. Infinite evolution? Does that mean it could potentially evolve from 1 to 3, to 10, or even to 1000? Other Beastmasters might also end up with multiple beast pets after going through infinite evolution? With the Simulation Evolution talent upgraded to Infinite Evolution, Shinshen thought of various possibilities, and whether it could be realized would need to be tested at an opportunity. Buzz! All the beast pets returned, and the 12th floor was instantly empty. The crowd also came back to their senses from the shock. Indeed, heroes emerged from the youth. Elder Qin excitedly approached Shinshen, repeatedly expressing his admiration. With the power of a creation master to reverse the battlefield of the floating mountain, the Abyss Commander's reputation is well known, and you have also cracked the mythical beast skin, opening new hope for humanity. Just based on these two achievements, you can be called an unparalleled national hero. I dare not. Faced with Elder Qin's praise, Shinshen felt quite proud, yet his old face still flushed a bit. If you dare not, then there is no second person in this world who can deserve this title. Elder Qin laughed heartily, very pleased with Shinshen's humility. Wu Jing, standing aside, curled his lips. Although he was happy for Shinshen, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off when he thought about the scene of Shinshen confronting Gong Sunyu at the floating mountain. This kid definitely knows how to pick his battles. He needs to be careful. Elder Qin is right, you deserve the title of unparalleled national hero. At this moment, Lu Yuanfang walked over. I am Lu Yuanfang, the commander of the Abyss battlefield. This is Commander LVE. It is precisely because of your appearance that the floating mountain battlefield was resolved, allowing the Dashia region to concentrate its forces for comprehensive development of the Abyss battlefield. For this alone, your contribution is invaluable. Development? Shinshen keenly noticed Lu Yuanfang's wording, battlefield development. Could it be related to the Abyss? The world's first mythical beast master, Di Qianxiu, came from the Abyss. Coupled with Lu Yuanfang's statement, it was not hard to guess that the Abyss was definitely more than just a battlefield. Exactly. LVE, standing nearby, showed a hint of appreciation. The fact that Shinshen could deduce this from just a few words indicated that this young man was not a fool. Beneath the Abyss lies another space, possibly even the homeland of the Elder D. However, due to the inability to break the seal, it has been in a stalemate with the magical beasts for so long, LVE continued. In fact, among the 6 major regions globally, only the Dashia region holds an absolute advantage over the magical beasts. Could it be that the other major regions have been suppressed by the magical beasts? To be honest, Shinshen found it hard to believe. The Duke of the Imperial region, Emma, whom he had encountered before, had a vampire king as a beast pet that was far superior to other pets of the same level. Not entirely. The high-end forces in the other major regions are roughly similar, but the key lies in their lack of unity. Even on the battlefield, rebellions often occur. Seeing LVE's fox-like smile, Lu Yuanfang knew this old buddy was about to set a trap. But would this seemingly humble kid fall for it? A rebellion on the battlefield? The first thing Shinshen thought of was the beast slave, Zhao Shichen, and Enqing, especially the latter, who had been looking for opportunities to take his life. But a rebellion on the battlefield is a capital offense. Regardless of whether he is a beast slave, would anyone dare to have ulterior motives? In fact, Shin Chen was not very interested in LVE's words. The battlefield was too boring for him. That's right. Boring. This was thanks to his large and exceptionally powerful army of beast pets, which could push through anything they could defeat and run away from what they couldn't. It would be strange if he wasn't bored. If the outside world knew that this Abyss commander, hailed as a hero, actually said that the battlefield was an extremely boring place, they wouldn't know what to think. Actually, the ones causing the rebellion are not the beast slaves, but the beast pets of those beast masters. LVE seemed to anticipate Shin Chen's reaction. Do you want to know why? I don't want to. Shin Chen blinked. This commander of the Abyss battlefield had ulterior motives. LVE clearly did not expect Shin Chen to respond this way and was momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanfang couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time he had seen this old buddy get his mouth shut while trying to set someone up. Don't you really want to know? This is related to you evolutionists, and currently, several out-of-zone teams entering the Great Xia are targeting you. Don't you want to know what they are up to? Lu Yi's old face flushed, and he glared fiercely at Lu Yuanfang. Shin Chen remained silent, now certain that this guy had no good intentions. In fact, Shin Chen had already guessed that the two leaders from the Imperial Abyss were not here just to chat with him. They definitely wanted him to go to the Imperial Abyss battlefield. It was obvious that this was the doing of Gongsun Yu. Their purpose was also clear. They were eyeing the sealing ability of the Supreme Beast and his identity as the first creation master. Otherwise, they could have developed it themselves. Why bother teasing their student? Yuanfang, what do you think? Looking at Lu Yi's flushed face, Shin Chen turned to Lu Yuanfang. Don't you think this guy's method of setting a trap is too obvious? It's almost older than he is. Ha, I can't take it anymore. Old Lu, just admit it. Old Gongsun has long said that this kid can only be lured by benefits. Digging a pit for himself is just self-humiliation. He's definitely not a good bird. Lu Yuanfang laughed until he cried, completely shedding his earlier murderous demeanor. Hearing this, Shin Chen was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. Damn! Old Gongsun actually humiliated him like this. He must teach him a good lesson next time they meet. Meanwhile, Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that this kid was not easy to deal with, yet these two fools thought they could speak freely. How could Dongfang Lai send these two blockheads? Alright, you two are just pig-brained, showing off your IQ in front of a creation master. I really don't know what you were thinking. Only old Qin dared to speak to Lu Yuanfang and the others like this. Get lost, don't delay me from doing serious business. Young friend, I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield. Hearing Lu Yi's somewhat urgent words, Shin Chen revealed a hint of mockery. What a blockhead. He had also guessed some of old Qin's intentions, which were just about the methods for advancing as a creation master. To advance as a creation master, both the success rate of evolution and massive resource support were indispensable. Most importantly, one needed strong mental power support. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. You wouldn't know until you tried, and once you did, it was shocking. Shin Chen found that old Qin's mental power was not much different from his own, and even in the subtle application of mental power, he surpassed him, provided he wasn't using the beast control divine talisman. No wonder old Qin could become the first high-level evolutionist in Great Xia. His reputation was well-deserved. I heard Wang Wu say that you also had thoughts about internal gestation for beast pets. As night fell, the old and young chatted for most of the day, even driving away Wu Jing, the master. That's right, the evolved beast pets are fundamentally different from the new lives born. At this point, Shin Chen suddenly remembered the 4 legends on the suspended mountain battlefield. He wondered if those 4 holy origins had changed now and whether they could also be considered internal gestation. I'm impressed. At your age, I didn't even know what an evolutionist was. Young hero, old Qin sighed, not hiding his admiration for Shin Chen at all. Old Qin, you're overpraising me. Shin Chen smiled slightly. Through his conversation with old Qin, Shin Chen gained a lot. He found that old Qin's knowledge was incredibly comprehensive, mastering various knowledge before and after the global beast disaster, which truly broadened his horizons. Kid, you have the beast control records in your hands, right? Suddenly, old Qin asked a question that Shin Chen had not anticipated. Shin Chen's expression turned serious. The Beast Master Chronicle was closely related to the current transformation of the Beast Master system, and the contents recorded within could be described as regressive. Don't panic when faced with a situation. I just want to tell you the correct way to open it, Qin Lao immediately explained, noticing the displeasure in Shin Chen's eyes. Correct way to open it? Shin Chen frowned. Wasn't the Beast Master Chronicle just a book? What was the correct way to open it? Was he not looking at it correctly? However, the ancient beast skin that Qin Lao tossed to him immediately struck him down. The Beastskin recorded many strange and interesting tales, including the correct way to open the Beastmaster Chronicle, and this Beastskin was actually handwritten by Emperor Qianqiu. Use the light of creation to open the Beastmaster Chronicle? Xin Shan looked at Qin Lao with suspicion. Was this really the correct way to open it? This was obtained from the Imperial Abyss, Qin Lao said, pointing to the Beastskin in Xin Shan's hand, speaking lightly. This statement carried significant weight. Qin Lao was clearly not referring to the battlefield of the Imperial Abyss but to the true Imperial Abyss, the sealed Imperial Abyss. But how did Qin Lao, a figure of the Emperor level, enter and exit the Imperial Abyss? Why not give it a try? Persuaded by Qin Lao, Xin Shan couldn't help but feel curious, eager to know what kind of surprise this so-called correct method would bring him. He took out the Beastmaster Chronicle and placed it before him. Light of creation. The golden light of creation instantly enveloped the Beastmaster Chronicle and spread outward at a visible speed until it wrapped Xin Shan within. Boom! The Beastmaster Chronicle erupted with a blazing white light, and Xin Shan was startled to find his body no longer under his control. Old Qin, you tricked me. As soon as he spoke, Xin Shan vanished. When Xin Shan woke up again, he found himself in an unknown space. The entire space was filled with fantastical and brilliant colors. At a glance, it resembled a vast crystal realm, with various colored crystals hanging everywhere, bathed in a mist of radiant light, as if in a fairyland. This is the Broken Void Divine Stone. Damn, and there's also the Heavenly Blood Essence, Xin Shan exclaimed. All the crystals here were materials needed for advancing to mythology, endless and countless. Unfortunately, they were unattainable. All were illusions. What exactly is this place? Old Qin must have been here, otherwise, he wouldn't have let me use the light of creation to open the Beastmaster Chronicle. A hint of helplessness appeared in Xin Shan's eyes. He had avoided the pit dug by LVE but fell into Old Qin's trap instead. In fact, even Qin Lao didn't know what would happen by using the light of creation to open the Beastmaster Chronicle. At that moment, he was on the 12th floor of the Wind Tower, staring blankly at the spot where Xin Shan had disappeared. Ding! Mythical secret realm detected. Finally, the system provided a prompt, and Xin Shan's eyes lit up. It was a secret realm, not an illusion. This meant that this space truly existed, the Imperial Abyss. Xin Shan's first thought was the Imperial Abyss, and Qin Lao had also hinted that he had been here, likely through some special means. Otherwise, with Emperor Qianqiu's supreme seal, even a legendary figure couldn't forcibly enter the Imperial Abyss. And the Beastmaster Chronicle was Emperor Qianqiu's personal item. Could this be the true place of inheritance? What should I do? However, after exploring this secret realm, Xin Shan found no exit. Those seemingly real crystals were all illusions, visible but untouchable. Now Xin Shan was in a dilemma. How could he get out? Buzz! Suddenly, waves of energy came from the beast pet space, and Xin Shan clearly sensed that the myriad forms and mechanisms beast was about to emerge. In that case, come out. Anyway, there's no good way at the moment, so Xin Shan simply released all his beast pets. A dense swarm of beast pets instantly appeared in this fantastical secret realm, with over 5,000 beasts occupying only a small part of the space, showcasing the vastness of the secret realm. However, Xin Shan did not notice that at the moment the beast pets were summoned, the crystals hanging everywhere began to flicker, as if the entire secret realm had come to life. Xin Shan finally noticed this situation. The crystals flickered incessantly, as if they would fall at any moment, but unfortunately, there was no other reaction. Could it be? Light of creation. Thinking of the method to activate the Beastmaster Chronicle, Xin Shan decisively activated the light of creation. The golden light of creation instantly enveloped all the beast pets, appearing like celestial soldiers descending from the heavens, mysterious and powerful. Buzz! Finally, the crystals reacted. Strands of various colored light descended from the sky, seemingly attracted by the light of creation, directly landing among the army of beast pets. Ding! Mythical energy detected. Beast pets begin to evolve. Ding! Mythical wool detected. Host synchronously enters learning state. Mythical energy? Beast pets evolving? Learning state? Xin Shan was a bit bewildered, but he quickly understood that these crystals, transformed into various shapes, were all mythical energy, and this was not the inheritance space of Emperor Qianqiu, but the evolution secret realm he had left behind. Holy crap! What's going on? In the next moment, Xin Shan exclaimed. After the various colored lights merged with the light of creation, his entire army of beast pets was actually reverted to their original forms. Except for the Supreme Beast and the Heavenly Fire Mecha Squad, they all turned into ants. Strange. Absurd. Ordinary ants, worker ants, killer ants, leafcutter ants. Red-armored Xuanju, myriad forms and thousand machines beasts. Void hunters, flying tree towers. Various types of beast pets began to revert step by step from the initial ants and evolve again, and this process started an infinite loop after the first evolution was completed. Shin Chen's mind also filled with a lot of information, all about the Beastmaster Chronicle. This is teaching me how to properly evolve beast pets. Shin Chen's eyes lit up. The mythical energy was using the knowledge from the Beastmaster Chronicle to help him re-evolve the beast pets, filling in the gaps, refining the essence. Not only was it re-evolving his beast pets, but it was also teaching him various knowledge from the Beastmaster Chronicle hand in hand, combining theory and practice in a simple and clear process, instantly drawing Shin Chen in. I have to say, because of the system's existence, Shin Chen's path to evolving beast pets was a bit wild. But this wave of operations akin to a system reboot instantly elevated his understanding of beast pet evolution to an unimaginable height. Analysis of the body structure of magical beasts, activation of beast pet characteristics, beast pet skills, evolution methods, control methods, all the content recorded in the Beastmaster Chronicle was perfectly displayed in the evolution process. The beast pets were evolving, and Shin Chen was learning. Unknowingly, the light of the crystals in the secret realm had rotated countless times, finally dimming at a certain moment. Ding! Beast pet evolution complete, host synchronously finishes learning. As the system prompt sounded, Shin Chen slowly opened his eyes, an invisible aura rippling out instantly, and his eyes were filled with the light of wisdom. Confidence. Unbelievable confidence. Shin Chen had never felt this way before, even at Dongcheng No. 7 middle school, he had never felt as fulfilled as he did at this moment. This is the power of knowledge. After undergoing re-evolution, all the beast pets seemed to be reborn, their appearances more majestic, exuding an indescribable sense of violent beauty at first glance, especially the mother body of the myriad forms in Thousand Machines beast, which felt more human-like. No, at this moment, it was no longer the myriad forms in Thousand Mechanisms beast. Name, Pseudogod, Thousand Mechanisms Beast Level, 9th rank 5th level quality, Divine Blood Lord Talent, Super Fertility, Mythical Light, Divine Transformation Loyalty, 100% Characteristics, Strong Endurance, Great Strength, Powerful Self-Healing Ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same body type, Strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same body type. When body damage exceeds 50%, Self-Healing Mode activates, accompanied by Divine Blood Protection. Super fertility, reproductive cycle shortened by 10 times, number of offspring increased tenfold, offspring can fully inherit maternal attributes, and can maintain a minimum population of 300 at any time, accompanied by divine blood inheritance. Divine transformation, can transform into any form according to the owner's will, including but not limited to any known lifeforms, mechanical bodies, and other unknown lifeforms, and gain all abilities of the current transformed form, requiring prior mental imprinting, accompanied by mythical defense. Mythical Light, Leader's Majesty, all attributes doubled, all beast pets gain mythical damage. Shin Chen's face showed joy. Not only did his own attributes see a slight increase again, but the beast pet's mother body was directly endowed with mythical characteristics, and its combat power soared. Buzz! The secret realm became illusory due to energy consumption, and Shin Chen instantly disappeared, reappearing on the 12th floor of the Great Wind Tower. When Shin Chen opened his eyes, the scene before him changed his expression drastically. 12th floor of the Great Wind Tower. At this moment, it was in ruins, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows shattered into pieces, and at a glance, the bottom of the Great Wind Tower was filled with a dense crowd, seemingly watching something. Wu Jing, although Wei Changfeng is at fault, his crime does not warrant death. As long as you hand over the true culprit behind the scenes, this matter can be put to rest. A sinister voice reached Shin Chen's ears. Shin Chen frowned. Wei Changfeng? That elder who colluded with the Imperial District and later hunted him down? Wei Jun, how dare you cause trouble in the Great Wind Tower? Do you know the consequences? Wei Changfeng colluded with outside forces, attempting to kill our great Xia leader. His death is well deserved. Your Wei family shows no remorse and dares to cause trouble in my Great Wind Tower. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Wu Jing's furious roar came again. Ridiculous, I just wanted to discuss cooperation with the Imperial District. How can you casually convict me? What a cooperation! Selling Great Xia's secrets, attempting to kill Great Xia's talents, is this what you call cooperation? Amidst the sounds of argument, Shin Chen looked around and found that dozens of people had gathered on the 12th floor, and his position was right in the innermost corner. Besides the two returning imperial leaders, there were Ji Wuming, Qin Wuliang, and a group of golden-robed demon hunters, the most eye-catching being a dozen beast masters with the Wei insignia embroidered on their chests, glaring at Wu Jing and others. All were imperial-level beast masters, especially the short-haired middle-aged man at the forefront, with a several-meter-long black serpent coiling above his head, exuding a chilling aura that even lowered the surrounding temperature. one of the four great families of the capital, the head of the Wei family, a legendary beast master, Wei Jun. Roar! At that moment, the black serpent seemed to have spotted Shen Chen, and a beastly roar immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shen Chen! Wei Jun turned his head and instantly recognized Shen Chen as the culprit who killed Wei Changfeng. As expected of someone from the Wei family, unable to distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, and even coming to find me, how laughable. Shen Chen knew that today's matter could not end well, so he was not so polite in his words. Humph, what a sharp-tongued brat, today I'll make you pay with your life for the Wei family. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jun waved his hand, and the group of Imperial-level members from the Wei family moved forward to capture Shen Chen. How bold! If you dare to touch him, the Demon Alliance will surely destroy your Wei family. Seeing this situation, Wu Jing's expression changed dramatically. Shen Chen was the world's #1 beast master and a genius beast tamer with an army of beast pets. If he was pushed too hard, Wu Jing had no idea what this kid might do. The Wei family really has guts. You dare to kill even the commander of the Void Mountain battlefield. Do you not regard the commanders at all, or is the Wei family planning to defect? Lu Yuanfang and the others stepped forward, directly blocking the Wei family's imperial lords. If the Wei army killed Shen Chen in front of them, it would be a light punishment for them to be skinned alive by Dongfang Lai later. Moreover, it was said that this kid had a close relationship with Chen Yuejin from the Morning Star Academy, who was the most prestigious person in the Great Xiao region. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun's heart trembled. He didn't expect this kid to have the identity of a battlefield commander. If it were just Wu Jing, even with Qin Wuliang added, Wei Jun would dare to act directly. A dead genius, no matter how monstrous, would not make the two major forces turn against each other or even force a rebellion over a dead person. However, the commander of the Emperor Abyss battlefield was different, especially since he recognized Lu Yuanfang. To touch him was to challenge Dongfang Lai. Even if the entire Wei family came together, they wouldn't be enough to contend with the so-called Emperor Abyss's strongest army, the Eastern Battle Soldiers. Wei Jun's face changed colors, his anger making his lips twitch, while the imperial lords faced Lu Yuanfang and his companion, daring neither to express their anger nor to speak, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. How about this? You and I fight to end this grudge, how about it? Shen Chen knew that even if they suppressed Wei Jun's anger today, he would still have to guard against these guys setting traps in the future. Since that was the case, it was better to fight, so that others would know that he, Shen Chen, was not someone to be trifled with. No! Wu Jing and the others spoke out in unison to stop him. Although Shen Chen's approach could resolve the current trouble, the one who would act would definitely be Wei Jun. The difference between the imperial level and the legendary level meant that Shen Chen had almost no chance of winning. Thank you for your kindness, but they are holding on to me tightly. As the saying goes, it's not that I'm afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves coveting. If you can act, don't just talk nonsense. It's better for everyone to know that I, Shen Chen, am not someone to be easily manipulated. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanfang and the others had nothing more to say, but their eyes revealed a hint of worry. Good. Very good. Kid, although I don't know where you got the courage to challenge me, as you said, after this battle, you and the Wei family will have no more grudges. My Wei army keeps its word. A hint of killing intent flashed in Wei Jun's eyes, but what surprised him more was that Shen Chen had directly issued a challenge to him, which made him feel a bit of admiration. The Wei family was currently in a state of transition, with only Wei Yuanying among the younger generation capable of taking on great responsibilities. The older generation of legends was almost gone, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big deal over Wei Changfeng's matter. The Wei family simply couldn't afford to lose. Alright, since that's the case, please find a place, Alliance Leader Wu. This place is too small. Since you have all decided, let's go to the underground training ground. Wu Jing smiled helplessly. Although Wei Jun was somewhat protective, he was still very trustworthy. But could Shen Chen really withstand an attack from a legendary figure? Wei Jun's strength was not something that the likes of Zhao Shu from the Gao family could compare to, and everyone was worried about Shen Chen. I didn't expect there to be such a place underground in the Great Wind Tower. The underground training ground that Wu Jing mentioned was beneath the Great Wind Tower, several times larger than the surface, capable of accommodating a training ground for 100,000 people, surrounded by defensive formations even stronger than those on Lake Heart Island. They couldn't have hollowed out the underground, could they? After this battle, the grudges will be cleared. If either side causes trouble again, our beast-taming alliance will definitely take action to punish. After hearing Wu Jing's words, the two nodded in agreement. Wei Jun, head of the Wei family in the capital, legendary beast master, with the legendary beast pet, the devouring sky demon Flood Dragon. Roar! Wei Jun was indeed straightforward. directly reporting his combat power information. The devouring sky serpent instantly transformed into a creature several dozen meters long, continuously circling and roaring above the underground training ground. Looking at the imposing devouring sky serpent, a rare seriousness appeared on Shen Chen's face. This person was definitely much stronger than Wei Changfeng. Shen Chen, a second-year student from Qizhong High School in Dongcheng, Qingyuan City, an emperor-level beast master. As for beast pets, many? A hint of mockery appeared in Wei Jun's eyes. No matter how many, it was just an emperor-level beast master, and legendary combat power couldn't simply be piled up by numbers. Kill! In this life-and-death battle, Wei Jun did not hesitate. The devouring sky serpent rushed forward in an instant, opening its massive jaws to swallow Shen Chen whole. Whoosh! Facing the attack of the devouring sky serpent, Shen Chen remained unperturbed, and the next moment, he vanished from sight. After the transformation in the Imperial Abyss secret realm, both he and these beast pets had been endowed with mythological traits, greatly enhancing their speed and attack, which was also the reason Shen Chen dared to confront a legend. Boom! After Shen Chen disappeared, beams of thermal energy cannons struck directly at the head of the devouring sky serpent. Name: Skyfire Mecha Legion. Quantity: 200. Quality: perfect mechanical body. Traits: all-weather intelligent combat system. Mythological energy enhancement. With the enhancement of mythological energy, the attack of Skyfire was incomparable. The energy attack from the thermal cannons directly pushed the devouring sky serpent back 100 meters. Hiss! The spectators all gasped in shock. The power of Skyfire was terrifying enough to repel a legendary beast with a single strike. In an instant, the crowd's expressions towards Shen Chen changed. Ha! Where did this kid go? At this moment, everyone realized that from the very beginning of the battle, Shen Chen had vanished without a trace. A serious expression appeared on Wei Jun's face. This kid was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He immediately released his legendary mental power, cautiously sensing the movements around him. While Skyfire began to bombard the devouring sky serpent fiercely, Shen Chen had already hidden himself using the Supreme Beast, positioned 100 meters behind Wei Jun, also in the blind spot of everyone's vision. So comfortable. Shen Chen was surprised to find that with the enhancement of mythological energy, the concealment ability of the ceiling light had become extraordinarily strong. Even when legendary mental power swept over, there were no fluctuations. Able to seal, able to become invisible, and able to fight. Truly worthy of being the Supreme Beast with a unique attribute, even mythological energy could not cause it to evolve again, demonstrating the might of this unique attribute. Since that's the case, don't blame me. A fierce look appeared in Shen Chen's eyes. In this life and death duel, he could not afford to be careless. Beast Master Divine Talisman, activate. Void Hunter. Skyward Tree Tower. The concealed Shen Chen began to remotely control the army of beast pets. Two powerful beast pets instantly joined the battle, taking advantage of the fierce bombardment from the Skyfire Mecha Legion to strike at the devouring sky serpent. Devouring Sky, Star Explosion. Seeing this, Wei Jun's heart surged with immense waves. No wonder this kid said he had many beast pets. Roar! With Wei Jun's furious shout, the devouring sky serpent opened its massive mouth, and the entire training ground was instantly shrouded in darkness, with countless starlights shooting out. Boom! 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 Caught off guard, Shen Chen's two beast pets and the Skyfire Mecha Legion were all hit by the attack. This strike was a wide-area group attack, with violent energy filling the skies and the ground. Chaotic movement, Void Assassination. Nearly 100 Void Hunters launched a counterattack again. With just one strike, the devouring sky serpent disrupted Shen Chen's plans. This legendary beast already possessed epic-level combat power. I must restrain Wei Jun. Watching several skyward tree towers in the sky being shattered, a serious expression appeared on Shen Chen's face. The three great beast pets emerged together, barely able to hold back the devouring sky demon serpent. Under the powerful control of the Wei army, his beast army would surely fall to the disadvantage. Devour the sky, annihilate. As expected, with another roar from the Wei army, after repelling the ambushing Void Hunters, the devouring sky demon serpent unleashed its skills once more. The void cracked inch by inch, then continuously disappeared, large swaths of black holes swirling upwards. Not good. Shen Chen was alarmed at the sight, but it was too late. 50 flying tree towers instantly turned to ash. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shen Chen's face turned pale as he realized this was the true power of a legendary level. He had underestimated the world. However, this is still not enough. In the next moment, all the beast pets abandoned their attack on the devouring sky demon serpent and charged towards the Wei army. Boom! 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 Faced with the relentless bombardment of thermal cannons and the chaotic stabs of the Void Hunters, the Wei army remained unfazed, their bodies turning into afterimages, gliding through the storm of attacks with ease. Wow, indeed, the older ginger is spicier. Shin-chan watched in awe as the figures of the Wei army darted around, almost like they were walking on waves, their robes not even gathering a speck of dust. Roar! At this moment, the devouring sky demon serpent rejoined the fray, and the situation instantly reversed. Bang! 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 The Wei army struck hard, frequently attacking the void, sending the void hunters flying, their bodies cracking inch by inch. Self-healing mode, divine blood protection. The void hunters were actually reduced to critical health, triggering self-healing mode. If it weren't for the boost of divine blood protection, that punch would have shattered the void hunters. Humph! Watching the rapidly recovering and rehiding void hunters, the Wei army snorted coldly, feeling a deep shock. This bizarre demon-type beast pet was too difficult to deal with, and for a moment, there was no good solution. However, if Shin-chan did not appear soon, he was confident he could take down these beast pets one by one. This was the confidence of a legend. Shin-chan also realized this, with quantity on their side but lacking quality, being taken down one by one was only a matter of time, so he decided not to hide any longer. Wei family master, the might of legends is indeed extraordinary. With this thought, Shin-chan decisively lifted the seal, and the crimson-armored mysterious steed surged forth, flames raging. He finally decided to show yourself. Seeing Shin-chan stepping through the flames, Wei Jun frowned. This kid actually had a trump card. I can't hold back anymore. I underestimated the strength of the Wei family master. With a wave of his hand, the void hunters and the heavenly fire formed a formation once again, starting another encirclement of the devouring sky demon serpent. However, this time there was a supreme beast involved, and after the light of the seal imposed a strong restriction on the devouring sky demon serpent, at least his beast army was now in an invincible position. This is getting interesting. It seems you want to take action yourself. This time, Wei Jun did not strike again, his gaze fixed firmly on Shin-chan. Boom! Shin-chan said nothing. The pseudo-god thousand mechanisms beast appeared in an instant, large swaths of the crimson-armored mysterious steed rolling upwards, the gold and red intermingled battle armor making his body grow larger. Besides appearing even more ferocious, a misty hue swirled around him. Pseudo-god thousand mechanisms, divine beast of many forms. A new biological battle armor empowered by mythological energy, the divine beast battle armor. Divine movement. The skilled divine movement, transformed from a rapid march, allowed Shin-chan to appear before the Wei army in an instant, his fist wrapped in flames striking like lightning towards Wei Jun's head. Boom! Wei Jun punched back, retreating in an instant, a look of shock in his eyes. This punch contained a strange power that directly affected his mental strength, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Ha, Wei family master, come and fight. Shin-chan also felt the power of the mythological energy, laughing heartily as he charged towards Wei Jun once more. Devour the sky, demon armor. Boom! With a cold snort from Wei Jun, a thick black mist erupted from the mouth of the devouring sky demon serpent, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a pitch-black battle armor on his body. Extremely cold. Bang bang bang! Divine beast battle armor versus devouring sky demon armor, a clash of extremes. For the first attack, Shin-chan had to give it his all. Thinking of holding back in front of a legendary figure with no room for error was akin to seeking death. Shin-chan let out a long howl, seizing the opportunity to punch Wei Jun in the head. Bang! Hiss! Wei Jun, as a legendary beast master, had unparalleled reflexes. Shin-chan's fist narrowly missed, and Wei Jun countered with a punch to his abdomen. A precise counterattack sent Shin-chan flying. His body traced a graceful arc in the air, and just before landing, a flash of red light erupted, transforming Shin-chan into a giant ant, kicking out with his hind legs to block the pursuing Wei Jun. Divine mechanism transformation. Hidden attribute. While providing mythic defense, it could also manipulate the divine beast battle armor to transform into any form imprinted by mental power. You can kill Wei Changfeng, you really have some skill. Wei Jun glanced at the cracks torn in his demonic armor, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Whether in timing or reaction speed, Shin-chan was indeed a prodigy. Wei family master, forgive me. Shin-chan rolled and lunged again, but Wei Jun had no intention of stalemating any longer. He had already realized that without his control, the defeat of the devouring sky demon serpent was only a matter of time. Devour the sky, transform. Roar! The devouring sky demon serpent let out a furious roar. Its massive form began to spin like a windmill. A hurricane surged upward, engulfing both the Void Hunters and the Skyfire Mecha Legion in the storm, as Shin-chan watched helplessly as the devouring sky demon serpent soared into the air. Rising dragon from the ground. The dragon's shadow changed in an instant, swiftly merging into Wei Jun's body, a powerful momentum rippling out and continuously strengthening. The demon serpent transformed again, naturally into a dragon, at least of epic level. With the epic level devouring sky demon dragon possessing him, combined with Wei Jun's legendary strength, once the transformation succeeded, Shin Chen would have no chance of winning. Retreat! Shin Chen, realizing his attack could not break through the devouring Sky Demon Serpent's defense, immediately halted his offensive and recalled the Void Hunters and the Skyfire Mecha Legion. Pseudo-God Thousand Mechanisms, transformation again. The crimson-armored Shen Horse surged forth again, the Divine Beast battle armor rapidly changing at a visible speed, a pair of almost solid red wings slowly unfurling behind Shin Chen. Following that were deep, pitch-black eyes, a long knife with a golden back and red blade, and flames burning fiercely, accompanied by crackling sounds as the second transformation of the divine mechanism was completed. A larger version of the Void Hunter. Kill! The long knife sliced through the air towards Wei Jun, but at the moment of contact, the blade was suddenly deflected, and a tremendous force sent Shin Chen flying. Supreme Seal. Shin Chen knew that his attack could not break the devouring Sky Demon Serpent's defense at this moment, but the next instant, the sealing light enveloped Wei Jun, who was in the process of transforming into a dragon, causing his momentum to stagnate. What is this? Wei Jun looked at the grayish light in shock, a mysterious power continuously suppressing the transformation of the devouring Sky Demon Serpent, even gradually restricting his own movements. Open! The vast mental power instantly spread out, the legendary mental intensity causing the sealing light to tremble slightly, but in an instant, it was quickly repaired and began to show a counter-pressing momentum. Kill! Shin Chen's long knife came again, but this time it was infused with all the mythic energy. Bang! The Supreme Beast, combined with the Pseudo-God Strike, sent Wei Jun flying. Seeing that the transformation into a dragon could no longer be completed under the Supreme Beast's restriction, Wei Jun decisively cancelled the state, but it was too late. Otherworldly Lord, activate. The Lord of another world, master the laws of another world, awaken the skill Lord's aura, and by consuming beast crystals, summon elite-level creatures from another world, controlled by the beast pet's mother body, with a number not less than half of the host's current maximum summon count, with no limit on the number of summons. Lord's aura, active skill, doubles all attributes of the host and beast pets. When the number of beast pets exceeds 1,000, the Legion effect is triggered, under which the attack speed and defense of beast pets are increased 100-fold. A dark vortex symbolizing the gate to another world slowly formed, and shadows instantly flew out, reaching the maximum number, triggering the Legion effect. Shin Chen's eyes lit up. It was the familiar demon bird. Mythical aura. Lord's aura. The two auras activated simultaneously, and Shin Chen's combat power surged, as if an endless swarm of demon birds flew towards the devouring Sky Demon Dragon, fiercely attaching and biting. Roar! Bang! 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 The devouring Sky Demon Dragon roared, while Wei Jun was being relentlessly hunted down by the now fully unleashed Shin Chen. That's right! It was a hunt! An Emperor-level hunting a legendary level, who would believe it if told? This kid's strength has increased again, it seems he was hiding his power before. Ji Wuming, who had appeared out of nowhere, looked at Shin Chen with shining eyes, filled with fighting spirit. Awesome! Lu Yuanfang and the two Emperor-level leaders widened their eyes. The explosive might of Shin Chen's beast army could almost rival that of the Eastern War soldiers. They had to find a way to get this kid to the Emperor Abyss battlefield. The Emperor-level members of the Wei family watched their patriarch being beaten, their eyes filled with disbelief, while a hint of fear rose in their gazes towards Shin Chen. After exchanging glances, a thought arose in their hearts. They absolutely could not let the patriarch continue to target Shin Chen, otherwise, the Wei family would face utter disaster. Damn it, why is this kid so difficult to deal with? At this moment, Wei Jun was in a dire situation. After interrupting the transformation of the demon dragon, he had been completely suppressed by Shin Chen, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Even if there was a chance, it was interrupted by that strange gray creature. A dignified legendary was actually being chased and beaten by a mere Emperor-level kid. Wei Jun felt utterly humiliated. Legends really can take a beating. Meanwhile, Shin Chen was also quite helpless. Although it seemed he had suppressed Wei Jun, once the attack stopped, he would surely face the most frenzied counterattack. With the support of mythical energy and the two auras, he had fought to this extent, and he could no longer hold back. Bang! 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 Shin Chen attacked frantically, while Wei Jun helplessly dodged. In this battle, both were quite helpless. But they couldn't remain in a stalemate forever, otherwise, both would perish from exhaustion. Boom! With that thought, Shin Chen stopped attacking, unleashing his mental power to the fullest, focusing entirely on the Supreme Beast, recalling all beast pets except the demon bird. Buzz! A solid gray light shield completely immobilized Wei Jun. The long knife dragged on the ground, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Shin Chen slowly walked in front of Wei Jun.